When he regained consciousness, he heard someone's voice coming from the mountain and speaking in anxiety. Da-woon! Breathing heavily and looking up the mountain, the boy did not understand what had happened to him, but only broke out in a cold sweat and breathed heavily. Lowering his gaze a little lower, he spoke in his head, realizing that he was trapped. Oh, right. A dungeon. I'm inside a dungeon. Then he heard the voices of his comrades. Kaya ha ha! The seventh trap had an incredible effect after all. Is there also a trap below? He replied, You're crazy. You need to warn about such things in advance. Then someone from the crowd above shouted, Sun Woo Hyun, there's no time. They are already behind us. Hearing this message from her friend, the girl said before leaving the poor man trapped, I'm sorry, Da-woon. After that, Da-woon, trying to get out of the trap, said with difficulty, In the end, is this really how you die? Breathing heavily and groaning in pain, he stood up in a sitting position and with a sharp movement removed the steel spear from his body. Pulling out the spear, which was at the bottom of the pit, the boy groaned in pain. Oh, shit. Coughing up blood, he said, My senses are dulling. I've lost too much blood. And then he thought, now this situation, I can't believe this is real. From the very beginning, everything was not like in reality. From the very moment I was drafted into this horrible world. Yes, that's when this cruel reality started. A month ago, when the guy didn't even know anything about it, he was forcibly drafted into this unknown world called the underground. Walking down the street, the boy suddenly felt a strange sensation gripping him and stopped abruptly. The next moment, a bright light appeared around him, which began to do something strange to his body and did not allow him to escape. Looking at his hands, which were slowly beginning to disintegrate, turning to dust, the guy said in surprise, What? What is this? And at the same time, a bright pillar of light appeared in the other world, symbolizing the call. And the next moment, Da-woon appeared in this pillar. When he looked up after the call, he saw a crowd of people in front of him. From this crowd came the voices of confused and dissatisfied people. Here he is again. What's going on? Is everyone under hypnosis? Looking at these people, Da-woon said in confusion, What is going on here? Why is everyone here? Then he saw a guy in front of him who said angrily, This is crazy. I was going for a job interview. And next to him, another guy was anxiously looking for something on his phone. Trying to understand what was going on, Da-woon heard a voice behind him say, Welcome to the dungeon. Looking back at the sound, Da-woon saw a rabbit who then added, Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the game guide. You are all invited to the game. After saying this, the rabbit continued, Hey, are you wondering what this game is? Aren't you curious? Of course. I'll explain it to you in a moment. When Da-woon saw the animal, he was surprised. What is this? A toy rabbit? Seeing the rabbit, the unhappy boy who was not going to get the job interview walked toward it and said angrily, Hey, what is this? I don't know what it is. A show or maybe something else, but I don't really care about this game of yours. I'm late for an important interview. Looking at the rabbit, the guy added angrily, Stop hiding behind a toy rabbit and talking nonsense. Come forward. Hearing this, the rabbit said happily, What nonsense? I'm going to tell you something very important. There is no one else here but you and me. Trying to attract the attention of the whole crowd, the rabbit shouted, So I want your attention. Now I will explain the rules of the game. Grabbing the rabbit by the collar, the businessman shouted, Shut up! Stop talking nonsense! Call a taxi or something! Hearing this angry request, the rabbit said ominously, No. First I will tell you about the game. After saying this and smiling menacingly, he added, Taram, param, pam bam, a game that one learns to play through death. Waving his hands, the rabbit added, The game of dungeons, the dungeon game, the game. Hearing this, Da-woon said in confusion, Wait. Looking at the angry boy, the rabbit said, I think for the sake of the impatient boy, I'll first tell you the most important rules of the game. There is no one else here but me. And also, the rabbit took off the head of the angry boy and said, The first is to always be polite to the game guide, unless you value your life. Until then, everyone thought they had just dreamed it. When they saw the guy's body fall dead to the ground, they heard a frightened scream from the crowd. No! Having finished the bully, the rabbit continued calmly. Kya-ha, he's dead, did you see? I will kill those who do not follow the rules. As the crowd looked at the dead body of the boy they had just killed, they began to get alarmed and heard frightened cries. He's really dead! Seeing that the crowd had learned discipline, the bloody rabbit said, Now there are exactly 100 people. Shall we start for real now? Looking at what had happened before his eyes, Da-woon said in confusion, This wasn't a dream. Then the rabbit repeated himself so that there would be no further questions. I'm saying it's a game. A game that one learns to play through death. While the others were panicking and trying to escape, Dawoon realized that this was the real reality and fell to his knees. Shouts came from the fleeing, frightened crowd. Is he crazy? What the fuck is going on? Run away! Taking off his hat, the rabbit said, It's dangerous around here. If I'm going to be called a guide, shouldn't I give you basic equipment? After that, each of the people present had some kind of weapon. Dawoon received his knife as a weapon. One man in the crowd receiving an axe said in surprise, What is this? A weapon? Ha, ha, ha. Yes, but it's virtual reality, which is so popular nowadays. All these people are real. Bouncing above the crowd, the rabbit heard, Okay, I once read an article about how they create fake memories using virtual reality and pass them off as passing a real test. Then hovering over the crowd, the rabbit announced, You can think as you wish. Now shall we begin? Seeing the rabbit in the air, someone exclaimed in amazement, He can fly? Then the rabbit added, To begin with, shall we try to survive by any means necessary? After saying this, the rabbit joyfully announced, The dungeon game has begun. Here we go. And so after these words, the dungeon game began. No, hell began. Every minute, different monsters came out of the darkness, as well as various dangerous traps that killed more and more people every second. Time passed, and people continued to die. If you were distracted, you died. If you made a mistake, you died. Sometimes we had to kill each other to survive. It was a game of survival. After hitting a guy who was trying to protect the supplies, one of the soldiers angrily shouted, Let go, you asshole! Trying to save the supplies, Dawoon said to the man in confusion, Ooh, wait, this is for later. This is for everyone. To which he heard in reply, What? Shut up. You are of no use. Soldiers like us risk their lives to protect trash like you, who can't even fight. You were told to bring it, so you have to give it in silence, and you're still yammering. Skill, another weapon that was presented to the participants of the dungeon game. It was a thing that was often found in MMORPGs that gave out super abilities. It could give super abilities or magical skills. Most people got fighting skills. But in Devong's case, things were a bit sad. Thinking about his role, he said, Status window. Status window name, Zhang Dawan. Skill, purification, novice. Cleans up contaminated places. A second-rate skill that does not help in battle. It's just a skill for removing poisonous impurities from the meat of animals or monsters. Looking at the boy, the angry man said, One should be able to give thanks. If you had not been with us, you would have died on the first day. You're no use to us. You're just a food handler. Be thankful that you can move freely. If you had a conscience, you would have given us your share. But then someone interrupted, saying, What are you doing? The man turned his head and saw the leader, and he said in confusion, Sung Woo Hyun? I thought we were supposed to distribute food tomorrow. Scratching the back of his head, he continued awkwardly, It was a tough battle today, wasn't it? That's why I wanted to recuperate a bit. To which he replied, There are no exceptions. Looking at the greedy man, Song Woo Hyun spoke menacingly, Wait until tomorrow's hand. Realizing that he might be in trouble, the man left the meat and walked away, saying, Damn. The next moment, Sung Woo Hyun reached out to Da-won and asked, Are you okay? Da-won happily replied, Yes, thank you, Sung Woo. Then, trying to apologize for the man's rudeness, Song Woo said, Don't think about it, Da-won. It's just that everyone has become rude, so they say that. Hearing this, Da-won replied awkwardly, I'm not thinking about it. Everything is fine. To which Sun Woo said, Good. Get some sleep. We're leaving early tomorrow. As the guide said, tomorrow we will reach the end point. Hearing what the leader told him, Da-won thought sadly, I wish I could do something to help. Thinking about this, Da-won took out his weapon, and instead of resting, he began to practice with the knife. The next day, on their way to the end point, the group of soldiers was pursued by another threat from an activated trap. Watching the warriors run away from a large stone, the rabbit said, If you only look forward, something bad will happen. After saying this, the rabbit, who was enjoying the spectacle, added, I say there are many traps here. Hearing what the rabbit had just told them, Song Woo Hyun said in confusion, What? Immediately afterwards, several of his teammates were knocked out by a trap that fired a string of arrows at them. Upon noticing this, Song Woo Hyun informed the other survivors, Shit, look around, dodge and run. Watching his comrades slowly slowing down from lack of strength, Song Woo Hyun shouted, What are you doing? If you stop, you will die. Running along with the rest of the group, Jung Da-won slowed his pace and thought wearily, Damn, I'm running out of energy. Fainting from lack of strength, Da-won said wearily in his head, We need to follow them. The next moment, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to sink. Then Sung Woo-hyun heard a strange noise and saw that Da-woon had disappeared underground. Realizing that his friend was trapped, Song Woo-hyun shouted out to him in confusion, "Da-woon!" Near the hut, the rabbit said happily, "Ka-ha-ha! The seventh trap has an incredible effect after all. I told you there were traps below as well." To which Song Woo-hyun replied in anger, "Crazy. You should have warned me about such things in advance." Hearing Da-woon's groans, the rabbit said in surprise, "What? The probability of survival in such a trap is 0%. Seeing that the stone was catching up to them, someone from the group shouted out in alarm, "Sunwoo! There's no time! They're coming!" Trying to overcome himself and leave his comrade, Song Woo-hyun said through gritted teeth, "I'm sorry, Da-woon." As he continued to run away, Song Woo-hyun shouted to the rest of his soldiers, "Run, checking the ground!" To which he heard back, "All right." Seeing that Da-woon had been abandoned, Rabbit said in surprise, "I thought they had a close relationship, but as it turns out, Mr. Sun Woo is quite cold-blooded." As Song Woo-hyun ran away from the huge rock, he gritted his teeth and tried to convince himself that it was a necessary measure. But he thought anxiously. Da-woon. Looking at the number of survivors, the rabbit said in surprise, "Well done. It's been a long time since I've seen more than 10 people make it to the end. Is it because of Sung Woo's active efforts? Oh, how could it be? Be careful." Bleeding, Da-woon thought in surprise. "Hush. Damn. I'm still alive if I can hear the guide's voices." Sitting in the trap, Da-woon could hear the guide's words echoing back to him. "What? Didn't I tell you that there are bosses here? I officially introduce you to the boss of this round." Hearing these words from the rabbit and summoning his weapon, Da-woon finally lost all his strength and began to accept his fate. Sitting injured in the pit, Da-woon thought, "Song Woo-hyun and everyone else. I guess this is really my end." As Song Woo-hyun fought the final boss, he heard the squad shouting, "Damn it, keep it up! Help Sung Woo! Go!" When the squad saw the final boss disintegrate into large boulders, one of them said happily, "Finished! We smashed the final boss, finally." Seeing that Sung Woo-hyun was able to defeat the boss of this round, the rabbit said happily, "Wow, you did well. Really well done. I never thought that these weak people would be able to destroy the boss in the end. Especially Sung Woo. He's incredible. He's so strong, even with one arm." After hearing all these words from the guide who was praising them, the tired Song Woo exhaled a heavy breath and said, "Now, can we go home now?" Hearing these words from Song Woo-hyun, the rabbit said to him in surprise, "What? Why all of a sudden?" And then he added with a crazy smile on his face, "We've gathered all our strength and energy until the next game." Hearing these words from his guide, Song Woo-hyun was surprised. "What? What are you talking about? You clearly said last time that once we complete the boss mission, the dungeon will be over." The guide replied, "Yes, that's why we finished the first round. Now we need to go to the next dungeon." Hearing this from the rabbit, the warriors from the squad were confused. "What? The next dungeon? This was just the first round?" Hearing these words from the soldiers, the rabbit said happily, Hey, did you really think it was over? Didn't I say so? Soryan, I completely forgot." Then, towering over the fighters, the guide said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the real dungeon game starts right now. It's no fun when there's only one round in the game. Hey, come on, like some amateurs who have never played a game before? Hey, you don't even have time to rest. No time even to rest. A game of dungeons that you study to the death. A dungeon game. Come on, open the gate." After telling this information to all the survivors, the rabbit saw the dissatisfied faces and said happily, "Hey, why are you like this?" Looking at the exhausted soldiers who were falling to the ground from the stoma, the rabbit said in surprise, "Oh, you are tired, are you? What do you mean, no strength?" Shrugging his shoulders, the rabbit happily told all the survivors, it's okay. There is a reward for completing the dungeon. Hop, hop." As soon as the warriors heard these words from the rabbit, they immediately felt some kind of relief and a surge of energy. Looking at themselves, the warriors were surprised. "What is this? My body, the wounds, are they all healing? Wow!" At the same moment, Sung Woo-hyun's lost arm was also restored, and he could use it as if it had never been lost. Then the rabbit spoke. "This is the reward for completing the round. Are you satisfied now? Wow, Liu Song-woo has 2 arms again. It looks even cooler. Now you are full of energy and ready for the second round? Shall we try it again?" Kaya. At the same time, Da-woon, who also hadn't yet died in that trap, also received a reward for completing the round. Noticing his wounds healing, He noticed a system notification that read, Round 1, Reward, Full Recovery of Surviving Players. After reading this and feeling relief all over his body, Da-woon said in surprise as he looked at his body, My wounds, are they healing? Feeling his body where the holes were, Da-woon said in surprise, What is this? Then he heard the guide say, Okay, now is everyone satisfied? Then he heard, We need to hurry up to move on to the next round. Let's go to the second round. Hearing this, the guy said in confusion, What, round 2? After that, while still trapped, Da-woon loudly exclaimed, Wait, me too, take me too, I'm here, I'm alive. After shouting this, he saw that no one came to rescue him, and no one came to rescue him. Seeing that no one was coming to help him, Du-wen said in confusion, Damn, can't they hear me? Clutching his head, he said in frustration, This is crazy, what am I going to do now? Realizing that there would be no help, Da-woon began to think of ways to get out of here when he suddenly saw a notification. The dungeon is rebooting. Seeing this system alert, the young man watching what was happening before his eyes, said in surprise, What? Standing in the middle of the changing trap, he said in confusion, What is this? These traces of blood on the ground, do they just disappear into thin air? Looking up as the trap was closing, the young man said in amazement, And the entrance to the trap is closing, the dungeon, rebooting? Seeing this, the guy said confidently, hiding his knife, Of course! He seemed to say that there are previous participants, so, having said that, the guy added, Preparations are underway for the next participants. Standing in the middle of the restored trap with the stone in his hands, Da-woon decided to act and try to break his way out. Aiming at the ceiling, where the thinnest part of the Earth's layer was, he wanted to hit it to break his way out. By throwing the stone upwards, he managed to destroy the cover, leaving behind a small ravine where the sun's rays could penetrate. After the throw, the ceiling crumbled, collapsing on impact. Then the guy covered himself with his hand to prevent dust from getting into his eyes. After making a hole to get out, Da-woon said in frustration, First I set off the trap device, what can I do? At least there was some kind of rope. Picking up his knife and walking up to the wall, Da-woon thought in confusion, If I crawl up and fall down, I could definitely die. Realizing that this option would be ineffective, he went into thought, coming up with a plan of action. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a rather familiar voice that said, What's going on here? Da-woon looked up in surprise. You, the guide, he replied in astonishment. Why haven't you died yet? After saying this, the rabbit added, I came because the trap suddenly started working. How did you survive? He replied, Well, I almost died. But, and then Da-woon added, What did they say? Full recovery of the surviving players. Hearing this, the guide said angrily, What you? No way. Actually, those who fall into this trap are immediately eliminated from the game. It's an instant death. It's very painful to fall here. Hearing this, the boy said, But I also survived. I just need to be led to the others. And the rabbit replied angrily, You think it's that easy? Hearing this answer, the boy was surprised to hear it. What? It's hard. Why? He replied, It's confusing. Let me see your status window for a moment. Hearing this, Da-woon asked, Status window? Why? He replied, Tisk, do as I say. Oh, right, the status window. Looking at Da-woon's status window, the rabbit said thoughtfully, Just as I thought. According to the rules of the dungeon, you're considered dead, not alive. Hearing this, the boy asked, Wait a minute. Does that mean I can leave the dungeon? The rabbit answered, Then you must die. Hearing this, the boy exclaimed in alarm, Why do you say that? The guide replied, Because mistakes need to be cleaned up. And then he added, You have to clean them up in a way that is completely natural. To which Da-woon said in confusion, Hey, where is that even common? Hearing this, the rabbit said, You were doing Liu Song Wu's chores anyway, so how are you going to get out of here without any skills? Finally, before leaving the boy, the rabbit said, And by the way, the restart didn't just happen in the trap. Then he successfully left the trap, flying out of it and leaving the boy alone. After getting out of the trap, the guide said, Even if you get out, there is a real hell outside, so die quietly of hunger here, and don't disturb others from playing. As the rabbit walked away from the trap, he heard the boy's exclamations, but only added, Ouch, I don't know anything. Looking at the guide who had left him in the trap, the boy said angrily after him, To die quietly, you say? And all because I was just doing household chores? Hearing this, the man remembered the man who wanted to eat the common stock and said, That man. Thinking about his situation, Da-woon said, This is ridiculous. Is someone really going to die because they were told to? Opening his inventory and looking for something useful, he added confidently, Don't you dare disrespect me because I'm just a laborer. Taking out some meat from his inventory to replenish his life's reserves, he said, no matter what, I will survive. And after this phrase, Dawoon began to eat, eating a large piece of monster meat. After sucking on one bone after another and eating several fish, he was finally full. Sitting down on the ground to rest, the boy said with a sigh, "Phew, I ate well. I think it's the first time I've felt so good in a long time." Then he looked up and thought, what an irony. This is heaven compared to what I had to endure before. Looking at the way out of the trap, he added, but I can't stay here forever and just rot no matter how safe it is. What can I do? Even if I somehow get out of here, there are monsters waiting for me, and here there is a high ceiling and strong walls. After some thought, the boy decided to get to his feet to examine the wall. But as soon as he got up, he noticed some stones on the ground, and a brilliant idea came to him. His plan was that if he couldn't climb the wall, he could dig a hole. First, dig down and then to the side, and if you move slowly away from the stone wall, you can get out. Kneeling down and getting ready to work, the boy thought, perhaps this is completely pointless? But no, there is nothing else to do here. After thinking about it, he also decided that it would be much safer somewhere else than here, so he should try. So he set to work digging a tunnel underground. Looking back at the work he had done, he said tiredly, when you feel your life is in danger, does your head work harder? But what's so good about it that I'm so excited? Of course, my hands are torn off, but that's okay. I have to survive. After this short break, a pebble fell on his head from the pile of earth he had dug up. Looking back, he said thoughtfully, the problem is now with this earth. I could bury myself alive with this. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something interesting and said thoughtfully, wait a minute. I wonder if it is possible to store earth in the inventory. When the thought occurred to him, he couldn't help but try it out to test his guesses. He opened the inventory and pulled a piece of soil into it. And as strange as it may sound, it fit inside. When the earth was transferred to the inventory, a new item appeared in it, Earth Lump X. Then the boy said happily, it works. This can really be used. Standing in front of the remains after digging, Dawoon said, phew, now I don't have to worry about burying myself alive. Besides, the work will go faster. After he had moved all the available earth into the inventory, he set to work again. But this time, the work went faster because he didn't have to think about where to throw something so that it wouldn't fall over, but immediately put everything in the inventory. After some time of labor, he saw the amount of earth he had dug and said in surprise, wow, it's cool. I can see how much I've dug. This is much more interesting than running away from someone. After a few more digs, Dawoon felt a sudden burst of energy and saw a yellow glow appear around him. Confused by what was happening, Dawoon saw that he had received a notification saying that he had learned a new skill. Realizing that he had gained a new skill, which was just being generated within him, he exclaimed joyfully, yay, a new skill. And then he added with concern, this is the first time I've ever felt this. I feel like I can tear everything apart. And then he saw his new skill, which was called Master of Clods. Now you can dig even more efficiently. Seeing such a useless skill, Dawoon was once again despondent because his expectations had not been fulfilled. Looking at the details, he said in frustration, damn, what kind of skill is this? My first skill was second-rate, and I can't even tell anyone about this shameful skill. Am I not meant to fight? Looking at his hands, the guy added, but in general, you can understand why I got this skill. I dug so hard. Sighing heavily, Dawoon said, can it be that I will never have the skills to fight like Song Woo-hyun? His skills were really cool. Upset about his new skill, the boy became lost in thought and reminiscence, recalling the past. Thinking of his squad leader, Dawoon said sadly, come to think of it, I've always been nothing but trouble for Song Woo-hyun. He even lost an arm while protecting me. He's okay, right? A guy like him can't just die. After that, the boy decided not to give up and to continue his journey not only for his own sake, but also for the sake of those who kept him alive. Looking at a pile of earth nearby, Dawoon said, let's see how good I am at making clods of earth now that I have the skill. He raised his hand to the wall and used the skill, and then spoke the command to activate it, earthen lump. After that, a perfectly round lump of earth formed in his hands. Looking at what he had just created, he was shocked, saying, well, what is this? This. And at the same time, there was no one left in the trap, and only a tunnel was visible, leading to an unknown destination. When the rabbit came to the place where Dawoon was supposed to be, he did not find the boy who was supposed to die quietly there. Afterwards, the guide, furious at the disobedience of his order, said, I told him to die quietly here. But then the rabbit smiled happily and said smugly, he won't do anything down there with his little legs anyway. Rushing into the hole that Dawoon had dug, the rabbit said smugly, "He must have used up all his strength and died. I wonder how much he dug there." When the rabbit reached the bottom of the trench and saw the turn to the side, he was surprised to hear, "Wow, did he really dig so much?" Moving on, the guide said, "Wow, how much strength does he have? Has he been able to stay alive for so long without any powers just because of Sun Wu?" Continuing his journey through the cave, the rabbit added happily, "Well, he's not going to make it anyway." Then approaching the lighted part of the tunnel, which was not yet visible, the rabbit said, "Well, he didn't turn into a mole." Looking ahead, the rabbit saw an image and said in confusion, "I think I see a body." And then when he reached the lighted part of the mine, he added in confusion, "Wait a minute. Why is the passage getting wider?" As he approached the torch on the wall, the rabbit said in fright, "What is it? What's going on here? A torch?" As the rabbit got closer to Dawoon, he said in displeasure, "No, what the? Why are there all these unnecessary things here?" Then the rabbit saw Dawoon walking calmly in front of him, carrying a plate of meat. Walking through his dungeon, the boy suddenly saw the rabbit in front of him and said in surprise, "What? A guide?" The guy said to him awkwardly, "Oh, hello." He replied in surprise, "Hello." Looking at the boy, the rabbit said irritably, "Why haven't you died yet? How did all this happen?" After that, looking around, the rabbit added to the boy's confusion, "And what is this? A bed or what?" Going further along the cave, the rabbit came to the hut and added in surprise, "And this is a table? Was there ever a table in this cave before?" Seeing that Dawoon had made himself comfortable in his newly dug cave, the rabbit was stunned. Looking at all the things the boy had built, the guide said in amazement, "What is all this?" Ignoring the rabbit, Dawoon opened his inventory to take out a single clod of earth for later use. After rolling it on the table, he moistened it with water to make it easier to work with. This was followed by a masterful show of how something completely unexpected was created from ordinary wet earth. Having made a plate out of that clod of earth, Dawoon made some adjustments to bring the workpiece to perfection. Watching Dawoon at work, the rabbit asked him in surprise, "What are you doing?" Hearing this question and transferring the meat to a larger vessel, Devong replied, "Ahem. Well, you are a guest after all, so I have to give you something to eat." Sitting at the table, propping his head up with his foot, the guide said, "Has the cave already become his home? Do I really have to eat this?" Watching Dawoon cook, the rabbit said, "When you think about it, you were the cook, weren't you? You have food, and that's why you're acting like this." And then he added, "Although no, he's definitely got some skill." Hearing this, the boy was confused. "What? Seeing the strange reaction, the rabbit said, "Wow, you've really got it. What kind of skill?" To which the boy replied in embarrassment, "Eat rolling dirt balls." Hearing this, the rabbit burst out laughing. "What, kata? Ahaha, wahaha. I was wondering why he made it so well." Looking at the guide's reaction, Dawoon said sadly, "Okay, laugh, laugh." Then the rabbit interrupted him, saying, "Hey, are you really collecting useless skills?" The first purification skill was also very strange. Well, that's interesting. But in the end, all the efforts are useless. Jumping down from the chair to leave the cave, the rabbit said, "Now all you have to do is die." Hearing what the rabbit said, Dawoon asked him in fright, "What? Are you going to kill me now?" Looking back at the boy, the guide said in disappointment, "What? No, you're going to die soon. Why should I get my hands dirty?" Jumping to the exit, the rabbit said happily, "Oh, it seems to be over." Hearing this, the boy asked in surprise, "What?" Looking at the rabbit who had visited him, Dawoon continued in alarm, "What happened?" After that, the ground suddenly began to shake, and all the dishes in his dug tunnels crumbled. Looking at Dawoon, the rabbit said to him, "While you were having fun and rolling lumps, the next players have already passed the first round." Looking at Dawoon with an ominous glance, the rabbit said happily, "You wasted your time building this house. Do you regret it now?" Hearing what the rabbit had just said to him, the boy suddenly froze in his tracks, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, all the dishes on the table along with the food fell to the ground. Looking at what was happening around him, the boy finally realized what the rabbit was talking about. Watching the exit fall asleep, the boy said in alarm, "Damn, why didn't I think of this before? While I was digging this hole, I completely forgot to reset the dungeon. This means that everything I dug up will be reset." Rushing to the exit, the guy exclaimed in confusion, "Shit! I need to get back to that trap as soon as possible." Seeing how quickly Dawoon ran back to the trap to avoid being swallowed up, the rabbit said happily, "Wow, he's trying to get out now?" Looking at the boulder on the way, the rabbit added, "He's got a lot of courage. Indeed, he has willpower. But what about him? It seems to be difficult for him." Following Dawoon, the rabbit said to him, "It's still a long way to the exit. Why did you dig so hard?" He fell to the ground in the middle of the path, breathing heavily and looking very tired, while moaning. Seeing this, the rabbit said, "Huh? Are you giving up?" Then the boy said, "Damn, I guess it's over." Hearing Dawoon's words, the rabbit joyfully declared, "But you have traveled so far, and in the end, you have dug your own grave." Then the rabbit added joyfully, "I told you to just die quietly. You just tried in vain." But immediately after these words, the earthquake stopped, and the cave no longer collapsed. Then the rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "What?" After that, the boy, who saw that he was saved, could breathe out with relief. Looking at the ceiling that was no longer collapsing, Dawoon said in surprise, It stopped?" Looking at the absurdity of this situation, the rabbit said in astonishment, "Not my being. How is this possible?" Grabbing his head, the guide exclaimed in confusion, "Is the reboot over? Everything is still the same." Seeing the system error, the rabbit said, "Shit, it's an error. An error because of this damn error. Does this work for dungeon rules?" Seeing that the reboot was complete, Dawoon spoke to the guide. "Listen, is the reset complete?" Hearing this question, the guide exclaimed in frustration, "I don't know. Don't ask me. Annoying. What the hell is this?" Looking back at the cave he had dug, Dawoon said happily, "Everything is in disarray. Aid hasn't rebooted." Thinking about how this happened, he said, "But why? Is it because I am in error? Perhaps because of the bug, the rules of the dungeon don't apply to me now? But I got a reward at the end of the round?" Thinking about this development, who was he really now, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "In short, I'm a player, but I'm not considered a player." Seeing that the boy was deep in thought, the rabbit asked him menacingly from behind, "What are you thinking about so intently?" As he said this, the rabbit also noticed a terrible truth. "You should not be so happy. In any case, you will die sooner or later." Rising up into the air, at Dawoon's eye level, the rabbit said, "Perhaps during the next reboot, everything here will collapse. Or there may be great monsters underground. In the end, you will definitely die." What is that expression on his face? Is he so afraid that he can't even control his facial expressions? Looking at the rabbit with a completely indifferent gaze, Dawoon said in surprise, You can kill me?" Hearing this, the rabbit replied in confusion, "What? Ooh, what?" Dawoon then looked at the confused guide and asked, "Of course. If you want me to die so badly, can't you just do it like that time, with a tick on my throat, and that's it?" Hearing this, the rabbit replied irritably, "I can do it, I can do it, I can do it." Hearing this, Don turned around and walking away from him said, "Oh, right." Then the rabbit exclaimed irritably, "Hey, you're ridiculous. How did you even think of that? I don't want to get my hands dirty." Looking in Dawoon's wake, the rabbit continued to boil and shout in irritation, "Hello? Are you ignoring me? Or really chick? Huh? Maybe I should really do the chick?" Looking at the irritated guide, Dawoon smiled ominously and thought, "Bingo! I don't know why, but he can't kill me." Seeing that the boy was ignoring him, Rabbit could only stare after him in disappointment. Realizing that his provocations did not work on Dawoon, the rabbit thought in confusion, "This is a failure." Everything went exactly as Dawoon had imagined. The rabbit had only one chance to kill the player, and he had already used yoga at the very beginning to take control. And now there was no way to personally harm Zhang Dawan. Falling into thought, the rabbit thought, what if he really gets out? If the outside world finds out about my mistake, I'm finished. Walking back to his underground room, Dawoon said, I'm going to have dinner. Are you sure you don't want some? Hearing no response, he added, If you don't want to, it's fine. After saying this, Dawoon walked on, when suddenly as he was passing a wall, he heard a strange noise and cracking. Looking up, he saw that the ceiling directly above him began to crack, and a stream of water was seeping out. The next moment, a hole broke in the wall and water poured out. After being washed off his feet, he exclaimed in confusion, What the hell? Watching the boy float in the stream of water, exclaiming in alarm, What's going on? The rabbit said in surprise. It broke. Seeing that his prayers had been answered, the rabbit exclaimed joyfully, It broke through the underground stream. As the tunnel flooded, the rabbit mockingly said, Ah ha ha, did you think you would survive? And the underground stream is here. Come on, let it flood you. You are a mistake of nature. Trying to shield himself from the flow of water with his hands, Dawoon said in embarrassment, Damn it, the ceiling of the cave is weakened because of the reboot. As the water flooded in, it reached a level where only his arm was visible from above, and he could hear himself shouting, Things are bad, bad, After that, the frantic stream moved on through the cave, flooding everything in its path. The water also rushed with a fierce pressure to the room where Dawoon had built his home. Arriving at the end of the tunnel, the water nailed the boy to the wall, finally stopping his movement in the cave. Realizing that he had to act, Dawoon decided that he could try to patch the hole and said, "I inventory." Then, having reached the place where the wall had broken through, he got ready to start working to fix the problem. Pulling out all the dirt he had dug up earlier, Dawoon said confidently, "I will stop it with all the drill I have." After that, all the lumps of mud in his equipment flew to the hole where the water was spilling out. Looking at these ridiculous actions of the boy, who was trying to solve the problem, the rabbit just watched in silence. After a few seconds of trying, the rabbit sighed heavily and said to Devong, "Are you serious?" To which he confidently replied, "Of course." Looking at the boy's futile efforts, the rabbit said in his head, "He seems to have completely lost his mind. He's trying to plug the dam with his finger." As Dawoon exerted himself to stop the flow of water, he said wearily, "One finger is certainly weak, but this amount is enough." Watching Dawoon continue his efforts to fix the problem, the rabbit said in astonishment, "What?" His expression changed from mockery to fright, and he repeated himself in confusion. "What is this?" Seeing the amount of mud flying out of Dawoon's equipment, the rabbit said, "What the hell? Why do you have so much mud? How much did you collect?" Continuing his work and seeing the result of his efforts, Dawoon thought, "Stop underestimating me." Taking out another piece of mud from his inventory, Dawoon swung it as hard as he could to fill the hole. Throwing it into the hole in the wall, he thought wearily, "After collecting all the mud from my equipment, I will stop the flow." Then, having filled the last gap in his wall, the flow of water seemed to stop. At least it seemed so. But after a very short period of time, the wall began to give holes, and water began to flow from it. Every second, there were more and more holes, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Seeing that his work was not reliable, Dawoon said in confusion, "Damn it, it can't withstand the water pressure." Then picking up the clod of earth again, he said thoughtfully, "Wait, a mold that can withstand pressure. What if the shape is not spherical? The skill description doesn't say that the dirt has to be spherical, does it?" Thinking about this and trying to change the shape of the clod, Dawoon thought, "If I can change the shape of the clod..." Looking at the strange actions of Dawoon, who was shouting something, the rabbit thought in confusion, "He's really gone crazy." Standing in front of the hole in the wall, the boy shouted out, trying to change the shape of the stone. "Please, abracadabra, kiaya, please!" After using all his strength, at the last moment the shape did change, and the lump became a brick-like shape. Seeing that his efforts had not been in vain, Dawoon went under the water and said happily, "Excellent." Watching what he was doing in front of him, the rabbit said in amazement, "It can't be." After a short time, the hole in the wall was filled with bricks, and the water was hardly visible anymore. Looking at the boy, the guide thought, "He did it?" Then the tired Dawoon spoke heavily, resting his hands on his knees. "I thought I would definitely die this time." Raising his head up, Dawoon gazed at the guide and said, "Rabbit, everything has been going through the same place since you came here." Then he added, "Are you trying to make fun of me?" The rabbit replied irritably. "Then simple, give up and die, go ahead." Sitting on the floor, Dawoon said, "It's really cold. You know, I almost died." To which the rabbit replied, "This guy is as tough as a cockroach." Looking at the tired and wet boy, the rabbit thought, "He has stopped the flow of the water vein." Looking at the wall he had created, the rabbit thought, "Is he doing this with a skill that allows him to change the shape of mud? That's impossible even with a martial skill." Looking at the boy, the rabbit thought in confusion, "Dangerous. He is too dangerous to be left alive." Calling the guide to him, the boy said, "Wow, hey rabbit, this is incredible." Hearing this, the rabbit was surprised. "Are we friends now?" Looking at the place by the wall where he had covered the spring, Dawoon said happily, "I'm at ease now." When the rabbit approached the boy and noticed what he was talking about, he exclaimed, "Huh? A pond? What if it is poisoned?" Seeing the boy bend down to the water, the rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "You'll definitely get diarrhea. You'll die of stomach pain." Dipping his hand into the pond, Dawoon used his skill and said, "Purification." Then the rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Turning to the rabbit, Dawoon said happily, "Now I can drink it." Hearing this, the rabbit thought in disappointment, "Oh, this, an annoying, tenacious sentence." Sitting in front of the pond, looking into the water, the boy was thinking about something. Suddenly, a rabbit interrupted his thoughts, saying, What are you going to do now?" Dawoon replied, "You know, if we have a pond, we can have a beautiful interior, right?" To which the rabbit angrily replied, "We don't need it." Hearing the rabbit's answer, the boy just ignored him and proceeded to realize his plan, creating bricks. The next moment, the rabbit saw a wall appear before his eyes and thought in amazement, "A stone wall in a moment? This guy, his skills have improved after stopping the flow?" Seeing that he hadn't stopped there and was still working, the rabbit asked, "What is it this time?" Hearing this question, Dawoon answered, "The highlight of our design, a lion's head fountain." Seeing this, the rabbit thought in disappointment, "It looks more like a cat that was struck by lightning." Then Dawoon put his hand into the lion's mouth and said, "Formation of dirt," and then water poured out of the lion's mouth. Seeing this, the rabbit said angrily, "Ah, tisk, now he can do whatever he wants. Why does he need to decorate everything in vain?" Hearing the rabbit say this, Dawoon was surprised. "Why is it useless? Do you realize how scientifically sound this design is?" Pointing to the tube in the fountain, Dawoon said, "Do you see this pipe? It connects to the water vein where the water comes from." After saying this, he added, "Of course, it's a good solution to reduce the water pressure and a possible future breakthrough." After saying this, he also added, "And it also prevents water stagnation. I have to pay attention. Isn't this a great design that only a genius can do?" The rabbit, writhing in anger, said to the boy in an irritated tone, "Yes, yes, that was very good." Hearing this praise from the rabbit, though it was not sincere, Dawoon asked, "But will I get an achievement for this?" As soon as he said this, a bright radiance immediately appeared in front of him, causing him to be surprised. After that, he saw a system notification that said, "Achievement, you have built a fountain in the shape of a lion's head." The rabbit looked at this with a confused look, and then looked at the glow and said, "What?" Looking at the radiance, Dawoon exclaimed in astonishment, "Really?" Then the rabbit added, "What? An achievement for such a nonsense?" After that, a fish suddenly appeared in the fountain. When the boy saw it, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's just wonderful!" Looking at the fish, Dawoon said, "There are fish in the pond." When the rabbit saw this, he exclaimed in anger, "Impossible! How did this happen?" Looking at the rabbit, Dawoon said happily, "Great! This is really great. Now I won't die of hunger. I have water and fish." Hearing this, the rabbit thought angrily, "Just die." Wiping away his tears of happiness, Dawoon said, "My efforts have reached heaven." Suddenly standing up, he exclaimed joyfully, "The gods are helping me." To which the rabbit replied angrily, "Stop hoping." After all that happened, it was already evening, and somewhere in the forest there was a column of smoke. This smoke was coming from the hole in the ground where the trap was placed. The smoke came from the tunnel dug by Davong. Standing by the fire, Dawoon said joyfully, "Did you see that? An instant barbecue? Doesn't it look delicious?" Watching Dawoon use the steel needles, the rabbit said sadly, "Valuable dungeon equipment. Used to grill meat." After putting one piece on the rod, Dawoon said happily, "I wonder why I didn't think of this before." The rabbit angrily replied, "Because you are stupid." Then the boy said, "Sure, sure. At least I know what makes me happy." Looking at the guide, Dawoon said, "You must be hungry too, since you offered to roast meat for me on the fire." Hearing this, the guide replied, "Doesn't everyone eat like that? Doesn't it give the food a smoky flavor or something?" Looking at the guide, Dawoon said, "If you're not hungry, you can just leave." The rabbit replied angrily, "I do what I want, but I will leave only when I see your dead body." Hearing this, the boy smiled and said, "Of course, but thank you anyway. I am tired of the same kind of food." Then the rabbit saw the boy approaching him and said, "Here, take this." Holding out the roasted meat to the rabbit, Dawoon said, "Since you gave me the idea, I must repay you. Here." Looking at the piece of meat, the rabbit only slowly turned its rude gaze to the boy. And then grimacing, he said, "Take it away from me. I don't eat such lousy food." Hearing this from a rabbit, Dawoon was only surprised at the strange reaction to fried meat. Taking the steak from the guide, Dawoon said guiltily, "That's right. Rabbits are herbivores. I'm sorry." Hearing this from the boy, the guide shouted at him irritably, "I can eat meat. I am a special rabbit, so I can eat it. I just don't want to." Hearing this, Dawoon added, "There isn't even any grass here." To which the guide replied angrily, Now you are mocking me." Expressing his dissatisfaction, the guide shouted, "Do you really think I can't just kill you? Hey, do you understand?" After a delicious meal, the fire was left burning. Empty bottles were lying around and Dawoon was sleeping nearby. Looking at how carefree the boy was, the guide said, "Just look at him." Looking at the boy, the rabbit added, "He is probably the most calm participant in the history of the dungeon." Watching him, the rabbit heard him talking in his sleep. No, Sung Woo Hyun. Then he thought, what a dream. After the rabbit was sure that the boy was asleep, he said happily, "Well, it's all right." Rising above the boy and rubbing his paws, he added, "It is safe to sleep in this world." Looking at the flames, the rabbit continued, not even knowing what he has done. "The monsters of this dungeon are always hungry. And now, can you survive in a cave with no way out?" At the same time, the red eyes of the monsters were already visible from the bushes near the trap, from which smoke was coming out of the fire. Looking at the sleeping boy, the rabbit said ominously, "I hope you had a great last meal." Meanwhile, Dawoon was speaking in his sleep. "Give me some too. Just one more bite. Really, just one more bite." While Dawoon was sleeping, the rabbit had already left him alone, so as not to disturb the monsters who would arrive in the cave. The next moment, the bones that were lying on the ground from the meat suddenly cracked under the pressure of someone's hooves. A huge wild boar, which did not look very friendly, made its way into the cave. As he approached the sleeping boy, he could hear him speaking in his sleep. I also wanted pork stomach." As the wild boar sniffed Dawoon, it stood right next to him and heard him say, "Forget it, don't touch me." Feeling the wild boar's snout touching him, Dawoon spoke in his sleep, "I told you, I'm not crazy." He woke up abruptly and punched the boar in the face and shouted angrily, "I'm not crazy! Eat your pig's stomach!" Waking up after his strange dream, the boy rubbed his eyes and saw a strange silhouette near him. Taking a closer look at the person standing next to him, Dawoon was frightened. A horned boar? Dawoon, who was sweating coldly at the sight of such a visitor in his home, said in a frightened voice, I might still be asleep." Seeing the man running toward him, he quickly jumped out of bed and exclaimed, "Or not! Ouch! What?" Looking at the ruined bed that had been destroyed by the monster in one blow, Dawoon thought, "If it just scratches me, I'm dead." Trying to calm the monster down and make friends with it, Dawoon slowly approached it and said, "Hey, how are you? Can you understand me? How's that rabbit?" Raising his arms to the height of his chest, Dawoon spoke to the monster in a frightened manner. "Yeah. Did I hit you by accident? If I did, please forgive me." Seeing that the monster looked a little strange, Dawoon noticed something unusual in its behavior and thought, "It must be hungry." As he looked at the monster and shed tears of fear, Dawoon thought, "How did this monster appear here out of nowhere? I feel sick with this deathly fear." And then he suddenly remembered what Song Woo-hyun had once told him. "Concentrate. They have ridiculous strength." He had said this at the time of his battle with the same monster. "And their behavior is predictable, and they are also stupid." Recalling Seung-woo's actions and techniques, Dawoon said, "That's right, if it were Song Woo-hyun." Looking at the monster coming at him, Dawoon thought, "That's what he would do right now. But can I do the same?" Thinking about his next steps, the boy pondered, "I was only in charge of crafting, and I have no fighting skills at all." Having come up with an interesting strategy to defeat this enemy, Dawoon decided to act as time was running out. Creating a ball of mud behind him, he thought, "What if, just for a second?" After that, he began to create a large number of mud bricks in his hand to build a defense. The next moment, Dawoon was forming a wall of mud in front of him, which should help him fight the monster at least a little bit. As soon as the wall was ready, he ran up it, stepping up the steps step by step. And then, when the monster crashed into the wall, the boy jumped over behind the monster and thought, "Maybe I can do it." Having pierced the wall with his head, the boar froze in place, not watching the enemy in front of him. After that, the monster began to climb out of the wall to find where the man had escaped from him. And the next moment, he crashed into the wall again with a run to destroy the obstacle that stood in his way. Seeing that the monster had destroyed his defense, Dawoon thought, "He has destroyed a wall of mud like a sandcastle." Landing on the ground after changing his position and being behind the monster, Dawoon thought, "I have even stopped the vein from breaking through with this wall." Looking at the silhouette of the monster in the pile of dust from the destroyed wall, he thought, they weren't lying when they said it was the highest predator of the first stage. Watching it run at him again, full of anger and bloodlust, Dawoon thought, "Incredible strength and endurance. One mistake and I'm dead." As Dawoon watched the monster approach, he cried out in alarm, "Shit! Inventory!" And then, continuing to build at maximum speed, he thought, "In any case, this is all I can do now." As he stacked one brick on top of another to build the defense, Dawoon said, "If one wall cannot stand, then I will make several." After building a thicker and stronger wall, he exclaimed, "Now try to walk through it. I don't know how stupid you are, though." Sitting on top of the wall, Dawoon exclaimed, "It won't break so easily. Go ahead, try it." After such confident shouts towards the monster, he punched a hole in the wall with his horn. Seeing that the wall began to crack, the embarrassed boy, realizing that it was not strong enough, said in confusion, "Oops." And after that, the wall was destroyed. Falling down, Dawoon exclaimed, "This is crazy! He broke through it so easily?" Looking at the enemy from above, Dawoon thought, "Things are not good. He's much stronger than I thought." In that case, while in the air, he saw the strange horned boar destroying everything in its path. When he saw that it did not stop and was destroying everything, he said in alarm, "Oh shit, the water vein will break through him again." And then the boy saw the horned boar get to his room with the bed, table, and other things, and began to destroy everything. Seeing this, the boy clenched his teeth and thought sadly, "My room, I spent so much time on it." Climbing into his inventory, the boy decided to finally take on the battle and create something really serious. Looking at the monster, Dawoon angrily shouted, "That bastard! You won't beat me so easily. It's time for the main ability I've been working on." Seeing that the boy in front of him was doing something and preparing for something, the boar began to beat its hoof on the ground. At the same time, Dawoon was creating a large block of dirt above him to use against the monster. Seeing that his opponent was ready to fight, the horned boar became a little nervous when he saw such a large block in the boy's hands. Having created a large projectile above him, Dawoon said confidently, "Have you ever heard of a directional bomb?" Swinging the big boulder, Dawoon shouted menacingly, "Any monster will die with a single blow!" After that, he threw the huge boulder in front of him, which kicked up a lot of dust and created a smokescreen. Seeing that the attack did not even reach him, the boar froze in place from the misunderstanding and absurdity of the situation. Realizing what had just happened, Dawoon just stared at the boulder that had fallen right in front of him. Realizing what he had done, the boy rubbed the back of his head and said awkwardly, "Ah, ha. Well, I guess I will live." Noticing that the enemy had already played his trump card, the horned boar became furious and prepared to strike. Running away from the monster, Dawoon exclaimed in fright, "Fucking hell, now I'm really screwed." Creating a ladder of mud in front of him, Dawoon exclaimed as he ran away, "I never had the strength to throw it. Ugh, wait." Running along the pillars as if they were stairs, the boy suddenly felt a sudden lightness in his body and a sense of flight. But unfortunately, it was not something pleasant and relaxing. It was a monster that caught up with him and destroyed his way of moving, throwing him from a height. Injured by the impact, the guy groaned and began to cough up blood from the inside. The next moment, his body fell to the ground from a great height, which also led to numerous injuries and bruises. Also, after several such blows to the columns, which the guy created to run on them, the cave shook. Getting to his feet, the guy noticed that all his efforts could be destroyed at this rate. Then getting to his feet, the boy said with difficulty, it wasn't even a direct hit. It hurts so much." Looking at the horned boar, which was very much in the process of being destroyed, Dawoon said, "Damn monster, I have nowhere to go." As he got to his feet and looked into the monster's eyes, he thought in confusion, "What am I going to do now?" Watching the monster turn around, Dawoon said to himself, "At this rate, I'll definitely die. I need to use my head. There must be a way out." Thinking back to the barbecue fire, the young man said, "That bastard, I wish I could have dealt with him." Imagining how he would then grill the meat from his carcass on the fire, Dawoon said happily, "Meat." Imagining how delicious it would be, he said in a hungry voice, "Pork belly barbecue, the taste of fat I've always dreamed of." Building the wall around him again, the boy said in a hungry voice, "I'll be able to taste it all soon. Oh yes." Looking out through the gap in the wall, Dawoon shouted menacingly, "Come here, you pig's stomach." The young man kept saying the same phrase as he used the skill to create the wall, forming dirt, forming mud. When he finished building the wall, he climbed up on top of it to watch the monster, which was again running headlong toward him. But the next moment, the monster felt the ground suddenly disappear beneath his feet, and he found himself in a pit. Seeing that the monster had fallen into his trap, the boy said with satisfaction, You are here? I guess it's time to end your run." As he said this, the boy noticed that the monster had fallen into a deep pit that he had created by forming a wall and taking materials from it. Trapped by the boy, the monster, surprised by this development, only looked at Dawoon and snorted menacingly. Standing on the top of the wall, watching the monster, Dawoon said menacingly, "What are you looking at? You don't seem to realize what's going to happen to you." Holding his head, the boy said in frustration, "I am furious. Do you even know how long I have been building this? How are you going to compensate for all this?" After saying this and looking at the nervous boar, Dawoon added, "Will you help me restore this place? I think it will be difficult for you." With a serious expression on his face, the boy said indifferently, "Then you'll pay with your own carcass, won't you? You've been very disrespectful to me." As soon as he said this, a large number of rocks fell on the monster from above, and the boy said finally, "Farewell." Seeing that the monster was defeated, the rabbit who was watching was shocked by this development. Surprised by this outcome, the rabbit thought in fright, "What? What the hell did I just see?" Finding Dawoon, the rabbit said in confusion, "Who is this person? Did he really just create?" Thinking about his skills and what he had just seen, the rabbit said, "This is just a mud-forming skill. It is a useless skill. Can it be used like this?" Looking at the other man preparing to carve a carcass, the rabbit thought in confusion, "Dangerous. Idiotically creative with his skills." Looking at Dawoon, who had somehow managed to defeat the strongest monster by himself, the rabbit thought, "Damn, he's really dangerous." Usually, the average level of participants after passing the first stage is only the first one. However, if you use the skill often enough, you can raise the skill level to a higher level. If special conditions are met, participants in this game can also gain new skills. The effects of skills are quite reliable, so that survivors can continue to successfully clear stages. But usually their level is only the first level, and it may be difficult for them on other stages. However, despite the fact that the skills can be used not everywhere, it is difficult to raise them to the next level except in battle. That is why many soldiers can be injured due to lack of experience or lack of strength and skills. So in order to cover each other's weaknesses, people usually work in teams because it is much easier to hone their skills. But still, it can be very dangerous to hone these skills in a deadly battle. And besides, it's not easy because the technique is not fully mastered, and in extreme conditions you need to act, not learn. Looking at Davnua, the guide said, "That's a hell of a mud formation skill. I understand why his level is so high. He uses it all the time." After digging up the horned boar carcass, Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, "There he is, my boy." Then the guide added in his mind, "But this isn't even a martial skill." When Dawoon saw a rabbit near him, he waved his hand toward it, saying, "Oh, you're here. Look at this. We now have a pig's stomach." Hearing what the boy said, the rabbit standing next to him, boiling with anger, thought angrily, "This is a mistake. He is like a parasite." At the same time, Dawoon, who had already pulled his prey out from under the rubble and placed it on the newly built table, picked up his knives and said happily, "Well, let's get started, shall we?" As Dawoon began to develop the carcass, he thought excitedly as he slowly ran the knife through the monster's fur to leave a mark for further development. In slaughter, everything depends on timing. After finding the best place to cut and tearing open the horned boar's skin, Dawoon said happily, even 2 hours after the monster died, after separating some parts from the skin, Dawoon stepped aside to see where he could continue his work and said, "The meat can easily spoil." After dividing the carcass into more distinct pieces that could be used later, Dawoon said, "Of course I can get rid of the parasites with the skill of cleaning, but meat that is already spoiled will not taste as good as it should." After completing the initial development of the carcass, Dawoon began to further develop the carcass into small pieces for later consumption. Separating the layers of meat from each other, he said, "Separate the lean meat from the fat, remove the tendons." Having completed the secondary processing of the meat and leaving the processed carcass on the table, the boy said happily to the rabbit standing behind him, "It's just perfect. What do you think?" After watching Devong work for a long time, the rabbit finally couldn't stand to hear him speak to him and exclaimed angrily, "You're too loud. Who are you talking to here?" Hearing such disgruntled remarks about him, the guy said insultingly, "Try living in a place like this all alone. If you don't talk for a long time, you get very sad, you know?" Listening to these insulting words from the boy who had to survive alone for a long time, the rabbit looked at him with a displeased look and said indifferently, "Pfft, I understand you." And at that moment, they both suddenly felt like soulmates after that conversation. Afterwards, Dawoon spoke to the rabbit in a hesitant manner, embarrassed. You..." To which the rabbit replied in embarrassment, And after that, they were unable to talk because of the very tense atmosphere. After a while, the guy went to bed. And finally, the next morning came. The sun was shining on the entire forest of the dungeon. At the same time, Dawoon had already woken up, but he could not sit idle. Deciding that he needed more materials, he started to fight the monster and tried to break off its horn. After some effort, he managed to do it, and he made something like a frying pan with a monster horn instead of a handle. Looking at his work, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "This should probably work." Walking over to the fire and placing the frying pan on a grid of steel bars, Dawoon said, It's a bit lighter than the previous one, though. Oh, well, it has a good handle. It's quite useful. Let's try it out. Putting the frying pan on the fire, Dawoon took the dried remains of the monster into his hands and said happily, "The tendons are well dried. Perfect. They will be good for ropes." Hearing these words from the boy, the rabbit said in surprise, "Are you going to be a caveman?" Ignoring the rabbit's question, Dawoon, holding a piece of pork fat in his hands, spoke happily as he turned to the guide. "But the best of all is this fat, and that's because it is the most necessary thing." Throwing this piece of pork fat into the frying pan, Dawoon said sadly, recalling the recent flood. "Because of the recent event, almost all the torches have been damaged. I was really worried about how to save them." Looking at the frying pan containing a piece of pork fat that was melting from the temperature and emitting a pungent odor, Dawoon suddenly said, This smell." The next moment, the piece of lard completely melted in the pan. Dawoon picked it up and placed a glass bottle on the ground and began pouring the melted fat into it. Looking thoughtfully at what the boy was doing, and even more so at the purpose of it all, the rabbit suddenly heard him speak to him. "Yum! The smell must be very strong, right? It's much stronger than yesterday, isn't it?" Hearing this question from the boy who was pouring melted fat into a glass bottle, the rabbit replied angrily, "Pfft, I bet it will attract monsters." Hearing the rabbit's remark, Dawoon looked up at his companion, smiling slyly, and said happily, "Heh. I've already thought of a solution to prevent that." Hearing that the boy already had a plan, the rabbit looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant by his plan, because this smell cannot be hidden. After telling him that he already had a solution to prevent the smell from spreading, Dawoon left his frying pan on the fire and walked away from the fire. He then summoned his internal inventory and began to retrieve the steel rod he had taken from the bottom of the trap he had fallen into. He then went to the bottom of the trap and began to reinsert the steel rod into the ground, chanting as he worked, "Hap hap." Restoring the original appearance of the trap he had fallen into, Dawoon turned to the rabbit and said happily, "Then you told me, didn't you?" Not understanding what he was talking about, the rabbit said in confusion, "Eh?" Then the boy, staring at the ground, added, "As soon as you fall into this trap, you are dead. So, if I start using it for its intended purpose, then I can hunt monsters, right?" At that time, the rabbit, who was already shaking because he couldn't remove this mistake, also heard, "The steel spades were quite useful, so I kept a few in my inventory. But after every restart, they reappear. Like this. Hop." Having completed the placement of the steel peak in the ground, Dawoon, showing off the result of his work, happily announced, "Dad, it looks exactly like it did before, doesn't it? Isn't it cool?" Looking at the guy who was really interfering with his work due to a system error, the rabbit replied, "Do you really think monsters are that stupid? You're telling every monster in a direct context that there's a trap here, and you really hope they'll fall into it?" Sipping sweetly, Dawoon said in surprise, "Really? Well, let it be what it is. I'm going to enjoy them without a shred of compassion." Hearing what the boy said, the rabbit replied angrily, "What are you talking about?" Hearing the question from his companion, Dawoon happily said, "The pig's stomach party. If I release this hapa, will the monster jump in?" No sooner had he said this than he heard someone stomping from above. The rabbit and the boy immediately became quiet and looked up to see what the noise was about. Looking up at the monster that had come to them, the rabbit said in confusion, What? You, stop." Looking up, Dawoon noticed that another horned boar had come to the pit and heard the rabbit's confused cries as he called out to it, No, don't do that." The next moment, the smell that had attracted the boar made it come down. Seeing that the horned boar was about to jump, Rabbit called out in confusion, "You don't have to go down here. Stop." Then, ignoring everything the rabbit said, the boar jumped into the hole anyway. Meanwhile, the rabbit continued, "Hey, stop! No, you stupid pig." The next moment, when the horned boar came down, a huge pile of dust was kicked up after it landed. Trying to stand on his feet, Dawoon put his hands over his eyes to prevent himself from being blinded by the sand and dust. The next moment, when the dust pile disappeared, he saw another dead boar caught in the steel spikes and said happily, "Ah, eh? I really caught another one? Isn't it incredible?" Looking at the carcass of the dead animal that had fallen for such an obvious trap, the rabbit stretched his ears and exclaimed in frustration, "Ah, that fool! Why did you jump into the pit in the first place?" At the same time, Dawoon, who was already salivating as he imagined the feast he would have today, said happily, Hey, now I definitely won't have to worry about food." Looking at the boy who was able to catch the prey so easily with such a primitive method, The rabbit thought angrily, "Ah, I hate him. I really hate him very much." Then the next day, when the sun came out again in the dungeon, another boar approached the trap again, attracted by the strange smell coming from the pit. As it got closer and closer to the pit, the smell became stronger and more intense, and so sweet that it was impossible to turn away from it. Surprised by this, the boar went closer, wondering what it was that smelled so good. The careless and curious horned boar looked inside the pit to see what was smelling so good. The horned boar was careless enough to fall for such a bait and saw a grill below, and pieces of meat were being roasted on it, which created such an unsurpassed aroma. So without hesitation, the horned boar jumped inside, not even suspecting what was waiting for him downstairs. Having landed in front of the grill where the meat was being roasted, the monster could no longer taste it, as he felt weak in his body and moaned loudly in pain. Looking at the next monster that had fallen into his trap, Dawun, who was satisfied, said happily as he sat at the table, "Hoo-hoo! You're even bigger than the one I caught yesterday." Happy that his trap plan was working, Dawun happily watched the monster, which was quite large and would last for a long time. Then the boy spoke to him, "Welcome." After the boy had pulled another monster from the steel spikes and cut it into meat, he decided to relax by the fire and grill some fresh meat. As soon as he started to relax by the fire and took a piece of fresh meat from the plate to grill it, he heard a strange noise again. Turning his head to the side, he saw something he was no longer as happy about as he had been before. Turning the meat over on the grill, Dawun said indifferently, "Another one? Do they really have no intelligence?" Looking at the dead carcass of the monster, which had fallen back onto the steel spikes, the guy continued, "I'm getting tired of this, but I'm not even surprised. Can't you at least jump here once a day? It's becoming a routine." Having said that, the guy also added, taking a piece of meat from the fire, "Or at least don't be tasty. You'll make me fat. Ugh, when I get you out and develop you." Before he could finish, he felt a very familiar sensation, accompanied by a bright light radiating from his body. Dawun had acquired a new skill. At the same time, somewhere else in the dungeon game, Song Woo-hyun, standing tiredly on his feet and holding his swords in both hands, which were covered in blood, said heavily, "We have finally finished." Exhausted from the battle, Sun Woo-hyun was barely able to keep from falling to the ground right then and there. Then he added wearily, "And we almost died here." Approaching the leader of the squad, who was having a hard time in this difficult confrontation, one of the team members shouted out in alarm, "Sung Woo-hyun, are you okay? Are you hurt?" As he approached his beaten comrade, one of the team members heard the answer to his question. "Of course not. Are the others okay?" Looking at what was in front of him, the comrade added in confusion, "We're fine. But, Hen, what is this?" Looking at the huge pile of horned boars with their dead carcasses lying nearby, someone from the squad said in shock, "My God, how many of them were there? Did you kill them all yourself?" Hearing such a question when his comrade saw so many prey, Song Woo-hyun said happily, "Fortunately, I didn't get seriously injured, although I was very close to it. But everything went as well as you did, Ho-el Hangnam." Hearing this answer, the stout man said in surprise, "But we had many people, unlike you." "Forget it. I'm sorry we couldn't help you when you were attacked, because we were isolated." Hearing his teammates apologize, Song Woo-hyun happily replied, "Don't worry about it. Everything is fine, and I even got something for it." Hearing this, Ho-el said in surprise, "Something?" Opening his system window, Sung Woo-hyun, looking for a new skill, said, "Duck, I probably killed 100 horned boars, including these, and was rewarded with a skill. Achievement received. Horned boar killer. You have killed 100 horned boars, and the dungeon rewards you with a great achievement. The skill is horned boar strength." Seeing this message, everyone said in surprise, "Wow, there is such a reward." To which Song Woo-hyun replied, "It seems so, even though it's at the first level." Standing behind his leader, Ho-el said in surprise, "Your body can use the strength of a horned boar?" He replied, "The skill is limited. It lasts for 10 seconds and takes 100 seconds to recharge." Hearing this answer from his leader, Ho-el, looking at his leader's statistics, said in surprise, "Even so, your stats have doubled. It directly increases your strength and stamina, right?" After saying this, and moving away from his leader, Ha-el said in confusion, "If that's the case, then it's a very cool skill. Sung-woo, you're becoming more and more like a monster." Hearing such a strange statement about him, Song Woo-hyun said in confusion, "What do you mean like a monster? And how should I react to what I have heard?" Hearing such surprise in Song Woo-hyun's words, Hyel said in confusion, a technician with the strength of a monster. Unbelievable. It's like giving wings to a tiger. To which the little archer joyfully exclaimed, "Ha ha! A perfect comparison." After expressing his joy and laughing at the funny simile, the little archer added happily, "This is truly incredible. I'm so glad to have Song Woo-hyun on our side." Looking at the description of the skill, Hae-yeol said thoughtfully, "That's right. And if the skill level goes up, I think the duration of the skill will be extended and the cooldown will be reduced." Hearing Hae-yeol say that, Song Woo-hyun said in embarrassment, "Ha ha, you really think so?" To which he confidently replied, "Of course it's possible that my performance will improve." The archer hugged the leader and said, "Hooray, Song Woo-hyun, keep up the good work." Hae-yeol then added happily, "Ha ha, this guy." And then the others added, "Ooh ha ha, don't forget about us." At this, the embarrassed Song Woo-hyun said happily, "Why are you all saying that? I'm not comfortable being the center of attention." Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted their fun, and then Sung Woo said, "We must go back to the cave." Hearing this order, Hae-il added, "That's right, let us hurry." Hearing these words from his senior comrades, the archer said sadly, "It's as if we've done all this for nothing." Hearing this, Hael hummed in surprise, and the boy added, "We will leave all these boars here. If we took them all, we would have quite a lot of meat." Hearing the boy's words, one of the hunters said sadly, "Ah, indeed. It's been a long time since I ate good meat. Why are all monsters poisonous?" Looking at the huge number of dead monsters lying around, the man added, "The dungeon is telling you to die. Food is scarce, and monsters are endless. How are we supposed to fight?" Hearing these words from one of his comrades, Yoon Jin-soo said sadly, "If only young Da-woon and his refining skill were with us." Hearing what the little archer had just said, Hae-el exclaimed in agreement, realizing that this was a painful topic for Song Woo-hyun. Yoon Jin-soo. Realizing what he had just said, Yoon Jin-soo rubbed the back of his head and said awkwardly, "Ah, ha. I never thought that losing Da-won would be so hard, but he was just a cook, right?" Hearing this from his friend, Song Woo-hyun said in a disappointed voice, "He was just cooking, right? You really think that's all he did? Thinking back to his past when their team was big, Song Woo-hyun said, "The goal of this game is to survive, not to win the battle against the monsters. If that were the goal, then fighting would be the most suitable." Recalling those evenings when they rested after hard fights around the fire under the trees, Song Woo-hyun added, "There is a clear goal, and you can see the results immediately. But what happens if we can't fight anymore?" Thinking back to the same evening, when their team numbered more than 20 people, Song Woo-hyun recalled Jung Da-won running around handing out hot food that had just been taken off the fire. After he had gone around and made sure that everyone had something to recuperate, he also brought food to the leader of the squad so that he could eat as well. Recalling how he looked at the baked potatoes that Jung Da-won handed him, Song Woo-hyun said, "When we were weak, he fought." Standing in front of his group of 5, including himself, Song Woo-hyun lowered his head with everyone else and said sadly, "He was the strongest of us." Taking out a grinding stone from his pocket, Hae-el said happily, "That's right. Da-woon also gave me this grinding stone. If it weren't for this stone, I would have been wielding a blunt axe and would have died long ago." Bowing before his leader, Yoon Jin-soo said guiltily, "Hyung, look, I was just thinking that if Da-won were with us right now, it won't happen again, I promise." After hearing the little archer's apology and realizing his mistake, Song Woo-hyun said with a smile on his face, "Well, why don't we go back?" Hearing this suggestion from the leader, someone from the squad cheered, "Ha ha, let's go back and eat some potatoes. Ah, by the way, Da-woon was the one who found the potatoes first, right?" "Ugh, that Da-woon again." Meanwhile, Jung Da-won was enjoying his wonderful life, where he had everything he could dream of. Plenty of meat, water, and fish. There was also a grill on which he cooked all this. Putting the pieces of meat on the grill, Da-woon licked his lips appetizingly, imagining how tender and juicy it would be, saying, "Phew, this is it. This is the beautiful life." At the same time, the rabbit called out to him in irritation, "Really, you're too noisy. Have you gone crazy talking to yourself all day long? You have not even been quiet for a second." Hearing this kind of dissatisfaction from the rabbit, Da-woon said in surprise, "Wait, doesn't he know what the trick of mukpan is? Remember this well. Your reaction is very important when you eat something delicious." After saying this, Da-woon added a little later, "But of course you will never understand this." To which the rabbit replied angrily, "What?" Then the boy added, Yes, Just no chance. After hearing such provocations, the rabbit said angrily, I understand. I don't know what it is, but I know exactly what you mean. Dawoon replied in surprise, Really? Then did you know that the meat of these boars contains poison? Hearing this information and seeing the boy eating the meat, the rabbit said in confusion, Well, Z, of course I knew. Hearing this, Dawoon added in surprise, Really? Then you know that too? Bending down to the rabbit, Dawoon spoke into its ear. If I use the refining skill on this meat, the toxin will disappear, leaving behind a slight bitterness. That means, listening to this information from the stone-faced guy, the rabbit didn't even want to interrupt him anymore, but just listened. That means it is delicious, even without salt. After receiving this unnecessary information, the rabbit shouted angrily at Dawoon, Ah, I don't need to know that. Seeing the rabbit's reaction, Dawoon began to mock him, saying, Phew, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Seeing that he was making fun of him, the rabbit became even angrier and shouted at Dawoon, I'm gonna kill you. One day I will definitely finish you off with my own hands. After that, their dialogue was interrupted by a sudden loud sound that came from behind them. Hearing that something had fallen behind him again, the boy looked behind him and noticed that another boar had been trapped. Then he said in disappointment, Ah, another one is bitten. When the rabbit saw the boy go to pull the boar's carcass out of the trap, he shouted, Oh, not again! Those stupid boars! They should stop jumping into this trap. Hearing the loud exclamations from the rabbit, Dawoon spoke happily as he pulled the spears out of the carcass. These guys restart along with the dungeon. After each restart, I get 2 or 3 of them a day. It's tiring. Hearing from the guy that he has an endless supply of food because of the dungeon restart, the rabbit exclaimed in anger, Ugh, I'm so annoyed with this guy. A gross mistake. But suddenly, his anger disappeared. The rabbit saw something he had not expected. Dawoon had surprisingly become very strong, and it was not clear why. When he saw the boy lift the boar's carcass above him, the rabbit said in surprise, Hey, what are you doing? What is this? Why are you so strong? Why? Is it because you ate the meat of those monster boars? Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon said as he carried the monster carcass to the table, No, just a skill. I'll be back soon. But can you keep an eye on the meat on the fire so it doesn't burn? When the rabbit learned that the boy had a new skill that gave him such strength, he fell off his feet and said in amazement, What? A skill? Hearing the rabbit's surprise, Dawoon said, Ah, what was it called? Something like that? As he left the rabbit, Dawoon said in closing, Anyway, I'll be back soon. After Dawoon left, the rabbit thought in confusion, The power of a horned boar? What? What the hell is this bastard doing? Is he talking about the horned boar killer achievement? Looking at the man carrying a large boar carcass, the rabbit thought in confusion. This weakling who has always been crafting. This is impossible. At the same time, Dawoon carrying the carcass said, Huh? Have I become stronger? Carrying the carcass into the separation room and leaving it on the table there, Dawoon, coming back and closing the entrance, said tiredly, Ugh, so tiring. I need to create some kind of structure for the entrance. As soon as he turned back, he saw a rabbit by the fire that looked like it was dead. And Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, Whoa, what's going on? Hearing that the boy had finally come back, the rabbit asked him in confusion, trying to put it all together in his head. The skill you mentioned. You weren't talking about horned boar killer, were you? Hearing what kind of achievement the rabbit had mentioned, Dawoon said in surprise, Yes, why? The rabbit replied in astonishment, How so? You killed 100 horned boars by yourself. Sitting down next to the rabbit, Dawoon said to him joyfully, Perhaps I caught them with my trap. Hearing this explanation, the rabbit stood up and said in surprise, Hey, wait, isn't that strange? Looking at the thoughtful boy, the rabbit suddenly said, Haven't you just experienced a restart for the umpteenth time in a row? After thinking about it for a while, Dawoon said in surprise, What do you mean? To which he replied anxiously, After each restart, the progress is reset. At best, there are 40 boars on the surface. Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Dawoon rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, Ah, so my progress doesn't update after restarting the dungeon. That shouldn't be the case, should it? Rushing over to Dawoon, the rabbit exclaimed in frustration, Of course not. It was a stupid mistake by the dungeon. Dawoon then said thoughtfully, Oh, then all the monsters I kill in the future will also count. Thinking about what he had said and the future possibilities, Dawoon said thoughtfully, If I kill 100 more monsters, will I get even more achievements? It might be hard to kill them without a team. Hearing the boy's question, the rabbit answered irritably, waving its legs. Don't ask me, you damn pig. This guy ate pigs all day long and eventually became a pig himself. Hearing the exclamations from the irritated rabbit, Dawun said in confusion as he looked at the guide, "Hey, is this place measuring how fat I am?" At the same time, somewhere on the surface, a squirrel lived in one of the trees. It was about to have a meal, but it didn't look very happy as it ate its food. The next moment, while the meal was still going on, when the squirrel was trying to reach for its next bone, it accidentally hit the nest, and all its supplies flew down. When the squirrel saw where her lunch had gone, she didn't even think about leaving it there. But after finishing the bone, she skillfully headed down the tree trunk. When she reached the roots of the tree, the squirrel saw that her lunch had fallen into a crevice, where her friends were also sitting, waiting for the moment to eat. Realizing that her food was lost, the squirrel looked inside the crevice, which had no bottom and was only dark, and she had to go into it to get it back. The next moment, without a second's hesitation, the squirrel went down to get the lost lunch and reached a small passage in the wall. After punching a hole with her little feet so that she could crawl through, the squirrel poked her head out of the gap to look around and see where her lost food was. Looking around, she saw something new, something that had never been there before, a wide tunnel, which was illuminated by torches around the perimeter. Climbing out of her hole in the wall, looking back every moment to check for danger, the squirrel went forward in search of her lost lunch. Looking back every moment, the animal didn't even notice that it had reached a passage with a blinding light shining from it. With a paw to block out the light, the animal moved on. The next moment, the squirrel found itself in a huge room. Seeing its size, the animal was shocked because it had never seen anything like it before. Where could it have come from? Walking a little further, the squirrel saw what it had come here for. Not far from it was a bone that beckoned to her with its appetizing appearance. Running up to the find and grabbing it with its teeth, the animal happily decided to go back, getting what it had come for. But everything turned out to be a little more complicated. On the way back, the squirrel caught sight of something that it could not just pass by and leave it at that. Seeing this, she even dropped the bone she was carrying home from her teeth. There was a whole mountain of wild boar bones in front of her, lying on a table nearby, as if on a pedestal in a museum, illuminated on both sides by torches so that it would not be missed. Seeing this temptation, the squirrel immediately forgot where she was going and why. The desire to taste what was in front of her pressed with incredible force, forcing her to obey her desires. But still, the sense of duty was stronger, so grabbing the bone she found, the squirrel returned to her nest to leave it there for future use. Jumping from branch to branch, the squirrel skillfully moved along the tree to get to her nest and leave the tasty bone she was carrying in her teeth. After that, she made several more such routes to and from the cave to fill her burrow with supplies for a long period of time, running from the cave to the tree and vice versa. Also, once during her route, the squirrel saw one of her mates who was with a female, trying to make amends for some rash action, but only sighed with a smile. After another walk to the nest and returning from it, the squirrel came back through the same crevice to the cave, which was illuminated by torches. Climbing out of the crevice and confidently walking along the route he had learned, the animal sang something joyfully in his head, rejoicing at this discovery, thanks to which he would be able to avoid worrying about food for a long time. After walking a little further, the animal saw a path of bones scattered on the ground. This could not but attract his attention, and he headed straight for them. Deftly jumping from one bone to another, the animal ate pieces of bones one by one, walking along this path farther and farther, not believing his luck. But as it was eating the last bone on this path of delicacies, the animal suddenly froze in place, chewing on the last bone that lay on its delicious path. After that, the squirrel suddenly came across a whole plate of appetizing bones that beckoned to him, and which he could not simply ignore and move on. Without hesitation, the squirrel jumped onto Dawun, who was standing on the plate of goodies, purring happily. Once near the bowl of delicacies, the squirrel took out one of the bones from the pineapple that was in the middle of this miraculous vessel and held it tightly in its paws. Starting to examine this strange bone from all sides, the animal could not understand whose bone it was, because it had a rather unusual shape and an interesting texture. Deciding not to drag out the examination and finding out the truth for a long time, the squirrel decided to move on to the main event for which he had come here and tasted the bone. The next moment, the animal's mouth was captured by an incredible taste that was the pinnacle of culinary art and would not leave anyone indifferent. It could be compared to a volcanic eruption. Having taken just one bite, the squirrel had already plunged into the gardens of paradise. realizing what true happiness is, what it tastes like, what it looks like, and where to look for it. Quickly crunching the bone, the squirrel climbed into the bowl to continue enjoying the incredibly delicious delicacies he found in such an unusual place. Savoring every bone as if it were the pinnacle of culinary art, the squirrel could not tear himself away from the bowl and did not even raise his head for some time, stuffing his mouth with food. Having satisfied her hunger a little bit and having taken a short break while chewing a bone, the squirrel raised her head and looked around to see where the place was. And what she saw in front of her plunged her into shock. In front of her, the animal noticed Devong sleeping, and on his stomach was this bowl of goodies. He got out of the bowl and walked away because it was not clear what could happen if the boy suddenly woke up and caught him. The consequences could be unpredictable. But the next moment, the squirrel stopped in its tracks because it couldn't just let go of a chance that comes along, perhaps once in a lifetime, and not for everyone. Immediately leaving the bones and stepping back in fright, the squirrel thought that it was possible that the boy could suddenly wake up and grab him, and the consequences would be unpredictable. As it was walking away, the animal suddenly stopped, remembering the taste it had felt when it had eaten those bones. The next such chance might not come along. When Dawoon heard movements and noise near him, he opened his eyes and looked at the bowl of bones and saw a squirrel eating them. So the bait had worked. Looking at the animal, he thought, "It worked. I've been living in this cave for a very long time, and finally, I was able to see some other animals besides monsters." Remembering how he watched this squirrel looking for bones, Dawoon thought, "I was thinking about how to make friends with him because he looks very shy. It's a good thing he mostly only eats bones." Dawoon lifted his head up a little to get a better look at the squirrel sitting on his stomach and said thoughtfully, "Now we should try to make friends with it." Looking at the animal, which noticed that he had woken up and froze in place, the boy thought anxiously, "I hope he won't get scared and run away from me." The next moment he saw that the animal did not run away, but continued to gnaw on the bone it was holding in its paws. Not paying attention to Devong, who had woken up and was watching him, the squirrel continued to munch on the bone without any fear. Watching it gnawing on the bones, Dawoon reached out to the animal and thought, "Cute. Yeah, I want to pet it. Just for a second, please. I want to pet you so much." Putting his hand on the squirrel's head and stroking it, the boy saw that it was not running away, and then suddenly a bright, blinding light appeared between them. Seeing this, the boy said in surprise, "What is that?" After that, a notification about a new achievement appeared, which read, "First achievement, Squirrel Friend. You have successfully tamed a squirrel. The dungeon is delighted with your friendliness." Seeing the notification in front of him, Dawoon said in surprise, "Another achievement? Do they really have to appear so often? I don't remember getting them when I was in a team with my friends." Looking at the name of the achievement again, Dawoon said in frustration, upset by the strange name, "Squirrel Friend." Holding his new friend in his arms, the boy said thoughtfully, "I don't know what's so special about this achievement, but having friends is never a bad thing, and it's quite nice." Getting out of bed and holding his new friend, Dawoon said to the squirrel, "Shall I call you Poke?" Hearing Dawoon's words, the squirrel happily repeated them, "Poke." Hearing that he was able to say it, the boy blinked in surprise. When he heard that the animal was responding to his words, he sat down on the bed and said in astonishment, "Did you really understand what I said? Oh, wait a second. This thing understands me?" Dawoon looked at his new friend, whom he was holding and admiring, and said happily, "Then, sit. It must be a little difficult for you to do this for the first time, right?" Seeing that the animal did as he said, the boy exclaimed, "Wow! You really understand everything I say! Then get up! Wow!" Seeing that he really understood, the boy said to his friend, "Then how about you show me how you got here?" As soon as he said this, the animal jumped out of his arms and ran off to his right. Seeing this, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "Huh? Where are you going?" Looking after his friend, who had somehow started to run away from him, Dawoon said in frustration, "Is it so difficult for you to understand me? Wait." Hearing the boy call him back, the animal suddenly stopped and looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was sitting there. Pointing its paw in the direction he was running, the squirrel said, "Poke." Then Dawoon said in surprise, "Oh, so you want me to follow you? Really?" Following his companion, Dawoon said in astonishment when he reached the wall, "Oh, through the fourth tunnel? Through here? Very well, it's time to get my hands dirty." After digging the passage to a larger size so that he could crawl through, Dawoon followed the animal through the tunnel and said in surprise, "I didn't know there was something like this here. Can you find more passages like this because of your height? Recalling all his attempts to leave this dungeon, the boy always failed, running into a dead end. He spent too much time trying to find a way out and almost gave up. Following the animal, the boy noticed that the rays of the sun were breaking through from above. And when he reached the exit, he said, "Are these the roots of a tree? So that's how you got here." Having dug a bigger hole to get out of that cave, the boy said happily, looking at the sunlight, I can't believe I finally got out of here." Standing at the exit, the squirrel looked at the boy, who repeated the same thing over and over again in amazement. Finally, now I have hope." Then, grabbing the roots of the tree with his hand, he said joyfully, "All I have to do is climb the roots. I will finally be able to get out of this cave and into the real nature." Climbing up the squirrel's footprints, the boy thought happily, "The endless days of living underground will finally end today." Climbing to the top and holding on to the roots of the tree to keep from falling back into the tunnel he had dug to get out, the boy said happily, "Finally, I can see." As he took the last steps to get out, he reached for the last root that was already above ground level to finally leave this underground life. As soon as he climbed out, the sun immediately began to shine in his eyes. And since he had been in the dark for all his time underground, this was a bit unusual for him. After a short period of time, the boy finally got out and was sitting near the tree from which his new friend had come, who showed him the way out. Looking up at the sky, the boy was finally able to see what he had been unable to see for so long, namely, the birds flying freely in the sky, the clouds. He also saw the green grass and the gentle breeze that was blowing across the field. Dawoon fell to the ground and could hardly hold back his tears at this event, and said with a sad, joyful voice, "So this is how it is. This is what real, living nature really looks like." Kneeling in front of this vast world that he had not been able to see for so long and shedding tears, Dawoon said, "The endless blue sky with white clouds and the green grass." Wiping away his tears, Dawoon looked at the nature that was full of life and said joyfully, "Such an ordinary landscape, but I've never appreciated it before." Having said that, the boy calmed down and added, "It is so warm here," and before he could finish, he saw that one of the sheep had been grabbed by a monster wolf and carried away. Looking at what kind of beast it was, the boy could see that it was a huge, scary wolf, and it was quite strong if it could carry a whole sheep in its jaw. Seeing this picture, Dawoon said in confusion as he looked out of the tunnel, "Ha ha! The laws of nature, that's right. This is also very natural for wildlife, nothing unusual." Having said that, the boy also added, "It all really makes me feel like I've definitely lived." But then his sentence was interrupted. Dawoon heard someone walking behind him, but the sound was not pleasant. A few seconds later, the boy froze in place, drenched in cold sweat from fear because he saw a large number of the same wolves coming out of the forest. Looking at the pack of wolves walking toward him, Dawoon thought in fright, "You don't have to be so bright. These wolves are known for being very ruthless." As he sat in his tunnel, only halfway out of it, he heard the wolves growling near him and thought, "Damn, shit. I can't believe I'm going to die as soon as I get out." Gritting his teeth and preparing for the worst, the guy put his hands over his head to prevent the terrible injuries these monsters could have inflicted on him. But they just ran past him, not even paying attention to him. Seeing that no one touched him, Dawoon looked at them in surprise and did not understand what had just happened, but was already glad that it had ended that way. As he watched the wolves pounce on the flock of sheep, he said in fright, "Didn't they notice me? It seems I've aged 10 years. Thank God they were only thinking about the sheep." Deciding that he had to get out of here while he could, Dawoon tried to get out of the tunnel and saw a large shadow appear in front of him, and he was frightened. "Ugh, I think it's dangerous here." As he said this and looked at the size of the shadow that was approaching him, Dawoon realized that it was another wolf that had separated from the pack, and so he said, "Poke you, there's another one." Looking back, the boy was looking at the wolf in alarm and thought in confusion, "There's another wolf? Calm down. He probably thinks only of the sheep and will go away." But imagine his surprise when the wolf bared its teeth and began to approach Davong, licking him menacingly. Seeing this, the boy was frightened. "Oh shit!" Climbing back into the tunnel from which he had come, Dawoon began to run as fast as he could and shouted, "Stop! Don't come near me, you damn pig!" After shouting this and running far enough away to keep the monster from reaching him, the boy said with a mocking tone, "Well, you see? The tunnel is too small for you to fit through. Give up already." But as soon as he had finished his mockery, the monster broke the entrance and was able to crawl inside. Seeing that the monster was catching up to him again and could harm him, Da-woon said in surprise, "Uh." The next moment, the boy began to run away from the monster again, shedding tears of fear and exclaiming, "Please don't. Forget that I called you a pig. Stop running after me." Looking back to assess his chances of survival in such a situation, Da-woon thought, "This tunnel is too narrow for a fight. It will be difficult to prevent and dodge its attacks." As he was running away from the wolf, he suddenly called out, "Equipment!" And he thought happily, how wonderful it is that the command to open the inventory consists of only one word. I have to figure this out. Deciding to accept the battle and use all his strength and skills to stop the enemy, Da-woon thought, I won't miss him. His attacks must be weaker than a boar's. The next moment, when the boy started to create a wall of his mud, the wolf pounced on him, catching him with its sharp claws. Seeing that his defense was ineffective and his wall could not withstand the enemy's attacks, Da-woon, deciding to change his tactics, said nervously, "Oh shit." Looking back to see how his enemy who had just attacked would behave, Da-woon thought, why is this wolf so fast? It's even hard to believe in this quality. After that, he lowered his head as the attack managed to reach him and inflicted a slight wound, though not a serious one. Then he thought, I am in bad shape. Raising his head again and covering the wound with his hand, Da-woon thought, it is good that he only scratched me, but it was only this time that I was so lucky. Next time he might really kill me. As the predator approached him, avoiding the cave's terrain, Da-woon thought in confusion, will I even be able to escape from it? Damn it. There must be some way out of this situation. Looking at the enemy who was getting closer and closer to him with each passing second, Da-woon thought, judging by his speed, I won't be able to hold out against him for long. As he assessed his opponent and thought about his plan of action, Da-woon thought, I need to think of something urgently. And then taking his hand away from the wound, a brilliant idea suddenly came to him. Lowering his head down so as not to give away his emotions, Da-woon said happily, that's right. I had completely forgotten about that. In any case, I have no choice, so I must act. Preparing to fight the enemy, Da-woon stopped in his tracks and waited for him to attack. He didn't have to wait long for this to happen. The wolf immediately attacked the boy. Seeing that the moment was just right, the boy spoke angrily, using his skill and shouting menacingly, to hell with this! After punching the wolf in the jaw with his fist as it flew at him from above, Da-woon said in his head, the power of the horned boar. After that, the monster flew back quite a distance. One might have thought that the fight was over, because the blow was not weak. However, not everything is as simple as it seems. Looking in the wolf's wake, which he had just given a good beating, Da-woon watched in surprise at the pile of dust that had risen after the monster's hard landing against the wall. Not seeing any movement to indicate that the enemy was still alive, Da-woon said in disbelief, is this power really able to deal with him? Looking at his hand that had just struck the wolf, Da-woon said in astonishment in his mind, this strength, it's simply unbelievable how powerful it really is. Looking at the description of the characteristic, Da-woon spoke in astonishment in his head. My physical characteristics have risen? Is this all because I spent the whole day digging in the ground while climbing out? Remembering how incredible it felt when he used the horned boar skill, Da-woon thought, I feel strong because I am fighting. This is an incredible skill. After everything that had happened, it seemed that the battle was over, but suddenly a wolf appeared from the dust pile, and he was not going to give up so easily, even though he was quite badly injured. Seeing the enemy advancing again, Da-woon gritted his teeth and clenched his hand tightly into a fist, thinking in confusion, well, he definitely took a lot of damage from my previous attack. Thinking about what he should do next, Da-woon thought in confusion that although his attack was quite strong, it was not strong enough to defeat the wolf with just one punch. Looking at his system window, which said that there were only 7 seconds left in the skill's duration, Da-woon said in frustration, the downside of this skill is the long recharge. Seeing that he didn't have much time left, he decided not to waste it and immediately rushed into the fight while he still had the opportunity to confront the wolf. Pushing off from the stone wall to give himself a stronger momentum for his attack, Da-woon said in his head, I can't waste any more time because I have only seconds left. Approaching the enemy at a fairly high speed, he was able to easily dodge its bite and even get close enough to the weak point to strike. Standing on the right side of the wolf, Da-woon chose the best moment to attack and delivered a crushing blow to the predator's body, shouting out menacingly, Die! Conducting an incredibly fast combination of high-precision blows to the enemy's body, the boy put all his strength into each of them, while the horned boar's ability was in effect, which strengthened him. Having completed his combination of blows, the noise from the battle and the consequences of the collapsed cave were not visible even on the surface where it was collapsing. Standing completely exhausted after such a hard battle, Dawoon's arms were already lowered and he looked very tired. Although he had already spent all his energy fighting the enemy was not quite ready to lose, and having received such a great moment to attack, he attacked him. With a swing of its big paw, the wolf delivered a devastating blow, after which all the walls in the underground tunnel began to crumble. However, the boy was able to dodge it by pulling back. Realizing that the battle was not over yet and he had to continue fighting for his life, Dawoon excitedly exclaimed, "Damn, I can't keep hitting you. Inventory." As soon as he said that, the next moment the game's inventory opened, and the boy began to pull out the steel rod he had taken from the trap. At that time, the skill was active for another 2 seconds. Clutching the weapon in his hands and swinging the iron rod, the guy jumped on the wolf to deliver what he hoped would be the last blow to the monster, shouting menacingly, "Die already!" Standing on the ground, the wolf waited for the moment when it could try to dodge the boy's attack and try to counterattack. But the boy was too fast, and the monster did not have time to react in time. And it so happened that Dawoon was able to knock the monster down and drive the steel bar into the wolf's head. As soon as the attack was completed, Dawoon noticed that immediately afterwards the enemy's fallen armor was flying towards him at an incredible speed. At that time, he only had time to notice this attack. The next moment, the wolf knocked the boy down, throwing him into the wall, and he could hear him groaning heavily from the damage he had taken near the hard stop. After this exchange of blows, the wolf growled loudly in pain and tried to remove the steel bar from his neck, where Dawoon had driven it after his attack. Once again, getting up after being seriously injured, Dawoon kept his head down, clenching his teeth in pain, and said wearily, "Tisk, you're a tough bastard. Why is he so resilient?" Looking up at his opponent, who was also quite exhausted after this grueling battle, Dawoon said with a smile on his face, "Nothing in life is for free." Noticing that he was getting up, the wolf with the spear in its neck also looked at him with an incredible thirst for killing and was already wondering when it would end because it was also exhausted. Afterwards, Dawoon, deep in thought, realized exactly how his enemy fought, recalling everything he had seen and encountered in this fight. As Dawoon prepared for another jerk, he thought, "Now I understand how it works." During the fast attack, he uses his strong forearm to instantly close the distance. This kind of attack is the most dangerous. Falling to his knees, the tired Dawoon, observing the behavior of the wolf circling around, thought, "But now if I look at it from the other side, I can withstand all its other attacks. If only I had a few seconds." As he sat down and watched the wolf's tense behavior, Dawoon said to it in a weary voice, Hey, friend, you wouldn't mind if I suggested that you take a break for 90 seconds, would you?" Seeing the wolf lunge at him again to end it, Dawoon, barely able to get to his feet, said wearily, "This will be the last thing I can do in this fight." Seeing that the enemy was already approaching him and decided to attack with his teeth this time, Dawoon thought, "I have only one chance left. I can't take it anymore." Carefully preparing for his next step, which would lead him to victory, Dawoon spoke to the wolf. "Friend, you should have used your calls again." Then stretching out his hand in front of him, which was in the enemy's mouth, and using the skill, the tired Dawoon said, "A lump of mud." Sometime after the battle, there was a rabbit somewhere in the cave who came back to visit Dawoon and was surprised not to see him at the fire where he usually roasted meat. Walking further down the cave and thinking that something was definitely wrong, the rabbit shouted to the whole cave, "Hello, is anyone home?" And when he did not hear an answer, he said thoughtfully, "Something is definitely wrong here, if he misses the cooking of meat." Going further along the Tanyan in search of the boy, the rabbit said thoughtfully, "If he's not cooking the meat, he's definitely doing something not very pleasant." When he reached one of the rooms, the rabbit saw Dawoon, who was putting on his new armor, and he said to him, in surprise, frozen in place, "Huh? Bone armor? Did you make it yourself?" When Dawoon saw the rabbit in front of him, he said to it in confusion, "Ah, you're here again? It looks quite good, doesn't it? And considering that I only made it in one day," holding up the horned boar skull that was to serve as his helmet, Dawoon said, "The past few days have been a bit difficult and dangerous, in case you didn't know." Hearing this from the boy, the rabbit said angrily, "Then you can just die." And then, looking at Dawoon's armor, he added with surprise, Wait, that's the skull of a wolf from the pastures. Ooh, what? Looking at the boy who was trying on the armor, the rabbit said in surprise, "Have you found a way out?" To which the boy replied awkwardly, "Well, yes." Then the rabbit added in surprise, "Then why are you still here?" After saying such a provocative phrase, the rabbit added embarrassedly, "Ha ha, you feel right at home here, don't you? Right. Then why don't you stay here forever and live peacefully for the rest of your life?" When Dawoon offered Dawoon such a place to live, the rabbit also added in embarrassment, "It seems you even have a pet. Now you won't feel lonely." Hearing this offer from the rabbit, Dawoon confidently responded to his offer. "That's quite amusing, but I will definitely get out of here no matter what." However, having said that he would not stay here forever, Dawoon, recalling his fight with the wolf, added, "I won't be able to get out of here without making proper preparations for myself." Recalling how lucky he was at the end, that he didn't lose his arm, and that his skill worked in time, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "I'm really lucky that I didn't die this time." Hearing this from the boy, the rabbit put its legs together and said, "Then just live here." To which Dawoon replied, "Don't worry, I will use this place as my headquarters for a while." When the rabbit heard Dawoon say this, he exclaimed in surprise, "What, for a while?" To which the boy replied, "That's right. Ever since I heard about what was happening outside, I have been preparing myself." Hearing Dawoon speak so confidently, the rabbit said in irritation, "Please, give up and die." To which the boy happily replied, "I am so motivated by your reaction." Then the guide added, "Damn, this annoying bug." After that, the conversation between the boy and the rabbit ended. But the next day, a tired voice came from one of the rooms Dawoon had built. "The power of the horned boar." It was Dawoon who decided to start training. And after creating a barbell from an iron rod and some mud from his mud, he began to train by lifting it. While training, Dawoon, recalling his earlier days of exercise, said, "The more I improve my physical characteristics, the better the effect of my skill becomes." Looking at the description of the skill that had changed, Dawoon said in surprise, "I've never been in combat, but the skill level has risen because I've been using it frequently. Not only did I raise my skill level, but I also reduced my reloading time." Leaving the barbell and going over to the dumbbells, Dawoon sat down on the roller and started pumping his biceps, reflecting, "I was very lucky that time, but wolves usually hunt in packs." After completing the dumbbell exercise and moving on to hand-to-hand combat, Dawoon said, swinging his fists, "Even if I have to fight them one-on-one in the future," using a single horned boar carcass instead of a punching bag to practice his punches on, Dawoon added confidently, "I have no guarantee that luck will be on my side next time." After saying this, he decided to use his horned boar skill to complete his punch combination in training with this particular punch. Preparing to strike, he swung hard enough to hit the target with all his might, which still showed signs of being beaten. With the last stroke, he simply knocked down the horned boar that was used instead of a punching bag in his homemade training room to improve his basic performance. Seeing the strength he now possessed, Dawoon finished his training and said confidently, "I won't run away anymore." After a long time of training, Dawoon finally decided to go outside to test his strength in a real battle. Leaving his headquarters, he saw a pair of wolves in a meadow looking for prey. Deciding that he could practice on them, he jumped out of his hiding place. Hearing a long rustling near them, the wolves immediately turned their attention to the source of the noise and noticed something approaching them. It was none other than Dawoon, who was wearing armor made of monster bones and a steel spear instead of a weapon. Jumping out of his hiding place, he and Picky attacked the predators. Not being able to see the exact number of enemies from his perch, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion when he saw that there were more than one monster. "Holy shit, there are two of them!" Landing on the ground and facing the predators, Dawoon used his horned boar strength and threw his steel pike at one of the wolves, knocking it out of action to make the fight easier. Seeing that his comrade had been wounded, the other wolf became very angry and, baring his teeth, prepared to attack the enemy to take revenge for such a daring attack. Seeing that his challenge had been accepted, Dawoon prepared for battle and waited for the enemy to approach within a sufficient distance to attack so that he could begin a serious fight. As he waited for him to attack, Dawoon confidently shouted, "Come on, let's see how strong I've become since my last fight." As soon as he said this, the enemy approached him and tried to launch his first attack, but this time it was no longer a problem for him. He was able to easily dodge it. After that, when the enemy flew near him without hitting the target, Dawoon grabbed the enemy in flight and launched him into the trees near him, causing a lot of damage by breaking several trees. Just as he seemed to have dealt with one enemy, another predator appeared from behind him, ready to sink its sharp teeth into the boy's throat. Realizing that the fight was not over, Dawoon used his horned boar skill to increase his skills many times over. Turning to the enemy, Dawoon sighed heavily and said, "Ah, I didn't think I'd be able to kill you with a single punch." Reacting in time and striking the monster with a preemptive strike, Dawoon launched another wolf after the first and exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, I see you like being a punching bag, don't you?" By the time he had dealt with the second wolf, the Peri had recovered from his blow and was ready to fight Dawoon again, preparing to attack again while he was focused on the other wolf. Watching Dawoon fight with the two field wolves, a rabbit nearby said thoughtfully, Has he become stronger lately?" As he watched the fight, the rabbit suddenly heard something that irritated him greatly. Looking at his hands, which seemed to be filled with energy, he exclaimed joyfully, I feel strong. These strange sensations, do they signal that I have become stronger?" Happy that he had become stronger through his training, Dawoon said happily, "Yeah, I can feel in my guts that I won't lose this time. I couldn't have gotten that strong so quickly, could I?" Listening to the boys boasting to himself, the rabbit approached him and said disdainfully, "Hey, of course that's not true. Sun Wu killed 10 wolves like that in a second." Hearing this strange comparison of himself to his former comrade, Dawoon replied in displeasure, "Compared to him, anyone looks foolish if you don't know better." Hearing this remark, the rabbit exclaimed angrily, "A Gao! Even the dwarf Jin Wu could kill 3 at once." No sooner had the rabbit said this than Dawoon heard one of the wolves begin to howl. Realizing what a mess he had just gotten himself into, he said in embarrassment, "Oh!" Realizing that help would soon arrive, the rabbit smiled ominously and said, "Kiahaha, good, good. It seems the battle is not over yet." Hovering in the air above the frightened Dawoon, the rabbit said with a gleeful wave of his hands and a sinister laugh, You are lucky. I can feel 3 more wolves coming this way. What a pity. Usually, there are 5 of them." Rubbing his paws together happily, imagining how the predators would take care of his problem, the rabbit said, "Let's see if you can handle them all. Let's find out the limit of your capabilities, shall we?" After hearing this from the rabbit and looking back to where the help might have come from, Dawoon said in confusion, "The limit, damn it. You know about the effects of my skill, right?" Looking at his skill, the description of which read, Horned Boar Strength. Available boost. Duration, seconds. Recharge, seconds. Dawoon said, "Body strengthening. Right now, my strength has been increased many times over." As Dawoon ran to get his poke, he exclaimed, "This means only one thing. I can also run away many times faster." Hearing this and seeing the boy running away, the rabbit called out in surprise after him, "Hey, wait a minute." Seeing that the boy ignored him, the rabbit said angrily, "What kind of person is he?" And then he shouted after the boy, "What kind of a person are you to run away like that?" Watching the boy run away to his hiding place, the rabbit shouted angrily at him, "Have you no sense of guilt at all? Come back and fight like a man." Hearing the suggestion from the rabbit, Dawoon jumped into his hole and said goodbye. "Well, I didn't plan to die today. Ciao, Coco." Seeing the rabbit run away from the battlefield, the angry rabbit shouted, "Hey, where the hell are you going? Fight! Fight to the last drop of blood." And then he added sadly, Damn it, don't they want to fight?" Seeing that the wolves had already arrived at the place of the call, the rabbit spoke, pointing to the hole where the boy had escaped. "And moments like this tear them apart. He's over there. Jump after him into that hole." Seeing that the wolves stopped in one place, not realizing what had just happened, the rabbit looked down and noticed that the passage was sealed and said in surprise, "What? The hole is closed." But even though the hole was closed, the wolves did not lose hope and tried with all their might to open the entrance with their paws to follow the prey that had just escaped. But they failed. Realizing that the boy had managed to survive this time, the rabbit shouted angrily to the whole dungeon, "Ta! You son of a bitch! I swear to you, I will definitely finish you off. One day." Meanwhile, after blowing away the unwanted pursuers, Dawoon thoughtfully said, "Well, at least I'm safe now. This place isn't too bad." Recalling that he had only covered this one path, Dawoon said, "Judging by the lack of stone walls, I can say with certainty that I have found the 7th escape route. The battle was excellent. I quickly dealt with those 2 wolves." As soon as he thought about it, another thought came to him. "But wait, what if they followed me? What if they are still chasing me, even with the passage blocked?" Imagining what could happen, Dawoon continued. They've probably already found an open entrance. And besides, there's not much room to escape from them. Taking his squirrel in his arms, Dawoon spoke to him in a confused tone. So I have to fight them. My friend, I really need your help right now. Thinking about what he should do in this situation, Dawoon gave his pet the following order. Excuse me, didn't you just run to find the 3 wolves that were chasing us the other day? Sending his friend on such a dangerous mission, Dawoon said to him in the end, Don't go near them. Be careful. After hearing these instructions from his master, the squirrel went in search of them. When Dawoon saw that his comrades had gone in search of enemies who might be chasing them, he adjusted his helmet of bones and said in his head, Very well, it is time to prepare. After a while, when the squirrel found the wolves, Dawoon followed her, and she led him to the surface, where the wolves were enjoying fresh meat from recently caught sheep in the pasture. Having caught his enemies before they noticed him, Dawoon, preparing for the fight, said confidently, Okay, I'll try to kill these 3. The distance between us is suitable. After taking up the battle grid, he summoned his inventory to get a spear, with which he would confront the 3 dangerous predators. While searching for the item in his inventory, Dawoon suddenly heard a voice behind him say, So what are you doing here? How many tunnels have you dug? My God. Seeing that a rabbit had appeared behind him, Dawoon said to it in an angry voice, Stop scaring people by suddenly appearing out of nowhere. It's getting annoying. Looking around and seeing a trio of wolves nearby, the rabbit said in surprise, Hey, what are you doing here? Do you really want to shoot a laser from here? Hearing such a strange question from the rabbit, Dawoon confidently replied, You're almost right. Hearing this answer, the rabbit said in surprise, What? I don't understand. Then the boy explained, I'm going to use the ranged combat skill. Watching Dawoon take out some stones from his inventory, the rabbit asked, Ranged combat? How long ago did you acquire it? The young man replied thoughtfully, Well, it's not really a separate skill. Continuing his explanation, he added, But if I throw these stones with the strength of a horned boar, they will be like cannonballs. After saying this, Dawoon picked up his spear and began to aim at the herd of wolves. Throwing his spear into the crowd, he shouted, Kaya! The Law of the Horned Boar! Version 1! Rescue spear throw! After that, his projectile flew at the targets, who were feasting on lamb. Hearing a strange whistling near them and someone's noise, the wolves noticed something approaching them. But at the last moment before being hit, they managed to dodge the spears fired at them. Hearing this strange name for his technique, Rabbit clutched his stomach with laughter and said, Pfft! Rescue spear throw? What are you trying to save yourself from? Hearing the rabbit mocking him, Dawoon spoke angrily to him. Shut up. When he saw that the rabbit threw another spear and missed, the rabbit laughed and exclaimed, It seems you missed again. Having calmed down from mocking the boy, the rabbit said ominously, Are you sure you are throwing them correctly? I have to give you credit. That was quite clever. After all, you do realize you're not good at long-range attacks, right? Seeing that 3 wolves were already on the approach to the boy, the rabbit added happily, And that's too bad, because there is no one better than wolves when it comes to speed and agility. It is simply ridiculous to think that such a distance is acceptable for you. Hearing the rabbit say this, Dawoon grabbed a rock that was lying next to him and suddenly exclaimed, But they can't dodge my attacks if they are in the air, can they? Taking a medium-sized rock in each hand, he threw it at the monsters and exclaimed, I'll try this size. Seeing what a ridiculous prank Dawoon had just pulled, the rabbit said in disappointment, shrugging his shoulders, Are you serious? Stones? Do you really think that will work against them? Laughing at Dawoon's seemingly ridiculous actions, the rabbit said, You may be buying some time, but in reality, this tiny amount of time will not be enough to... No sooner had he said this than he suddenly heard a whimpering sound and opened his eyes to see the stones being blown away by the wolves who were attacking the boy. The rabbit was very surprised by what he had just seen with his own eyes and exclaimed in confusion, not understanding how it had happened. What just happened? Did you really... As he picked up another stone from the ground, Dawoon spoke happily to the rabbit. Humph. I guess you really underestimated these stones. In case you didn't know, they are much heavier and stronger than you think. Having said that, the boy prepared himself for the next throw and said, They weighed 20 kilograms each. I'm sure they did more damage than just a scratch. Explaining his trick, Dawoon continued, With the reinforcement from the horned boar, I think they had an unforgettable experience. Hearing what the boy had just said, the rabbit said in confusion, They? Looking to the side of him, Dawoon noticed that two wolves were already lying dead after being hit by cannonballs and said, Good, they're down to two of me. Hey, where did the other one go? I swear there were three of them. Hearing that he did not understand where the third wolf was hiding, the rabbit gloated at this development and thought, Hey, who knew that he was so skillful? It's amazing that he managed to deal with at least two of them. Looking at Dawoon's back, which was exposed, the rabbit continued, However, his lack of knowledge of how wolves work in teams and the tactics they use may be his undoing now. When the rabbit saw the wolf attacking him from behind, he couldn't help but be happy about this development and thought, Checkmate. At the same time, Dawoon heard the sound of leaves behind him, looked back, saw that a monster was flying at him, which appeared literally out of nowhere, and thought in fright, Oh shit. The next moment, the wolf crashed into the boy, trying to knock him down so that it would be easier to finish him off. But Dawoon used his armor to shield himself from the attack. But although the main attack did not hit him, the force of the blow did not disappear, and the wolf pushed him with considerable force into a nearby stone. Having made a hard stop and fallen off his feet, the boy lost concentration and weakened his defense, which the enemy successfully used, quickly approaching the boy. Seeing how well everything was going and how well the events were unfolding for him, the rabbit exclaimed joyfully, not holding back his joy, Yes, great shot. Watching the wolf approach the confused Dawoon, who was lying on the ground, the rabbit exclaimed, Hurry up and finish him off, rip his throat out. Keeping his eyes closed to prevent dust from getting into them and blinding him, Dawoon did not even realize the danger that was waiting for him at that moment. The next moment, the wolf grabbed him in its giant mouth and tried to bite him in half. Seeing this, the rabbit shouted joyfully and supported the monster. When the wolf grabbed Davong and began to shake him to tear him into small pieces, squeezing his mouth tighter and tighter with each passing second, the rabbit exclaimed, This is incredible! The rabbit did not stop talking for a second, delighted with what he was seeing. However, something went wrong. The wolf suddenly stopped, and feeling that his teeth were crumbling, he looked at the boy in confusion. The rabbit, noticing that the wolf had frozen in place for some reason, said in surprise, not understanding what had made him stop at such a crucial moment, and let out a surprised cry, Wait, what? The wolf's teeth began to crumble as they bit into Dawoon's armor, unable to injure the boy, who was reacting to the attack with complete calmness and without showing any concern. After Dawoon saw that the wolf stopped clutching his hand in confusion, he realized that it was now up to the ace to get out of the predator's jaws while it was loosening its grip. Pulling his hand out of the enemy's jaws, Dawoon ran away from him, creating a safe distance for himself, while the monster tried to clean its mouth of broken teeth and blood. After Dawoon got out of such a dangerous situation, he was surprised to hear himself say in his head, My shoulder blocked the blow, that's right. This is the advantage of the horned boar from the first dungeon. Thinking back to the first time he fought the horned boar when it suddenly attacked him, Dawoon thought, No animal can match its physical strength and defense. The wolf's teeth will never break his bones. But even though the wolf's bite failed to hurt him, the blow that struck his body and threw him into the rock did a lot of damage, causing him to say, Damn, it hurts. Glancing at his system window to see how much time he had left, Dawoon noticed that the horned boar's boost skill would last for another 8 seconds. Realizing that he was running out of time, Dawoon said in frustration as he prepared to fight, Oh shit, I forgot I had a limited time. Using his dirt creation skill, Dawoon formed a stone in his hand and said confidently, 8 seconds. That should be enough time for me to... After creating the stone with his skill, Dawoon, picking up speed to give his stone more acceleration, swung it to hurl it at the predator. Seeing the target in front of him, the boy prepared to throw, calculating what the enemy's next move might be and where to throw to avoid the attack from hitting the target. But while calculating, Dawoon saw that the wolf was standing still, just regurgitating blood, not paying attention to him. Then the boy threw a stone, shouting, Die! Throwing one stone at the wolf and knocking it down, Dawoon ran over to finish it off. Watching what was happening, the rabbit was frightened by the cruelty of it, hearing, Here, eat, and some more. I'll crush your skull, fuck you. Watching the boy ruthlessly kill the monster, the rabbit said in confusion, What the... That's so terrible. He's definitely crazy, and he always finishes what he starts. Folding his arms in front of him, resenting the fact that the wolves had not been able to finish him off, the rabbit said in confusion, Damn, This bastard doesn't want to die at all. Recalling how he had acted to arrive at this result, the rabbit recalled step by step how Da-woon had hunted monsters. His strategy worked just fine. He used pits and tunnels. His method turned out to be the best form of guerrilla warfare. When he found single wolves, he attacked them and easily dispatched them because his strength allowed him to do so. But the field wolves themselves, who could sense his anger and rage but did not overtake him at the opportunity, began to wait for him near random pits to tear him apart when he emerged. Although this tactic was effective for the wolves, it was of no use to them, because Davong's pet, who was scouting, told the boy the location and the number of enemies at the exits. After scouting the area and learning about the number of enemies, the boy's pet would return to the cave and tell him everything in detail about the situation outside. Using the information that Poke gave him after his reconnaissance missions, Da-woon knew exactly where the enemies were waiting for him and where it was better to keep his head down. As Da-woon began to train, he also improved his skills, and over time he became so strong that wolves could not even dream of hunting him. When Da-woon had pumped up his characteristics to a certain level that could enable him to defeat his opponents without risking himself, he would leave his underground hideout and hunt monsters. Having enough strength, the boy simply threw stones at them, killing them with one accurate hit to the head, and thus cleared all the passages guarded by wolves. Seeing that the boy could not die, and every time he survived the battle, the rabbit could not stand it and exclaimed with anger, "It's not fair. Damn, I want to tear him to pieces." Recalling the boy's fighting tactics, the rabbit said angrily, "That Da-woon, he's only fighting 2 or 3 wolves at a time to gain an advantage. That sly son of a bitch." As he watched the boy, the rabbit saw him say sadly after another fight, taking off his armor, "Damn, the armor is getting worse with every fight. Well, it's time to stop." As soon as the guy picked up his armor, it fell to pieces. Seeing that it was broken, Da-woon said in disappointment, "It looks like I won't be able to use it anymore. I guess I need to make more armor, huh?" After saying this, the young man suddenly became quiet as he listened to his surroundings, and later said in surprise, "Today, it's rather quiet, isn't it? Most of the wolves should have come running by now." Looking around the forest where he was hunting wolves and not seeing any predators nearby, the boy added in surprise, "I don't think I've killed them all yet either." Glancing at the outraged rabbit who was looking at him in confusion, Da-woon, noticing its strange behavior, asked in surprise, "Huh? What? Really?" Looking at the rabbit, which suddenly looked away from him, Da-woon said happily, "You're too quiet. Wait, I killed all the wolves? Cool. Did I really kill them all?" When he realized what he had done, the boy shouted, "Yay!" Unable to stand it, the rabbit ran away from him, saying indignantly, "Stop celebrating the killing of such a miserable bunch of wolves, okay? You're going to die anyway, so shut up." Seeing that the rabbit was heading somewhere, Da-woon called after him, "Hey, you're going to the other players, right? When you find them, tell me where they are." The rabbit replied angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid? Look for them yourself. Get lost!" Hearing this response from the rabbit, Da-woon clenched his fist and said, "Ha, he's quite the cheapskate. Well, at least I have completed the first stage. It's time to move on." Recalling the conditions for moving on to the next stage, Da-woon said, "What did the guide say? That's right. I have to kill the boss to complete the level. I definitely can't do it alone right now." Thinking about how he could move on to the next stage, Da-woon continued, "That means I have to team up with other players. I can't fight the boss alone, so I'm in the pasture of the initial stage." Looking out into the forest surrounding him, Da-woon said thoughtfully, 10 days have passed since the restart, so it's time to leave. They couldn't have gotten past me, could they?" After deciding to go in search of the other people who had fallen into the dungeon this time, Da-woon, who had reached a rock, said thoughtfully, "It will be difficult to find them if they have already scattered." Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a group of people who had recently come to this world had already found trouble on their own heads, having been caught by wolves. Trying to repel the attack of the monsters, someone from the crowd of people surrounded by monsters shouted, "Hey, attention! Everyone get in line and hold back the enemy, covering your comrades!" Trying to follow the instructions, but still not having any success in fighting the enemies, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn, there are too many of them. We can't handle them." Not knowing what to do in such a dangerous situation, someone in the crowd shouted to the man in front of them, "This is all your fault. You told us to go in this direction." To which he heard in response, "Shut up! You agreed to it too." Seeing this incredible sight, where frightened people began to blame each other, sinking more and more into chaos. The rabbit said joyfully, "Yes, panic. That's what we need." Enjoying the people suffering and dying at the hands of the monsters, the rabbit exclaimed joyfully, "This atmosphere of despair, yes it is. Support it. It's just incredibly pleasant." Distracted by the rabbit, who suddenly appeared near them, the people, who were already in a panic, lost their fighting spirit for a few seconds and allowed themselves to be attacked by the monsters. Seeing the destruction, the piles of dust, the falling trees, and the frightened shouts of the people, the rabbit said happily, "Kai-ha-ha, this is great, die, all of you, die." Enjoying the suffering of people in crisis, the rabbit exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, yes, do not leave anyone alive. Let them reap the fruits of their mistakes." Enjoying the spectacle, the rabbit's sudden joy was interrupted. When he saw one of the crowd destroying his enemies, he gritted his teeth and said, "Teesk, of course they are. Of course not all of them are weaklings." Looking closely at the man who was slaughtering enemies left and right, the rabbit said with interest, "This is the so-called leader of the group. He's been hiding his skills all along, hasn't he?" Looking at the man, who was frightened by the situation, the rabbit said, "The roaring wind skill. The more he waves his weapon, the stronger it becomes." Seeing how the other man was also killing his allies by swinging his axe, the rabbit added happily, "But this skill, it doesn't distinguish between enemies and allies at all, does it?" Seeing their leader swinging his axe and killing even his comrades, someone in the crowd spoke up, "Hey, stop! You're going to kill everyone, you idiot!" To which he angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Waving his axe in front of him, the angry leader rushed into the fray and shouted menacingly, "At this rate, we would have died anyway. I'm trying to save a few people." Seeing the leader of the group rush into the crowd of his comrades, waving his weapon, the rabbit said happily, "Hee, this is it. This is what a dungeon should be like." When the leader of the group finally stopped, driving his axe into the ground, the rabbit added, "The more nervous you are, the more frantic you become. They are slowly becoming worse than the monsters themselves." Enjoying this spectacle of people suffering before his eyes, the rabbit said happily, "Oh, how pleasant this is. Die, all of you, die." Thinking of Dawun, who was searching at the time, the rabbit said, "If you all die, then that bastard won't have the slightest chance of getting out of here alive." Meanwhile, as Dawun was wandering around in the forest, trying to find other people, he said in a sad voice, Even though I got out, I don't know which direction to go." As he continued walking, Dawun looked at his pet and said, "Judging by how that rabbit didn't want me to find the other members, this is the best course of action, right? Poke, do you happen to know where the others are?" Hearing this question, the pet who was chewing on a bone looked at Dawun in surprise. Then he repeated, "People, Poke, people." But the pet only said in surprise, "Poke?" Realizing that he did not know anything about other people, Dawun lowered his head and said in disappointment, Asking you. You don't know the entire forest by heart. It's pointless to ask you." Holding his head, the boy plunged into thought and said in his head, "That's right. I cannot search for them forever. I'm only putting myself in danger, but I can't fight the boss alone." After thinking about this, Dawun suddenly had a brilliant thought and he said, What if I do something to help me spot them? Wouldn't it be better if I built an observation post somehow? After taking off his outerwear and looking for a place to start building, the boy said, "Okay, let's try it. Stop wasting time just thinking about it. I'm sure of it. We must try." Looking at the tree crowns, he added thoughtfully, "The observation point should be higher than these trees, right? Since the trees are quite tall and wide, the observation point will be somewhat narrow." Standing in the middle of the path, which was the perfect place to build, Dawun began to create bricks with his skill, calling out, "Forming with mud." After creating enough materials in front of him to build an observation post, Dawun said, "Let's start with the foundation. It shouldn't be too difficult to build." Imagining his observation post collapsing, Dawun said thoughtfully, "I don't have any cement to strengthen the foundation, but I know a few tricks that will help build it." As he stacked the bricks on top of each other to build the foundation, Dawun used one of his tricks as he walked around the perimeter of the construction site and said, "Forming dirt." During the construction, walking by each layer that appeared, Dawun combined them saying, "With the touch of my hand, I can transform mud into anything. Using this skill, I connect the bricks." Having joined the bricks together with his skill, Dawun had already done a lot of work, and after testing the walls for strength, he happily reported, "Great! It worked. Now it shouldn't collapse. After building his observation post for quite some time, Dawoon noticed that the sun was beginning to set, and he sighed heavily. Well, now, it's quite high up. Standing atop his vantage point, looking around for someone to help him, Dawoon wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Has it already been 10 o'clock?" Tired of building observation posts, Dawoon decided to take a break and looked up at the sky to watch the sunset. As he watched the sunset slowly disappear behind the foliage of the trees, he said in awe, "Wow, this view is just beautiful." At the same time, somewhere in the clearing, he could hear the sounds of a battle taking place between the participants of the dungeon crawler game, who were killing each other, shouting in anger, "You fucking bastard!" Watching this incredible spectacle, the rabbit said joyfully, "Kiahaha, you're really fighting each other. It is wonderful. Who will survive? You're running out of food, huh?" Flying further over the battlefield where the other team members were fighting, the rabbit added happily, "It took you a long time to realize all this, but that's just fine. You're all just wonderful. You have finally realized how to get food in the dungeon." After flying a little further, the croak saw someone stealing things from his dead comrade and said happily, "Wow, just look at this. We have a criminal here. You killed your friend for food, didn't you?" Praising the murderer for his crime, the rabbit smiled ominously and said, "Good job. Make sure you put it in the inventory so no one steals it." Raising his head, the murderer pointed a finger in front of him and said in surprise, "What?" To which the rabbit replied, "Come on, I understood your plans from the very beginning. I helped you from the very beginning. Don't you remember?" After hearing all that the rabbit had said to him, the murderer said to the rabbit in surprise, "I'm not talking to you, you idiot. I'm talking about that thing right behind you." Looking back, the rabbit saw a huge building behind him and thought in amazement, "What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like this before." Trying to explain what it was, the rabbit replied, "Oh, right, this. Well," and he was thinking irritably, "there is only one person who could have built this. What is he doing now?" Meanwhile, Dawoon, having finished building the observation post, decided to take a break and began to build a small mud castle on top of the tower. As he built the toy tower, he was trembling as he added the last details so as not to destroy the castle he had worked so hard to build. When he finished the construction and left the last detail on it, the boy exhaled a sigh of relief, having completed the most important part of his task. Just as he was about to relax, he heard someone's angry voice behind him. Looking back, he saw the rabbit calling out to him, "Hey, you, what are you doing here?" Hearing such a strange question, Dawoon said in confusion, "What does it look like to you?" "I'm building a tower." To which he heard an angry reply, "Stop building useless things." Then Dawoon said, "Huh? Isn't it time for you to go?" The rabbit replied irritably, "I would leave, but because of you, I cannot afford such a luxury." Looking at the boy, who picked up the brick again, the rabbit exclaimed angrily, "Are you going to die if you don't do something? How long have you been blowing on it? Do you have so much free time?" Hearing such an interesting question, the guy smiled slyly and answered happily, "A lot of free time, you say? You have no idea how long it took me to build this, do you?" Having said that, the guy added confidently, "It took me 4 hours to build one observation post." Hearing this, the rabbit replied in surprise, "4 hours? That fast?" Shrugging his shoulders, Dawoon, standing by the window, said happily, "Yes, it was a bit difficult at first, but then, thanks to my new skill, I drastically reduced the time it took me to build one tower." Hearing this, the rabbit said in astonishment, "A new skill?" Then the boy added, "Yeah, I got it from 2 previous achievements." Hearing about the new achievements, the rabbit was completely taken aback, asking, "From 2 achievements?" After reporting the 2 achievements, Dawu demonstrated one of them, saying, "This is the first one." Looking at the description of the achievement, the rabbit said in surprise, "What, a surveillance point?" Opening the map he received as a result of the achievement, the guy said happily, "The reward is very useful. Look here, everything around the observation point is shown on the map." Pointing to the dots on the map, Dawoon added, "It even shows neutral or friendly participants and monsters by marking them in red. And all of this is shown in real time on my mini-map." Hearing this, the rabbit said happily, That doesn't make any sense." Then Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I swear it's true. I've already checked the card's accuracy." When the rabbit learned about one of the achievements, he was confused. "Then what was the other achievement you got?" Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon proudly announced, "I think it was when I built the 5 observation points." After saying this, Dawoon added, "Right after the construction was completed, A beam of light hit me out of nowhere while I was inside. Then a new achievement was revealed. Opening the description of the other achievements, Dawoon added, "Here it is. Achievement. Construction contractor. Your character has a new construction skill added." After reading the new ability, the rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "What? Cutting the construction speed in half?" Seeing the rabbit's surprised reaction, the boy proudly said, "This acceleration helped me a lot. I didn't take any breaks in building these platforms. This skill has also increased my endurance." Standing by the window in the observation center, Dawoon exclaimed happily, "Thanks to this skill, I can build points one after another. All the time I have left, I've been designing the interior." Pointing to a spot by the window and smiling shyly, Dawoon said, "Ho, this is where the bed will be." Boiling with anger, the rabbit said, "You damn." After that, the rabbit became quiet and thought irritably, he must have gone mad in this dungeon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten these achievements in such a short time, right? Imagining Dawoon leading people around the dungeon, telling them where he was, the rabbit thought, if he ever met other survivors like me, imagining how they would roast meat together on a fire in the observation center, the rabbit continued, "I can't let that happen. They'll turn the dungeon into a playground." As he thought about this development, the rabbit thought, he is a threat in himself. What if there are more of them? I have to make sure he doesn't find anyone. Thinking of a plan to prevent the boy from meeting other people, the rabbit walked away from Davong, upset. When he saw the rabbit leaving him, the boy was surprised to hear him say, "Oh, you're leaving." Determined to find out some information from him, Dawoon shouted after the rabbit, "Before you go, can you tell me some places where I can find players? I can't even find one." The rabbit replied, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Meanwhile, night gave way to day, and morning came. Pointing to the tower that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, one of the crowd said in surprise, "It wasn't there yesterday, was it?" Paying attention to what his comrade was pointing out, another soldier replied anxiously, "Yes. What the hell is that?" After that, all the players heard a sudden ominous laugh. Looking around, they saw a rabbit smiling slyly and saying, "You've finally come. Follow me, dear players. I've prepared some goodies for you." Hearing this offer from the rabbit, one of the crowd exclaimed in confusion, Brother, don't fall for his tricks. He's a pathological liar to the core." Hearing the rabbit's suggestion, a girl from the group also confirmed, "Pfft, it's either a trap or the boss." Then the angry man added, "Let's go the other way. It's obviously a trap." When the rabbit heard that they did not believe him, he became anxious and said sadly, "Oh, are you saying that you don't believe me anymore? Me? I've been preparing for so long if you don't know." Hearing such provocative words from the rabbit, the crowd walking away from the rabbit said indifferently, "No one cares how much time you wasted. Did you really think we would believe you?" Hearing this, the rabbit, rubbing his paws happily, thought, Hey, idiots." After this incident, the rabbit did everything possible to prevent Dawoon from meeting the players. As they were walking along the road, they heard one of them say happily, "You know, it seems to me that it has become easier here." Hearing this message from his friend, one of the team members replied, "We just got stronger, huh?" But in reality, nothing of the sort had happened. It was only strange that the rabbit kept looking at his watch. The rabbit was deliberately letting the players take the easy way out so that they would constantly waste their time. And all this was done just to make sure that Dawoon would die. Looking at his watch once again, the rabbit smiled ominously and thought happily, "At last, the time has come. Yes, the time has come to kill them all." Meanwhile, Dawoon, who was moving around the location with his map, saw several marks on it and said, 4 creatures. Looks like a bunch of stray mobs." Looking further, Dawoon saw that the marks on the map were becoming more and more numerous by the second, and he said in surprise, "What? What's going on?" He stopped chewing and focused all his attention on the fact that a large amount of something was approaching him, and Dawoon said in astonishment, "Why the hell are there so many of them?" Seeing that there were even more of them, Dawoon began to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10. What, 10? That many? Who are they? After that, Dawoon expanded his map a bit and saw that there were 10 times as many marks, all moving in the same direction. Then he thought in confusion, "What the hell? I can't even count them." Looking at the map, Dawoon didn't pay attention at first, but a little while later the earthquake got stronger, and then he thought in confusion, What is this?" A few minutes later, he saw a whole bunch of rats running in his direction, sweeping away everything in their path. Seeing them, Dawoon quickly got to his vantage point, and with a sigh of relief, he said, "Phew, I would have been in trouble if this had continued. It's lucky they weren't too smart, and it's good that they're around the checkpoint." These strange rats started appearing after the 4th week in the dungeon after the restart. Scary beasts that ate everything in their path. As he watched these rats, Dawoon said in confusion, "Even though I kept checking my calendar, I had completely forgotten that it had been 4 weeks. It's time to restart, hey?" As he thought about why the rats had appeared in the dungeon, Dawoon suddenly remembered the restart they had seemingly staged. Then Dawoon suddenly exclaimed and thought, "A restart?" Looking at his mini-map, he thought that there were only 2 reasons why players might not appear on the mini-map, and those 2 reasons were death or moving to a new stage. After he figured this out, Dawoon spoke to his apprentice. "Well, I think I can stop actively searching. We need to gradually get home." Hearing this, Dawoon's pet began to paw at the ground and squeak in fright, signaling how they would behave if these rats attacked them again. Jumping down from the observation point, Dawoon spoke to his pet to calm him down. "Don't worry so much about the rats, Pokyu. You know, we can easily prevent you from encountering a pack of rats with the help of a mini-map." At the same time, somewhere in the main dungeon palace where the boss was, the very people who had to defeat him to move on to the next stage were also there. Standing in front of the huge stone golem that was the boss of this stage, the leader of the group said in confusion, "Even though we made it through all that crap, but what the hell is this thing?" Looking at this gigantic monster that he had to defeat, the leader continued, "How are we even supposed to fight against it? I don't think we can even scratch it." Seeing the golem swinging and preparing to strike at the crowd of people, the leader of the group warned everyone of the danger, shouting, "Look out!" After pushing the leader back, one man from the team, who looked quite strong, spoke up, stepping forward. "Stand back! I'll kick his ass myself." When the leader saw that someone had volunteered to confront him, he was confused. You?" Walking toward the golem and holding a mace, the muscular man said, "If he thinks he can defeat a player who focuses on strength like me." Rushing at the monster, swinging his weapon, the man exclaimed, "Then he is very much mistaken." But that was the last thing he said. The next moment, his blood splattered all over his comrades. Seeing what happened to their friend, they all exclaimed in fright, "Oh shit!" The golem simply crushed him, leaving the man no chance of winning. After finishing off one of the intruders, the golem went after the others, who simply froze in place in fear, unable to move. Seeing the golem approaching him, the leader thought, "That's it, I'm finished." But then, looking into the eyes of the golem that was about to kill him, the leader changed his mind a little bit, and he was already scared. "We are all finished." Pouring cold sweat from fear and praying for salvation, the leader of the group loudly exclaimed, "Lord, I ask you very much, save our souls." And then, holding his sword, which would not have helped him in the battle, the leader was preparing for his death, watching the monster's hand reach for him. But suddenly he saw that the monster had just been attacked by someone. This confused everyone. No one could believe that someone would have the courage to challenge this formidable opponent. What surprised everyone the most was that this attack not only attracted the attention of everyone, and even the golem itself, but also managed to cut off its left arm. Seeing that they were saved, the leader said in alarm, Hallelujah!" The girl responded by pointing to the walls of the arena. "What the hell is hallelujah? Look over there!" Dawoon stood on the wall of the Colosseum, holding a brick, which he used to cut off the monster's arm, combining 2 skills, horned boar strength and mud formation control. Having arrived at just the right moment and saved one of his teammates, Dawoon said happily, "Looks like we're not too late." Looking at his mini-map, Dawoon saw a strange mark. Realizing that this was no ordinary opponent, he said, "Hey, on the mini-map it doesn't look like a normal monster, and that means he's the boss." Looking at the girl from his squad, the frightened leader said in confusion, Who is this, and why is he so strong?" To which the girl replied in confusion, "Beware." As soon as the girl shouted this, everyone started to run away, because at that moment the golem waved his hand, and if not for the warning, all 3 of them who were standing in the same line would have died immediately. Waving the brick he had recently created, Dawoon began to aim it to hit the enemy's weak spot, and launching it at the golem, he shouted, "Take this!" The next second, the stone flew straight into the neck of the golem, which was chasing a frightened crowd of scattered warriors, who in turn had lost all desire to win. After the stone hit the golem, It left a rather large gash on its neck and also drew the monster's attention from the useless weaklings to Davong. After the golem caught sight of Dawoon, who had hit it with his stone core, the golem turned its head toward the boy and walked briskly toward him. Quickly walking toward Dawoon, in a matter of seconds, the monster was standing in front of the boy, swinging both arms to crush the pest that had interfered with him. Seeing that the monster was now angry with him, Dawoon said awkwardly, holding the brick in his hands, "I guess we should leave here immediately, right?" Noticing the danger approaching him, Dawoon began to move his feet quickly, running away, but the golem was not far behind, accelerating his pace with each step. Keeping his eyes on the enemy so that he wouldn't miss a surprise attack from it, Dawoon said in alarm, "Damn it, he's so fast. What should I do?" After that, he suddenly remembered his friend Song Woo-hyun, with whom he had once gone hunting. He remembered the moment when the then leader of their group shouted, "Pull!" Hearing this order, the rest of his team members pulled the rope right in front of the horned boar that was approaching Song Woo-hyun. By obeying Song Woo-hyun's order and pulling the rope, the team was able to knock down the giant horned boar that had been caught in their cunning trap. Waiting for the right moment when the boar was down, Song Woo-hyun immediately pounced on it, and without delay, he finished the monster off in a few blows. Seeing how skillfully Sun Woo-hyun dealt with a formidable opponent with the help of an ingenious strategy, Dawoon spoke to him after the fight. "Song Woo-hyun, that was incredible." Hearing such sincere words from his friend, Song Woo happily replied, "It's just a small thing. I know it's a cliché, but it's true. Always remember that, Dawoon." Recalling this advice from his friend at the most opportune moment, Dawoon decided to continue fighting the golem, developing a battle tactic that he could stick to. While swinging the brick he had created, Dawoon, looking for a weak spot on the enemy's body, confidently shouted, "Big cabinets always fall loudly!" And the next moment, the brick flew at the enemy. After making his nod, the guy hit the enemy's knee, thus destroying his left leg to make it impossible for him to move. After completing his pompous speech and making an incredibly powerful throw, the guy finally achieved the desired result and stood in a serious pose, watching what would happen next. Seeing what had just happened before their eyes, all the people present in the arena with the boss opened their mouths in amazement and realized the power that Dawoon possessed. After all that had happened, Dawoon knelt down and covered his ears to avoid being deafened by the noise that would soon follow, watching the golem fall to the ground. Seeing that his plan had worked perfectly, the boy shouted happily, "Bite me, you bastard!" And then he thought happily, "My God, Song Woo-hyun, you're a genius!" After receiving such serious damage, the golem knelt down and lowered its head, beginning to regenerate its lost limb in order to get back up. Seeing that the enemy would not harm him anymore, Dawoon began to circle the enemy, going to his rear, and said in surprise, "Why is he not moving? He must be trying to regenerate." After creating another brick to finish off the enemy, Dawoon said confidently, "Well, it doesn't matter to me. We can kick his ass all day long." Sitting on Dawoon's shoulder, his pet wagged its paws happily, glad to have such a strong master who was able to defeat the golem on his own. However, this was not the end. The problems began only from that moment on. Dawoon threw a brick at the monster to finish it off, but it bounced off him without causing any damage. Not realizing what had happened, Dawoon opened his skill window and saw that the horned boar killer skill had already expired and would take 70 seconds to reload. Grabbing his head, realizing how badly he was in trouble, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "Oh shit." After that, he noticed that the golem had risen again and added, "Has it already completed its regeneration?" Realizing that he would have to survive for the next 70 seconds using only his strength, Dawoon ran away, running around the arena to avoid being hit by the enemy. Although his plan was simple and effective, the monster still managed to strike him even with such intense movement of the target, throwing him back against the wall. Seeing that he had such a great chance to attack, Dawoon tried to launch another attack, saying in his head, "Mud formation." Creating another brick in his hands, Dawoon threw it at the golem, but just like the last one, it simply bounced off his stone body without causing any damage. After the boy's next attack, the golem decided to take a fighting stance, putting his hands against his body and making fists as if he were putting up a block. Seeing this strange behavior from his opponent, Dawoon, along with Pakyu, who was sitting on his stove, looked at the golem in surprise, trying to figure out why he did this. Then the golem suddenly growled and glared at Dawoon, who was standing right in front of it, but for some reason did not move. Realizing that this was a great opportunity, the golem began to act. The golem folded its arms in front of it in a lock, and then swung to strike the target in front of it. This was followed by a loud bang, after which a pile of dust and stone fragments rose up around the golem. Such a direct hit could have been fatal to anyone. Seeing what the golem had just done, the rest of the people who had been watching the battle froze in their tracks, and the leader of the squad exclaimed in confusion, "What happened to him? Is he alive?" Frightened by the golem that had managed to launch a deadly attack on Da-woon, who hadn't even given the enemy a chance until recently, the girl said in confusion, "Did something go wrong?" Looking at her leader who was standing beside her, she said in confusion, "Are we just going to stand there?" Hearing this question from the girl, the leader replied in confusion, but still, looking at the golem, which was waving its arms as it continued to pound the ground, most likely trying to hit Da-woon, who was presumably alive. The leader thought, but we couldn't do anything to him from the beginning. As soon as he thought this, he saw the girl he had just spoken to rush to the golem, hoping to help Da-woon, who rushed to their rescue. Not understanding why the girl, who was unlikely to make a difference in the battle, was so desperate, the leader shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" At the same time, Da-woon, who had been hit by the golem's barrage of blows, continued to dodge and said in confusion, I just need a little more time to recover." Watching the golem's movements to anticipate its next attack, Da-woon suddenly saw a projectile come at his head from the other side. After distracting the golem for a while it regenerated from the damage, the girl stopped in front of Da-woon, covering him, and said in a worried voice, "Are you okay?" Hearing such a question from an embarrassed girl, Da-woon said in surprise, "Oh, yes, of course." Then the girl added, "How can I help you in this fight against him?" Hearing the girl's offer of help, Da-woon, who was surprised by her courage, said in confusion, I need a little time. It will only take 1 minute." Hearing how much time Da-woon needed, the girl thought in confusion, 1 minute? Then she said in confusion, "You can't do it in 10 seconds? Pointing to the monster that was attacking again, Da-woon replied in fright, "No, I won't be able to, because it's a little different. It's just that I need to... Hey, look out, behind you." Hearing Da-woon's embarrassed voice, the girl looked back and saw that the golem was preparing to strike, and she was already prepared for her death, which she would not be able to avoid this time. Resigned to her fate, the girl closed her eyes and, sitting down a little, put her hand over her head, waiting for the blow. But after a certain period of time, nothing happened, and then the girl started to open her eyes in surprise to see what had happened. Looking at the golem that was supposed to finish her off, she spoke happily, seeing who was the reason she was still here. "Friends!" Seeing that their friend was in danger, all the team members who had been afraid to even approach the golem crowded around it to prevent it from killing the girl. Holding on to the golem, the team leader said joyfully, "Hey, we're a team. We couldn't just let you die, could we?" And then he asked Devong, "What is the best way to attack, huh?" Hearing this question from the warrior, Da-woon loudly exclaimed, "The solar plexus." Hearing this, the girl repeated in surprise, "The solar plexus?" Then Da-woon added, "His chest. Attack his chest." Thinking back to the moment when the golem covered its chest, Da-woon thought, this area is almost impossible to attack, but judging by the way it defends it, there must be something important in that place. Watching the team struggle to contain the golem and try to defeat it, the girl walked over to the others and confidently called out, "Hold on, I'll help you." Rushing into the battle with the boss, the girl knew where to aim and immediately conjured a fireball while the golem was focused on the others. Immediately afterward, choosing the right moment to avoid hitting her comrades, she launched it at the giant opponent, hitting the target. After hitting the enemy, a gaping hole formed on his chest, from which a bright glow came out. Most likely, it was the mechanism that controlled the boss. Seeing that his defense was destroyed and his heart was exposed, the boss stopped all aggressive do-I against the crowd and quickly covered the wound with his hands to prevent it from being hit again until he regenerated. Seeing what had just happened in front of his eyes, Da-woon happily said in his head, "Is it really so? I was absolutely right about that." Also noticing, albeit for a few seconds, that strange bright glow from the golem's chest, the squad leader said in surprise, "I'm not the only one who saw that, am I?" After that, realizing that this was their chance, the leader of the squad attacked the golem with his comrades and shouted menacingly, "Everyone listen up, we're attacking the monster's chest." While the warriors were distracting the golem, Da-woon watched the timer that showed how much time was left for him to activate his skill. At the same time, all the warriors present on the bow field were continuously trying to break through the golem's defense to get to its core, which would likely be defeated by destroying the enemy. As they waved their swords, hoping to pierce the defense, one of the crowd fighting the golem exclaimed in alarm, "Damn, he's too strong, we can't handle it." Looking at the golem, whose body was covered with sword cuts from the soldiers' futile attempts to reach the core, Dawoon thought in surprise, "Is this dirt?" Looking more closely at what exactly this golem was made of that could regenerate its wounds in a miraculous way, Dawoon repeated in his mind in astonishment, "Whoa, is it really dirt?" Seeing that the blows he had dealt left chips on the golem's body, Dawoon finally made up his mind, saying thoughtfully, "Its body is composed of mud in a way." Applying his dirt management skill, Dawoon believed to try something, saying in his head, "If that's the case, I wonder if I can use my skill to control it." Deciding to try his guess, Dawoon saw just the right moment when the golem had finished its regeneration and was able to swing its arms again, focusing his attention only on those in front of him. Rushing towards the boss, Dawoon paid no attention to anyone as he headed towards his target. Seeing the guy rush into the fight, the girl only managed to look at him in surprise in the first moments. Then, remembering the request Dawoon had made when she came to help him, she exclaimed in surprise, "What? A minute has already passed?" Hearing her exclamation, Dawoon looked back and gestured to her that everything was under control, and she didn't have to worry about him. Walking confidently forward, Dawoon thought, "Actually, a minute has passed quite a while ago. I just didn't have enough information to launch an attack, so I decided to wait." Thinking back to the time when Dawoon had taken off a piece of his neck, but he was able to regenerate it quickly, the guy thought, "He is absolutely protected from any physical attacks. That's why I needed time to observe him." Looking at all those soldiers lying wounded on the ground, Dawoon continued his thought. "These men risked their lives to buy me time." Thinking of the plan of action he would follow to defeat this monster, Dawoon also added in his mind, "These brave warriors not only bought me time to recharge my skill." Continuing his pre-fight thoughts, he added, "But they also allowed me to think of the best strategy to win, so I'm very grateful to you." After collecting his thoughts and getting close enough to the enemy, Dawoon crouched down a bit to get into a more comfortable position to jump and said, "Power." After using his skill to increase his basic characteristics several times and jumping high into the sky, Dawoon added, "Horned boar." Seeing Dawoon jump so high as he developed his battle tactics, the astonished crowd of warriors could not take their eyes off him, marveling at his physical abilities. In addition to the other soldiers, the girl who had first rushed to his aid was also impressed by him, realizing that she had not helped him in vain. Jumping from the side of the sun to help him launch his attack, blinding the enemy who would try to track him in the air, Dawoon began preparing for battle. Preparing to deliver a devastating blow, Dawoon began to create a sphere in his hand with his mud formation skill. The next moment, he used his skill to make a huge hole in the enemy's chest, where his mechanism that allowed him to live was located. After completing his attack, the boy looked back to see if his plan was effective. Looking at the golem, Dawoon saw that there was a large hole in its chest where the bright light had been. Immediately after destroying the golem's mechanism that controlled it, the monster disintegrated into small particles of dirt that no longer posed any threat. Seeing that the boss was defeated, Dawoon smiled happily, glad that his plan had succeeded and that his mission of destruction was complete. Seeing that the enemy was defeated, the other warriors who had helped Dawoon with his destruction also cheered, savoring their joint victory over the boss. After defeating the monster, while everyone was rejoicing in this joyous event, Dawoon once again felt the same familiar sensation. A bright radiance began to emanate from his body, and 2 notifications appeared, informing him that he had raised his mud formation skill to level 10 and his horned boar strength skill to level 5. Seeing this, Dawoon spoke in surprise. "Wow, did I really kill him?" Afterward, he heard the joyful shouts of the warriors exclaiming, "Wow, that was awesome, man." Arriving at the scene of the battle with the golem, the rabbit heard the people cheering, but could not find the golem anywhere. Realizing that they had defeated him, the rabbit was disappointed, but there was something that made him even angrier. When the rabbit saw Dawoon in the crowd, he said in frustration, What the hell is going on here? Is this all because of that bastard?" When the rabbit came to the people, someone in the crowd shouted angrily, "Where the hell have you been? Aren't you supposed to send us home when the game is over? So do it already." Hearing these angry shouts, Dawoon also supported them, saying, "Right." And he thought gloatingly, "If I have a common enemy with them, then I can definitely join their group." Looking at Dawoon, the rabbit thought in surprise, "His skill worked on a golem? That's why I didn't want him to join them? Noticing the rabbit's gaze on him, Dawoon slyly said, "Ah, ha, ha, what are you looking at?" Hearing this mockery from the boy, the rabbit became even more angry and thought, "He's annoying me so much that I can't stand it anymore." Then, waving his arms in anger, the rabbit told all the surviving participants, "Phew, what fun! The game is not over yet. It's not over. Move on to the next stage, you fools." Hearing what the rabbit had just said, the girl who had heard this information suddenly froze in surprise, saying in confusion, "What? The next stage? This is not the end?" With a wave of his umbrella, the rabbit opened a portal that led the players to the next stage of the game. After opening the passage, the rabbit said happily, "You are finally entering." Upset that this was not the end, the tired player standing in front of the portal said, "What? There are still other stages of this dungeon. It can't be. Damn." After listening to the disappointed voices of her comrades who had lived to see this moment with her, the girl, after some thought, was able to collect her thoughts. Then raising her head, she spoke to her comrades. "Let's go. We have nothing to do in this place anyway, so let's not waste time and continue our journey." Hearing these words from a girl who was serious and determined to end this ridiculous game, one of the team stepped forward and said, "Then, I'll go first." Standing in front of the portal, the leader of the group spoke to Davong. "We have survived because of you. Please look after us now." Dawoon replied, "You are confusing me. Then please look after me." Listening to this calf's tenderness, the rabbit who had to watch it all called out to them in annoyance, "Hey, can you stop talking and finally leave?" Then the girl said to Davong, "You were great in the battle. Thank you." Hearing this, Dawoon replied in embarrassment, "Thank you. You can go first." As Dawoon was escorting everyone into the portal, he was the last one to leave, and he was still waiting when he heard the girl say, "All right then, I'll see you soon." When everyone had passed through the portal leading to the second stage, Dawoon, kneading his hands before entering, said happily, "Great, now it's my turn. I'm coming after you, Sunwoo Hyun." As Dawoon walked toward the portal, he raised his hand to the rabbit and said happily, "That's it, I'm off. Good luck." Hearing this, the rabbit replied irritably, "Phew, you're still here?" Trying to move on to the next stage, Dawoon bumped into the door but was unable to get through. When he stepped back, he saw an inscription on it, "Error! You cannot enter the game." Seeing this, the rabbit said in surprise, An error?" Then Dawoon shouted out to the rabbit in anger, What? Why can't I enter another stage? Do something about it." Hearing such a demand, the rabbit replied angrily, "The system rejects you. What do you think I should do in this situation?" Standing in front of the huge portal, Dawoon, who did not understand why he was being rejected, said in confusion, "What the hell? What am I supposed to do now?" To which the rabbit replied irritably, "Those are actually my words." After an unsuccessful attempt to move to the second stage of the dungeon game, Dawoon returned to his cave, where he had previously arranged a place for comfortable living. A whole week had passed since that unfortunate moment, but he hadn't come out of his hiding place. His belongings and bones from the animals he had eaten were scattered on the ground. Dawoon himself was lying on the bed, disappointed with this life and this development of events, living every day in the same way, repeating the same actions over and over again. At the same time, somewhere in the other room, the boy's pet was enjoying some bones when he suddenly heard a frustrated cry from the next room, "I can't live like this forever." Getting out of bed, Dawoon went to the lion-headed fountain to wash his face and refresh his mind, which had been clouded by all the cycles in his life. After coming to his senses after such a monotonous life and many hours of procrastination, Dawoon said, "Now it's time to reflect." Thinking of his pet and the cave he had dug, Dawoon said, "The pokeworm that stayed with me, as well as my hiding place that I created, did not disappear after the restart." Recalling the moment when he went outside to scout, Dawoon noticed that the structures he had made were not there, and he added to his thoughts, "However, the watchtowers are gone." After thinking about it, the boy said thoughtfully, "The surface is rebooting, but the dungeons are not. So everything below the surface is not part of the dungeon. This whole world is not a dungeon. Why is everything so confusing?" After some thought, Dawoon said, "That's right. The creator of the dungeon did not create this world. He simply added a system on top of the existing world." Hearing the boy's conclusion, Poke said in surprise, "Pakyu," to which Dawoon replied, "That means I can go wherever I want, even if I don't go to another stage." After saying this, Dawoon added thoughtfully, "To the south and west are deserts. To the north are steep canyons. To the east is the mountain of death where herds of rats live. Sitting on the bed, Dawoon also spoke thoughtfully to himself. Walking through the desert without food will be difficult, and crossing the canyon is comparable to crossing the Grand Canyon. So I have no choice but to go to the mountain of death. Will I be able to prevent the rats if I try to travel underground? Okay, I have to try. Deciding that there was no point in staying in one place when he could travel, Dawoon set out the next day. And so, somewhere in the eastern forests, traveling around the world, Dawoon met a herd of wolves on his way, who attacked him. But with the power he had at his disposal, they were no threat to him. Looking at the 4 bodies of the wolves, Dawoon wondered where the other one who had been with them had gone. But a few seconds later, he gave himself away by jumping out of the trap. Noticing the enemy at the same time, Dawoon managed to dodge its attack by jumping away from the predator's flight path and preventing injury. Jumping back, Dawoon opened his inventory and pulled out one of his materials for defeating the enemy and shouted menacingly, "Here, eat!" Throwing a cube of dirt created with a 10th level skill onto the wolf's back, which crushed the predator. Dawoon, having dealt with another enemy, said happily, "That's it, great." After finishing this fight, he heard other wolves running from the forest somewhere behind him, having heard the sounds of the battle. Then Dawoon said, "More wolves are coming. The horned boar's power has expired." Seeing that the enemies were on their way, Dawoon used his new skill to prevent the threat that was approaching him, saying happily, "Is it time to use my skills?" After constructing a tower of 4 blocks that were stacked on top of each other, Dawoon sat on top and said, "It's all because of your high level of skill, isn't it? Don't be disappointed." Sitting on a fairly tall structure, Dawoon pulled out steel spades from his inventory and said happily, "You can't attack me, but I can attack you. It's time to hunt." Watching Dawoon travel and deal with the monsters, the rabbit said in surprise, He wasn't like this before, but now he is much stronger." Having dealt with all the enemies who decided to attack him, Dawoon got down and spoke to the rabbit. "Tell me, did I really beat them?" To which the rabbit said angrily, "Go away." Hearing these words from the rabbit, Dawoon replied in disappointment, "Anyway, I was just about to leave." Hearing this, the rabbit replied in surprise, "What?" To which the boy added, "I'm going to the mountain of death." Then the rabbit asked in confusion, "What?" Hearing the rabbit's surprise, Dawoon looked at him with a thoughtful gaze and saw that he was panicking. Then he thought, there must be something interesting there. Hearing where Dawoon was headed, the rabbit shouted nervously, trying to dissuade him from his plan. "Isn't your storage the most important thing to you in this world?" Hearing this question, Dawoon replied, "I will build another one." Then the rabbit continued, "This is your home. Where are you going?" To which he replied, Don't worry." Continuing to dissuade Dawoon, the rabbit said, "Hey, you died and came back here, so this is your home." To which the boy happily replied, "Forget it. We didn't get along from the beginning, so let's go our separate ways." Hearing that he wanted to leave him alone, the rabbit said in disappointment, "Why? Stay here with me. I will die of loneliness if you leave me here alone." While the rabbit was trying to persuade the boy not to leave, he noticed monster tracks on the ground and said in surprise, "The tracks of monster rats. Am I close to the mountain? I need a mini-map." After building an observation post in a few minutes, the rabbit who saw it exclaimed, "You're building it too fast." To which he replied, "I'm a watchtower builder after all." After saying this, Dawoon added, "It's a perfect structure, and it even has an underground vault. Combining the mini-map and the watchtower is great. We'll move on to prevent rats." Dawoon can detect enemies from afar with the help of the mini-map. He does things that other people can't. He was traveling with amazing speed to his destination, the Mountain of Death. During his journey to this mountain, he also encountered several rat monsters along the way, but he easily finished them off thanks to his humpback boar's strength. But it was not always like that. Sometimes he came across large herds of rats. When he didn't want to fight them, Dawoon simply made underground tunnels to avoid endangering himself. His path was dotted with observation posts, with which he also used mini-maps to expand their radius of observation to choose the safest path for his journey. Continuing at this pace, Dawoon traveled a certain distance, and it was time to build a new observation point so that the mini-map could cover a larger area for observation. Just as he was about to start building, he saw a notification next to him that said, Players are not allowed to leave the area of the first stage of the game. Seeing it, Dawoon, who was almost at the end of the first stage, said in surprise, "What? I can't get out of here?" Hearing what Dawoon said while standing at the border between the stages, the rabbit behind him said ominously, "You cannot leave it. That's because you will die there." After saying this, the rabbit also added, "This is not just a mountain of death. It is the Kwai of the world." Hearing this from the rabbit, Dawoon, who had been traveling for a long time, thought wearily, how can he not be tired of this? Then Dawoon, deciding to point his finger at the border that separated the stages, said thoughtfully, "The edge of the world? And what is beyond that?" Hearing this question, the rabbit exclaimed in irritation, waving its legs, "How should I know about that? This is just the edge." Listening to this, Dawoon thought, just ignore him. Looking down, Dawoon suddenly saw something that was both very interesting and confusing. Taking a closer look at the ground that was right in front of his feet, Dawoon said, in astonishment in his head, not understanding how this was possible, "What is this?" A few centimeters in front of his feet, beyond the first stage, was another ground that was different from the ground he was currently on. Standing in front of the barrier that separated the two stages, Dawoon said in astonishment in his head, "How is this even possible? This ground, it has a different color?" Seeing Dawoon open up his skills to see if he could interact with it, the rabbit exclaimed in annoyance, "This is the territory of the rat monsters! You won't be able to get through anyway." Dawoon took a step forward and was already in the territory of the next stage, and scratching the back of his head, he said in embarrassment, "But I've already passed." Seeing this, the rabbit angrily exclaimed, "You're crazy!" After the guy crossed the border, a warning appeared in front of him saying, "You have left the territory of the first stage." Then the rabbit angrily exclaimed, "He really passed! Come back here!" Slowly walking on, Dawoon, looking back to further tease the rabbit, said happily with a mockery, "What difference does it make?" Watching him walk away, the rabbit called out to him in confusion, "Don't you hear what I'm telling you? Come back to me right now." He looked at the rabbit on the other side of the border and waved his legs angrily. "Come back to me at once." Dawoon said, "Ugh, he's so noisy." Standing in front of the rabbit, who was menacingly ordering him to come back to him, Dawoon said with a sly smile on his face, "If you want me to come back, then bring me back yourself." Hearing this suggestion from the boy who had offered a solution to their problem, the rabbit suddenly fell silent and looked at Dawoon in silence, confused. Seeing that he was suddenly quiet, Dawoon stood still and waited to see how the rabbit would behave in such circumstances. The rabbit, in turn, could not stand such a provocation, stood near the border, trying to overcome himself and cross the line. When Dawoon saw that the rabbit was not making any attempts to cross to him, he said provocatively, "Oh, that's it? So you just can't cross that line?" Hearing these words from Dawoon, the rabbit, sweating coldly with excitement, said in confusion, I can? I can cross this line at any time?" Hearing this response from the rabbit, Dawoon continued to provoke him, saying, "Heh, then why are you still there? Come over if you can." To which he replied, "Didn't you know I hate dark colors? I just don't want to go there." Hearing such a blatant lie, Dawoon thoughtfully told the rabbit, "But your tuxedo is black." After that, the boy thought about it. The area that the guide cannot enter. Is there an area that is beyond his control? After thinking about it, the boy continued his train of thought. Interesting, interesting. Just as I thought, this place most likely divided the existing world into stages. And right now I have left the dungeon. Deciding that his guesses weren't enough, Dawoon decided to seek information from the rabbit by asking him, "Is there something rebooting here? The herds of rats? Are they rebooting?" After asking his questions to the rabbit, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "If only I could check." At that very moment, he saw the rabbit leave him and fly away. Trying to stop the rabbit, Dawoon shouted after him, "Hey, wait!" But when the rabbit did not respond, Dawoon said in frustration, You could have told me a little more. Well, this will do." Looking at the new world they had entered, Dawoon said happily, "I have about 2 weeks before the reboot. I'll start by building the towers. If this place reboots like the dungeons, the buildings will be gone in 2 weeks." After saying this, Dawoon also thought of another scenario and said hopefully, "But if they don't disappear, I can build as many towers as I want, and I can easily reach the mountain." Thinking about the best possible scenario for him, Dawoon said in a tone of anticipation, "If that's the case, then I'll definitely be able to find a clue to get out of this dungeon." After constructing the 1.5-meter observation tower, Dawoon sat on the unfinished structure and said wearily, I am already hungry and even a little tired. Sitting on top of the observation post opposite his apprentice, Dawoon said, I have been working for 3 hours. It's time to take a break and have some refreshments. Opening his inventory to take out his supplies, Dawoon flipped through the pages of his equipment and loot and said, let's see, smoked meat. When he saw a strange item in his inventory that he hadn't added, he said in surprise, huh? What is this? What is it doing here? Among the pile of mud bricks that filled most of Dawoon's inventory, the core of the golem he had defeated was also at the very bottom of the list. After reading its description, Dawoon said in surprise, an earth golem. Ah, that's right, that's it. I didn't even realize I had it in my inventory at the time because of all the noise and commotion. After taking out some food from his inventory for himself and a bone for his pet, Dawoon, recovering his strength, said thoughtfully, a golem core. So I can create my own golem, can I? After regaining his strength, Dawoon dug a cave underground, equipped it, and made it his hiding place. After that, he said thoughtfully, if I create it on the surface, it might attract monsters. Looking at the size of the cave, Dawoon said thoughtfully, so we need to create it underground. The cave is about 1 meter high, so we need to make it 1 meter high. Thinking about the size of the golem, Dawoon pondered, isn't that too low? Should I make it a 4-legged golem? Definitely. A golem shouldn't be a humanoid. With 4 legs, it will be easier for it to move around in the cave, right? After saying this and looking at his pet, who agreed with him, Dawoon happily announced, excellent, then this golem will be in the form of an elephant. Having decided what the golem for the caves should look like, Dawoon began to draw it. When he finished it, he exclaimed, great, the drawing is ready. Let's get started. After starting to build his golem, Dawoon used his dirt management skill to make his job much easier by forming materials into the right shapes and sizes. This laborious work had already taken a lot of time, but everything had to be perfect. Dripping with sweat from such hard work, the boy's pet, seeing how hard he was working, began to lick the sweat off him. Seeing this cute act of his pet, Devong felt much better and calmer, knowing that he was being cared for, and took a short break to pet his friend. After that, he continued his hard work to create his first golem. After spending a lot of time and effort, Dawoon finally finished his work and walked away from the completed golem, saying happily, good. With his hands at his sides, Dawoon said happily, satisfied with his hard work. Finally, the construction is complete. The golem created by Dawoon, version 1.0. As soon as he said this, he saw that right before his eyes, the golem created by Dawoon, version 1.0, was destroyed. As he watched it fall apart, he exclaimed in confusion, huh, what the? Afterwards, deep in thought, Dawoon said, did he fall apart because there was nothing to support his belly? Perhaps shorten the distance in the abdomen and make it stronger. It may look a little strange. After another hour of work after the golem collapsed, Dawoon finally finished upgrading his golem so that it wouldn't collapse. And stepping away from it, he said wearily, oh, okay. Looking at the finished work he had done, Dawoon said wearily, I've made its torso lighter so I can use the free space in it as a trunk. I also added a pair of legs to improve its stability. After completing the upgrades to the previous version, which was unsuccessful, Dawoon stepped away from it to see if this one would also fall apart like the previous golem did last time. When it had stood there for a while and no changes were visible, he could safely say, golem made by Devong, version 2.0 hexaped. After everything was ready, Dawoon hastily built a ladder of mud blocks to reach the golem's head and said happily, a ladder of mud cubes. And now, taking out the core from his inventory that would activate the golem, Dawoon held it up to the head of his creation and quickly shoved it inside to activate it. Having done this simple act, the boy jumped down the stairs and began to walk away from the golem. For what if it came to life and started to rage, destroying everything around it? Moving away from the golem and hiding behind the blocks of dirt that made up the stairs, the boy began to watch what would happen next. When a few seconds passed and nothing happened, Dawoon scratched the back of his head in frustration and said thoughtfully, what? Is it a failure again? As soon as he thought this, some strange actions began to occur. The golem's eyes began to emit light, which illuminated the entire cave it had dug. Then the golem came to life, suddenly jumping up and down. Seeing that his creation was alive, Dawoon exclaimed in amazement, wow, yes, I really did it. After that, he saw a notification saying, achievement obtained, golem builder. Reward, a golem that will follow your commands without question. Seeing that the golem would now obey him, Dawoon said happily, this is incredible. This is my personal golem. How about I give it a command? Pointing his finger at the elephant golem, which now had to obey him without question, Dawoon gave the first command, which was, sit. Upon hearing this, the golem immediately obeyed its master's order and sat down on the ground, although it was not very obvious, because its height had changed only slightly. After Dawoon saw that it was actually following his orders, he exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, incredible!" After that, the boy immediately climbed on the elephant. Sitting on his new pet's head, Dawoon exclaimed in a happy voice like a little child, "Wow, this is so cool! This feeling is beyond words!" After Dawoon was comfortably seated on his pet, he spoke to him, "Now stand up." When he began to stand up, Dawoon could barely hold on to him, for he had never ridden a golem before. As if he were a child who had finally received his cherished toy, after a long period of waiting, Dawoon exclaimed, "A golem that does whatever I tell it to do. This is so damn useful." Sitting on Dawoon's shoulder, his little pet, who had spent quite a bit of time with him, noticed that his master was acting strangely. But the next moment, everything returned to normal as Dawoon spoke to his golem, giving it the following order. "Very well. Now we need to go to a certain place." Hearing this command, which was incorrectly named, the elephant golem spoke in surprise, not understanding what exactly was required of it. Puva, prepared for incredible adventures, already dreaming of what his future would be like, Dawoon said confidently, "Let us make you a brother." Meanwhile, in the first stage, the rabbit led another team to the hall with the boss. Standing in front of the gate, he announced, "The boss is right in front of you. You have all done a good job. Now let's see if you can survive the battle with him." When the gate to the boss opened, a blinding light shone down on them from the middle of the arena. Deciding not to delay, the girl spoke confidently, "If we defeat him," to which the man added, "Let's get started." Once inside, a couple of warriors who were preparing to fight the boss saw what had happened and stood there in confusion, not knowing what to do next. Looking at the pile of stones lying on the ground, the warriors who had come to fight the boss said in confusion, "But here? There is nothing here?" When the rabbit saw this shocking scene waiting for him in the boss room, he exclaimed in confusion, "Where is the final boss? I can't understand. Simple. How could this have happened?" As he began to think about what could have happened to the boss while he was away, the rabbit came to the only logical conclusion that could have happened. Dawoon. Realizing that it was Dawoon's handiwork, the rabbit shouted in anger, "Ah, where is that bastard?" Realizing that they had nothing to do here, the soldiers asked the guide, "Rabbit, can we go home now?" At the same time, somewhere in the underground tunnel, Dawoon, riding his elephant golem, exclaimed joyfully, "Yahoo! Run! Run faster! Run even faster! Yay, I did it!" Riding along the high-speed highway, Dawoon said, "Kaha, this tunnel. I made it with the 10th level of mud formation, a direct underground passage that connects the ruins and the mountain of death." Recalling what it was like, Dawoon, who had never regretted digging this tunnel, said thoughtfully, "It took me a whole week to build it, but it was definitely worth it." After taking everything they needed from the ruins, Dawoon happily said to his golem, "Well then, the job is done. Now it's time to go home. Let's go back." Taking the direct route home, Dawoon was able to reach Death Mountain relatively quickly, from which he returned to the ruins to retrieve the golem core. Standing in his hideout that he had built, Dawoon looked at the mini-map and said, "Okay, let's see. 2 hours one way. Isn't that too bad?" Opening the inventory where the boss core was supposed to appear, Dawoon said happily, "Well, Poke, let's see what we've got." After finding the golem core they had gotten after the victory, Dawoon said to his pet with joy, "Okay, now we just need to decide who we want to create this time." Taking a pensive stance, Dawoon said thoughtfully, Since I already have a golem that I can ride, I need to make someone who can fight like the final boss." After stating the main task that this golem should perform, Dawoon added the main requirements for it. It should also walk on 2 legs. It must have 2 arms to carry heavy things. Thinking about who it could be that would fit all the criteria mentioned earlier, Dawoon said with a sly smile, "Well, okay, I have decided who I will create." As soon as Dawoon thought of who it should be, he immediately started building it. A lot of time passed, and the night gave way to morning, which came without anyone even realizing how quickly. After finishing his work, Dawoon proudly said in a tired voice, "Phew, I should have created it instead of an elephant. If it's rolled into a ball, it won't break." Standing in front of the completed creation, Dawoon pulled out a golem core from his inventory and held it out to the golem and said happily, "Now open your eyes." After shoving the golem core into the gorilla's chest, Dawon added the next bark he created, which met all of his criteria, Gorilla Golem. After that, everything happened exactly the same way as with the elephant. The golem's eyes lit up with a bright glow that illuminated a large area. After the gorilla came to life, having received the golem's core, it began to roar loudly. Seeing that he had managed to revive another pet again, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Woohoo! It worked!" Deciding to see if this golem was just as obedient, Dawon gave it an order. Down. When he saw it fall to the ground, Dawon said, "Ah, no, get up!" When the gorilla rose to his full height, his head hit the ceiling, which began to crumble from the sudden impact. When Dawon saw this, he cried out in alarm, "Wah! The ceiling, you have to sneak away!" When the gorilla assumed the appropriate posture to move through the tunnels, Dawon went with him to the elephant golem. When they arrived, Dawon said joyfully, "Elephant, this is your brother." Climbing up on Dawon's shoulder and waving his legs to greet them, Dawon spoke, introducing them to Pokyu. "Right, and this is the eldest, right?" As Dawon warmed up for battle, he spoke to his new creations, with whom he was about to go to the test. "Let's see how strong you both are, shall we?" As soon as Dawon said this, they immediately went to the surface to test their strength against the many rat monsters that were there. While running around on the surface, the rat monsters that lived in the location of the Death Mountains suddenly heard a strange noise that was getting louder by the second, and an earthquake appeared. After that, strange silhouettes began to appear from the observation tower. After a short period of time, these silhouettes became more and more distinct, and it turned out to be Dawon with his golems. Seeing the unwanted guests who encroached on their territory, the rats became very angry and began to scream very loudly, creating a ruckus. After that, all the rats present at the location began to gather in a single pile and headed towards the enemies who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the enemies approaching at a frantic pace, Dawon spoke to his golems, giving them another command. "Your time has come, attack!" As soon as the command to act was given, the gorilla immediately rushed to Nukris to crush the herd as ordered by its master. Leaping out of his seat, the gorilla soared into the air, swinging hard and folding his arms into a lock to make them into a hammer for greater effectiveness. The next moment, the gorilla landed right on top of a large pile of rats that had gathered in a single group, and was able to easily kill a large number of enemies with just one blow. The gorilla then began to strike at the remaining rats that continued to approach it, killing more and more with each blow. Seeing that this tactic was no longer effective, the gorilla waved its arm like a scythe, sweeping away all the enemies in its path, and moved on, following the order. Fighting with an incredibly large number of monsters, whose attention was mostly focused on it, the gorilla left a large crater at the place of its struggle. Watching the battle of his gorilla golem, Dawon said in surprise, "Wow, is it really that strong? This is the true strength of the final boss of the first stage." The battle had been going on for a long time, but the enemies were not getting smaller. On the contrary, it seemed that their number was only growing despite the number of them that had already been destroyed. Looking at his mini-map, which displayed all the creatures within a certain radius, Dawon said in surprise, "What? There are more and more of them every time." While he was looking at the mini-map while sitting on the elephant, he suddenly heard the sound of monsters approaching him, and looking around, he noticed that they were crawling on the golem. Seeing the danger approaching him, Dawon spoke anxiously to his golems, "Make sure these rats can't climb on you." As soon as the boy said this, the golem basement suddenly jumped up, shook off all the rats, and at the same time drove away the rest that were heading toward him. Seeing the threat they were in if they continued to approach, the rats stopped in one place, far from the elephant, and began to hiss irritably, trying to scare him. Seeing that the number of enemies was not decreasing, Dawon thought in confusion, "There are too many of them. How can we attack them differently? We need something else." A massive attack. Thinking about what he had just said in his head, Dawon could only think of one combination of words as he ran it through his mind. Mass casualties. Thinking of what could be used as a weapon of mass destruction, Dawon, reaching into his inventory, suddenly shouted out to the gorilla golem, "Gorilla, catch!" After that, a large cube made of mud flew towards the gorilla. Having received it, the gorilla golem did not know what to do with it and how to behave. When Dawon saw that the gorilla caught the cube he had handed him, he shouted loudly, "Gorilla, now throw this cube at your enemies in any direction." Hearing the order from his master, the gorilla shouted in the affirmative, saying that he understood the order, and lifted the cube above him, aiming at the enemies. A few seconds later, the cube flew at the enemies, sweeping them away and destroying them in large flocks due to the rather impressive size of the projectile. Seeing that his idea was working 100%, Da-won joyfully exclaimed, "That's it! An elephant! Now you come closer to the gorilla!" When he got close to the gorilla, Da-won moved from elephant to gorilla to provide ammunition to his artillerist who was very inactive in destroying enemies with cubes. Sitting on the shoulder of his gorilla golem, Da-won opened his inventory, which contained ammunition, and said, "Gorilla, stretch out your hand to me." When the gorilla heard this request, it was surprised, but obeyed Da-won's order. Then the boy took another block of mud from his inventory and handed it to the gorilla, saying, "Reload." With the ammunition restored to his warrior's hand, Da-won, who was sitting on his shoulder, said to the gorilla golem, "Now you can begin to destroy them all." Hearing this order, the gorilla suddenly roared loudly and began to swing its fist out of the mud, preparing to attack the enemies who were approaching them. Then, aiming at the enemies who had come close enough to attack, she threw a stone right on target, killing a large number of them in one fell swoop. Seeing that the attack had hit the target, and that the effectiveness of such a battle was very high, Da-won quickly renewed the shells in his warrior's hands. After the ammunition appeared in his hands, the gorilla would again throw it at the enemies, who continued to throw more of it down. After receiving the next ammunition, the gorilla jumped up to increase the distance and range of the stone throw, and to destroy more enemies in one throw. Seeing how efficiently he was able to destroy his enemies, Da-won could only replenish his ammunition, but he said, "This is great, but I have an even better idea." After that, the gorilla walked quickly to a nearby elephant to implement Da-won's plan to fight the monsters more effectively. As he filled the trunk on the elephant's back with cubes of mud, Da-won said, "Since elephants often use their trunks as hands, you can throw them too." Looking at the mini-map to check on their progress, Da-won happily reported, "Good, we finished off almost everyone. It was much easier than I expected." Till Da-won saw that they had almost dealt with the influx of enemies, when a notification appeared out of nowhere, telling them that the dungeon had begun to reset. Seeing what had just been reported to him, Da-won exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Wait, I don't understand. Is it possible that the dungeon has already restarted?" After this restart notification came, everyone on the battlefield suddenly began to tremble, feeling inexplicably afraid. Everyone except Da-won, sensing the arrival of something incredibly large and powerful. The rats began to scream in fright and scream loudly, scattering in different directions to escape. When Da-won saw that the enemies began to flee, he said in surprise, "Are they suddenly all going crazy together? What are they all so afraid of?" Looking at his pet sitting on his shoulder, Da-won said in astonishment, "Hey, Poke, are you afraid too? Hey, what's wrong with all of you guys?" Sensing something quite strong and dangerous approaching, Pocky grabbed onto the boy, but he wouldn't let go, trying to hide behind him. Seeing this strange behavior of his little pet, who was trembling with fear, Da-won said in surprise, "You weren't so afraid during the previous restart." Determined to observe what it was that scared his pet so much, Da-won decided to use his mini-map skill to track down the possible danger. When he opened the map, he saw his previous towers that he had built in the first stage, and the 3 towers in the Death Mountain that he had recently built, as well as the marker with him. But suddenly he saw that some strange changes began to take place on the map, and then he said in surprise, "The area near the first stage is getting darker and darker." As he said this, Da-won saw that his towers had disappeared and said in alarm, "Eh? The towers are also disappearing. Well, it seems that everything in that place is disappearing. At least we are at a safe distance." Looking at the map in detail, Da-won noticed that after the area had gone completely dark in the first stage, something strange began to happen as they crossed the border. Looking at the number of dots that appeared on the map, he said in surprise, "What is this? Are all these dots on the map monsters that are heading our way?" When Da-won saw this, he said to his golems in confusion, "Everyone, gather around immediately. We need to get out of here as soon as possible, or we'll be in trouble." As Da-won approached the observation post, he said, "We will place the elephant at the base of the building, and we will place the goyim on the roof of the post." After completing all the tasks, Da-won was already on the roof of the observation post with the gorilla to repel the monster's attack. Sitting on the observation tower, Da-won, feeling the ground shake, said in surprise, "My God, it's definitely not an earthquake," but looking at the huge crowd of monsters heading toward them, Da-won said in fright, "But all this shaking of the ground is caused by a single noise coming from one direction." As Da-won watched the monsters coming toward them, he was confused. Those monsters that wiped out other areas, they're all headed this way. Looking at this huge crowd, which was impossible to miss, Da-won said in embarrassment, "I will not allow you to escape from me like this." Using his horned boar power, which was currently at the 9th level, Da-woon said, "A perfect chance to improve my skills." Deciding to take advantage of this great opportunity, Da-woon used his mud creation skill and said, "Summon the mud cube." After creating dozens of projectiles for the gorilla to throw at the enemies, Da-woon happily announced, "Start throwing these stones at them. Throw them as if they were rockets, ha-ha." After providing his gorilla golem with ammunition to fight the monster, Da-woon began to create more dirt cubes, thinking, "This is perfect. I need to make them the same weight so I can throw them as well." After creating some ammunition for himself to throw at his enemies to improve his skills, Da-woon threw the stone he had created at the crowd of monsters that were approaching without hesitation. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting monsters continued to destroy everything in their path, when suddenly one of the rats felt a strange premonition and saw a shadow above him that was growing larger by the second. Raising its head up, the monster saw a giant stone cube flying at it from above. Noticing this danger, the monster screamed loudly, warning its comrades of the danger. But at that moment, it was too late to dodge. The moment Da-woon and the gorilla started throwing stones at the rat monsters, they were already helpless. However, despite this effective strategy, the boy's action had critical consequences. Despite the strength of the horned boar, which gave him incredible power for a certain moment in time, the problem was that the time of use was limited. Da-woon's strength quickly disappeared. Feeling heavy in his hands, Da-woon thought in confusion, "What? Has the skill expired?" However, this time it was completely different. The sturdily constructed tower allowed him to instantly restore the skill. These ingeniously constructed buildings saved their lives. Seeing that a simple storming of the tower was not effective, the leader of the rats decided to change the strategy of the battle. The leader then growled loudly to attract the attention of the other monsters. After that, the monsters began to climb on top of each other, forming a pyramid, which, like a ladder, allowed others to climb higher. And at this rate, they already reached a considerable height. When Da-woon saw his enemies making a human ladder, he said in surprise, "What the hell is this? They're standing on top of each other to climb to the roof. We can't even throw stones normally because they are too close." Realizing that throwing stones at the rats would be impractical, Da-woon pulled out a piece of dried meat from his inventory and said menacingly, "Ah, we must destroy them at their very core." Hearing his master's exclamations, Pocky, who was sitting on his shoulder, squeaked in surprise. Da-woon then spoke to him joyfully, "Let's destroy them at their very core, Pokyu." Da-woon then threw the pieces of meat from the roof of the tower away from him, shouting, "Eat!" When the rats saw something tasty flying down from the tower, they immediately turned their attention away from the boy and went after the goodies. After that, the tower of rats began to collapse because each of them was already interested in getting a piece of jerky that was thrown to them. Less than a minute later, the entire tower suddenly collapsed to the ground, kicking up a huge pile of dust. Seeing that the tower was once again numbered and all the enemies were at a sufficient distance to attack, Da-woon said in a frantic voice, "Well, is it time to finish what we started? Skill activation." Preparing to continue fighting the monsters that had fallen for such a cheap provocation with food, Da-woon said, "Skill activation, mud formation." As soon as he said this, a giant cube of mud appeared in front of him, which Da-woon could not lift accurately. But that was not important. Seeing that the initial stage of creating a projectile to throw at enemies was complete, Da-woon confidently called out, "I need to do it one more time." Spreading his arms above him and using the skill again, Da-woon repeated, "Skill activation, create dirt." After that, the cube in front of him was instantly modernized. Large spikes appeared on its edges and sides. Thanks to this modernization, it was supposed to deal more damage. After creating a new ammunition for his attack, Da-woon said to his gorilla golem, "Hey gorilla, come here. Now it's your turn to work." Hearing the command that prompted it to act, the gorilla approached Da-woon, and with a sudden movement, picked up the newly created spiked cube. After this action, the gorilla immediately threw the cube at the crowd of monsters, who continued to advance. A few seconds later, the stone rolled on after being hit, thus piercing the ranks of the rat monsters that continued to advance on the observation tower. After the spike cube hit the ground, it left behind a large radius moat that confused the enemies. Seeing the results of his new invention, Da-woon, observing how much the enemy's ranks had been thinned out, said in amazement, "Wow, well that was quite effective." A few seconds later, Da-woon felt the familiar sensation again, accompanied by a bright glow from his entire body. Da-woon was once again able to improve his mastery of his skills. Glancing at the system notifications, Dawoon saw that he had successfully mastered the mud formation skill, and his horned boar strength skill had also risen to the 7th level. Surprised by the new level, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Wow, I thought level 10 was the maximum, but it surprisingly went even higher. We even improved the strength of the horned boar. Yes, damn it." After finishing the battle with the monsters, Dawoon, on top of his unconquered tower, said wearily, "Ugh, were these rats sent to us by the heavens themselves or what?" After the battle, Dawoon spoke happily to his pet, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Hey, Poke, let's find another underground shelter." The squirrel squeaked in agreement. After leaving the observation tower from which they had been defending themselves, Dawoon, his Golemals, and Pokyu went down into the cave. Dawoon said in surprise, It's quite quiet here now." Dawoon opened his mini-map and said, "I wonder if the other monsters have passed us by. They seem to be hiding in packs." When Dawoon saw how many marks were on his mini-map, he was surprised. "Wow, they really have so many nests, don't they? This area seems to be quite dangerous." After he finished analyzing the area around him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "The towers are not so safe anymore, and you guys are not yet strong enough to be able to repel all attacks." After that, Dawoon smiled happily and said, "Okay, let's start digging again." Once he started working, he dug the tunnels very efficiently, shouting, "Dirt formation, master level." Continuing to move at a frantic pace underground, digging new paths for himself, Dawoon suddenly stopped when he saw an obstacle in front of him. He only had time to speak. "The formation." Then his sentence was cut short when he saw a huge stone blocking his path. Touching it with his hand, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "What the hell is this?" Standing in front of a dead end, Dawoon added in frustration, "Is it really a huge stone? Damn it, I can't change it no matter how hard I try. Aren't broken stones just like dirt?" So annoying. Faced with the problem that suddenly came his way, the tired Dawoon, with his hands at his side, said thoughtfully, "It seems that there is nothing I can do for now. I'll go to the surface for now." When he reached the surface, Dawoon felt a cool wind enveloping his body, and then he said, shivering from the cold, "It's a little chilly here. Maybe it's because there are no trees." Looking into the distance, where only cold mountains were visible, Dawoon said, "Humph. The climate of this place makes it impossible to travel around, and traveling on a road that is free of rats is much better." Thinking about his next steps, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I can no longer dig underground, but I can build towers. There seems to be no other way because the underground routes are blocked." After saying this, Dawoon thought of something else that was very disturbing to him. Then he voiced it. "But what if we come across a pack of rats again while traveling?" Climbing up on his elephant, Dawoon said happily, "But in any case, I need more golems. Now that the dungeon is rebooted, it's likely that the final boss has also reappeared, right?" After saying this, Dawoon spoke to his golem before traveling. "Let's go, gorilla." A short time later, Dawoon returned to the Desert of Death, which was his stronghold. After building his new golem, Dawoon proudly said, "Rise, gorilla version 2.0. Upon hearing this order, the gorilla spontaneously stood up. Then Dawoon said with satisfaction, not bad." Recalling how he had obtained the core for the new golem, Dawoon thought in confusion, "The military reinforcements have arrived. This time I grabbed the core while my gorilla was fighting the boss." After deciding to form a new block of mud at the new skill level, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "What is the result now? If the number of gorillas has increased, then I don't need to do anything." When he tried to lift the block, Dawoon was unable to do so even with his horned boar skill. As he struggled, Dawoon said, "I will continue to improve my mud forming skill to the master level." Unable to pick up this cube of mud, Dawoon said in surprise, After raising my skill level, this cube has become quite large and much heavier." Thinking that if he could easily pick it up, then thinking back to all the X-monsters he had fought, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "I could easily kill it. With this, I could have easily killed all those monsters. As he stretched his arms and prepared for the next training session, Dawoon, satisfied with his work, said, "But still, I can't know for sure. That's because a new dangerous enemy could appear at any moment." Coming to his golems, who were already ready to work, Dawoon stood in front of them in a confident posture, folding his arms in front of him, and joyfully said, "But we have to go anyway." After saying this and looking at the ceiling of the tunnel he had dug, Dawoon continued, "To the surface." But as soon as they got to the surface, Dawoon's joyful smile immediately disappeared, and his mood changed completely. Now he was not happy with his decision. Riding forward on his elephant golem, Dawoon angrily exclaimed, "Why the hell is it so cold here? Is it because we are in the mountains? I can only get frostbite here." Calling up the inventory, Dawoon decided to look for some warm clothes. When he found something that seemed to fit, he said, "Inventory, horned boar skin." As Dawoon covered himself with the horned boar skin, which kept him warm, he saw Pocky climbing inside. Trying to keep warm, he said, well, at least this is easier." Crawling under Devong's horned boar skin, the pet snuggled up to him and slowly began to climb up to his head. When it finally reached the desired warm spot on the boy's body, the pet snuggled up to the boy and spoke with pleasure. Pocky. Seeing what his pet had just done and how incredible it was, Dawoon thought happily, "My God, just look at how cute he is." Lying in the trunk of the elephant, Dawoon decided to try to do something to keep himself warm, and he said to the golems, "Guys, please stop for a second." Wrapping himself in the hide of a horned boar to keep warm from the bitter cold of the Death Mountains, Dawoon said with satisfaction, "The wind isn't as strong if we stand still." Looking up at the starry sky in its full glory, Dawoon, who was lying in the elephant's back, said thoughtfully, "Perhaps the ceiling will make me feel a little warmer." After making this guess about the temperature regulation of the environment, Dawoon got off the elephant and used his skill to say, "Okay, let's try it." While he was trying to create something that could replace his roof, Dawoon gave an order to his golem warriors. "Gorillas, stand guard in case something happens." As he rolled the mud on the ground, which was to be used as a roof to improve the temperature, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "We need to make it wider." As he added ingredients to his mud, which he was using to mold the elephant's roof to keep warm from the cold, Dawoon spoke throughout the process. Forming the mud. After doing a lot of work, it was clear that the result would be quite remarkable. And upon completion, Dawoon, who saw what he had done, exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What?" Looking at the perfect shape and thickness of the ceiling, Dawoon said in amazement, "It used to be harder to make it this thin. Perhaps it's easier now that I'm a master." Dawoon decided to touch it and felt its pleasant texture, and as he continued to run his finger over the surface, he said happily, "Wow, it's so smooth. It's almost like ceramic." Suddenly, when Dawoon pressed a little harder on the surface, it cracked. Seeing what he had just done, the boy said thoughtfully, "It's too thin. The strength is a bit weak." Thinking about how to correct this mistake, Dawoon said, "If I make it wider, then I need to make it thicker to make it stronger. I think I've got it." When Dawoon created the next plate, he tested its strength and was able to break it without much difficulty. Realizing that he had to try harder, he said, "I see, skills alone will not do. I'll also have to use my many years of experience." When Dawoon had finished his next job, he collapsed from exhaustion and the hard work he had to do. Lying on the ground, he heaved a sigh of relief. Running his finger over his latest creation, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "It may be strong, but wouldn't it be too dangerous if it suddenly broke?" After thinking for a while about how he could ironize this invention of his, Dawoon, without wasting much time, exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, that's right. I know how to do it." Snapping his fingers in front of him as if to announce his brilliant idea, Dawoon said joyfully, "The dome. The dome will be able to support the weight of the structure. It is also more reliable and safer." Having created the dome in his next attempt, Dawoon, controlling the golem's movements so that they would not accidentally break it, said, "Okay, now lift it up like this." As Dawoon watched his golem's work, he said happily, "Ha ha ha, be careful." After a while, when the construction was completed, Dawoon climbed into the elephant and said joyfully, "Hooray, finally, the work is finished." A golem elephant made by Dawoon with a roof. Lying in the luggage compartment on the elephant's back, Dawoon, satisfied with his work, enjoyed his rest, saying happily, "This is what I understand. This is real life." Looking up, he saw his pet and said to him, "I feel that by now, with my skills, I can create something much harder." After saying this, the boy also added, "Are you also thinking about this, Poke? Maybe we should build a protective wall against the monsters. After all, we won't be able to hide from our enemies now." Getting down from his elephant, Dawoon thought about what kind of place to make for the night and said thoughtfully, "So, we need to make something convenient for traveling on the surface." After a short time on the cold ground, which was being blown by the cold wind, Dawoon wrapped himself in the horned boar's skin and said, Dubak, all right? Let's make an insulating layer first." Thinking about this idea, the boy set to work. using his skills in molding mud, which he had quite a good command of. As well as all his knowledge from his past life in Korea, Da-woon was able to create something that definitely did not exist in this dungeon world. It was a golem elephant created by Da-woon with a heated floor. On its back, the boy built a house with a stove that kept him warm in this cold desert. From the outside, it looked quite interesting and simple, but inside, on the right side, in the back, there was a fireplace, which was a source of heat and light. On the left side, also in the back, there was a bathroom and a sewer, through which all the waste was washed away. In the middle of the elephant, 4 blankets made of horned boar skins were spread on the floor. There was also a closet for storing things and an exit. The elephant's trunk served as a chimney. The heat passed through the elephant's belly. The heat passed through the elephant's belly, heating the room, and the smoke went out through the trunk. Looking at the way his elephant looked after the upgrade, Da-woon also got a new achievement, and he was confused. What the hell did you do, Da-woon? The achievement description read, New achievement. You have created a floor heating system. Reward. The heat control skill is now part of your skill set as a craftsman. Seeing that he had been given a new reward for building it, Da-woon said thoughtfully, Wow, an achievement award, huh? For some reason, I'm not even surprised. 2 months after this event, the beginning of new events developed in the historical part of the North. Arriving at the site of the battle with the stage boss, the rabbit was confused by what had happened there. Standing in the room where the final boss was supposed to be, the surviving participants spoke. How come there are no monsters here? Ugh, let's rest. Can we rest here? Hearing this, the rabbit thought angrily, No, you idiots. Disappointed by another failure, when the golem was already defeated by the time the players reached it, the rabbit thought sadly, This is not good. As the rabbit walked away from the room where the golem was supposed to be, he thought in confusion, This is not good at all. If this continues, the high-ups will definitely say something. Meanwhile, Da-woon, who had completed the construction of his next golem and brought it to life with the help of a core, said happily, Phew, it's a shame that I can't share this site with anyone. At that time, Da-woon's team consisted of 1 elephant golem, 4 gorilla golems, and 1 Pokemon. Looking at them, the boy said happily, I would at least show off to the rabbit if he were around. Having completed all the preparations, Da-woon set off with his subjects on a journey. Looking out of the window, he said sadly, I can't see anything at all from here. Then looking out the window, Da-woon also added, However, I can say for sure that we are definitely very high up. Heh, the road is not so bumpy. There are smooth peaks everywhere. When Da-woon reached the top of the mountain, he turned his hut on legs, which he had equipped with an elephant, and looked around at the incredible views and said, Wow, what a view. Sitting on Da-woon's shoulders, watching everything he saw, his pet Pokyu, who could also admire it, added excitedly, Pokyu. Rubbing his nose at this touching moment, Da-woon said, holding back his emotions, It was quite a rewarding experience, and the journey seemed quite easy. But as he said this and turned his head to the side, he suddenly saw something behind him that he had not expected to find. Behind him were the ruins of what was probably the boss of this stage. Upon seeing them, Da-woon said in surprise, What is he doing here? As Da-woon approached the ruins, he saw a strange statue standing in front of the entrance. Trying to figure it out, Da-woon said in astonishment, What is this? As he pondered the statue, Da-woon also had another thought. These must be the last ruins, but why are they at this height? Looking at these ruins, which he had reached by accident, the boy said thoughtfully, It's for sure that we are quite far from the first stage. I wonder why we call them ruins. Thinking of the rabbit that had accompanied him for a long time, Da-woon said in displeasure, You must have been repeating after that bastard all along. But these ruins were built long before he came along, right? Continuing to ponder, Da-woon spoke as he stared at the statue again. So they were built before the dungeon was created. Perhaps they are relics of the past. Having decided to enter them, Da-woon said to himself, I'm standing here doing nothing, and I won't get any answers if I keep standing here. I need to take a closer look. As he walked forward to the ruins to look at them and examine them in more detail, Da-woon said thoughtfully, It is unlikely that anything will happen to me. That's because I have 5 golems. Walking past the statue at the entrance to the dungeon, Da-woon noticed it because it looked very strange, and there was no similar statue in the previous dungeon. After taking a closer look at it, Da-woon said thoughtfully, Ha ha, I didn't see any similar statues in the North Dungeon. What is the purpose of this statue here? Looking at its workmanship and the material it was made of, Dawoon said in surprise, "It seems to be made of stone." Looking at the statue that seemed to be guarding the ruins, which had a strange color of skin, Dawoon said in wonder, "This is quite a strange color of stone." Almost passing the statue that stood in front of the ruins, Dawoon kept his gaze on it and said in astonishment, "It's still quite well made." As soon as he looked away from the statue, it suddenly began to move in a strange way, as if it were alive. The next moment, Dawoon heard a bang at a very close distance from him, accompanied by an explosive wave. He jumped back from the sudden development of the fight and saw that the trident he had been holding in the statue's hands was now embedded in the ground. Then the boy exclaimed in confusion, "What? What?" Slowly raising his head to understand what had happened, he saw the statue in front of him, which had come to life, and for some reason was attacking him with the intention of killing him. Realizing what a mess he was in, Dawoon fell to the ground in fright, unable to say a word, and his face was only traces of despair and horror. But unlike him, Pakyu was not at all embarrassed. He was full of curiosity. Standing in front of the boy in a majestic figure, the gargoyle that had been protecting the ruins opened its wings, preparing for something. The next moment, the monster flew into the air. Seeing this opportunity, Dawoon, shielding himself from the whirlwind with his hands and getting up from the ground to escape, exclaimed in confusion, "What a strong wind! That wasn't just a statue. Why the hell did it suddenly come to life?" Meanwhile, the gargoyle, having risen into the air, froze in place, watching Dawoon's behavior. When he looked up to follow the enemy's behavior, he saw that the gargoyle's attention was focused on him. Then he said in fright, "That's it. Now I'm definitely finished." As soon as he said this, the suddenly revived monster rushed at him in free fall. Seeing what was happening, Dawoon suddenly remembered his golems, who were supposed to protect him, and gave them an order in a confused voice. "You guys, come to me, help me!" Hearing the order from their master, the two gorillas who were closer quickly ran to Devong and jumped to meet the revived gargoyle to block its blow, which was aimed at the boy. Noticing the changes on the battlefield, where some more combatants had joined the battle, the gargoyle reacted quickly and delivered a counter-slashing blow. With enough strength, the revived monster was easily able to defeat two of Dawoon's henchmen, who rushed to protect him, cutting off both gorillas' arms. After a melee attack, due to the change in the number of fighters, the gargoyle noticed that enemies were still approaching it and did a backflip to dodge the other two gorillas who wanted to catch it in flight, but as a result, they only bumped heads. Having accomplished this nimble maneuver, the gargoyle then struck with her tail at the other two gorillas, who were launching a second attack, and was able to inflict considerable damage on her enemies. The next moment after the attack, all the gorilla golems were already lying on the ground with injuries to various parts of their bodies, and the gargoyle descended to the ground right after them. Having eliminated all those who could have interfered with its actions, the gargoyle looked back at Dawoon with a fearsome gaze. Seeing how skillfully the enemy had dealt with his four gorillas, Dawoon said in fright, "Damn, he really is very powerful." Turning his gaze to his companions who had been injured in his defense, Dawoon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Well, thank goodness golems can regenerate." And while his comrades were recovering, the boy reached his elephant golem and climbed on top of it and confidently said, "I will distract it for now." After saying this, Dawoon used his skills to create a cube of mud, which he placed on the trunk of his elephant. As soon as the boy saw that the enemy was heading towards his destroyed gorilla golems to finish them off, Dawoon shouted to the elephant, "Elephant, throw!" Receiving the command, the elephant golem did not hesitate for a second and threw the cube at the enemy. Hearing the screams coming from his back, the revived monster looked back to find out what was going on and noticed a giant cube flying in his direction. The next moment, the sound of a hit was heard. The distance was too short to make a maneuver to evade this sudden attack, but he managed to block it with his wing. Seeing that the enemy had repelled this surprise attack, Dawoon said in confusion, "He just blocked a maximum level mud block like that. Shit. Isn't it still equal in strength to a stone?" Looking at how easily the enemy was able to repel his maximum power attack, the boy thought in confusion, "But that's my maximum right now. I won't be able to counter him with anything else." After that, Dawoon created another mud block, but its purpose was different. This one was not designed to hit the enemy. As soon as the ammunition was ready, he handed it to the elephant he was riding. The elephant, in turn, having received the block and Dawoon's command, immediately threw it towards the enemy. By hitting the wing of the revived monster, the block of dirt was able to fulfill its key purpose, namely to divert the enemy's attention for a while. Noticing that the golems were no longer in sight of the gargoyle, Dawoon loudly shouted to his golems in an alarmed voice, "Gorillas, attack! Now!" Hearing their master's order, the gorillas attacked the gargoyle from all sides, trying to do some damage. Feeling the physical impact on her body, the gargoyle turned her attention back to her opponents, who had been lying on the ground, smashed to pieces. After breaking free from the grip of the enemies, the revived monster used a defensive move and began to spin on the spot. Having gained enough speed, the gorillas began to fly in different directions, unable to stay on the enemy. Watching how easily the gargoyle dealt with his golems, which were 4 times as many, Dawoon said in confusion, "I thought they would at least delay him, but at this rate they'll be pulverized. Damn, how am I supposed to defeat him?" Seeing that their attacks were not effective, one of the gorillas dared to make a very desperate move to help the others escape from this formidable monster. Hearing a strange cry from one of his gorillas, the boy's attention immediately focused on one place. He saw one of his golems charging into the battle on its own. The next moment, one of the gorillas, waiting for the right moment, jumped on the enemy's back and grabbed the gargoyle in a hold, blocking it from attacking and moving its wings. Seeing such rash actions of one of his warriors, the guy said in confusion, "The 4th gorilla!" Then he shouted loudly to all his subjects so that they could hear him, especially the gorilla who had attacked the enemy again on his own. "We cannot defeat him! You are wasting your strength!" The next moment, all those who were not participating in the battle began to flee from the dungeon ruins to save their lives, facing an enemy that was beyond their strength. Only one gorilla remained, and it continued to hold off the enemy. Running away from the battlefield, where only one warrior remained, having sacrificed himself to hold off the enemy, Dawoon angrily repeated, "Damn it! Damn him! Why did this happen?" Having retreated a sufficient distance from the ruins, the entire team of fugitives suddenly stopped somewhere near the top of the mountain of death. Looking back, Dawoon said in alarm, "He's not chasing us, is he? I really hope so." Dismounting from his elephant, which served as his transportation, Dawoon walked a little forward to see the ruins in front of him and said in a confused tone, "This is the first time in my life that my attacks have not caused any damage. At least I lost only one golem. What kind of ruins are these?" Opening his mini-map to make sure they were not being followed, Dawoon added in surprise, "Judging from the fact that it's not marked in red on the mini-map and the fact that it's outside the first stage, it seems that it's not part of the dungeon. Even rats are afraid to go there." Recalling the gargoyle monster that stood at the entrance to the dungeon and suddenly came to life when Dawoon tried to go inside, the boy thought, "The movement of the rats and the location of this monument are somehow connected. Something is definitely wrong here." As he began to think about how one could be related to the other, Dawoon even sat down to concentrate better, and then spoke confidently, I will definitely solve this mystery in the near future." A whole month has passed since the incident when the boy fled from the ruins at the top of the Mountain of Death, having met a formidable opponent, and now, a month later, somewhere on the top of the same mountain. On the top of a rocky mountain, strange as it may sound, Dawoon was sitting, waving a hammer in front of him in order to split a large stone that he had somehow obtained. As he continued his work, he did not even take a break for lunch, breakfast, or dinner, but simply ate dried meat as he worked. When he saw that his work was moving forward, he was excited, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. A few seconds later, the boy abruptly stood up, dropping the hammer, and clutched his head, exclaiming in frustration, "Failure again." It was from this moment that the following story could be composed. Once upon a time, there was a madman who broke stones all day long. After another attempt and another failure, Dawoon began to speak to himself in order to calm down. "Calm down, Dawoon, calm down. You will lose the moment you get frustrated." Having said this, the boy calmed down. After that, he looked thoughtfully at his tool, which he had dropped during a fit of frustration because of another failure, and which was lying next to him. At that very moment, it was clear from the boy's own words that after the incident with his golems, he had started working on something that could help him in the future. Looking at the guy, it was clear that he was working very hard. And now, to explain what he is doing, let's go back 1 month to find out what happened there. Going back a month in time, we can see Dawoon in the same pose as before he came back, sighing in the same tired way. But the location has changed. This time, he was somewhere in the middle of the forest. Tilting his head down, Dawoon saw a hammer lying in the middle of the forest. Picking it up, he said happily, "Did someone lose it here? An iron hammer. I came to get golems, but my luck was good, so I found this. Thinking back to the time when the boy's strongest attack did not cause any damage to the opponent, Dawoon felt very offended. But the earth cannot defeat stones. And that was what upset him. Throwing the hammer on his shoulders, he quickly walked in a certain direction, saying happily, I need a material that is very close in strength to that gargoyle. Perhaps? Should I give the golem something similar to it? And so, sometime after such a remarkable discovery, Dawen was able to get the answer he had been looking for so long. Namely, this answer was to give the golems their own weapons. And so with this very plan, which was to help him in the upcoming battles and the confrontation with the gargoyle, the boy went into the future with a smile on his face. Until then, he had no weapon stronger or better than an iron hammer. While searching for something to make a weapon for the golems, Dawoon found a stone, and touching it, he said happily, this material seems similar, doesn't it? All right, then let's give it a chance. After the search for the material to develop the golem weapons was complete, Dawoon reached into his inventory to take out the rest of the processing tools. Then he took out the iron picks. There were enough tools to shape this material he had found. Thus, the hammer he found by chance became something more than a tool for destruction. But the advantage that allowed Dawoon to create anything with these tools was his unlimited imagination, which opened up many different options. Wiping the sweat from his face after working for a long time, Dawoon, who had finished processing the first stone, heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, is this really enough?" After that, he looked at the stone that he had to work on for so long. After spending a lot of effort on his work, Dawoon looked at his pet sitting on his shoulder and said happily, "Isn't it good?" And so at last, his long and hard work had finally paid off. Finally, he gave the gorilla one of the stones he had been shaping for so long. However, up until that very moment, Dawoon had never had to work with stones before. And so, the time came for him to work with them carefully and persistently for a month. After completing the next processing and making the 5th stone fist for his gorillas, Dawoon reluctantly said, I need 3 more of these to give each one a pair of stones. This is taking so long." Moving away from his previous work and approaching the next raw stone, Dawoon continued, "With each blow of the hammer, a piece of stone about the size of a pea is broken off. Just thinking about it makes me tired." Pushing the unnecessary thoughts out of his mind to continue working, Dawoon again drove the steel pick into the stone and began hammering it. After a few blows, he noticed a bright light shining from the chip, which confused him. Taking the tools away from the stone to see what had happened, Dawoon took a few steps back and saw a system notification informing him that he had received the new achievement, Master of Stone Processing. And the reward for this was the skill, Stone Processing. Returning to his elephant to better understand the skill, Dawoon said with relief, "Phew, these achievements are coming at me from all sides. I remember the time when I was working with mud. Well, I worked very hard with it too." After that, the boy decided to test his skill by putting his hand on a stone and saying, how should I use it? Will shouting work? Break the stone. Nothing happened. Then he tried another method, saying thoughtfully, "What if I hit it?" And immediately afterwards, he hit the stone with his hand, but all he got was a bruise on his arm and the realization that this method did not work either. Now, realizing that there was no point in hitting with his hand, Dawoon reached for the hammer with his hand and said confidently, "Okay, now try number 2, but with a more powerful tool." Swinging with all his might to try to break the stone in front of him, Dawoon shouted loudly, "Break the stone!" A dull sound of impact followed, and a bright white light appeared from the same fighter. Having made this attack, the guy opened his eyes and began to look closely at the results of his next test. Imagine his surprise when he saw 2 pieces of stone in front of him, which easily broke in half, and he said in amazement, not believing his eyes, It broke." Picking up the 2 pieces of the experimental stone on which the skill was being tested, he said in amazement, "It broke so easily and so smoothly. I didn't even use much force." Recalling himself in the past, when he had spent a lot of time on a single stone, Dawoon wiped away a few tears and said, "To think that I spent so long chiseling this stone?" And then he added happily, "It's just incredible. Such a good skill." Excitedly, Dawoon ran up and down the mountain, breaking in half all the small stones he could find, and exclaimed joyfully, "Break a stone! More, a rock break! Yes, damn it!" After smashing everything in his path over and over again, the boy suddenly froze in place, staring at one point with curiosity. After a few seconds, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Should I try it on this?" Looking at the huge boulder lying in front of him, beckoning him to try his hand at it, Da-woon hummed thoughtfully. After he struck the boulder, leaving only chips and cracks, Da-woon sat down next to it and said thoughtfully, "Yes, it is too big. If I continue, it should work. What if I use the skill to create a fist-shaped stone?" After trying to use his skills for this kind of work, Da-woon, who had completed another stone fist that had taken him an hour to create, said happily, "Yes, this is easy." As he continued to work, Da-woon made considerable progress, saying as he worked, "One more time." This skill not only reduced the time for processing stones, but also for creating some kind of product from them. Standing in front of the 8 stone fists that he had finally finished making, the young man breathed out a sigh of relief, saying happily, "Incredible." This skill also made it possible to process several stones at once. Because Da-woon had thoroughly tested all the possibilities of the skill, he was able to grasp the fundamentals of the skill. The first rule of the skill was as follows. The stone must be broken by something stronger and stronger. The second is that the heavier the hammer that breaks the stone, the less effort is required to break it. Thus, 2 bayonets cannot break a stone, but a bayonet and a hammer will break it at the first blow. Third, the direction in which the stone will break can be adjusted. All you need to do is to indicate the desired direction before you hit it. Turning back to the same large stone he had stopped at after getting excited after learning the skill, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "What if I hit it with an iron bayonet?" After making several strokes with the bayonet, Da-woon noticed that he was not satisfied with the result and said in a disgruntled voice, "It's still crumbling. That's no good. The stone is breaking in a random direction." Looking down at the fragments that were falling to the ground, the boy said thoughtfully, "Besides, it is slower and less effective. Only small stones come out." After standing over the stones for a while, Da-woon had a brilliant thought, and he said thoughtfully, "What if I try?" Deciding to try his guess, Da-woon struck the stones once, and noticing that they were even more crushed, he exclaimed joyfully, "Ha! They're even smaller!" Sticking out his tongue out of curiosity, Da-woon added thoughtfully, "What if I should try to hit them again? I wonder what will happen then." Da-woon then began to swing the hammer vigorously, crushing the stones to the smallest possible particles. After spending some time doing this, Da-woon finished his work and gathered the dust from the stones into a pile and said happily, "Wow, they have turned to dust. I can't even tell if this dust is really stones." Stretching out his hand toward this stone dust, Da-woon, using his dirt molding skill, said thoughtfully, "Perhaps I can shape it." Placing his hand on the dust, Da-woon said in anticipation, "Earth connection skill." Seeing that his skill was still able to affect the dust and it began to form, he exclaimed, "Huh? Wow, it really worked." Looking into his inventory, Da-woon saw the sand block he had just created. Realizing that it could affect stone dust after all, he exclaimed, "Hooray, it worked!" Pulling a sand block out of his inventory, he grabbed it in his hands and began to hit the stone in front of him. When Da-woon was convinced of its strength, he said in surprise, "It is not inferior in hardness because it is made of the same material. Wow, it has become as strong as it was originally." Holding the block up as if it were a precious treasure, Da-woon said joyfully, "I need to break stones like this and then create them back." Lowering his head down, putting the block back into his inventory, and searching for a wand on the ground, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "I wonder how much this skill will change once I reach the master level." Finding a wand nearby, Da-woon drew a gargoyle on the ground. After that, he also drew all his golems below and began to develop a strategy saying, "There is only one enemy, but we will definitely lose if we fight face to face. Because he flies, it will be difficult for us to find an advantage in that terrain. We'll have a chance if he starts to go forward. But if he takes off, we'll be in trouble." After saying this, Da-woon thought seriously and added, "It's a bit dangerous to use this skill on an opponent. What to do? If I had a way to quickly close the distance." Thinking about closing the distance quickly, Da-woon remembered what he knew best and said nervously, "To hell with it. If there's no solution, then maybe we should just dig a tunnel. I even learned the skill of stone carving." After thinking about this strategy, Da-woon heaved a heavy sigh and said, "But with my skill level, it might take a whole year." Looking at the diagram he had drawn in the sand, Da-woon hummed thoughtfully, propping his head up with his hand. His attention then turned to the elephant, which was the only one in his group. Realizing a certain truth, Da-woon exclaimed joyfully, "Why didn't I think of this before? It's just brilliant." Recalling all of his golem models, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Originally, my golem design was based on an elephant, but I created a gorilla." Having gotten to the truth in his thinking, Da-woon happily announced, What I need right now is mobility in a fight with my opponent. I need to create a golem that can wield it. Crouching down on the ground, Dawoon began to draw something frantically. Pocky came over to him and began to watch with interest what his master was doing. When he saw what he was drawing, the pet said something to Dawoon in a surprised tone, as if asking what it was supposed to be. Hearing the puzzled tone of his pet, Dawoon happily told him, "Come, Pokyu, we will make you new brothers." Hearing this proposal, Pocky happily accepted it and followed the boy, who had already invented an interesting strategy. After a while, the ruins on the top of the mountain were visited again by guests where the gargoyle statue was. Feeling that the strangers were approaching the territory again, the gargoyle began to break free from its petrification. And after a short period of time, it was completely free of its stone body and ready to receive the intruders. Seeing how many opponents there were this time, the guardian of the ruins clutched his trident tightly. These guests who came to the ruins were none other than Dawoon and his golems, who wanted revenge for his last shameful defeat. When the gargoyle saw the army approaching, it growled in surprise. This time, the army included new golems that Dawoon had made, namely centaurs. This was Dawoon's latest development, a new design of golems with high mobility, 4 units of centaur golems. Seeing the target, the centaur golems began to slowly approach the ruins with Dawoon behind them shouting, "All right, everyone, keep in formation!" As he said this, Commander Dawoon, who was behind his mobile army, was now riding an ostrich, a new riding golem, and shouted, "Forward!" Looking at his creations, which were advancing on the enemy, the boy thought smugly, "Just great, I have created a cavalry." Recalling how he had created the new golem forms, Dawoon said in his mind, "The capabilities of the Earth Formation Master level are simply amazing. To think that I can shape the Earth into any shape as long as I touch it." Thinking about this, Dawoon also added, clarifying some aspects of his plan. "I have put the first versions of the golems to sleep. If I need them, I'll just insert a core into them." Noticing that the enemy army led by Dawoon was advancing, the guardian of the ruins blocked their path forward and growled at the enemies, trying to intimidate them. Seeing that the enemy was within reach, Dawoon looked at the gargoyle with a fearsome gaze and said, "I will make you cry, you damn lizard." After that, the centaur golems had already reached their positions, where large stones were scattered in front of them. Noticing that his cavalry had reached their original positions, Dawoon shouted in a commanding tone, "Quick! Pick up the boulders!" Hearing this order, the centaur golems immediately picked up the boulders and prepared to throw them. Seeing that everything was ready for the attack, Dawoon thought, "I want to check something. This is very confusing." And then he shouted loudly, "Fire!" Hearing their master's new order, the golems threw boulders at the enemy who was in the air. The next moment, these huge stones flew directly at the enemy defending the ruins. Noticing that he was under aerial attack, the monster deftly dodged the 3 boulders that were thrown at him, but he did not take into account something. One of the boulders was thrown a little later, and that is why, having dodged 3 boulders, there was no time to react to the 4th one. After that, the attack hit the target. Seeing the direct hit on the enemy, Dawoon joyfully shouted to his companions, "Great hit!" As he closed his wing against the last boulder, which he had no time to dodge, he noticed that the gargoyle's wing had been cracked after being hit by it. Sitting on his ostrich, looking at his enemy, who was covered in dust, Dawoon thoughtfully spoke in his head, "Now he is taking damage, because we are attacking him with stones. Moreover," watching the enemy's confusion from the damage, Dawoon thought with satisfaction, "He is not even recovering yet." Seeing that the enemy had no regeneration, Dawoon thought, "It must be because he has no core. We can defeat him." After that, pointing to the stone fists, Dawoon loudly exclaimed, "Guys, take these." And it was after this order that the real battle began. After receiving the order from Dawoon, the centaur golems approached the boy, picking up stones as they went. After that, the centaurs ran at the enemy, carrying combat stones to counteract his weapons as the only option for confrontation. However, the first centaur was easily neutralized by the enemy, cutting it in half with his trident and simultaneously dodging its attack. After that, the enemy switched to another centaur, which was on its way and had already approached almost at point-blank range, preparing to attack. Using its trident, the gargoyle tried to block the attack with its handle, but the stone in the centaur's hands managed to break it. Having thus stopped a great attack on itself, the gargoyle, grabbing half of its trident in both hands, also neutralized the other centaur, separating its body from its legs. Seeing that the first pair could not cope, Dawoon loudly shouted, "Number 1, number 4, back. Number 2 and number 3, attack." Thus, by changing the sequence of attacking soldiers, Dawun developed a strategy based on the regeneration of his soldiers. While some were fighting, others were retreating and regenerating. And thanks to precise orders, Dawun's soldiers were also prepared for unforeseen situations. This whole battle was possible only because the guy was controlling golems with high mobility. The gargoyle could not withstand the endless onslaught of the enemy, despite the strength it possessed. And Dawun was not sitting idle either. He had been looking for the enemy's weaknesses all along, and finally spotted them. Watching the battle, Dawun suddenly noticed some changes in the enemy's behavior and thought, "It is true, he has become much closer to the ground." Noticing that the height was more than enough, he turned his attention to the enemy's feet, which were within reach. He then shouted loudly to his subordinates, "Grab his legs!" Upon hearing the order, the centaur golems immediately grabbed the enemy's leg, which was within their reach. When the gargoyle felt that it was caught, it nervously tried to escape from the clutches of the centaurs, but they did not want to let go. Dawun ran to their aid and had to end the fight using his skills. Remembering how Song Woo-hyun had hunted the horned boar and created incredible plans of action, Dawun said to himself confidently, "You must." After that, he also had memories of fighting the golem alone, trying to help the people from the first stage. As he approached the enemy and recalled all those tactical actions, Dawun glared at the enemy and shouted, "First, break its balance." After that, he rushed to the enemy, who was trying to escape from the hands of the centaurs, and created a tower of blocks behind him. Having completed this preparation for the attack, Dawun shouted loudly to his ward, "Pull!" Hearing the command, the centaur obediently grunted. The next moment, the enemy fell to the ground after the centaur pulled him along, and he fell to the ground, punching through the blocks with his back. Seeing that the enemy was on the ground, Dawun, having created a slide for himself to attack from the mountain, quickly climbed out and jumped on the enemy. As he approached the formidable enemy, who was confused and immobilized for a while, he confidently called out, "Open the inventory." After opening the inventory, Dawun took out a large number of blocks of dirt and loudly shouted, "Clear!" Immediately after, a large number of high-level blocks fell on the gargoyle, which could have buried it alive. Lying on the ground with no way to avoid it, the gargoyle was covered with more and more blocks of dirt every second. When the rain of earth blocks covered the enemy, the centaur continued to hold the enemy so that he would not suddenly run away, but the enemy did not give up so easily either. Having fired so many blocks at the enemy, Dawun did not even intend to stop until he felt it was enough, and he loudly shouted, "Dirt blocks!" Even though the gargoyle was covered by so many blocks, they were all made of earth, which could not harm it, as it had been proven in the previous encounter with it. So, after a few seconds, the monster emerged from the pile of blocks it was covered with. Seeing that attacks of this level did not work on the enemy, Dawun said in alarm, "The compressed dirt is not enough, so I still have to." After saying this, Dawun opened his inventory, in which he had a block of stones saved for emergencies. As he began to quickly approach the enemy, who had not yet had time to finally free themselves from the rubble to retreat, Dawun added, "Use them." After that, Dawun took out a stone block from his inventory and drove it into the enemy's mouth to hold him down with weight, and also took out his hammer. As he approached the last stage of his plan, Dawun tiredly spoke to his comrades who had helped him in the battle. You did a great job." Hearing their master's praise, the centaurs, who were still holding the gargoyle by its tail, responded with gratitude to Dawun's words. In addition to them, the words of gratitude also reached Paki and the ostrich, who, although they did not take part in the fighting, would not have been able to do so without them. After thanking his comrades, Dawun prepared to end the battle by swinging his hammer with all his might. The next moment, a blow was heard. Dawun gathered all his remaining strength and put it into a single blow that struck the gargoyle's head and loudly shouted, "Stone Rift!" Immediately after that, the gargoyle ceased all its efforts to escape from the hands of the centaurs. They, in turn, realizing that there was no more resistance, let the monster go. Watching the battle, in which the sound of the final blow had just sounded, Pakui sat on the ostrich's head and watched with interest to see what would happen next. After that, everyone saw the gargoyle's arm rise up again and tense, but after a few seconds it relaxed and it became clear that the enemy was finished. Seeing the enemy's death convulsions, Pakui was amazed to see Dawun defeat such a formidable opponent. After defeating the enemy, Dawun was bombarded with system notifications. Stone Rift's skill has been upgraded to level 2. Stone Rift's skill has been upgraded to level 3. And finally, as he walked over the scab of the enemy he had just defeated with his new skill, Dawun received one last notification. Stone Rift skill has been upgraded to level 4. Noticing the notification from the system, Dawoon realized that the enemy had been defeated, and looking up at his comrades, he smiled broadly and said happily, "We did it." At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon, a rabbit was looking frightened at the one who suddenly decided to visit him after such a long period of his absence. Walking toward the rabbit on his 4 furry paws, the unknown guest sighed heavily and said in a disappointed voice, "Ah, Mr. Rabbit." Raising his gaze to his offending friend, who had failed to correct his mistake for a long period of time, Baboon spoke to him menacingly. "How are you?" Baboon is the named assistant of the second stage of the dungeon crawl test. When the rabbit saw such a guest, he bowed his head and said guiltily, "Ah, you have come, Mr. Baboon." And he thought angrily, "What the hell is this bastard doing here?" In the dungeon, there is a rank hierarchy among all the helpers of this game. The number of dungeons that an assistant can manage is the factor that determines its rank in the hierarchy. The rabbit had only 1 dungeon, but the baboon had 2. And so the baboon who manages 2 dungeons was 1 rank higher than the rabbit in the hierarchy, which gave him much more power over his friend. Moreover, his power was even greater because the baboon had a name that backed up his skills, unlike the rabbit, who was a nameless assistant. Nervously rubbing his paws in anxiety, the rabbit said to his guest in confusion, "Why would such an influential assistant like you come to a miserable dungeon like mine?" Hearing these words from his fellow worker, the baboon spoke angrily. "You! Are you serious about your work?" Hearing such a question in such a formidable voice, the rabbit, breaking out in a cold sweat of fear, hesitated and answered, "Yes, I'm trying my best." And he thought nervously, "This baboon is so angry." Continuing to slowly approach the rabbit, the baboon said thoughtfully, "Oh, no way. Are you really sure about that?" Hearing this question from his colleague, the rabbit answered in confusion, "Yes, of course." Hearing this answer from the rabbit, the baboon exclaimed in irritation, "And yet somehow the number of participants who have passed to the next stage has doubled? How lazy does a dungeon master have to be to make something like that happen?" Hearing this accusation, the rabbit thought in confusion, "Well, it was really too stupid to hope that they would not notice." After that, the rabbit replied in an embarrassed voice, smiling nervously, "Ha, I promise that I will try even harder now." And then he thought resentfully, "Well, actually, I'm not playing with toys here either. This only happened because the boss of my dungeon was killed." When the baboon heard the rabbit's ridiculous excuses, he looked into the rabbit's eyes and said irritably, "Listen to me carefully." Looking at the rabbit, who was confused by the whole situation, the baboon continued, "How many more of these lies do I have to hear from you?" At the same time, in the same dungeon where Dawoon had defeated the stone gargoyle statue, a boy's thoughtful voice was heard. "I might use the stone bricks later, so let them stay in my inventory for now." After he logged into his skills to see exactly what level his abilities had risen to, Dawoon said in surprise, "I wonder why the stone rift skill has risen to level 4. Could it be because the gargoyle was a huge stone statue?" After pondering this question, Dawoon went to the gargoyle's corpse to get a better look at it. After removing all the blocks of dirt from it, Dawoon looked at its size and said in amazement, "Yes, well, now it all makes sense. It's just incredibly big." Looking thoughtfully at the ruined gargoyle statue that protected the entrance to the ruins, Dawoon said, "It would have been much better if the gargoyle had a golem core. But then it would be able to regenerate. Yes, then we would definitely have no chance of winning." After that, Dawoon took his hammer out of his inventory again and walked toward the gargoyle, then began to smash it into small pieces, saying, "Okay, now I need to make sure of something. A stone rift, huh? The 4th level is that steep? Wow. Well, it's really a whole other level." After smashing the gargoyle into the middle, Dawoon, tired from his work and frustrated, sat down on the ground and said in frustration, "Still nothing. It's all for nothing, isn't it? At least through this, I was able to refine and raise my skill level." Accepting that there was definitely no core in the gargoyle, Dawoon stood back up again and shoved his hands into his pockets and said thoughtfully, Rabbit once told me that this is the world's end." Climbing the stairs that led directly into the middle of these ruins, the boy said thoughtfully, "I wonder what secrets this monument holds. I wonder if it is possible that there is another monument behind it." After that, without hesitation, Dawoon took a step forward, and then another, heading to meet the adventures and secrets that these ruins held. Calling all of his golems to help him in case of need, Dawoon said, Well, it's time to see what's inside, and went inside, surrounded by his golems. Once inside, Dawun, who was riding an ostrich, noticed that one of his centaur golems was moving slowly for some reason and not keeping in formation. Then the boy shouted menacingly, "Number 3, stop falling behind the main group. Stay close to the others." Hearing this order, the golem began to follow the instructions. Turning his head back from the lagging centaur golem, Dawun saw something that made him freeze in his tracks in surprise. When he regained his senses, he said in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" At the same time, somewhere else in the dungeon, the rabbit continued his discussion with the baboon. Then the rabbit said in alarm, "Eh? Is it a lie? What do you mean? Where else can you find a rabbit as honest as me?" Looking at the angry baboon, the rabbit just smiled nervously. Then the baboon, baring his teeth, spoke menacingly, "I knew this would happen." Hearing these words from the baboon, the rabbit was confused. "Eh? Really?" Approaching the rabbit, the baboon made a big, scary grimace and added angrily, "The one who is missing. The one who ran away. I am talking about him." Hearing these words from the baboon, the rabbit was frightened. "Oh my God, he found out. This is the worst thing that could have happened. He knows about the system error." As he walked forward, Dawun used his cleansing skill over and over again to clear the path in front of him. Sitting on Dawun's shoulders, Pocky looked around happily, enjoying the many delicious things around him. But the boy was not in a merry mood at that moment. He continued to clear the dungeon of everything he could, and said in surprise, "Doesn't this place reboot? Purification!" Walking with his golems surrounding him for protection, Dawun continued to move along the corridor, clearing it of debris, dirt, and cobwebs. When he saw the strange remains, he said in surprise, covering his face with his hand, "What are these bones? Purification, purification." Walking on, where with each step the bones on both sides of the corridor became more and more numerous, Dawun said in amazement, "So many skeletons, purification. I definitely need to be careful here, refining." As soon as Dawun mentioned caution, the memory was suddenly broken. One of his golems walking in front of him stepped on a pressure plate that was activated by the golem's mass. The next moment, when the plate moved to its lowest position, the trap activated and a pair of arrows flew out of the wall, hitting the golem directly in the head. Seeing what had just happened, Dawun exclaimed in fright, "Whoa! What the hell?" Looking at the centaur's feet in front of him, Dawun saw that there was a slab in the floor that was pressed down, and he said thoughtfully, "Oh, right, traps." Sending the golem first was a good idea. Unable to hear what Dawun had just said under his breath, the golem looked back, pausing thoughtfully, as if to ask him what he had said. Seeing that he had caught several arrows in the head, Dawun shouted in alarm, "Dude, don't scare me like that." After saying this, Dawun suddenly calmed down and went into thought. After a while, he said in his head, "But in any case, golems are not physically harmed." Realizing that he could do a very useful job by going ahead and activating all the traps, Dawun happily told him, Good job." After sending his golems forward to destroy the walls that contained the arrow traps, Dawun, who was behind him smiling slyly, added, "Destroying the walls can solve this problem." After a while, when the centaur golems had finished disarming all the traps and collected many arrows, Dawun said in an embarrassed tone, "Good job, huh? Should we take a break for a while?" Deciding to take a break, Dawun immediately got down from his ostrich and began to take out the arrows from his golems that they had collected from the traps while walking ahead. After he had removed almost all of the arrows and grabbed the last one sticking out of the centaur's belly, Dawun said, "This is the last one, right?" Gripping the arrow tightly in his hands, Dawun pulled it out with a final flourish, tensing his muscles. "Hop! I finally got all those arrows out of them." While the golems were rejoicing with Pocky over being free of the arrows, Dawun, holding one of them in his hand, began to examine it closely, looking at the texture of the wood and the feathers on the tail of the arrow, which looked quite old, as if it had been used for many times. Dawun said thoughtfully, "The arrows look quite worn, but that's not all." Then walking over to the large piece of oil that had fallen on them, Dawun said thoughtfully, "The hot oil should have been poured on us, but it has hardened." Then walking over to Poke, who was sitting on a drawing, he added in surprise, "And these suspicious magic symbols don't activate either." Easily shattering the arrow in his hand by simply clenching his fist, Dawun looked around the dungeon and said thoughtfully, "This place, how old is it?" Pausing in his journey to rest, the young man leaned against the wall, leaning on a column. While everyone else was resting before continuing the hike, Pakyu couldn't find a place to sit, circling around and around. After several dozen circles, Pakyu suddenly stopped, looking at one point as if he had sensed something. Noticing his pet's strange behavior, Dawoon said in surprise, "Is something wrong, Paki?" Not paying attention to Dawoon's words, the pet rushed toward the wall. Seeing that he was moving quickly, Dawoon rushed after him to try to catch him and said in confusion, "Hey, where did you go?" When Dawoon saw the direction in which his student was running, he exclaimed, "Wait, don't go that way. Eh? What, a crevice?" When Dawoon saw where his pet ran, he spoke to his centaur golems in displeasure. "Hey, guys, break down that wall over there." Hearing the order from their commander, the golems immediately obeyed. The next moment after receiving the order, the three centaurs, having gained momentum, crashed into the wall, breaking a large passage in it. When Dawoon saw what they had just done and how easily they were able to destroy the wall, he was confused. "I am very happy that they are on my side." When the dust from the destruction of the wall finally settled, Dawoon saw something that struck him very much. The first thing he noticed was that Boo Poke had rushed into the gap and was already in the other room, pointing happily at something. Paying attention to what Pokyu was trying to show him, Dawoon saw a huge door with a strange pattern in front of him, and he said thoughtfully, "A huge door? Does it look like the boss's room? How did you even find it?" As Dawoon put his hand to the door to open it, he decided not to take any chances, but to use his strength immediately to avoid a surprise attack, and said, "Judging from the appearance of this place, the boss seems to have already died of old age. But in any case, the strength of the Horn Man." He slowly opened the door to see through the crack to see what danger might be waiting for him. Then Dawoon added, "A boar." Opening the door fully and seeing the dragon skeleton standing on a pedestal in front of him, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Wow, is this really?" Seeing such a delicious thing in front of him, Pokyu could no longer restrain himself and was about to rush over to the giant, delicious skeleton to eat it. Seeing this behavior of his pet, Dawoon began to restrain him from doing something stupid, saying, "Hey, no, it is dangerous. He was definitely looking for bones, not doors." Grabbing Paki's hand, who was still unable to calm down, Dawoon spoke in a commanding tone to his golems. "Since we haven't scouted this place yet, everyone enter!" Holding back his pet, who was about to run toward the dragon skeleton, whose delicious scent he could smell even through the walls, Dawoon spoke to him. "Calm down, Pokyu. We need to go slowly." As Dawoon slowly approached the skeleton stand, he was almost in front of it, stopping at a distance of 1 meter. When the huge dragon's head was already in front of him, Dawoon said in surprise, "It looks bigger and bigger with every step." Holding back his hungry pet, which had already succumbed to temptation, and was reaching for the treat, Dawoon suddenly noticed something standing nearby and hummed thoughtfully. When he saw a strange rectangular structure with incomprehensible inscriptions, he said thoughtfully, "What is this? A tombstone?" Coming closer to it, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "There's something written here. I wonder what it means." He leaned over to the tombstone with a thoughtful expression and put his hand to his beard and began to examine the writing. A moment later, as soon as he leaned toward the ancient inscriptions, a bright light began to shine from the tombstone. Abruptly jumping back from the sudden light that blinded him, Dawoon fell to the ground and began rubbing his eyes, exclaiming in concern, "Oh, my eyes!" Covering his eyes with his hand to examine what had just happened, Dawoon said in confusion, "Is this another trap of this dungeon?" However, something happened that he hadn't expected. A plaque suddenly appeared on the tombstone. When Dawoon saw it, he said in surprise, "What?" After that, the words appeared on the sign saying, "Welcome qualified." When Dawoon saw this sign, he thought in astonishment, "The words have suddenly changed." And then he said, "Are these words addressed to me?" As soon as he said this, the inscription on the sign changed again, and then it read, "Yes, I am talking to you." Along with the change in the words on the sign, they were also accompanied by someone's voice. Hearing it, the confused boy exclaimed in alarm, "Who is it? Where is this strange voice coming from?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the voice spoke again. "I am the guardian of this dragon temple, the temple you are in right now." Pulling out an iron spear and a hammer from his inventory in case he needed to defend himself, he said nervously, "A temple? A guardian? These bones, do they belong to the owner of this place?" Concentrating all his attention on the dragon skeleton on the pedestal, the temple guard spoke in a calm tone. "That is correct. Artea is the dragon of life. He is currently hibernating." Hearing this explanation from the temple guard, who had suddenly awakened to their arrival, Dawoon said in surprise, "Hibernating? I don't think he's going to wake up." Hearing Dawun's words, the temple guard said, "That's not true. For an immortal being, death is nothing more than a sleep. But Artea, his life force is on the verge of being exhausted by the last war." Then Dawun thought, "Of course." Looking at the tombstone with the bright light radiating from it, Dawun thought sadly, "The guardian of this city? He just can't accept the fact that his master is long dead." Trying to hold back the tears that were welling up in his eyes, Dawun thought sadly, "I'm sorry." Seeing the sad expression on his face, the temple guard added, "Please don't make that expression. He's not dead, really." Hearing this request from the guard, Dawun said in embarrassment, "Oh, okay. Why are you so serious?" And he thought resentfully, "What an irritating bastard he is." After that, the guard continued, "Artea will be immortal as long as this place exists. The temple serves to resurrect the dragon." Then Dawun interrupted the guard and said in surprise, "Then why don't you resurrect it?" The guard replied, "At the moment I cannot. Artea's life force is at its limits." Dawun, holding back from laughing out loud, said sarcastically, Of course. And for that reason alone, no one will be able to resurrect him." To which the guard replied insultingly, "How rude. If you were not qualified, I would have sacrificed you." Hearing this explanation from the guard as to why he could still say such things with impunity, Dawun was surprised to hear him say, "But what did I do to become a qualified?" Hearing Dawun's question, the temple guard explained, "You have successfully completed all the tests to meet with the dragon Artea himself. That in itself is considered a qualification." Hearing about the trials that he had seemingly successfully completed, Dawun said thoughtfully, "Trials? When did I manage to pass them? I don't remember anything like that." When Dawun did not understand what he meant, the temple guard said to him, "You don't remember? What did you do to get here?" Hearing this, Dawun seemed to have an epiphany. Then he gasped in surprise, and then, remembering the fight with the gargoyle that met them at the entrance, Dawun said awkwardly, "The dragon trial. That's what it was." The temple guard then spoke solemnly, "Using strength, wisdom, and courage, you have overcome many trials. I sincerely praise you for the work you have done, you who have completed all the trials with excellent results." Hearing this, Dawun thought, "I wonder if he wants to give me something." As he thought about this, Dawun heard the guard add a little later, "And in accordance with the highest word of Artea himself." Hearing these words, Dawun lit up with anticipation, thinking happily, "Wow, am I about to receive something?" The temple guard then added solemnly, "According to the order, you will inherit this holy temple." Hearing this, Dawun exclaimed joyfully, "Hell yes, the temple!" But a little while later, when the effect wore off, Dawun became confused, thinking about the reward, and said in surprise, "Wait a minute, stop for a moment, what?" Dawun then continued his questioning, saying thoughtfully, "What will I get in addition if I inherit this place? Any treasures or magical items?" Hearing such a strange question from Dawung, the temple keeper said in surprise, "It is a good thing to own such a temple. It is an honorable and noble mission." Hearing this disappointing answer, Dawun clutched his head and exclaimed in disappointment, Is that all? No way." Disappointed in his rewards, Dawun turned his back on the tombstone and was about to leave when he heard the guard's voice. "To be honest, it will be my time soon." Then Dawun thought uncomfortably, "Well, now I'm definitely uncomfortable." The temple guard then added sadly, "Even though I am only a soul, and I am trying my best not to think about death, my reprieve from death is already over." Hearing these words from the temple guard, Dawun scratched the back of his head and sighed heavily. Then, looking back at the tombstone, he said, "Well, to be honest, I don't have a particularly strong desire to stay here if the circumstances are so dire. You might not be able to tell by my appearance, but I'm a very busy person." But in fact, Dawung had no important things to do. The only thing he was always doing was teasing the rabbit. Hearing the boy's answer, the guard added in surprise, "What attracts you more than such a noble status?" Hearing this question, Dawun squared his shoulders and put his hands on his sides and said happily, "Of course, these are my friends." As soon as he said this, he suddenly froze, thinking about something. Is this my real goal?" Then his hands dropped and he added sadly, "No, this is home." Hearing this answer, the guard was surprised. "Home?" To which Dawun added, "Yes, I want to go home more than anything else." Lowering his head, Dawun began to recall how he ended up here in the first place. Without knowing the rules, I went to this strange world, and every minute I was fighting for my survival. When my emotions threatened to flare up, my heart and mind, which barely restrain my sanity, start to tremble. Then he added confidently, I'm definitely going to make it home, I swear. Hearing Devang's future intentions, the temple guard spoke to him. If that's the case, then you should accept this temple. Hearing these words, Dawun thoughtfully said, What? Why? Then the guard added, If you become the owner of the temple, you will have access to the dragon power. Hearing about the dragon power that could be inherited after taking ownership of a temple, Dawun was surprised. What is this? Then the temple guardian said to him, The power you will need to achieve your goal. It is also known as the setting of the gate. After agreeing to the temple guard's terms, Dawun simply laid down on the floor of the room where the dragon skeleton was standing. Opening his status window, he saw, Name, Jung Dawun, Title, Lord of the Temple, Health, %, Strength %. Then Dawun said thoughtfully, To be a temple master. Lying on the floor after receiving the title, Dawun slowly began to collect his thoughts. Now as the owner of the temple. After lying on the floor for a while, Dawun suddenly got up to find out what was bothering him the most, saying, If that's the case, then you say I can return to Earth? Hearing this question from the boy, the temple guard confidently answered, The gate can take you to any place, even to another dimension, but, as always, there are buts in everything. Then the guard added, The process of creating a gate requires a high concentration of life energy. The amount of energy directly depends on the distance between the worlds. After listening to the explanation, Dawun asked in surprise, Life energy? What is that? Hearing this question from the boy, the temple guard began his story. According to the stories of the first owner of this place, Alfie, the life energy is accumulated by receiving sacrifices, which makes it possible to use the power of the dragon. The temple guard then added, It doesn't matter if it's a sacrifice or not. We only need the life energy. Hearing this explanation, Dawun looked at the stone pillar again and thoughtfully said in his mind, Sacrifices. So this is not a tombstone, but an altar. Taking a piece of dried meat from his inventory, Dawun held it out to the altar and said, Then, will this work? Looking at the sacrifice, the guard said thoughtfully, It's a piece of a dead animal. Don't you want to put it on the altar? Take a bite. After placing the piece of dried meat on the altar, Dawun, hearing the swallow, suddenly jumped away from it as if scalded, exclaiming in fright, Swallowed it? When the temple guard received the offering, he said, This is the hip of a horned boar, cooked in smoke and filled with energy. An excellent offering. When Dawun heard this, he was surprised and said, Are you the leader of Mukbang? Can you open the gate now? Hearing Dawun's question about opening the gate, the temple guard replied disappointedly, Although this is a good sacrifice, one piece is not enough. After receiving this answer, Dawun opened his inventory to take out more meat and said, Is that so? After taking out a large amount of meat from his inventory and placing it on the altar for sacrifice, he exclaimed, What about this? When the temple guard saw such a large amount of sacrifice, he said in amazement, This is simply amazing. You can use the magic of the inventory. If you don't mind, may I study you? After wrapping Dawun in some strange, brightly colored threads, the temple guard said in amazement, So this is it. Now I begin to understand. After the examination began, Dawun saw that his status window had appeared in front of him without his will. He said in surprise, Status window? Looking at his status window, which had strange characters in his name and the word error at the end, the temple guard said, Now I understand everything. You were supposed to be a victim. The guard then added, Your status window is a sacrificial mark. Hearing such a strange message about himself, Dawun exclaimed in surprise, What? As he continued to lie on the floor of the temple, Dawun looked at his status window and said in astonishment, It looks very similar. There is no mention of a sacrifice in the window. Thinking about it, Dawun suddenly had a thought. If this really is a sacrificial mark, then does that mean that Song Woo Hyun and everyone else must also be sacrifices? As Dawun thought about being a sacrifice, he said, While I became the owner of the temple by accepting its offer to clean the sacrificial window, never mind. Now I have the dragon power. Lying on the floor, Dawun thought, This is so cool. As he looked at his new skills, which were Trap Creation, Level 1, Gate Creation, level 1, and recovery, also level 1. Raising his hand in the air, Dawoon called out to his minions saying, "Hey, Alpha!" Then a bright hoop appeared on his hand, which was the temple guard, changing its appearance and saying, "Yes, anything." Dawoon then asked him, "And if you use life force on a skill, it will improve, right?" Hearing this question, Alpha replied, "Yes, that's right." Then Dawoon, with a serious attitude, thought, "In the dungeon or in the temple?" Continuing his thoughts about the future, the boy added, "Life or perhaps death, the beginning or the end. I have used all my abilities." Looking at the dragon skeleton in front of him, Dawoon said, "All right, then I have decided what I will do next. Sacrifice. You will eat until your stomach is bursting." Hearing this, Alpha said anxiously, "Can I ask you a favor?" Then Dawoon replied in surprise, What favor?" Then Alpha added, "The body of the great Artea?" After that, Alpha added angrily, "Get that damn thing away from the bones of the great Artea." Looking at the skeleton that was gnawing on Poke, Dawoon thought in embarrassment, when did he manage to climb up there? At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon world, the rabbit and the baboon were still talking. When the rabbit heard the bad news from the baboon, he exclaimed in fright, "What? I've been demoted?" Adjusting his top hat on his head, the baboon said slyly, "Since you lost the dungeon members who were supposed to be victims, you are removed from the position of guide." Hearing this, the rabbit asked in fright, "This cannot be true. Is the decision final?" The baboon replied by pointing his finger at the rabbit, "Yes. Do you know why I came here personally? It's to take away all your privileges." With his head down in fear, the rabbit thought angrily, "Dirty bastard. You think I don't know what your real intentions are? You've been following me for so long, and now you've found a good reason." The baboon looked at the rabbit with a fearsome glare and shouted loudly, "This is my zone now. Get out of here." Hearing such a cruel order, the rabbit was frightened. "But this is my home. Where should I go?" Then the baboon, pointing at the rabbit with his finger, said menacingly, "You reap what you eat, don't you think?" The rabbit replied in confusion, "What do you mean?" Then the baboon added menacingly, "You will be assigned to the same participant who left this stage. Bring him to me." Hearing this order, the rabbit replied in confusion, "But how am I supposed to do that? I don't even know where he is now." Being very angry because of the rabbit's lack of knowledge, the baboon dug his nails into the ground to relieve his tension and release his anger, and said menacingly, "The way you usually solve problems. Use magic." Coming up to the rabbit at point-blank range and poking his nose into it, the baboon added angrily, "This is the final decision that has been predestined for you. Your last mission." Hearing this, the rabbit thought angrily, "My last mission? The damned bastard, he not only wants to suspend me, he wants to kill me." Meanwhile, in the temple, Dawoon, picking up Poke from the bones and standing in front of the altar, said, "Alpha, let's get one more thing straight before I go." He replied with interest, "Yes, what do you want?" Looking at the bright ring on his hand, Dawoon said, "You do realize that I want to go home, right?" To which Alpha replied, "Yes, I am aware of that." Hearing that Alpha understood all this, Dawoon was surprised. "And you are going to let me go without hindrance?" he replied. "I'm not sure, but it should be fine if you find another person to give the temple to." Hearing this suggestion from the Alpha, Dawoon pointed to the exit and asked, "Then, can I go in search of him now? I have no one to ask here." After saying this, Dawoon suddenly thought, "That's just a great reason. As long as I want to go home, I can't leave my brother Sung Woo-hyun behind, and I'm curious about what lies beyond the ridge of Death Mountain." The next day, somewhere on the ridge of Death Mountain, Rabbit, who had been suspended and sent to find Dawoon, was wandering through the desert. Angry that he could not find him for a long time, the rabbit aggressively exclaimed, "How far has he gone? Where could he be hiding? And what is this?" When he reached the ledge on the mountain, the rabbit saw the observation posts Dawoon had built one after another as he moved to the new location. Then the rabbit said in amazement, "Anyone could have guessed where he was going. He leaves traces everywhere." Dawoon then poured a large amount of dried meat on the altar. A little while later, a bright light began to shine from the altar. After that, Dawoon simply watched as the altar absorbed the pile of meat to replenish its vitality. When he saw that it had eaten everything, Dawoon asked, "Is it possible to obtain life force with so many sacrifices?" Alpha replied, "Yes, it is indeed possible." Hearing this, Dawoon said, "So the dragon power has given me 3 different skills. One of them is very important." Sitting down on the ground, Dawoon decided to use one of his skills, namely opening the gate. Putting his hands on the ground and activating the skill, a portal appeared in front of him. Looking at the portal that he had created with his life force, Dawun took a thoughtful pose and said, so it really is them? But I wonder where they are going. Hearing Dawun's thoughts, Alpha spoke to him, explaining the gate's operation. In this state, they do not lead anywhere. To teleport, you need to create another gate. Hearing this explanation, Dawun said in disappointment, "What? Wait a minute. Are you saying that I have to create another gate like this one in front of my house? Then what is the point of this gate?" Hearing Dawun's question, Alpha told him, "You see, it's all about skill limitations. But when you can reach the level of a master to create a gate," pointing to the gate in front of Devong, the temple guard added, "that's when you'll be able to go anywhere." Then Alpha added, "If you continue to produce the same amount of resources, you will reach this level in 20 years. Irritated, Dawun thought, "Am I a joke to you?" A little later, Dawun decided not to focus on improving his skill and said, Fine. I'll try the rest of the skills. Create a gate." As Dawun created another gate next to it, Alpha informed him that the gates were now connected. Hearing this, Dawun said in astonishment, "Wow, so this is how it works?" Alpha then explained to Dawun, "If you enter through one gate, you will exit through the other." Hearing this, Dawun rushed to the gate, exclaiming, "Really? I must try it." After running into one gate, Dawun immediately ran out of the other, exclaiming, "Wow, cool!" However, Pakyu remained in front of the first gate, falling off Dawun, on whom he was sitting, because the gate would not let him in. Pakyu, trying to pass through the gate, pushed it with all his might, hoping that he would succeed, but he never did. Seeing that his pet remained at the entrance, Dawun asked in surprise, "Huh? Why can't Pakyu go through the portal?" Then Alpha answered, "Other beings cannot use the portal until its owner gives permission." Then Dawun added, "Really? Then I will allow Poke to use the portals." As he watched Pocky have fun jumping through the portals, Dawun thought with doubt, "Maybe this wasn't my best idea." Asking about his other comrades, Dawun asked, "Oh, does it work with golems as well?" Alpha replied, "It requires a little more magic, but it will work with them." When Dawun heard that he could also move golems through the portal, he said, "So cool. So I can summon golems at any time." Alpha replied, "You will be able to summon golems, but wouldn't it be better to use the portal when you are in danger?" To which Dawun replied, "Well, that's not a bad idea either." Standing to his feet and stretching, Dawun said, All my muscles are stiff. I'm coming out of Alpha. It's too stuffy here." After leaving the temple he had been in, Dawun stretched his arms upward and said with relief, "It's so fresh here." Looking ahead of him, Dawun said thoughtfully, "But there must be something beyond the ridge, right? I've been curious from the moment I heard about it." Running to the edge of the mountain, Dawun said happily, "Yes, I must take a look." As he approached the cliff, his sentence was abruptly cut short, and he looked ahead of him. When he saw what he was on the edge of the mountain of death, he exclaimed, "Wow!" Standing on the edge of the cliff, Dawun said in astonishment, "A sea of clouds." Then Alpha asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" To which Dawun replied, "Well, yes, it's pretty cool." Looking at his hand, Dawun asked the temple guard, "Alpha, do you happen to know what is under the clouds?" The guard replied, "I'm not sure. I'm not interested in anything outside the temple." Then Dawun added sadly, "Oh, I see." With a sly smile, Dawun said joyfully, "Ordinary people would be surprised by what has happened in recent days, but I am different. This isn't the first time I've encountered something like this." To which Alpha added, "No one asked you." Gathering his courage and confidence, Dawun loudly exclaimed, "We need to move forward where the eyes are. We need to create an observatory." As soon as he said this, a huge tower of earth and blocks of dirt immediately grew up below him. Standing at the top, Dawun exclaimed happily, "Oh, this is a whole new thing." Looking at his mini-map, Dawun said thoughtfully, "Excellent. Now the entire area is shown on my mini-map." Looking more closely at the colors on his mini-map, Dawun said thoughtfully, "The gray color is for mountainous terrain, brown for dirt, and green for trees. So we are surrounded by trees." Now Alpha replied, "It seems so." After familiarizing himself with the terrain, Dawun spoke calmly. "I was worried that this was the end of the world, but it looks like there are plains all around us. Thank heavens." Hearing this, Alpha said in surprise, "Are you really thinking of going down the mountain?" After saying this, Alpha added, "I don't want to lose the owner of the temple." To which Dawun replied, "Have we come this far in vain? It's like giving up a fine knife, not finishing what you started." Then the Alpha continued, Then use that knife, but don't risk your life. To which Dawoon said, "You are so nasty." Seeing that Dawoon was serious, the Alpha asked him, "In any case, do you want to come down from the mountain?" Hearing this, Dawoon replied, "You told me to take care of myself, didn't you? Then wait, I'll think about it." After standing in a thoughtful pose for a while, Dawoon finally found a solution, and he called up his inventory to get a hammer. After taking out the hammer and a steel pick, Dawoon asked, "Is this enough?" Alpha said in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Looking down at his feet, Dawoon said happily, "Well, I've been thinking about it for a while, and I've decided I'm going to build a staircase." Watching Dawoon pounding his hammer on the iron pizza, Alpha said thoughtfully, "I wonder how he plans to build a staircase on this terrain." After knocking out a square on the rock, which was like a blueprint for him, Dawoon said, "My rock-breaking skill is now at the 4th level. I can now control the depth and direction of the destruction." Hearing these words from Dawoon, Alpha said in surprise, "But this doesn't look like a ladder." Hearing this, Dawoon replied joyfully, "Take a closer look." Putting his hand to the drawing board he had left on the rock, Dawoon prepared for the first stage of his plan. Then he shouted out, "Storage!" As soon as he said that, a stone the size of a perfect cube disappeared right from under his hand. Looking into his inventory, Dawoon saw the stone brick he had just obtained and exclaimed joyfully, "Well, now this is definitely a success." Seeing what Dawoon had just done, Alpha said in amazement, "It is indeed possible to descend the mountain with a ladder." Hearing this, Dawoon added happily, "I know, but it might take some time to build them, and in the process, I will improve my skill." Grabbing his working tools, which he would use to build the building, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, "Well, let's get to work. Let's go." Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the dungeon, a group of players was walking along a path. Looking around and not recognizing the area, the girl said in confusion, "Where are we now?" Hearing this, the guy with the glasses also began to look around anxiously. Not realizing that she might be in danger, the girl, feeling unprotected, thought anxiously, "I'm scared." Approaching the girl from behind, Sung Woo Han asked her, "You have recovered, right?" The girl looked at her team leader in alarm and replied, "Mr. Sung Woo." Looking at the worried girl, who was also a member of his team, Song Woo Hyun tried to calm her down and said, "To be honest, it's only natural to be afraid of unknown enemies." Then, recalling the fight with the golem, which they were able to defeat thanks to teamwork, Song Woo Hyun added, "But I believe in our team. We have come this far." Also recalling how they confronted a large number of horned boars, which they were also able to defeat, Song Woo Hyun continued, "We have also become much stronger." Picking up his sword and gripping it tightly in his hand, he added, "We need to work a little harder." With his master-level skill, Restless Martial Spirit, which helped him to keep his mind clear and lose strength very slowly when injured, Sung Woo added, "No matter where we go, we have to survive." Hearing such words from their team leader, all of his subordinates listened with absolute trust. Sung Woo Hyun's voice was soft, though it was filled with unwavering faith. And with that confident voice, which gave them inspiration, faith in victory, and hope that they could still get out of here, he helped to calm the frayed minds of his comrades. Catching up with Song Woo Hyun, the girl in charge of the provisions spoke to the leader. "Mr. Sun Woo, perhaps we should plant underground potatoes." He replied, "Sure, why not?" After finishing his dialogue with the girl, Sun Woo Hyun suddenly turned his head to look around the area as well, and to look again at what had been bothering him. Looking at the mountain of death, which was covered in clouds, Song Woo Hyun said thoughtfully, "This mountain looks painfully familiar. Where have I seen it before?" As he stepped forward, a system notification sign suddenly appeared in front of Song Woo Hyun saying, "Welcome to the 4th stage of the dungeon game." And at the same time, somewhere on the mountain of death on which Dawoon was standing, exhausted from his work, Dawoon wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and looking up at the mountain, he said heavily, "Ugh, I need to take a break." Looking at the amount of work he had done, Dawoon sighed heavily and said, "Ha! This is completely different from anything I've done before, even digging. This is so exciting." Imagining how much time and effort it would take to climb the mountain, Dawoon said wearily, "I think I'm making progress, but the endless descent and ascent will take a lot of time and energy." Having chosen a place for himself and started to chisel a hole in the wall, Dawoon, once again starting to work, said, "Then I will do it right here." Seeing Dawoon digging into the wall, Alpha asked in surprise, "Are you hollowing out a new passage?" Hearing this strange question, Dawoon, who had made a frame for the gate and created a portal in it, said with satisfaction, "A new passage? I want to create a gate here." Seeing how pleased Dawoon was with his work, Alpha said in amazement, "That's a great idea. What a wise move." After creating the portal, Dawoon suddenly realized that there was something he hadn't thought of, and he exclaimed in fright, "Wait, but my life energy. I have nowhere to put my sacrifices." Hearing the embarrassment in the boy's voice, Alpha hastened to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry about that. Your body is directly connected to the temple. You can make sacrifices at any time." Hearing this, Dawoon said in surprise, "Really?" Then Alpha continued, explaining how it works. "All you have to do is eat them. When you're 100% full, all the food you eat will be considered a donation." Hearing this, Dawoon shoved a piece of meat into his mouth and said in surprise, "Really? Is it that simple? And all I have to do is eat?" Chewing on the dried meat, Dawoon laid down on the platform that had been created in front of the portal and said happily, "Tisk, now we just have to eat. I like this system." Then Alpha added, "Obviously you enjoyed starting with." Interrupting the temple guard's sentence, Dawoon stretched his hand forward and said happily, "You're absolutely right, creating a gate." Meanwhile, the rabbit, who had been following the trail of towers that Dawoon had built along the way, was no longer able to climb any further and fell to his knees to rest for a while. His face was full of tears that he could not control, and his stomach was empty. Looking at the ground, the rabbit said sadly, "I am so hungry." Raising his head a little higher and seeing how much further he had to go, and even beyond the horizon, he added sadly, "It's so far and so high." Suddenly rising from a sudden fit of rage, the rabbit jumped up and exclaimed in irritation, "Hiking is just disgusting!" After that, he opened his status window, which read, "Name, no, position, demoted guide, health, satiety." Seeing this, the rabbit said sadly, "It is so cold and I am hungry. I am tired. When was the last time I received a salary?" Yes, speaking of the rabbit's salary, his salary was the right to kill that was given out at the beginning of each game. The life energy that was gained through the right to kill was transferred to the guide. Coughing from hunger and fatigue, the rabbit sighed heavily and said angrily, "Anyway, it's all the fault of that mistake." As the rabbit continued to walk toward the observation towers, following Devong, he suddenly came across a rat that for some reason looked in his direction and froze in place. After a few seconds, the rat began to growl fiercely at the rabbit, as if trying to intimidate it into staying away from their territory. Seeing the rat growling at him, the rabbit was frightened. What? How is this possible? Can it really see me?" But the next moment, the rat and its pack ran off in the same direction, ignoring the rabbit. Then the rabbit thought in alarm, "I was scared. For a second, I thought it saw me." As the rabbit went on to find Dawoon, he lowered his head and walked on, thinking tiredly, "This can be tolerated for now. But if I lose a little more strength, I may become food for them." After some more time on his journey, the rabbit's health dropped to 20% and later to 19%. As soon as the health mark dropped below 20, the rabbit suddenly fell to the ground. After he recovered from the fall and tried to get up, the rabbit said in surprise, "Oh shit. What? Have I lost my ability to fly?" But that was not the worst thing he realized at that moment. When the rabbit fell to the ground, the rats came up to him and began to examine him closely. As soon as he raised his head to a sufficient height, he saw with his peripheral vision that monsters had gathered around him. It was then that he realized that now he could. Turning his head to the left, the rabbit saw that many monsters had arrived, and they were all attacking him in a crowd to eat him. It finally became clear to him that he could lose more than just his ability. Seeing the danger that suddenly found him due to an unexpected situation, the rabbit got to his feet and began to run away from the monsters, forgetting about fatigue and hunger. Jumping for long distances, since he could no longer fly, the rabbit, running away from a pack of rats that could now see him, shouted in confusion, "Get off! Get off me!" Running as far as the eye could see, just to get away from his pursuers, the rabbit thought, frightened, "I urgently need to hide, and preferably in a place where they can't find me." Seeing the observation tower Dawoon was building, the rabbit said encouragingly, There, it should be safe there. I can hide from the monsters in the tower." Jumping as fast as he could, the rabbit finally reached the tower and jumped inside to hide from the monsters. Once inside, the escape was not yet complete, because the enemies were still on his tail, and there was no way to close the door. Having decided to climb the stairs, the rabbit looked up to estimate how far it would take to get up. As the rats were almost upon him, the rabbit exclaimed in fright, "Damn, I don't care anymore." Jumping over several steps at once to get away from the crowd of monsters, the rabbit exclaimed angrily, "Why did he build them so high?" After running up almost all the stairs, the rabbit almost reached the door leading to the roof of the tower and exclaimed in anger, "Those damned ill-mannered rats!" Jumping to the roof with all his might, the rabbit failed to land successfully and simply fell face down. After that, holding his cylinder and rising sharply from the floor to take a fighting stance, the rabbit heard the stomping of feet, which signaled the approach of enemies. As soon as he jumped to move a little further away, the enemies were there, jumping out of the doorframe. Seeing that the rats were already flying at him, the rabbit said in confusion, "Perhaps you think that I look very weak and defenseless." But it was not at all like that at first glance. Taking out his umbrella, which he always carried with him, with a knife at the tip, the rabbit was able to deal with the first batch of enemies who attacked him. Having dealt with several dozen rats, the rabbit exclaimed angrily, "But I was a first-class guide, so don't underestimate me." After that, the rabbit fought with dignity and repelled the monster's attacks. His main plan was to bring the terrible rats to the roof of the observatory, and then defeat them one by one as soon as they appeared in the narrow passage. Continuing to chop the rats, the rabbit, thanks to his incredibly well-thought-out strategy, was able to gain an advantage even in such a difficult situation. Also, continuing to repel the enemy's attacks, the rabbit was able to defeat the monster rats with his fighting skills, despite the loss of his guide abilities. Having spent a lot of energy fighting, the rabbit, waiting for the next batch of enemies, breathing heavily in between fights, thought, damn, am I going to die here, fighting with these miserable creatures?" Having lost a lot of strength in confronting the enemy, the rabbit could no longer fight. And just at that moment, a new batch of enemies arrived, eager to eat his meat. Seeing that the monsters had arrived again, the rabbit spoke in a tired voice without looking up. "You guys must be as hungry as I am, and even I don't have the strength to fight anymore." Not listening to the rabbit, the rats pounced on it again, finally catching and tearing their prey. Seeing that they were getting close, the rabbit spoke one last time, not wanting to give up. "I see. You're really that hungry, aren't you? All right, you bastards." After these words, seeing that they were about to capture him, the rabbit jumped off the roof to avoid falling into the clutches of the hungry enemy. Having set off on a free flight, the rabbit continued to adhere to his image, holding his cylinder. In order to catch up with the rabbit, a couple of rats even jumped after it. Not giving in to the enemy in any way, the rabbit, looking at the rats sitting on the roof, happily exclaimed, "Eat this, ha!" And he made an obscene gesture to them. Trying to come to terms with his fate and convince himself that he had made the right choice, the rabbit fell down and thought, "Well, it's better than being eaten alive." Remembering his colleague, thanks to whom he found himself in this situation, the rabbit thought before he died, "Baboon, that son of a bitch, I curse you." Letting go of his cylinder and flying down the rock, the rabbit closed his eyes and added, "That idiot! I will blame you for my death." But he suddenly felt that someone had caught him, and he did not crash to the ground but would continue to live. Looking at the rabbit that landed in his hands, Da-Woon said in surprise, "I came to see why there were so many rats gathered here, but why did you fall from there?" Opening his eyes and breathing heavily from the stress he had experienced, the rabbit said in his head, "Okay, I take it back." After that, he could only think, "What I just said." But after that, the rabbit lost consciousness from exhaustion and hunger. When he came to, but before he opened his eyes, he smelled a strange odor that attracted him. Then he thought, "What is this? Smell? This is an otherworldly smell. Just what?" After that, the rabbit suddenly got up from the ground, wanting to find out what exactly smells so delicious. And the rabbit woke up in the dragon temple, next to the fried potatoes, in the same room where Da-Woon had decided to take a break and where Pocky had run away from him. Looking around, the rabbit saw that there was a bowl of fried potatoes next to him, from which came the wonderful aroma that made him wake up from his tired sleep. The rabbit's eyes were filled with health and satiety, and he said excitedly, "What a wonderful flavor. Can I eat this? It smells so good." Just as the rabbit was about to lick the potato to taste it, he heard someone's voice take the potato right out from under his nose and say, Hey, don't touch that." Da-Woon looked at the rabbit with a condemning look and said to him, "Who are you to lick the roast potatoes I have carefully prepared?" Seeing Da-Woon in front of him, the rabbit thought angrily, "What a damn mistake." As soon as he thought this, he realized that the time when he thought he had been saved by Da-Woon was not a dream, but a reality. But feeling that his limit was near, the rabbit thought in fright, "Dear God, I don't care. This doesn't make any sense anymore." As he began to bow at Da-Woon's feet, The rabbit said humbly, "Please give me one morsel." When the boy saw this unusual behavior, he was surprised. "What is wrong with you?" After that, looking at the rabbit with a thoughtful gaze, Dawun could only see him bowing and saying, "Please, I am so hungry. Just one bite." Listening to the rabbit's entreaties as it knelt at his feet, Dawun said in surprise, "You want a piece?" The rabbit, which had been begging Dawun for food, raised its head in surprise when it heard this question and said, "Huh? Yes, I do. Hearing these words from the rabbit, who was willing to do almost anything, Dawun pointed to himself and smiled happily. "Then, be my successor then." Hearing such a strange request from the boy who was now deciding his fate, the rabbit looked at him with square eyes and said in surprise, "What? To be your successor?" Holding the potatoes in his hands, Dawun spoke thoughtfully to the rabbit, explaining the situation. "Somehow I became the master of this temple, and since you have experience in managing it, wouldn't it be better to have an experienced successor? So, what do you think of this proposal? Will you eat?" Holding out the fried potatoes to the rabbit, one said to him thoughtfully, Wait, do rabbits even eat potatoes? Are you sure you can eat this?" Quickly snatching the food out of Dawun's hands before he could take it away again and start asking his ridiculous questions, the rabbit said angrily, "We're not eating it." Enjoying the sight of the potatoes he could finally eat, which were so precious to him, the rabbit added, "And we don't eat it because we don't have any." Eating the potatoes sparingly, the rabbit said happily, "It is very, very tasty, but the more I eat it, the less it becomes." Hearing these words, Dawun was surprised and said, "Is it really delicious? I didn't even season it with anything." When the rabbit had eaten and regained his strength, he burped out a delicious burp and said, "My goodness, I'm finally full, and I feel alive." When Dawun heard this, he was surprised. "I used potatoes that were grown inside the dungeon. Won't you have any problems with that?" The rabbit calmly replied, "I've been demoted, so who cares about the damn rules?" Hearing that the rabbit could not care less about the rules, Dawun asked, "You were demoted? Why did you get demoted all of a sudden?" Hearing Dawun's question, the rabbit stood up sharply on his feet and began to tell him very emotionally what had happened to him and what he had gone through, spitting out words. Hearing everything the rabbit told him, Dawun suddenly became thoughtful and thought, "The position of the first-degree guide is now occupied by someone else. It seems that this baboon is determined to kill the rabbit." After thinking about it, Dawun asked the rabbit in surprise, "Wait a minute, didn't you say you came all this way just to bring me back? Are you sure you should have told me all that?" Hearing Dawun's words, the rabbit lowered his head and said, "Yeah, I have already made my choice. There's no going back now, so yes, I'm sure." Closing his eyes and thinking again about what he had said to Dawun and what he might find when he returned, the rabbit thought, "Well, anyway, I'm really screwed now." After that, the rabbit opened his eyes and spoke uncertainly to the boy. "Well, actually, you said it yourself." Hearing the rabbit's words, Dawun said in surprise, "What? What are you talking about?" Then the rabbit added, "Well, your successor." Raising his hand as if he were at a solemn meeting, the rabbit confidently spoke in a high-pitched tone, "Allow me, I would like to welcome you." Appearing behind Dawun, Alpha said, "I apologize, may I interrupt?" Hearing this voice, Dawun asked in surprise, "Alpha? What's wrong?" Then the rabbit added in a confused voice, "Alpha." Hearing the familiar name, the rabbit broke out in a cold sweat and thought in confusion, "Isn't this the emblem of the Dragon of Life? Don't tell me I'm in the Temple of Urtia." Seeing the rabbit's confused reaction, Alpha added, "Come with me to the altar." As he followed, the rabbit lowered his voice and said in a sad voice, You want to sacrifice me as an offering?" To which Alpha replied, "What good is one rabbit?" Dawun then added, "We don't, just follow us." As the rabbit approached the door leading to the boss's room, he took hold of the handle and said anxiously, "Huh? Can this door really be opened?" To which Dawun mockingly replied, "If you're surprised." Walking forward and opening the door a little, Dawun said, "Then you'll be surprised to see what's on the other side." Hearing this, the rabbit behind him said in surprise, "Really?" As soon as the door to the boss's room was fully opened, the rabbit froze in place in amazement. Because of the sudden shock, he couldn't even move. In front of him were the potato sprouts that had planted the entire boss's room. Waving his hand to show off his possessions, Dawun said happily, inviting the rabbit inside, "Welcome to my potato field." The rabbit, confused by this surprise, did not even know what to say. But then he said, "You don't mean to tell me that you made a potato field in the boss's sacred room?" And he looked at the pedestal and thought in surprise, "These bones, are these Ertea's?" Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon happily answered him, "Of course it is. You must understand, everyone needs to eat to survive." After saying this, Dawoon also added happily, "It is very fruitful. Ertea must be thrilled too." To which the rabbit shouted out, "I'm not excited about anything." And at the same moment, Alpha also exclaimed in unison with the rabbit, "I am not excited about anything." When he heard that Alpha's thoughts were the same as the rabbit's, he said, "I'm about to cry tears of happiness that the newcomer has good sense." Hearing this, Dawoon said in displeasure, "What is wrong with you guys?" Looking at Dawoon, who thought it was normal to make a plantation out of the boss's room, the rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "You've been eating like this all this time." Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon replied thoughtfully, remembering what else he had been doing. "Well, I carved the steps." Continuing to recall how he spent his time when he became the owner of this temple, Dawoon added, "I also took care of the field." Recalling his times of confrontation when he left the temple, Dawoon also added, "And sometimes I killed rats to offer as sacrifices." After recounting all that he had done, Dawoon, pleased with himself, put his hands behind his head and said joyfully, "And now, living in this way, I have met you." Listening to Dawoon's story of how he spent all his time in the temple, the rabbit thought in confusion, "Unbelievable, it's just incredible." Just as he began to think about what Dawoon had told him, he realized that he had killed rat monsters and exclaimed in fright, "How? Did you really kill rats?" Seeing the rabbit's incredulity, Dawoon decided to demonstrate what he had achieved since their last meeting and spoke to his golems, calling them over. "Guys, come here." A few seconds after Dawoon's order, 2 centaur golems approached him. Demonstrating his assistance, the guy said happily, "Well, what do you think? Don't they look nice?" Hearing this, the rabbit thought, "I mean, he created these things when he was cleaning his boss's room." Yeah. Thinking about how strange this was, the rabbit lowered his head to the floor and said in astonishment, "What an absurd person. I'm just amazed." After that, trying his best to get used to his surroundings, the rabbit joyfully exclaimed, "I am just delighted." From this nonsense, seeing that the conversation seemed to be over, Alpha said to the rabbit, "If you are done talking, please get on the altar." Hearing the Alpha's order, the rabbit jumped up on the altar and asked, "Like this?" Then Alpha continued, "Now the master of the temple must place his hand on the altar." Hearing this order from the Alpha, Dawoon went to the altar to place his hand with the sign on it to perform the ritual. When the ritual was successful, Dawoon gained a new skill called Appointment of Manager, which allowed him to appoint temple managers and utilize life energy. When Dawoon saw this, he was surprised and said, "A new skill? Didn't you have all of them last time?" Then Alpha said, "If certain conditions are met, you gain a new basic skill." Then Dawoon added in surprise, "Wow, what conditions are you talking about?" Hearing this question from Dawoon, Alpha spoke to him, "Your current level is still not enough for me to reveal all the information to you." Hearing this, Dawoon said in displeasure, "Level, sacrifice." Thinking about how he could find out the rest of the information, Dawoon thought, "I guess I'll have to try everything." Noticing the boy's thoughtful gaze, the rabbit said in confusion, "What's wrong?" Looking at the rabbit and recalling all the past situations, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Should I say I was lucky or unlucky? To think that I would get involved with this damn rabbit." Raising his hand up to begin the ritual, Dawoon completed all the preparations that were necessary. Then he said, "Appoint a manager." As soon as his voice was heard, the rabbit began to emit a bright light and was filled with energy. And then he said in surprise, "Oh, I'm just bursting with energy." After that, the rabbit's system window opened and the text in the title bar changed. It now read Interim Manager. Feeling overwhelmed with energy, the rabbit, who had never experienced anything like this before, exclaimed joyfully, "This is incredible! No longer a guide, but an intermediate manager?" Happy that he could no longer obey the laws of the world, since he was not dependent on it, the rabbit exclaimed, "Wow, how about that damn world?" Seeing the rabbit's sincere reaction, Dawoon, amazed at how happy it made him, said in surprise, "Wow, are you really that happy to be a manager?" Bowing to Dawoon, the rabbit said humbly, You can be sure of my loyalty, master. Hearing this, Dawun said in embarrassment, "Stop, this is very embarrassing." Then the rabbit added, "You are the master of this temple. We've been through a lot, but let's turn this page and start from scratch." Realizing that this was his chance to take revenge for all those incidents and the words that the rabbit had spoken to him, Dawun said with a blank look in his eyes, "Oh, it's okay then. We've been through a lot." After that, Dawun said to the rabbit in a cold voice, "Kneel down." Hearing this strange order, the rabbit asked in confusion, "Excuse me? Are you serious?" Hearing that Dawun was not going to change his order, the rabbit, who had been given a new position and a new master, looked at the boy in confusion. Dawun then pointed two fingers at the rabbit and said, "Eyes on the floor." And so the rabbit had already received his first order from Dawun. He had to watch and take care of the planted potatoes. In the same position, flying over the plants and hilling them, the rabbit had to work for a long time, for a very long time. Tired of the same type of hard work, the rabbit stopped to wipe his sweat after tending to the potatoes. A lot of potatoes. Looking at Dawun, the rabbit asked in confusion, "Master, do I really have to work in this uncomfortable position?" Dawun replied, "Yes, think of it as payment for all your sins." The rabbit replied, "That's too much for me." After spending some more time tending the plants in an awkward position, the rabbit thought in confusion, "What the hell? I'm not your manager. I'm just your slave. I need to think of something." At the same time, somewhere in the forest of the ancestors, the sounds of the participants' battle against the monsters were heard in the first stage. Noticing that all of his comrades were already dead, the last player who was left alone with the horned boar shouted out in fright, "No, don't come near me." But just a moment later, the player felt something warm spreading through his body, accompanied by unbearable pain. Watching the players being destroyed by the monsters without even giving them a chance, the baboon said with satisfaction, "The participants of this round are dying beautifully." While he was watching the test, he accidentally felt something strange, a strange feeling that he could not ignore. Looking toward the mountain of death, the baboon said thoughtfully, "The rabbit's mark has been erased." But what suddenly happened to him? After that, somewhere in the mountains of death, in the dragon temple, Dawun and the rabbit, who had finished tending the plants, came to the same room. Then, placing a bowl of potatoes in the middle, Dawun said, "Hey, manager, let's eat." Looking at the food Dawun offered him, the rabbit said in surprise, "You call this potatoes, but aren't these the roots of an ogre plant? Human adaptability is incredible." To which Dawun said, "What we do to survive?" After finishing the meal, the rabbit leaned back and said in surprise, "Is it just me, or is the floor of this room warmer?" Hearing this, Dawun spoke to him. "This is the underfloor heating system. I made it so that I could practice farming here." Hearing this, the rabbit added in surprise, "Good Lord." Picking up another potato and starting to chew it, the rabbit said thoughtfully, "By the way, have you gotten rid of that squirrel that has been following you around?" Hearing this, Dawun looked to the side and saw the outraged pet and said in embarrassment, "Oh, Poke? Think of the devil and he will appear." Looking at Pocky, who was very unhappy with what the rabbit had said about him, the rabbit asked in surprise, "What? Why did he put it in his mouth?" To which Dawun replied, "Pocky likes to eat bones. There are bones everywhere." When the rabbit saw that Pocky was climbing on one of the golems, he asked, "Why is he climbing on a golem?" Then Dawun said, "Oh," he said, "Ah, not again." After Pocky climbed on top of the golem, he began to poke a hole in its body with his paws. When he saw that the hole was big enough, the pet stopped. After that, he poured out all the saves he had collected in his mouth into that hole on the golem. After that, he closed the hole very carefully and securely so that his supplies would not suddenly fall out. Grabbing Pocky by the tail and pulling him off the golem, Dawun said with a grudging smile, "Well, it must be his habit to hide his food. Stop bothering the golems, Poke." Tasting the potatoes, the rabbit said, "Oh, I see." Suddenly thinking about the golems, bones, and plants, Dawun said thoughtfully, Wait a minute, that's just..." Looking at the rabbit that had laid down to rest after eating, Dawun said, "Rabbit, you have a new assignment." Hearing this, the rabbit said in disappointment, "What? I just laid down after eating. It seems a bit reckless, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Dawun added, "Stop talking nonsense and get up." Then the rabbit thought sadly, "Damn." Looking at Dawun, who had already found a new job for him, the rabbit thought sadly, "Conscientious, hard-working managers, they are the worst." Having been instructed to bring the bones from the next room, the rabbit set off. Arriving at the place, and having gathered a lot of bones, he groaned and walked back. After bringing the bones and throwing them on the ground, the rabbit said thoughtfully, Why are you telling me to collect these leftover bones? To which Da-woon replied, you are here already. I have several uses for them. Guys, come here. When the golems approached Da-woon, who was standing near the bones, he gave the command, break. When the rabbit saw the golems mercilessly breaking the bones, he was confused. I should not mess with them. After all the bones had been turned to dust, Da-woon performed the final step, the purification of the fertilizer, using his purification skill. Looking at the pile of bone meal, Da-woon spoke to the rabbit. Now, rabbit, let's scatter it on the field. Hearing this suggestion, the rabbit said in surprise, bone meal? But why? Looking at the confused rabbit, Da-woon explained, to use them as fertilizer. I wonder if it will have any effect. Then the rabbit said, you're too damn hardworking. And then he thought, I see, you really are incredible. Da-woon then added, by any chance, did those clouds switch places? Looking at the rabbit, whose life with Da-woon was sometimes quite difficult for him, and full of moments of suffering for him, but there were also many moments of fun and joy in the rabbit's life. For example, the food that Da-woon cooked, and his favorite dish was pashina of horned boar. Pashina is a piece from the abdomen of a cattle or pig carcass. Every time Da-woon cooked it, the rabbit would immediately reach out to try it. No wonder it was his favorite dish. The taste was simply out of this world. Everything was so tender and juicy that it was simply impossible to put into words. And there was one more thing that the rabbit loved to do. Somewhere on the first step of the historical ruins, which were now managed by a baboon, the current owner of the ruins, who had replaced the rabbit, came to the room with his boss and said in surprise, what's going on here? Where did he go, this? Seeing only the dust from the boss's body, the baboon said in surprise, boss? Where did he go? One of the rabbit's favorite pastimes was collecting golem kernels. After stealing a golem core and bringing it to Da-woon, the rabbit could hardly contain his laughter, hiding behind his paw. Noticing this, Da-woon said in surprise, why are you suddenly so happy? Hearing this, the rabbit replied, hey, I bet that ugly monkey is going to go crazy. I just know this feeling all too well. The rabbit then added happily, who would have thought that there is an underground tunnel under the ruins? As the saying goes, it's always darkest under the lamppost. That's why I couldn't find you. Hearing this, Da-woon said thoughtfully, you sounded as if you were annoyed or offended. The rabbit replied, not at all. I admire your ingenuity, master. And he thought, he is quite perceptive. After that, the rabbit decided to ask Devong something that interested him. Will you come here often? Perhaps we should install a gate here, master. Hearing this interesting suggestion, Da-woon said thoughtfully, that's a great idea. After leaving the portal, Da-woon spoke to Alpha. We're back. When Alpha saw them come out of the gate, she said angrily, you have wasted your life energy again, I see. Hearing this, Da-woon replied, it is not a waste, it is an investment. When he came to his garden with the plants, Da-woon said in surprise, in any case, looking at his plantation, where all the plants had already grown, Da-woon thoughtfully said, aren't they too big? The rabbit replied, yes, they have completely turned into carnivorous plants. Then the boy added, was the fertilizer too effective? Looking at the plants stretching their shoots toward him to grab and eat, Da-woon said in disappointment, it's a shame that the plants I grew with love and care are trying to eat me. The rabbit replied, indeed. Hearing Da-woon's conversation with the rabbit, Alpha said, I think it would be advisable to use the trap setting skill. Hearing this, Da-woon said in surprise, traps? Then the rabbit explained, oh, if we belong to this temple, if we set them as traps, they will stop attacking us. Then Da-woon asked, you mean we will make them think we are allies? When Da-woon touched the plant sprout to make it a trap in the dungeon, he saw it tremble. And then the boy said in surprise, this skill seems quite useful. In the meantime, time continued to pass, so days were replaced by weeks and then months. And so it was time to restart the dungeon again, which also brought with it new participants who agreed to play this game of survival. And at the same time, somewhere in the area of the Mountain of Death, the work was going on as usual. By the way, at the same time that the dungeon was rebooting, Jung Da-won became an experienced creator of stairs. As he made his way up and down the stairs, Da-won confidently spoke to the rhythm of his work. 1, 2, 1, 2. Looking at Da-woon, who was working without breaks and days off, even without proper rest to achieve his goal, the rabbit said in surprise, no one in the world is a bigger workaholic than you. Are you even human? However, in the end, having completed his work on the construction of the stairs, Davun, as sometimes happens with workers, went on strike. Lying down on the ground with his hand over his face, Dawun said, "Give me some rest. I'm very tired. I want to eat something sweet." Hearing this request from his master, the rabbit began to think about where to find something sweet and said, "Something sweet, you say?" After thinking about something sweet, the rabbit remembered where he could find it, and they set off on the first stage to the ancestral forest. Walking forward, Dawun said to the rabbit in surprise, "In the ancestral forest, there is a specific type of carnivorous flower that has honey inside?" Hearing this, the rabbit said, "Yes. Once I heard a participant screaming as if he was being eaten alive." Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Dawun decided to take a shortcut and go through the bushes. As soon as he bent the branches of the trees to pass through the thick of the forest, he hadn't taken many steps when he suddenly froze in his tracks in surprise. In front of him, he saw the same plants, with some strange yellow liquid flowing out of their mouths, which was similar in viscosity to something sweet. Coming closer and hiding behind the bushes, Dawun asked, "Is this the flower with honey inside?" The rabbit replied, "Yes, but it will attack you if you approach it." Hearing that he could not approach them himself, Dawun thought about how to solve this problem. After a short period of time, the problem was solved. Dawun summoned his golems, who solved the problem because they were not afraid of physical attacks. Watching his golems tear up the plants and carry them into the portal, Dawun, who was sitting in the bushes, said joyfully, "I have already mastered the technique of capturing from afar." And that's how Dawun got the corn syrup, as it turned out later. Looking at Dawun, who had done it without much difficulty, the rabbit thought in frustration, "Tsk, I thought he would have difficulties. Now there is nothing here that could make life difficult." As soon as the rabbit thought this and turned his head to the side, he saw the newly arrived game participants behind him and exclaimed in fright, "Ah, participants!" And in a moment, the rabbit was no longer visible. Dawun could only see its silhouette, which also quickly disappeared. After losing sight of the rabbit, Dawun thought in surprise. He said he would hide if he ever encountered the other participants, but damn, that was fast. Peeking out of the net, Dawun saw several men trying to take something from the child, saying, "Boy, give it back to us now." The frightened boy replied, "No, I won't give it back." Then one of the bullies added, "What did you say?" Pulling a katana from its sheath and pointing it at the boy, the man repeated, "Give it back now. I'm not going to say it twice." Looking at the way the boy was being demanded, Dawun thought, he looks like a middle school student at most. Why are these adults threatening him with a gun? After that, Dawun heard the voice of a rabbit in his head saying, "It is human nature for the strong to oppress the weak." Then Dawun almost exclaimed, "What?" and then said in his head to the rabbit, "Damn it, I almost screamed." To which the rabbit replied, "Hey, telepathy is my specialty." Hearing this, Dawun asked, "Can I use it too?" Then the rabbit replied, "Probably not, because you are human." "Dawun, you can hear me, can't you?" "No." "Then you can hear me, you cheater." Shit, he got it. After that, Dawun suddenly heard the voice of the Alpha, the bark saying, "You both belong to the same temple, so you can communicate in a similar way if you concentrate." Then Dawun thought, in that case, I don't have to worry about anyone reading my thoughts. Sitting in ambush, Dawun spoke to the rabbit through telepathy. "In any case, what should I do?" The rabbit replied, "What do you mean now?" Then Dawun continued, "If we try to do something and make noise, this baboon will be able to catch us, right?" Looking at the little boy who was trembling in fear, Dawun said, "It doesn't matter how harsh this world is." Looking at the little boy, Dawun thought back to a time when he had also been in this dungeon, where he had been treated like a nobody and despised. The same friend of his who had taken a piece of meat from him and wanted to eat it alone without sharing it with anyone. But then he got his way, because Sung Woo Hyun came along. Thinking back to all the times he had struggled to survive on his own without any abilities, Dawun could see himself in the boy who was being bullied. As he finished his thoughts and looked up, Dawun noticed that it was getting dark outside and said in his head, "Now that I think about it, was it here? The timing is just right." And at the same time, the biggest of the gang of robbers spoke angrily to the boy. "If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to harm you." Hearing this threat, the boy said in a trembling voice, "Even so, I don't want to." Immediately after that, somewhere in the thick of the forest, someone was laughing, which was heard by a group of bullies who wanted to take something from the boy. The next moment, some frogs came out of the bushes. They were Dakmo dwarves who came to the noise that was spreading through the forest. When one of the gang saw the little ones in front of him, he drew his sword and prepared to fight and said in surprise, "What? What is wrong with these freak frogs?" Standing right in front of the irritated man who was laughing at the frog's laughter, he prepared to attack. Swinging his sword, he exclaimed in frustration, "Are you mocking me?" However, he did not have time to complete his attack because he was overzealous and underestimated the enemy. In a moment, his hand was no longer there. Looking down, he saw his hand and sword lying there, which should have been in the enemy's head. Realizing what had happened, the man felt unbearable pain and quickly grabbed his wounded arm to stop the bleeding, completely forgetting about the enemy standing in front of him. And this was his second mistake. After being wounded, the man ran away from the monsters, hiding behind his comrades, while the dwarf Dakmo stood proudly with a wide, sinister smile. Seeing the monsters approaching them, the boy, who was no match for the men, realized that things were bad and he had to escape. While one of the robbers was thinking about how to close his wound, the other decided to avenge him, and running forward at the monsters said in surprise, What is this?" Listening to the frogs continue to make laughing noises, the next player, unable to stand it, rushed at the dwarfs, shouting menacingly, "Don't laugh at me!" But that was exactly what the enemy needed. Seeing that the enemy was rushing at them without any plan, the monsters just smiled slyly. The next moment, when the player got close enough, one of the monsters came closer, and thanks to just one accurate blow, he was able to knock the man's sword out of his hands, leaving him disarmed. Seeing that these enemies were not so easy, even though they were short, the man who had just run at them headlong and lost his weapon was very frightened. Realizing that these enemies were definitely not his match, the player began to run away, not thinking about his comrades, but simply saving his own skin. As soon as the monsters noticed that the players had lost their fighting spirit and started to run away, the dwarves immediately attacked them in a crowd. Watching the fight between the players and the monsters from the net, the rabbit said, "Dakma, the monsters in this dungeon may be weak, but they are cunning and fierce. If you look down on them because of their size, they will eat you alive. However, there is a way out of every maze." Recalling the incidents that had occurred during his time as a dungeon guide, the rabbit said, "Faced with problems and severe trials, people can awaken their hidden potential and be reborn." As soon as the rabbit thought of the incident that had happened in his memory, he immediately thought of Sung Woo Han and said confidently, "Just like him." Hearing what the rabbit had just told him about the awakening of hidden powers, Dawoon spoke happily. Perhaps this child could be like Song Woo Hyun. However, all of his hopes and thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sudden shock that he felt. It was the same frightened boy who had been running away from the monsters. Catching the kid who had crashed into him, Dawoon fell to the ground with him as a result of the collision. Clutching his cheek, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "Woo, what the hell was that?" He thought, "Damn, I almost cried from the pain." To which he heard in response from Alpha, "You're already crying." When Dawoon looked down to see what had happened, he saw the same little guy who had crashed into him. He, in turn, could not hold back his tears and said in confusion, "Please, please save me." Hearing these pleas, Dawoon thought, it is the same little boy. Trying to calm him down, Dawoon spoke in a confused manner, trying to figure out what to do himself. "Hey kid, stop crying and get your head together." As soon as he said this, he heard a noise near him. Looking in his direction, Dawoon saw the dwarfs coming at him and said in irritation, "Those bastards!" Unable to think of a retreat plan, and not wanting to reveal his skills, Dawoon decided to use his skill to take on the fight and spoke, "Force." Using the skill to fight, Dawoon continued, "Hornbore." After that, with a couple of skillful blows, Dawoon defeated the enemies who had recklessly attacked him. Lying on the ground, the frightened boy who had been running away from the monsters thought, "This boy." When he saw Dawoon easily deal with all the enemies, the frightened boy continued, "He's very strong." But that was not all. No sooner had Dawoon dealt with the first pair of enemies than several more were approaching. Seeing Dawoon in front of them, the monsters headed toward him. When they got within range, the frog jumped and tried to bite Dawoon at high speed, but he managed to dodge it. Enraged by the enemy's vile attack, which was also intended to injure him, Dawoon decided not to hold back and not to spare anyone. The next moment, gathering the strength of a horned boar in his legs, He kneed the frog, which was just in the right place for that. After neutralizing another enemy, Da-woon noticed that he now had two enemies attacking him at once to increase his chances of winning. However, the boy was not confused. After dodging the first frog's attack, Da-woon grabbed the other one by the head and with a strong swing, prepared to throw. The next moment, after making a confident 180-degree turn, Da-woon made a confident pitch with all his might and hit one frog into the other with precision. As he neutralized a couple more enemies, he noticed another frog flying at him from the front, this one armed with a knife. This looked more dangerous than just sharp teeth. By following the enemy's movements and concentrating on his eyes, Da-woon was able to read his next move and dodge the frog's attack. When the enemy missed and flew by, Da-woon decided not to waste such a great opportunity, and with an elbow strike, knocked out another monster, putting it out of action. Looking at the defeated enemies lying nearby, Da-woon completely forgot about the rear, which he had not covered for some reason. Seeing that this was a great opportunity, another dwarf monster who had been waiting for the moment attacked Da-woon with two knives, hoping that he would finish him off. Seeing the monster approaching from behind Da-woon, the boy who had been lying on the ground shouted out in fear to warn him of the danger. "Behind you!" Hearing the warning, Da-woon quickly looked around and tried to move away to avoid a sudden attack that would not be clear where it would come from. Opening his inventory, Da-woon quickly took out a block of dirt and threw it behind him to crush the enemy who had decided to attack him from behind. The other dwarves who were standing nearby, watching their comrades fight, suddenly changed their minds about fighting, seeing that they had little chance against this guy. Looking back at himself, Da-woon saw the rest of the pack running scared into the depths of the forest for their lives. This meant that the battle was over. Looking at the enemies lying beside him and the number of those who had fled, Da-woon said uncertainly, Are we done?" Standing over the defeated enemies, Da-woon had a strange feeling. After standing there for a while, Da-woon pondered, For some reason I feel tingly." Realizing that the kid who thought Da-woon was his hero was standing behind him and burning him with his gaze, Da-woon thought in confusion, "Is that him?" Turning his head toward the boy, Da-woon saw him staring at his savior with astonishment. Realizing that he was in serious trouble, the boy began to think about how he could get away from the little burdock. Averting his gaze from him, Da-woon hoped that the little guy would get away from him, but it turned out to be a little different. The little guy didn't lag behind. Turning back, Da-woon spoke to the kid, trying to untie him from him. "Boy, you better not follow me. I'm going to the danger zone. Stop following me." And after that, Da-woon said awkwardly, "And since I have used up my power, I now have no energy to protect you. I'm going to die here from low blood sugar." Hearing these words from Da-woon, Little exclaimed in surprise, "What? Sugar? You need sugar? Are you talking about sweets?" Putting his hand into the bag he had been protecting so carefully, and which was the reason why he had been chased by those menacing men, the little boy said, "Wait a moment." Then, holding out his hand to Devong, with which he had just taken something out of his purse, the boy said to him, "Will this help you?" Looking first at the boy and then at what he was holding out to him, Da-woon suddenly froze in his tracks in astonishment. Realizing what he was so desperately defending, Da-woon said in astonishment, This is..." In the deserted dungeon, food was a luxury that allowed Da-woon to remain at peace. But unfortunately, all the food he cooked tasted like cheese. That is why recently Devong has become interested in extracting various spices. And it was for this reason that he did not hesitate to follow the rabbit to find them. At that time, sweets were synonymous with happiness because they were very difficult to get. Da-woon missed the old, nostalgic flavors of sweets. And that's why, when Da-woon saw what the little boy held out to him, it was very difficult for him to refuse the offer. This kid had a soda. This offer was too good to refuse and move on just to get rid of the unwanted harassment. Moreover, it was a whole liter and a half of soda, and that could last for a long time. The offer was too good, but the consequences... Holding out the bottle of soda to Devong, the boy said happily, "Here, you can have it. I have 2 more bottles." Hearing this, Devong exclaimed in his head, "Hey, that's not fair." Looking at the bottle of soda, which he had wanted for so long but had been out of reach, Da-woon said thoughtfully, 1 bottle a day for 3 whole days. Holding the bottle of water in his hand, the boy, not understanding why he did not take the soda, asked in surprise, "Well?" Then Da-woon, folding his hands in front of him, soon said, "You will come with me only after special training." Hearing this, the young man said in astonishment, "What?" Hearing this, the rabbit said in surprise, "You changed your mind so quickly." After that, Da-woon and the kid went into the middle of the forest to begin training. Seeing that the sun was setting, Da-woon decided to build an observation post to keep track of any enemies that might suddenly approach. Seeing how quickly the structure appeared before his eyes, the young man said in amazement, "Wow!" Climbing onto the roof of the building, Dawoon opened his mini-map and said, "Good, now this area's on the mini-map." Looking at his idol, the kid was amazed. "Hen, who are you really? You built this building so fast." Dawoon opened a bottle of soda and tasted it and answered the boy, "I am human just like you. Now we are all ready. Let's go down." When the boy heard the command to go down, he was surprised. Deep down. As he greedily drank his soda, Dawoon, who had given the command to go down into the dungeon, thought, "The child is tired. And speaking from my experience, the underground area is the safest." When Dawoon led the boy to his dungeon, where they could spend the night to avoid danger, he exclaimed, "Wow!" After creating a separate room for the little one, Dawoon asked him, "Do you want a high pillow or a low pillow?" And the little boy replied, "The low one." Dawoon then added, "Then take this one." Afterward, the boy thought, he has instantly created such a cozy place. When the boy took his place on the bed, Dawoon asked him, "Were you called here when you came out of the supermarket?" The boy replied, "Yes, I was running an errand for my mother." This boy's name is Otong Min. He is a 14-year-old boy in his second year of high school. And unlike the first impression of a scared boy, he turned out to be a smart kid. However, it may even be that this Otong Min is acting this way on purpose. He's probably just afraid of not being liked. He's afraid that the first adult who helped him into this world might not like him. Putting his hand to his chin, Dawoon said with satisfaction, "Yes, I completely understand this feeling. I must be your savior." Hearing Dawoon say this to himself, Otong Ming thought in confusion, "He's been talking to himself for ages. I must be on my guard." Realizing that he had to be vigilant, the boy cautiously asked, "Hen, did you use some kind of skill to build that tower and this room?" Hearing such a question from the kid, Dawoon replied thoughtfully, "It's not a something like skill. It's a skill." Then the little boy asked, "What kind of skill?" Stretching his hand over the table, Dawoon made a mound on it and said, "It is a skill that allows you to control the earth." Seeing what Dawoon had just done, Otong Ming exclaimed, "Wah wah." After Dawoon had demonstrated his skill, he was curious about Otong Min's, so he asked, "What is your main skill?" "You know, the one you got when you were drafted here." Hearing the question, the boy answered hesitantly, "Oh well, it's called God of Food." Hearing this name, Dawoon asked in surprise, "The God of Food?" To which Otong Ming replied by opening his skill window, "Yes, with these effects. The skill is God of Food. You gain strength, then feel full. Physical strength doubles when saturation is equal." When Dawoon saw the description of this skill, he said importantly, "Wow, I didn't know such a skill existed." Then he thought, is this skill an enhancement of physical ability, like horned boar strength? And then he added, "You mean you get weaker when you feel hungry?" Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, Otong Ming said, "I haven't used it yet. I've never felt 100% full before, and I get hungry quite quickly." Hearing this from the little boy, Dawoon thought with concern, "How sad this is. I understand. In these 3 days, I will help you grow to a great extent." Dawoon took out his supplies of various foods from his inventory and said happily, "First of all, eat as much as your heart desires." Seeing such generosity, Otong Ming shouted out in astonishment. At the same time, the rabbit was wandering around the first stage, muttering under his breath. "He even asked me to find rock salt in the middle of the night. He is too ruthless." Walking further under the cover of night, disguised as a bush, the rabbit continued to complain about the situation. "Even though I'm disguised, I'm still nervous. If I bump into a baboon, I'm screwed." Stopping in his tracks to think about the task, the rabbit said under his breath, "I don't even know what rock salt looks like, so how am I supposed to find it? You sinister boss." Standing still, the rabbit suddenly heard Dawoon's voice, which appeared in his head through telepathy. "Hey, rabbit!" Hearing this voice, the rabbit exclaimed in fright, "What the hell?" To which Dawoon replied irritably, "What? Don't tell me you're lounging around instead of doing your work." To which the rabbit replied, offended, "Actually, you scared the hell out of me, okay?" Walking on, the irritated rabbit heard, "Never mind, did you find the rock salt?" The rabbit replied, "Not yet. Just what does it look like?" To which Dawoon replied embarrassedly, "Oh, who knows? I've never seen it either. It probably looks like an ordinary rock." To which the rabbit replied irritably, "Here, stones everywhere." Hearing that the rabbit had not found what he was looking for, Dawoon said to him, "Then just go back. It's too late." Then the rabbit asked, "Is this one, Omi Tong, or whatever his name is, still with you?" And he heard the answer, "Yes, he is sleeping, so come back." Then the rabbit thought sadly, "This search has made me hungry." Only Dawoon heard the silence in response and the sudden rumbling of the rabbit's stomach, so he added to encourage him, "Hey, I've got everything ready for the barbecue." Hearing that a barbecue was waiting for him on his return, the rabbit exclaimed joyfully, "You are the best, master." A short time later, the rabbit's voice was heard in the cave where Dawoon was saying, "I have returned, master." Hearing this, Dawoon turned to the rabbit and said, "Aha, good for you." Seeing the rabbit's appearance, Dawoon began to laugh at him, saying between pauses, "What are you wearing? Are you a soldier? Did you go off to practice? Boogaloo." Hearing these taunts, the rabbit said irritably, "Whose fault do you think this is? Stop fucking laughing." Then the rabbit said, "Jesus, it doesn't matter, I'm taking it off," and tore off his disguise. Hearing the noise the rabbit was making, Dawoon suddenly said, "Hey, be quiet, you'll wake him up." To which the rabbit replied irritably, "Who cares? Give me some of that soda or something." Hearing this request, Dawoon replied thoughtfully, "Some, okay, but just one glass." After taking one sip, the rabbit began to spit out the soda, saying angrily, "What the hell is wrong with this taste?" Seeing him gulping down the drink, Dawoon angrily replied, "I knew you would react like this. You don't even know what it tastes like." Then the rabbit added, "I do. It tastes like meat." Then Dawoon said, "It is strange that a rabbit should know what meat tastes like in the first place." Pointing his finger at the rabbit, Dawoon said in displeasure, "You should have eaten that camouflage you were wearing. It's the perfect snack for a rabbit." To which he replied angrily, "God, I don't care. Eating leaves is disgusting." After that, the rabbit began to flap his legs and scatter the leaves all over the room. Seeing the leaves flying everywhere, Dawoon said, "Oh, you're making a mess. Stop it." Looking at the rabbit, Dawoon saw something interesting that caught his attention. Then he reached out to the rabbit. The rabbit, seeing Dawoon's serious expression, said in confusion, What are you doing? I'm sorry." Closing his eyes, the rabbit began to beg for forgiveness, saying, "Please forgive me." Taking a leaf from the rabbit's forehead, Dawoon tasted it, chewing it thoughtfully. Seeing this, the rabbit said in surprise, "What? Didn't you say that you don't like to fill your stomach with fruits or vegetables?" After that, Dawoon picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of meat from the barbecue and carried it to the leaf. Seeing what he was doing, the rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "Master, you'll get leaves on the meat." Ignoring the rabbit's words, Dawoon placed a piece of meat in the leaf and said, Hey, just watch. I'll show you what heaven really tastes like." After he finished wrapping the piece of meat in the leaf, Dawoon held the strange combination up. Then he put the meat and the leaf into the mouth of a rabbit that was nearby. After tasting this combination, the rabbit said in astonishment, clutching its cheeks, "This flavor, this unique texture, it makes the meat taste better. Just what is it?" Hearing the rabbit say this, Dawoon said happily, "Much better, right? It's the railing leaf. You were actually wearing a railing leaf." And so, in this way, Dawoon obtained additional railing leaves by putting the rabbit to hard overtime. Falling to the ground, the tortured rabbit said wearily, "At least, I'll eat too." After a while, Dawoon began his work. He sorted the leaves of the tree and separated the seeds from the leaves. After that, Dawoon decided to roast the seeds that he had picked out in the process. And finally, he used his power to complete the work with the seeds. All these processes were done in order to obtain oil from the seeds of the perilla tree. Sitting at the dinner table, Dawoon said to the rabbit, "I have found the seeds and the leaves, so now all I need is salt to make a sauce. This is so exciting." When the rabbit heard about the sauce, he asked, "What is it?" And Dawoon added, "You'll see. You just need to get some rock salt." After the hard work, the two sat in front of the foliage of the railing, and everything went on as if nothing had happened. And after these events the next day, something happened for which Dawoon had taken the boy in. O Tong Ming, chewing a piece of dried meat, held an iron pike in his hands and practiced handling it. When Dawoon saw the enemy approaching, he called out to the boy, "Concentrate, O Tong Ming, here he comes." After that, a dwarf frog appeared in front of O Tong Min, and as usual, he let out a laughing sound from his hand. Realizing it was time to act, Dawoon called out to O Tong to encourage him, "Don't worry, but remember, when you're full, you are strong." When the fight was over, Dawoon began to bandage O Tong's hands. Then the boy said guiltily, "Hugh, I'm sorry, hen." Dawun replied, "No need. No one gets it right the first time." After listening to Dawun, O Tongmin said, "You have surprised me greatly when you came back after catching one of those Dakmos." Upon his return, Dawun thought, "Time to train." Noticing that Dawun goes to dangerous places, he added, "The place I am going to is still too dangerous to take you with me. So you'd better train hard with me while I'm still here. You have a great skill. So we'll start by teaching you how to fight when you're full." Dawun then added as he sat in front of Otong's bed, "I will prepare food for you so that you don't go hungry. Keep it in your inventory and eat whenever you need it." Then the boy said in surprise, "Excuse me, but what is an inventory?" Hearing this question, Dawun said in surprise, "Of course it's your personal storage space." "What? The guy didn't even tell you about it?" To which Otong replied in confusion, "No." Hearing that he didn't know about the inventory, Dawun said in surprise, "Not surprising. I was just about to ask you why you carry everything on your person instead of putting it in the inventory." Then the rabbit replied, "I think he's keeping the basic information on his person on purpose." Then Dawun added, "What a tyrant! Why is he doing this?" Hearing this question, the rabbit said thoughtfully, I'm not trying to protect him, but I think it's because of you, master." Dawun said in surprise, "Because of me?" To which the rabbit added, "Because the boss monster has started to disappear very often. Too many people are clearing the first stage. I think he is increasing the difficulty of the stage by using such sneaky methods." Hearing this explanation, Dawun angrily exclaimed, "But why is it my fault?" Seeing this, Otong thought in confusion, "He's talking to himself again." Dawun then spoke confidently, "All right, let's continue training, Otong Ming." And he joyfully exclaimed, "Yes." And so time passed. From that time on, the rabbit, who was sent on various tasks, became a leaf picker. At that time, Dawun was training with Otong Min, who was making great progress in battles. With Dawun's guidance, the boy was even able to defeat the enemy on his own. After defeating the monster, Otan saw a notification that his skill had risen to the second level. After defeating the monster, Otan turned to Dawun and started waving his hand to show off his achievement. Seeing that his student was developing very rapidly, Dawun watched him with satisfaction, admiring the result. And so, finally, it was Otan Min's last day with Dawun. They were in the place where the sun was scorching the earth. To be more precise, Dawun and his student went to the flaming desert. In the middle of the endless desert, where the sun was unbearably hot and sweat was pouring down, there were two guys, and with them was a rabbit who said sadly, "Why did I have to go with you?" They went on this journey only because Otan once said that he had seen the salt desert. And after that, Dawun asked him to take him and the rabbit to that place. The boy did not refuse, and gladly led them. While under the scorching sun, Dawun angrily said to Otan, "Tonming, if we don't find salt here, I will be very angry." Hearing this, the boy said thoughtfully, One of the guys on our team said that there is a place nearby that turns into a desert when the water recedes. It's like a dairy desert." Hearing this, Dawun said wearily, "Very well," and then he thought, thanks to the seeds that the rabbit collected, we were finally able to squeeze out a whole bottle of perilla oil. Now we only need one more ingredient. After he had finished thinking, Dawun gathered his strength and stepped forward and said, "Tongming, I have made a decision." When he heard the boy's surprised tone, Dawun said, "Tonight's dinner will be pork and sauce." And so 15 minutes had passed since they set out on their journey to find salt. Drenched in sweat, Dawun bent down to rest and said wearily, "No, this is not right. This is much harder than I expected." Hearing Dawun's voice, Tongming replied, "Yes, I think I heard that. We've been walking for a long time, but this sand is everywhere. It's hard for me to walk because my feet are sinking into the sand." Stopping on the spot, Otun said tiredly, "Perhaps there is no salt desert here." Then Dawun answered him, "No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly standing up and stretching his arms, Dawun said joyfully, "Wrong approach. Are you all right?" To which Otong said in surprise, "What are you talking about?" After that, Dawun decided to change his approach to the journey, and using his skill, he summoned a gate in the middle of the desert. Looking at the little boy's reaction, Dawun said confidently, "You shouldn't be too surprised by this. Step aside for a moment, Tongming." Just a few seconds later, as soon as Dawun used his life force on the portal, his golems began to arrive. Seeing this, Otong exclaimed in fright, falling to the ground, "The golems are coming!" Climbing inside the elephant golem, Tongming exclaimed, "Wow, they're like tanks." Hearing this, Dawun said proudly, "And they're also very cool because they're earthy." Then Da-woon confidently added, "This is the last day of the retreat, but this is just the beginning. I've taught you well, so you should be fine." Hearing such warm words from his mentor, Tong-ming said with a sad smile, "I know. Thank you very much. I will try my best." Hearing these words from his student, Da-woon thought happily, "He is a smart and kind boy. He can handle everything. I would be happy to follow him, but now I have to do something else." Meanwhile, having communicated with Da-woon through telepathy, the rabbit tiredly reported, "Hey, master, haven't you forgotten something? Rabbit, is the reconnaissance in full swing?" The rabbit recalled himself and informed Da-woon, "Sand and more sand, and hot, very hot." Hearing this, Da-woon replied joyfully, "Please understand me. The foundation here is sandy, so it would be difficult to build a watchtower, and besides, isn't it better not to show yourself to the participant? If it's too hard for you, come down and rest on the golem." Hearing this offer, the rabbit did not dare to refuse and went down to rest for a while. Landing on the elephant's head, the rabbit thought, "What is this salt anyway, and why are we working so hard for it? This heat is making me dizzy." Sitting on the elephant's head, the rabbit was tiredly trying to catch his breath and lower his overall body temperature when he suddenly noticed something. Wiping his eyes, the rabbit couldn't believe what he was really seeing and added in surprise, "Am I really seeing this? I'm hallucinating." There were two herds of animals in front of him. The first were black scorpions, and the other were camels. The strangest thing was that they were moving in the same direction without crossing or conflicting with each other. Seeing this, the rabbit said in surprise, "These things? Where are they all going?" Seeing this strangeness, the rabbit cried out to Da-woon in alarm, "Master, hurry outside! Look at this!" Hearing the rabbit's sudden call, Da-woon replied in surprise, "What is it?" After that, when he and Tong-min went outside, they saw something that shocked them and made them freeze in their tracks. In front of them was the same salty desert that the boy had spoken of. Looking at it, Da-woon said in astonishment, "Wow, it really exists, a salt desert." As soon as Da-woon stepped on the salt, he was immediately given a new attainment that enhanced the taste of the salt. Then he said in astonishment, "Why is there an achievement for this?" Immediately afterward, Tong exclaimed, "Wow, this is so cool. I've never seen anything like this before." Looking at the rabbit, Da-woon spoke to it through telepathy. "Not my first accomplishment. In fact, you knew, didn't you?" To which the rabbit replied, insulted, "You think I'm a baboon. I need to try to find out." Da-woon then added, Sorry." Sticking his finger into the salt of the salty desert, Tong ran his finger inside to get some on it. After that, he placed his finger in his mouth and said in amazement, "Wow, it really is salty. The whole earth is salty." Returning to his mentor, Tong-mung joyfully shouted out to him, proposing a competition. "Hen, let's bet on who can take the most salt." As soon as he said this and looked at Devong, he saw that the latter had already brought several large blocks of salt and stacked them next to him. Then the boy said in disappointment, "Oh well, it doesn't matter." After Da-woon finished mining the salt, he looked at the work he had done and said happily, "Excellent. This should be enough." Then Da-woon exclaimed joyfully, "Now that we have found the salt, the sesame leaves, and the mixture of oil and salt is an incredible combination. Tonight's dinner will be Tong-ming's farewell dinner." Hearing this, the little boy exclaimed, "Yes, yes!" Hearing this, the rabbit said in surprise, "And we worked so hard for this?" After giving Tong-min 2 small blocks of salt, Da-woon said, "Here, this is your portion of salt. It should last you until you die." Hearing this, Tong replied, "Hen, even if you die, you will be remembered as a greedy person. Thank you, Hen." After that, Da-woon put his hand on the boy's head and began to stroke it, saying, "Thanks to you, we found her. Thank you." But suddenly, after a few seconds, a bright light began to emanate from Tong's head, which surprised Da-woon. After that, Alpha announced, "The requirements have been met." Hearing this, Da-woon said in astonishment, "Alpha? Requirements? What requirement?" To which he received the answer, "What you said. To help the owner of the temple and to get a sincere impression was the goal. That goal has been achieved, so he fulfilled the requirement and became the dragon apostle." Then Da-woon said in astonishment, "A dragon apostle?" Hearing what had happened, the rabbit quickly came to Da-woon and asked, "Are you talking about this, helper?" Seeing the rabbit, Tong exclaimed in fright, "What? It's a talking rabbit." Pointing his finger at Tong-mung, the rabbit said in a gruff voice, "Shut up, boy. It's not your turn to speak. Then Otong said in embarrassment. Little scary. After all this, Dawun said in astonishment. The achievement is that he impressed me? To which he heard in reply, that's right. You were impressed by this child's actions. This is a kind of test. It's small, but it's like a dragon test. Hearing Dawun's call, the rabbit covered his mouth with his hand and said thoughtfully, this, if he becomes a dragon apostle, will the mark left by the death dragon be erased? And will he also be able to enter the dragon temple? Hearing this question, Alpha replied, that is not correct. This child has no such privileges. Dawun then said in surprise, what? Then what good is it? After receiving Dawun's question, Alpha said, it is good for all of us, especially for you. Hearing that it would especially affect him, Dawun said in surprise, for me. Alpha then explained, if you have a dragon apostle while you are working on another task, this child can gather life energy. Hearing this explanation, Dawun said in surprise, what do you mean? Alpha then added, this child can also perform sacrifices. To begin with, you are too lazy for that. Hearing this, Dawun was offended. Alpha, this kid, he's quite witty, isn't he? Dawun then said in confusion, but I sometimes go out and give you quite a bit. To which Alpha replied, isn't that to harness the power of the temple? Don't forget, the rebirth of Era is the true purpose of the temple. Pointing his finger at Otong, Dawun said menacingly, in any case, what good is it to Tong Min? To which Alpha replied, what good? A common man can serve the Era, which is a legacy in itself. Dawun then added angrily, you're at it again? You have nothing. Hearing this showdown between Dawun and the Alpha, the rabbit said to the boy, whoa, calm down. It's not completely useless. Doesn't the dragon apostle have to eat like us to make sacrifices? To which Alpha replied, that is true. Pointing his paw at Tong Meng, the rabbit said thoughtfully, now I'm thinking about this guy's skill. Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Dawun said thoughtfully, indeed, the god of food. When he is full, his strength is doubled. Then Dawun added thoughtfully, however, if he becomes a dragon apostle, what if he becomes a dragon apostle? Then the duration of his use of the power of the god of food will increase. Listening to Rabbit and Dawun talk, Tong Meng spoke in surprise, trying to understand the situation. What are you all talking about? Hearing the kid's question, Dawun spoke to him. He's saying that even if you're full, you can still eat. Hearing this explanation, Tun said to me thoughtfully, aha, that's very good. Holding out his hand to Tong Meng, Dawun spoke to Alpha. Tong Meng's appointment to the position will be the same as the rabbit's, right? Dawun then said, I now appoint you, O Tong Meng, as the dragon apostle. Feeling some strange and new sensations, the boy said in surprise, what? Feeling a surge of energy throughout his body, Tong Meng said in amazement, wow, I have an extremely powerful power. Is this really the dragon apostle's power? Covering his one eye with his hand and feeling it tremble with energy, Tong Meng continued in astonishment, I feel really strong. I'm a dragon apostle. Looking at the kid who was acting strangely, Dawun remembered the 8th grade syndrome and said thoughtfully, this shouldn't be that different. And he's focusing too much on dragon apostle. The little one then exclaimed loudly, raising his hands in the air, I am the dragon apostle. Watching Tong Meng's behavior, Dawun thought, this guy. Seeing him strike a proud pose to show off in front of everyone present, Dawun added in his mind, he's showing off. Looking at the boy's strange behavior, the rabbit asked in surprise, what is this? Dawun replied in frustration, this is something you do around your age. After explaining to the rabbit the reason for this boy's behavior, Dawun turned his gaze to the rabbit, who was proudly watching his idol. Suddenly, all his joy and courage disappeared, and he said in a frightened voice, hen? Looking around, Tong Meng saw that there were black scorpions all around them, making him tremble with fear. Looking for any opportunity and trying to think of a plan, Tong Meng exclaimed in fright, what should we do? We're surrounded by monsters. Scratching the back of his head, Dawun said thoughtfully, what do you mean? What do we do? How do I put it? Yeah. After thinking about the situation for a while, Dawun said, this is the final exam. Hearing Dawun's sudden announcement, Tong Meng exclaimed in fright, the final exam? Tong Meng then asked, do I have to fight alone? There are dozens of monsters here. To which Dawun replied, I told you it's the final exam. You just have to be careful with the poison. Hearing what Dawun had just said, the boy exclaimed, poison? Then Dawun added, if anything happens to you, I will cleanse you. After Dawun had announced all the rules and requirements, He turned back and called the elephant golem to him. Jumping up on his golem's head, Da-woon said in conclusion, "The battle must be watched from the highest places." When Tong Ming saw that he had fled from the battlefield, he exclaimed in confusion, "He, hen!" Sitting in safety, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "You shouldn't be so worried, you're a dragon apostle." The rabbit then added, "Don't worry, these monsters are weak. Even if they hit you, you won't die immediately." Then Da-woon added, "Hear that? We won't die immediately." To which Tong Ming, who was worried, replied, "Oh, that doesn't make me feel any better." After that, Da-woon pulled out a steel spear from his inventory and threw it at Tong Min. The latter, noticing that something had been thrown at him, took a step back. After giving Tong Min a weapon for the battle, Da-woon spoke to him. "Even though you are scared, you need to take the weapon. Remember what I told you during training." Looking at the steel spear that was his weapon, Tong Ming tried to remember, thinking, "What did Hen tell me? Why I need to be strong?" Then he remembered the same training session when he had almost given up, falling to the ground from exhaustion and saying sadly, I can't do it anymore." Looking at his weapon lying on the ground, Tong Ming, barely able to hold back his tears from so many failures, said sadly, "I don't understand why I need to do this grueling training." Walking over to Tong Ming, who had lost his desire to study and was about to quit, Da-woon asked, "Is it hard? You're still young, and there's still some training to do." Leaning over to the upset student, Da-woon held out his hand and said, "But still, Tong Ming, you must overcome this. You can do it, I believe in you." Da-woon then continued to encourage him to raise his morale and ignite a flame of hope. In the end, he added, "It is because..." Recalling this particular moment from his training, Tong Ming grabbed the steel pike again and gripped it tightly in his hands and said confidently, "We must stay alive by any means necessary." Preparing to continue the fight, Tong Ming confidently exclaimed, "Survive and return to my world. I'm right? Hen." When Da-woon saw that Tong Ming's fighting spirit had returned, he exclaimed joyfully, "Great." But he thought, the sparkle in his eyes is back. After that, a very active fight began, in which Tong Ming entered with self-confidence and a desire to survive. Rushing into the crowd of monsters, the boy tried to avoid the scorpion's stings by all means possible to avoid getting dew venom. As he ducked under them and attacked his enemies from behind, Tong Ming confidently said in his head, "I can dodge." By performing incredible combinations of dodging his opponents and attacking them from behind from the air, the boy was able to surprise even Da-woon with such skill. After dragging down another enemy, Tong Ming no longer cared about how many enemies there were on the battlefield. He was ready to fight them all. Seeing that the kid had let his guard down, Da-woon called out to him, "Tong Ming, don't forget to check your hunger. Also, there's one back there hunting you." Hearing his mentor's prompting, Tong Ming took some dried meat from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and then charged at the enemy behind him. Watching Tong Ming fight the enemies, the rabbit said in surprise, He's trying hard." However, the rabbit then looked at Da-woon, who was doing something strange. Then he asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, "What? This?" Then the rabbit thought, when did he bring the pot? It wasn't a trap. Looking at his disciple, Da-woon said in astonishment, "Tong Ming is fighting even better than I expected. I'm looking at these claws, and I can't just stand there and do nothing." Hearing Da-woon's words, the rabbit said in confusion, "Really? Don't tell me you..." Before he could say this, Da-woon interrupted him, smiling happily and said, "I'll boil them, these scorpions." Hearing what Da-woon was going to do with the monsters that his student had defeated, the rabbit was shocked. What kind of person is he? At the same time, another scorpion attacked the boy, who was fighting several dozen monsters with all his might. When the enemy tried to attack with its claw, Tong Ming took out a few more pieces of meat to replenish his nutritional reserves and blocked it with an iron spear. Feeling under great pressure, the boy decided that he would not be able to win in a direct confrontation, so he had to be cunning. Having blocked the attack, the boy waited for the right moment, and with a sharp movement lifted it up to get out of the dangerous situation. After he was free to attack again, Tong Ming struck, cutting off the scorpion's claw. At the end of the confrontation with this enemy, its claw remained lying on the ground. Seeing this tidbit, Da-woon said to the rabbit, "Hey, listen to me." Hearing that Da-woon had come up with something again, the rabbit asked, "What do you want?" Da-woon then spoke happily to the rabbit, who was clearly not in a good mood at his suggestions. "Bring me those claws over there." When the rabbit ran to the battlefield and returned with the claw, Da-woon examined it and said, "I think there is poison in there. I need to use the purification skill." Then the rabbit thought, "Just try to make it tasteless." After clearing the poison from the claw, Dawon threw it into a pot of water and said happily, "Great, the main course is ready." Meanwhile, Tong Ming was surrounded by 4 enemies at once. After catching his breath from the intense battle, the boy said, "Ugh, these guys are so strong." Suddenly he smelled a pleasant odor coming from nearby. When he smelled it, he was surprised and said, "What is that smell?" Looking in Dawoon's direction, Tong Min exclaimed in surprise, "They're cooking something! What a smell!" At that time, Dawoon's words came from the kitchen commanding the rabbit, "Good boy, that's right, faster." And the rabbit, waving the leaf over the fire with all his might, replied, "This is the fastest." After that, having entrusted the rabbit to make the sauce, Dawoon heard, "I only need to mix this oil and salt. Does it taste good?" The rabbit replied, "Of course it is. If you don't believe me, then try it yourself." Oh, watching them cook something delicious and smelling it, Tong Ming said sadly, "No, well, Dawoon Hyun, this is too much. The 2 of them are eating something delicious." Ignoring the enemy behind him, Tong Ming repeated over and over again, I also want." Swinging his steel spear and running toward Dawoon, Tong Ming shouted out in confusion, "I'm hungry!" At the same time, Dawoon had already pulled the claw out of the water, and looking at it, he said with satisfaction, "Wow, it's ready. It looks like a very large lobster." Dawoon then called out to the boy who was still fighting the monsters, "Tong Ming, if you don't come quickly, we'll eat it all ourselves." As soon as Tong Ming heard this, some incredible power awoke in him. He attacked the entire crowd of scorpions that were still alive and dealt a crushing blow. In general, it was as if a demon had awakened in Tong Min, and the enemies simply had no chance of surviving. After finishing the fight with the monsters, Tong Ming tasted the dish prepared by Dawoon and said happily, "Wow, this is delicious." To which Dawoon replied, "Oh, Tong Ming, you have passed the final exam. Now try it with butter." After this adventure, all 3 of them returned to the ancestral forest. Bidding farewell to Tong Min, Dawoon said, "There must be other participants nearby, so we can cooperate with them." Dawoon gave Tong Min a cape made of horned boar skin and said, "This is my parting gift to you." As he stroked the gift, the boy replied happily, "It's so warm, Hen. Thank you very much." After that, Tong Ming, barely able to hold back his tears, said in a sad voice, "Thank you for everything, and all this for just 3 bottles of soda." Hearing these words from the child, Dawoon smiled gently and said, "Don't cry. Someday you too will learn how valuable 3 bottles of soda can be." Hearing that the price of 3 bottles of soda was still very reasonable for Dawoon, Tong Ming replied happily, "Ha ha ha, all right, Hen." Turning his back on Dawoon and heading off to find the other dungeon crawlers, Tong Ming said goodbye. "Well, bye. Thank you for everything." Looking after the boy, who was now confidently heading off to meet his adventures, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "We will definitely meet again someday." Seeing that he had already been met by a group of players, Dawoon thought of his comrades who must also be here somewhere and added, "All of us. We will meet again one day." After a while, Dawoon returned to the Mountain of Death, to his dragon temple. No sooner had he entered the temple than he asked, "Poke, how are you doing here without us?" Lying on the floor, in front of the dragon's pedestal, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "It was a bit of a pity to let Tong Ming go, but now I realize that there is nothing like home." Hearing this, the rabbit asked in surprise, "Wait, what did you just say? Home?" Playing with his pet, who had climbed on top of him, Dawoon answered, "It's just something people usually say. Pocky, what have you been eating to make you so fat?" After Alpha heard about the house, she said to Dawoon, "What about taking care of this temple as if it were your home?" Then Dawoon said in disappointment, "Grumbling again." After saying this, Dawoon, lying on the floor, said thoughtfully as he stroked Poke, "Yes, indeed, we need to do some chores." At that time, Alpha had already begun to think about her new owner. Perhaps this Jong Dawoon, who has become the master of the temple, is not that great. If he got this temple only because he was very lucky, then he should calmly wait to see where fate would lead him. Meanwhile, Dawoon, who had come to the room with the traps, thought as he touched one of them, this is an arrow trap. A little later, looking at another trap, Dawoon thought, a cauldron trap. I can use this one. Watching him examine the temple's traps, Ta looked around. He seemed like such a great guy. After inspecting the trap, Dawoon thoughtfully asked, "Alpha, if you reset this trap, will oil appear?" To which she replied, "Probably." Then Dawei said happily, right? A rabbit, bring it to me." The rabbit ran to get the jug containing the sesame oil and quickly brought it to Dawen. And when he returned, he said, "I thought my arms were going to fall off." Afterward, Dawen happily announced, "Haha, well done. Now you have earned the right to eat meat." Then the rabbit thought, "Immoral master." Watching the preparations Dawen was making, Alpha asked, "What are you going to do?" Dawen replied with a sly smile, "Just watch." Dawen's first step in executing his cunning plan was to pour sesame oil into the trap cauldron. His second step was to use the setting a trap skill on the cauldron. Watching this, the rabbit thought, "What is this all of a sudden?" And the third step was the final stage. If you drain the oil again and use the reset skill in this trap, after completing all the steps of his plan and rebooting the trap, Dawen joyfully exclaimed, "Hurrah, it worked." And at this time, Alpha was admiring Dawen's appearance. After that, Alpha said in astonishment, "What a success! What kind of a trap is this?" Then Dawen, pretending to be a fool, said, "What? This is the unlimited sesame oil feast." Hearing this, Alpha could not stand it and said everything that was on her mind. Then she added, "What the hell are you doing?" Standing to the side of Alpha, Dawen and the rabbit thought in surprise, "She just used profanity." After that, Alpha finally ran out of patience. At that time, somewhere in the first stage, a baboon was wandering around in the ancestral forest scouting the territory. Heading in an unknown direction, he said thoughtfully, "The number of not only bosses but also wild boars has decreased dramatically. What is the reason? What is happening?" As he walked through the forest, the baboon said angrily, "Now it's not the quantity but the quality of energy of living beings. Efficiency increases if you first train the survivors by throwing them suitable monsters and then kill them. Those who have passed the first stage are useless." Thinking about what such changes in the dungeon might be due to, the baboon said, "There are just a normal number of people left now. Perhaps the Dakmos did their best. In general, we need to have a hand in this." After that, somewhere in the forest, someone was walking, kicking a pebble to keep himself occupied while traveling. It was a rabbit who had been sent for something again, and as he walked in frustration, he said, "Well, what is it every time? Does he think I'm a rabbit for pinching grass?" Then the rabbit remembered the offer that Dawen had made to him. "Rabbit, I'm going to make the stairs for now, and you go look for edible grass, okay? If you don't want to, you don't have to." And then, smiling happily, he added, "Only after that you will never see meat again." Recalling this moment, the rabbit exclaimed irritably, "Give it! How annoying he is!" As the rabbit continued walking, he suddenly saw someone walking in front of him and said in surprise, "What?" Looking closer, the rabbit saw that it was Dakmo's monsters, who were walking through the forest and heading in his direction. Hiding in the bushes with only his ears visible, the rabbit thought in his head, "I thought it was a baboon. I was so scared. By the way, these guys, unless I'm imagining things." When the rabbit took a closer look at the men, he saw that their weapons looked strange and thought, "What they're holding? Isn't it the equipment of the reinforcement?" Wondering how such monsters could have such powerful weapons, the rabbit thought, "This item definitely wasn't in the first stage. Is this?" As soon as he thought about it, he heard someone laughing hoarsely behind him, and then a voice saying, "This is just incredible." Hearing that someone was behind him, the rabbit was frightened. That voice! Baboon! I was too distracted by Dakmo. Quiet! I must be quiet. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Looking at Dakmo, who was now walking with a powerful weapon, the baboon suddenly looked at the bushes near him and said in surprise, "What?" Then reaching his hand to his ears, which were sticking out of the bushes, he said thoughtfully, "What is this white fluff? I have seen it somewhere before. Are these ears?" Hearing this, the roller nervously thought, "Oh, shit." Smiling slyly, the baboon said happily, "He looks a bit like a rat." Hearing these words, the rabbit was frightened. I'm dead." Abruptly reaching out to grab the rabbit's ears, the baboon exclaimed, "I've finally found you." Pulling the rabbit by the ears, the baboon exclaimed with joy, baring his teeth, "You've been demoted." But suddenly his expression changed from misunderstanding to confusion. When the baboon saw who was in front of him, he said in surprise, "What?" He saw an ordinary rabbit chewing leaves from a bush. When he looked closely at the animal he had caught, the baboon said in surprise, "Isn't this an ordinary rabbit?" Throwing it away and walking away, disappointed, the baboon said one last time, "I was so damned excited." And the rabbit who had just been thrown to the ground didn't even move, lest the rabbit suspect anything and come back. Nevertheless, he had to act. He was noticed by the Dakmo frogs, who were laughing loudly and getting closer to the rabbit. Abruptly standing up and picking up his things that were lying in the bushes, the rabbit said, "Baboon!" And then, after killing Dakmo and quickly dressing in the process of fleeing from that place, the rabbit exclaimed irritably, "I will kill you one day." And at the same time, somewhere on the other side of the mountain of death, Da-Woon worked tirelessly while the rabbit went off to find some edible herbs to use for cooking. Looking down from the cliff, Da-Woon said thoughtfully, "I wonder if people do extreme sports for this thrill. Ostrich, you have to guard me." The ostrich golem was supposed to be his backup in case there was an unexpected situation on the construction site, and Da-Woon himself was diligently chiseling away at the steps, going down and down. After completing many hours of building the steps to get down to the bottom of the mountain, Da-Woon's stone-breaking skill finally reached the 7th level. It was a reward for his loyalty. Da-Woon was too lazy to repair and maintain the temple, or to obtain sacrifices to be used in sacrifices, but the monotonous motion was not so difficult. As he continued to break stones, Da-Woon suddenly saw a system notification informing him that he had entered the 4th stage. Then he said thoughtfully, "Shit. So this is how it was all connected? Where did the 4th stage come from?" Thinking about how the rest of the stages could be located, Da-Woon said, "It is not even the 2nd stage, but the 4th stage? I mean, they were bordering on the mountain of death?" Then Alpha spoke. "I do not know what this dragon has done on this earth." Looking around, Da-Woon said thoughtfully, "What? Hey, Alpha, don't you think something strange is going on here?" Looking to his right side, Da-Woon said thoughtfully, "The color of this mist, does it look like it's a different color? Doesn't it seem strange to you?" After a while, when Da-Woon had sat in this mist and inhaled enough of it, he said wearily, "See?" Losing consciousness as he went, Da-Woon added, lowering the volume of his voice before falling asleep, "Ni?" Seeing his master falling, the ostrich abruptly grabbed him to support him and sat him down so that he would not fall again. After a while, Da-Woon began to wake up, opening his eyes. When Alpha saw that he was regaining consciousness, she said in confusion, "Temple Master, come to your senses." Holding his head, which was buzzing for some reason, Da-Woon said wearily, "What happened?" "I suddenly felt sick." Then Alpha replied, "What a relief. If it weren't for this earthly helper, something bad might have happened to you." Then the Alpha added, "There is a soporific poison in this mist, that is, in the smoke. Luckily, this ground ostrich caught you when you almost fell down. It quickly got up and prevented a disaster." Then Da-Woon spoke heavily, holding his head. "My head is spinning. Thank you, Ostrich Golem." Thinking about why this could have been done, Da-Woon said thoughtfully, "Oh shit. It was probably to separate the stages. It's not like it's some kind of dust. What kind of soporific poison?" After that, Devong suddenly had enlightenment. He thought of something in his head and was going to act on it. Looking at Da-Woon, who was now back to normal, the Alpha asked him, "What are you going to do?" "First, you need to return to the temple." Da-Woon confidently replied, "No, I will go down further." Taking a towel out of his pocket, Da-Woon confidently spoke as he headed downstairs. "This soporific abomination, I'll destroy you." Hearing this, Alpha spoke in concern. "But it's poison." Watching Da-Woon tie that handkerchief over his face, Alpha said in surprise, "You want to break through this poisonous cloud with this piece of cloth?" Hearing such a strange question from Alpha, Da-Woon said slyly, "Of course not. If you apply the refining skill to it, it becomes a simple gas mask." Of course, this was not just to satisfy his desire to win. One of the reasons was his purification skill. At the first levels, when he first got here, he could clean the poisonous mushroom and thus accumulate experience points, until at some point the skill stopped at one level and was almost useless. And in that case, nothing could be changed or achieved by effort alone. But this time, a whole poisonous cloud appeared in front of him, and he was armed with only one gas mask, which he had made 5 minutes ago, and with minimal insurance that it was really effective. And Da-Woon's true goal was nothing less than to purify the cloud itself in order to raise his level of purification, which had been unable to be improved for a long time. Stretching his hand forward, Da-Woon slowly descended, clearing away the poisonous fog surrounding him. Looking back, Da-Woon saw that there were holes in the poisonous mist that would not close. Then he said in amazement, "Oh, if you clean it once, they don't appear anymore? What a relief, and I can see better." Little by little, Da-Woon cleared his way and continued to work his way down. And so he combined those two actions to continue doing the work. Perhaps this would be very difficult for some people, but it is just a patterned repetition of the same actions, which can quickly become boring. However, our son Da-woon was not just someone unknown, but a real hard worker for whom monotonous work was a joy. And finally, the poisonous cloud, which seemed like a whole ocean, became smaller. And then Devong could see the incredible scenery that he could see from his descent. Looking at his skill, Da-woon saw that it had already reached the 10th level, even though his rank was novice. And then he said thoughtfully, "I've risen 10 levels in one day. Novice. So there's an intermediate rank as well?" Looking up at the blue sky below, Da-woon stretched out his arms and said, "If only I had more hands, I would clear away all those clouds, these pieces of experience." Looking up at the endless sky that seemed so free, Da-woon breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "And the birds are flying. Wow, what a view, what a view." But suddenly he saw something disappointing in front of him that frightened him. It was a griffin heading toward him. Then Da-woon said in surprise, "What?" As he looked at the strange bird, in which he had not yet recognized the predator, Da-woon said thoughtfully, squinting his eyes, "What is it? It's too big." The next moment, the griffin was right in front of the boy, who was trying to see who was approaching him. Noticing that it wasn't a bird at all, Da-woon exclaimed in confusion, "Eh? What?" After that, the griffin spread its claws and prepared to attack to catch its prey. And then it struck, kicking up a pile of dust in the place where Da-woon was standing on his descent. However, the enemy's attack did not reach the boy. He was able to block it with his block of earth, which he pulled out of his inventory right before it hit. After that, the boy threw the cube at the monster and quickly ran to the ostrich golem, which was nearby. Climbing on top of his golem, Da-woon shouted a command to the ostrich, "Quick, run up the mountain without stopping!" No sooner had the command been received than the golem rushed up the stairs, disappearing from the sight of the monster that had attacked them. Noticing that the prey was fleeing, the griffin followed them, dispelling the poisonous clouds that separated the stages. Gathering speed, the monster tried to break through the cloud to avoid missing such a delicious treat that you don't find every day. However, unfortunately for him, the poison also affected the griffin, and he became so sick that he could not continue to climb after Devong. When he looked back and saw that the monster was not following him, Da-woon said with relief, He can't break through the poisonous cloud?" "Well, yes, it's the cloud that separates these stages." Watching the pursuer struggle in the cloud and fail to break through, Da-woon said with relief, "Oh, he's flown away. Thank goodness." As he got down from the ostrich, he looked anxiously at the 4th stage below him and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps there are many of them on the 4th stage. It's too dangerous here. What should I do?" After a while, the griffin, which was unable to pursue its prey because it had encountered a poisonous cloud, returned to the rock. A little while later, it clawed at the rock and started to climb up it. Having covered a short distance, the griffin noticed that there was a passage in the rock not far from it, where there was no poisonous cloud. Seeing such a good opportunity to climb up and make his way easier, the monster quickly went to Da-woon's steps. After a short period of time, the monster had already reached the desired height, and having climbed the stairs, he noticed that the path ahead was clear. Without wasting a second, the griffin headed up to find Da-woon, who had escaped from it the previous time. At that time, Da-woon, who was completely unsuspecting, continued to chisel his way into the rock. Having done a considerable amount of work, the boy saw a system notification that said, "The rock-breaking skill has reached the 8th level." When he saw this, he was amazed. "Wow, already I can go downstairs faster." Meanwhile, the tired rabbit was walking back to the temple saying, "Oh, how difficult this is. I will have to talk to the master about all this later." After experiencing such a terrible life situation, where he was almost caught by a baboon and then killed by frogs, Rabbit added wearily, "I hate the work of gathering greens." Suddenly, hearing a noise coming from somewhere underground, the rabbit said in surprise, "By the way, doesn't he get tired? What is he doing down there to make such a noise?" A little while later, while the rabbit was thinking, a griffin flew out from behind a rock, having escaped from the 4th stage by using the path that Da-woon had made. When the rabbit felt a strange shadow above him, its silhouette blocking the sun, he looked up and said in confusion, "What?" At the same time, Da-woon unsuspectingly was digging a passage to the 4th stage. Tired, he began to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Hey, it's hard. How much have I dug here? I need a little rest." Just as he was about to relax a bit, he heard the rabbit calling out in alarm on the telepathic link, "Master, trouble! Oh shit!" Hearing this, Da-woon asked in surprise, "What is it? What are you talking about?" When the griffin landed on the dragon temple and began to destroy it, leveling it to the ground, the rabbit exclaimed in fright, "Everything is gone!" Trying to understand the situation, Da-woon said in a puzzled tone, "Explain it in order." Then, the rabbit replied in fright, "An eagle! An eagle has come here." Hearing this explanation, the boy repeated in astonishment, "An eagle?" Then Alpha made a guess. "He must be talking about the griffin that just flew in." Alpha continued with her speculation. "It seems that he has somehow gotten to the temple. Hurry back. We have to stop him. If the temple is destroyed, your skills will be limited." Hearing this information from his assistant, Da-woon said in surprise, "What limitations? What kind of limitations and skills?" Then Alpha replied, "These limitations, they are related to the temple skills." Hearing that his portal skills might disappear, Da-woon exclaimed in confusion, "What? There's no way that can happen." At that time, the griffin was really pissed off. Ordinary failures were not enough for him. So he took to the sky again to ram the temple. When it reached a sufficient height, the griffin again flew toward the temple to ram it. As it crashed into the building, a pile of dust rose and pieces of stones fell in all directions. Along with the stones, the shockwave also threw a rabbit away, which ran to the temple to try to protect it. Realizing that he did not have the strength to resist this enemy, the rabbit lying on the ground thought, "Damn, maybe I should just run away from here." Turning over on his back and looking up at the blue sky, the rabbit said tiredly, "He's always making me do all sorts of little jobs. If only I could find a place where I could live in peace." However, his thoughts of escape did not last long. After a few seconds, the rabbit suddenly got up and said thoughtfully, "What are these stupid thoughts? Now this place," heading toward the griffin that was destroying his master's temple, the rabbit said with a fearsome look on his face, "My home." The next moment, the rabbit felt a hand on his head, and then Da-woon's voice was heard saying, "That was an incredibly moving speech, although there was a little something wrong with it." Standing in front of the rabbit, Da-woon observed the griffin's behavior as it circled around and added, "This temple." Clutching the hammer that he had used to break through the mountain of death, Da-woon added as he walked toward the monster, "Our home." After that, Da-woon stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly, "All the golems that exist, quickly gather around me." And a moment later, at his command, a large army of his own golems gathered around Da-woon. Noticing that something was happening below, the griffin froze in midair, looking at what was happening. When Da-woon saw that the griffin was paying attention to them, he spoke to the monster with a sly smile. "You remember me, don't you? Come on, come down here." Hearing such a provocative phrase from the boy, the griffin became seriously angry and shouted loudly. After that, the monster quickly headed toward the boy. He in turn noticed that the enemy was advancing and opened his inventory and said, "Wait a little longer." After giving all his golems an earthen block each and pointing at the target, Da-woon loudly shouted, "Throw stones at it!" Immediately after receiving the order, all the stones flew at the enemy in an instant and hit him with a direct hit. Looking at the pile of dust that formed in the sky after the hit, Da-woon gazed up at the sky with anticipation. After a few seconds, the dust began to dissipate, and the monster's head could be seen, which was not in a good mood to be greeted by such a greeting. When Da-woon saw that the attack had not harmed him, he was amazed. "Wow, just look at him. How resilient is he?" Hearing Da-woon's words, the rabbit said in confusion, "But you still hit him. Don't you have anything sharp? It's just right for someone so hardy." Hearing this question, Da-woon said in surprise, "Something sharp?" Thinking about what he could use, Da-woon opened his inventory and came across his supply of steel picks that he had collected in the trap. Taking one in his hands and swinging it with all his might, Da-woon exclaimed, "Horned boar power!" After using the skill, the boy's physical characteristics increased significantly. With the increase in strength, Da-woon gained enough strength to attack the enemy and launched a pike directly at him. When he threw the pike, he saw that his throw had reached the target and the pike seemed to hit. Then the boy thought happily, "Yes, I hit him." When the griffin felt a foreign object stuck inside him, he began to try to pull it out with his paw. After a short time of trying to pull out the pike, it fell off the monster's body, and it turned out that it had not even pierced the monster's feathers. When Da-woon saw the spear fall to the ground, he was surprised to hear it. It fell. "My strength alone is not enough, is it?" Although, observing the griffin's strange behavior, Da-woon said in confusion, "Doesn't it look like it's going to get even angrier?" The rabbit replied in fright, "It does it?" After that, the griffin began to ram the dragon temple again, falling on it from a great height. When Da-won saw this, he exclaimed in alarm, "The temple again!" Then Alpha said, a temple. Analyzing the monster's behavior, Alpha said, "Something about the enemy's behavior is strange. They should be hunting you, but for some reason they are attacking the temple." Da-won made a displeased expression and said, "What are you talking about?" After that, Alpha said thoughtfully, "Could it be that this monster is hunting for Ertea?" Then Da-won, watching the griffin, added in confusion, "It keeps attacking in the same direction." After thinking for a while to draw parallels between the monster's behavior and the place it was aiming at, the boy said in surprise, "Wait a minute, this is the boss's room." Recalling the altar there, the rabbit said to Da-won in confusion, "The altar? I can assure you that he was aiming at the altar there." Hearing the rabbit say this, Da-won was surprised to hear him say, "The altar? But why would the monster want it?" Then the rabbit said in confusion, "The ruins of the altar contain the energy of all living things, and the monsters guarding the borders need this vital energy." Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Da-won said thoughtfully, "So if his target is the boss's room, if that's the case, then I might be able to thwart his plans." Climbing onto his ostrich golem, Da-won raced toward the temple, calling out to the rabbit, "In the meantime, you control the golems." When the rabbit heard this order, he shouted indignantly, "Hey, where are you going? They don't really listen to me." Running to the ruins of the temple, Da-won began to circle around the entrance on his ostrich golem, saying in confusion, "Well, where is it? Where is it?" Looking at what Da-won was doing near the temple that was being destroyed by the monster, the rabbit said in surprise, "I thought you were good at something. Why is he circling back and forth around it?" While the rabbit was wondering why Da-won was running around the temple, the boy continued to search for the details he needed for his plan. When he noticed one of the pieces of material he needed, Da-won exclaimed, "Hurrah! I finally found it." After a while, the monster was able to break through the walls of the temple and finally get to the room he needed, where he could feel the life energy. Once in the place where the vital energy was coming from, the monster began to look around, searching for where it was coming from. After a short search, the griffin finally spotted an altar that radiated this energy and headed for it. Drooling with hunger, the griffin was already imagining what he would eat today. However, everything went according to a slightly different scenario. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Da-won appeared in the boss's room and, tossing a stone in his hand, exclaimed, "Hey, birdie, I'm sorry, but not everyone can come in here." After that, Da-won spoke joyfully, preparing for battle. "This is a real potato field for intruders." No sooner had Da-won finished speaking than the shoots of the cannibalistic plants reached out to the griffin. Seeing that he was being attacked, the griffin was very frightened and tried to jump back. But there was very little time to react, unlike the speed of the mutant plant's attack, and the next moment the griffin was already in the path of the plant. Trying to escape from the trap, the monster began to resist with all its might, moving backwards to avoid getting even more trapped. And so his efforts were finally successful. Some of the stems of the plants began to tear under the tension he was creating. Seeing that the plants could not hold him and that their stems were already breaking, Da-won exclaimed in confusion as he ran toward the monster, "It broke! But I could have foreseen that too, monster." As Da-won approached the monster, which was still being held back by the stems of the man-eating plants, he opened his equipment and said, "Excellent, I have checked for all the items I need." Looking at the temple debris he had collected as he circled the ruins to gather it, Da-won shouted encouragingly, "I have something very special for you. Just wait." While the stalks held the enemy immobilized in place, Da-won approached the griffin to within 2 meters, and after pouring out the temple rubble, he exclaimed, "Yes, this should be poured out and left here." Watching the boy's actions, the alpha said in surprise, "What are you going to do?" Sitting over the materials he had gathered to defeat his opponent, Da-won looked into the griffin's eyes and said with anticipation, "From a long distance, it will be quite difficult to cripple you, but it should be enough to delay you." Having prepared everything for his plan, Da-won placed his hands on the debris he had poured onto the ground and spoke loudly, "Reset." Immediately afterward, a platform with arrow compartments appeared in front of him, in the stillness of the rubble. It was a trap that Da-won had built himself from the rubble of the temple. Seeing what had just appeared before her eyes, Alpha exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is..." After that, a system alert sounded, informing her that the dungeon was rebooting. When it was finished, Da-won shouted loudly, giving the mechanism a command, "Shoot arrows!" As soon as he shouted this, A dozen arrows flew from the stone battery directly at the griffin, most of which managed to hit their target. Seeing how Dawoon acted when his temple was in danger, Alpha said in awe, "You are so skillful in using the temple's traps. Now you are showing yourself as a true master of the temple. This is simply amazing." Hearing this praise from the temple guard, Dawoon replied, "Well, if this is the occasion, then it must be used. You say such obvious things." After a while, smoke came out of the battery, and the arrows stopped flying out of the trap. Seeing that the mechanism had stopped, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "What? Why did it suddenly stop?" Hearing Dawoon's words of surprise, Alpha informed him, "There is not an unlimited supply of arrows. When you use up all the arrows in the trap, you have to reload it again." Hearing this explanation, Dawoon said in surprise, "Reload? I don't think I have enough life energy." Then noticing that the enemy hadn't moved for a long time after the boy had fired arrows at him from the trap, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "What really? Did I really defeat him?" But unfortunately, his words were just words. After a short period of time, the griffin opened its eyes again, signaling that the battle was not over yet. Having regained consciousness, the griffin began to rage and destroy everything in its vicinity, while simultaneously breaking free from the mutant plant's bonds with an adrenaline rush. Seeing that the enemy was still able to continue fighting, even after he had shot a considerable number of arrows into it, Dawoon, who was lying on the ground, thought in confusion, "Damn, what kind of resilient beast is this? I can't take it anymore." Thinking about how he could defeat the enemy, who was quite resilient and powerful, Dawoon said in anxiety, This time, I can definitely die, can't I?" Hearing the foolishness of his words, Alpha exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" After that, Dawoon, seeing the enemy coming toward him, tried to quickly get up, but the enemy prevented him by trying to crush him with his paw. However, Dawoon was not going to give up either. He managed to dodge the monster's paw in time. After the monster's unsuccessful attempt to crush Dawoon, he was able to get up and run away. At the same time, Alpha spoke in frustration. Ertea, I couldn't fulfill my mission." Dawoon shouted in irritation. "Be quiet!" Breaking the distance with the monster so that it could not reach him, Dawoon added, "We can reset everything later anyway, so don't worry about your mission. Everything will be fine." No sooner had he said this than the enemy attacked again, forcing Dawoon to dodge. A paw slammed into the ground and a shockwave knocked him down, but he bounced back at the last moment. Falling down after dodging, Dawoon exclaimed in embarrassment, "Ouch! I dodged badly! Oh shit!" But everything ended very well. Dawoon managed to avoid serious injuries. He only suffered minor bruises, and the gorilla golem caught him with his hand so that he wouldn't accidentally hurt himself when he fell. Seeing that they had arrived just in time and had even managed to save Devong, the rabbit happily reported, smiling slyly, "This guy didn't want to listen to me. I'm a little late, master." Hearing the rabbit's voice and feeling a rather soft landing, Dawoon opened his eyes to find himself in the hands of a gorilla golem and exclaimed in confusion, What? What are you doing here?" Immediately afterwards, the golem army under the leadership of the rabbit entered the battle. Without a plan of action, the golem simply pounced in a crowd, trying to hold the griffin in place. Looking back, the rabbit shouted out to Dawoon, who was caught by a golem, "Master, are you all right?" Hearing the rabbit's voice, Dawoon, who was being held by the golem, rose to his feet and exclaimed joyfully, "You've arrived just in time." After that, the golems began to try to break the golem. At the same time, Dawoon got down from the golem and pointed his finger at the enemy and said, "Thank you. Now, you also help the others." Watching the battle from the side, Dawoon shouted, "Two gorillas, you grab the wings and let the other golems attack the legs. Close in. Rabbit, you run to the side so that you don't get hit." After receiving Dawoon's instructions, all the subordinates took their positions and began the confrontation with a clear strategy. Standing aside, Dawoon wondered how he could defeat this monster while the golems were holding him back. Then the boy was deep in thought. If it is not affected by ranged attacks, then there is only one way, a decisive blow from close range. Taking out a hammer from his inventory and clutching it tightly in his hand, Dawoon thought as he walked toward the griffin. Nothing works on it, neither stones nor clods of earth. The only thing that remains is the power of the horned boar. Deciding to try the last possibility, which was his chance for victory, Dawoon confidently walked forward and thought, I have to try this. I wonder if this will work on a stage 4 monster. When he got close enough, Dawoon took a comfortable jumping stance and exclaimed, "The power of the horned boar!" He charged at the enemy, leaping up. As he swung the steel spear he was about to thrust into the monster, Dawoon thought just before he struck, "No matter how strong it is still a living being." Looking at its head where there were the fewest feathers, Dawoon thought, "If I concentrate all of my power in one spot," having launched his attack directly at the enemy's head, Dawoon thought happily as he drove in the spade. "I did it." However, the reality was too harsh. The spear was bent and could not pierce the monster's defense. Hearing the strange sound coming from the metal and the vibration in his hands, Dawoon looked at his bent spear and said in confusion, "No, it didn't work." The next moment, the monster swung its head upward, shaking the boy off its head and throwing him into the air. Seeing what had just happened, the rabbit froze in place in shock and could not even move, but just stood there, mouth wide open. What happened was this. When the griffin threw the boy into the air, it was planning to eat him. And so, when he flew down, the monster had already opened its beak to swallow the boy. And the next moment, its jaw slammed shut loudly, along with Devong. Seeing what had just happened, as the master was eaten before his eyes, the rabbit lost the power of speech, and with it the meaning of life. All that remained of his master was a bent spade that landed on the ground after an unsuccessful attack. Realizing what had happened, the rabbit, looking at the griffin in fright, said, "I can't believe it. It's not true. It just can't be." And the griffin stood there happily looking at the rabbit, whom he could have eaten. But something very strange happened. The griffin suddenly grimaced, saliva began to flow from its mouth, and sweat appeared on its face. After that, the monster began to struggle to escape from the hands of the golems. Having broken free from the golems, the griffin made several erratic movements, as if it was out of control. Finally, it suddenly ran away from the temple. Seeing such a strange behavior of the monster, the rabbit said in surprise, "What was that? Why did he suddenly run away like that? But to begin with, it is very good that he flew away from here." When the monster had finally left the dragon temple, Dawoon suddenly came out from behind the rabbit and said with a sigh of relief, "Hey, I thought I was going to die for sure." Without paying much attention to Dawoon, the rabbit said in astonishment, There are no words." But the rabbit recovered very quickly. The next moment, looking back at the voice, he saw Dawoon. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he ran to Dawoon crying, saying, "Ah, what a relief. I thought you had been eaten. I was so scared." Hearing these words from the rabbit, Dawoon was surprised to hear them. "What is wrong with you?" Pouncing on Dawoon and hugging him tightly, the rabbit added, "I said I was very worried about you." Then the boy, trying to pull the rabbit away from him by the ears, said, "Oh, don't wipe your snot on me." After the griffin visited the ruins, they did not look very attractive against the general background. A lot of buildings, columns, walls, and rooms were destroyed, and the debris was lying all over the place. Looking around and estimating how much work he would have to do, Dawoon said in disappointment, "Hey, there was no order here before. Now this place looks like something exploded." Sitting down in front of Dawoon among the ruins of the temple, the rabbit asked in surprise, "Master, how did you survive? I thought you had been eaten." When he heard this question, the young man replied thoughtfully, "Oh, you mean that?" When the rabbit recalled the incident, Dawoon told him how it happened and began with this. "At the moment when the griffin was about to devour me, I hastily pulled out the first thing I had in my inventory. It turned out to be a piece of salt. I thought that everything was lost, and because of this piece of salt, he flew away. I was just lucky." After hearing the story of escaping death from his master, the rabbit, who had been listening with his mouth open, added, "Wow, there are no words for how lucky you are. But I am still interested in something else. How did this griffin get here?" And then Dawoon told the rabbit about how he dug his way down, how he came across the poisonous cloud, about his encounter with the griffin, and how the fourth stage where he came from was connected to the mountains of death. After listening to Dawoon, the rabbit said in surprise, "So you're saying there's a fourth stage down there?" Then Dawoon asked in surprise, "You didn't know about that either?" Then the rabbit added, "Of course, I've never even entered the Death Ridge." Then the boy asked in surprise, "Are you bragging about it to me or what?" After this conversation, the rabbit suddenly asked Dawoon, "I wonder, do you think he died?" To which Dawoon replied in disappointment, "Unfortunately, he's not the kind of person who would die from a piece of salt." Hearing this, Alpha said in confusion, "Then that means he can come back again." Then the rabbit added, "This poisonous cloud, it would be fine if it also restarts." But if it doesn't, then he might come back here again. Then there's no way out, because now he knows the way here. Hearing the rabbit say such disappointing words, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Rabbit, do you happen to know when the fourth stage resets?" The rabbit replied sadly, "I'm sorry, but I don't know." Hearing that they had no information, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Then we should first of all build a defense structure in case he wants to come here again." After that, Da-woon first of all rebooted the defense system in the temple. After that, most of the defenses that were also in the temple restored themselves after the reboot. But then another problem emerged that really stuck out to him. After this major overhaul of the main buildings, Devong found himself lacking in life energy. Sitting down on the ground and leaning against the wall, he looked at the work he still had to do and said thoughtfully, "Damn, maybe I should go hunting? How many victims will it take to restore everything here? Probably a lot." When the rabbit felt that his vital energy was running out, he suddenly asked, "Alpha, can I sacrifice inedible things?" The alpha answered, "Animals or plants, it makes no difference. The main thing is that they have vital energy." After that, the rabbit began to fussily take something out of his pockets. Seeing this, Da-woon said in surprise, "Rabbit, what are you doing?" A little while later, the rabbit spilled the enchanted weapon he had received from Dakmo onto the ground. Looking at the glowing weapon, Da-woon said in surprise, "What are these things?" Alpha replied, "These are strengthening weapons. It can also be used as a sacrifice." Da-woon then said in astonishment, "A strengthening weapon? What does that mean?" Then Alpha explained, "It is a weapon that has a special magic in it that is embedded with life energy." Looking at the rabbit, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Rabbit, where did you get this?" The rabbit in turn, trying not to show any emotion, answered, "From the Dakmo dwarves. It's from the second stage, but a baboon brought it here." Taking one of the knives in his hands, Da-woon asked, "How do they work then?" After that, the guy got a new achievement, obtaining amplification devices, rewarded with the ability to verify information. After applying the new skill, Da-woon saw that it was a rusty dagger, Dakmo, with a durability of percent, and an option for cutting strength, level. Seeing the new characteristic, Da-woon asked in surprise, "Slashing power? They have their own skills." After that, he began to examine the dagger closely, trying to understand how it was designed. After a while, Da-woon asked, "Alpha, can I use it too?" Hearing this question, Alpha replied, "Unfortunately, right now, that's not possible unless you become a great sorcerer." Hearing this talk about a magician, Da-woon said in surprise, "So a baboon is a magician?" Hearing this, the rabbit said, "No, an assistant can use the dungeon system, but a baboon has only one duty, to invest life energy through the altar." Hearing about the altar, Da-woon asked in surprise, "What? An altar? There is an altar there too?" Then the rabbit answered him, "Of course there is. There is also a dragon temple there, an apocalyptic dragon." When Da-woon heard that there were other temples besides this one, and that there were altars there as well, he said with a sinister smile on his face, "Wow, I just had a brilliant idea." Hearing that the boy was already up to something, and that it was most likely something dangerous, the rabbit said in confusion, "What now? I'm getting worried." And he thought, "He's really annoying me." Folding his hands in front of him and standing in a confident posture in front of the rabbit, Da-woon joyfully shouted out his proposal, "Let's go steal that altar of his. Let's steal his altar." When everyone fell silent at once upon hearing Da-woon's idea, he repeated it again, "Come on, let us steal his altar." Then Rabbit said in astonishment, "What kind of nonsense is this man talking?" However, the Alpha contradicted him, saying, "No, wait, there is a good reason for this." Hearing that Alpha agreed with him, Da-woon explained, "Right? If it's the place where the temple's life energy is concentrated, to put it simply, it's like a battery with life energy inside. We'll just steal it and make it ours." After listening to Da-woon, Alpha said thoughtfully, "Touching an altar is very disrespectful, but one like the apocalyptic dragon." Then Da-woon said, giggling slyly, "Well, I see you know a lot about it. Rabbit, what do you think about this?" Hearing Da-woon and Alpha talking, the rabbit suddenly thought, "Wait a minute. If the altar from the temple disappears, Baboon will be torn with rage." Rubbing his paws and smiling ominously, the rabbit said happily, "You know, I also think that this is an incredible idea, Master. I'm all for it." When Da-woon heard that all of his accomplices were in favor of the proposal, he said to the rabbit, "Then I have an important errand for you, Rabbit." Hearing this, The rabbit asked in surprise. What? What again? What is it this time? After that, the rabbit went to the first stage with the pots of sesame oil, which he was just pouring on the meadow. Dragging a pot behind him, the path of oil was longer, and the rabbit sighed heavily because he was once again forced to do some strange work. Having spilled all the butter he had, the rabbit, wiping the sweat from his forehead, said, now they make me do this too. I never expected to come to this." Recalling the very moment when they were discussing their plan of action, the rabbit said, "I told you, Baboon can make stronger weapons, and he's always hanging around the altar. If we burst in like that, he'll catch us." Dawoon pointed at the rabbit with his finger. "That's why I said I had an errand for you." Then the rabbit said, "I'm sorry." What else?" Then Dawoon said to the rabbit with a sly smile on his face and a sinister voice, "Set it on fire." Unable to understand what he meant, the rabbit asked in surprise, "Set fire to it? What do you mean, set fire to it? Burn what?" Standing in front of the oil he had spilled and holding 2 pebbles, the rabbit said in confusion, "Oh, it was nothing. I was just doing what I was told." After the rabbit dropped a single spark on the oil, it suddenly burst into flames, and the fire began to spread rapidly throughout the forest. Seeing something strange happening and the whole forest in flames, the baboon exclaimed in confusion, What? What is it? Why did everything suddenly start burning?" Rushing out of his temple to see what was going on and fix the problem, the baboon exclaimed, "What's going on here again?" After completing his work, the rabbit contacted Dawoon and joyfully announced, "I set it on fire! Booga! This is much more interesting than I expected." Hearing the rabbit's joyful exclamations, Dawoon was confused. A rabbit? Why is it looking like this? By looking like this, Dawoon meant the room in which he was sitting while waiting for his pet to signal him. The room was completely empty, with only one hole in the ceiling leading to the outside. Suddenly, a sound came from it. A few seconds later, Poke came running out, shouting happily. It was a signal. When Dawoon noticed that Pokyu had come to him, he thought, "That's right, this is the signal. Baboon has come out of his temple." When he got out of the underground room, Dawoon, who was sitting near the temple, said thoughtfully, "So now it's our turn to act. Let's get to work." Then he rushed toward the temple. Moving quickly, Dawoon was already inside. After passing through several corridors, he found himself in a large room and said, "Oh, this must be it." With a surprised expression on his face, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I didn't even think it would be left like this. But who would worry about him when he has the boss?" However, looking at the altar that stood unattended in the middle of the room, with a strange sphere above it, Dawoon added, This is definitely not right." Seeing the sphere, Alpha said, "It's life energy." Dawoon replied in surprise, "This is life energy, you say? But why is it outside?" Then Alpha explained, "The altar has been changed so that anyone can use the power of strengthening. I hate to admit it, but the apocalyptic dragon had a good idea." Hearing that everyone could use it, Dawoon asked hopefully, "Anyone can use it? Not even a wizard? So I can use it too?" Alpha replied, "If you have the power, then you most certainly will." Hearing Alpha's voice, Dawoon thought in surprise, "Alpha is so excited. I can understand her, because she wanted to obtain this energy so badly. And now it's right in front of her." Taking out his hammer and steel pick, Dawoon began to excavate to remove the altar and said, Then let's do this. I'll try to cut here and take the altar away." Dawoon had just started to work when he heard the rabbit screaming. Nervous at the sound of it, Dawoon asked, "What's going on? Has that baboon already come?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the rabbit telepathically contacted him and happily said, "Don't worry." Then Dawoon asked in surprise, "Oh, rabbit, what is the matter? What's going on?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the rabbit happily said, "It's the crying of a baboon who is amazed by my masterpiece, and I have tied him up, so don't worry." And at that very moment, the rabbit's interest in arson was awakened. After that, Dawoon, having spent a short amount of time, had already prepared everything and stood in front of the altar saying, "I think I have everything ready for the transfer. Shall I call the golems now?" The boy then used his gate-making skill and activated the gate, and 2 golems came out. When the golems arrived, they picked up the altar and headed back to the portal. At the same time, Dawoon warned them, "Okay, guys, here we go. Be careful, especially with this bead on top." Seeing that the work was done, Dawoon said, "Well then, it's time for us to go. Let's go." To which Alpha replied, "The baboon will still guess, even if you destroy the gate. You must destroy all traces of magic." Hearing this, the boy was surprised and asked, "Really? What do I have to do this?" Then Alpha answered, You can cover these traces with other larger traces. If you have to, then destroy everything here. Hearing this suggestion, Da-woon said in surprise, "Have you always been this extreme? This is so unusual." When the altar was brought in, Da-woon said, "Hey guys, come out here." Then the guy thought, "Yes, we should destroy everything here. Let's show him where the crayfish hibernate." Taking his hammer out of his inventory and clutching it tightly in his hand, Da-woon said joyfully, "I am a master of breaking stones." At the same time, the baboon, who was trying to extinguish the flames, saw something that struck him very hard and put him in a stupor. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Not far from him, he saw a column of dust that had appeared on the very spot where his temple had been located. Then the baboon exclaimed in fright, Why are they destroying everything there?" Realizing that things were bad, the baboon was about to run to the temple to see if the most important things were safe, exclaiming in alarm, "Shit! What happened to the altar? I hope it's safe." Taking a few steps toward the temple, the baboon first heard a strange crunching sound, and then the ground disappeared from under his hands. Freezing in place to try to avoid further destruction, and the ground collapsing beneath him, the baboon said in confusion, "Shit, things are bad." However, this did not help him avoid falling into the trap. In a few seconds, the trap, which was located in the northern part of the first stage, worked, and the baboon flew down, screaming in fright. Hearing the strange noise, the participants of the first stage who were nearby suddenly stopped in their tracks and started looking around to find the source of the sound. At that time, someone in the group asked, "What is that? What are those sounds?" Hearing the baboon's cries, O-Tone Min, who was also part of the group, thought, "That was the voice of the assistant, Da-woon Hen. He told me to walk slowly. 100% he is doing something incredibly risky." While he was thinking, he heard someone's voice coming from behind him and saying, "Hey, long time no see, kid." Frightened, O-Tong looked back and saw a rabbit in the bushes, and he replied in fright, "Oh, you scared me." Trying to hide the rabbit so that it would not be seen, the little boy whispered, "Others may see me." Then the rabbit answered him, "That is why you must be quiet and listen to me carefully." Then the boy added in surprise, "What?" When the boy was ready to listen, the rabbit said, "We are almost finished. When the flames go out, move on. If you come across any normal weapons, take them for yourself. Also, the wolfberry is burnt, so don't eat everything." And finally, the rabbit added, and then left the boy and rode off in the opposite direction. "The altar is finished. Well, I'm off." Having received so much information in such a short time, O-Tan thought, "What? He gave me such valuable clues so quickly." As he was walking away, Tungming quietly called out after him, "Thank you, rabbit." Hearing that he had been thanked, the rabbit looked back at the boy for a second and then started looking forward again. Then happily returning home, the rabbit thought, "Wow, I set a fire. I also destroyed the temple." Continuing on his way, he added thoughtfully, "I even lived to see that very moment." And finally, with a joyful smile on his face, he added that the participant of this dungeon game thanked me. After everything was done and the mission was successfully completed, all the participants in the raid returned back to their dragon temple. Also, Da-woon, who had caused a pogrom in the baboon temple, was able to increase his skill level, breaking stone to level 10. When Da-woon returned to his temple, he received the new achievement, Destroyer of Ruins. The dungeon is shocked by your work, which no one ever dared to imagine. Reward, unknown. This time Devong, who had achieved great results with the theft of the altar, had a new task. Thinking about what to call the structure he had created, he said, "A double altar." Then Alpha objected to him, asking, "What a rude expression." Realizing that he had said something stupid, Da-woon said guiltily, I'm sorry, so where shall we begin?" Then Alpha added, "First of all, place the bead that holds the life energy on the altar." When Da-woon heard this order, he was surprised. "Huh? Then I can't use the amplification system?" Alpha replied, "You can take half of the energy and then return it to its original place." Hearing this, Da-woon said slyly, Hey, really?" Taking the energy bead in his hands, Da-woon said heavily, "This is it, eh? This is the life energy? This can be used to resurrect Ertea." Hearing Da-woon's suggestion, Alpha replied, "There's not that much left." Then the rabbit added, "That's right. That's too much. You shouldn't spend all your energy on this. You need to give it back to the upstairs from time to time." Hearing the rabbit's voice, Da-woon looked at him in surprise and asked, "When did you come?" After the rabbit's words, Alpha added, but this will be enough to rebuild the temple. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, Dawun said thoughtfully, "All right, we don't have time for that now. First, we need to repair everything here." Dawun then brought the bead to his altar and carefully placed it on top, speaking as he did so. "Yes, put it on the altar." After completing this laborious work, when Dawun had placed the bead in its place, he announced, "That's it. I'm done. It is in place." Then the bead suddenly began to shine with a golden light that illuminated the entire temple. When Dawun saw this, he exclaimed in fright, "What is it?" A few seconds later, the light disappeared and the bead changed its appearance. Now it was not a dark blue, ominous color, but a yellow, sunny color. After the symbiosis ritual was completed, Dawun saw that a bright light suddenly appeared near the stolen altar, and he exclaimed again in alarm, "What? What is it?" When he finished, he saw another system sign that read, "New Achievement, Destroyer of Ruins. The dungeon is shocked by your achievements, which no one could have imagined. Reward, unknown." Looking at this new achievement, Dawun said thoughtfully, "This inscription has appeared again. What are those question marks?" Then the rabbit happily told him, trying to play a joke on Dawun, "There are mistakes in the achievement window already?" When the rabbit was hit on the head for making such a joke, he walked away from Dawun and said, "Ah, that's too much." After that, the guy studying the achievements suddenly exclaimed, "What?" A moment later, a new achievement appeared, which read as follows, "New Achievement, Destroyer of Ruins. If there is destruction, there is also creation. The dungeon is impressed with your amazing pioneering spirit and has restored the forgotten. Reward, transfer of ownership of the altar." Seeing this reward, Alpha and the rabbit exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" Upon seeing this announcement, Alpha said, "The altar of the last life has now become the altar of life. Now the altar belongs to us. You can rejoice." Dawun then asked thoughtfully, "Wow, is this all because of a mistake?" Hearing such good news from Alpha, the rabbit said excitedly, "Wow, wow! Now there are 2 altars, then we must build another temple." When Dawun heard this proposal, he was surprised to hear it and asked, "Is this a kind of diversity? What's the point if I keep going back and forth through the portals?" Then the rabbit added in confusion, "Well, it does, but..." Glancing at the life energy bead, Dawun asked, "In short, I can still use the strengthening system, right?" Alpha replied to him, "Yes, the preservation function is the same." Dawun then added, "Then I'll take care of the temple restoration first." Dawun then confidently shouted, "Reboot!" But nothing happened after he said that. Then he asked in frustration, "Oh, isn't there a way to reboot everything at once?" Then Alpha answered him, "When the species increase their skill level, everything will work. But for now..." Before she could finish, Dawun interrupted her, saying in frustration, Yes, I know. After a while, the Dragon Temple was completely restored. After the restoration work was completed, Dawun joyfully exclaimed, "Hurrah!" After the temple was rebuilt, the rabbit noticed that Dawun was going to chisel the stairs again. Then, after catching up with him, the rabbit said in confusion, "Where are you going again? You're getting addicted to the work. Let's have a meat party instead." Hearing this question, Dawun climbed on his ostrich golem and replied, "Hey, we have to finish the job first, and then we can rest. It all started because of that griffin." Having received this answer, the rabbit looked back and asked in surprise, "Is it really necessary to take all this with us to set traps?" Ignoring the rabbit's question, Dawun asked Alpha, "Alpha, is there any way to set the traps in one go?" She replied, "That is for sorcerers. You are not capable of that." After receiving such an insulting response, Dawun replied in frustration, "Then what can I do? Is the temple only for sorcerers?" The Alpha replied, "There were not only sorcerers here, some hired slaves and built it, just like you." As Dawun led his construction team to the passage, he said, "We will follow the path I've carved out. This is enough, right? And how do we do the fortification?" Hearing this question, the rabbit explained to the boy that according to the instructions they had, the fortification depends on the number of altars. Also, during the fortification, you can add different options, depending on your own preferences. Hearing this, Dawun opened his fortification skill and saw the options available and said in amazement, "Wow, this is cool. But there was one but. Depending on the amount of fortification you need, it may require more energy to build it." Looking at the altar's energy reserve, Dawun said in disappointment, "No, that's not good. For the fortification, Da-woon chose a trap to shoot with options such as passing power and paralyzing poison. After that, he decided to test how the reinforcement effect works. Putting the carcass of a horned boar in front of the trap, Da-woon said, "Shall we test it?" As soon as everything was ready to test the trap and the ammunition was loaded, Da-woon fired a volley at the boar carcass. Covering his face when the volley was fired so that nothing would hit him, the guy turned away and looked the other way. And so, the volley was over. At the end of the test, Da-woon examined the carcass from a distance and did not notice any arrows in it and said in surprise, "What's the matter? Doesn't it work?" At the same time, the rabbit, who had seen the effectiveness of the trap, said in alarm, "No, it is. It's not that it doesn't work." Peeking out from behind the wall of arrows, Da-woon asked in surprise, What is the reason?" When the reinforcement effect was applied to the trap, it became quite powerful. Then the rabbit pointed to the places where it had been hit and said in astonishment, "The arrows are so far under the skin that you can't even see them." After taking a closer look, Da-woon exclaimed, "It's really very powerful." Peeking out from behind the trap and looking at each other, the rabbit and Da-woon spoke to each other. "If that's the case," then they both added happily, "then this is simply incredible. A very wonderful result. This is very strong." It was simply amazing because in this very place there is a wild beast that wanted revenge for the last time they met with Da-woon. When the griffin had recovered from the last meeting and the taste of salt in his mouth, he decided to go up again. And in his mind, he was thinking thoughts like, "Little pest, this damn kid." Scratching at the rock to find the same way he had climbed the last time, the griffin was getting closer to his goal with each step. Recalling the same Da-woon who had defeated him last time by a mere coincidence, the griffin scrambled up the cliff and pondered, "I could feel a kind of senseless fury coming from him." Having traveled a considerable distance, having already made his way through the poisonous clouds, the griffin continued to scramble up the mountain, thinking, "It's almost here, only a little more to go." Climbing to the top with his paws, the griffin had already noticed the end of the rock where the boy was supposed to be, and thought, "Very soon the time will come when I will be able to take revenge on him." As soon as he had climbed up the rock, he saw the rabbit standing in front of him and said happily, "Hello." At that moment, the griffin froze in place from such an unexpected encounter. Seeing that the target was right in front of him, the rabbit shouted in a commanding voice, "Arrows on guard!" Immediately after the rabbit's order, several volleys of arrows were fired from the trap, striking the enemy, throwing him back and sending him flying off the cliff. When the arrows hit the enemy, he didn't even realize what had happened to him and simply took the full brunt of the attack. After catching many arrows in its body, the griffin simply fell from a great height, screaming in anger. Seeing that this trap was able to hit and neutralize the monster, the rabbit, who was watching the monster fly down, exclaimed joyfully, "It worked! This trap works after all." The falling monster was finally able to recover from its wound, but it had to act now. The next moment, the griffin flew up to the rock and tried to grab hold of it with its claws, tearing the stones apart. After some effort, the griffin was able to stop with the help of its claws, which caught on the stones of the rock. Nevertheless, the griffin, the same monster that had never experienced such a feeling as physical pain in its life, was in great pain. He was flailing his head and wings to tear the arrows out of his body, and then with the help of his paw from his body. But his body was gradually becoming numb due to the paralytic poison in the arrows. However, despite all the wounds, pain, and numbness in his body due to the poison, the griffin could not give up so easily and abandon his goal. This monster was simply not allowed to do so by its extraordinary pride. He had to retreat because of his wounds, because the enemy was quite strong and even managed to harm him by attacking him by surprise. Standing on the top of the rock, the rabbit, who was watching the griffin climb up to him, said thoughtfully, "It turns out that I can experience such feelings. This is so interesting." Looking at his second trap of boiling oil, which was standing right in front of him and just above the griffin, the rabbit said awkwardly, "A little. I'm ashamed of this." Looking at the griffin, then at the trap, then at the griffin again, then at the pot of boiling oil, the rabbit said in an ominous voice, "But I really want to," turning the pot of boiling oil over to the griffin, who was approaching it. The rabbit exclaimed joyfully, "I like it." Hearing the shouting and noise coming from the mountain, Da-woon said in surprise, "I don't understand. What's going on? What's going on up there?" The next moment, however, the rabbit that had telepathically contacted Da-woon joyfully announced, "Gotcha! Did you see how he fell?" Da-woon replied in surprise, "No, I only heard it. Is he dead?" Hearing the question about the monster's death, the rabbit replied thoughtfully, I don't know. If not, it will come here again. And if he comes again, I will teach him a lesson. Hearing such joyful and confident words from the rabbit, Dawon spoke with satisfaction over the telepathic link. Really? Well then, you've done well. It seems that this enhancement is working better than I thought. As Dawon continued to dig the passage to the lower stages, he suddenly heard a strange sound after making a few strokes, and said in surprise, What? Is it cracking? After the cracking sound, a piece of the rock suddenly broke off and fell down, creating a large hole. Looking inside at the cave in the mountain, Dawon said in astonishment, What is this? After jumping down to satisfy his curiosity and check it out, Dawon heard Alpha's question, Was it worth it for you to come here? To which he confidently replied, Of course it wasn't necessary, but... Before he could finish speaking, Dawon stood up from the ground and raised his head, looking around. Suddenly, he saw something that caught his eye, and pointing ahead of him, he said in surprise, Look over there. Looking at the passage in the cave, from which a bright warm light was shining, Dawon said in amazement, There is a light in this dark cave. It looks like I should definitely go there and check it out. Hearing of Dawon's intentions, Alpha spoke to him. Don't be alarmed. You can tell right away that it's not safe. Hearing this, Dawon asked his golems, Guys, what is it? Does it look like a trap? Then Alpha replied in frustration, They can't hear. After calling the golems, Dawon decided to go on a reconnaissance. Slowly walking forward, he led the golems. When he reached the passage, he looked inside and said, So, where is it? Seeing the light source illuminating the cave with its radiation, the boy was surprised. Oh, so that's why the light appeared. Before Dawon was a bead of vital energy that had somehow ended up in the cave, but that was not all. When he looked up, he saw a nest surrounded by beads of life energy and a griffin lying in the nest. Hearing the strange sounds that were happening near his nest, the wounded griffin, who was being treated with the beads, suddenly woke up. Seeing the wounded monster in its nest, Dawon was frightened and immediately thought of the rabbit. He said he killed it. That rabbit. The next moment, when the enemy was spotted, the griffin got up from its nest and attacked the intruder. Crouching on the ground to dodge the monster's attack, Dawon thought in fright, Damn, this griffin is immortal. I just don't understand with these injuries. Dawon then crouched down a little lower and began to examine the beast, and saw that it still had arrows sticking out of its firearm, which was operated by the rabbit. At the same time, the rabbit was already hurrying toward Dawon, laughing loudly and saying, Woo-hoo, I must go and show off. Perhaps he will reward me with meat for my feet. After running for quite a distance, the rabbit finally arrived at the same place where Dawon had accidentally dropped a piece of rock. Looking down at the cave, the rabbit said in surprise, What? What is this hole? And why is it here? Meanwhile, Dawon was trying his best to survive, dodging the attacks of the monster whose nest was in this cave by an unfortunate coincidence. When the enemy recovered a bit and could move relatively normally, the griffin began its revenge when it saw that its victim was trapped in a dead end. Then the enemy tried to strike lower down, but Dawon was able to dodge it. As soon as the boy got out of the trap and the griffin stopped, crashing into the wall, Dawon suddenly shouted to his golems, who were right next to him, Guys, let's go! Immediately after Dawon gave the order, a noise came from the direction of the wall, and several centaur golems ran out, rushing to save their master. The next moment, a couple of the golems grabbed the griffin and dragged it away from Dawon, who was trying to collect his thoughts after the sudden attack. After running through the cave at the end of the road Dawon had dug, the rabbit finally saw the boy and said in surprise, What? What are you doing here anyway? When Dawon saw the rabbit running toward him, he hit him on the head and shouted angrily, Where have you been all this time? You didn't even finish your work. After being hit on the head, the rabbit groaned in frustration and then said, I heard him cry out quack and fall down. So it turned out that he had a nest here? While Dawon was talking to the rabbit, the golems were struggling with the griffin, but the difference in strength was enormous. With one swipe of its paw, the monster cut one of the golems in half. Seeing that the enemy was quite serious, the other golem took a defensive stance, hiding behind its shield. However, this did not save him either. It was not difficult for the griffin to break the other golem into small pieces, as it was made of earth and thus too fragile for its strength. Having finished with the golems, the griffin focused its gaze on Dawon and the rabbit, who were near him. They, in turn, heard the noise and turned their heads to the battlefield and noticed the disappointing results of the battle. Realizing that his earth golems posed no threat to the fourth stage griffin, Dawoon thought in confusion, my golems are useless, so there's only one thing to do. While Dawoon was silently thinking, the rabbit beside him exclaimed, the fourth stage, it's a completely different level. He just took down the earth golems in one fell swoop. After his frightened cries, the rabbit suddenly noticed Dawoon's expression, which was unhappy for some reason. Then the rabbit realized that at this rate he was going to die. Then, out of nowhere, the rabbit took out a blindfold and sticks and began to shout defiantly, Earthlings, go ahead, you are the best. And I just thought, that was dangerous. Then Dawoon turned to his assistant and asked, Alpha, can I get the trap through the gate? Hearing this question, she answered, of course. Are you going to move a rocket launcher through the gate? Hearing this question from his assistant, Dawoon suddenly exclaimed confidently, no, there is no time for that now. Quickly, set up the gate. When the rabbit saw the gate appear in front of him and Dawoon run into it, he exclaimed in irritation, hey, where are you going alone? If you're going to run away, at least take me with you. Looking back, Rabbit saw that the earth golems had almost recovered, and he called out to them in embarrassment, boys, hurry up and recover. You have to run away with us. Then the rabbit turned his head a little further and noticed that a griffin was slowly approaching him, looking very angry. Then the rabbit cried out in fear, Kaya, don't come near me. I said, don't come near me. When Dawoon, who was returning from the portal, saw that the rabbit had almost given his soul to God out of fear, he said joyfully, hey, don't be afraid. After Dawoon had completely exited the teleportation gate, he added confidently, I'm here. Seeing that he was back on the battlefield, the rabbit asked in surprise, ouch, where did you go? By the way, I wasn't afraid at all. Putting his hand on the frightened rabbit's head, one stroked it to calm it down and said calmly, your scream could be heard all the way to the top of the mountain. Hearing these words, the rabbit drank in fright. The top? The last time Dawoon fought Griffios, he was wondering what technique he should use against enemies who were beyond his skills. The first time he fought the horned boar in the first stage, Dawoon was only able to defeat it because the monster had limited abilities. Dawoon needed the ability to block an enemy of any level. For example, an enemy like Griffios. As Dawoon put his hand on the rabbit's head, the rabbit asked in surprise, why are you holding my head? If you grab a rabbit by the head, it's strange, no idea comes to mind why this is done. But this was all before Dawoon obtained the vital energy. Life energy is a resource for using temple skills. A few seconds after the rabbit asked, Dawoon spoke to it. Lie down, and then he pressed on its head. Hearing this command, the rabbit responded in confusion. What? As soon as they both ducked and then hit the floor, Dawoon shouted, shot! Immediately after Dawoon's words, something started flying out of the portal toward the griffin. It was an incredibly large number of arrows that had been released by the trap that was placed on the other side of the teleportation gate. This huge number of arrows hit the enemy directly, who did not even have time to react to what had happened and took almost the entire blow. Hearing a strange noise above his head, the rabbit opened his eyes and looked at the wounded enemy and said in surprise, what? What is this? A gate with arrows? Is it really? Then Alpha said, I set up a gate in front of the trap and directed the arrows in this direction. If you imagine how much energy each arrow uses, it's a waste. Then Dawoon added awkwardly, I didn't have time to move the trap. Raising his head and looking at the enemy, Dawoon said happily, oh, come on. Although the efficiency of the life energy is terrifying, isn't this a great martial skill? Thinking back to the first time he saw the griffin in the cave and the deep wounds from the arrows left by the rabbit, Dawoon thought, judging by the wounds left by the rabbit, I think it should work. Looking at the enemy, who was walking away with no strength to fight, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, victory is mine! After that, the griffin, making its last dying sound, stood on its hind legs and reached for the sky. After that, its dead body fell to the ground, looking more like a porcupine. Then Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, a sparrow! A little while later, taking a victorious posture, Dawoon joyfully repeated, victory is mine, sparrow. After the victory, Dawoon received another new achievement, which read, Eagle Hunter Achievement. You have been successful in hunting Griffios, the airborne criminal. The dungeon is buzzing in honor of your brave and courageous victory over the enemy. Reward. You will become as brave as an eagle. After reading the description of the reward, Dawoon said in disappointment, a reward? What does that even mean? Then the rabbit added sadly, man, what a reward. Then the boy continued, courage, what a useless thing. After that, another sign appeared that read, the first achievement is destroy a flying bird with an arrow. You have destroyed Griffios, the flying bird, with an arrow. The cave is amazed at your terrifying skills. Reward. You can now see the target. After rereading the inscription of the second table, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Does the second table say first achievement? What kind of reward is that? It must be some kind of bad monster." To which the rabbit replied in alarm, "It can't be. He shared the stages. He must be special." After thinking a bit about the skills and abilities he had gained from defeating the griffin, Dawoon said, "It's not a martial skill. How about we test it once?" Then taking his weapon out of his inventory and holding it in his hand, Dawoon saw a red speck appear on the wall in front of him. After moving the weapon slightly to the side, he saw that the speck was also moving. Then he said in surprise, "Oh, when you raise your weapon, you can see it." Looking at Dawoon, who was too fascinated by the bow and the scope he had received for his achievement, the rabbit said in a fierce voice, "Are you still checking the reward?" Then Dawoon, taking aim, replied, I think I have it." Looking at the wall where his aiming point was, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "This dot indicates the point of impact of the projectile. This dot does not appear on the target." Looking at Dawoon, who was still trying to figure out the theory on his own, the rabbit offered a solution, saying, "Maybe we should just shoot once." Pulling on his bowstring and preparing to shoot, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Fine, then I'll give it a try." As he prepared to shoot, Dawoon released the arrow and it flew forward. After that, the arrow hit the ground and simply bounced off it, flying on. Seeing this unsuccessful attempt at shooting, the rabbit, who had been watching the whole thing, said to Dawoon, "Phew, you wimp!" To which Dawoon angrily replied, "Oh well, it happens." A little while later, when he found the arrow, Dawoon took up his bow again and began to aim. Then a red speck appeared on the ground again. He fired a second arrow and it hit the target, but it stuck in the ground. When Dawoon saw the arrow hit the ground again, he scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, "Oh well, since I'm not very good at archery, so he calculated the trajectory himself. I just need to practice a little." Then, looking back, Dawoon added awkwardly, "Yeah, well, shall we go check out the trophies? A rabbit? Did you do what I asked you to do?" Hearing this question from Dawoon, the rabbit put its paw to its head in anxiety, as if to salute, and said, "Yes, I pulled out all my feathers. What do you need them for?" When Dawoon heard that his request had been fulfilled, he said happily, "Great, then we can have chicken for dinner tonight." Hearing these strange words from Dawoon, Alpha and the rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "Chicken?" Then Dawoon explained that Griffios is a combination of a bird and a lion. Only its wings and hind legs are edible. The rest of the animal's body parts are too tough to cook and consume, so they will remain in reserve. After cutting up the monster's carcass, Dawoon happily announced, "I marinated the meat. It probably won't work to fry it. Maybe we can try baking it, if only the fire were stronger." Hearing Dawoon's idea, Alpha spoke to him. "If you add a little sunstone, the fire will become stronger." Dawoon asked in surprise, "Sunstone? You mean that shining stone?" Then Alpha explained, "That stone has the energy of the sun in it. Eternal fire burns in it, and that is why it is a very valuable treasure." After hearing a little bit of explanation about these glowing orbs, Dawoon said in amazement, "Wow, it turns out that there is some use for this." Looking at the number of them lying around the griffin's nest, Dawoon said in amazement, "It definitely has the energy of the sun. The grass grows only near it. We need to take all of it with us." Taking a few steps to get closer to the solar balls, Dawoon accidentally stepped on a plant that was growing near them. As soon as his foot stepped on the plant, a loud, terrifying scream suddenly came from it, scaring Dawoon almost to death. Seeing his master jump back and fall to the ground in fright, the rabbit quickly ran up to him and said in alarm, "Oh, what a fool our master is." Dawoon replied with a trembling voice, "I was so frightened. What is this screaming?" The rabbit replied, "This plant makes such sounds when it is touched." Looking at the same plants, the rabbit said, "They say it tastes a bit astringent but sweet." Then Dawoon asked in surprise, "How do you know about this?" He replied, "I tasted it when I was looking for the railing leaves." Then the rabbit added, "If you want to clean them, then pull them out of the ground. They will probably not scream." Dawoon took the advice and pulled one of the plants out of the ground and said in surprise, "Oh, is this a radish? I wish I had some vinegar so I could pickle it." After harvesting the plants and the sun's orbs, Dawoon began cooking, and in a short time a delicious smell spread throughout the cave. Upon smelling it, the rabbit said in amazement, "What a smell!" When everything was cooked, Dawoon put the finished dish on the table and said, Griffin's smoked ham is ready. Seeing the dish on the table, the rabbit exclaimed, "Wow!" And just like that, Dawoon and the rabbit feasted on the delicious food. After taking a few bites, the rabbit, barely holding back tears of joy, said, "I will follow you all my life." Watching the rabbit and the boy enjoy their meal, Alpha said, "I feel like an outcast." And so much time passed, and then finally that special day came. Small pebbles fell from the rock, covering a large area. And following the pebbles, Dawoon's foot stepped out of the dust column. Looking at the view in front of him, Dawoon happily repeated over and over again, "Finally, finally, I did it, I did it." Standing in front of the cliff and raising his arms upward, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, "I'm down there!" In just 2 months, Jung Da-woon had cut a hole in the rock. Taking a look at his talents, Dawoon saw that his rock-breaking skill had reached the maximum level. Then he said in astonishment, "What? Did he suddenly jump up like that?" Then the rabbit answered him, "It seems that the system has accepted your results. You almost broke through the whole mountain." After that, the rabbit saw Dawoon walk away from him. The rabbit followed the boy with his eyes and saw that Dawoon had gone back to the rock, and he took out a hammer and began to hammer at something. "He's breaking something again." At the same time, Dawoon was talking to himself as he was breaking the rock. "We must not relax. We must first make a safe haven. What a good stroke." After digging a few meters into the rock, Dawoon spoke to the rabbit. "Don't just stand there either. Take the earth guys with you and look around." Hearing the order, the rabbit sighed heavily and replied, "Yes, I will." Having made a pretty good room in the cave, Dawoon began to decorate the room. After building a column in the middle, he placed a sun globe on it and said, "And so, let's put the sunstone here." Having made something like a hall, with columns on both sides and sunstones on them, Dawoon finally finished his storage. As he began to inspect it, he said thoughtfully, "I think I overdid it a bit, didn't I?" To which Alpha replied, "Maybe you can decorate the temple like this?" After that, when Dawoon came outside, he looked at the entrance and said thoughtfully, "The entrance is a bit empty. We need to decorate it a little bit as well." Then Alpha remarked, "What if someone sees the brightly colored entrance and comes in?" Dawoon replied, "In any case, I will cover the entrance with a stone." No sooner had he thought of the decoration than he heard the frightened cries of a rabbit who was running toward him exclaiming, "Master, there's a trouble." Looking back to see what had happened, Dawoon asked in surprise, "What is it? Where are the golems?" Running to Dawoon, the rabbit began to catch his breath and said, This one." After explaining to him the whole situation and where the golems were, Dawoon exclaimed in surprise, "What? Really?" Hurrying back with the rabbit, Dawoon asked in astonishment, "You met people? There were participants here." Hopping alongside Dawoon to show him the way, the rabbit replied, "Yes, that's right, but they were very frightened when they saw the golems and immediately began to attack." Thinking back to the golems he had built, Dawoon was embarrassed. "Well, yes, to others, my golems are just scary monsters." After that, Dawoon called out to the rabbit in alarm, "Wait, if there are participants here who were able to reach the 4th stage, that can only mean that they are very strong." As he continued to approach the participants, Dawoon said anxiously, "I wonder if the golems are okay?" To which the rabbit replied embarrassedly, "They were almost destroyed." After saying this, the rabbit added in a frightened tone, "Members." When Dawoon heard that his golems had received a bag, he was surprised. "What?" Meanwhile, somewhere in the 4th stage's clearing, the moans and screams of the participants could be heard as they watched the battle against the golems that had accidentally stumbled upon them. As the squad's tank was fighting the golems, it used its skill to shout "Shield" to block the golem's attack. After the skill was activated, it was immediately followed by the sound of a blow from the golem's arm hitting the shield. Unable to pierce the shield, the golem slowly raised its arm and looked at the wrist and palm it had just lost in the collision. Looking at the enemies they had to fight, the spear player said in alarm, "What is this? Wasn't there core in the solar plexus area? Why can't I see it?" The cores of the golems that Dawoon created were in different parts of their bodies, and this was because he inserted them in different places each time, in a hurry to have lunch, rest, or something else. Hearing a noise in the distance, one of the players noticed that more enemies were approaching them and exclaimed in fright, "Oh, there's another one!" Hearing this, the team leader turned his head in confusion and said, "What?" There was Dawoon running in front with a rabbit and a golem behind him. When he reached the battlefield, Dawoon said to the rabbit, "There are people over there. Rabbit, hide." To which he replied, "Okay, I got it." When Dawoon saw the other participants in front of him, he was surprised. Oh, there are really other players in the game. Then Dawoon, running in front of the golems, saw them waving their hands in greeting and shouting, "Humans!" Seeing Dawoon running in front of the golem, the two players who were fighting the golems were confused and froze in place. In their eyes, Dawoon looked completely different. It was as if he was running away from a monster that wanted to crush him. Pointing to Dawoon, who was rushing toward them to stop the fight, one of the participants who saw him shouted in alarm, "Everyone, look over there! A golem is chasing a man!" When he heard the others shouting in fear that someone was chasing him, he looked back and said in surprise, "Chasing? What are they talking about?" When Dawoon saw the golem following him, he realized what they were shouting about and said thoughtfully, "Really?" Then the rabbit explained to him, "I think they have misunderstood." Looking at the rabbit running nearby in the bushes, Dawoon asked happily, "What if I tell them that these are my golems? Will they get angry?" To which the rabbit replied unhappily, "As long as they don't think I'm your assistant." Hearing this response from the rabbit, Dawoon said awkwardly, "Okay, what I know about the existence of the other participants is enough for me, for now." As Dawoon approached the crowd of players, he heard people shouting at him, "Listen up, look behind you, how stupid he is." Then the rabbit asked Dawoon, "Well, what do you suggest?" Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon spoke confidently, telling him the best plan he could think of. "What do you mean? Just keep running." As he ran through the crowd of golems and players, Dawoon raised his hand up to get everyone's attention. Then all the golems in the clearing fighting with the players suddenly stopped and stared at Dawoon as he ran past them. Understanding the command, all the golems in the clearing prepared to retreat and follow their leader. As soon as Dawoon ran through the battlefield, all the golems on the battlefield began to follow Dawoon, positioning themselves behind the gorilla golem. Standing there in confusion, one of the players who had just been ready to do anything, faced with the golems that didn't have their cores in place, said in surprise, "The golems ran after that man." Looking after all the golems that were leaving the group, one of the players asked in surprise, "What was that?" To which another replied, "Was that?" Covering his mouth with his hands and barely holding back tears at Da Vong's bravery, one of the players said in a tearful voice, "He distracted the golems to save us? I am so moved." Then the misconceptions about Dawoon went further and further. After Dawoon rescued his golems, the players who were able to escape returned to their camp. Arriving at the leader of the group, he asked the boy, "New ruins have been discovered, you say. Is this information accurate?" And he heard the answer, yes." Then the leader added, "Then tell me more about it." Thinking about how to give more details, the boy said, "I couldn't stop thinking about him, so I ran after him." The leader then asked, "Do you mean the man who distracted the golems?" Then the boy added, "Yes, the tracks of the golems led to that mountain." Thinking about the mountain the boy was describing, the leader asked, "So, were there ruins in that mountain?" And he heard the answer, "Yes, the entrance was unusual. I'm ashamed to say this, but I was afraid and couldn't go inside to check it out." When the leader heard that his friend was afraid and did not get the information, he said with a grudging smile, "I see." The leader then thought, not only was the search party unable to get food, but they also found the ruins of golems. The leader stood there thinking for a while, lowered his head in sadness and thought, "With my skills, it will be very difficult for me to destroy them. This may become a problem in the future." But he had a solution even for such a case. He had soldiers in mind who could be sent into battle. Then he joyfully announced, "Since it has happened, maybe we can entrust this matter to the newcomers." Hearing such a rash proposal from his leader, his subject was alarmed. "But that's dangerous." Then the leader continued, "That's why we should send the newcomers." The leader looked back and gave his subject a displeased look and said menacingly, "There are some impudent guys among them. Let's show them who's in charge here." Hearing these words from his leader, the subject began to scan him with a bewildered look, but did not raise any objections, realizing that this would be better than sending his comrades there. At the same time, somewhere in the cave in the rock that Dawoon had hollowed out, the boy had left his golems. He tapped one of them on the shoulder and said, "Wait for me here." After Dawoon gave the golems their orders, he left the cave and closed the door behind him with a large stone barrier so that no one could enter and find the golems. After that, Dawoon went to look for the people again. As he was walking away from the cliff, a rabbit asked him, Will you do without your earthly friends? He replied, I don't want to put people into even more mana. Somehow it will be resolved by itself. After that, the rabbit asked Wu Da-wun, who was following his pet's navigation in surprise. Did you really listen to that squirrel? Did you even understand what it was saying? Looking at his Poke, who was scrambling around, Da-wun happily said, Of course we did. Poke, you definitely saw the place where there were many people, right? Hearing that Pakyu agreed with his words, Da-wun continued. He said there was a stone bridge there, and he even tried to cross it. Then deciding that the search on foot would be too long, Da-wun built an observation tower, and climbing to the top, he said, Okay, show me the mini-map on the tower. After that, the rabbit thought, That's some incredible construction speed. After that, Da-wun carefully explored the area with the help of the mini-map, and gradually he went in the same direction. After examining the mini-map and seeing that there was a path in the right direction, Da-wun headed in the direction Poke had led him. After taking a few steps, Da-wun saw a system notification. You have left the dungeon. You have entered a crevice space called the Land of the Dead. After reading the warning that appeared in front of him, Da-wun said in surprise, What? The dungeon area has already ended? The gap space? What is this? Hearing that Da-wun was confused by this warning, the rabbit mockingly said, Really? You don't know that? After hitting the rabbit on the head, Da-wun, smiling sweetly, sat down in front of him and said happily, Since you're so intelligent, please be so kind as to explain. The rabbit replied sadly, Very well. After that, the rabbit got up from the ground after being knocked out and said, Didn't I tell you before that as you level up, the number of dungeons increases? At the 4th level, there are 4 dungeons. A little later, the rabbit continued, They are all located at some distance from each other. That is why there are passages between them. That's why they are called crevices. Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Da-wun asked, So they are called crevices just because there are gaps between them? Hearing Da-wun's question, the rabbit replied, Yes, that is correct. Then the rabbit added, The participants use this place as their base and take turns raiding the dungeon. It is impossible to get out of the level, but if you fail in the dungeon, you can return to the same place. Hearing this explanation, Da-wun said thoughtfully, Could it be because the dungeon is part of the level? It's a bit confusing for a first-time level player. Da-wun had only experienced the first level. Seeing that Da-wun was thinking in the wrong direction, the rabbit tried to simplify the explanation to the point of impossibility and said, In short, the participants in this space, they call it the village. Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Da-wun said happily, Aha, so Poke has seen the village? Judging by your explanation, it's something like a safe zone. After that, the rabbit suddenly froze in place, sensing something unusual and bad. He just looked at one point and listened. The next moment, the rabbit pounced on Da-wun, throwing him off his seat, and shouted in alarm, Quick, move aside! Da-wun groaned heavily as he felt the pain of the rabbit's push. Looking at the rabbit, which was acting strangely, Da-wun asked, What was that? Then the rabbit, looking back, said, So that's why the people left. As the ground under where Da-wun was sitting suddenly turned black and a grave began to emerge, the rabbit said in confusion, Village, safe zone. Shielding Da-wun with his body and watching what would happen next, the rabbit said thoughtfully, I don't know what, but in a dungeon. There can't be a place like this. When Da-wun smelled a strange, unpleasant odor, he covered his nose and exclaimed, Oh, what is that disgusting smell? And a little later he added in his head, It's a strange smell. Does it smell like a corpse? After that, a hand came out of the grave and caught on the ground on the surface. And then, wow, the skeleton itself appeared from the grave. When Da-wun saw the dead man coming out of the grave, he said, The Land of the Dead. Now I understand where the name comes from. Seeing the food, Pocky, unable to control himself, attacked the skeleton. When Da-wun saw that his pet had rushed to the skeleton, he told him, Pocky, you can't eat that. It will hurt your stomach. The next moment, Pocky turned to Da-wun. After that, the boy took out a hammer from his inventory and attacked the enemy with the words, Activate, Power. After making one attack and taking off the skeleton's head, Da-wun continued, One horned boar. Seeing that the enemy had already been defeated with just one strike, Da-wun exclaimed happily, What's the matter? He collapsed so quickly. After that, enemies appeared again from the area near the grave, but this time there were 4 times as many of them. Realizing the severity of the battle, Da-wun said in surprise, Not quality, but quantity. Preparing to fight with weak enemies, Da-wun said joyfully, Pitiful knuckleheads, you cannot defeat me with such strength. But after his self-confident words, the boy's ardor suddenly subsided when he saw the enemy's new recruits. Da-woon exclaimed in surprise, "What?" With a disgruntled expression on his face, Da-woon somehow even lost the will to fight, especially with the stench of the corpses. Holding his weapon in his hands, the young man said in confusion, There are too many of you. Let's take them one by one." Seeing that the enemies did not obey him and rushed in a crowd, Da-woon frightenedly exclaimed, "Yes, wait a minute." But his enemies ignored him. After all, how could a skeleton have hearing? They were just rushing at him, wanting to finish him off. Reducing the distance to the impossible, the skeleton swung its sword and struck Da-woon. However, he was able to protect himself from harm with his steel spear, blocking the enemy's blow. After he had a perfect opportunity to attack, Da-woon suddenly swung and confidently said, "You shouldn't have relied so blindly." After decapitating another skeleton with a single swing of his steel spear, Da-woon continued, "Only on the sheer number of your soldiers, they're so weak." Seeing that his master had already begun to fight, the rabbit said angrily, "You poor walking corpses, don't show off." After that, the rabbit used his strength to sweep away several enemies on his way. Seeing the incredible strength of the rabbit, Da-woon exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't know that." After that, Da-woon added anxiously, trying to praise the rabbit for his feat, "Rabbit, you are quite skillful. It seems that your abilities as a former manager have not yet disappeared. Destroying the enemies one by one, without even taking a break, and without giving them a chance." The rabbit exclaimed joyfully as he entered the stream, "Master, look at me, at my fighting skills." Having smashed a dozen skeletons on his own, the rabbit turned to the boy and said, smiling happily, "Bugaga, master, please praise me one more time." Hearing that the rabbit wanted praise for being able to do all the work by himself, Da-woon exclaimed, "Good job, rabbit. That's great." And he thought, "This can be solved even easier than I expected." Having defeated all the enemies, the rabbit raised his leg at the level of his head and stuck out his index finger, breathing heavily, as if he wanted to say something, but the next moment he fell tiredly to the ground and said sadly, "Master, I'm tired." Pointing to the rabbit, Da-woon exclaimed in fright, "Oh, it ran out of fuel too quickly." Grabbing the rabbit by the ears and running away from the army of enemies, Da-woon exclaimed in fright, "When you need it, it is useless. He only makes you overweight." Pursuing the fugitives, one of the skeleton's enemies decided to make a move on horseback, but instead of chasing the fleeing target, he tried to hit him with a spear. Aiming at Devong, the skeleton threw his spear directly at the boy who was running ahead of him with a rabbit, who had no more strength to escape on his own. The spear missed Devong by a considerable distance, but it also did some good. The spear landed right at the boy's feet. Not noticing that a spear had landed between his legs, Da-woon caught onto it, and losing his balance, he flew rapidly to the ground. The next moment, the boy was already lying on the ground, having dropped the rabbit he had tried to save. However, now not only the rabbit needed help, but he also needed help. When Da-woon came to his senses after this unexpected and unplanned flight, he began to spit out all the sand and soil he had eaten during the landing. Afterwards, he looked back and saw an army of skeletons standing right in front of him, waiting to pounce on him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the village of the Crevices, which was located not far from the Mountain of Death, approaching his subject, the leader of the village said in surprise, "Has the reconnaissance team returned?" To which the subject replied in confusion, "Yes, sir, it just returned." After that, the leader of the village thought in surprise, "I thought that he would resist, but he was surprisingly very compliant." The man who looked like a leader among everyone else. At the same time, somewhere in the middle of the forest where Da-woon was in an unpleasant situation, someone's familiar voice was heard saying, "Electrification." After these words suddenly came from the newcomer, the entire battlefield was immediately covered by lightning, which began to mercilessly destroy the enemies. In a few seconds, all the enemies on the battlefield were reduced to dust, and only their weapons and small bone fragments remained behind. It was at that moment that Da-woon, who had already thought that he was finished, saw a very familiar image of the man who had come to his aid at the very last moment. After destroying all the skeletons that had approached the defenseless boy, the savior asked in a very calm voice, "Are you okay? We are here on a reconnaissance mission, so don't worry. You are no longer in danger." After looking around the battlefield to check that all the enemies had been destroyed and that there were no more reinforcements, Sun Woo-hyun continued, "There is a village nearby, a safe place." Before he could finish, however, he was interrupted by the confused voice of a survivor who said, "Hen!" Hearing himself addressed in this way, Sun Woo-hyun suddenly turned his gaze to the person he had just saved to find out who was addressing him in this way. He saw his old friend who was shedding tears like a river, and between sobs, he said, Sun Woo-hyun. Taking a closer look at the rescued person, Sun Woo-hyun could not believe his eyes. He saw his old comrade, whom he had lost in the first stage of the dungeon game, and he said in surprise, Da-woon? Meanwhile, in the village of the crevices, the boy tried to convince his friend of the truth of his words, saying, Uncle, I'm telling you for sure. To which he replied, but I am so hungry that I have no more strength. Looking at Dao Tong Min, his uncle asked in surprise, seeing tears in his eyes. What? Are you crying? The boy replied, pulling his uncle with him. What's the problem? He's back. Not understanding this strange reaction of the boy, which was caused by something, the uncle asked in surprise, Back? Who's back? Sun Woo or what? The next moment, at the beginning of the village, Sun Woo-hyun, who had brought his friend who had been lost on the first stage, happily announced, Da-woon-hyun, he's back. Hearing whose name their commander had just announced, Uncle looked back in the direction of the voice and said in surprise, Yes, what? Yes. Then, unable to hold back his tears at the sudden return of their dear comrade, the uncle ran toward the boys and joyfully exclaimed, Da-woon! The uncle threw his arms around Da-won and hugged him tightly, overjoyed at this reunion after such a long time apart. Seeing his sincere reaction, Oh Tong-min wiped away his tears and said happily, You're crying even more than I am. Hugging Da-woon tightly, Uncle suddenly asked, Are you really Jung Da-woon? What kind of magic is this? Then Song Woo-hyun confirmed, I also see Da-woon. Then his uncle added, It's definitely Da-woon. Seeing this strange scene of sentimentality, the other members of the village, who did not understand what was happening, said in surprise, What is going on here? To which another answered, Is it a colleague of theirs? Unhooking himself from Devong, the uncle wiped away his tears and said happily, I don't know why, but my tears are flowing. Don't you? Then Da-woon replied happily, I've already cried enough with Shin Woo-hyun. Then his uncle said, Oh, you. Suddenly, from somewhere behind all the villagers present, there was the sound of footsteps and a voice saying, I ask you all to disperse and make way for me. We have a new guest. Looking back, all the villagers suddenly began to shout, Oh, elder, welcome. Then he asked, Yes, but where is our guest? Then they answered, Yes, he is here, please come in. When he saw the elder of the village approaching, Sun Woo-hyun said joyfully, Ah, elder! Pointing to Jung Da-won, Song Woo-hyun happily informed the village head, I met him by chance while scouting. Da-won looked at the old man who approached them and thought in surprise, Elder. At the same time, the rabbit, who was under the effect of invisibility to everyone but Da-woon, spoke thoughtfully as he looked at the old man. What? The head of the village? Da-woon then asked him, Who is he anyway? Do you know anything about him? The rabbit, looking very carefully at the village head who had approached them, replied thoughtfully, Oh no. A little later he remembered, I've definitely heard something like that before. After that, the head of the village approached Devong and began to examine him to find out what kind of person he was. When Devong saw how close the village leader was to him, he was a little embarrassed. Then, deciding that he needed to show tact and respect, Da-woon bowed his head and said in a confused voice, Wabu, greetings. My name is Jung Da-woon. A little while later, the village head came even closer to him, standing a few centimeters away from his face, and began to stare intently. Da-woon thought nervously, What's the matter? Who is this person? His story begins a long time ago. Once upon a time, there was a man in a dungeon. He was very weak physically, but too cowardly to finish the game. That is why he thought he would die in this dungeon very soon. However, his skills were very unusual. Unlike most people whose skills were based on physical strength and confrontation with the enemy, this man had the skill of guessing. The first time he acquired this skill, he was very upset and had lost all hope of survival. His disappointment with the distribution of the skill knew no bounds. However, everything was not as it seemed at first glance. Over time, and as his skill level increased, this strange ability eventually began to reveal its true nature and proved to be quite useful for survival in this harsh world. Traveling with his companions, whom he met in the near future, the man could analyze dungeons and find out the degree of danger of different dungeons, which ones were full of dangers, and which ones could be cleared. Also, with the acquisition of new levels in his skill, this man could not only analyze dungeons, but he could even identify the weaknesses of opponents, how they could be attacked, and could even determine the strength of monsters. However, this seemingly invincible man suddenly realized that the fourth stage of the dungeon was the last stage for him, and he simply could not go any further. His strength would be useless. And if he suddenly dared to enter this fourth stage, he would simply die, along with his comrades who relied on him and his skills so much. That's why, in order to save his miserable life, this man abandoned his teammates and simply fled the dungeon. After such a shameful escape from the battlefield and the betrayal of his comrades, this man simply abandoned his past and stayed in an intermediate place. This was the founder of the village of Shilniki, the same coward who had the skill of hunch to distinguish who should be allowed into his settlement, the head of the village. And now, this same traitor was standing in front of Devong, looking at him intently. This very founder of the village, which was based between the cracks, was named Oh Chang-seok. And at the moment, this same Oh Chang-seok, whose story has just been told to you, was standing right in front of Da-won a few centimeters away. And he needed all of this just to be able to recognize the true identity of the guy standing right in front of him. Using his skill, the old man just stared at young Da-won, driving him into even more confusion every second because he did not understand what this was all about. As Da-won stared into the eyes of the village head, he tried his best to maintain his concentration and thought, why is he staring at me like that? However, this whole process didn't take long, and soon the village head smiled happily and greeted the new guest with a warm welcome, saying, "Nice to meet you. Welcome to our village." After completing his inspection of the new member, Oh Chang-seok turned around and slowly walked back, telling Da-won, "We're going to have a welcome party in the square. Come over there a little bit." Walking to the square where the new guest was to be welcomed, the village head was deep in thought, trying to understand Da-wong's identity. This guy, he's dangerous, not dangerous. Walking away from Da-won, Oh Chang-seok continued, "Determining whether a person is dangerous, that's my way of surviving in this world." Staring at the back of the village head, Da-won pointed at him and whispered to Song Woo-hyun, "This man, he seems a little strange to me," to which Seung-woo simply laughed. At the same time, Oh Chang-sung, who had his head down because he had not been able to identify the true identity for the first time, thought in confusion, "This man, he's strange." Pointing his finger in the direction of the village head, Da-woon spoke to his old friend. "Hen, you go ahead, and I will catch up with you soon." Hearing this suggestion, Sung-woo replied in surprise, "Really? Very well then." After that, Song Woo-hyun walked with his friends to the square. Seeing that everyone had left, Oh Tong-min, catching up with the others, happily announced, "See you soon." To which Da-woon replied, "All right." After everyone left Da-woon, the rabbit said happily, I see you're happy to finally meet people. It was so nice to see you all crying and snotting." Having been hit several times on the head for saying such things, the rabbit heard an angry voice saying, "You're teasing me again." Then, looking at the village where he would have to stay for a while, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Yes, that's enough. This is not the time to talk here. We need to explore this village." A little later, as Da-woon walked through the village, he noticed a fence that was supposed to protect the village from monsters and remarked, "Barriers that are too weak to prevent monsters from attacking." Walking a little further, Da-woon also noticed the buildings in which the villagers lived and added, "And what kind of tent is this flimsy?" Stopping in his tracks and folding his hands in front of him, Da-woon said in surprise, "Was it made that way on purpose?" Then the rabbit answered him, "No, that's not possible." After that, looking closely at the structures, the rabbit said, "Even the materials from which it is made look very unreliable." Hearing what the rabbit had said, Da-woon thoughtfully asked, "Of course it is true. Rabbit, did you notice anything strange on your way here?" Then the rabbit shrugged and said, "He's talking about his own thing again." After that, the rabbit explained that at each stage, if you don't pass it in time, you will be punished, but at each level, it is different. Then he said, "The punishment at the first stage is a herd of rats. However, the monster invasion was only at the first stage of the dungeon. In the fourth stage, they were not threatened by the monster invasion." Then the rabbit added, "And in the fourth stage, the punishment is hunger." The rabbit then continued his explanation by asking Devong, "When you don't even have food, where will you get building materials?" Da-woon then admitted, "Well, you are certainly right about that." Then looking at the village from a different angle, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Ah, so it turns out that this whole village and the people in it are starving?" A little while later, someone's loud voice was heard somewhere in the village saying, "The village elder has ordered everyone to gather quickly in the square. Please hurry to the meeting." As soon as the announcement was made, all the villagers immediately headed for the meeting place. And in a short time, everyone was in the same place. Immediately afterwards, all the residents lined up in a human corridor. And the head of the village took him by the hand and announced to everyone present, "Let's welcome him. This is Cheon Dawan." Seeing this celebration, he thought, "This is so embarrassing." After the leader of the village introduced the newcomer to all the residents, he looked at him and thought, "Well, this is the end of the preparation. Is it time to start the main part?" Looking at the young man, who looked quite good, the village leader slyly said in his mind, "Judging by his smooth skin and his fatness, he must have food in his possession." Thinking of a plan to get food out of the boy, the village leader grabbed the boy by the shoulder and said, "Dawoon?" The boy replied in fright, "Oh, yes, what?" Looking at the boy with a joyful look, the village head said to the boy, "I have something to tell you." Dawoon replied in embarrassment, "Yes, all right, I'm listening." And he thought, what does he want to talk about? Then Oh Chang-seok told Dawan with a fake smile on his face, "In order to get into our community, everyone must share their food supply." The village head then added, "I'm certainly not forcing you to give away everything you have. Don't get me wrong. I mean the community." Dawoon interrupted him, breathing a sigh of relief. "Oh, if that's what you mean." After that, Dawoon reached into his inventory to get out his supplies that he could share with the rest of the village. When he found the right window, Dawoon said, "This one." Pulling out the head and half of the griffin carcass he had developed, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Will it be enough for you?" Seeing the gifts Dawoon had presented, everyone was shocked. Looking at the head lying right in front of him, the village head said in confusion, It's an eagle, but why is its head so big? But that doesn't matter." After the leader expressed his surprise to everyone's disapproval, Oh Chang-seok thought in fright, "What? How could he possibly have that eagle?" Standing in front of so much meat brought to them by Dawoon, who had arrived in the village, all the villagers, who had not known what satiety was for a long time, groaned in surprise. However, a few seconds later, the entire crowd erupted in joy, unable to contain their emotions, and shouted, "Yay! Food! Finally!" Looking at Davong, who was able to give away so much food to complete strangers, the village head asked him in confusion, "Listen, where did you... This eagle?" Dawoon then replied in embarrassment, "It's just, I met it and caught it." When the crowd heard where Dawoon had gotten the meat, they were suddenly silent in amazement. But then someone exclaimed, "Did you hear that? He said he caught it? It can't be!" Afterwards, Song Woo-hyun echoed these astonished exclamations, asking, "Dawan, is it true? You caught such a powerful monster." Then Oh Tong-min added, "Wah, Dawoon-hyun, is it really you?" Very angry that all the attention of the village was focused on Dawoon, the village head was very depressed by this situation, where his rating could be shaken. As he examined the monster carcass that Dawoon had provided them, the village leader thought in his head, "In some places you can see through wounds. It seems that several places were hit at the same time. It is impossible to do this alone." After that, the village head suddenly asked Davong, "Oh, I see. You caught a half-dead beast with a trap that must have fallen from a great height?" Then Dawoon replied in confusion, "Oh, how did you know?" Then the elder added, "A few days ago we saw him falling down." Putting his hand on Dawoon's shoulder, the elder exclaimed joyfully, "The first to pick it up is the owner, as they say. You are the lucky one." Then he thought, "So he just picked it up, then I don't have to worry." Seeing the elder's inexplicable joy, Dawoon thought, how happy he is. Then he heard someone behind him say, "Ah, so this is the same monster that fell. Wow, so lucky." The old man thought happily, "It's just wonderful. All the questions and doubts of the residents have been dispelled." After that, the elder lowered his head and thought, he caught this eagle by himself. Such a person in the village will only be a nuisance if he becomes too popular among the villagers. The old man continued his thoughts. Then my status could be in jeopardy. But suddenly he was interrupted by Woo Hyun, who said, "Listen, elder." Then Sun Woo Hyun added, "I guess we'll go on a scouting trip now." Hearing this message from Song Woo Hyun, the village elder thought happily, what a great opportunity. Then suddenly turning around, Oh Chang-seok said in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Then he added in a high-pitched tone, "Exploration is of course also very important." But seeing such excitement of the chairman, the population said in confusion, "What is this?" After that, the village head decided to raise his rating even higher, speaking in a serious tone. In this difficult world of the dungeon, a friend is the most valuable thing, and now such a friend has come to you, hasn't he? Approaching Song Woo-hyun, the village elder said, "There is no need to make me look bad. Today you have only one duty." Turning around and walking back, the old man thought, I need to reduce his sense of responsibility. Lowering his head a little and shedding a few tears for effect, the elder added, "This is a heart-to-heart with a friend. That will be enough." I thought, and to increase my authority. After hearing the elder's order, Sun Woo-hyun, amidst the crowd's applause, said in surprise, I understand, thank you." Da-woon then thought in displeasure, what kind of person is he? Afterwards, sitting in the tent with his comrades, Da-woon, who was supposed to be talking to his fellow soulmates, said in a disgruntled voice, "I am becoming increasingly irritated by this so-called elder." Da-woon then added angrily, "He's pretending to be merciful, as if he's the only one doing everything here, and he's making you look like a heartless person." Then Sung Woo-hyun spoke to him joyfully, "Calm down, Da-woon." After that, Sun Woo-hyun added, "I'm still in a good mood. At least we can sit and talk like this." Then Da-won said, "It's certainly good." Then Hoel interrupted him, saying, "That's good." To which the last member of the group added, "That's right, it's so spacious and comfortable." Hearing that it was spacious, Da-won asked in surprise, "What? Spacious? Don't tell me, is your tent even smaller than the one we are in now?" Hearing Da-won's question, Song Woo-hyun replied, "No, it's almost the same size. After all, we also contributed when we first came here, by the way." After that, Song Woo-hyun asked his friend, "Da-won, you don't have a blanket with you, do you? It gets very cold here in the evenings. Tonight you will sleep in our tent." Hearing about this attitude and the provision of this village, Da-woon could barely contain his anger, but it was clear that he was already on the verge of tears. As soon as he heard about the blankets, it was his last straw, and then he thought angrily, if they live here? I tried to restrain myself. Looking at his comrades who have to live in such conditions, Da-woon continued, "They don't have any blankets, not even furniture." Then Sung Woo-hyun asked him, "Isn't that right, Da-woon?" However, Da-woon did not hear his friend's question because of his anger and the thoughts that were overwhelming him. "Their tent is so small and dirty, I can't take it anymore." When Sung Woo-hyun did not hear an answer, he repeated himself, "In the evening, Da-woon?" Then he finally calmed his anger and said thoughtfully, "You speak coldly." With that, the introduction was complete. Jung Da-won began to activate the mode of making items for household welfare and convenience. Seeing that Da-won was acting strangely and saying something strange, everyone suddenly froze in place, just watching in silence. But then Da-woon calmed down, and stretching out his hand in front of him, he joyfully announced, "From now on, say goodbye to the cold." After a while, everything was ready. Then Yoon Hyun-soo laid down on the floor and said with satisfaction, "It's so warm." Then he added to Seo Ailey, "Da-won, where did you learn such skills?" And finally, Song Woo-hyun, "It's almost like Ondol." Then Da-woon replied, "That's what it's called, warming skill." Da-won then continued to conjure with his soil skills and said, "And if you add more volume." As Yoon Hyun-soo sat down on the bed with a blanket, he said in astonishment, "This is crazy. This is a real Ondol bed." Then Ho-el added, "And the couch is so warm." To which Song Woo-hyun added, "It really is." After they began to praise him, Da-won bowed his head and said with anticipation, "Honorable gentlemen, it's too early to be surprised. I will now show you my special qualities." He made some cups and filled them with a hot drink to give to his friends and said, "This is herbal tea. It is very good to drink before meals." When everyone took a cup of tea and began to enjoy it, Ho-el said with emotion, "I didn't think I'd ever have tea here again." Yoon Hyun-soo replied, "He's crying again." After that, the boy took one sip and began to look at the tea awkwardly, wondering how to finish it so as not to offend Da-won, although it was too bitter for him. Seeing that his friend was not drinking his tea with much joy, Da-woon held out a bowl of sugar powder and said, "Jin-soo, if it's too bitter, add a few spoons." After adding a few spoonfuls of powder to the tea, the boy took one sip and exclaimed, "It's so sweet. Is it syrup?" Hearing about the sweetness, the others also began to exclaim, "Sweet? Let me taste it." "Oh, I want some too." And just like that, after a short period of time, the quiet tent was filled with joyful sounds and sips of hot, relaxing tea in a beautiful atmosphere. And Da-won just stood back and watched his friends finally experience joy and comfort again. Taste has a way of filling you with memories of past events. Ever since Dawan, Songwoo Hyun, and the rest of their friends had entered this dungeon, Songwoo and his friends had tasted sweet food for the first time. All of Liu Xingwu's friends remembered this sweet taste that Dawon had given them. It reminded them of their happy days when they were still in their homeworld. The same memories that they hadn't even bothered to recall in this horrible world. Then Sung Woo Hyun remembered his past life when he had trained a girl in martial arts, and she had run to him after the training was over, with joyful words, "Teacher!" As she approached her teacher, the girl spoke joyfully, handing him something. "Take this." Hearing this request, Sun Woo Hyun asked in surprise, "What?" After giving the gift to her teacher, the girl headed for the exit. But just before the door, she turned to bow and then added, "Thank you for teaching me. Goodbye." After the girl left the training room, Song Woo Hyun noticed the gift he had received from his little student. Looking down, Song Woo Hyun saw a lollipop on a stick in her hand, which she had left for him as a thank you from herself to make him feel good. Each of the people in the tent remembered their past happy lives, which were awakened by the sweet taste of green tea, and each of them shed a few tears. Dawoon, who was standing at a distance from them, understood the feelings of each of them, for he had experienced the same moment in this world, so he simply watched in silence. Watching everything that was happening in the tent, the rabbit suddenly exclaimed that everyone heard him. "You guys are so happy." Then he added in a menacing tone of voice, "I can't watch this anymore. This is just the effect of the tea. Herbal tea. The toxins in the body come out with the tears. It calms the mind and body." When Da-woon saw that the rabbit had given himself away, he was confused. "Hey, you were supposed to be hiding." Then the rabbit exclaimed, "Oh, right." However, it was too late to hide or make something up. All three players who had just had tea began to draw their weapons to deal with the rabbit. As he pointed his sword at the rabbit, Song Woo Hyun spoke menacingly. "How long have you been sitting here in ambush? Da-woon, come over here slowly. Deputy, don't you dare move a finger." Hearing that Da-woon's comrades were angry with him, the rabbit said nervously, "I think you guys misunderstood. Please explain it to them." Then Da-woon said angrily, "Hey, why did you come out of cover?" Then he said nervously, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll have to tell them everything." After this incident, the rabbit stood with his head down in front of the table, apologizing to everyone for his past actions. Afterwards, Sung Woo Hyun asked Da-woon, "So this rabbit is on your side now?" He replied, "Yes, he is now obedient." Then Ho-el asked in surprise, "Is that so?" Hearing this, the rabbit thought irritably, "Oh shit." Hearing that the rabbit was now helping him, Sung Woo Hyun was surprised to hear that, "You know how to make things out of the ground, and this assistant is now your servant. What happened to you?" And then Da-woon decided to tell everything that had happened to him, what he had to go through and who he had to fight to get here and reach such heights. When Ryu Sheng-woo heard Da-won's story, he was very surprised. But he wasn't the only one. The rest of his friends were equally surprised and listened with open mouths. In some of the stories Da-won told, everyone sympathized with him. And so after a while, the boys listened to everything Da-woon told until the very end. After hearing about all that Da-won had gone through, Sung Woo Hyun put his hand on Da-won's shoulder. Da-won was surprised to see this strange action. But then Song Woo Hyun happily told him, "Da-won, you're just incredible. I'm speechless. You really were able to overcome all that." Da-won was surprised to hear this, and he froze in his tracks, shedding a few tears because he was so moved by his friend's words. Da-woon wiped his tears and said, Why are you making me cry in front of all of you?" Then Ho-el, wiping the tears from his eyes, added, "Really, Da-woon, you have been through a lot. Why do I keep crying? I guess the tea is still affecting me." Tapping Ho-el's hand, Yoon Hyun-soo said, "It's okay, uncle." After the heart-to-heart talk ended, the boys suddenly heard the tired voice of the rabbit speaking. "Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt you on such a sentimental note, but I also regret the times when I was a helper. If I keep standing like this, my neck will soon fall off." At that time, the sun was already setting in the village, and night was coming. After getting out of the culprit's pose, the rabbit was finally able to lie down and rest, saying tiredly, "It was hard. It is so good to lie on my back." Looking at the rabbit, Yoon Hyun-soo said, "I realized at the first stage that you were shameless." As, breathing out a sigh of relief, the boy added happily, "But today we met Da-woon Hung, and the rabbit is now his servant. I was so surprised today that I have no more strength to be surprised." Hearing this from his friend, Da-woon said with anticipation, "Are you sure about what you said? Are you sure you will not be surprised anymore?" After that, He put his stockpile of delicious food on the table and happily announced, a set of roasted meats according to Jung Da-won's own recipe. After that, he took out a bottle of carbonated drink from his most secret stash, which he had received from Oh Tong-min, and held it up and exclaimed joyfully, and to top it off today I'm ready to give up everything I have. Seeing all the things Da-won had just taken out of his inventory and decided to treat his friends to, they simply froze in their seats in amazement. After that, their reaction could not be contained. No one had expected this, and their amazement was overwhelming. A little while later, Yoon Hyun-soo was already pouncing on the meat, greedily devouring piece after piece. Hoel was not far behind, taking 3 pieces at a time and stuffing them into his mouth. After everyone had eaten, Song Woo-hyun decided to have a sweet soda to savor that nostalgic taste. The rabbit was not far behind, and he was eating the treats on both cheeks as long as he could, and the food was still on the table. At that moment, everyone was happy, enjoying a delicious dinner in a warm tent with their dearest people and the rabbit. After the delicious feast, everyone lay down on the floor to rest. During that rest, someone in the company said happily, "Wow, I ate so well." Looking at his friend whom they had met after a long time, Yoon Hyun-soo said thoughtfully, "Da-won-hyun is such a good cook. Is it also the power of the temple?" Hearing this question, Da-won said happily, "Of course not. Cooking is my soul." To which he heard the reply, Hey, what kind of soul is that?" After all this talk, Da-won saw Song Woo-hyun suddenly stand up. Da-won asked him in surprise, "Song Woo-hyun, where are you going? Are you going to the bathroom?" Looking at his friend who was lying next to him, Song Woo-hyun spoke to him thoughtfully. "Da-won, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Can we do it too?" Hearing this question from his friend, Da-won asked him in surprise, "What? You want to have such skills too?" Hearing Da-won say this, Sung-woo replied happily, "Ha ha ha, that's not what I meant." After that, Sun-woo suddenly added, "I'm talking about the title of Dragon Apostle." Hearing the question about the title of the temple, Da-won asked in surprise, "Oh, you mean the Dragon Apostle? Hen." After that, Da-won suddenly heard Oh Tong-min's voice saying, "Hen, how are you doing? I have just discovered something very interesting." Hearing this voice, Da-won said in surprise, "What, Tong-min, you?" Da-won then continued, "What is it? An object? A monster?" Hearing Da-won suddenly start talking about something strange, Song Woo-hyun asked him in surprise, "Da-won, who are you talking to?" Then the rabbit answered him, "It's called whispering in your ear." He. After that, Oh Tong-min, who was somewhere in the forest and had found a plant that looked like a grain crop, said thoughtfully, This is... Hen, do you happen to know how to cook this?" Immediately after he said this, a portal appeared in front of the boys and Da-won entered. Seeing this strangeness, Song Woo-hyun froze in his tracks. After Da-won returned from the portal, he spoke to the rabbit, "Come on, just a little more. Try your best." After that, Hoel said in surprise, "Really? Is that a gate?" Da-won got to his feet and looked at Song Woo-hyun, who said guiltily, "As long as there is food, we need to stock up. I'm sorry I interrupted you." Then Song Woo replied in surprise, "Oh, that's okay. You are so good." Da-won then asked, "So, where were we? The Dragon Apostle?" Hearing about the Dragon Apostle and her desire to obtain that title, Alpha exclaimed happily, "Oh, you also want to serve her Tia?" Then Da-won said in embarrassment, "Alpha, please be more tactful." Hearing Da-won's name for his assistant, Song Woo-hyun was surprised. "Did you say Alpha? So it's possible? I think that kind of ability would be very useful in the dungeon." Hearing what Sung Woo-hyun had just said about wanting to obtain the title only because of the usefulness of what he would receive afterward, Alpha said in displeasure, "So it's for the sake of skills." Hearing Assistant Da-won's tone of voice so dissatisfied, Song Woo-hyun spoke confidently, "I won't lie to you. I'll tell you the truth. That whisper and the gate." Then Song Woo continued, "Good communication will effectively reduce the threat from the enemy, and the ability to open the gate will help if someone gets into trouble." After saying these words to his comrade, Seok Woo-hyun, looking at his comrade whom he had already lost once, added, "I don't want to lose any more partners." Hearing his comrade say such touching words, Sung Woo-hyun looked at him with a joyful gaze. Then Song Woo-hyun added happily, "And that's exactly why I need this skill with telepathic communication and the gate for traveling." Looking at their group leader who spoke such warm words, all of his comrades responded with emotion, "Oh, Hen." Da-won then asked his assistant, "Alpha, what do you think about this?" I am also touched to the core by his words. Is it possible? To which she firmly replied, no, it is not. When Da-woon was rejected by his assistant, he exclaimed in surprise, what? But why? I told you that I was very moved by Song Woo-hyun's words. With Tong-min, it was a natural thing to do. Hearing Da-woon's objection, Alpha said, this condition is definitely very important as well, but the problem is that there are only a limited number of people who can use this skill. Hearing what his assistant had just said, Da-woon asked in surprise, what? Really? Are there any more restrictions? To which Alpha replied, at the moment it's impossible to just increase the number of dragon apostles. Hearing that Song Woo-hyun would not be able to become a dragon apostle, Da-woon said in disappointment, damn, just when I need it, nothing works out. Trying to calm his friend down, Sun Woo-hyun spoke to him. Da-woon, don't worry so much. The Alpha thought about it for a while and then said thoughtfully, although, Da-woon asked, what else? And then the assistant continued, there is one way. At the end of this interesting evening, everyone went to bed, and so the next morning came. When the sun came out, life in the village began to flourish. As soon as it was time for breakfast, all the villagers came to the square to receive their piece of delicious meat that Jung Da-woon had brought them. Looking around him, the village elder, who was in charge of the whole event, said thoughtfully, well, it seems that everyone who lives in this village has already gathered here. Walking over to the carcass, the village elder began to prepare for the most interesting part of today's event and slowly rolled up his sleeves. After the preparations were complete, the elder reached for a knife and picked it up. Once he had the knife in his hand, Oh Chang-seok decided to demonstrate his weapon skills by rapidly rotating the knife in his hand. After a few rotations, the village elder finished his show and grabbed the knife with his hand, squeezing it tightly so that it wouldn't suddenly slip out. The next moment, with a single swipe, the carcass was divided into several pieces. The elder obviously also knew a lot about carving different animals. With his knife, the guild elder skillfully divided the meat, separating the flesh from the bones, and impressed everyone present. After a while, the elder had identical pieces of meat lying in front of him, equally divided among all the villagers. Having completed his work, the elder of the village waved his knife to shake off the remaining blood and bones. After the carcass was finally disassembled, divided, and the tools cleaned, the elder turned to his villagers and said joyfully, now we will distribute in order, and by the way, pointing to Davong, the village elder joyfully announced, I would like to express my gratitude to Jung Da-woon, who has so willingly shared his supplies with us. Hearing the elder speak, the rest of the crowd also broke into applause and began to express their gratitude for the bounty he had given them. Having completed his cunning plan to win the trust of the residents, Oh Chang-seok thought, this requires a lot of effort, but this demonstration is very effective in the crowd. When Da-woon saw how skillfully Oh Chang-seok handled the griffin carcass, he was surprised to hear him say, this elder, he's really good with a knife? With that kind of skill, he should be able to catch an eagle by himself. Hearing Da-woon's astonished words, the rabbit sharply rebutted him and explained, he may seem very skillful, but not to that extent. It's 100% animal slaughtering skill. Then drawing Da-woon's attention to the knife the elder was using to carve the carcass, the rabbit said, besides, that knife is an improved weapon. It's about 3 times stronger, or even more. After reporting on the improved knife, the rabbit added uncertainly, it's also possible that his skill extends to the knife. Hearing this, Da-woon exclaimed, cool, when I was designing a similar carcass, I broke out in a 7th sweat. I'm just jealous. After that, Da-woon froze in his tracks thinking, someday I will also be able to find an advanced knife for myself, and I will improve its functions so that I can do even better. Looking at the girl who was carrying home a bowl of meat, she happily announced, wow, we're having a meat party tonight. Da-woon said thoughtfully, they seem to be happy with the meat? After the boy saw that the people were satisfied and grateful to Da-woon, he happily reported with a sly smile on his face. And now we can also slowly, well, let's start preparing. Evening came, and all over the village the fire was burning, and everyone was cooking the meat that they had received from the elder in the square that afternoon. Walking through the streets of the village, the rabbit who had been sent to scout was not very happy with this sight, because everything was somehow. He just did not like it. As the rabbit walked away from the neighborhood, he said with a grudging voice, as if they were really having some kind of a banquet. Of course, this is a village, but they really do look a little too carefree, and it's a little annoying. At the same time, Da-woon was preparing for his plan to obtain improved equipment by placing blocks of salt near him. While some were busy arranging the goods at the counter, others were writing a bright sign for their shop. This was exactly what Yoon Hyun-soo was doing. After placing a few blocks on the table, and a few dozen more nearby, Sung Woo-hyun asked, "Da-won, is this enough?" Then Hoel added tiredly, "So many. I can't eat this much in a lifetime." Seeing that the work was finished, Da-woon replied, "Excellent." And at the same time, the rabbit came and happily announced, "I'm back." Hearing the rabbit's voice, Da-woon asked him, "Oh, you have come already? So how are things going outside?" To which the rabbit replied, "Don't you see all that smoke behind me? Everyone is grilling meat." When Yoon Hyun-soo finished drawing the sign for the shop, he happily announced, "Hen, I've finished it. Please take a look." After checking his friend's work, Da-woon happily said, "Oh, you wrote it well. Well done." Then looking to the side, Da-woon saw that Hoel had come to him. He asked happily, "So at last, Hoel Hyun, is everything ready for you?" He replied hesitantly, Yes." Waving to their friend Da-won, Song Woo-hyun and Yoon Hyun-soo said to him as they left, "Well, let's go." Then Hoel replied in confusion, "Just don't expect too much from me." As soon as Hoel headed for the village with the bowl of salt, Da-won asked his friends happily, "So, can we open now?" After that, Sung Woo-hyun and Da-woon raised a sign above their shop that read, "Da-woon's Rock Salt." As soon as the sign was up, Yoon Hyun-soo looked after his friend and asked in surprise, "Hyun, but where did Hoel Hyun go?" Hearing such a strange question from his friend, Da-won slyly said, "Where did he go? He went to fish for bait, Preman Ka." After receiving this information about where their rather inexperienced friend had gone, Song Woo-hyun was confused. "What about him? Will he be okay? He's never done anything like this before, as far as I know." Hearing this question from his dear friend, Da-won answered him with confidence. "It doesn't require any special skills. I asked him to do only one single thing." After walking a little further, Hoel saw potential customers discussing with each other. "It's good, of course, but it's kind of boring. It's been so long since we ate meat." Walking up to the girls, who were discussing the slightly bland taste of the meat, Hoel asked, "Why are we sad?" Startled by his sudden appearance, the girls exclaimed in fright, "Oh, you scared us!" Thinking about the words of his comrades, who were doubting the success of the mission that Hoel had been entrusted with, Da-woon said confidently, "Don't worry, it's just a pinch of salt." Ho. El then walked over to the girls, took a pinch of salt from the bowl, and sprinkled it on the meat of one of the girls who was standing right in front of him. Seeing what he was doing, the girl nervously exclaimed, "Hey, what are you putting on this?" Then, after taking a closer look at what Hoel had just poured on her meat, she said in surprise, "Wait a minute, is it really?" Looking at Da-woon, Yoon Hyun-soo asked, "Hey, Hyun, what's the result of just one pinch of salt?" No sooner had he said this than someone in the distance began to shout, "Salt! Sell us some salt!" As they approached Da-woon's shop, the frenzied crowd shouted, "That's right, it's there, I want some too." When Da-woon saw the crowd flying at them, he was frightened and exclaimed, "Bait! They've taken it." Then Yoon Hyun-soo and Song Woo-hyun thought in surprise, "Wow." A few seconds later, a large crowd of people gathered in front of Da-won's shop. Seeing the mountain of salt, someone in the crowd said in astonishment, "Wow, is there really that much salt here?" Looking at the store, the guy in the crowd said thoughtfully, How should we pay for it? After all, money has no special value in a dungeon. Can we pay with food?" Hearing this question from the boy, Da-woon placed a sign on the table that read, "A bowl of salt equals sign used reinforced equipment." Then Da-woon said, "The deal is quite simple." He then loudly announced, "Any item that has a reinforcement effect will do for us. And in exchange for it, you can get one full bowl of salt which will last you for quite some time." Hearing this offer of exchange, the guy was confused. "Well, of course I need salt, but to exchange it for reinforced equipment, I don't even know if it's worth it." When he saw that no one was buying salt, one man in the crowd suddenly spoke up, "Hey, if you're not going to buy it, then please step aside and let the others pass." Hearing what the man had just said, the guy who had been thinking about whether he should make a trade said thoughtfully, "But listen, it's not just an ordinary item, it's reinforced equipment." Looking back at the hesitant boy, the man in the black suit and dark glasses answered him, "I know a way to get such equipment, but the situation with salt is quite different. Those players who made it to the 4th level had an average of 1 or 2 reinforced items, and considering what they had to go through to get it, It was a pity to give it away. Everyone needed the salt, but it was also a shame to part with the weapons we had gotten so hard. Most of those present here are thinking along these lines. Right now, their hearts are as hot as 99-degree water, but until the water reaches a temperature of 100 degrees, it will not boil. However, only one person dared to do so. At that very moment, a man in a black suit putting a reinforced axe on the table said, "Here, give me one bowl of salt." He could add the degree that was so necessary to reach the boiling point. Then the rest of the crowd, who had previously been hesitant, saw that this act was not so reckless and decided to do it as well. And so, after the first customer left with his purchased goods, the rest of the crowd had a very serious thought, but soon the trade was successful. The next moment, everyone who was present at the shop began to give away their improved weapons to get the goods and enjoy the meat to the fullest. Eventually, word of the salt sale reached the village elder himself. When he heard the news, he was displeased. What? He's selling salt? After receiving this information, the village elder went to Devong's shop to take a look at his business. On the way, he saw his villagers carrying salt to their homes and thought, indeed, they are carrying salt. As he got closer and closer, the elder spoke thoughtfully as he looked at the people surrounding the store. This whole crowd, and among this crowd was Da Wun, who had created such a stir around himself and his product. When he saw that things were in full swing, he said, "Okay, pass the items to those on the left." No sooner had he said this than he heard someone's voice close to him say, "You are quite the surprise artist, aren't you?" Hearing this, Da Wun suddenly turned his head to see the source of the voice. When Da Wun turned his head, he saw Oh Chang-seok, and he was surprised to hear him say, "Elder!" Hearing this, the crowd also turned Yu's attention to him and said in surprise, "Elder is here?" Then the old man said joyfully, "Ho ho, give me some salt." When Da Wun saw the elder in front of him, he was confused. What the hell is this old man doing here? He's ruining the whole scheme. Then the young man said, if you have some reinforced equipment, I will give you a bowl of salt in exchange for it." Then the old man said, "No." After refusing the offer, Oh Chang-seok added confidently, "How about you give me all the salt you have here?" Hearing this, Da Wun said in confusion, "What?" Hearing what Elder Da Wun had just suggested, the girl behind him whispered to the boy, "Really? Elder is going to buy all the salt?" To which she heard him reply, "No way, that can't be." Then the elder, smiling slyly, said, "Salt and food. I'm going to distribute everything equally among the villagers." After that, hearing the conversations of his villagers, the old man thought, "Damn, they are so smart." Hearing what the elder had just announced, a young man in the crowd said in surprise, "Ooh, what?" Then the old man continued, "That weapon you are going to leave here because it is full of memories?" Hearing such noble words from the village elder, Da Wun replied in confusion, "Listen, elder, let me tell you something just in case. No matter how noble your goal is, I will not give you a discount." Hearing Devong say this, my grandfather responded provocatively, "Don't worry about it. I buy everything with my own money." And he thought happily, "What a fool. I have so many cheap weapons that are no longer useful." Then, with a serious expression on his face, the old man continued to think irritably, "Besides, it's not worth the salt. What irritates me the most is the fact that you and your salt have attracted all the attention of the crowd here." Hearing this self-confident speech from the elder, Da Wun asked, "Really? But there is quite a lot here." The elder replied with a smile, "Ho ho, it's okay." And he thought, I can make such sacrifices. Looking at this elder, who considered himself the most cunning, Da Wun suddenly thought, what is he hoping for by acting so arrogantly? Then, smiling slyly that he had finally caught a stupid customer from whom he could extract a lot of equipment, Da Wun thought, I have caught a stupid customer. Afterwards, scratching the back of his head, Da Wun said uncertainly, "It's not that I suspect you of anything, but are you sure you can buy all this?" And then he thought, I need to heat it up a little more. Then the old man added angrily, "Hey, I told you not to worry about that." Hearing this angry response from the elder, Da Wun replied in frustration, "I just thought it would be too much trouble for you." Hearing Da Wun's words, the elder smiled broadly and added confidently, "I don't just throw around big words in front of all these people." After that, the old man smiled slyly and added too confidently, "I'll buy everything, I promise you." And he really wasn't bluffing. The elder quickly checked the amount of salt with his skill and compared it to the amount of weapons he had. However, there was one thing the elder could not take into account with his skill. When the elder had redeemed all the salt he had, Da-won, smiling broadly, said happily, "Then I will believe you, and I will take out all the salt I have." When the elder heard that he didn't have all the salt in front of him, but that Da-won would take out more, he asked in confusion, "What, Ganesh?" Da-won opened his inventory and flipped through the pages with his supplies and said happily, "I've been waiting for this moment for so long." Pulling out a huge statue from his inventory, Da-won solemnly announced, "This statue is 100% made of salt." When the elders saw the amount of salt Da-won had just taken out of his storehouse, they were frightened and asked, "Is it made entirely of salt?" Hearing this question, Da-won answered him, "To be perfectly accurate, it is 100% pure natural rock salt. If you don't take my word for it, you can taste it." Then, glaring at his opponent, who had recently been so confident in his abilities, Da-won asked him, "If that wasn't what your question was about, you're not going to take it back, are you? Aren't you going to take it back?" With a sly smile to show his opponent that he was not the most cunning one here, Da-won said sarcastically, "Isn't that right? You have a great deal of authority here." Hearing Da-won's words, the elder was seriously frightened, doubting his ability to face such a serious opponent. Seeing the elder's nervousness after the salt statue appeared, a girl in the crowd said in confusion, "Elder, doesn't he look a little surprised to me?" To which she heard in response, "No, he's not." After that, the elder, who was seriously frightened by such serious expenses in order not to lose his authority, heard from behind him, "Our elder is not that kind of person." Seeing how skillfully Da-won manipulated the enemy, Alpha said to him, "You have done well. For the first time you have shown yourself with dignity, as befits a temple master." Then Da-won held up his nose and replied, "Oh, come on." When the Torahs were finally over, Da-won and his comrades began to inspect the equipment they had received. Seeing what they had, Song-woo said in amazement, "This Yu is certainly a low-quality weapon, but still." Then Hoel added, "Is this all obtained for salt?" Looking at all the junk they had received, Da-won informed them, about 1/6 of these goods were brought in by an elder. After taking a closer look at the equipment in front of him, Yoon Hyun-soo said thoughtfully, However, they look too bad. They're probably all useless." Sung Woo-hyun searched through his belongings and pulled out a pair of pink gloves and handed them to Da-won. "If you look hard enough, you can find something like this. Da-won, take a look at this." As he handed Da-won the gloves, Sun-woo said, "These look good. They'll be useful when I need to destroy a hot trap." Da-won then replied happily, "Oh, just what I needed to set up a net on the grill." Hearing this, Yoon Hyun-soo thought in surprise, "Grill nets?" Most of the items brought by the villagers were of about the same quality and usefulness. What looked more or less good had a very small margin of safety and a very short service life. Picking up the next item, Yoon Hyun-soo thought in surprise, "What, a stone?" If the items were durable, then their usefulness was almost zero, and there was no place to use them. Picking up another item, Yoon Hyun-soo said in frustration, "This is too much. Even though we said that anything would do, they all gave us the worst items they had." Hearing such disappointed words from his friend, Da-won said, "We cannot blame them for this. After all, they cannot give away the good equipment they need to protect their own lives." Sitting down next to him, Da-won also remarked, "Besides, the original purpose of selling salt for equipment was for a completely different purpose." Hearing what Da-won had just said, all of his friends suddenly thought, "Really? This was all done for the Dragon Apostle?" After that, Da-won said with anticipation, "Well, now we have all the items you mentioned. Now it's your turn, Alpha." As everyone went outside to begin preparing and implementing the plan, Alpha said, "Before we do this, I would like to say something." Hearing this, Da-won asked in confusion, "What, is this not enough?" Hearing her master sound so concerned, Alpha added, "No. I just want to tell you how to use all this equipment." Hearing this, Yoon Hyun-soo remarked, "It's a bit of a mess." As soon as the Alpha started talking about how to use the equipment, Da-won exclaimed in surprise, "Is there really a way to make all the items last longer?" Just as Da-won had the slightest hope of restoring his equipment, Alpha disappointed him by saying, "No, no." Then the boy asked, "Then what?" After that, Alpha told her owner, "If you use this equipment as an offering and place it on the altar, its power will remain in the temple forever. After that, it can be put into another object to strengthen its effect." Hearing this explanation from Alpha, Sung Woo-hyun asked in surprise, "You mean I can then pick up items with good characteristics and put their power into other equipment?" Alpha then added, "Yes, you got it right." After explaining to the boys that simply donating all of their equipment to the temple would not be a waste, Alpha added, "However, that is only a secondary question. Now place all the items you wish to sacrifice on the altar." Hearing that everything was ready to go, Hoel, who had not yet fully understood everything, said in surprise, "Wait a minute, something doesn't add up here." Drawing attention to himself, Hoel, who had approached the altar, asked in surprise, "Wait a minute, please explain to me. You want to build a temple? Right here on this spot?" Putting his hands on the altar, Hoel added thoughtfully, "The altar, and the sacrifices, and the people who will put the sacrifices on the altar and rejoice in it. These were the conditions." Looking at the man leaning on the altar, the rabbit thought in wonder, when did he manage to drag him here? Imagining what kind of temple they would build here, Hoel heard, "These are the conditions that must be met for the construction of the second temple. When there are two temples, the number of dragon apostles can be increased." Hoel then added, "This is all very good news, of course. But if you suddenly build a temple in a small village, everyone will notice it immediately. Will the elder just stand there and watch?" Hearing that his friend was confused by this question, Dawoon said in a soothing tone, "Of course we won't build it right here." Hearing that this temple would not be here, because, as previously mentioned, everyone would immediately notice it, Hoel asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Then where should it be?" Dawoon then led his confused friend to the underground passage and pointed to it. The latter in turn began to examine it and said thoughtfully, "I can't see anything." A little later, when Dawoon gave a tour of the place where the temple was to be located, Hoel said thoughtfully, "Although this is an intermediate area, but an underground temple, who knows what kind of danger might be waiting for us there." While he was thinking, Sung Woo-hyun and Yoon Hyun-soo were busy threshing the rice that Dawoon had entrusted to them. When Yoon Hyun saw Hoel idling around, he shouted out in frustration, "Hey, that's enough. Better help us with this. We know you're too lazy to work. You're just pretending to be embarrassed about something." Sitting down next to his comrades who were threshing, Hoel scratched the back of his head and said, I'm not used to working. This is all too hard for me." Then Sung Woo-hyun answered him, "So you don't want rice for dinner tonight? Show us your white hands." As soon as Hoel stretched out his hands to his commander, he immediately poured grains of rice into his hands and said, "It's not hard at all." Seeing that he had fallen for such a cheap trick, Hoel said in surprise, "What?" Then Song Woo-hyun, showing him with his hands the steps he should take, added, "You just have to rub your palms together until the husk comes off. Then white grains should appear." Hearing such a precise explanation of the task he was to perform, Hoel said in surprise, "Sung Woo-yu, how do you know all this?" To which he joyfully replied, "Dawoon taught me all of this." Then he said peacefully, "This practice is so calming. It feels like you are meditating, don't you think?" Looking at the squad leader who was trying to convince his friend of the benefits of the work, and Ta Hoel, who was refusing to do it, Rabbit, who was watching them, thought, "They are all strange here." Watching this scene, the rabbit said to the workers, "I understand you very well. When this crazy man is digging, no words can help. It is something like an instinct, like a worm." Hearing what the rabbit had just said about him, Dawoon shouted out from the underground tunnel, "Well, you know how to say, like a worm, it's too much." Then the rabbit thought in confusion, "Wow, what a keen ear." At the same time, Dawoon continued his excavations, and suddenly he came across a solid rock. Touching it, he said, "There is a rock formation here. Maybe I should test this thing once." Pulling out an iron pickaxe from his inventory that had strength and durability upgrades, Dawoon exclaimed, "I really like the one item we got for salt. With its characteristics, it will be even stronger." Immediately afterwards, Dawoon set to work, using his new tool to break the stone so effectively that fragments flew in all directions. The method Dawoon used to break rocks was divided into two separate stages. The first stage involved finding a convenient point for an iron circle, and the second stage involved knocking it out with a hammer. The use of these two tools was inevitable. However, now, with the new equipment, Dawoon has replaced his tools and combined their effects. And with the properties that enhance the effect of the pickaxe, Dawoon's skill even increased. After completing his work on creating an underground place to place an altar and to set up a temple, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. He stood in front of a huge hall with columns supporting the ceiling and said in surprise, "Oh, I think I got a little carried away in the process and Did I make it too spacious? Then Dawoon heard a voice above him saying, Han, we're done with the rice. What should we do with it now? Then Dawoon said in surprise, Geez, I can hear it even here? Is it because the cave is artificially constructed? Then, holding his hands out in front of him to make the sound louder, Dawoon shouted, Someone come down here and let one of us stay to cook dinner on the surface. Then a voice answered him, Very well. As Yoon Hyun-soo, Song Woo-hyun, and Dawoon were heading to the dungeon that Dawoon had dug, they heard Hoel calling after them, Don't worry about dinner, just be careful. To which Sung Woo replied, Yes, Hyung, I'll see you later. As Song Woo-hyun walked down the stairs, he was surprised to hear that he had already walked a considerable distance. This Dawoon, I was so surprised when he made furniture, but it turns out he can build this. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, the boys hurried toward it. When they arrived at the temple building, Sung Woo happily announced, Dawoon, we have arrived. Before he could finish, he saw a whole field of rice in front of him. When he heard that his friends had arrived, Dawoon said with joy, Oh, you're here. Then Song Woo-hyun, looking at the huge field of rice, said in surprise, Tell me, I'm not the only one who is dreaming about this, am I? After walking a little further, Sung Woo-hyun looked at the grains of the plant and said in amazement, This is a field? I thought that the rice you gave us was all you had. Hearing this from his friend, Dawoon scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said, Well, since I had the opportunity, I decided to sow more. It can be taken out of the inventory at any time anyway. It's a pity to leave such a spacious place to waste. Hearing this explanation from his friend, Sung Woo asked, So what should we do? I'm sure you didn't call us here for no reason. Yoon Hyun-soo then added happily, Hyung, just tell me what to do. When Da-won heard that his friends were ready to work, he began to divide up the responsibilities. Okay, Song Woo-hyun and I will pick the empty grains. Jin-soo, you cover us. As Hoel-hyun said, there might be skeletons here. As Song Woo-hyun began to warm up for his work, he said to his friend in surprise, Da-won, I didn't expect you to be careful out there because of some skeletons. Hearing such a remark, Da-woon replied awkwardly, They're not scary. I just don't want them to come near my precious grains, hee. Then Yoon Hyun-soo happily announced, You have a farmer in you. After that, the long, hard work of caring for the plants and removing the empty ears began. Together with Da-won, who was doing the actual tending and inspection of the plants, Song Woo-hyun began to remove the empty ears, carefully examining each ear in the field. At the same time, Yoon Hyun-soo was not sitting idle either. He was entrusted with a very important mission. Holding his bow, the boy looked for where the enemies might come from. While working in the field, Da-woon suddenly heard a noise coming from the stairs leading upstairs, and he focused his eyes on the entrance. A few seconds later, he saw Hoel, who had just entered, and the rabbit, who had come to meet him. As it turned out later, Hoel had prepared dinner and brought it to the room to let everyone know that they were going to eat. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, the incredible aroma of delicious rice spread throughout the room. Seeing that the rice was ready, all the boys froze in amazement at the perfectly cooked dish. In a short time, everyone was ready to eat, savoring this nostalgic dish. Da-woon was the first to try it, scooping up a little hot rice with a spoon and starting to cool it down. The rest of the boys joined in right after him. They all picked up spoons and began to eat. After taking the first sip, Yoon Hyun-soo looked at the chef with satisfaction and expressed his respect. Looking at the players happily spending time together, the abundance of equipment and the temple hall, she said happily, rejoicing people, and a sufficient number of items on the altar, and a place for a new temple. When all the work was done, Da-woon gathered all his comrades around and joyfully announced, You all did a great job. After receiving the praise from his friend, Yoon Seung-hyun rubbed his nose and smiled happily, proud to have been of service. Also receiving praise from young Da-won, Hoel shed a few tears and tried to justify his sentimentality by saying, I got a piece of trash in my eye again. Satisfied with the result of his work, Song Woo-hyun thought, That's amazing, Da-woon. Looking at another picture where everyone was happy again, the rabbit thought unhappily, What are they all doing here? When everything was ready, Da-woon pointed to the altar and solemnly announced, I hereby proclaim this place, the second temple of the Dragon of Life, Ertea. Immediately after this loud announcement, the altar lit up with a bright light, illuminating the entire room of the present temple. As soon as the ritual was over, Alpha announced, This place became the territory of the temple. It will be called the Underground Temple. It is necessary to set traps to protect the temple. Do you want to set the traps right now? Hearing this question, Da-woon said in surprise, Traps? Who would attack at this depth? To which Alpha replied, preparing for an enemy invasion is an important element of the temple. Hearing that the trap still needed to be set, as this was a very important part of the temple, Dawoon smiled slyly and said, actually, I have already prepared for this just in case. Hearing Dawoon say this, the rabbit asked in surprise, what? Have you already set traps here? Hearing the rabbit's surprise, Dawoon pointed to the field and said, of course, there they are. Looking at the field, the rabbit said in confusion, isn't this just a rice paddy? Realizing that the rabbit did not see his intention, Dawoon added, not so, there is a ditch inside. In fact, even a pit can serve as a good trap. Besides, thanks to the ears of grain, it is not visible, which is why it is easy to get in. Having heard such an ingenious construction of a trap in the dungeon, the rabbit replied in confusion, well, it doesn't look very reliable. Then Dawoon confidently exclaimed, hey, if I only made a hole, then yes, set a trap. Looking at Dawoon, the rabbit thoughtfully said in his head, I'm pretty sure that this guy made sure that every time the traps are reset, this rice paddy will be renewed. Looking at his work, Dawoon said happily, so what else is there to do in this temple? Is this all there is to do? Then Alpha said to Dawoon, it's not over yet. Don't be in such a hurry. Now we need to choose a steward to manage this temple and keep an eye on this place. Hearing this, Dawoon said, oh right, a steward. Hearing that a manager was needed, the rabbit thought in surprise, whoa, what? Then the rabbit beamed with happiness and looked confidently at Dawoon, so that he would pay attention to him and appoint him to the position. When Dawoon saw the rabbit looking so confident and trying to make a good impression, he said in surprise, what is this? Why are you sending me such ambiguous looks? Then, turning his back on the rabbit, Dawoon suddenly asked Alpha, can we appoint Song Woo-hyun as the manager? Which made the rabbit, who had very high hopes, very angry. Hearing this suggestion from Alpha, Song Woo-hyun said in surprise, what? Me? Standing behind Sung Hyun, the rabbit shouted angrily, I'm against it. However, Sung Woo-hyun ignored him, as did everyone else, and added, do you want me to be the manager? Having been asked this question before Sung Woo-hyun was appointed as manager, Alpha answered categorically, no, that's not possible. After receiving this answer, Dawoon said in displeasure, what? Why? Then the rabbit said, of course it is impossible. Did you really think that anyone could be appointed to such a position and become a manager? Dawoon replied in surprise, you were too, even though you are a rabbit. Then the rabbit answered Dawoon irritably, but I am a special rabbit, and this man Liu Sin-woo is not even close to me. Then the Alpha confirmed, adding, that's right, only an outstanding personality can become a manager. After saying that, the rabbit also added, and that's why there are so many animals among the managers of this dungeon game. It's much easier for animals to level up, unlike humans. The rabbit fell to the floor and started rolling on it and being naughty and exclaimed, in short, among all of us, I am the most suitable candidate. That is why I should be made the manager. Appoint me. As Dawoon looked at the cranky rabbit who wanted to become the manager, he thought, I'm concerned about the fact that he will have a little more power. But if it is necessary for my friends to become dragon apostles. After finishing his thoughts, Dawoon reluctantly said, all right, let it be a rabbit. Taking Dawoon's words into consideration, Alpha said, I am appointing a manager. As soon as the ritual of appointing a temple manager was completed, the rabbit spoke joyfully. Yeah, I am a great rabbit. I feel that I am becoming stronger. After his pompous remarks, the rabbit added happily, hey, now you won't call me that anymore. Now I can have a name. Hearing this, Dawoon repeated in surprise, what, a name? Immediately afterward, the rabbit bowed nobly in front of Dawoon and joyfully announced, at last I have waited for this very moment, and I have earned my right to be named. With his head bowed and his hand extended, the rabbit spoke to Dawoon in a noble tone. My lord, would it be too much trouble for you to give me a name? As noble and beautiful as possible. After Dawoon had finished naming his subject, the rabbit looked at his status table and said anxiously, this, sir, is it just me or is there something wrong here? Running his paw over the table, the rabbit added, the name. The table read, name, rabbit, rank, mid-level manager, physical strength %, satiety level %. Rabbit looked up at Dawoon and saw him smiling. Then he happily announced, yes, just rabbit. Isn't that better than having no name at all? Realizing that his master was a cretin, and had indeed given him the same name as his nickname. The rabbit, despairing, exclaimed in frustration, "No, it's the same as it was." Leaving the noisy and disgruntled rabbit to run both temples, Shinwoo and Jinsu finally received their titles as Dragon Apostles after the second temple was established. As their numbers increased, so did their functions. Now the Dragon Apostles and the Steward could communicate with each other. In modern terms, they had their own separate chat room. However, it was no longer possible to increase the number of temples, and not everyone was able to receive their titles of Dragon Apostles. Oh Dong-min received the title from the Great Temple, and Liu Xinwu and Yoon Jinsu from the Underground Temple. Gu Hoel gave up his place to Xinwu and Jinsu, whose task was to fight on the battlefield. "Wow, uncle, you are so noble." And what did he say? "I'm still a tank." And so, on this happy note, the process of building the new temple, its arrangement, the selection of the temple manager, and the selection of the Dragon Apostles ended. And at the same time, somewhere in the village of the crevices, there was a man who, despite the late hour, could not sleep. This person was the elder of the village, who was troubled by a strange feeling. Sitting on his throne, Oh Changseok tapped on it, trying to understand what it was that was bothering him, that was keeping him awake on this quiet night. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, the village elder pondered, some kind of strange feeling. No, to be more precise, it's some kind of anxiety. Closing his eyes, the elder plunged into even deeper thought, trying to recall his past and what happened when he had similar feelings. Then he continued, "Judging from my experience, it means that I'm in some kind of danger." Thinking about the food that Dawoon had given them, the elder suddenly thought about the possibility. Maybe, was the meat spoiled? Although it was quite tasty. Then his suspicion fell on the salt he had bought from the boy to show his superiority. Or maybe there was poison in the salt, but it was unlikely. It was just salty. When his thoughts reached a dead end because the cause of his anxiety was not the food, the elder thought, "Damn, what is it then? Wait a minute." By emitting light, his abilities finally began to manifest. At the same moment that the elder began to feel anxious, he realized the exact cause of his anxiety. Remembering Jung Da-woon, who had recently arrived in their village, the elder thought in confusion, "Perhaps this is the same guy, Jung Da-won." At the same time, somewhere on the street, two guards were guarding the village, making sure that no danger would take him by surprise. Then one of the guards spoke to the other. "Listen, Hen, how did you defeat those skeletons?" Hearing such a strange question from his partner, one of the guards replied, "What? You've been here a long time." To which he replied, "And most often I was in reconnaissance. This is my first time as a guard." Hearing this disappointing news, one of the guards said in confusion, "What? Oh, there was almost a disaster. Hey, listen to me carefully. If my partner behaves inappropriately, I could be in danger myself." Then the newcomer replied, "Yes, I understand." After that, the more experienced guard said to his rookie friend, "There are special signs of their appearance." To which he received a question in response. "Really? And what are they?" Recalling the same case of skeletons, the more experienced guard said, "Tombstones that suddenly appear from the ground." The man then added, "I don't know exactly how or why they appear, but if tombstones appear here, the skeletons of warriors will start to appear from the ground. That is, it is better to start doing something when these tombstones first appear." Speaking about how to recognize the beginning of the offensive, the experienced guard added, "Because even if you break their legs, arms, smash their heads, they still won't die. They are already dead." Shrugging at the newcomer, the guard continued, "The longer we fight them, the faster we will get tired, which means the worse for us." Having received such a detailed instruction, the newcomer said thoughtfully, "It is true." Ignoring the newcomer's words, the experienced guard added, "So stop thinking about these dead people. Look for the tombstones right away and smash them right away. This is the only way to defeat them." Having received enough information from his experienced comrade, the newcomer said thoughtfully, "If I hadn't learned this, I would have fought my enemies, wasting my strength. Oh, by the way, these slabs, what do they look like?" Hearing the question from the newcomer, the experienced warrior pointed to his hand in front of him and said thoughtfully, "Ah, the slabs. Well, just over there. That's what they look like." What? Realizing what he had just said and seen, the experienced guard realized that the danger was close and that they would soon have to confront the enemy. Looking in the direction his comrade was pointing, the newcomer said in confusion, "Hen Nim?" Equally confused by this situation, the experienced guard said, What? No way. Sending the newcomer to the head of the village, the experienced guard said to him, You must tell the elder as soon as possible. Hearing the noise of stomping feet on the floor, all the boys looked up. Then Sung Woo-hyun said thoughtfully, I think there's something going on upstairs. After that, Song Woo-hyun added in embarrassment, Let us go up and take a look. Then he thought, I feel that something very bad is happening up there. When the elder arrived at the observation tower to investigate the situation, he saw a huge number of coffins and exclaimed in fright, We need to strengthen the fence. Soldiers, go outside the village and get ready for battle. And he heard in response, We obey, elder. After the elder gave the order, he immediately calmed down, thinking, Yes, my anxiety was not because of Dawun. Then he shouted to the villagers, Let's go that way. We need more trees. Then he wondered, Why are there so many skeletons here? Looking at this crowd of enemies, the village elder thought in confusion, Oh shit. My skill tells me, this time, there is nowhere to run. We can only fight the enemies. Thinking about these words, the elder said, They may scold me, calling me a greedy old man, but I do not care. I have something that I have to protect. Looking at the enemies approaching the town and the soldiers preparing to defend against the crowd of skeletons, the elder said, This is a precious village. Then, to boost the morale of his people, the elder shouted loudly, We will defend our precious village. No one retreats. Everyone keep the line. And at the same time, the enemies had already gathered a rather large army and began to attack the village. Looking at the enemies, who were numerous, the residents, who were preparing to fight to defend their homeland, thought only of their clothes. They are coming. Seeing that there was no time to delay, a young man standing in front of the crowd, dressed in an American football suit, rushed into the fray to defend his territory. With a swing of his weapon, he easily overpowered one of the skeletons, knocking its head off its shoulders. However, this was only the beginning, and simply destroying enemies was not very effective. As soon as he had destroyed the first skeleton, the second and third followed with a slight delay. The guy, swinging his club, smashed the enemy's skulls over and over again. After swinging his powers a little, the boy decided to use his strength to be more effective against the enemy, whose numbers were not decreasing. Swinging his sword, Dawun threw it at the enemy to destroy the enemy who was at a great distance from him. Seeing that the battle had already begun, the other warriors who lived in the village could not stand idly by either, but also rushed into the battle to help Dawun in his difficult task. The man with the spear, holding his weapon tightly in his hands, also fought the enemies who were attacking the village quite effectively, even if he was not inferior in strength to Davong. A girl with brass knuckles also came to their aid. Although she was fighting the enemies in hand-to-hand combat, her skills were just as good, and she was also quite effective in destroying the enemies. Not far from them, there was also a warrior who stood out among the others. He stood out from the rest because of his physique and fighting skills. His weapon was also a spear, which he used as a throwing weapon. Trying to help all their comrades who were fighting at the front, the rest of the players covered their backs and dealt with those enemies who managed to slip by. When the battle was in full swing, the village elder stood on the observation tower and watched the whole action, which was happening for the sake of the village's existence. Even though the villagers were killing a large number of enemies, there were still more of them. Then the elder began to look for the graves of the dead. As he moved his eyes behind the skeletons of the warriors, the elder finally saw where the main target was. Then he thought, if we do not destroy these slabs, the battle will become one-sided in the very near future. However, the villagers were simply unable to destroy all those tombstones. That's because they had to get to them first, and to get there, they had to break through the enemy's line of defense. After a while, the player's strength began to gradually run out, and so the first such incident occurred. One of the residents dropped his weapon, which was knocked out of his hand by a skeleton during the battle. Having fallen to the ground, the guy who got into such an unpleasant situation looked back to see if he would have time to get to her. But at that time, the enemy was already on the move. In this case, the human forces were quite limited, and they could not resist the army of the dead forever. But unlike humans, the dead who attacked them had an inexhaustible supply of strength to continue this battle until the last survivor. Watching the battle, the elder of the village said sadly, "We have no chance of success in this situation." But suddenly something awoke in him. Wild, untamed. Then the head of the village smiled ominously and said in surprise, "Success." Jumping from his observation tower to the battlefield, the elder said, "Success is not the point here. As he approached the enemies, the village elder took out his sword and swung it wide, saying, "This is..." The next moment, he was already on the battlefield, helping his comrades in this difficult confrontation. Then he continued his thought. The problem of survival. Seeing their leader on the battlefield, one of the soldiers exclaimed in surprise, "Elder! Elder!" To which he replied, "Prepare to fight." Finding himself in the same situation as his comrades, the elder began to survey the situation around him. Then he looked to the left. There he saw a strong warrior whose strength was at its limit and who said wearily, "There are too many of them." The elder then looked to the right to see what was happening there. The situation there was also quite disappointing. The girl who had been fighting the monsters was also very exhausted, and she was fighting with the last of her strength. The long battle against the skeleton warriors was very unfavorable. Almost every resident of the village knew this, and this was the main problem. It was because the enemy line could not be broken. The more time passed since the beginning of the confrontation, the more pressure the residents felt, as they had to fight the enemy with all their strength, to the very last. And at the very moment when people were losing hope for victory, watching the number of monsters in front of them and their comrades already exhausted, many began to feel fear. As soon as a person felt it in the face of a strong enemy, their body stopped moving and simply froze in place. And that is why many people became easy targets. But that was not all. Those who could move even a little bit were also not very useful, because when they started to feel afraid, they were simply unable to show their abilities. However, the starosta, who was also present on the battlefield, could easily recognize the anxiety of his residents, and in order to overcome this desperate situation, which was threatening more and more people, with every passing second, it was necessary to defuse the situation. Realizing that now was the time, the village elder began to take in a lungful of air so that everyone on the battlefield could hear him. After that, Oh Chang-seok shouted loudly to draw everyone's attention to him. "Residents of the crevice village." Hearing their leader addressing them, most of the soldiers tried to get to the enemy as quickly as possible to listen to what he had to say. After everyone paid attention to him, the elder shouted loudly, "We are all in for a fierce fight. I know that there will be some who will not withstand the pressure and will break." The elder then continued, "But remember one thing." Hearing these words, the girl thought in surprise, is the elder going to fight on the front lines too? Recalling all those moments when they arrived in the village and were just getting used to it, the soldiers heard, "Your perseverance and courage are the reason you are still alive." Recalling those happy days when the village was quiet and cozy and everyone enjoyed life, the starosta added, "A place that is a refuge for us, and more." Then looking at his comrades with whom he had fought side by side, the elder added, "The reason why we must survive." After hearing this motivating speech from their elder, each of the soldiers felt a new surge of strength that allowed them to continue the battle. Pointing to the advancing army of enemies, the elder exclaimed in conclusion, "We must definitely stay alive and return to our village." After that, the elder shouted with all his might, "We will all return home." Survival in the dungeon. Even though this was a daily task for the survivors, when this task is repeated day after day, the goal becomes increasingly blurred. However, the cry of the village elder helped all the soldiers to remember why they were doing this every day. Then the soldiers on the front line gathered their strength and thought, "We need to return home." Although it was a very motivating experience and morale rose, it did not make the enemies less, and they continued to attack the village at the same pace. Gathering his strength, the guard on duty thought, "Damn, I thought we had no choice but to lose in this battle. But now it has become a battle we cannot lose." Wiping the sweat from his face and grabbing his weapon again, the man went to the ram with his comrade, shouting joyfully, "We can't just die here." Seeing that his men went into battle against the enemy with renewed vigor, the village elder thought encouragingly, "Their morale has risen again. Perhaps a miracle will happen." And at that very moment, something unexpected happened. Hearing this motivating speech from the elder, Dawoon happily said, "Thank you for such a thoughtful speech." Hearing someone's voice behind him, the elder turned around to see who it was and asked in surprise, "You." Along with Dawoon, all of his comrades, who had considerable combat potential, arrived on the battlefield. And yes, everyone had finally waited. The miracle did happen. After that very moment, the real battle began. For some, this expression may seem too ancient and worn out, or even from the past centuries, but Song Woo-hyun had done such incredible things with his physical skills and abilities that there was no more appropriate word for him now. Sung Woo-hyun, who was the leader of his group, rushed into the fray, drawing his lightning blades. Watching Song Woo-hyun's movements, everyone on the battlefield could not move, frozen in amazement. Approaching the enemies, Song Woo-hyun prepared for a large-scale attack across the square to kill as many enemy soldiers as possible at once. After landing on the ground, Song Woo-hyun said, "Lightning." After that, all the enemies around him in a large radius simply flew away, and in the place where he'd stabbed the dagger, lightning struck from the sky. Watching the enemy fight, especially the captain who had just gotten excited, the elder said in confusion, "So he has such outstanding abilities." At the same time, someone near the battlefield who was watching Song Woo-hyun's battle exclaimed in surprise, "What is that sword that makes lightning fly out of it? It seems to be a very cool weapon." Hearing his commander's astonishment at the sight of his fighting style, Yoon Hyun-soo remarked, "Come on, do you really think it's all about his weapon? You're so right." Then picking up an arrow to demonstrate to the villagers how wrong they were, Yoon Hyun-soo said, "Here, just watch." Drawing his aunt's bow and taking aim at the crowd of enemies, the boy said confidently, "It's not about the weapon that one possesses." After shooting a fiery arrow into the crowd, the boy added, "It's about the abilities themselves. How well you master them, how skillfully and effectively you can use them." The girl to whom Yoon Hyun-soo had demonstrated his strength said with a wide mouth in astonishment, "So young and yet so strong." To which he replied irritably, "You called me small." After that, Yoon Hyun-soo began to look around, trying to find his other friend, who for some reason had not yet been heard from. Then he thought, where is Uncle Hoel? At the same time, somewhere on the battlefield, a skeleton fighting an exhausted player was able to wound him, waiting for the right moment when he would open up. Crouching on the ground and grabbing his wound to stop the bleeding, the exhausted warrior thought in confusion as he looked into the eyes of death, "Oh, shit!" Suddenly behind him, the same man heard someone's voice say, "You have died yourself. Now you want to make the others like you?" It was Hoel. Standing majestically in front of the enemy who had just harmed the soldier, Hoel spoke confidently, "Isn't that right, knuckleheads?" Seeing his comrade in front of him, the wounded soldier was overjoyed. Looking at the enemy that appeared before him, the skeleton was not afraid because its goal was to destroy everything in its path. He simply raised his head up to look into the eyes of the new enemy. After that, Hoel felt a strange tingling sensation in his side. It was the skeleton that had stabbed him while he was distracted. When the warrior felt a strange sensation in his lower abdomen, he looked down to check what had happened, and at the same time yelled out in pain, looking at the skeleton in anger. Realizing what had happened to him, Hoel decided to play along to make the performance seem more dramatic, and exclaimed in confusion, "Fuck, I've been shot." Realizing that his cunning attack had paid off, the skeleton began to laugh at the helplessness of the man who had come to save his friend, and was so easily stabbed. After the skeleton was sure of his victory over the enemy, Hoel abruptly pulled himself together and said joyfully, "Why are you so happy? It was a joke." The next moment, Hoel decided to play the same joke on his enemies, taking out his axe and wiping out dozens of enemies with just one blow. Watching his savior, who had just defeated a dozen skeletons, the rescued player said in surprise, "He was just stabbed. How did he survive after that?" After this incident, Da-won, who was standing next to the village elder, happily reported, "His skill is revival. It can be considered the most suitable skill for a tank." Watching Da-won's comrades destroy enemies left and right, the elder said in amazement, "And I thought this guy was a complete novice." Then Da-won introduced his comrades once again. The first was Liu Xingwu, a striker in life and on the battlefield. He was followed by Yoon Ji-soo, who was able to strike the approaching enemy in advance. And finally, the team's tank, the one who has incredible recovery power and is responsible for the safety of the soldiers during the battle, is Ku Hoel. After hearing the description of each of Devong's comrades, the guild elder thought in awe. Each of them has outstanding abilities, and the three of them create incredible energy. Realizing that he was looking at the true legends of this dungeon, who could match anyone in strength, the elder thought, "They are a team of the strongest fighters." Looking at the elder who was flying in the clouds, Da-won suddenly asked, "However, why are we fighting outside? Wouldn't it be better for us to fight inside the fence? You worked so hard to build this fence. How about using it?" Hearing Da-won's question about using all means to effectively confront a crowd of enemies, the elder told him, "This is our tactic." Da-won looked at him in surprise at this explanation. Realizing that Da-won did not understand the whole picture, the elder told him, "It is difficult to find a good tree in this dead land. This fence looks strong, but it is made of rotten logs, so it is not that strong." After delivering this disappointing news, the elder continued, in addition, there are many people in the village who use hand-to-hand combat, and they will have nothing to do behind the fence. That's why fighting behind the fence is a waste of energy. Inspecting the fence, which was built of poor quality materials, Da-woon said in surprise, so this palisade is useless? Then, Oh Chang-seok, after finishing off the skeleton that had attacked him, replied, I cannot say that it is of no use at all. If we take into account some aspects of combat. For example, in this situation, when you have to fight so many enemies, the palisade helps to reduce the possible sides of the enemy attack at least a little. Raising his finger to indicate the main point, the elder added, you as a beginner may think that this is too dangerous, but it is a tactic of warfare. Hearing such a strange justification for the usefulness of the palisade built around the village, Da-woon said in disappointment, ah, it's too complicated. It's too complicated. Hearing that his explanation was too difficult to understand, the elder replied insultingly, ooh, what too complicated? After that, Da-woon opened his inventory of earth blocks and suddenly asked, it will be enough to build a huge wall around the village? Am I right? After that, while stretching his muscles, Da-woon asked, can these skeletons jump? The elder replied, these guys are mostly pushers, so they're not very good at jumping. Then Da-woon replied, good, I understand. Watching Da-woon warming up for his important work, the village elder suddenly asked him, why are you doing that? The next moment, the elder's eyes began to reflect something incredible and strange. He simply froze in place in surprise and confusion. Da-woon, who had learned all the information he needed, began to build a wall of clay blocks in front of the palisade around the village, which was supposed to serve as a defense. Seeing the wall in front of them, the skeletons who were breaking through the soldiers tried to immediately move the blocks to get through, but their attempts were in vain. Watching the skeletons' futile attempts to get in, Da-woon said happily, you will be pushing this wall for the rest of your lives. Wait there for a while. When the barrier around the village was built and the boy was convinced of its reliability and effectiveness, he said thoughtfully, now there is one last thing to do. Using his temple skills, Da-woon used his telepathic connection to contact his comrades. When he heard that he had a signal, he hurriedly spoke, Seung Woo-hyun, Ji-soo, can you hear me? After receiving the signal from their telepathic friend, the two boys answered together, yes, we hear you. Did something happen there? Da-woon said, as he created new blocks and moved them around so that everything was evenly spaced. I'm going to fence off the residents from these skeletons. Can you help me? When Da-woon finished his work at this stage, he asked, Sun Woo-hyun, you can come to me. Jisoo, find Hoel-hyun and wait for us. After giving out the instructions to his comrades, Da-won suddenly heard a question from Yoon Ji-soo, who said in confusion, but how am I going to find him here? Hearing this question from his comrade, Da-woon said in a confident voice, look around, there will be a signpost that you can see right away. Walking towards Da-woon, who was somewhere near the village fence, Liu Xingwu suddenly froze in his tracks at what had just happened before his eyes, saying in astonishment, what the? Glancing towards the village, Yoon Ji-soo also froze at the sudden appearance of the structure before his eyes, saying, what is this? Looking at the tower and then raising his head even higher to see who was sitting on top, Go Ho-el said in surprise, it's... The village elder was also not indifferent to what had just happened in front of him, and he said in astonishment, this guy, then he added, is he God himself? Noticing that a tall building had appeared before their eyes, the crowd of soldiers shouted, a tower has appeared? What is it? Climbing to the very top of the observation tower to get a detailed picture of the current situation, Da-woon said, turn on the mini-map. Looking at the mini-map that appeared at his will, he was surprised to see a huge number of enemies. Wow, there are so many skeletons, those blue dots. Isn't that Shin Woo-hyun and Ji-soo? Climbing to the very top of the tower, the rabbit said wearily, he's up to no good again. Then Da-woon said in displeasure, hey manager, where have you been? Rabbit replied, oh, do you know how hard I had to try not to be noticed? Looking at Da-woon, the rabbit covered his face with his paws to keep from laughing and asked, by the way, doesn't the unsurpassed master also have a conscience? Da-woon replied in displeasure, what, why would that be? Pointing his finger at Da-woon, the rabbit joyfully said, I mean, why? It's all because of you. With his hands at his sides, Da-woon replied insulted, hey, how was I supposed to know? Looking down to survey the number of enemies, Da-woon said thoughtfully, How could I have known that these dead people would come out through the temple of life? Then the rabbit asked, what do these knuckles have to do with the temple? Then Alpha explained, the dead do not like anything that contains vital energy. That is why they react to the temple in this way. Hearing this explanation, Dawoon asked in astonishment, did you really, Alpha? Did you know that this would happen? She replied, no. After that, a bolt of lightning struck the tall tower, which was attracting everyone's attention, and wrapped electricity around it. Upon arriving, Liu Xinwu said, Dawoon, I have arrived. Seeing that his friend was already there, Dawoon happily replied, Hen, you are quite fast. Hearing such praise from his friend, Liu Xinwu replied in surprise, I can say the same about you. How did you build this powerful thing in such a short time? I never cease to be amazed at you. After expressing his amazement, Liu Xinwu got down to business, saying, on the way, I met Hoel Heng, and I told him that we want to fence off the villagers. You were talking about that mud wall, weren't you? Clenching his hand into a fist, Dawoon said confidently, that's right. Liu Xinwu-hyun, you must help me. After that, young Dawan explained the entire plan of action in detail to Liu Xinwu so that he would know what to do in various unforeseen and obvious situations. After receiving the exact instructions on how to act, Liu Xinwu said, good, I understand. Immediately afterward, using his telepathic skill, young Dawan contacted Yoon Jisoo, saying, Jinsu, can you hear me? To which he replied, Hyung? I still haven't found my uncle. Dawoon then gave him an order, saying, close your eyes. Hearing this strange instruction, Yoon Jisoo repeated in surprise, eyes? After that, Liu Xinwu stood in a stance atop the tower that had been built in a matter of seconds and held his arms out to the side, each holding a dagger. Looking back at his friend, Liu Xinwu said uncertainly, to be honest, during the battle I realized that even I would have a hard time dealing with these skeletons. Then he asked Dawu in surprise, you're confident of winning, right, Dawoon? Hearing such a question from his comrade, who was supposed to do the bulk of the work of killing all the enemies, Dawoon said confidently, yes, I'm sure. I'll see you downstairs then. Hearing that everything was going to go exactly as planned, Liu Xinwu closed his eyes and said calmly, very well then, please hurry up. Using his skill, after which storm clouds gathered above him and lightning began to strike his sword, Liu Xinwu added, you might get hit as well. And it was after that moment that he remembered how it all happened. The very moment when he and Dawoon were discussing the plan of action at the top of the tower. Then Liu Xinwu asked in surprise, do you mean my lightning skill? After Dawoon saw his friend's confusion, he replied, yes, you should use all the power you can muster and make a neon sign above you. Hearing such a demand on himself, Liu Xinwu replied in concern, it is certainly possible. However, wouldn't it be a waste of strength? Maybe it would be better to use that strength to fight the skeletons. As soon as Dawoon heard his friend's remark, he replied confidently, it's not a waste. With your skill, we can attract the attention of everyone in the village, right? Dawoon then added thoughtfully, I've been thinking about something. At the same time as the elder was speaking, he shouted so loudly, but not everyone heard him. No matter how loudly he speaks, there will still be a sense of commotion. After explaining the root cause of his plan, Dawoon added thoughtfully, but if there is a bright light in the sky, we can get everyone's attention. I mean every single person. Then Dawoon's voice came from the top of the tower and he said pitifully, help me, Hen. I really want to save them all. When Liu Xinwu heard this, he suddenly froze in his tracks, for this was an ideal he had previously tried to live up to. Then he heard, all the villagers. After Liu Xinwu realized his friend's intentions and why he was trying so hard, he just smiled gently, turning his head to the other side so that he wouldn't notice. The next moment, Liu Xinwu's memories of how he had survived in this world came flooding back. At some point, he got too used to this dungeon, and after that moment, he tried to always stick together with the others. However, everything was much harder than expected. There were also situations that could not be prevented. Monsters attacking the members of the squad and their inevitable deaths. Realizing that this idea was a bit ridiculous, having experienced so many losses of comrades, and worrying about everyone who could not be saved, Liu Xing almost went crazy. However, over time, it all turned out to be commonplace for him. He simply believed that nothing could be done about it. You can't save everyone. Perhaps that's why he began to think rationally about the pain. Hearing again the same words that he had constantly tried to adhere to in his past, making it his ideal, which he eventually parted ways with, Liu Xingwu asked, you say you want to save everyone? After that, having gathered all his strength to fulfill Dawun's plan, Liu Xingwu said happily, "All right then, I'll try." Clutching his weapon tightly in his hands, Liu Xingwu added as he concentrated the lightning charge on the sword blade, "To repay you." The next moment, a magnetic field enveloped the battlefield. One of the soldiers who was fighting against the enemy noticed some strange changes and said in surprise, "What? My hair? What suddenly happened to it?" Hiding in a safe place with his comrades, Da Wun heard from Liu Xingwu via telepathy, "Da Wun, I'm starting." Da Wan then informed Yun Jisoo and Ho El Hyun, "It's starting. Get ready." Immediately after that, something began that no one on the battlefield expected. While some were fighting and others were at a loss as to what was happening, Liu Xinwu began to fulfill his task. He gripped his sword tightly in his hand and shouted, "Lightning!" The next moment, Liu Xingwu was struck by lightning, leaving behind a huge bright column of light. When it happened, a bright radiance covered the entire battlefield. Now the tall tower looked like a lighthouse that should not have left anyone indifferent. All the soldiers immediately noticed what was happening in one place when they saw this strange thing behind them. It was a very bright, and at the same time, beautiful light that pierced the sky among the dense darkness in the village of the crevices. The residents, who were fighting a fierce battle for their peaceful lives and also fighting to protect the village, turned their eyes together toward the bright light that appeared before them. It was that precious moment for which all of this had been done, the very moment when all the villagers looked in the same direction with concentration. As soon as everyone's attention was focused on the bright light, Liu Xingwu shouted loudly to the astonished people, "Everyone, take a look at the clay wall by your fence right now!" Looking back at themselves, the residents were plunged into shock, while some looked up the hill and marveled at the sight, saying, "This man? Is he God?" Others could not believe what was happening below, exclaiming in amazement, "What? When did he manage to build this wall?" After everyone had seen the wall he was talking about, Liu Xingwu added from the top of the tower, "Please everyone hide behind the wall. Once you are safe, this battle will be over." Hearing such strange words from Liu Xingwu, the residents were astonished. "What do you mean? What is he talking about?" They replied, "Does he want to try to fight all these skeletons by himself?" Hearing the confused dialogues of his comrades, one of the soldiers on the front line said to them, "It looks like he has a plan of action. Let's run over there first, and then we'll figure it out." Immediately after, the entire crowd of soldiers headed for the fence. While some were holding back the enemy, others were helping the wounded to get over the wall. They also shouted, "Yes, the wounded first! And whoever hasn't gotten over yet, cover the rest!" Leaning on his sword at the top of the tower after completing my mission, Liu Xingwu said tiredly, "Hey, I think I overdid it a bit." Seeing that the rescue plan was working and everyone was helping each other to evacuate behind the wall, Liu Xingwu said with a tired smile on his face, "You can leave the rest to me, Da Wun." When the last of the residents had climbed over the fence, it was time for the next part of the plan. Da Wan, Yun Jisoo, and Ho El ran along the fence. As they ran past the enemies, Ho El noticed that they were moving slowly and said in surprise, "Is it just me, or are the skeletons moving slower? Maybe they were affected by the power of lightning." As he ran a lap around the village to check if everything was going smoothly, Da Wun exclaimed happily, "You did well. Sun Wu Heng, you are the best." Accompanying Da Wan on his jog, Yun Jisoo asked him in surprise, "Da Wun Hyun, what are we going to do now?" Imagining his plan of action and the scheme they would follow, Da Wun replied thoughtfully, "First of all, we need to make sure that all the residents are safe. I can't do it alone, so can you cover me?" Hearing this explanation from his friend, who was running around the village, Yun Jisoo was impressed. "Oh, so it wasn't a bluff. I didn't even know you had such a good heart." As soon as Da Wan heard such a sentimental speech from his teammate, he replied menacingly, "This is not for the sake of sentiment. From now on, all the villagers will be indebted to me." Hearing such a sudden response from his teammate, whom he had thought of as a noble knight who was committed to saving people, Yunji was shocked. "In debt?" Then focusing his gaze on Dawun, Yunji Su saw a sinister smile on his face. And Dawun added, "Yes, they owe me the most precious thing in the world they have, their lives." After that, Dawun loudly exclaimed, unable to contain his greed inside, "Once this battle is over, I will get a weapon of at least the second power level from every villager." Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, where Liu Xingwu was, it was finally over, and the lightning charge dissipated as the skill ended. Lowering his sword to the ground, the exhausted young man said in surprise, did I faint? I must have tried too hard. The next moment he heard the loud and very frequent tramp of feet coming up the stairs. It was Yoon Ji-soo. As soon as he reached the roof, he immediately rushed to Liu Xin, crying and exclaiming in alarm, "Xin Woo-hyun!" Afterwards, throwing himself into his arms, overwhelmed by the stress and fear of loss. Yoon-ji exclaimed joyfully, "You're alive!" Catching him in his arms, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "Jin-soo!" When Yoon Ji-soo finally calmed down a bit and released the embrace, he immediately asked, "You were gone for a long time, so I was worried about you. What have you been doing all this time?" Turning his head away from his friend, Liu Xingwu said in embarrassment, "I guess I was so moved by Da-wun's words. I overreacted a bit and I was unconscious for a while." Then Yoon-ji heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, what can I do with you?" As soon as the conversation about personal matters was over, Liu Xingwu suddenly shrieked in fright, remembering what all this was about. After that, looking at his friend in alarm, Liu Xingdu asked in fright, "What about Da-wun and the skeletons? Is the village even safe?" Seeing his friend, who had just come to his senses after being burned out at work, so worried, Yoon Ji-soo calmly replied, "Hyung, please calm down." When Liu Xingwu calmed down, Yoon Ji-soo put his hand to his ear and said happily, "Calm down and listen to your surroundings." Liu Xingwu listened to his friend's instruction, and then heard a strange noise, and then said in surprise, "Listen, what is that?" Joyful shouts of joy came from the village, saying the same thing over and over again, "Jong Da-wun! Cheon Da-wan!" In disbelief, Liu Xinwu asked in amazement, "Are you sure I'm not imagining things? Are you hearing it too?" Yoon Ji-soo confidently replied, "You can check it out for yourself." As Liu Xingwu approached the edge of the tower, he began to smile happily as he saw that his friend was indeed loved and praised by everyone. Seeing that Da-wun was still able to carry out his plan and save all the villagers, Liu Xingwu said happily, "How many more times will you surprise me, Da-wun?" At the same time, joyful shouts were heard in the square, welcoming their savior, Jong Da-wun. All the rescued soldiers who were fighting side by side also shouted his name. Their joy and happiness knew no bounds. Finally, this war was over, and everyone was able to return from it alive, and they were no longer in danger. Not far from the square where all this noise was taking place, a dissatisfied rabbit said angrily, "It's like a military commander. If only they knew what he was really like, they wouldn't behave like this." Hearing this from the rabbit, Jong Da-wun, who was standing nearby, spoke up, "Hey, be quiet. Do you really want to live your whole life without meat?" The rabbit looked at Da-wun, who was making a silly smile, and said angrily, "Ouch, you are so petty." To which Da-wun replied, "That is why you should smile, my little manager." Sitting on his elephant golem with the rabbit in disguise, Da-wun enjoyed the moment when everyone admired him and said, "Now is the time to enjoy the victory." Finally, reaching the top of the tower, Hoel said wearily, "It's a bit high up here, isn't it? Shinwoo, are you okay?" Yoon Ji-soo replied, "Hey, uncle, you're so slow." To which he replied, "Wait until you grow up, kid." The tower offered a beautiful view of their comrade, whom everyone praised as their savior, and shouted his name over and over again. Looking at Da-wun, Hoel said joyfully, "This Da-wun, he's like a superstar now. It's kind of embarrassing for me to be here for so long." However, his eyes were focused on Devong, who was sitting on top of the golem, receiving sincere congratulations from the villagers. He could not take his eyes off him, admiring the fact that his comrade, whom they had once lost, had been able to climb so high, and even before that on his own. After staring at the village hero, Hoel said happily, "He's good. He controls the golems." Hearing this from his friend, Liu Xingwu was suddenly surprised by the news. Looking at the golem's forms, Liu Xingwu said in astonishment, "Really, I had my doubts about their appearance. I didn't expect them to really be golems." Liu Xing then asked, "Hen, what happened here?" Hoel replied in surprise, "What? Didn't you watch everything that happened from here?" Then Yoon-ji explained to him. He said that he was knocked unconscious by the lightning. Then Hoel added, "Wow, you missed all the fun stuff." He took a thoughtful pose and decided to tell what had happened, beginning, I'm not a good storyteller. Where should I start? How do I put it? Hearing his uncle's detailed explanation, Yoon Ji-soo exclaimed in indignation, You're so slow. Shin Woo-hyun, let me explain." Hoyol was embarrassed by this introduction, but he just smiled. The story began with the fact that, first of all, Da-wun just wanted to protect the villagers. After all, a strong wall can protect them from enemies who want to attack them. After that, Da-woon, along with Ho El-heng and Yoon Ji-sun, ran around the outskirts of the village to check if anyone was left outside the walls and cleaned up a little bit of the enemies. And just as the rounds were completed, Da-woon made sure that all the residents were safe behind the fence. At that moment, we were about to relax, convinced that the mission to save the village was complete, but it was not over. Once everyone was behind the fence, including Da-won and the others, Yoon Ji-soo spoke in surprise when he saw that Da-won was up to something again. Da-woon, Hyung. Da-woon then continued to build his defense structure, loudly exclaiming, "Strength!" Then rushing to the wall, he added, "Horned boar." According to Yoon Ji-soo's story, the speed with which Da-woon moved was incredibly lightning fast. And besides moving at such a tremendous speed, Da-woon managed to pull out blocks from his inventory and build a fence out of them. At first glance, the process that Da-woon was engaged in seemed quite simple, because it was just a matter of stacking the blocks one on top of the other, but it was more difficult than it seemed. Da-woon made a minimum of movements in order to achieve the best possible effect from the protective wall, so that the enemies could not break through it later. And the villagers at that moment just stood there, frozen in shock, with their mouths wide open, watching the construction of a high fence around the village. After coming out of the state of effect, someone from the crowd suddenly spoke in a surprised voice. He shared with us his meat, which he got from killing an eagle. He also had a huge supply of rock salt. Looking in Da-woon's wake as he continued to build the defense structure, the young man said in surprise, "This person," and the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Just incredible." And at that very moment, Cheon Da-won's reputation in the village grew to unreal proportions. However, Jung Da-woon's plans did not end with these barricades. Running past the wall, Da-woon contacted the rabbit through telepathy and asked, "Rabbit, where did you install it?" Hearing such a strange question, the rabbit shouted menacingly, "Then look at the map! I installed it right where I am now. I had to sweat a lot to do it in secret." Opening the mini-map and finding the rabbit's location by geolocation, Jung Da-won happily reported, "Great! Well done!" The reason why Da-woon could not participate in the battle was that the villagers might be hurt by his actions, but when they stood outside the fence, there were no barriers in front of him, and he could have a good time. After that, Da-woon began to create a gate in front of him, and Rabbit guarded him from enemies who were approaching him. When everything was completed, Da-woon said, "Come out, the golem army!" The next moment, the golems began to emerge from the portal and form a line in front of Da-woon. It was overwhelming. When the citizens saw what was happening outside the walls that Da-woon had built around them, they were shocked. It was astonishing. Strike! After that, a real slaughter began. The skeletons could not resist the golems, and they quickly dealt with both the army and the tombstones behind them. And that's how Da-woon was able to protect the inhabitants of the village of Shilina. After hearing this story, Liu Xingwu bowed his head and said thoughtfully, "So he was confident of victory, and he accomplished such a feat." However, everything was not as good as expected. Most of the villagers rejoiced, but not all. The only one who was not satisfied with this development was the elder who stood aside. Watching Devong, who was now loved and respected by everyone, the elder thought unhappily, "This is not a good situation." With his hands folded behind his back, Oh Changjong thought in disappointment, "He has completely captured the hearts of the residents. I don't really like this. However, I can't do anything about it if I want to survive." Sitting on the head of the elephant golem, Da-won saw Oh Chang-seok approaching the crowd and said happily, "Oh, look, it's the elder." Standing behind the backs of his residents, the elder tried to hide his anger and dissatisfaction as he thought, "This is a problem, a matter of life and death." Afterwards, squeezing out his pretended joy, the elder of the village joyfully exclaimed, "You are so good. I am proud of you. You are our hero." Da-woon. The next morning, everything was too strange. The village did not look like itself at all. As Da-woon walked around the outskirts of the village, he kept being amazed at the situation. When he came across the villagers, they happily asked him, "Da-woon, did you sleep well?" To which he answered embarrassedly, "Oh yeah." Then the other villagers exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, it's Da-woon himself." As Da-woon walked around the village and observed the interactions of the villagers, he said in surprise, "It seems that because of the tremendous shock that everyone experienced last night, the villagers have become very close to each other." All the conversations of the villagers around Da-woon were about the battle against the undead last night. Liu Xingwu's attack was simply incredible and very spectacular. However, Da-woon, who had won the battle, was getting much more attention than anyone else. wandering around the village with Davong, who was known as a hero. Rabbit said to him in displeasure, "And thanks to whom did all this begin?" To which Dawun replied embarrassedly, the important thing is that everyone was unharmed." Then Dawun, walking on, added, "Sun Wu already feels guilty about what happened." To which the rabbit replied angrily, "That's because he has a conscience, unlike some people." Having said such rash words, the rabbit was again hit on the head by Dawun. While wandering around the village, Dawun suddenly heard the voice of the alpha asking, "When do you plan to collect weapons?" When he heard this question from his assistant, Dawun asked in surprise, "What weapons?" Then Alpha explained, "The same weapons that the skeletons had. If all of them are offered on the altar, it will be possible to build another temple." Then Dawun asked, "Will the broken ones also work?" Then Alpha answered him, "If the weapon has at least some vital energy left in it, then yes. First, assemble the weapons and check their condition." After receiving the instructions for how to proceed, Dawun walked toward the fence, saying, I see." Seeing that Dawun had left him alone and gone on with his business, Rabbit, who had remained where he was, rubbing his bruises, ran after him, asking, "Where are you going?" After a while, Davong was called to the village elder's tent. As soon as he arrived there, he was surprised by what he saw. The elder was kneeling in front of him and bowing at his feet. Not understanding the reason for the elder's actions, Dawun said in surprise, "Why are you bowing to me?" Hearing this question from the boy, the village elder stared at the floor and said in confusion, "Dawun? No, Mr. Dawun." When Dawun was called by the village elder, the confused Dawun, who had been watching the whole scene, said, "Sir," along with Rabbit in astonishment, "Sir?" Then the elder raised his head and said, "Thanks to you, a strong wall has appeared and now we are safe. From now on, the situation in our village has changed dramatically." Hearing the man say this, Dawun was surprised. "Wait a minute, how has it changed?" Then the elder got up from his knees and said sadly, "After yesterday's battle, a whole army of skeletons rose up outside the village. It has become much more dangerous than it was before." The elder of the village also said, "Now that there are so many undead around the village, we are isolated." After all this, the elder of the village said the information that confused him the most. And also in connection with all these events, there is a problem with food production. After telling us about the shortage, the elder continued sadly, "We used to get our food in the dungeon. Now we have to fight this horde of undead every time." Then Rabbit came out of his hiding place again and asked the elder in surprise, "Well, what do you want?" When Dawun heard the rabbit's voice, he was confused by the fact that he had appeared and said, "Hey!" Looking at Dawun, the rabbit said in surprise, "So what? There's no one else here but us." The boy replied angrily, "You're disobeying me again, it's not funny." Seeing the tone of Dawun's conversation with Rabbit and the dominant position he was using, the village elder was frightened. "I wonder, who is he really?" In this dungeon world, there was not a single participant who did not know about the talking rabbit. They all remembered the very trembling first stage when they all first entered the dungeon. Seeing Dawun talking to him, the elder thought, "This rabbit is in on it." And after the boy had slapped the rabbit on the head for showing up in front of people again, Chang-seok added, "And it looks like he's obeying him." Looking at the village elder, Dawun said thoughtfully, "It seems to me that I have exactly what you want so badly. Tell me exactly what you want from me." As soon as Dawun allowed the elder to express his request, he immediately spoke. "When you were building that wall, I thought of something." Looking at Dawun with a thoughtful gaze, the village elder asked, "Could you build a bridge at the same time?" Hearing this request, Dawun repeated in surprise, "What bridge?" Then the elder continued, "Yes, if you can make a road at the height of this wall, then the skeletons will have trouble reaching us." Imagining what the bridge would look like, the elder added, "If we can have a safe road to the food dungeon, we can get food in it again." Hearing this request from the elder, the rabbit said haughtily, "Wow, you want to make a bridge to get food? You will be able to spend as much time foraging and still be safe? You have a good idea." Then Dawun asked the elder, "How long does it take to get to the dungeon?" Then Chang-seok replied, About as far as 2 or 3 laps around the village." Then the boy said thoughtfully, If so," after roughly calculating how many resources and materials he would need to build the bridge, Dawun said in his head, "The bridge can be built without any problems." While Dawun was thinking, the rabbit was watching his expression, when suddenly Dawun began to smile slyly and thought, "But I can't do this for free." After that, Dawun pointed to the exit and said happily, Then let's go outside and make an estimate? Hearing this suggestion from the boy, the elder said in confusion, estimate? When Dawoon and the elder left the tent, one of the villagers exclaimed, "Hello, old man. Ah, it's the same rabbit." Then the elder calmly said, "Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. He is with Mr. Dawoon." Then the resident added calmly, "Oh, I see." The elder then looked at Dawoon and said slyly, "Isn't it amazing? One has only to say the word that he is with you and everyone immediately accepts it and agrees. This is all thanks to the power you demonstrated last night." Moving forward to the wall, the village elder added, "If you cook red beans instead of green, they will still believe you. Ha ha." Then Dawoon sighed heavily and thought, "This old man talks too much." As he approached the building, the elder said happily, "It is a strong wall after all." Dawoon replied, "Of course I did my best." Meanwhile, the resident standing behind them whispered in alarm, "They say this rabbit came with Dawoon." "What? Really?" Looking at his perfect work, Dawoon spoke happily to Oh Chang-seok. "Elder, do you know what this is? This is what I have been collecting with such perseverance all this time." Hearing this question, the elder was confused. "Earth?" Hearing this answer, Dawoon joyfully said, "That's right. I gathered all this earth with this hand." Looking at the wall in front of him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "In the end, this is my life in the dungeon. For all I do is create and build things." Hearing Dawoon say this, the elder was surprised. "Ah, that's what you mean. I understand." The elder then added excitedly, "I may have been too careless in saying that. I'm sorry." To which he replied, "It's okay, it's okay." After that, Dawoon put a sly smile on his face and thought, "Shall we begin?" Then he said, "Let's talk about the estimate." Turning away from the elder, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "If I have to use my precious items, then I will simply have to get something in return." Dawoon then said, "To begin with, shall we start with the weapons left behind by the skeletons?" Hearing Dawoon talking about the prices for his work and setting his own conditions, the village elder thought in displeasure, "Wait a minute, does he want to start already?" Looking at Devong with a confused look, the village elder said in confusion, "Well, most of the work was done by your golems, so I don't see any problem." Hearing that the elder agreed, Dawoon happily said, "In that case, I see no reason to delay. Let's get down to business as soon as possible, shall we?" After this conversation, the village elder went to his residence. In order to collect the weapons from the skeletons, he would need their help. So Oh Chang-seok explained what exactly was required of them. And that's how the rumors spread that the bridge would soon be built. When the residents of the slough heard these rumors, they were amazed and expressed their opinions. "What? He's going to build a bridge that leads to the dungeon? Wow!" The longer the rumors went on, the more people learned about them. As they reached different people, their impressions were also different. "Wow, if there's a direct path, it will be much more convenient. What a great guy." After that, Dawoon, the elder, and Rabbit went outside the village to look at where they would build the bridge. Standing on the cursed ground, Dawoon said in amazement, "Amazing! If we die on this purple ground, we might become skeletons too." Hearing this message from Dawoon, the rabbit also added, "Yes, you will immediately rot and turn to dust. And if you stick a sword in here, it will rust immediately." Hearing these words from Rabbit, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "So it appears that this earth decomposes everything." Looking at the thoughtful Dawoon, the elder of the village said in surprise, "You look a bit gloomy." Dawoon replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a little disturbing to think of this earth destroying everything." Looking at the purple ground, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "The wall is on ordinary ground, so it's not a big deal, but if you put the slabs on purple soil, it might have a negative effect on it." Hearing Dawoon's words, the elder said thoughtfully, "I see. There is something to this. We'll have to test the soil to see if it is suitable for building a bridge." Hearing this suggestion from the village elder, Dawoon opened his inventory and began to look for the right material for the construction, saying, "Yes, let's try it." Looking at the soil in front of him where the test would take place, Dawoon added confidently, "Whether it is suitable for construction or not." The next moment, a block of earth was placed on the purple soil to test how it would be affected by this contaminated area. The next moment, the block suddenly began to change its color to the color of the same contaminated soil. Seeing this, Dawoon exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then the rabbit added, He's changed!" Deciding to use his purification skill, Dawoon gathered the power of his skill in his hand and said thoughtfully, "What will happen if I try this way again?" Dawoon then used his skill on the block several times, repeating it over and over again, refining, purification, refining, refining. Watching this, the elder suddenly said, "What? Does the purple color seem to be fading a little?" After applying the purification to the block several times and clearing it of the purple color, Dawoon noticed that the curse was once again enveloping it, and therefore this method was useless. Realizing that this was not going to work, Dawoon said, "This decomposition, it is too poisonous." Then the elder said in surprise, "It has decomposed so quickly." Standing behind Dawoon, watching, Rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "I knew it! It's a real curse!" Then he added, "This curse is turning the whole land it has swallowed into hell." Then changing his expression to one of fear, he continued, "Because of this, the formerly great army has completely turned into skeletons. This is why the earth is cursed." Using a different method of construction, Dawoon, placing his hand on the block, happily announced, "It really works." When the rabbit noticed that the block did not decompose, he exclaimed, What? How did this happen?" Poti Dawoon explained, "I first laid down a stone slab and then put the block on top. I didn't expect it to work, but it surprisingly did. Yes, I'm cool." When the rabbit heard this explanation of how to place the blocks on the poisoned soil, he was surprised. "What? You did it by accident?" After that, Dawoon slapped the rabbit on the head again for his words and began to place the stone blocks on the ground, saying, "Well then, let us begin with the basic work." The elder then asked, "Is he the kind of person who does not listen to the advice of others?" The rabbit replied, "Hush now." And so, after several attempts to build the bridge, Dawoon finally realized what was wrong and why his previous attempts had failed. Step 1 in building a bridge. You need to lay down a stone slab and then put 2 blocks of earth on it and then climb on top of them. Step 2. Lower the stone slab from above and then 2 earthen cubes. Step 3. Repeat the first and second steps over and over again. And finally, the 4th step. Just keep moving forward. Now, anyone would have been surprised at the sight that appeared before the eyes of the village elder. But for Davong, who was building this bridge, it was a common thing. He would not have even understood why everyone was so surprised at his skill. After Dawoon had built a certain section of the road, he placed a torch on it and told the elder, "This is a torch. I'll set up my own torch here first, and then you can take care of it." The elder was surprised to hear this. "Oh, thank you." Then Dawoon added, "I am not doing this for recognition, but simply because I like it." Hearing what Dawoon had just said while he was setting up the torch on the bridge, the village elder thought in amazement, He likes it?" Then he could hardly hold back his tears at the touching words of the young man who had helped them. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Oh Changseok said in a tender voice, "You have such a good heart. I'm very ashamed. I'm the one who was constantly cheating to survive." Dawan then replied awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, it's okay, because of some torch." But he had a lot of them. Then the elder added, "I would also like to repay you in some way." Hearing this proposal from the village elder, Dawoon rubbed the back of his head and said slyly, "Humph, since you brought it up, that knife you used to develop the MSO looked really good." Hearing about his knife, the elder spoke happily. "What? You mean the butcher's knife? That is my treasure. It has functions that, together with my skills." Before he could finish, he realized where this was going and looked at Dawoon intently. Then Dawoon, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, thought, "I hope my face doesn't show that I want the knife so badly." Then the rabbit said, "No, just look at him." Then the village elder suddenly shouted in a loud tone, "Danger!" Hearing such a sharp exclamation, Dawoon said in surprise, "What?" Then the elder added, "Behind me." Hearing that something was coming at him from behind, Dawoon decided to look back to see what he was talking about. As soon as he looked back a little, he saw in his peripheral vision that something was coming at him from the air. He immediately moved to avoid being hit. Then the shell landed right in front of his nose. Seeing that they were being attacked, the rabbit began to shout in confusion, "Where from? How did you manage to dodge it?" Looking at the next projectile that was flying at them, Dawoon confidently replied, "How did you dodge it? It's obvious where the shell is going to land." The next moment, Dawoon grabbed the rabbit by the ears and lifted it off the ground to move it. Immediately afterward, another shell hit the spot where the rabbit had just been standing. Pointing to the rabbit with his hand, Dawoon happily said, "Remember this moment in your life. I have saved it for you." Then the rabbit, folding its legs in front of it, replied frightened, Yes." Looking back, Dawoon began to examine the shells and said in surprise, "By the way, it looks like..." Before he could finish, the elder shouted again, "Dawoon, there's another one flying!" Holding the rabbit in his hands to prevent it from getting hit, Dawoon opened his inventory and said angrily, "Damn!" Then the rabbit, who was being pulled by the ears, exclaimed in confusion, "What's this got to do with me?" The next moment, Dawoon built a wall in front of him of several blocks, stacked one on top of the other to protect himself from the shells. The next moment, he and Rabbit ran to the wall to hide behind it. When he and Rabbit were already in the shelter, Dawoon called out to the elder, "Elder, hurry up! You're here already." The elder replied in fright, "Yes, I'm already here." Leaning against the wall, Dawoon listened to the sounds of the gunfire and said thoughtfully, "By the way, this looks like something." Hearing Dawoon speak in such vague terms, without any specifics, the rabbit asked in confusion, "Something." Then Dawoon turned his attention to the shells that were being fired at them and said thoughtfully, "Although a little larger, these are peas, right?" Thinking of a plant with such large kernels, the elder said in alarm, "You have excellent eyesight, that's right. This is one of the most difficult traps in the dungeon. Such a pea can crush bones." Receiving this answer to his question, Dawoon said in anticipation, "So it appears that—" Then, smiling happily, the boy suddenly asked, "Then you can eat them?" Looking at Dawoon, the village elder said, "Ah, these are poisonous peas. If you try to eat them, you will get a stomachache. Therefore, I do not recommend eating them to prevent problems." Dawoon looked at the pea lying in the crater in front of him and said thoughtfully, "Poisonous. If it just gives you a stomachache, then you can even try it." Reaching out his hand toward the pea, Dawoon used his skill and said, "Purification." Seeing what the boy had just done in front of him, the village elder asked in surprise, "Really? You can not only purify curses but also poisonous objects?" After Dawoon cleaned the pea, he immediately picked it up and began to eat it. After taking a few bites and tasting the fruit, he said, "It's a little hard, but in general it tastes like peas." Looking at Dawoon, who was eating the peeled pea, the village elder said, Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there doesn't seem to be anything else flying overhead." Hearing this, Dawoon chewed his peas a few more times and replied in surprise, "What? I wonder why." Then the village elder answered the boy's question. "It's because it takes time for new peas to ripen. The peas in the pod have to ripen, and then it will be charged again." Hearing this good news, Dawoon spoke happily and then looked at the rabbit. "Phew, what a relief! Hey, rabbit!" Hearing that he was being spoken to, the rabbit said in alarm, "What?" And he thought, "Is it really?" After that, Dawoon spoke to him and gave him an assignment. "Go and pick up the peas that have fallen to the ground." When the rabbit heard this order, he thought in frustration, "That bastard." While the rabbit was pulling out the stuck peas from the blocks, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I would like to try the unripe peas together." Then the elder said to him, "Then how about I pick some? It is safe now." Hearing the suggestion from the village elder, Dawoon said happily, "Let's go together. Maybe we will find something else." At the same time, Liu Xingwu also heard rumors about the construction of the bridge. When he approached the wall and climbed up it, he could see a long road stretching as far as the horizon. Surprised at the scale of his friend's work, Liu Xingwu said in astonishment, "Wow, Dawoon, has he done something so grand again?" At the same time, Dawoon, Rabbit, and the elder had already arrived at a forest. In the middle of the forest, the village elder was surprised to see what Dawoon had done. What?" At the same time, Dawoon, who had finished his work, was wiping his hands after work and looking at his inventory, and breathed out a sigh of relief and added, "Phew, I guess we can call it a day." Standing in front of the hole he had dug to get the plant, Dawoon just laughed out loud, and the headman standing behind him thought, "Is he even human or an excavator? Is he even a person or an excavator? That's how he got so much earth." Realizing that he didn't really want to become friends with Dawoon because he was a rather unpredictable guy, Oh Chang-seok thought in confusion, "I don't want to get close to him at all." However, there was more to it than that, and although he didn't want to become friends, it would be a very bad idea to become enemies. Having realized this, the elder continued frightened, "But I have even less desire to make him my enemy." When Dawoon finished gathering plants and food in the forest, he asked the elder, "Should we go back now? It's getting dark outside." The elder answered him in alarm, "Hey, yes, let's go." Following Devong across the newly built bridge back to the village, the elder thought in amazement, "In just one day he has built a bridge, and what's more, the structure is doing its job perfectly." After walking halfway back to the village, Dawoon saw something that made him stop. Looking ahead of him, he said in surprise, "What?" Liu Xingwu, whose trail was also accompanied by lightning, was coming towards him from the village at lightning speed. When his comrade was already in front of him, Da Wun said joyfully, "Xingwu Hen!" Putting his hands on Da Wun's shoulders, Liu Xingwu joyfully told him, "Da Wun, you are simply incredible. Not only did you build the road and save us from starvation, but you did it in one day. The people are just crazy about you." Expressing his gratitude and amazement at the speed of the work, Liu Xingwu added, "Yes, well, now we have to go back to the village." Hearing this, Da Wun, who was initially happy to see his friend, suddenly wondered why he had suddenly come to him and asked, "Wait, why did you meet me? Is something wrong?" Then Liu Xingwu, smiling happily, answered Da Wun's question by saying, "We have collected all the trophies left by the skeletons." After that, all the comrades, including Da Wun, went to the underground temple to sacrifice the trophies they had collected after the battle. When the weapons were placed on the altar, Yun Jisoo said, "Oh heaven." His reaction was quite natural. Covering his nose after smelling the smell coming from the trophies, Yun Jisoo said in surprise, "For this terrible smell?" Also covering his nose with his hand, Liu Xingwu replied to him, "What did you think? These things were worn by the dead." Then Hoel added, "You mean this can also be placed on the altar?" When Alpha finished bringing the sacrifice to the altar, she joyfully announced, "This is enough to replenish your life energy." Hearing this news, Da Wun said with joy, "That is wonderful. Let us go up the mountain." Hearing Da Wun's suggestion, Liu Xingwu asked him in surprise, "What? Up the mountain? Is there unfinished business up there?" Hearing this question from his friend, Da Wun, who was already walking toward the exit, replied, "You even ask." When he got to the surface, Da Wun joyfully announced to all the people gathered in the square, "It is time for the counting." Hearing Da Wun's words, the crowd began to shout in surprise, "What? What's going on? Does Da Wun want to tell us something?" Seeing that everyone was already gathered, Da Wun joyfully announced, "To begin with, let me express my gratitude to all of you who have gathered here." He then added happily, looking at the astonished crowd, "You have definitely seen the bridge I have built. I know that many of you were worried after the skeletons appeared, but thanks to this bridge, you are no longer in danger." With this good news, Devon continued, "I put a lot of effort and materials into it, which is why it is a very strong and practical bridge. I hope it will serve you well." After Devon told us about his expenses for the bridge he built, he added, "I spent a lot of resources to protect the village and build the bridge." Then looking up at the sky, Da Wun added thoughtfully, "I can't reveal all the details of this matter to you, but right now, I really need a stronger weapon." Then looking at the inhabitants of the slough, Da Wun continued, trying to impress in a sense of duty, "That is why I would like to ask for your help." After this loud speech, Da Wun said, "Please each of you donate a level 2 weapon and a level up weapon." Hearing this request, the crowd cheered, "Second? Above the second level?" Looking at the bewildered crowd, which was in no hurry to comply with the request, Da Wun thought, "I suppose you are grateful for what I have done for you, but I am still going to get my pay." Looking around, Da Wun saw that everyone was whispering among themselves, wondering what they should do. Da Wun continued to think, "I will be grateful for your voluntary contribution, but if it doesn't work out that way, I will have to be more persistent." After that, the square suddenly fell silent. No one was in a hurry to give away their weapons with second level or higher amplification because everyone felt sorry for the contribution for the help. However, after a short period of time, everything changed. An enhanced sword suddenly fell in front of Davong, which someone decided to donate as a thank you for his help. Seeing that someone still decided to listen to his request and help him, Da Wun was very surprised that he was able to get his way without being pushy. As she walked through the crowd, the powerful girl who had given up her sword said, "This sword used to be my second hand. It is of the second level. Now I have a weapon that is better than this one, which is why I stopped using it and just kept it in the vault. It's probably because it's precious to me, like a memory." Then she looked at Devong and added happily, "If not for you, that night would have been our last. I owe you my life." Having finished such a loud speech, the girl added one last thing. "Please accept it, Da Wun. No matter what difficulties await us in the dungeon, debts must be repaid." After making her first contribution to the general pile of weapons after Da Wun's request, the girl spoke sternly. "And you? Don't you think the same as me? Why don't you also donate your weapons?" After these words of the girl, a lot of reinforced weapons flew to the general pile, People shouted joyfully as they gave theirs away. Da-won, thank you for everything. Take this from us. Take mine too. Use it for a good cause. Pushing to get their donation in before the others, the residents shouted, Don't forget about mine. Get in line. And so another carefree day passed in the village of Shilin. After another night, morning came. Gathered in the tent, the four comrades and Rabbit sat down in a circle to discuss the further plan of action and the clearing of the dungeons. When Liu Xingwu proposed to go on a sweep and was refused by Da-won, he said in surprise, Are you out of your mind? Why are you telling us to go into the dungeon without you? Grabbing hold of Da-won, Yoon Ji-soo said, barely able to hold back his tears, Hyung, what's wrong with you? It took us so long to meet again. Let's go together, we will protect you. Hearing that all of his comrades were urging Da-won to go with them, Ho-el, who had a different perspective on the situation, said thoughtfully, Wait, maybe he has a good reason. Hearing Ho-el Hyun say this, Da-won rubbed his nose and said, How can I tell you? I'll be very ashamed if this doesn't work out. I will show you later when you return from the dungeon. Grabbing Da-vong and tormenting him for playing such tricks, Ho-el said happily, Judging by your smile, it's nothing serious, right? What are you up to again? Seeing Ho-el pounce on Da-vong and begin to strangle him, the rabbit exclaimed, Way to go, Ku-ho-el! When he got out of Ho-el's grasp and took the rabbit's testimony to heart, Da-won happily announced, I will join you in the final stage. Let me know the location of the ruins later. Finding himself in the same situation as Da-won, but not in a playful tone, Rabbit said in a frightened voice, Excuse me, master. Hearing that Da-won would be joining them at the very end, Liu Xingwu asked in surprise, What? You're going to go alone? To me, that's too much, and it's too dangerous to go alone. Hearing this question from his friend, Da-won said in surprise, Why should I go there alone? I'll send a rabbit. Hearing this suggestion, the rabbit said in surprise, What? Me? When he heard that he would be the one to go to the dungeon, when Da-won realized his plan, the rabbit said in confusion, What if I meet with the assistant? Besides, I'm now a member of the Dragon of Life group, so I can't kill anyone. What an injustice. As he continued to pull the rabbit's ears as punishment, Da-won said happily, It's okay. Even someone like you can open the gate. Hearing this, the rabbit said, Pardon me. Then Da-won continued, As soon as you open the gate at the last ruins, I will immediately move there. Hearing about this method of moving to his comrades to clear the dungeon, Liu Xingwu suddenly became very quiet, looking down at the floor. Then he suddenly spoke to Da-won, forcing him to stop torturing the rabbit and listen to him. This is certainly a safe way, but I am still concerned about it for some reason. After communicating his concern, Liu Xingwu added, If you don't raise your level, it will be difficult to survive. Only in battle can you level up and gain new skills. Maybe you are putting a spoke in your own wheel. Hearing this point of view from his friend, Da-won happily said, I have an idea about this, which is why I propose to split up. Please, just trust me. I will join you in the ruins. Hearing these words from Da-won, Liu Xingwu suddenly felt a strange relief in his heart, and his concern disappeared after hearing his friend's words. Then he happily replied, accepting Da-won's terms, Very well then, I won't bother you with my advice anymore. After discussing the plan of action with Da-won, the team of 10, including Liu Xingwu, left Da-won and headed for the dungeon. Following Da-won as he descended into the temple, Rabbit asked in surprise, Are you really all right? It took you so much effort to get back together, and now you're breaking up like this again. Da-won confidently replied, We will meet again soon. Hearing that they would meet again soon, Rabbit added in surprise, What is the reason for staying in the village? Da-won replied, Well, it's just that I don't have enough rice to show for my efforts. Hearing this, Rabbit asked in surprise, Merit? When Da-won went down to the temple, he said, I have realized that I am missing one very important thing. The rabbit replied in surprise, What are you talking about? What is it that you are missing? As soon as Da-won realized what he was missing, he immediately opened his inventory and found something that would have made his plan impossible. Taking a block of cursed earth out of his inventory, Da-won threw it on the floor. Seeing this, Rabbit exclaimed in fright, This is cursed earth. When did you have time to pick it up? And then Alpha said in displeasure, Oh my, where did this cursed earth come from? Noticing the rabbit's frightened reaction to the cursed earth, Da-won said, I told you there was something important missing. Then the rabbit asked in fright, So the important thing is the curse of destruction. Hearing the rabbit's question, Dawoon said joyfully, "For any Korean, the most important thing in the world is soup." Hearing this strange speech from Dawoon, the rabbit said in surprise, "Did I hear that wrong?" To which Alpha replied disappointedly, "No, you definitely didn't hear it." After that, there were pea beans in the pot, filled with water. Standing next to Dawoon, who was heating the stove to boil the peas in the pot, Rabbit just had to stand back and watch this incomprehensible process. Finally, Rabbit gathered up his courage and approached Davong and asked, "What are you doing here? Are we having beans for dinner tonight?" Dawoon replied, "Well, how can I tell you? Something like that." Looking at his precious beans that he had collected during the construction of the bridge, Dawoon said happily, "If you boil them well." After that, Dawoon took a pensive posture and rubbed his chin and looked at the cursed earth. When a sly smile appeared on his face, Dawoon said, "Then add this purple soil, and it will be just right." Hearing that Dawoon was going to use the cursed earth in his cooking, Rabbit said in surprise, "What, the right thing? What do you mean?" Hearing this, Alpha just sighed heavily. When Dawoon found the beans in the dungeon, the first thing that came to his mind was to make medjool, to bring to fermentation and dry the ground peas. When Rabbit heard what Dawoon was going to do, he asked in dismay, "What? You want to eat spoiled beans?" To which Dawoon said, "Hey, it's called fermentation." After that, Alpha said in surprise, "This is the first time I've heard of it. Is it some kind of ancient word?" Dawoon answered her as he cooled the beans, "Well, something like that. This recipe has been passed down from generation to generation." Standing over the stove where the beans were cooking, Dawoon happily announced, "If this works out, we can make a delicious dish." Hearing this, Rabbit thought, "He says that as if it were really something delicious." Then, sticking out his tongue as if he were vomiting, Rabbit said insultingly, "What kind of a meiju is this?" Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon happily said, "Heh heh, just watch me carefully, and you will understand." After putting the boiled beans into a mortar and telling the golem to crush them, Dawoon said happily, "Boil the beans well, and then pound them in the mortar." When the beans were pounded to a homogeneous mass, Dawoon took them out of the mortar and added, "Then make cubes out of this porridge and dry them." After placing the cube on a flat surface, Dawoon surrounded it with sun crystals on all sides and said, "In order not to waste too much time, I will use solar energy crystals." After that, Dawoon hung ropes above the ground and tied solar crystals to their ends. Then he said, "We need to hang these cubes on the ropes we have prepared in advance." Picking up one of the ropes in which Dawoon was tying the sun crystals, Rabbit said in surprise, This is grass, right? Why would you use a rope made of straw?" Hearing this question from Rabbit, Dawoon picked up one of the ropes and said happily, "You don't understand. The bacteria in this straw help fermentation." When the rabbit learned of Dawoon's profound knowledge in this area, he asked in surprise, "How do you know all this?" He replied, It's all made in Korea." Looking at how many pea cubes he had made and how they were arranged with the sun crystals, Dawoon said happily, "Why, it turned out quite well." Then Rabbit asked, "Are you sure you did it right? I think it's just a bunch of poop." Grabbing the rabbit by the ears and punishing him again with such words, the rabbit asked in confusion, "What? Am I the only one who thinks so?" And he heard the answer from the Alpha, "You are not the only one." After letting Rabbit go after Alpha agreed with his words, Dawoon said sadly, "What idiots, you just don't realize how delicious this stuff is." When all was said and done, Dawoon looked at the block of cursed earth he had prepared for this particular occasion. Putting his hand to his chin, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Now, the most important thing is how to use the destructive power of this earth. If I could only control the power of destruction, I could speed up the fermentation." Standing behind Dawoon, Rabbit asked in surprise, "Is it necessary to speed up the fermentation process?" Dawoon replied, "We can't sit here day and night until the meiju is fermented." Poking the block with a steel stick, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "The stone is fine, but the iron is destroyed. The force of destruction is too powerful, but I can't completely remove it with the refining skill either. What should I do?" Hearing Dawoon speak in such a confused manner, Rabbit decided to offer his own solution to the problem, saying, "How about mixing this earth with stones?" To which Dawoon replied, "How can you mix them?" After hearing the rabbit's suggestion, Dawoon had a brilliant idea of how to do what the rabbit suggested. Grabbing the rabbit in his arms, Dawoon said joyfully, "Oh, how cute you are!" Then the rabbit replied in confusion, "What is it? Are you completely out of your mind?" Then pushing off Dawoon with his paws to free himself, the rabbit said, I was just saying that. You can't mix stones with earth. Hearing this, Dawoon opened his inventory and said happily, What do you mean? You can't mix them. We have a stone that I turned into dust. And then from this dust, I turned it into a brick. And as strange as it may seem or sound, after such machinations, the stone reduced its curse power. When the result was successful, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, It worked! Dawoon placed the cursed stones he had obtained under the suspended bean cubes, which made the fermentation process go much faster. At this pace, several days passed after Liu Xingwu's team went to the dungeon, and Dawoon stayed in the village to experiment. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the village, and the guards who were running around the village, alerting them to the danger, loudly reported, Skeletons! Everyone who is able to fight, quickly to the outer wall! Coming out of his tent to the guards' shouts, the elder thought with displeasure. Why does it rain when we are few in number? Liu Xinwu and his men are out on a raid, and Dawoon disappeared a few days ago. The rain has made the ground wet and turned to mud, and the curse has only become stronger. Arriving at the observation post where the guards were stationed, the elder asked, What is the condition of the wall that Dawoon built? Is there any damage? Hearing this question from the elder, one of the guards said with concern, There is no damage yet, but it has become very soft because of the amount of water that has fallen on it. After receiving this disappointing news, the village elder nervously told his soldier, First we must find Davong. In the worst case, if we can't find him, we must be prepared to repel the monster's attack on our own. At this sound of anxious shouts that echoed for a long distance, a man came over and said thoughtfully, I have not seen rain for a long time, let alone in this area. It was Dawoon who had arrived at the wall with Rabbit in his raincoats. Looking up, he asked, Elder, you seem to be very busy. Hearing the familiar voice, Oh Changseok turned his head to find the source of the sound and saw Dawoon standing in front of him. When he finally saw him, he was overjoyed, the very person they had been looking for all over the village. As the boy stood before them, the elder exclaimed with joy, Dawoon! The elder then called him up to his observation tower. When Dawoon and Rabbit arrived, the elder told them the whole situation that had taken place. After listening to the village elder's story, Dawoon thoughtfully asked, Is this why the skeletons are even more violent in rainy weather? To which he received an answer. Exactly. When it came time to think about how to remove the threat of the skeletons, Dawoon said thoughtfully, It is quite a dangerous situation. The earth does not like water. It will be quite a challenge to bring the golems here. Then he added nervously, And to top it all off, these dead people have become very active. To which Rabbit added, In the rain, the wall may also collapse. Hearing Dawoon's confused thoughts, the elder said in astonishment, What? Is there really nothing we can do? When everyone was on the verge of despair, Dawoon began to develop a new plan to confront the enemies. After coming up with a plan of action, Dawoon spoke to all the villagers who were gathered near the wall. Hey, listen to me. Can you stall for time? The villagers shouted with joy. Yes, all right. After that, Dawoon opened his inventory and pointed to an item in it and asked, Alpha, can this be used to make a trap? And she answered him, It's certainly possible, but you'll have to sew it yourself. To which the boy happily replied, No problem. Hearing that Dawoon had just talked to someone and was now looking at the equipment, the village elder who came up to him asked excitedly, What have you come up with? Hearing this question from the village elder, Dawoon asked happily, Elder, could you help me with something? After the elder accepted the offer of help, Dawoon took out some seeds from his inventory and joyfully exclaimed, I will sow them, and you tamp them into the ground. Upon hearing this instruction, the elder joyfully exclaimed, Yes, I understand. After that, Dawoon began to plant the bean seeds on the wall, which he had obtained from the forest. As the elder was burying the seeds in the ground, he was surprised to think, These are the same beans that he collected last time. After all the beans were planted and wrapped up, Dawoon, using his power as a temple master, said joyfully, So set the trap. After that, all the legume plants were enveloped in a bright glow, accompanied by the words of the boy's assistant. The trap is being set. This is the most incredible trap. I wish there were more of them. Now Dawoon replied, That's okay. I will do the reloading. After this remark about reloading ammunition, Dawoon also added happily, Besides, that's not all. It's raining, and there are a lot of rotten bones, so what should grow very quickly? Hearing about the bone fertilizer, Rabbit suddenly remembered what they had used to fertilize the potatoes in the dragon dungeon and exclaimed, I know the answer. Potatoes. When Dawoon received this answer to his question, he exclaimed, That's right. Observing the strange behavior of the boy and the rabbit, the elder thought in wonder, What's wrong with them? At the same time, the skeletons continued to attack the defensive wall that protected the inhabitants from the monsters. However, the next moment, the same skeletons that were in front of them suddenly grabbed a plant sprout and pulled it toward them. It was a carnivorous potato that grew right in front of the wall and also helped fight the enemies. After that, the pea shooters hit the enemies from afar, and the potatoes destroyed those who came closer. At that moment, the level of the mud wall, the village of Shilin, was raised. The potatoes from the dungeon attacked the skeletons at close range, and the bean trap attacked the enemies from a long distance. Watching the battlefield, where the number of enemies was greatly reduced, the elder said happily, What a good man he is. And then he looked over to look at the savior, and when he saw what he was doing, he was amazed. What are you doing this? Hearing this question from the village elder, Dawoon happily replied, holding the bowl in his hands while the rabbit took out the ingredients. Why, can't you tell? We are going to make soup here. A little while later, hiding under a canopy that the rabbit had built to keep the rain out of the soup pot and the stove with the fire, Dawoon's voice was heard speaking peacefully. From time to time, instead of quiet solitude, watching the raindrops falling beautifully around him, hitting the ground and creating a pleasant sound, the boy added, The noise around me calms my stormy soul. Then raising his head a little higher and looking at the approaching skeletons, he continued, The sound of the skeletons gathered around can be heard outside. After that, closing his eyes and enjoying the smell of the cooking, Dawoon concluded with a joyful statement, Now, this is what makes me feel good. When his thoughts were finally finished, the boy happily announced, How beautiful it is. Hearing these words, the rabbit said, Hey, I put up the canopy. Then Dawoon, ignoring the rabbit, added, How nice. When the elder saw Dawoon resting under the wall canopy while monsters were assaulting the wall all around him, he was surprised to hear him say, Dawoon, can I come in too? To which he happily said, Of course. The elder then looked at the angry rabbit, who was taking something out of his bag, and spoke in a disgruntled tone. He said that if you put this together with your personal belongings, it will not be the same. He made a ruckus here. Is that really the only reason? Hearing Rabbit's dissatisfaction with the situation, Dawoon sharply rebuked him, saying, Rabbit, it's little things like this that make up romance. Running his finger through the air like a maestro, Dawoon continued happily. The bean shoots, the sound of rain, the crunch of knuckles. What a wonderful harmony of sounds, isn't it? Just like bubbling soup. Looking at Dawoon, who was doing nothing but sitting there, bossing Rabbit around, enjoying nature, Rabbit asked, I don't know what you mean. Should I just chop the vegetables? When Dawoon asked this question, the rabbit was sorry. This is because Dawoon then got up from his chair and, watching the rabbit work, said, It is not enough to cut. You have to do it with all your heart. Then the rabbit thought with dissatisfaction, He's grumbling again. After Rabbit finished chopping the vegetables, Dawoon reached into his bag to pick up some beans and said, Actually, this soup. After picking up enough bean paste and holding it out in front of him, he added, It's not limited to delicious bean paste. Looking at the very ingredient they were preparing with the cursed earth, Rabbit said in embarrassment, I wonder how delicious rotten beans can be. After these words, the rabbit was tied to the ceiling with a rope as a punishment for his words. Hearing about the bean paste, the elder exclaimed in surprise, Bean paste? Did you say bean paste? Dawoon quietly replied, trying to calm the elder down. Elder, it is too early to be surprised. After reassuring the elder, Dawoon continued, There is something else that needs to be done. Hearing that the soup was missing some other ingredients, Rabbit exclaimed indignantly, What else? Bricks? After that, Dawoon reached into his purse to take out the last ingredient. When he pulled it out and showed it to the elder, he was shocked to see it and exclaimed, No way! Before his eyes was something he had never expected to see. After recovering from his shock, the village elder exclaimed in amazement, Tofu! I didn't think I would ever see this again. Thinking about the set of foods that Dawoon possessed, the elder thought in amazement, Bean paste and tofu, and all this from beans? For this person, the dungeon has a completely different meaning. Looking at Dawoon, who was preparing the soup, he said thoughtfully, Almost done. The elder thought, This is just amazing. He is so good. Then with his sleeves rolled up, Da-woon joyfully announced, "Well, the time has come. Now let's try my culinary skills in action, shall we?" Meanwhile, somewhere on the defensive line, one of the residents was climbing down from the wall to check on the defense and shouted to his friend, "Did you do everything Mr. Da-woon asked?" His friend, who was below, replied, "Yes, I think I have everything ready." As the guard fell to the ground, he shook the water out of his clothes and said in surprise, "Have you seen what is happening outside? This is no longer a village, but a real castle." To which he replied in surprise, "A castle?" Embarrassed by this description of the defense structure that Da-woon had built, the guard said thoughtfully, "It doesn't sound like much. It sounds more like..." Recalling the picture of what the wall looked like from above and from the front, the guard added thoughtfully, "It can be called some kind of a castle of skeletons, or something like that." After that, the same guard who had returned from patrol suddenly smelled a strange odor coming from somewhere nearby and asked in surprise, "What is that smell?" Hearing this question from his fellow officer, another resident of the village happily reported, Da-woon invited us all to have lunch together." To which he received a surprised response. All together? What did he cook there? Meanwhile, preparations for lunch were in full swing. The bean paste soup and tofu were already ready. There was also some tofu that Da-woon had sliced separately, which he also prepared to taste separately from the rest of the meal. After slicing, Da-woon put the tofu on a frying pan to fry it a little and bring it to perfection. Meanwhile, the rabbit was building a tent for more people while Da-woon was doing his culinary work. Then everyone was doing their own thing. Da-woon worked in the kitchen, preparing dishes for lunch for the residents, and the rabbit prepared the place where the banquet would take place. When he had finished setting up the awnings to protect him from the rain, Rabbit asked thoughtfully, "Why are you making me set up these awnings? Are you planning to have a banquet here?" Right after he said that, Rabbit heard a strange noise coming from below. Looking down and seeing the crowd, Rabbit said in surprise, "What is this? When did they manage to gather here?" Meanwhile, the people who were downstairs seeing Rabbit asked, "When shall we begin? Oh, what a fragrance." After that, Da-woon, who had already finished preparing the dishes, happily announced, "Guys, I need help. Everyone come upstairs and help me set everything up." And he heard the response, "Okay." After a short time, all the residents had completed Devong's instructions and were sitting around the banquet table, looking at everything in confusion. Some could not believe their eyes that it was real and swallowed hard, anticipating the meal. And someone was eager to start eating, salivating greedily and breathing heavily. Seeing the reaction of the residents to the food he had prepared, Da-woon, closing his eyes to avoid seeing this shame, immediately calmed down and reported to the others, "Yes, it seems that everyone has already gathered." Then he joyfully announced, "Well, and now to everyone here, enjoy." Having received permission to start the meal, everyone shouted together, "Bon appétit!" And they began to greedily devour the food from the table which they had not eaten for so long, starting from the moment they entered the dungeon. One of the residents, enjoying the rice, said in awe, "Every grain of rice, just dancing in my mouth." Then he grabbed a piece of tofu from the plate and exclaimed in surprise, "I never thought I would ever eat tofu in this world. It's so tender and delicious. It's crazy." 2. Immediately after he finished his rice and tasted the tofu, he turned his attention to the bean paste soup and said happily, "But the main course is the bean paste soup. There are no words, it gives me goosebumps." Having tasted everything on the table, the boy looked at Da-woon and said with joy, "Where did he get all this? Maybe he is God." Hearing the boy's words, Rabbit, who was finishing his rice, said in displeasure, "Why are they making such a fuss? Can this soup really make someone's feelings melt so much?" Hearing the rabbit's displeasure, Da-woon, who was sitting next to him, replied insultingly, "You've already eaten 3 whole bowls of soup yourself." To which the rabbit loudly exclaimed, "Give me one more." Watching the people enjoying the feast that Da-woon had arranged, there was only one thing to say. He had personally sourced all the food, prepared the food, and shared it with others. Sitting at the table, Da-woon simply enjoyed the sight of everyone happy, just enjoying the delicious food, and reflected happily, "This is so good." Meanwhile, Rabbit drilled him with a thoughtful look. However, the pleasure did not last long. Suddenly, a bright light appeared near Da-woon, which he could not ignore, and he said in surprise, "What is that?" The next moment, a system window appeared in front of him with the words, "You have a new achievement," which read, "You have made a bean paste soup. You have reached a high level of cooking heavy meals. The dungeon admires you. Reward, the soup tastes even better. Taste plus, cold resistance plus. Cold resistance." When Dawoon saw the sign, he spoke to the rabbit in awe. "Oh, look what a reward you got." The rabbit replied, "Wow." Then the guy continued, "Taste plus? Cold resistance plus?" Immediately after that, everyone who was still eating the soup suddenly began to exclaim in amazement, "What? It tastes even better? It's hot, and it feels like it's not so cold." After receiving a boost from the delicious soup, Dawan said thoughtfully, "Food is still very important to Koreans. Maybe now we can be free from the cold for the rest of our lives." Hearing Dawan's words, the rabbit said thoughtfully, "Come on, that's just not possible. As soon as the soup is digested, it will expire." To which Dawan thoughtfully replied, "Well, maybe it is true." Immediately afterwards, Rabbit, who was sitting at the table, asked in surprise, "Is it okay that we are being attacked by enemies from all sides and we are having a meal here?" Dawoon replied in a calm tone, "But we are safe. Why should we worry?" Hearing Rabbit's anxious words and Dawoon's answer, Alpha calmly said, "The skeletons won't be able to climb over the wall anymore." Then Dawoon said happily, "I told you, it's all right." Drawing the rabbit's attention to the bottom and pointing to another destroyed monster, Dawoon happily announced, "Look, another one destroyed." Then, striking a victorious pose, Dawoon said, "No need to be afraid, Booga." Seeing such arrogance and self-confidence in the boy, the rabbit said in confusion, "You seem to have lost your head." Immediately after this moment, a bright light appeared in front of Dawoon and began to blind the rabbit. When he saw it, he said in astonishment, "What?" Looking at the description of the new achievement, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Wow." Trying to push Dawoon away to see what it said, Rabbit said indignantly, "What is wrong with you? Is today a day of achievement or what?" Dawoon replied in surprise, "That's what I'm saying." Then, reading the description of the achievement he had received, Dawoon said in astonishment, "While I was having lunch." Then the boy added, "What's going on?" Reaching the system window, Rabbit saw, "You have a new achievement, Skeleton Destroyer. You have destroyed the 1,000th army of skeletons by yourself. The dungeon expresses its respect for you. The reward, you can now crush bones twice as efficiently." Seeing such an achievement reward, Dawoon couldn't help but try it out. As he approached the wall, he noticed a skeleton not far from him that had gotten caught in the vines to the potatoes. The boy then reached out to its head to test the strength he had just gained and began to press lightly. The next moment, when he felt his hand go right down on the skeleton's head, Dawoon squeezed it. And immediately, at that moment, the skull cracked in his hands like thin ice. When Dawoon saw this, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Looking at his hand, which he had just used to destroy the enemy, Dawoon said in astonishment, "I just touched it. What a reward." As he went down to the foot of the wall to check on his son again, Dawoon saw the village elder approach him and ask, "So you also received a reward for destroying the skeletons?" Hearing this question, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Did you also?" Then the elder joyfully said, "That's right, it's a little embarrassing to talk about it, but as long as I was kicking to survive." Hearing such an interesting story of how he learned the skill, Dawoon just laughed nervously. Looking away from the elder, Dawoon thought, "He's been here longer than anyone else, so it's no wonder he has this skill. For his age, he's a good fighter." After thinking this, Dawoon suddenly asked the village elder, "Can we use weapons as well?" The elder answered uncertainly, "Yes, I think so." After that, Dawoon, showing his teeth, asked with anticipation, "And teeth, can I have them too?" The village elder replied in confusion, What?" Not receiving an answer to his question, Dawoon decided to try out the skill he had acquired and the field equipment he had, looking for the bones of a horned boar. After taking out the bones from the inventory, Dawoon immediately took a bite and began to chew. After testing the skill, Dawoon said in amazement, "Oh, this works too. I can even chew fish bones now." Seeing this, Rabbit looked at him with disgust and said, "What kind of person is he?" As he chewed on the horned boar's bone, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Elder, if this is the reward for 1,000 skeletons, what would happen if I destroyed even more of them?" Hearing Dawoon's question, the village elder replied in confusion, "I don't know. I've killed about 2,000, but I haven't noticed anything special." After receiving this answer from the elder, Dawoon was again deep in thought and then said thoughtfully, "I wonder, even those who are trapped are counted as achievers. I'm just sure that something will come of this if we wait." Hearing Devong say this, his assistant suggested an interesting idea to speed up the destruction of enemies, saying, "How about raising the level of the traps? The energy we've collected will be enough." Hearing this suggestion, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "Don't you feel sorry for wasting your energy on such a thing?" She replied, "I am practicing for the sake of the temple." Da-woon then said thoughtfully, "Maybe it's better to raise the level of the gate." Alpha replied, "There is not enough energy to raise the skill level." Seeing Da-woon talking to himself, the village elder whispered to the rabbit, "Who is he talking to?" The rabbit replied in frustration, "Just ignore it. I'm too lazy to explain it to you." And so, on the advice of Alpha, who suggested that he could upgrade if he had enough life energy, Da-woon decided to upgrade his traps. To be more precise, Da-woon didn't improve the level of the traps, but their recharge rate. And now, thanks to this improvement, he could create more complex traps. Previously, these traps simply aimed at anything that moved in their field of view and attacked the target. However, after their improvement, it became possible to select a specific target. And all this was possible thanks to Devong's consciousness, through which he could control the traps. Thanks to this skill, he could control about 20 traps at a time. And as a result of this improvement, when Da-woon decided to give everyone one order to aim at the same spot, after the shot was fired, there was a loud explosion that could be heard quite far away. This explosion nearly blew away Da-woon and the rabbit, who were near the epicenter. And after this modernization, the traps became much more powerful, which was practically proven. When Rabbit saw the explosion of such a magnitude, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is a fraud." At that time, somewhere in the 4th stage of the second dungeon, which was wrapped in a snow-white blanket and snow was still falling, the sounds of battle could be heard. It was Da-woon's comrades who were hunting down the enemies who had attacked them, while exploring the dungeon and moving on to the next stage. Yun Ji-woo, who was shivering from the cold, said in surprise, "Shin Woo-hyun, he's only using one power now." Then looking at the slain monsters, he thought, "Their neck bones are broken." Looking back to his comrades who were also resisting the monster's attack, Liu Xingwu said, "I'll try to use my new power." Yun Ji-soo replied in surprise, "Oh, so you learned a new skill while fighting the skeletons?" To which Hoel added in disappointment, "Damn, why is it so cold?" Opening the system window with the reward, Liu Xingwu said, "I didn't get a new skill. It's just a reward for a new achievement I recently obtained." When Liu Xingwu told his friends about the new achievement, Go Hoel said in surprise, "Destroyer, skeletons." Then Yun Ji-woo added, "Twice as effective, breaking bones." Much depended on who had what skills, success in battle, role in the team, and so on. But besides the skill itself, there was something that was more important, namely, how exactly do you apply this skill in practice? After all, talent is one thing, but the right use is quite another. And so another player in the dungeon crawler game received the skill Skeleton Destroyer, and could now destroy bones twice as efficiently. Liu Xingwu looked at this skill from a different angle. After receiving it, he immediately thought, every creature, unlike very rare exceptions, has bones. And then he concentrated on those words. And in the same way, Liu Xingwu, aiming at the places where the bones were least protected by muscles. For example, the neck bone. Thus, fighting his enemies in this way, Liu Xingwu quickly became quite strong. However, this was possible not only because of his new ability, but also because of his many combat experiences. After testing the new ability, Liu Xingwu said thoughtfully, "Should I try to apply it to skills?" At the same time, Da-woon was sitting in front of the wall on the outside of the village, watching his traps work against the enemies. As he watched the bones fly in different directions from the skeletons, Da-woon said in surprise, "Oh, this reward can be applied to traps as well. Automatic hunting is so cool." Watching this, Rabbit thought indignantly, "What a rascal." However, there was no arguing with the number of enemies, and even more so with how many of them there were. After some time, when the offensive ended and all the enemy forces were destroyed, Da-woon came to his tent. Groaning heavily, he tried to do something with the couple of bones he was holding in his hands and tried to use them as chopsticks. However, he could not manage them for long. After a short period of time, these homemade bone chopsticks simply broke in his hands from the excessive strain. Having failed in such a difficult task, Da-woon looked at the broken bones and said thoughtfully in his head, "I need to practice how to control the force when using bone sticks. I'll have to be more careful." After that, Da-woon stuffed a couple of broken bones into his mouth and began to eat them as he thought, "Right, should we see what happened to the other traps?" When Pak-yu saw what the boy had done, he was very surprised. Holding out the piece of bone that had broken off from the main bone, Pak-yu looked at his master, who had never done this before, in amazement. After that, Pakyu thought about it. Dawoon can dig an earthen cave just like Pakyu. And Dawoon can also gnaw on bones and eat them in the same way as ground squirrels do. If you add up all this information, then Pakyu thinks that Jong Dawoon is the god of the ground squirrels. Realizing this, Pakyu plunged into a trance. When Dawoon saw that Pokemon was frozen in place, he asked in surprise, "Pokemon, what is wrong with you?" When Pokemon awoke from the trance that had engulfed him, he looked at Dawoon with joy and said to Dawoon, "Poke, poke." Unable to understand his pet's strange behavior, Dawoon thought in wonder, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Opening his list to view the traps, Dawoon saw arrow rig, a pot of boiling oil, 1 PC, potatoes, depending on the crop, sugar cane, depending on the crop, rice field of view blocking, handmade, dungeon beans, depending on sowing. Upset by these results, Dawoon said, "The arrow launchers can attack from a long distance. The number of arrows has doubled. It's a pity I only have one of these. Is there any way to increase the number of arrows?" Hearing this question from Dawoon, Alpha replied in anger, "This is a magical item, which is why it is impossible to make them personally. If the unit is destroyed, it can be rebooted." Dawoon then said in frustration, "Oh shit!" After that, taking out a pot of oil, Dawoon said in surprise, "What's improved here? I've only used it for cooking lately." Alpha replied, "Now you can refill it not only with boiling oil, but also with boiling water." Dawoon was surprised. "Water is also possible." Then he added happily, "What if put some bean paste soup in there? Then it would be unlimited soup." Hearing Dawoon's question, Alpha said angrily, "It's impossible with impurities. It only works with simple liquids." Then turning sharply to Alpha, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Well, wait a minute. You just said that it was only with simple liquids, right?" When he learned that simple liquids, bark, could be renewed in a cauldron, Dawoon had a brilliant idea, and he said thoughtfully, "Is this also possible?" To which Alpha replied thoughtfully, "That," and so several days passed. The next morning, Dawoon and Pakyu were sleeping on the bed in their tent, when suddenly, Dawoon woke up to someone shouting in his head, "Dawoon, can you hear me? Liu Xingwu, do you hear me, Dawoon?" Hearing someone's voice in his head, Dawoon spoke in his sleep, Who is it?" After some time passed, Dawoon realized who was speaking to him, and he abruptly got out of bed and said in confusion, "See, Wu Hen's son? Yes, I'm here. Have you already been able to arrive at your destination?" When Liu Xingwu was finally able to contact Dawoon, he said wearily, "No, it seems that you will have to help us." Immediately after that moment, the village was in a commotion. Dawoon urgently needed the village elder. As soon as Oh Chang-seok heard about Dawoon's request, he immediately went to the boy's tent. When he arrived, the village elder asked in confusion, "Dawoon, were you looking for me?" Torn from his thoughts when he heard Oh Chang-seok's voice, Dawoon looked in the direction of the voice and said, "Ah, elder." When the elder was standing right in front of him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Elder, there is something I wanted to ask you." Hearing this request from the young man, Oh Chang-seok nervously asked, "Yes, what is it?" The elder was suddenly surprised to hear the boy's question and repeated it in a nervous voice. "The location of the second dungeon of the 4th stage?" Lowering his head in shame, the village elder said sadly, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." Hearing this answer, Dawoon replied in surprise, "Is that so? You didn't have a problem from the beginning?" Realizing that Dawoon did not understand the meaning of his words, the village elder explained, "No, you misunderstood me. Such a place exists, but it cannot be found by ordinary methods." Hearing this explanation from the village elder, Dawoon was surprised to hear this. "What? Impossible to find? By ordinary methods? What does that mean?" Seeing the confusion in Dawoon's eyes, the village elder said, "The entrance to this place, it changes its location every time the dungeon is rebooted." Hearing this explanation, Dawoon repeated in astonishment, "The entrance is constantly changing." The elder replied, "Yes, the dungeon itself is underground, but the entrance is constantly changing its location." Hearing about this strangeness, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Still, the village elder has quite a bit of experience in capturing a dungeon. If only you could come along with us, you would be of great help to us." Hearing Dawoon's proposal, the village elder folded his hands in front of him and said sadly, "I would like to go with you myself, but alas, I've already conquered this dungeon once, so I can't see any more information about it." Receiving such a disappointing answer, Dawoon replied sadly, "Well then, there is nothing to be done. Then he took a pensive pose and went into thought. Is this a clue that it is somewhere underground? But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted. It was the elder of the village who joyfully announced, "Listen to me, Jong Da-woon." When the boy noticed him, he immediately continued, "Of course I cannot go with you personally to conquer the dungeons. However, I can do something else, which will also be important in this case. I can show you the strategy of the battle in it." Hearing this offer from the village elder, Da-woon said in surprise, "What, a strategy?" The fourth stage was not far from the second dungeon. At the same time, the rabbit had already gone in search of the entrance to the same dungeon, asking telepathically, "Where are you?" Hearing this question from the rabbit, Yoon Ji-soo, who was stomping around trying to keep warm, said in a shaky voice, "Keep going straight down the road. You'll see fog and feel cold." As the rabbit continued on to fulfill Da-woon's instructions, he said in displeasure, "Why would there be fog in a place like this, and why do I have to endure all this all the time? I'm the only one." Recalling the very moment when he had stood before Da-woon a few hours earlier, and Da-woon had instructed him to find the dungeon, the rabbit replied in surprise, "Really? You're sending me alone? Was that a joke?" With a sweet smile at the rabbit's question, Da-woon happily said, "Of course. After all, it is your direct duty to arrive at a given place before everyone else and open the gate for us." Then with a sudden change in expression, Da-woon looked at him menacingly and said, "Do you—" As he spoke, Da-woon began to rotate his finger in a circle around the axis. Sensing this movement, one of the pea shooter's traps turned toward him and began to take aim at the rabbit. Then Da-woon added, "Don't you want it?" Realizing that things were bad, the rabbit looked at Da-woon in confusion, breaking out in a cold sweat at being treated like a subject. Then putting his paw to his head, the rabbit, under the onslaught of pea shooters aimed at him, said in embarrassment, "No one can do this job better than me." As the rabbit walked on, he said sadly, I just have no other choice. That's why I have to endure all this." Immediately after saying this, the rabbit stopped when it reached the very spot Yoon Ji-soo was talking about, and said in surprise, "What?" In front of him was a forest with trees stripped of their leaves, completely covered in thick fog. When he realized that this was the exact place he was supposed to arrive, Rabbit said in astonishment, "It's definitely fog." Then the rabbit continued on his way, heading further into the fog. After a short amount of time, Rabbit was walking on snow. As he continued on in this fierce blizzard to find Da-woon's friends, Rabbit, who was already shivering from the cold, said in a disgruntled voice, "What a weather." After taking a few dozen steps forward, the rabbit suddenly heard someone's voice and opened his eyes. In front of him, he saw a trio of warriors waving their hands and shouting joyfully, "Here we are here." As soon as Da-woon's comrades were found, the rabbit telepathically contacted Da-woon and joyfully announced, "I'm opening the gate." To which he replied in surprise, "Oh, you have already found it." When the rabbit set up the gate on his side, Da-woon set it up in front of him in another place to connect the different places. Going over to his companions, Da-woon said happily, "How have you been? Do you know what I have done while you were away?" Before he could finish speaking, his body was seized by a fierce cold. Then the boy exclaimed in confusion, shivering from the cold, "What is this? Why is it so cold? What kind of snowy realm is this?" Seeing Da-woon in front of him, who had come to the tawny area wearing only a t-shirt, Liu Xingwu said thoughtfully, "It's cold, isn't it? I should have told you earlier so that you could have worn something." Looking at his comrades who were shivering from the cold, Da-woon exclaimed in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Then also suffering from the bitter cold, he added, "First of all, we need to get warm, and then we will talk." Da-woon then called his elephant into this frosty realm, where he set up a whole house with heating. When everyone moved inside it, they breathed out a sigh of relief, feeling the pleasant warmth that enveloped their whole body. Inside his elephant golem, watching everyone feel comfortable, Da-woon thought happily, "The warm floor is working just fine as usual." Then Ho-El said happily, "We're in heaven." Then Liu Xinwu added, "Our Jung Da-woon." Leaving his comrades in the warm room, Da-woon wrapped himself in warm clothes and left the word golem with the rabbit. "We'll be back soon, so don't worry." Wrapping himself in the skin of a horned boar, Da-woon said, "Yes, as long as they rest. Damn, why is it so cold? We need to build an observation post." After a short time, the building was still standing. After completing his work, Da-woon happily announced, "Everything is ready." Then Rabbit said thoughtfully, "A mini-map would be nice." Then Rabbit added thoughtfully, "Wouldn't it be better to open the gate under the observation post?" Hearing this suggestion, Da-woon happily said, Oh, by the way, that's a great idea. That way, it will remain there even after the reboot. After receiving his master's approval, Rabbit said, "Make a hole. I'll open the gate myself." Hearing this request from his subject, Da-woon asked in surprise, "Can you do it?" The rabbit and Da-woon became a well-coordinated team. When all the work was done, Da-woon and Rabbit went back inside the elephant golem. He spun around for a while and then handed out cups of hot drink to everyone, adding, "Yes, take this." After tasting what Da-woon had given him, Liu Xingwu said in astonishment, "It's so warm. What kind of tea is this?" Then Da-woon said in embarrassment, "It's not tea. It's a rice drink." Hearing this explanation, Hoel said in astonishment, "A rice drink." After taking a few more sips, Hoel said peacefully, "Oh, it's so good, it feels so warm inside." Hearing this from his friend, Yoon Ji-soo said in embarrassment, "Next to Da-woon Hen, I feel like I'm in a village house." Ignoring his comrades who were acting strangely, Liu Xingwu suddenly spoke, "Da-woon." When Da-woon turned his attention to his companion, Liu Xingwu held out an empty cup to him and said, "Drink a little more." Hearing this request from Da-woon's friend, Rabbit said irritably, "It seems to me that they only invited him here because they were cold." As Da-woon refilled everyone's hot drink, he said thoughtfully, "Okay, now listen to me carefully." The elder explained the strategy to me. "First, we must find the entrance to this dungeon." Hearing Da-woon's remark, Liu Xingwu said in embarrassment, "That's right, but we can't seem to find it." Then Da-woon asked in surprise, "Didn't you find a stone slab?" Hearing this question, Liu Xingwu asked in confusion, "Where did you come from?" Hearing the confusion in his friend's voice, Da-woon realized that they had indeed found something like this, and thus the way to the entrance was already known. Then he spoke joyfully, "The village elder told me about it. Will you show me?" When Liu Xingwu held out the tile with the strange moon pattern to Da-woon, Da-woon said in surprise, "Oh, indeed, it looks quite strange." To which he heard in reply, "What about this tile? Does it have anything to do with the dungeon?" Looking at the tile Liu Xingwu was holding in his hands, Rabbit said confidently, "This is a keystone. The closer you get to the dungeon entrance, the brighter it will glow blue." Hearing this explanation, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "So that's it. So that was the whole point. I was wondering." Looking at the tile Liu Xingwu was holding in his hands, Da-woon said in surprise, "But it's not glowing right now, is it? Is it? Is it broken?" Hearing Da-woon's confused words, Liu Xingwu said, "The light from it is only visible at night. I kept this tile just in case. I thought it might come in handy. It turned out to be something like a navigator." Hearing such a strange explanation from his friend, Da-woon took a thoughtful pose and said mysteriously, "So you're saying it only glows at night? How can that be?" Hearing this question from Da-woon, Rabbit said, raising his paw up, "Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Judging by what Liu Xingwu said, it must be made of moonstone." Hearing the rabbit's explanation, Da-woon asked in surprise, "Moonstone? Is it something like a sunstone?" Then Rabbit added, "Yes, they are very similar. Perhaps they contain magic that manifests itself when you approach the sunstone." Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Da-woon said thoughtfully, "So can we conclude then that at the entrance to the dungeon there is a sunstone somewhere nearby?" The rabbit replied uncertainly, "Maybe." Holding the moonstone tile up to the sunstone he had in his possession, Da-woon asked in surprise, "What? Then why doesn't it respond to this sunstone?" Looking at Da-woon with eyes full of disappointment at such a foolish action, Rabbit said, "Well, this isn't a radar to recognize the location of the sunstone. There will be a stone with the same magic." After receiving the rabbit's explanation, Da-woon suddenly had a thought. After spending a short time in his thoughts, he said, "In general, I understand the situation. You should have called us earlier." Hearing this from his friend, Liu Xingwu rubbed the back of his head and said awkwardly, "Well, it wasn't so cold at first." Hearing these words, Rabbit thought resentfully, "I was right. They called us because of the unbearable cold. The area surrounding each of the 4 dungeons, the infernal heat, the unbearable cold, water-filled terrain, and wild jungle. Even the strongest warrior would not be able to withstand such terrible conditions, and would die somewhere in the middle of the journey from fatigue and weather conditions. Yes, of course, a warrior can fight monsters and attack various dungeons, improve their skills and become much stronger. However, all this is possible only if he can adapt to the environment. But not this time. The current team of dungeon conquerors, namely Da-woon and his friends were sitting inside an elephant with a warm floor and gaining strength with the help of freshly cooked bean soup. Seeing Da Wun's bean soup, Hoel exclaimed in surprise, "Is this not a dream?" Liu Xing then added in amazement, "Wow." In addition, the effect of this soup was incredible because of the skill. After tasting the bean soup, Liu Xingwu said in astonishment, "It's not only delicious, but it also helps to resist the cold. What a cool effect." Along with everyone else, Pak Yu also did not refuse to visit Da Wun's famous and much lauded soup. Having eaten a lot, the pet laid down on the floor happily. Now Paki can also withstand the cold. When everyone had eaten, Paki climbed onto Da Wun's shoulder. While playing with his pet, the boy said, "Let's wait inside the word until night falls, and when the moonstone begins to glow, then we will set out on our journey." Hearing this suggestion from his friend, Liu Xingwu said thoughtfully, "I would also very much like it to happen exactly like that." This was because he knew something that was very disturbing to him. Right after he said that, the snow monsters that lived in this part of the stage were approaching the elephant golem from somewhere in the distance. Seeing some strange, huge thing in front of them, the monsters suddenly froze in place and began to look at it closely. Then they suddenly became angry and started screaming very aggressively, heading towards the golem. Hearing some strange sounds coming from outside, Da Wun said in surprise, "What is that strange noise coming from?" Hearing this noise, Liu Xingwu realized that his prediction had come true, and he nervously said to his comrades, "Quickly, get ready to fight." Immediately afterward, Liu Xinwu, Yun Ji Su, and Go Hoel went outside to fight back against the enemies who had found them again. Seeing how quickly his comrades jumped out of the golem undressed, Da Wun opened his inventory and said, "All of you, take this. You will definitely need this." The next moment, capes made from the horned boar's skin flew to all three of them. Seeing this gift, all of his comrades skillfully caught one cloak each, after wrapping himself in the cloak so that he would not suffer so much from the cold. Liu Xingwu said happily, "Thank you then, Da Wun." As the monsters got closer, they saw that several other people had climbed out of the giant monster and froze in place in surprise. Along with his comrades, Da Wun also stepped onto the battlefield to help if necessary. Looking at the enemies he was about to fight, Da Wun said in surprise, "They don't look too strong. On the contrary, they are so sweet and beautiful." Hearing Da Wun's words, the rabbit standing next to him said confidently, "These are the ice gremlins. They're bullies who like to play in the snow." Hearing this explanation, Da Wun repeated in surprise, "Hooligans." Overhearing Da Wun's conversation with Rabbit, Liu Xingwu said in confusion, "Such a cute word is not really appropriate for them." At that very moment, the enemies began to attack Da Wun and his comrades, stopping to make snowballs along the way. Seeing that the crowd was heading straight for them, Liu Xinwu loudly announced, "They're coming." As he approached Liu Shiwu and the rest of his enemies, the ice gremlin put his hand down on the ground to scoop up some snow and make a snowball. The next moment, when the projectile was ready, the ice gremlin launched it into the air. Seeing one of them throw the snowball, Da Wun said in surprise, "Are they really using snow as a weapon?" Noticing that the snowball had been released, Liu Xingwu looked back and shouted, "Dangerous!" Then he pounced on Da Wun, knocking him down so that the snowball would not be able to hit him. When Liu Xingwu landed on the ground with his friend, he saw that the snowball had hit the spot where Da Wun was standing. The next moment, Da Wun, who did not realize the danger of these snowballs, saw a huge column of ice suddenly grow from the place where the snowball had hit. Moreover, this pillar of ice was not ordinary. It was shaped like a circle. This meant that if Da Wun were standing there, he would be instantly killed. Looking at his friend whom he had just saved, Liu Xingwu asked in concern, "Da Wun, are you okay?" To which he nervously replied, Yeah? What was that all about?" Hearing this question from Da Wun, Liu Xingwu looked toward the enemies and said menacingly, "It's the magic that controls the snow. They are throwing snowballs and they are summoning magic." Hearing this, Da Wun repeated in surprise, "Magic?" Then Alpha said, "Of course, gremlins are created by sorcerers." After telling only part of the story, the assistant continued, "They have magic in their bodies, which is why they instinctively use it." Hearing this explanation, Da Wun exclaimed in fright, "Why are you just now telling me this?" Then Liu Xingwu extended his hand to Da Wun and said, "Yes, come up." As soon as Da Wun got to his feet, he saw that there were more snowballs flying at him. But there were not just one or two, there were dozens of them. Jumping to the side, the boys managed to dodge the attack, but a real ice hedgehog appeared at the site of the hit, with needles stretching in all directions. Also, one of the needles hit the golem, piercing the home on its back. When Dawoon saw that one of the attacks had managed to damage his house on his feet, he became very nervous. Looking at the snow spear that had pierced his golem, Dawoon thought, one cannot treat snow too simply. Its density is similar to my clods of earth, or even more. After that, he aggressively shouted after them for ruining his property. They punctured my golems! I will never forgive you! Hearing Dawoon shouting so fiercely, Liu Xingwu spoke up. Calm down. You shouldn't rush at them without thinking. Hearing this remark from his friend, Dawoon said in surprise, then what should I do? Just as he noticed the perfect chance to give instructions, when the ice gremlin was about to throw a snowball at them, Liu Xingwu prepared to give instructions. When the snow projectiles were already approaching Liu Xingwu, he took his swords out of their sheaths and spoke confidently. By the time the snow falls to the ground, then waving his swords and cutting the snowballs in half, he added, it must be knocked down. After part of the attack was repelled, Liu Xingwu shouted to his comrades, help us, Hoel! Jisoo, you cover us! Hearing his commander's instructions, Go Hoel humbly exclaimed, yes, sir. Then Yoon Jisoo responded saying, understood, Shin Woo Hyun. The next moment, Go Hoel picked up his axe and rushed into battle against the enemies. When he got to the right distance, Yo El swung his axe. After a chopping blow, he raised the weapon above him and began to unwind. After a few seconds of adjustments, the man swung it and hit the ground. The blow was so powerful that it demolished everything in its path and left a ditch in the direction of the blow. After completing the combination of blows and stopping the axe in front of him, Go Hoel said in surprise, what? Looking at the very place where the enemies were supposed to be, Ho Hoel said in astonishment, finding neither them nor their remains. Where did they go? While the man was looking for his enemies in confusion, he forgot to cover his back. Meanwhile, the ice gremlins had just hidden in the snow and were right behind Hoel, smiling ominously. Seeing the danger lurking behind his friend, Yoon Jisoo urgently reported the location of the enemies, shouting loudly, Uncle, behind us! As soon as Hoel heard the message from his friend, he suddenly crouched down to somehow dodge the enemy's attack. He was surprisingly successful. By some miracle, the ice spear passed millimeters away from him. Taking the enemy by surprise, the ice gremlin began to laugh out loud at the man's confusion, not paying attention to what was happening around him, and regretted it. The next second, the ice gremlin's head was hit by a kick from Liu Xingwu. As a result, the monster's neck bone broke, and it was neutralized. After dealing with the next enemy, Liu Xingwu told his comrades, they seem to be hiding in the snow. Be careful. Hearing this valuable information, Hoel said, thank you, Xingwu. After gathering all the necessary information about the monsters they had encountered, Dawoon suddenly had a thought. They throw snowballs and also use magic. Do they also hide in the snow? The apparently not very dangerous enemies could easily move under the layer of snow to change their positions for effective fire. Also, due to their ability to move under the snow, it was very difficult to hit them and equally difficult to fight. Nevertheless, it is gratifying to note that even despite such enemy capabilities, the battle continued without losses. And this was only because of the bean soup that had given everyone the effect of resisting the cold. After some time had passed, Liu Xingwu suddenly decided to find all his comrades, but he could not see one of them, and then said in surprise, where did Dawoon go? When he heard his name called by Liu Xingwu, Dawoon said, I'm a little late. Looking back, the boys could see centaur golems with stoves inside for heating. In addition, pea shooters were placed on top of the elephant's house. Arriving to the aid of his comrades with improved soldiers and a defensive structure, Dawoon confidently reported, I've been a little busy modernizing. Then, with his head down, Dawoon said sadly, I expected these enemies to be like the Dakmo dwarves. That is why I apologize for my mistakes. When the new reinforcements arrived with their newly upgraded equipment, the ice gremlins froze in place again, looking at the miraculous machines that had arrived. Prepared this time to confront the enemies better than before, Dawoon, holding the sunstone in his hands, said happily, but now, your snowy jokes will come to an end. Looking at the golems that Dawoon had recently upgraded, Rabbit said thoughtfully, how did he even come up with the idea of putting a heating inside the golem? And even before that, this heating consisted of sunstone. Thinking back to the very moment when he first came up with this upgrade and tried it out, Dawoon noticed that as soon as the sunstone was placed inside the golem, immediately afterwards the golem begins to glow and give off steam, thus reacting to the stone. However, this is just an ordinary reaction. The most interesting thing happened a few seconds later. The stone placed in the golems caused a sharp increase in firepower. It turned out to be a hot gorilla golem. Recalling how his upgrade went, Dawoon thought, if they have access to snow, then these enemies perform very well and have considerable strength. Then he made another guess, based on which he modernized the golems. However, if you leave them without snow, they will simply turn into weak monsters. Immediately afterwards, Dawoon gestured toward the ice gremlins and shouted menacingly to his subjects, "Go ahead and melt them all." Then Dawoon added, "Army of hot golems." Having received the order, the golems went into battle together to help Dawoon's comrades and to destroy the monsters. As they moved, the thing that Dawoon had been trying so hard to achieve happened. The snow under their feet melted after the footprints of the golems. And so, as the golems ran forward to fight the monsters, Liu Xingwu could see only the columns of steam and the snow-covered ground covered with footprints behind them. As he moved forward, the gorilla golem was able to surprise one of the enemies sitting in the snow. As he got closer, the snow melted, and he found himself face to face with the fire gorilla. Not realizing what had just happened, the ice gremlin began to look around to find snow to hide in, but there was none nearby, which worried the monster. The next moment, in order not to waste time, the fiery gorilla who had found the enemy neutralized the ice gremlin with one swipe of his hand, sending it flying. Observing the battlefield, Liu Xingwu joyfully announced, "You melted the snow and they turned into pitiful beasts. Dawoon, you are a genius." Then Yoon Ji-soo added happily, "Only you could have thought of that." Meanwhile, the battlefield was becoming a mess. The golems melted the snow, and when they found the enemies in the places where it melted, they immediately neutralized them. The ice gremlins themselves were trying to get as far away from these hot golems as possible to avoid getting caught. Those monsters that were even further away were just watching in fright at what was happening near them and the power that was being directed at them. Believing in his own strength, one of the ice gremlins decided to growl at the golems, showing his anger, but he did it in vain. As soon as the golems heard the noises in their vicinity, they immediately rushed toward them. The next moment, the shadow of a red-hot golem appeared right above this brave gremlin who decided to defy fate. Realizing that things were bad and that they were not going to win here, the gremlins began an all-out retreat, trying to save their lives. Jumping high, the little monsters plunged into the snow as if into water and got lost before our eyes, moving quickly under the white layer. Noticing these actions of the ice gremlins, who were running for their lives with their tails between their legs, Dawoon said thoughtfully, with a hint of joy in his voice, "Those remaining monsters suddenly hid in the snow. Did they really run away?" However, Dawoon was disappointed. After the little gremlins ran away, he heard a loud sound, as if something rather bulky and dangerous was approaching them. That's when the boy started to get very nervous. Searching for the source of the sound, Liu Shiwun began to turn his head in different directions until he finally saw where it was coming from. When the enemy finally started to show up, he said in a frightened voice, "What is it?" First, a giant paw appeared on the ground, resting on the ground to help lift the rest of the body out from under the snow mass, under which this huge monster was. The next moment, Liu Xingwu saw a huge monster appear in front of him, which appeared literally out of nowhere, from the very place where the little ice gremlins had just fallen. Realizing that things would not be peaceful, Liu Xingwu immediately took his sword out of its sheath and prepared to fight the giant gremlin that had appeared literally out of nowhere. Seeing an enemy of such proportions, Dawoon shouted in awe, "Gorilla!" After ordering his golem to return to him and leave the little thing behind, the boy thought in surprise, "Is this a golem made of snow?" When the gorilla heard Dawoon's command, it immediately went to Dawoon. Noticing the target on the way, the golem immediately changed its path, and in a few seconds it was fighting with the giant gremlin. Fighting with the enemy, the gorilla spent all its strength and made every effort. But after a while it felt a strange sensation under its hands, and the strange sensation was caused by the very enemy they were fighting with their hands resting against each other. It was then that the snow monster's hands began to melt from the temperature of the gorilla, who was making great efforts to win. Seeing the enemy slowly collapse, Dawoon thought in surprise, "Is it possible? It's only gotten bigger, but the snow continues to melt under the heat of my golems?" Realizing that this might be his only chance for victory, Dawoon nervously shouted to his golem, "Whatever it takes, melt it! You mustn't lose to him, gorilla!" But unfortunately, almost immediately after those words, Dawoon saw the enemy pierce through his golem and said sadly, "You've lost." When Dawoon saw his golem being pierced by snow spears, he was confused. This golem can also use magic. When Dawoon's golem was defeated, the large snow golem stood still to show off its victory and dominance to the others. In the next moment, a small gremlin appeared beside the giant golem, looking at the results of their battle against Dawoon's gorilla golem. Noticing that the giant gremlin they were so afraid of contained the little ice gremlin they had fought recently, Yun Ji-soo said in surprise, "What? This?" When the inspection of the aftermath was completed, and the little ice gremlin had all gone back inside the large structure, it immediately began to move. Immediately after the movement began, the spikes that had pierced the golem were removed. Then the golem flew to the ground, and the enemy was preparing to strike a decisive blow, waving his hand. The next moment, the giant snow golem struck at Dawoon's gorilla golem to crush it and disable it so that it would no longer interfere with him. However, it wasn't just one blow. After that blow, the enemy struck again, and after that, ice spikes appeared on Dawoon's golem, which crushed it even more. Having dealt with the enemy, the giant snow golem hovered over the body of the stone golem to check whether it had finally dealt with it or not. Running to his comrade to tell him about the new tactic that gave him a chance to win, Liu Xingwu said in embarrassment, Dawoon, first of all, we need to attack from different directions." But what Liu Xingwu saw before him was shocking, and he simply froze in place in embarrassment, unable to say another word. In front of him, he saw Dawoon, who was boiling with anger at the sight and speaking ominously. "You," tilting his head to the side, Dawoon continued in anger. "Again, you've destroyed my golem?" Seeing this strange behavior from his master, which no one had ever seen before, even Poke, who was sitting on his shoulder, was terrified. But at the very moment when Liu Xingwu was in a stupor, Yun Ji-soo approached him and began to shake him to bring his commander to his senses, having news to tell him. When Liu Xingwu regained consciousness, his comrade quickly told him what he had seen and what he had guessed. And then, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "What, that golem? You're saying that those small gremlins fused into one large golem?" Upon receiving this information, Liu Xingwu rushed over to Dawoon to tell him the same thing and the new plan of action, exclaiming in alarm, "Dawoon!" However, the boy did not even listen to him. He ignored everyone around him. He had only one goal in mind, and that goal was to avenge his golem, which had been destroyed by the enemy. As he built a new golem, Dawoon said, "These are more dense than my golems." Quickly moving his hands over the surface of the new golem to make the surface denser, Dawoon continued, "You can't win in a one-on-one fight." Then he remarked, making his golem more massive and heavier than the enemy, "But that's only if they are in the same weight class." Then, having completed the work on his golem and placed a sunstone in it to melt the enemy as well, Dawoon said, "What happens if I increase the weight several times?" Looking at the golem that Dawoon had just built to fight the enemy, Liu Xingwu and Yun Ji-soo were amazed to hear their friend say, "What the hell?" Then he added, standing next to his giant golem bun, "Everything here has been demolished." Seeing the gigantic size of the golem bun, Rabbit exclaimed in amazement, "I have never seen anything of this size in my life." Also noticing the size of the golem that Dawoon had molded, the giant snow golem began to get nervous, doubting his victory. Seeing that it was time to attack, Dawoon gave the order to the other golems, "Roll! Rock!" Hearing such strange shouts from Dawoon, Hoel thought in surprise, "Stone!" After that, Liu Xingwu also said in surprise, "Wait, what?" And finally, the rabbit added, in a disappointed tone, "Tilly?" After saying this, all of Dawoon's golems took hold of one huge block of stone together and began to push it forward to move it and point it toward the enemy. After a short period of time and a small amount of effort, the stone bun was moved and with considerable speed moved towards the giant ice golem. He left behind a huge ditch that was cleared of snow and even left a dent in the ground. Then Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, "F equals sign ma. If mass is multiplied by speed," and then he added, "we get force." At the same time, two gorilla golems pushed this giant stone bun, approaching the enemy. The latter, in his turn, was confused when he saw such an extraordinary attack. But at the last moment, the giant monster decided to fight back against the big stone that was rolling towards it, and with a fearsome growl, raised its arms up. The next moment, the giant snow golem put his hands in front of him and tried to stop this giant machine that was coming at him by resting his feet on the ground. But as it turned out later, his efforts were not enough for such an opponent. At the same time, the offended Dawoon, whose golem was destroyed by the giant snowman, spoke menacingly, noticing that his revenge for his lost comrade had been successful. "Victory is mine." When he said this, The golems had already rolled the giant stone to the enemy and smashed it to pieces, destroying half of his body. After that incident, the destroyed golem just froze in place. It could not regenerate? But the reasons for this were quite obvious, because it was not made of snow itself. The next moment, small ice gremlins, which made up this one monster, began to crawl out of the part of the destroyed golem that was still standing, and began to look around, trying to find out what had happened. Noticing the small ice gremlins in the giant's body that had appeared after being defeated, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "What? So it was just the United Gremlins?" Noticing the perfect opportunity to attack when the enemy was immobilized and confused, Liu Xingwu prepared to attack and spoke menacingly, "Now it's my turn." Using his two-sword skill that was enveloped in electricity, Liu Xingwu charged toward the gremlins, shouting, "Lightning!" And just like that, the snow gremlin was defeated, thanks to everyone's efforts and Dawoon's skills. When the battle was over, everyone finally went back to the elephant golem to warm up after the hard battle. While inside this structure, Ho-El, who was sitting in the warm room, happily announced, "The warm floor is so wonderful. I feel so much better." Afterward, Liu Xingwu, who happened to notice Dawoon's system window, casually said, "By the way, Dawoon, is it just me, or has your skill level increased again?" Looking at the inscription that read, "The warm floor skill has risen to the second level," Dawoon said thoughtfully. "Ah, that's right. But what should I do with this increase in the hot floor skill? I should have used the power of the one-horned boar." Hearing the sadness in Dawoon's voice because the skill level he wanted to raise was not the one he wanted, Liu Xingwu happily said, "Don't worry, we still averted the crisis back then." Yoon Ji-soo then said slyly, "Wait a minute, let me guess what Shin Woo-hyun is going to write." And then Ho-El added his 2 cents. "How about me?" Hearing these suggestions from his friends, Liu Xinwu looked at Yoon Ji-sun and Ho-El in surprise and asked, "What are you talking about?" Immediately afterward, Yoon Ji-soo raised his finger and said happily, "Just as I thought, our young Dawoon." And right after him, Ho-El came up with his own version saying, "I knew it, Cheon Dawoon." Hearing the suggestions of his comrades, Liu Xinwu joyfully announced, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you both made a mistake in this case. Just as I thought. I knew it, it's our Jeong Dawoon. That's what you should have said." Hearing Liu Xingwu's version, both of his friends exclaimed in offense when they couldn't guess the correct sentence order mixed from their two versions. "Hen, where have you ever seen such a thing?" Then Rabbit thought irritably, "You're having fun." Immediately afterward, after calculating the time that had passed since the battle, and in general, Rabbit approached Liu Xingwu and said, "Listen to me, I think the sun is already set. Let's go check the tablet." Following Rabbit's advice and taking out the tablet from his inventory that was supposed to show the way to the entrance to the second dungeon, Liu Xingwu looked at it and said in surprise, "Oh, it's glowing." Hearing that everything was really working, Dawoon, who had already prepared for the trip, happily announced, "Well then, let's go in the direction of the light." Going in the direction the light pointed, there were some differences in direction. So the elephant walked in a strange way, winding along the road, and all because everyone was pointing in a different direction. This way, right? Ouch! Stop! The light is going out. Then this way? Oh, it's starting to shine brighter again. When they arrived at a certain place, Liu Xingwu looked at his friend and said thoughtfully, "Dawoon, this must be the place, right? The tablet is glowing so brightly." When Dawoon heard this message from his friend, he almost immediately left his elephant and jumped out into the street to examine the area and find out where the entrance was. Walking in one direction, Dawoon saw a lone tree near him, which looked very strange in the empty, icy desert, surrounded only by mountains. As he approached the tree, Dawoon said thoughtfully, No matter how you look at it, this tree looks too suspicious." Returning back to the elephant, Dawoon informed his companions that he had found a possible entrance to the dungeon. When they all went with him, Liu Xingwu, who was carrying a tablet, approached the tree and said, "You are right. The closer we get to this tree, the brighter the tablet shines." As Yoon Ji-soo walked around the tree to find the entrance, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, look over here. There's something lying by the roots of the tree." Walking over to his friend, Liu Xinwu added in surprise, "That's right. There's something glowing." When the rabbit heard about the nearby tablet, he suddenly exclaimed, "Come as close as you can to it. I'm pretty sure that when the two tablets meet, something will definitely happen." Hearing Rabbit's instruction, Liu Xingwu replied, "All right, I understand. As soon as Liu Xingwu got close enough and brought one tablet to the other, they both began to glow harmoniously, emitting a bright, dazzling light. Noticing this reaction of the tablets, Dawoon said in confusion, "Oh, what a strong glow." Then Hoel added, "It is impossible to look at it." And finally, Yoon Ji-soo said, covering his eyes with his hand, "Cover your eyes a little, uncle." When the reaction of the two reunited plates was complete, a system notification appeared saying, "You are all going to the second dungeon." Immediately after this notification, a magic circle appeared under all the boys, which was supposed to take them to the next level of the test. Seeing the bright glow, but already under his feet, Yoon Ji-soo exclaimed in fright, "Ah, what's happening to us?" Covering his eyes with his hand so that he wouldn't be accidentally blinded, Dawan thought, This is very similar to a gate skill, isn't it? We're going to the next dungeon." After the transference skill worked and everyone was transported to the second dungeon, Dawoon noticed that the light slowly began to fade. Lowering his hand to see what had happened, he said in surprise, "Eh? What?" When the gate of transmigration disappeared completely, Dawoon, not seeing any of his comrades, but only the vast desert and the tree where they were standing, exclaimed in confusion, "What?" The next moment, a system notification appeared in front of Devong saying, "Error, you cannot enter the gate." Seeing this, Rabbit said in surprise, "What? An error? What do you mean it says that there has been a mistake?" Immediately afterward, Dawoon, who had experienced the same situation as in the first stage, simply fell to the ground in frustration. Noticing his master's actions, Rabbit said, "Hold on." Trying to cheer Dawoon up, Pocky jumped into the snow and began digging in it to dig underground tunnels. Then he suddenly emerged from the snow, shouting, "Poke!" And then he just fell back on the snow and started playing in it, creating a snow angel on the surface of the snow layer. At the same time, while the others were having fun, Rabbit, standing over Dawoon, said, "The fact that you cannot use the dungeon gate, you already knew that before. I guess it's just your fate, so you should just accept it." Turning over on his back and starting to create a snow angel in the snow like Pokyu and fussing, Dawoon said, I don't know. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just lie here in one place and look at the starry sky." Hearing Dawoon's selfish attitude, the rabbit said, "So what are you going to do? Are you going to return to the village? If you wait for them here, it is obvious that they will not return. It is also possible that you may die here." Turning his head toward the rabbit who was condemning the yogi for his childish behavior, Dawoon said in a disappointed voice, "I want to be alone. Can you leave?" Then the rabbit answered him in a disgruntled voice, "We're already outside." After saying this, Dawoon suddenly stood up, which frightened the rabbit and surprised Pokyu. Noticing the sudden activity of his master, who suddenly stood up, the rabbit exclaimed in fright, "Oh, shit!" After that, Dawoon walked away from the rabbit. The rabbit, in turn worried about his master, tried to catch up with him and find out where he was going, asking, "Hey, where are you going?" To which he replied, "I don't know." Hearing such a vague answer from his disappointed master, the rabbit thought irritably, "What kind of person is he? He seems to be out of it." A short time later, Rabbit noticed that Dawoon had begun to build many observation towers near his place of residence, and he thought in surprise, "How many towers has he built here?" Determined to find out what was going on, the rabbit went to Dawoon to find out where he was, and thought unhappily, "He has caused me so much trouble." At the same time, Dawoon, having built another tower, noticed and received another system notification, the glow of which could be seen from afar. Finding Dawoon through this glow, Rabbit quickly climbed to the top of the tower and saw Dawoon there, who said in a sad voice, "Wow, the observation tower skill has risen to the second level. What am I supposed to do with this? I'm still alone. No one can even see it." The next moment, Dawoon collapsed to the floor, devoid of all motivation. Seeing this, Rabbit said angrily, After the dungeon is rebooted, all of this will disappear. You're not saving the clods of earth at all. At least wash your face with cold water and come to your senses." Hearing this suggestion from Rabbit, Dawoon replied in a disappointed voice, "What cold water? Do you want me to freeze and die here? It would be different if there was a hot bath." After talking about the hot bath, Dawoon suddenly came to life, and his eyes showed some sense of purpose. Opening his eyes and looking up at the starry sky, he wondered, "What? A hot bath?" As Dawoon began to look at the clear starry sky above him, he said thoughtfully, "These sparkles look like they have been embroidered on a beautiful heavenly cloth." After that, the boy also remembered his surroundings. Rising to a sitting position and looking around, Dawoon added, the wonderful frosty air, which tickles the tip of my nose a little. Then, remembering the hot spring baths in his country, the boy continued happily. And if you add to that, hot spring, after that, having received a charge of motivation for life and further movement, Dawoon confidently exclaimed, "That's it. Now it's finally decided." Standing up abruptly and making a lot of noise, frightening Pokyu with his shout, Dawoon said, "Only a hot bath can cure my longing." Hearing such sudden words from his master, the bewildered rabbit said, "Well, what? Why would you say that all of a sudden?" Immediately afterwards, Dawoon began to build a frame for the hot spring, where he planned to rest and regain his strength. When he finished the construction, he said happily, "This is just what I need." After completing the frame, Dawoon also added 2 legs and attached a collet to them. It was to be like a spring. When the main work was done, the boy said thoughtfully, "The height of the trap pot is not bad." After that, Dawoon took some water into the trap pot and approached it and said thoughtfully, "Now, is it time to boil the water?" "Excellent. Set the trap." As Dawoon began the boiling process, he checked the water temperature every time to make sure it was at a comfortable temperature for him. When he got it right, Dawoon once again put his hand into the cauldron and said, "The temperature is right." After that, having achieved the perfect result, Dawoon gave an order. "When the water is warm, pour it all in and reset the trap without interruption." Receiving this instruction from her master, the assistant replied in surprise, I see." Throwing off all his clothes, Dawoon happily walked over to the homemade hot spring and told Rabbit, "Step aside." Immediately afterwards, the boy was finally able to plunge into the hot water and experience the same unearthly bliss that he could not help but enjoy. Sitting in the hot bath, while Alpha was replenishing the water in the trap and adding it to the total mass, Dawoon enjoyed the sensations and said with relief, "This feels good." And next to him in the bathtub, Poke was also swimming. Enjoying the fruits of his labor, Dawoon said happily, "This is bliss." In Korea, middle-aged and elderly men usually enjoy such hot baths, or baths. At that moment, Dawoon looked like an uncle. When Rabbit approached Dawoon, who was sitting in the hot bath, he was surprised. "What's this? He looks hot. Does he like this? Is there some kind of magic here?" Then Dawoon said happily, "Ah, great. Bliss, true bliss." Immediately after Dawoon's words, the rabbit decided to try what was so good about Dawoon's hot baths. Putting his paw in the water, the rabbit quickly pulled it out, screaming, "Ouch, it's hot!" Then Dawoon asked happily, "What are you doing?" After taking a hot bath, Dawoon, having gathered himself again and walking somewhere with the rabbit, said, "Ah, how light my heart feels. A hot bath is a good thing after all." Rabbit replied to him in displeasure, "Phew, I almost got burned." Then Dawoon added, "Hey, you don't understand anything." Resigned to the fact that he did not understand anything about hot baths, Rabbit walked on with Dawoon and said, "That's all right. What are you going to do now? Are you going back to the village?" Hearing this question from Rabbit, Dawoon replied, "No, I won't go back. I am too offended." He then tried to contact his comrades through telepathy and said, "Shin Woo-hyun, Ji-soo, are you there?" Hearing Dawoon's voice through telepathy, Liu Xing-woo was just fighting the ice gremlins. After some time, he was finally able to finish off the last one so that it would not interfere with him. Having dealt with all the enemies, Liu Xing-woo replied to Dawoon via telepathy, "Dawoon, we can hear you. Are you okay?" To which he joyfully replied, "Xin Wu-heng, I'm fine. Where are you?" To which he replied in confusion, "Well, you know." In this difficult situation, Liu Xingwu saw that in addition to all the monsters, the dungeon had begun to change its shape again and was causing an earthquake. When the dungeon began to change its shape once again, Liu Xingwu said in confusion, "It's happening again. It's started." After receiving such a vague explanation from his friend, Dawoon asked in surprise, "What, it started? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Raising his eyes up to get a rough idea of how the form was changing, Liu Xingwu telepathically informed Dawoon, "The dungeon, changing again." Immediately after Dawoon said this, he heard a strange noise, and then Liu Xingwu suddenly became very quiet. Startled by this situation, Dawoon began to summon him again, calling out, "Xing Wu Hen, Jin Su." Nervous that none of his comrades answered, Dawoon said in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are they not responding? Surely nothing happened to them." Nervous at the same moment, Dawoon said in confusion as he looked around, What should I do? I have to go to them. Seeing his master's anxiety, Rabbit said angrily, "Calm down, you don't know where they are." As Dawoon began to get nervous and to tear his hair out because he didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard someone's voice addressing him through telepathy. Dawoon Hyun. It was his friend who had also been trapped in the dungeon with the others. When Dawoon heard from one of them, he exclaimed in confusion, "Jin-soo, are you okay? Why didn't you answer? Did something happen?" Hearing his friend's voice so worried, Yoon Ji-soo calmly said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was attacked by some monsters, so I had to deal with them. I just finished dealing with them now." Yoon Ji-soo added awkwardly while scratching his cheek. "I heard you talking to Liu Yi. I heard you talking to Liu Shin-woo Hyun, but I didn't want to interrupt you, and I also thought you would be worried, so it happened like this." Hearing about his own worries in the event of an emergency from Yoon Ji-soo, Dawan said in alarm, "Of course, the dungeon is changing?" Then he was told, "Ah, it's not that bad." To which Dawoon replied angrily, "Not so bad?" After picturing in his mind the location of his friends and himself, Yoon Ji-woo told Dawoon, "Yes, I think we need to go to another place." Yoon Ji-soo then added, changing his location to find the rest of his teammates. Also, the dungeon is shaped like a maze. After walking a certain distance in the maze, Yoon Ji-soo noticed that the maze was changing again and reported, "It looks like the shape of the maze is starting to change again. Based on the information I've received, it changes in a certain cycle." Yoon Ji-soo, who had been talking to Dawan the whole time, said in surprise, "What? Dawoon Hyun, you're not coming to the labyrinth?" To which he replied awkwardly, "I have some problems. Go on." Hearing Dawan's request to just continue, Yoon Ji-soo, moving through the maze and knocking on the walls to signal his comrades his approximate location, said, "Hey, well, we'll have to wander around here. Fortunately, it's not too dangerous here, I think." Dawoon froze in place and said in disappointment, For some reason, I thought that Xing Wu Hang was in some kind of emergency." Hearing these words from his friend, Yoon Ji-soo rushed to reassure him, saying, "Of course, it's a very critical situation for him because it's his weak point." Hearing Yoon Jin say this, Dawoon asked in surprise, "A weakness place?" After this question, Yoon Ji-soo happily reported, "He's really bad at navigating the terrain. Isn't that right, Shin Woo Hyun?" Hearing this question addressed to him, Liu Xingwu coughed awkwardly, but in reality he was very embarrassed by the revelation of his secret. After receiving such testimony from his comrades and realizing that they were all right, Dawoon heaved a sigh of relief and said happily, "Oh, what a relief. It's a relief." Overhearing Dawoon's conversation with Yoon Ji-soo, the rabbit said in surprise, "It turns out that Liu Xingwu has his own flaws as well." To which Dawoon happily replied, "Well, that's a relief. I thought something bad had happened to them." While Dawoon and Rabbit were talking, Pocky ran forward to reconnoiter the situation. But suddenly something strange caught his attention and he froze in his tracks. He saw a small hill of snow in front of him, and he thought that he had accidentally come across the ice gremlins they had recently fought. The next moment, someone jumped out from under the snow, frightening Pocky to the point of death. He thought he was dead because he couldn't fight the gremlins alone. Pocky was very frightened by this sudden appearance and just waved his paws and screamed in fright. But the next moment, when he took a better look at those who appeared before him, Pocky suddenly calmed down and just froze in place from surprise. There were squirrels standing in front of him. They were just like him, only snow squirrels. There were a lot of them, and they were completely colored in white, which just fit into this polar climate. Noticing such a large crowd of squirrels that appeared in front of his pet, and how Pocky was talking to them, Dawoon said in surprise as he approached them, "Pocky has friends? They have white fur. Is it because they live in this cold?" After Pokyu's long conversations with his distant relatives, Dawoon's pet suddenly leaned to the side, looking at the squirrels in front of him in surprise. Then the white squirrels repeated the same action with him and looked at Pokyu in surprise, not understanding why they had to do it again. Seeing that everyone had repeated it and understood him, Pocky began to wave his paws happily and rejoice in the meeting. Meanwhile, Dawoon, who had been watching his pet's behavior, thought in confusion, "I don't understand." Hearing Rabbit's upset voice, Dawoon looked back and noticed that he had covered his ears and was speaking. "How noisy they are! Leave Poke to play with them and let us go back. We can't dig up the whole place looking for a dungeon." Hearing Rabbit say this, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "That's right. I can't dig up the whole place by myself. However, I do have another plan that might help us succeed in finding the dungeon." Dawoon looked at the white squirrels with whom Poke was talking and said thoughtfully, "We should ask them. Maybe they know something about it." After thinking about how he could get information from the squirrels, Dawoon exclaimed happily, "That's right. We should ask them to tell us where the underground monsters live." Then, having come up with a cunning plan to negotiate, Dawoon said to his pet, "Well, let's get started, shall we? Come here, Pokyu." When Pocky approached Dawoon, he immediately gave him a large number of bones of various animals that he had. In this situation, Dawoon was an investor who spared no expense to achieve his goals. And Pokyu at that moment became his personal businessman, who had to conclude agreements with foreign residents, as well as a translator. In general, Poke became a very businesslike squirrel. Looking back at the rabbit, only one thought ran through the minds of Pokyu and Dawoon. Just stand there, rabbit. The latter, in turn, noticing the strange looks on him, asked indignantly, "Why are you staring at me like that?" After a few minutes of various discussions and determining the terms of the agreement that both parties to the contract had to fulfill, Pokyu finally achieved the desired result, and the deal was finalized. Then both parties shook hands, and each began to fulfill the conditions, but first the squirrels took the payment to their nests. After the payment was received and counted, the white squirrels began to signal Devong where to go to find what he needed. When he noticed a white squirrel jumping up and down and flapping its legs, Dawoon exclaimed, "Oh, they said it was over there?" Everything was too simple for now. According to the terms of the contract, the white squirrels would show the way, and the place where they had seen some underground monsters. And Dawoon at the same time simply followed them and dug underground passages to follow the signs. However, things were not going as smoothly as expected. The white squirrels did not show what Dawoon wanted. And so, once again, Dawoon got to the right place, but when he saw what the squirrel was showing him, he thought in disappointment, "This is a cicada larva." The next time he got to the right location of the monster that the squirrel was leading him to, he arrived at the spot and thought again, "It's just a dead frog." Realizing that this could take a very long time, Dawoon said to Rabbit in surprise, "There are so many nasty things underground. I was hoping to get to the dungeon without any problems, but I've been digging so much." Imagining in his mind the rough layout of the entire dungeon that Dawoon had dug up while following the squirrels, Rabbit said thoughtfully, "Indeed, now your efforts are like a cave built by ants for themselves." Immediately after Rabbit said this, Dawoon continued to break down the wall to follow the squirrel. As he worked, he happily announced, "But you shouldn't stop anyway. After all, I am an expert in digging." Hearing Dawoon's words, Rabbit said indifferently, "Oh yes, yes, you are." After punching the wall a few times and stepping away from it to show off for Rabbit, the wall suddenly began to collapse on its own, as if someone was pounding it from the outside. When Dawoon noticed that the wall had been destroyed, he looked at the hole that had appeared in it and said in confusion, "What? This?" In front of Dawoon was a huge ant that had destroyed the wall from the outside. Slowly stepping back so as not to provoke the monster, Dawoon said in fright, "How did it come from over there?" The ant looked really terrifying. It had red eyes and giant tongs that helped it eat its food, and this monster was now standing in front of Dawoon. Thinking about how to escape from the monster, Dawoon said in a frightened voice, "You? Where did you come from?" Meanwhile, Rabbit, who was standing behind Dawoon, was thinking in confusion, saying out loud, "Wah! I called this place the Cave of Ants, and now you have it. The ants have come out. Maybe I am Wang." Hearing Rabbit's thoughts, Dawoon said angrily, "I'll talk to you later." The next moment, Dawoon ran away from the monster, saving his life. The monster followed him, trying to grab him with its claws. At the same time, Rabbit, who was running away with him, said in displeasure, "Try to do something." Hearing the rabbit's suggestion, Dawoon exclaimed in alarm, "How can I fight him? He came out of nowhere so suddenly." Immediately after he said this, Alpha spoke up and said, "Wow, this is no ordinary ant." Then Dawoon added, frightened, "I already know that it is too big for an ant." After Dawoon expressed his displeasure, Alpha added, "He's one of the witch's experiments. They made a hybrid out of an ordinary ant." Dawoon then replied in displeasure, running away from the monster, "Do you think this is so important now?" Looking back to make sure he was healthy, Dawoon exclaimed in fright, "The problem now is that I need to somehow fight this monster." Suddenly, after saying this, Dawoon abruptly stopped and shouted out fiercely, "No, wait, why should I actually run away from him?" Immediately after saying this, Da-woon used the Eagle Valor skill. This skill made the wielder fearless. As soon as the skill was used, Da-woon lost his sense of fear and shouted out, "Power!" Then he kicked the enemy who was right behind him and added, "One-horned boar." However, everything turned out a little differently than expected. Da-woon felt pain in the leg he was kicking. Standing back from the enemy he had just kicked, Da-woon said in surprise, "Why is he so hard?" To which Rabbit angrily replied, "Did you think you were Liu Xingwu?" Immediately after saying this, Rabbit noticed more enemies far away in the tunnel and loudly announced, "There are still enemies running. We need to close the passage immediately." When Da-woon looked up from the defeated enemy who had lost consciousness, he saw many more enemies approaching them from behind. Then Da-woon decided to act decisively. Opening his inventory, he took out a steel spear and thought, "They are too close. I have to stop them first." The next moment, the boy launched the steel spear at the monster's head, but unfortunately, the spear bounced off the monster's thick skull and got stuck in the ceiling. Raising his head up, Da-woon realized that he could try a different way to detain the monsters. Looking at the steel spade stuck in the ceiling, Da-woon thought, "This is it." Immediately afterward, Da-woon took out the rest of the steel pikes from his inventory. Without wasting a second of his time, he started throwing them at the monster so that the ricochet of the picks would hit the ground, and thus Da-woon built a homemade monster barrier. Seeing his master's strange actions, the rabbit exclaimed in annoyance, "Even if you throw a whole bunch, you won't achieve much effect. What are you doing?" Then Da-woon replied in a calm tone, Wait." When everything was ready, Da-woon just stood there and watched the enemies running toward him. However, despite the ants' great speed, they began to slow down before the steel peaks that divided the cave. Having achieved the effect he wanted, when the ants could not reach them, Da-woon joyfully exclaimed, "Great! It worked!" Seeing this result of his seemingly senseless actions, Rabbit said in surprise, "Oh my God!" Then Rabbit added in surprise, "So you set up these sticks to stop the ants? They only move on the ground. It will have an effect. But the question is, how long will it last?" Hearing the rabbit's question, Da-woon said slyly, "That's right. The obstacles will make them stop for a while and think about how to overcome them. But that's exactly what I needed." While the monster stood there, Da-woon created the silhouette of a huge stone fence with a hole in it. Noticing that the boy had almost closed the passage, Rabbit said in surprise, "Oh, and at this time you are going to make a stone wall. What is that hole in the middle?" And that hole was exactly Da-woon's plan. Hearing Rabbit's question, the boy answered, "If you block all the passages, they will start making holes from all sides, and that is even more dangerous. However, with the help of that hole, I can lure them to where I need them." Having received such a vague answer to his question, Rabbit was confused. "What? Where do you need to lure?" He said. Soon as the wall with the opening was completed, Da-woon began to set up pea-shooter traps to attack enemies who would climb out of the hole he had left. After setting up 6 trap plants around him, Rabbit said in surprise, "Is this what you're talking about?" After a short time, the sound of feet came from the opening, and a second later the first ant came out. As soon as the target appeared on the horizon, all 6 traps immediately opened fire on it until the target was completely destroyed. Seeing how well Devong's plan worked, Rabbit thought, in a matter of seconds he came up with this. His head is cooking just right, although I feel a little bit like live bait. And at the same time, while the rabbit was thinking, Da-woon exclaimed with joy when he saw the effectiveness of his idea. "Victory!" While the traps were fighting the monsters that were breaking through the tunnel, Da-woon saw a white squirrel in front of him, trying to attract their attention and show them what she had found. When he noticed it, Da-woon said in surprise, "What? You came here too?" As soon as the squirrel realized that she had been noticed, she immediately went to show them the way. After making a few jumps, the animal looked back to see if the boy was following it. When Da-woon saw that the squirrel looked back, he was surprised. "Oh, follow you." And the next moment, he ran after the squirrel, calling out to it, "Wait!" Looking back, Rabbit, who was reloading the traps, shouted angrily, "Where are you going?" But he was ignored. Then the rabbit followed the others, catching up with them. The path of all of them ran through a strange cave, which did not lead to the right place. When Da-woon finally arrived at the place where the squirrel was leading them, he was amazed to see where he was. "Wow, what is this?" When he saw a chest filled with hay that the squirrel was playing on and a sword next to it, Da-woon added in surprise, "Where did a chest and all these objects come from in a place like this? Did a person live here before?" Pointing to a hole in the wall, Rabbit objected, saying, "Most likely not. See that? Judging by the shape, there was also an ant cave here. And these objects were most likely attracted by ants." Looking at the rabbit, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Why did the ants need human objects?" The rabbit replied with a sigh, "What do worker ants understand? They just follow orders." Standing in front of the chest and the weapons lying next to it, Dawoon asked, "Oh, so the witch told them to?" Immediately after the boy's words, Alpha revived and said, "I see. Now I understand why the witches wanted to breed hybrids." Immediately after, Alpha explained, "Originally, the witch's house could only be found through a gate. This way, they could be completely safe from intruders. But at the same time, the witches isolated themselves from everyone." After that, they talked about ants. Perhaps the ants did not only serve as guardians of the house, but also received orders, and were sent outside to collect materials for experiments. And finally, Alpha added, "Despite the constant persecution, the witches did not stop doing experiments, and they used ants for this very purpose. That's the answer to my question." After listening to all this chatter, Dawoon said in displeasure, "Why are we here looking for answers to your questions?" At the same time, Rabbit, who was standing next to Dawoon and had also heard everything that Alpha had said, "I don't think this conversation makes sense. After all, you have just been told. The dungeon is the witch's house, and the ants are her workers." Then Rabbit added thoughtfully, "And that means, if we go through the whole cave of ants, there must be a dungeon at the end." Listening to the rabbit's thoughts, Dawoon abruptly picked up his idea. And the next moment the boy said, "It looks like that." Immediately after these words, Dawoon created a gate near him that was supposed to transport him to another place. And this gate led to the very place from which Dawoon had left, the same place where his pea-shooter traps were located to hold back the invasion of monsters that were chasing them. After a period of time, Dawoon remodeled the very area where the monsters were supposed to arrive. After some time, when Dawoon decided to practice a little, Rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "What is this guy up to again?" At that time, Dawoon assembled a set of armor for himself. He put on armor with elasticity and shock absorption, and leather boots with friction and shock absorption. He also had an iron shield in his hand, with additional parameters of hardness and lightness. Dawoon chose an iron skewer as his weapon, which had only one additional characteristic, penetration power of the second level. When Rabbit saw this characteristic on the weapon, he exclaimed indignantly, "For a skewer, this looks too luxurious." As soon as Dawoon heard Rabbit's remark, he replied, "Safety first." Then Alpha added, "We've been running low on life energy lately, so now safety comes first." Dawoon then added happily, "Hear that?" Walking toward the very spot where the ants were supposed to appear, Dawoon confidently announced, "From now on, I plan to grow up a little." Hearing Dawoon sound so confident, Rabbit asked in surprise, "What? Grow up? What do you mean?" But Dawoon simply ignored him and walked toward the stone wall he had built to demonstrate exactly what he meant by grow up. A few seconds later, Dawoon was standing by the wall, shielded by a shield and clutching a skewer in his hands. He was fully prepared for the arrival of the guests. Gathering his thoughts, the boy began to listen to the tunnel to hear when someone would start approaching from it. He did not have to wait very long for this moment. After a few seconds of waiting, he heard a scratching sound and someone's feet stomping through the tunnel. As soon as the sound came from the opening, Dawoon prepared for battle and began to look carefully for the enemy to appear. As soon as the enemy appeared, Dawoon immediately waved his hand and drove the skewer into the monster's head. When the rabbit saw this kind of training, it exclaimed in confusion, "Hunting with your bare hands?" After that, Dawoon followed the same scheme. The first stage was to wait for the enemy to approach. The next stage began when the enemy came into view. This was the most crucial stage. It was necessary to take the enemy by surprise in time and hit him in his weak spot. After that, the enemy would fall on a block of cursed earth, which he had specially left for himself, just in case. And this was the final stage. When the enemy fell on the cursed earth, he rotted very quickly, and there was absolutely nothing left of him. And so Dawoon repeated this over and over again, using the power of the one-horned boar. It was this skill that determined the outcome of the battle. When Dawoon got tired or his skill expired, the enemies were killed by pea-shooters instead of Dawoon. That's how the one-horned boar power skill rose to level 8 without any problems. Seeing this method of achieving his goals, Rabbit said with resentment, "Cheater!" When the boy's skill reached a new level and Dawoon had rested, he headed for the maze of ants. Following Dawoon, Rabbit asked, "Are you serious? Are you seriously going to make your way forward?" To which he replied, "You said yourself that there is a dungeon at the end." And then, looking at the rabbit's displeased face, he added, "Besides, my skill level has risen. Now these ants are nothing to me." Following Dawoon, Rabbit thought, "I feel a little uneasy." As Dawoon passed the room where the chest of things was, he said to the rabbit, "Oh, by the way, take these items with you as well." The rabbit replied in disappointment, "Yes, I will." Meanwhile, when Dawoon met enemies, he adhered to the original plan of fighting monsters. As soon as he came across ants, he tried not to hesitate, and when he caught his enemies by surprise, he defeated them with a single blow. And when necessary, he used his shield. Passing by the corpses of monsters, Rabbit would circle them in fear and look closely to make sure that they did not suddenly come back to life and attack him. And so, over time, they went deeper and deeper into the cave. As Dawoon and Rabbit were walking through the cave, Rabbit suddenly asked, "Why not just call the golems and have no problems? Why do you have to work so hard?" Then Dawoon answered Rabbit, explaining the impracticality of his proposal. "The passage is too narrow. Besides, the devil knows what the ground is like here. If we are very lucky, we will bury ourselves alive." Then, looking back at Rabbit, the boy added, "But we need to think only about the good. It's not every day that you get the opportunity to improve your skills so easily." Hearing Dawoon's words, Rabbit exclaimed in frustration, "That's great for you, but I have to suffer." Trying to ignore the rabbit, Dawoon said, "What? I can't hear you." Then Dawoon suddenly thought about it and said offensively, "Come to think of it, I have already killed so many people. Where are my new skills? Is it insight or slaughter?" Hearing these words from Dawoon, Rabbit began to laugh, and through his laughter he said, "Leave these thoughts alone. You had no talent for fighting to begin with. If you keep forcing someone who has no talent to sing, how can they sing?" Trying not to react to the rabbit's mockery, Dawoon replied angrily, "Even a rabbit like this can practice hard and still sing." Then the rabbit continued to mock, "That's right. If you practice hard, you can sing like a normal person. Then try to reach the level of an ordinary person first." Dawoon could not stand this mockery, and he hit the rabbit on the head for his words. As Dawoon continued walking, he heard footsteps coming from the depths of the tunnel. As soon as Dawoon realized that another enemy was on the way, he called Rabbit. "Hey, Rabbit! They're coming again! Be careful!" After the boy had informed his subject of the danger, he said in anticipation, "Hey, stop hanging around in one place. Show yourself at last." Immediately after these words, a silhouette appeared out of the darkness, and several legs emerged from the shadows. When Dawoon saw the enemy in front of him, who was unlike any of the previous enemies, he was frightened. What is this?" Dawoon now faced a very serious opponent. It was a chimera called the Soldier Ant. It was much bigger than ordinary worker ants. Seeing the enemy of considerable size standing in front of them, Rabbit exclaimed in fear, "Be careful! This chimera is different from the ones you have encountered." To which Dawoon replied in confusion, "So I have encountered worker ants before?" Immediately afterwards, Dawoon reached into his inventory to pull out a weapon and angrily exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" Pulling out his weapon and setting up pea shooter traps around him, Dawoon added, "Only now? Are you telling me this?" As soon as everything was ready, Dawoon, overcome with emotion from the shock of facing such a formidable enemy, shouted, "Open fire!" Immediately after Davong's order, all the traps opened fire on the target, trying to pierce its strong carapace. When the ammunition ran out, Dawoon looked at the soldier ant and said, "Wow! Not a single scratch on this one! How cool!" Rabbit shouted at him irritatedly, "What the hell are you doing? Pull yourself together!" Hearing Rabbit's remark, Dawoon shouted menacingly, preparing to attack. "I know about this myself! The power of the one-horned boar!" As soon as the skill was applied, the boy immediately rushed at the enemy, and with a precise strike hit the monster's head. However, it did not go well. Although the steel spear hit the enemy, it failed to pierce his strong skull. Realizing that he was in a bad situation and that his strength was not enough to win, Dawoon said in confusion, "This doesn't work either." Furious at Dawoon's actions, the ant first froze in place to collect its thoughts, as the blow had also knocked its concentration a bit. The next moment, the chimera grabbed Dawoon's steel spear and pulled it out of the boy's hands, raising it high above him. After that, the soldier ant simply cut the steel pick as if it were a straw, which frightened the rabbit and surprised Dawoon. Seeing how easily the enemy was able to destroy Dawoon's weapon, the boy said in surprise, "Did you see that, Rabbit?" As he was preparing to run away, the frightened rabbit exclaimed, "Of course I saw, you're not blind. Why are you frozen like that? We have to run away. After these words, the rabbit heard Dawun's voice, which seemed strange to him. The boy said, "He split." Then Rabbit asked in surprise, "What?" Then Dawun repeated in a frantic voice, "He broke the spear. Even iron can't do anything to him." Having reported the incredible strength of the enemy, the boy said, "I also want to be able to do that." Hearing these words from Dawun, who was standing right in front of the enemy, Rabbit asked in surprise, "Well, what the hell are you talking about?" Immediately after Rabbit's question, Dawun's loud reply was heard, as he angrily shouted, "I want everything that Ant has." After that, Dawun rushed into the battle with one shield and shouted menacingly, "Set traps!" And Rabbit just stood behind Dawun a few meters away and watched him in fright. Frozen in place, Rabbit heard Dawun shouting to his trap as he fought with the soldier ant, "Bind him, Potato! Great!" The rabbit's brain just shut down at the very moment when Dawun was attacking such a formidable enemy. The rabbit just stood there, frozen, unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, somewhere in dungeon number 2, where Dawun's comrades were, there were also adventures. Liu Xingwu was in this dungeon, and he was about to fight an opponent who met him on the way to his comrades. Using a skill on his weapon, he said, "Lightning." As soon as the skill was activated, Liu Xingwu attacked the ice gremlin and finished it off, leaving the enemy with a nice roast and a crispy crust. Having dealt with the next enemy and having made enough noise, Liu Xingwu spoke thoughtfully over the telepathic link. "So, Jinsu, did you hear me?" Not receiving an answer to his question, Liu Xingwu went further through the maze to find his comrades in it, but he was not yet successful, when he suddenly heard the noise of the dungeon and said in disappointment, "Ouch, things are changing again." Moving quickly through the maze, Yun Jisoo reported to Liu Xingwu via telepathy in confusion, "Hyung, I just heard some sound, but the shape is starting to change again. Try to stay put." At the time Yun Jisoo had just started to speak, Liu Xinwu was already running through the maze, and as soon as he received the command from his friend to stay put, he abruptly froze and hesitantly replied, "Oh, okay." After the maze finished changing its shape, Yun Jisoo spoke to Liu Xingwu again via telepathy, "Make some sound. I'll try to find you." Hearing that he was to make a sound, Liu Xingwu was seriously alarmed, and preparing for global destruction, he said happily, "Aha, I can do that." And at the same time, somewhere under the layer of snow in the tunnels of ants, the carnivorous potato grew so much that its sprouts occupied a large area, and the plant itself grew so much that it could easily accommodate a whole chimera of a soldier ant, with only the head of the monster sticking out. The next moment, when the body was already being digested inside the plant, the head eventually dried up and simply fell off the rest of the body. At the end of Dawun's battle against the ant soldier chimera, Dawun won, and his trap plant ate the monster that threatened them. After the victory, Dawun decided to take the trophy with him and went to the ant's head, then took it in his hand by one of its claws. Raising his head up, he said happily, "Is there nothing left of him?" To which the rabbit said unhappily, "So that's what happens. Poor ant." After that, Zhang Dawun was able to complete the destruction of the ant caves. Hearing this from the rabbit, who was so unfortunate to have been defeated by the monster, Dawun looked back and asked, "Hey, whose side are you on?" Immediately after saying this, Dawun saw a bright light shining directly into his eyes, signaling that he had gained a new achievement or skill. Turning his head back, Dawun saw a sign in front of him that read, "You have the first achievement. Destroy the ant cave. You have destroyed the chimera ants, the witches' animals. You have done what no one else has ever done. I'm proud of you." After that, Dawun said in surprise, "Oh, an achievement. What, this is an award?" And a little bit below the achievement itself, there was a reward for it. This time the reward was an ant's egg. Seeing such a reward for such a difficult achievement, Dawun said in disappointment, "An ant's egg?" The next moment, Dawun was holding a small version of a soldier ant in his arms, so small that it could fit on his finger. Looking at his new pet, Dawun said, "Lift the left antenna." Then the ant obeyed his order. Immediately afterward, Dawun added, "Now raise the right antenna and lower the left antenna." And at that very moment, the ant did as it was told. Then Dawun thought, "How well it obeys." Looking at his new pet running around on his hand, Dawun said thoughtfully, "Ha ha ha, it still has no attacking skill. However, it's good to know that he listens well to commands. If only you were bigger, you'd be useful. The size of those monsters." Hearing these words from Dawun, the rabbit grabbed the ant with its paws and pulled it towards him, saying happily, "Is it at least as big as a real ant?" As soon as the ant was on the rabbit's paw, It immediately began to bite him, trying to punish the thief. Feeling some tingling on his hand, the rabbit said, "Hey, you have a lot of character, I see. Does it look bigger than an ordinary ant?" Then the assistant woke up and reported, "He is most definitely a baby chimera ant. His armor looks exactly like the armor of the monsters that Dawoon fought." Hearing this, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "Cool. I have caught an ant that cannot die even if someone accidentally steps on it." After Dawoon said this, no one else wanted to say anything. Immediately afterward, looking at his pet again, the boy said thoughtfully, "Ants communicate with pheromones. Do you happen to know the way to your home?" In response to this question, Dawoon did not receive any response from the ant. This is not surprising because, as Rabbit later said, "You are asking too much of a baby who has almost just been born." After some time, Dawoon was returning through the gate of transmigration after completing his journey. When the rabbit noticed this, he asked in surprise, "You came back so quickly?" And he heard the reply, "Yes." Then the rabbit asked him in displeasure, "Did you use the gate to carry some ant to the temple? Why did you think that?" Dawoon replied, "I could not have thrown it by myself." At the end of this discussion, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "By the way, I did not know what baby ants eat, so I left him only a little bit of it. He will be fine, won't he?" The rabbit replied, "What should happen to him?" Remembering what was in the underground temple under the village, the rabbit added, "It's just food, isn't it?" Meanwhile, the ant, who was left alone in the vast rice field, could not help but rejoice at this event. Its eyes were shining with happiness. At the same time, somewhere in the vastness of the frosty part of the fourth stage, another team of participants was wandering. Zhang Dawan and his teammates were not the only ones looking for the second dungeon. Walking through the endless snowy desert, one of the team members said, "It is so cold and I'm hungry." Walking a little further, the same man, who was most likely a tank in the team, said irritably, "A little more, I'll start eating snow." The girl replied, "Then you'll just die of cold." Taking a few more steps forward, the girl saw the silhouettes of some buildings in front of her and exclaimed, "Oh, there is a witch's house." Hearing this announcement, the stout man began to turn his head to see it and asked in confusion, "Where? Where?" As soon as he spotted what they thought was the witch's house, which began to appear through the snowstorm, he let out a surprised cry. "What?" Approaching the building a few meters away, the girl asked in surprise, "Is this the witch's house? It looks very strange to me." Lowering his head down and looking at the moonstone tiles, the masked man from their team replied, "I don't think so. The tile is not responding to him at all." Raising his head up to get a better look at the towers in front of them, the oldest of the players said, This is much better than the witch's house." Hearing such confident words from her friend, who was obviously happy about the discovery, the girl asked, "How do you know this?" And he confidently replied, "I just saw it before." Then, coming closer, he added, "In the village of Cracks." After walking a few more meters to the buildings, the team came across a sign that read, "Zhang Da-woon's bathhouse dungeon. B male, A female. All are welcome to relax. The dungeon may collapse when you restart. Be careful." After reading the sign, everyone was shocked to find open-air hot baths in the middle of a frosty continent. It was a real divine grace. The next moment, when everyone went to take a hot bath, someone from the group said joyfully, "What an incredible person." Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Da-woon was gradually gaining popularity among the participants. At the same time, somewhere in the labyrinth of the dungeon, Liu Xingwu continued to search for his comrades. Having contacted Yoon Jisoo by telepathy, the boy asked, "Where are you now?" "I'm on the second floor." When Yoon Jisoo received the location of his friend, he said in confusion, "No. How could you suddenly be up there? I told you to stay where you are." To which he heard Liu Xinwu reply, "I'm sorry. When I came to, I was already on the second floor." After that, taking his swords out of their sheaths to be ready for battle if he was attacked by enemies, Liu Xingwu added, "Where is Dawoon and what is he doing? It's not safe to go alone. Should we go back to the village?" At that time, Dawoon, who had accidentally gotten much closer to the dungeon than his comrades, said in confusion, Well, I have a situation here." From behind the gate in front of which Dawoon stood, someone's voice came and said in an angry tone, "Who dares to wake me up?" After which, Dawoon added in confusion, "I'm right in front of the boss's room." At this, his comrades exclaimed in unison, "What?" Immediately afterwards, the door to the room opened, and Dawoon was confronted with a terrifying sight of a room surrounded by torches with pink flames. and in the center of it was a reaper with a scythe, the one who was waiting for Da-woon in this room of the dungeon. In one hand, the inhabitant of the room held the sickle of death, with which he had defeated many of the participants who had dared to recklessly challenge him, and his other hand radiated an aura of darkness that plunged everyone into chaos. The occupant of the dungeon boss's room was the king of the dead, who had been left here for protection. He was waiting for the return of his mistress after she left her home. This enemy was called the Immortal Lich. He stood here to protect the witch's house in her absence. When Immortal Lich noticed Da-woon coming to his property, he said to him in his hoarse, low voice, "Come to me, you worm with life in you, I curse you." Standing behind the closed door to the room, Da-woon turned his head toward the rabbit and asked in confusion, "Did you hear that?" The rabbit answered him in displeasure, "Yes, he is asking us to come in." Hearing that Da-woon was already at the door to the boss's room and was about to enter at Immortal Lich's invitation, Liu Xing-woo exclaimed in confusion, "Da-woon, no way! Don't you dare go in there by yourself. Wait until we arrive." Immediately after these words, Yoon Ji-soo also spoke up. "Hyun, run away from there quickly. No, you better hide somewhere. Shin Woo-hyun, you stay right there." Hearing such interesting advice from his comrades, who were urging him not to fight alone, Da-won replied, "What are you talking about? I'm not crazy to go in there alone." At that very moment, Da-woon had already created a gate to move in case of emergency. Seeing this, and hearing the boy's words, Rabbit angrily exclaimed, "Is that why you're going to run away right away?" Da-woon replied, "I'm just getting ready." Looking at the gate that led to the boss's room, Da-woon breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Ugh, I accidentally thought that the witch herself was in there. This is really strange. This place is called a witch's house, but it looks like a laboratory." Then Da-woon looked back at the rabbit and asked in surprise, "By the way, why are there no monsters here at all?" The rabbit answered, "It only means that the person behind that door is very dangerous." It was at that moment that Da-woon remembered his conversation with the village elder, who had emphasized, "The boss of the second dungeon is the king of the dead, and you will not be able to defeat him in the usual way of fighting. I guarantee you that." After telling my dear friend about this problem, that Immortal Liu is so immortal that he cannot be defeated, however, that is, if you fight against him in the usual ways. The village elder then added, "However, there is one way you can defeat him. It is the vessel of life." Hearing about the strange thing Oh Chang-seok had mentioned, Da-won repeated it in astonishment. "A vessel of life?" After that, the village elder, visualizing in his mind what this vessel looked like, said, "This is the name of the vessel in which the soul and energy of Lich is located. He hides it in a secret place that no one knows about and no one can even guess." Explaining that somewhere in the witch's house there is a vessel of Lich's life, the elder continued, "And if you manage to find this vessel and break it, then you will be able to defeat this immortal Lich." After listening to the village elder's explanation of how to defeat the boss of the second dungeon, Rabbit asked thoughtfully, "So what does that mean?" "First, we have to find this vessel of life." Immediately after these thoughts, the rabbit returned to reality and saw Da-woon, who had begun to explore the laboratory and began to rob it in a barbaric manner, which was very displeasing to the rabbit. As soon as Da-woon saw the rabbit's eyes on him, he said happily, "Hey, there are so many things here. I need to take everything with me. This is great, so great. Did you say something to me, by the way?" Seeing Da-woon's actions and hearing his words, Rabbit just laughed hysterically and said, "Ha ha ha ha, no, I didn't say anything. You heard me. I'll help you now." At that moment, Rabbit decided not to think about anything. After his run through the dishes was over, Da-woon went to the bookshelves. When he came across the most interesting ones, he suddenly asked, "What are these books?" To which Alpha answered, "Try to open them. Some witches had tomes with spells." Hearing about the spells, Da-woon immediately grabbed a book at random and opened it. What he saw there surprised him greatly. Then he turned the page. And then another and another. All he could see were white pages with nothing written on them. Then Da-woon said sadly, "Is there nothing here? Do all witch books look like this?" To which Alpha replied, "Ah, what a pity. Oh, master of the temple, if only you were a sorcerer. How wonderful it would be." Hearing these words from his assistant, Da-woon said in embarrassment, "Why do I still feel guilty in this situation?" And Pocky began to wave his paw in anger, threatening Alpha for insulting Da-woon. Rabbit walked over to Dawoon and said happily, "What did you expect? This is the place where all the dungeon members go. Did you really think that the assistant would leave any important information here?" Then Rabbit added with a sly smile on his face, "You shouldn't blame yourself so much. Your skills are already becoming akin to magic in some ways." But Krolik was ignored. While he was trying to make fun of Dawoon, he heard him laughing ominously. When Rabbit opened his eyes, he saw that Dawoon was already taking away even the books, and he exclaimed angrily, "What else are you going to pick up? You don't have to laugh like that." Hearing Rabbit's threatening tone, Dawoon responded to him by pointing a finger at him. "Hey, do you have any idea how many uses can be found for ordinary paper? Even if it's just white paper, it will come in handy." As soon as all the books on the shelf were gathered, Dawoon exclaimed loudly, "Let's disassemble the cabinet at the same time and take it with us. Plaques this good are not easy to get anywhere. Wow, there's a lot of nails in here too. This is a jackpot." Watching Dawoon's barbaric actions, Rabbit said angrily, "Man." After some time of Dawoon's barbaric actions, the room full of various things was left with only bare walls. Awkwardly looking around the room, Dawoon asked, "Did I overdo it?" Immediately afterward, the boss's voice came from the room. "Come here, worm." After that, Rabbit replied in displeasure, "What am I supposed to say to that?" After the rabbit expressed his dissatisfaction to his master, he began to look around the empty room. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something strange that stood out in the empty room. Somewhere on the floor, he could see that one of the tiles was somehow raised to the level of the others. Then Rabbit said in surprise, "Hey, look! There's a tile sticking out here. It looks rather suspicious." Hearing Rabbit's message, Dawoon looked at the same place and replied in surprise, "Oh, that's right." Without wasting any time, Dawoon went over to check what was wrong. A few seconds later, the boy picked up the stove and said thoughtfully, "Well, let's see what's going on." To Dawoon's and Rabbit's great surprise, there was a chest under the tile. When the boy noticed it, he exclaimed, "What a wonderful chest." As soon as the tiles were placed on the side to prevent them from accidentally falling on the Rui, the boy hurriedly opened it to look at the contents, and then let out a surprised gasp. "What is this?" In front of him was a chest full of knives, which were also illuminated in blue. Dawoon then said in astonishment, "What? A bunch of strange knives." Rabbit replied in disappointment, "And? You think these are the vessels of life?" After thinking a bit about what these weapons could be, Dawoon decided to take one out of the chest to see what they were. As soon as the knife was in his hands, Dawoon decided to expose its blade, which was surprisingly sharp and shiny. Then the boy said in astonishment, "This?" Dawoon looked at the knife with his appraisal skill and said thoughtfully, "I think I've seen this somewhere before." Weapon specifications: Assassin's knife plus animal slaughter option, level. Special option, vampire, level. As soon as Dawoon read the description of the knife's characteristics, he immediately thought back to the moment with the elder when he was developing the carcass and said, "Ah, this is the knife the elder used when he cut the meat." Then, holding the blade in front of him to examine it better, Dawoon said in astonishment, "So that's why he didn't want to give it back?" Rabbit replied, "Would you really want to give someone a weapon like that?" Immediately afterward, an angry voice came from Immortal Leech's room. "Who is it that is stealing my treasures from the chest?" Hearing this, Dawoon replied in embarrassment, "Oh, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about you." Meanwhile, in the dungeon's labyrinth, all the walls began to freeze, and the overall temperature dropped. When Liu Xingwu noticed this change, he said in surprise, "What is this? Why did everything suddenly start shaking from all sides? The walls have stopped." After that, Liu Xingwu, who had contacted Yun Jisoo via telepathy, said in confusion, "My maze has stopped. Is it the same for you?" His friend replied, "Yes, here too, but..." As Yun Jisoo continued to walk forward through the labyrinth, he said in a trembling voice, "It's getting cold." Feeling the sharp cold coming from the dungeon, Liu Xingwu also said in surprise, "Yeah, it seems like..." At the same time that the cold spread throughout the dungeon's labyrinth, the door to the boss's room opened and a cloud of mist came out. The battle with the boss began. A few seconds later, a strange dark figure of Immortal Lich appeared from the same fog. When Dawoon saw the door suddenly open and Lich emerge, he was confused. He was calm all this time. Is this kitchen knife really that valuable to him? Meanwhile, the enemy who had left the room began to analyze who had dared to take his treasures to punish the insolent man. Seeing the enemy in front of him, the rabbit screamed out, "Danger!" to warn Dawoon that the enemy was preparing to attack. The next second, the immortal Lich launched a huge ice spear at Dawoon, so that he would not spend much time fighting but could kill the enemy with just one blow. Noticing the danger coming at him at breakneck speed, Dawoon tried to dodge and repeatedly tried to block the enemy's attack. Opening his inventory, Dawoon took out a stone block and placed it directly in front of him. When the enemy's attack flew past him, he saw that his stone had been pierced. This scheme would not have worked if the attack had come straight at him. He would have been dead. After surviving the boss's attack, Dawoon said in surprise, "Could it be some kind of magic? He froze my stones first and then just cut them apart." Immortal Lich missed the robber with his attack and spoke to Dawoon in a menacing tone. "Put my treasures back, you worm!" After experiencing such a sudden attack, Rabbit shouted indignantly to Dawoon, "Listen, let's just give it to him." To which Dawoon replied in displeasure, "Are you out of your mind? I've been wanting a knife like this for a long time." Immediately after these words, a lump of snow fell behind Dawoon with a loud thud. Hearing the sudden landing, Dawoon said in surprise, "What?" Looking behind him to check what had happened, he noticed that right in front of him was the boss of the dungeon he had just robbed. Swinging his deadly sickle, Immortal Lich spoke menacingly, "Whoever dares to steal my treasures will surely die." Noticing the enemy's planned attack, Dawoon abruptly crouched down to avoid death. Rabbit fell to the floor for better insurance. After another swing of his deadly weapon, Lich froze in place again and spoke menacingly, "I am the king of the immortals. All invaders, death." Even though he spoke in a menacing tone, Dawoon was not afraid at that moment. He looked down at the enemy with eyes full of misunderstanding. And all of this was caused by the fact that Immortal Lich was somewhat small in stature. His low tone of voice was no longer terrifying in view of his small size. Dawoon then thought in surprise, "Isn't he too small?" However, the enemy did not care about his size. He was trying to return the stolen goods. As soon as a good opportunity came, Lich attacked the invader again. Having dodged another attack, Dawoon decided to give the enemy a run for his money. Catching up with the boy, Rabbit said insultingly, "You decided to run away alone?" Dawoon replied, "You better not say too much." As Dawoon was running away, he was caught by another attack from the Immortal Lich, which tore a piece of his armor off his shoulder. After that, the boy screamed out in fright, "Just run away!" Catching up with his enemies, who were running away from the dungeon boss with their tails between their legs and all their loot, Immortal Lich angrily repeated, "Give me back my treasures, you cowardly worm!" Running away from the powerful enemy, Dawoon suddenly thought as he looked back, a long-range attack would be deadly. However, will I be able to do it at close range? Immediately after these thoughts, Dawoon opened his inventory and took out 3 stone blocks, which he threw behind him to create an obstacle for the enemy, and if he was lucky, even harm him. Smiling happily that he had succeeded in what he had planned, Dawoon thought, "How about this gift?" However, in Dawoon's mind, this plan seemed better. In practice, Lich simply chopped up all the stones in just one moment with a wave of his sickle. When Dawoon saw this, he exclaimed in disappointment, "Damn, it didn't work." Then Rabbit said to him in surprise, "What are you doing? You must either run away or fight to the death." Dawoon replied, "I am doing that right now." After that, having come up with another plan to confront the enemy, Dawoon called out to his friend, "Hey Rabbit, can you do what I'm about to tell you?" The rabbit replied in fear, "What exactly do you want?" After this question, Dawoon approached the rabbit to tell him the plan he had devised to confront the enemy. Having received all the instructions for its fulfillment, the rabbit looked at Dawoon with a thoughtful look. Thinking over what Dawoon had just told him, Rabbit exclaimed in amazement, "Is this possible?" When he received only a bewildered question in response to his plan, Dawoon exclaimed, "Is it possible? Then you still don't know me." Then he added confidently, "I just go ahead and do whatever I have to do." Hearing Dawoon's confident words, Rabbit suddenly became quiet, thinking over the plan once again as he ran away from Lich. After a few seconds, the rabbit smiled slyly and answered the boy, That sounds like you." Immediately after these words, Dawoon and the rabbit separated. Dawoon continued to walk straight ahead, while Rabbit took a right turn, exclaiming, "Then I'm off!" Noticing that the enemies had scattered, Lich stood still for a second, choosing which one to chase next. However, Dawoon was not the patient type either. When the enemy began to choose whom to chase, Dawoon shouted in a mocking tone to provoke the chase after him, "Hey, Skull, what are you looking at?" When Rabbit had almost reached the gate, Immortal Lich turned his attention to the impudent Dawoon, who had decided to mock him in such a situation, and said angrily, "Worm!" Immediately afterward, the defender of the witch's house rushed at Dawoon, swinging his sickle. Dodging the sudden attack, Dawoon fell to the ground. The boy gave Rabbit two instructions. The first instruction was for Rabbit to run to the gate and use it to move into the premises of his temple. And the second instruction was to put golems right in front of them, waiting for their time to come to the battlefield and help their master. As long as Dawoon had enough strength to simply run away from Lich, Rabbit should have been able to accomplish these two tasks. However, Dawoon did not take into account one nuance. While fleeing from the enemy, Dawoon forgot that some parts of the room were covered with ice after the immortal Lich's attacks. This was the point that the boy had not taken into account. Lich was also quite cunning. Slipping on the ice-covered surface, the confused boy suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Landing on his ass, slipping on the ice, Dawoon exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurt!" However, this was not his only problem at the time. Rather, it was the least of his worries at the time. When Dawoon opened his eyes after the fall, he saw the problem that really threatened him. Sitting on the ground, he saw the immortal Lich in front of him who had already taken a swing and was preparing to take his head off his shoulders. However, at the last moment, Dawoon was saved by the rabbit, who came to his aid riding on a golem ostrich, which had been knocked down by the enemy's foot. Having saved his master, the rabbit said, "Do not be afraid." When Dawoon saw that Rabbit had already done everything he had asked him to do and had even come to his aid, he exclaimed with joy, You managed to do everything so quickly." Rabbit answered him with a happy voice. "I have always done everything you have told me to do up to this point. Have you ever doubted me for a moment?" Then Rabbit added smugly, "You really do have an incredible first-class servant, and you should be very proud to have such a loyal assistant." The next moment, Rabbit jumped on the ostrich's head and used it as a springboard to jump even higher and exclaimed joyfully, "And that's why..." After his leap, the rabbit charged toward the immortal Lich to strike him and to slow him down, adding, "You can do it." Finally, gathering all the power he possessed, the rabbit charged at the enemy and said in closing, "Do not be afraid." As Dawoon watched this miracle unfold before his eyes, he suddenly froze in place and thought in confusion, "What is this?" Immediately afterward, Rabbit landed next to the boy and spoke confidently, "After all my guesses were right. Lich was the one I thought he was." This tiny reaper with a deadly sickle who flew in front of Dawoon and the rabbit, who told him, "He is a witch's experiment." Then Rabbit added, looking at his opponent closely, "And he is also the king of the ice gremlins you had to fight." As soon as everything stopped again after the exchange of blows, the king of the dead, immortal Lich, repeated once again, "Give me my treasure, you worm!" After learning the truth about his opponent before them, Dawoon lost all sense of fear and thought, "Wow, how formidable we are." Seeing no response from the enemies to his request, the king of the ice gremlin and the boss of the dungeon rushed straight at Dawoon and Rabbit. Seeing that the enemy was serious again, Rabbit was frightened and exclaimed, "Oh, look out! He's coming for us again!" Immediately after saying this, Dawoon, who had already climbed on his ostrich golem, grabbed Rabbit by the ear and pulled him along, starting the old running around in circles. But this time it was different. After putting the rabbit on the ostrich, Dawoon heard from his passenger, "What's wrong? Are you just going to run away from him?" The boy replied in a sly tone, "What escape? What do you mean? I have already prepared everything for the battle." As he approached the portal that made it possible to fulfill his plan, Dawoon continued happily, "My omniscient servant." After running past the portal, Dawoon suddenly ordered his ostrich to turn back to see the speed and trajectory of the enemy. When everything was ready, Dawoon waited for the right moment and shouted, "Now strike!" As soon as Dawoon's voice was heard, the enemy was directly opposite the portal in front of which his gorilla golem was sitting. The next moment, when the golem heard Dawoon's instruction, the golem's arm appeared from the portal and struck at the enemy. Having inflicted considerable damage on the enemy due to the effect of surprise, the enemy was duly struck. After that, the immortal Lich was sent flying somewhere to the end of the room. When Lich regained consciousness a few seconds after receiving a sudden thrashing from the portal, he realized that next time he needed to be more careful when passing by it. Seeing such an interesting scheme of counteracting the enemy without even getting the golems on the battlefield, Rabbit exclaimed in amazement, "Really? There is no urgent need to call a golem here. After all, they can already strike the enemy. You just need to set everything up right." Angry that he had been tricked and harmed, immortal Lich, who was following Dawoon again, spoke fiercely, "I will finish you off. Not even a bone will remain of you after the battle." After that, the enemy used his skill to release a portion of frosty freshness into the arena to lower the overall temperature. Feeling the sharp cold around him, Da-woon put his hand over the cold wind and said in embarrassment, "Ouch, what a sharp cold." Immediately afterward, Da-woon decided to retreat, and he used his temple skill to say, "Set up the gate." The next second, a gate appeared behind Da-woon. Noticing that the boy was doing something strange behind him, Immortal Lich froze in place and began to look closely. Finally, he saw a portal. Immediately afterwards, the boss of the second dungeon rushed towards Da-woon, who was very surprised by his sudden attack. As soon as the distance was broken, the enemy prepared to attack, swinging his scythe. With his hand blocking the Immortal Lich's attack, Da-woon expected that he was the one being targeted, but it turned out to be quite different. At the moment of the attack, Lich destroyed the portal that the boy had recently created. Hearing the sound of impact and the noise of falling stones, Da-woon opened his eyes and noticed that his gate was destroyed, and he thought in confusion, "This fellow." He realized that the gate was dangerous for him. Now it will not be an easy task to open it again. Then Da-woon looked back at Rabbit and said, "I need to get down from the golem immediately." Hearing Da-woon's words, Rabbit replied in confusion, "What? Why?" And he heard the answer, "I will distract him, and you set up the gate at that time." When Da-woon jumped down from the ostrich, Rabbit was left to drive it by himself, and he asked in confusion, "The gate? Where do I open it?" He replied, "You see what is happening. Think for yourself where the best place would be and set it up where you need it." Then Da-woon looked back at his subordinate and proudly said, "You're the experienced one, Rabbit." Hearing such warm words from his master Rabbit, who usually received only a few nuts, immediately began to feel much more confident. The next moment, Da-woon, who was preparing to distract the enemy and buy Rabbit time to set up the gate, shouted, "Hurry up!" Immediately after saying this, Da-woon turned his head forward and saw the enemy in front of him, who spoke menacingly, "I'm going to kill you now." Immediately afterwards, Da-woon, who had prepared himself for battle and pulled out a steel spear to fight, thoughtfully said in his mind, "If he happens to be the king of the dead, then it appears that he himself is a dead man." Da-woon's mind was then immediately flooded with memories of the time when he had fought the skeletons in the village of the crevices and destroyed his enemies with his power of purification. The first time he did it, he was very surprised that it was possible, and then he thought, "If I remember all my previous experiences." Immediately after this thought, Da-woon used his refining skill and covered his steel spear with it, thinking, "I will endow the weapon with the refining skill, with a weapon like this that has the power of refining." As soon as the weapon was equipped with the refining skill, Da-woon was immediately attacked by an enemy, preparing to strike a decisive blow. The enemy swung his sickle and tried to cut Da-woon down with a single blow, but he failed. The boy managed to take a step back and block the enemy's attack. When the boy's weapon was endowed with the power of purification, Da-woon thought confidently, "Now I can try it." As soon as the enemy stopped in his tracks, Da-woon tried to counterattack while he was open to strike, but unfortunately he failed. As soon as Da-woon acted, although he tried to strike with the highest possible speed, the enemy was able to dodge it. Having missed in this attempt to strike the enemy, Da-woon decided that it was too early to give up, and after breaking the distance a little, he prepared for the next attack as soon as the enemy approached again. Waiting for the enemy to let his guard down a little bit, Da-woon jumped high and managed to hit the enemy directly, nailing him to the ground under the weight of his brew. This time, the enemy was severely shaken. He was hit right on the head, but nothing serious happened to him. There was only a dent in his skull. When Immortal Lich got hit, he decided to break off the race to recover and come to his senses. But Da-woon did not think so. He picked up a piece of stone that remained from the destroyed gate and shouted, "Purification!" and prepared to throw it. The next moment, the stone was launched into the air and flew straight into the enemy's head, hitting him with a direct hit. After the hit, the light from the hit grew larger and larger. After a while, Immortal Lich completely disappeared. One might have thought that he was finished, but not everything was as easy as it seemed. When Da-woon saw that the enemy was gone, he said happily, "Boogaloo, how do the purifying bricks taste?" While Da-woon was gloating over his futile victory, Pocky noticed that something strange was happening behind him, in the ice, and it began to crack, trying to attract Devong's attention so that he would stop celebrating his imaginary victory and go back. Pakyu made every effort to turn the boy's head in the other direction. Looking back at Pakyu's advice, Da-woon barely managed to dodge the sudden attack of the enemy who appeared from the ice island and struck. Then the boy screamed out in fright, There's another attack! Having dodged the enemy's first attack and blocked the next one, which was almost upon him after a lightning-fast combination, Dawoon thought in confusion, is he really moving with ice? Having blocked the enemy's attack, Dawoon was able to throw the enemy's sickle away with great effort and attempt to counterattack. He swung his steel spear, which was endowed with the ability to purify. The boy's attack was very close to the enemy's face, but it missed, because Lich himself was quite skilled in fighting. Although the spear attack was unsuccessful, Dawoon managed to break the distance and get close to the enemy. It was then that Dawoon used his combination of blows. Bringing his hand to the enemy's face, Dawoon prepared for the next move. Using his skill, Dawoon began to gather energy in his hand and shouted, "Purification!" However, this attack was not successful either. The enemy managed to dodge a moment before the attack. In such battles against skillful enemies, every split second plays a very important role. However, Dawoon himself, without having any fighting skills, is quite skillful on the battlefield. When he failed to get it this time, he looked at the enemy, who had taken to the air to break the distance, and said in disappointment, "Damn, because of his rather bulky cloak, it's not clear where the body is." When he was at a sufficient distance from Dawoon, who had made him sweat in this fight, Immortal Lich, who had not expected such resistance, let alone pressure from the enemy, began to inspect him closely. From below, Dawoon, who had too much faith in his strength, shouted provocatively, trying to force the enemy to go down again. "Why are you staring at me? Are you angry? Go ahead and attack me, you asshole. I'm waiting." Dawoon Immortal Lich could not let Dawoon's words pass him by, and he gathered all his strength and attacked the boy from a long distance with his ice skill. Although the attack failed to reach the boy, it destroyed his weapon, leaving only a small piece of it. Seeing what the enemy had done to his spear, Dawoon raised it to the OK level, but only looked sad. Seeing Dawoon's disappointed look, Immortal Lich began to mock his defenseless enemy, whom he had just left without a single chance of victory, destroying his steel spear with his icy punch. After playing along with his enemy a bit to satisfy his smug ego, Dawoon suddenly changed his face and asked arrogantly, "Why are you suddenly so happy? From the beginning of the battle, my goal was not to defeat you. I was only running with you for the sake of..." Immediately afterward, opening his eyes to see the enemy's expression change after hearing such sad news, Dawoon happily reported, "To stall for time while my comrade goes about his business." After saying this, Dawoon looked at his rabbit, who was installing the gate, and at the same time was behind Lich, gesturing joyfully that everything was ready. Immortal Lich, who had only been paying attention to the boy, looked around and saw that there were gates on all sides of him a few meters away. Immediately afterward, Dawoon shouted to his golems who were waiting for orders, "Teach him a lesson!" As soon as the command was given, the boy hurried out of this hellish circle, where it would soon be very hot, so that the attacks would not accidentally hit him. The next moment, a huge golem arm came out of each portal and headed straight for Immortal Lich to beat him up. When the dungeon boss noticed that huge fists were approaching him from all sides, he had already lost his precious time to retreat because he noticed them too late and just froze in place. With every split second, the fists were coming closer and closer, and all that was left for Immortal Lich to do was to prepare to receive the blows. The next moment, the first fist hit him, knocking him out. After that, the others joined in, pummeling him from all sides, bouncing him around like a volleyball. As soon as the first wave of blows ended, those hands retreated a little. Immortal Lich tried to escape, but they caught him even in the air, and the second round of Lich's stuffing began. While the golems from the portals were beating up the enemy, Dawoon climbed onto the ostrich and, urging it on, shouted, "Come on, let's go!" Watching the golems beating the Immortal Lich, Rabbit said in surprise, "By the way, it was really powerful, but you do know that if the vessel of life is not destroyed, Lich will not die, right?" Hearing Rabbit's words, Dawoon looked at his inventory and said in confusion, "I know about that, but we have a slightly different problem right now. Before we can go in search of that vessel, we first need to take out this pesky guy." Immediately afterwards, Dawoon pulled out a book from his inventory that he had borrowed from the library. As the boy had told Rabbit earlier, it would come in handy someday, as there are many uses for paper. After handing the book to Rabbit, Dawoon immediately gave him an order. "So tear it up and scatter it around the room. Come on, help me." Rabbit replied, "You got it." The next moment, paper letters began to fly all over the room. At that time, Immortal Lich could no longer simply take a lot of blows, but having memorized the pattern, he tried to respond. Having calculated the time to attack, The boss of the second dungeon used his sickle and a few skillful and lightning-fast moves to destroy all the hands that were beating him. As soon as one obstacle was cleared, Immortal Lich began to turn his head to find that pesky Dawun who had put him through this torture. As Immortal Lich turned his head around, he couldn't find the boy. He was looking at something very strange. Around him, scattered all over the huge room for some unknown reason, were pieces of paper. At that time, Dawun, who had come up with a cunning plan, set fire to one of the remaining pieces of paper and handed it to his rabbit, saying, "Burn the whole damn thing down." Then he recalled the very moment when Rabbit first set fire to the forest, when the altar was stolen, and how much pleasure it had brought him. Then Dawun added with a smile, "Fire, Rabbit." Taking up the burning sheets of paper and waving them, setting everything on fire, the Fire Rabbit joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, what a painfully familiar feeling! My body still remembers these incredible sensations." Immediately afterward, the rabbit began to run around the room and set fire to everything around him, causing a large fire, and the rabbit's laughter could be heard in the fire. At the same time, Dawun, who told the rabbit to set fire to everything in the room, did so for a reason. Lich travels with the help of ice. It is necessary to melt all the ice so that it does not escape. And in order to melt all the ice in the room and prevent Lich from escaping, you need to set fire to the scattered dry sheets of paper, which the rabbit did with great pleasure. Seeing how happy Rabbit was to be given such a responsible mission to burn everything around him, Dawun said in confusion, "Oh." At that time, Rabbit was running around the room happily, spreading flames everywhere and laughing wildly. After the whole room burst into flames, it was a raging fire. Contemplating the fire they had accidentally started under the guise of petty hooliganism, Dawun said in embarrassment, "No, we just lit a few leaves. How did this happen?" Hearing Dawun's words, Rabbit pointed to the gate and said happily, "It is possible. I have connected the gate with an oil trap." Hearing this, Dawun thought in alarm, "Well done. You're now an arson expert, a little pyrotechnician." Being in the middle of the flames with no way to escape, Immortal Lich spoke fiercely, "Bastards!" Then he suddenly added, using his summoning skill, "Come out, damn ghosts!" Immediately after that, ghosts began to emerge from the Immortal Lich, which eventually took on their original form and could resist the insolent ones. As soon as the ghosts were free, they immediately began looking for victims. When they saw Dawun, they all immediately went to him. When Dawun noticed his enemies approaching him, he exclaimed in fright, "Holy shit, these are real ghosts." Seeing the ghosts in front of Dawun, heading straight for him, the helper quickly informed him, "Ghosts cannot be affected by ordinary physical attacks. Be very careful with them. You cannot use bricks or steel bars against them." Then the assistant continued thoughtfully, "Unless you can use magic against them." Hearing the mention of magic, Dawun thought of the magic books he had in his possession. Taking one of them out of his inventory, he threw it at the ghost, and it was able to crawl on him. When one of the books hit the ghost and managed to harm it, Dawun said in surprise, "Look, I can see the aiming point." After that, the boy said, "Activate target skill." After launching another book at the enemy, Dawun exclaimed happily, "Haha, I hit him." Seeing such a barbaric method of fighting ghosts, Rabbit, holding a torch, thought in annoyance, "What a freak, a system error." Meanwhile, the fire continued to spread around the room. Immortal Lich, who had noticed his henchmen rushing toward Dawun, spoke fiercely, "Find a way to extinguish the flames, you ghosts." Hearing Immortal Lich's request to his ghosts, Rabbit could hardly contain his laughter and said, "Just look at him. He can even say something else when he needs to, and he swears by everything." Hearing Rabbit's mockery somewhere near him, Dawun ran over to him, and sitting him on the ostrich said, "While they are all at a loss, we must run away." Then Rabbit replied in surprise, "What? Where? To the second floor?" Then Dawun answered him, "Anywhere, as long as we get away from here." Immediately after Dawun spoke, he saw Immortal Lich fly over the flames, and as he fell on their tail, he said fiercely, "Impudent!" Then Dawun immediately began to run away, shouting, "He's catching up, let's run!" Holding on tightly to Dawun with his paws, Rabbit turned his head back to assess the situation and said in confusion, "Shit! If he catches us, you won't die well." Immediately afterward, Rabbit heard a disgruntled tone of voice in response. "You're the one who spilled the oil." Hearing Dawun's reply, the rabbit said happily, "I am not to blame. I was just following your orders." To which the boy replied irritably, "I didn't force you. I was just watching." After listening to all these conversations, the assistant said in amazement, "Watching you argue in such situations, you have not yet begun to get nervous." Moving from the lab room to the labyrinth, Da-woon exclaimed in alarm, "We need to go to Shin Woo-hyun. He'll definitely think of something." Then, using his telepathic link, Da-woon said, "Shin Woo-hyun, there is an immortal boss here. Can you defeat him?" Hearing this question from his friend, Liu Xingwu was surprised. "How do you imagine that? How can you possibly defeat an immortal enemy?" After receiving Liu Xingwu's answer, Da-woon said in alarm as he ran away from the doorway, "He's chasing me. We are now on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, and we're running in your direction." At the same time, the dungeon boss, who was still unable to catch up with Da-woon to take revenge on him for everything he had done, Immortal Lich shouted, "Nahaor!" At the same time, somewhere on the 3rd floor of the dungeon maze, one of the players Liu Xingwu had rescued in the dungeon said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xingwu, it seems to be getting colder." Hearing the words of one of the players and feeling the coldness that was becoming more and more fierce as time went on, Liu Xingwu said, "Let's go down to the boss's room." Hearing this suggestion from his rescuer, one of the rescued players was surprised. "But there's a maze." Liu Xingwu confidently answered him, looking down, "I'll break through the floor." Immediately after saying this, Liu Xingwu began to gather his strength and summoned his lightning skill to pierce the floor beneath him. At the same time, Da-woon, who was running away from Immortal Lich, looked back and noticed that the gap between them was closing and exclaimed in fright, "Damn, he'll catch up with us before we get to where we need to go." Immediately afterward, the boy said in his head in confusion, "Think, Jung Da-woon. Think about how you can stop him. You need to analyze the situation and find a clue." After that, Da-won came up with a plan of action to confront his boss. The first thing he remembered was the shape of the maze, which looked like a cave of ants leading to the witch's house. The same cave of ants led to each of the underground floors of the dungeon, and at the same time to the laboratory itself, where the room with the boss was located. In the laboratory from which they had escaped, there was a flame that would not soon die out, because it was burning in oil thanks to the rabbit. All this flame was also spreading throughout the maze of ants. Suddenly, after all these thoughts, Da-woon had a brilliant idea. Realizing the structure of the dungeon, Da-woon suddenly thought, what a brilliant idea. While running away from the enemy through the labyrinth, Da-woon thought, suppose this curved labyrinth is the furrows of an ant cave. Then, after a little thought, he added in his head, then it turns out that the ceiling can be considered a stone that is heated to heat the premises. In a word, a stone for heating. After that, his train of thought went further and further. Then Da-woon imagined, and the laboratory on fire is a furnace. Suddenly stopping his ostrich golem to arrange what he had planned, Da-woon thought, what if I imagine an ant cave as a chimney? Running into a dead end, Da-woon quickly turned around and jumped off his ostrich to begin to implement his plan. At the same moment, Liu Xingwu, who was ready to climb down using brute force, telepathically informed Da-woon, "Da-woon, I'm about to punch a hole in the floor. Just wait a little longer." After receiving this information from his friend, Da-woon suddenly said in a telepathic communication, "Wait, Hen, don't drill, don't go down." Hearing this request, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "What?" After ordering his companion not to take any action for the time being, Da-woon prepared to implement his plan and placed his hand on the ground. As he prepared to use the skill, the boy spoke thoughtfully, hoping that his guesses were correct. "It is the same construction. I'm just sure of it." Finally catching up to Da-woon, who had taken off after him, Immortal Lich, who had seen him at the other end of the corridor, sped up to perform the long-awaited action. Seeing the enemy approaching him, Da-woon took this as a signal and confidently shouted, "Install underfloor heating." The next moment, Da-woon saw a system notification informing him that he had succeeded in installing underfloor heating in the area. He exclaimed, "I did it." After adjusting the ambient temperature with the underfloor heating, Da-woon said, "The temperature must be above freezing, so that this ice cannot freeze again." Meanwhile, on the second underground floor, the players who had been rescued by Liu Xingwu were surprised. "What? It seems to be getting warmer? What just happened?" Feeling the sudden warming in the dungeon's labyrinth, Liu Xingwu shouted out in surprise into the telepathic link, "Da-woon, what are you doing now? It's gotten much warmer in here." Also feeling the sudden warmth, Yoon Ji-soo happily spoke into the telepathic connection. "Eun, this is a heated floor, isn't it? You've made the entire dungeon floor warm?" After happily asking about what Dawan had just done, Yoon Jisoo looked at the incapacitated monsters and happily reported, "The gremlins are lying there exhausted and they can't even get up." Hearing the reaction of his comrades, Dawan exclaimed joyfully, "Buga! I did it! So maybe I should go up to the second underground floor." Then, seeing Immortal Lich enveloped in smoke in front of him, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "Ouch! It seems the temperature has become too high. The smoke has risen even here." After Dawoon saw that his path was obscured by the smoke, the young man created a mask on his face with the refining skill, saying, "Then, we need to use the purification skill on our faces, and we get a temporary gas mask." Seeing that Dawoon had taken care of himself so that he wouldn't suffocate in the smoke, Rabbit and Poke began to make pitiful expressions. And then Rabbit added, "And us?" Creating a whole bag of purifying aura around his head to fit everyone. Dawoon walked toward the smoke and said happily, "All right, now let's go." Having slipped past Immortal Lich, leaving him behind again, our heroes headed for the second floor, and the boss angrily shouted after them, "Wretched worms!" Looking back at his enemy, Dawoon said happily, "From now on, this territory is no longer yours. Taste this one." Immediately after saying this, Dawoon took out a sunstone from his inventory and released it from his hands. The ball remained in place as he threw it, and Immortal Lich, who was catching up to them, was right in front of the stone just in time, and didn't even have the chance to react. As soon as the sunstone hit Immortal Lich, a tremendous explosion occurred, forcing him to stay in place for a few seconds, preventing him from pursuing Dawoon. Having been hit by such an unusual method, the boss of the second dungeon of the fourth stage stopped in his tracks from the damage he had done, coughing out the smoke he had swallowed. Looking back to see Immortal Lich's condition, Dawoon said in surprise at the scratches and bruises on his body, "Wow, even immortals can be injured." Rabbit replied, "It is immediately apparent that he has the qualities of darkness and coldness." Realizing that he had nowhere else to go, Dawoon looked up and said thoughtfully, "The labyrinth is very intricate. I should punch a hole in the ceiling and then immediately patch it up." Immediately after saying this, Dawoon stood upright on the ostrich golem and tried to punch a hole in the ceiling. Hearing such strange words followed by actions, Rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "What?" After poking at the ceiling a bit to find the best spot, Dawoon gripped the steel pick tightly in his hands, and using the strength of a horned boar, he tried to accomplish his plan with one blow, shouting, "Break the stone!" After that, repeating the same phrase over and over again, Dawoon continued to chisel at the ceiling, shouting, "Break the stone! Break the stone!" After a short period of time and a lot of effort, he was able to achieve the desired result. When there was a hole in the ceiling with a sufficient diameter, Dawoon said to Rabbit, "Great, let's go." Immediately after these words, Dawoon and Rabbit rushed through the hole in the ceiling to the upper floor, leaving the room engulfed in flames. When the enemy came to after being knocked out, he could only see the residual figure of Dawoon, who had climbed up through the hole in the rock. Immediately afterward, Immortal Lich rushed toward him, shouting fiercely, "Stop, you impudent fool!" Waiting for Lich to chase him, Dawoon, who was sitting on top near the hole in the ceiling, opened his inventory and asked happily, "Would you stop yourself?" And then he added happily, looking directly into the eyes of the confused enemy, "Here, take this, a present just for you, earth bricks." The next moment, Dawoon pulled out several dozen earth cubes from his inventory and threw them at Immortal Lich's head to interrupt his pursuit, and at the same time, patch up the hole in the floor. Seeing that his work was done, the boy, tapping his hand together, happily announced, "It will not be easy for him to get out of there. Now we have to find Shin Woo-hyun." Immediately after he said this, he heard a surprised voice coming from behind him. "What?" Dawoon. Behind Dawoon was Ho-El, who was wandering around the maze trying to find his comrades when he suddenly came across one of them and said in surprise, "Where did you suddenly come from?" Looking back at the voice that spoke to him, Dawoon saw his friend and asked in surprise, "Hen, what are you doing here?" To which he replied, "That's what I want to ask you." Then Dawoon continued, "I was actually here." After he said this, Dawoon, realizing that he had just come up from the lower floor to the second floor, said awkwardly, looking at his friend, "Oh, right, that's right." The next moment, Davong's eyes fell on the girl standing next to Ho-El, holding his hand. Then he asked in surprise, "By the way, who is that standing next to you?" "Next to you?" Hearing this question from his friend, Ho-El scratched the back of his head awkwardly and smiled. Seeing this reaction to his words, Dawoon exclaimed indignantly, "Damn it, traitor! Someone here is fighting and risking his life, and someone here is playing games." After Devong's angry remarks, Hoel replied awkwardly, "You see, it's a little different. When I was wandering through the maze, I happened to see that the girl was in danger, so I saved her." After Hoel's excuse, Rabbit immediately answered him, "Actually, it's a trap." To which Hoel sharply replied, "That's right, I saved her from the trap." "What?" Realizing what Rabbit had said, Hoel suddenly became nervous. Looking at Hoel, who was so happy to have found a beautiful lady in this terrible maze, the Rabbit added, "But I tell you, she is not human. If you are not tired of living, then quickly move away from her." Looking at the girl holding Hoel's hand, Dawoon said thoughtfully, I can't say for sure, but there's something strange about her." Drawing everyone's attention to the girl's bottom, Dawoon added thoughtfully, "Look at this girl. Transparent legs. Is this something like a ghost?" Immediately afterwards, a deathly silence fell among everyone. Dawoon exchanged glances with Hoel with the girl, then with Rabbit, and so on. Realizing that her disguise had been exposed, the ghost girl, laughing madly, attacked Hoel in an attempt to finish him off while she still had the chance. However, Hoel was also a very strong man, and if he had to, he didn't choose whom he would hit. Gathering all his strength into his fist, Hoel prepared to attack. With a swing of his fist, Hoel accepted that he was trapped and launched his attack. The next moment, Hoel finished off the ghost that had deceived him, scattering its remains across the room with a single punch. Falling at the hands of her victim, the girl ghost said in her hoarse voice, "I could have killed him." She shed a few tears of grief at the loss. Although it was a lie, he was able to feel happy. Immediately afterward, Hoel added thoughtfully, "So that's why I got hungry so quickly." When Rabbit heard about Ho Chi Minh's decreased level of satiety, he said with a laugh, Yes, because you met your first love here, we learned a good lesson." To which Hoel replied irritably, "This is not my first love." Immediately afterwards, Rabbit added with emphasis, "In short, if there are traps like this here that can absorb physical force, then there is a very high probability that the vessel of life is hidden somewhere nearby." Hearing Rabbit tell him that the vessel of life was located nearby, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Then we should gather everyone here." Nahoel replied in surprise, "But how? If we start moving around, we risk getting lost in this labyrinth again." Thinking of a way to avoid getting lost and to gather everyone in one place, Dawoon said slyly, "Booga, there is one way." Immediately afterward, Dawoon contacted Lu Xingwu through telepathy and asked, "Xingwu Hen, I went up to the second floor. Are the others there as well? I just met Ho El Hyun." Hearing this message, Lu Xing replied in surprise, "Oh, really? Where are you right now?" Immediately afterward, Yoon Jisoo joined the conversation and asked, "Did you find Uncle Hoel? Where is he?" Dawan replied in frustration, "I don't know where, but it seems that the boss's weakness is hidden here somewhere." Taking out a squeaky radish from his inventory, Dawoon said, "That's why everyone in this maze right now, you need to listen very carefully." Looking at what Dawoon was holding in his hands, Rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "Screamers!" Then Hoel looked at it thoughtfully and said, "What is this?" Holding out the plant to Hoel, Dawoon explained, "These are witch spies. If you step on them, they start screaming. Yes, try stepping on them, but cover your ears, and your broken heart will immediately feel better." After Dawoon had given his friend the instructions, he threw the chant to the ground. As the radish lay on the floor, Hoel looked at it thoughtfully. He thought about what he had to go through and who he had to lose, and then he shed a few tears of a man. After that, Hoel clasped his hands over his ears and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, she was not!" Then he prepared to step on the radish with his foot. Clearing his ears from the loud scream that resounded throughout the maze, Lu Xingwu smiled happily and said, "I heard you." And at the same time, while Hoel was still preparing to step on the shouting man, Immortal Lich finally crawled out from under the rubble and angrily said, "I'll finish you off, you bastard. I will. An insect like you should be crushed." The next moment, Immortal Lich, along with everyone else, heard the same loud scream of the radish screamer that Hoel had stepped on. Immediately afterward, the dungeon boss again decided to use his skill to pass the time to find Dawoon and take revenge on him as soon as possible. Then Lich said, "Come, my ghosts." The next moment, a large number of different ghosts began to fly out of his body, obeying his orders. Then the Lich spoke in a menacing voice, "I will certainly," looking at his army of ghosts that he had summoned, Immortal Lich continued. I will tear him to pieces. Squinting his eyes, Immortal Lich added menacingly, I will certainly finish off these worms who dare to interfere with me. And finally, the boss of the second dungeon used his ghost to use his other skill to summon a snowstorm, which he summoned with the phrase, snowstorm. At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon maze, the other participants who had also gone to fight the boss heard the screaming radish scream, which provoked Ho-El. After hearing this noise, which echoed throughout the maze, the surprised player said to his friend, Did you hear that too? What can make such a noise? And he replied, I have no idea. Wait. After a few seconds of thought, the friend said to the player, Or I'll be damned, it sounds like it might be coming from where the boss is. The player replied, He's literally calling us. It's a sin to refuse such an invitation. Hearing the sound of the screaming radish, Liu Xingwu immediately rushed towards the sound. When the strong go in front, there are always those who will follow. And so, all those present in the labyrinth who heard the screaming radish followed the sound as they approached the place where the decisive battle was to take place, to the place where Zhang Wan was. The sound continued to echo throughout the dungeon, and with each step they took, it became louder, signaling that everyone was moving in the right direction. At the same time, Ho-El, who had been stepping on the radish for a long time, said tiredly, How much longer do I have to crush them? It's kind of tiring, if you don't know. Hearing Ho-El's complaint, Da-Woon said confidently, Just keep squeezing it until it passes by your first love. To which Ho-El replied irritably, This is not my first love. Rabbit just laughed at this. When Da-Won's conversation with Ho-El Hyun was over, the boy felt that the dungeon had become too quiet, and he said in surprise, By the way, it's very quiet, just like some kind of calm before the storm. However, this did not last long. The next second, there was a loud sound, and the ground began to shake. Looking down at his feet to see what was suddenly causing it, Da-Woon said in surprise, What's going on? The next moment, he noticed that right in front of him, in the very place where he had patched the hole in the floor, the stones began to rise, and somehow they wanted to get up from under him. After a few seconds of effort, Da-Woon and Ho-El Hyun saw the dungeon boss in front of them, who finally managed to catch up with them by breaking through the ceiling. With the arrival of the boss came the bitter cold coming from Immortal Lich. Shivering from the cold, Ho-El said in displeasure, Wow, it's really cold here. Da-Woon then used his skill to adjust the temperature in the maze again, saying, Maintain floor heating temperature. After a few seconds of adjustments, Ho-El felt a pleasant warmth enveloping his entire body again, neutralizing Lich's cold. Then Ho-El said with relief, Ouch, it's warm again. The next moment, Immortal Lich lowered his temperature again, and then Da-Woon raised it again. In between these temperature changes, Ho-El thought, This is like a battle between a boiler and an air conditioner. When the dungeon boss got tired of wasting his time on changing weather conditions in the labyrinth, he took more decisive action and went on the offensive. Along the way, he was met by two pea shooters, who met him with heavy fire, but the ghosts flying around Lich neutralized each projectile. Then Lich said with a sneer, Banal tricks. Approaching the traps that were simply in his way, Immortal Lich cut them to the root with a single swipe of his sickle, removing the unnecessary gloom from his path. Distracted by the traps, Lich didn't notice Ho-El Hyun, who approached him in a split second and was already launching his attack, shouting, You didn't notice me, did you, you bastard? After that, the man's attack hit the target, causing a powerful explosion that tore the enemy to shreds. But that was not all. In a few seconds, the enemy gathered in a heap, and all that was left was to attach the head that flew the farthest. But even that was not a problem for the Immortal Lich. After a while, Immortal Lich was back in one piece, looking even better than before the attack. But his anger grew several times over after this incident. Seeing his enemy once again unharmed and eager to fight, the confused Ho-El angrily exclaimed, What the hell is he doing here? Hearing the confusion in his friend's words, Da-Woon, who was behind Ho-El, exclaimed, Han, it's no use. He is immortal. Receiving this information a little too late, Ho-El contemplated the enemy's appearance before him and prepared to strike with his sickle. However, Ho-El was also not going to give up in this situation and blocked the enemy's attack with his axe, which had always served him faithfully. Unfortunately, this time the axe served for the last time. The Immortal Lich cut the man's weapon into two parts. When Ho-El's weapon was destroyed, the man froze in place, raised his head to look at his enemy once more, and thought in amazement, He has incredible strength. With that thought, Ho-El looked back to look at Devong. When he came into his field of vision, he nervously thought, So this is it. Now I know who you've been fighting. Realizing that the axe would no longer help him, Hoel simply threw it on the ground. After that, he decided to try himself in close combat and put on brass knuckles. Immediately afterwards, Hoel shouted, "Dawoon, come on, hide behind me." Excited to see what an interesting fight against such an opponent would be like, Hoel activated his regeneration and muscle-strengthening skills, and then confidently said, "Leave it to me." After activating all of his skills, Hoel rushed into battle. While the enemy did not realize what had just happened, the man decided not to waste his chance and struck first. His attack went straight to the enemy's head, and thanks to the skill strengthening muscle power, Hoel was able to send the enemy flying. The enemy took a good beating because of his confusion, but it didn't matter to him because he was immortal. After collecting his thoughts after a series of missed strikes, Immortal Lich launched a counterattack. Hoel, who was just gaining momentum in the battle, sensed the danger and jumped back, dodging the sickle attack. Looking down to analyze the severity of his wound, Hoel thought, "Oh, this sickle. If I prevent myself from being seriously injured during the battle." The next moment, the shallow cut that Immortal Lich had made during the counterattack quickly healed, and Hoel continued, "Then I will be able to heal myself with the recovery skill." After healing his wound in a few seconds, Hoel rushed back into the fray, shouting out fiercely, "Now, my turn!" Immediately after saying this, Hoel closed the distance between himself and the enemy and began to strike him with a flurry of crushing blows, which began with an uppercut. This was immediately followed by a left punch, which the enemy did not like very much. Many blows fell on him, which he could not stop. As soon as the opportunity arose, the enemy retreated to regroup, and then, clutching his sickle, he rushed back to Da Hoel to strike back. However, what a surprise, mixed with confusion, when Hoel was able to stop the Immortal Lich's attack by grabbing his sickle as it was swung. After that, the beating continued. Immortal Lich again became a punching bag, which Hoel beat without stopping or taking a break. After striking the enemy several times, holding his sickle in his hands to prevent him from running away, Hoel prepared to strike the decisive blow. He swung his fist and gathered all the strength in his hand and let go of the sickle. After that, the enemy was struck by a blow of great power, which pulled the entire airstream with it, and could have easily killed the enemy if he had not been an immortal. This attack was so powerful that it crushed Immortal Lich's skull. The next second, the enemy was knocked out again, recovering from this combination of heavy blows from Hoel Hyun. Watching Hoel Hyun's battle, Dawoon said in alarm, "Indeed, he may not stand out as much as Shin Woo-hyun, but he can still take a punch. He looks more like a fighting machine." Then on the battlefield, Hoel pounced on the enemy again, not allowing him to regenerate, and continued to beat him with a flurry of blows, pushing Immortal Lich to the wall. After delivering another combination of quick strikes, the man finished it off with another powerful punch, knocking the enemy out. Immortal Lich, who had suffered a lot of pain from his opponent's blows, could only groan heavily. As he flexed his fist to continue the fight, the self-confident Hoel said happily, "Soon you will begin to regret being immortal. That's because I'll make you experience this pain without ceasing." Raising his head to face his opponent, the Immortal Lich smiled slyly and said, "Set a trap." Immediately after he said this, the magic circle on which he was standing appeared beneath Hoel Ken. When the man realized that he had fallen right into the enemy's trap, it was too late. This trap was not so much dangerous as it was cunning. As Hoel looked at the floor to see the boundaries of the magic circle, he heard a familiar voice speak. "Mr. Hoel?" Looking up, the man replied in confusion, "It's you." Immediately following the voices that began to sound, the same ghost girl that Hoel had saved in the dungeon maze appeared. Then the girl continued, "Mr. Hoel, it's me." Grabbing his hand and then wrapping it with her chains, the ghost girl added, "You saved me that time and then you suddenly disappeared. I was so worried about you." Then, after squeezing Hoel's hands tightly so that the chains would be more secure, the ghost girl said in a gentle voice, "I will never let go of your hands again." The naive Hoel, who was shocked by these words, scratched the back of his head and said happily, Yes." Immediately afterwards, the man's regeneration and strength and muscle skills were deactivated. Seeing how easily Hoel had been taken down by a girl, taking such a strong warrior out of action, Rabbit shouted out in indignation, "What are you doing, you idiot?" After that, Dawoon added in shock, "Hen is so simple-minded." Watching this calf tenderness, where the ghost girl repeated over and over again, "Mr. Hoel." And he just sighed happily, Dawoon thought in confusion. I feel like I should do something about this. Then after thinking about his friend's feelings for a while, Dawon sighed heavily and decided to step on the screaming radish. Hearing a loud scream behind him, Hoel was very frightened and suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell?" Looking to the side of him, he saw the same ghost girl who was no longer as beautiful as she had seemed a few seconds before, and sighed heavily. After the spell of seduction from Hoel Hyun had worn off, he destroyed the ghost girl with a single blow, exclaiming, "You, take this! Be destroyed, demon!" Watching this spectacle, Rabbit said in confusion, it would be great if she really got rid of him. Then, recalling an interesting thing he had noticed recently, Rabbit said, I found a clue. When it was absorbing his strength, I noticed the path where this energy was flowing out. Hearing this from the rabbit, Dawon asked thoughtfully, then it turns out, at the end of this path, realizing that he was right, the rabbit, whose train of thought Dawon had also picked up on, happily reported, that's right, the weak point of Lich, the vessel of life. And even if it is not, there must be an altar there. And at the same time, Licha was again struck by the rage of unrequited love. A flurry of incessant blows, like a storm, fell on the poor monster. While Leech was being beaten, Hoel, unable to contain his anguish and shedding tears, said, You've already taken everything from me. Where else, you bitch? While the upset Hoel was beating immortal Lich incessantly, trying to take revenge on him for such a setup, Dawon and the rabbit ran in the opposite direction, saying, Detain him, and we'll go in search of him. The next moment, Licha was tired of just receiving blows. And when the dungeon boss saw Dawon running away with Rabbit, he began to suspect something. Immediately afterward, he flew into the air, even though Hoel had stopped him and continued to beat him. Gathering all its strength, the monster began to emit a bright light that blinded the man and allowed him to escape. Hearing a strange noise behind him and Hoel Hyun's confused shouts, Dawon decided to look back to find out what had happened. Turning his head back, Dawon said in confusion, What? Noticing that immortal Lich had begun to chase them again, Dawon began to run away at a brisk pace, shouting out in fright, What is this? As he picked up speed and overtook Dawon, Rabbit added in fright, Run! Catching up with Dawon and Rabbit, who had gone in search of the vessel of life, immortal Lich said fiercely, You have nowhere else to escape to. But suddenly his speech was interrupted. On the way to the fugitives, immortal Lich was grabbed by Liu Xingwu. Holding the monster's head, the boy said happily, I got him. The next moment, a beautiful picture of Liu Xingwu holding the immortal monster guarding the dungeon appeared before everyone. When Dawon saw that another member of his team had arrived, he shouted joyfully, Xinwu Hen! Thinking back to all the times he had wandered through this labyrinth and had run into dead ends over and over again, Liu Xingwu shed a few tears and thought, Closed, damn it. Everything is changing again. A dead end. When Liu Xingwu opened his eyes after these painful memories that made him suffer greatly, he said angrily, I will repay you in full for all that I have endured. After that, Liu Xingwu pushed immortal Lich into the floor with all his might. When the enemy was neutralized, Liu Xingwu used his lightning skill to harness his full power and shouted, Electro discharge. Immediately after saying this, a powerful electric sting was transmitted from Liu Xingwu's body to immortal Lich. Feeling the pain he had never experienced before, the enemy simply groaned heavily. Seeing that the enemy was being dealt with, Dawon said thoughtfully, While immortal Lich is busy fighting Liu Xingwu, I have a chance to go further in search of the vessel of life. After that, the boy and the rabbit continued down the tunnel. The rabbit pointed Dawon in the direction in which to go to find the very vessel of life that contained Lich's life. When they arrived at the right place, the rabbit suddenly pointed to a place in the wall where the vessel of life was probably located. Without hesitation, Dawon pulled out a steel spear from his inventory and began to hack into the wall to find the weak point of the immortal enemy. After making a few cuts, Dawon realized that this was not going to work, so he took a few steps back and threw the steel pick with all his might into the wall. Surprisingly, it worked, and the wall collapsed, revealing the immortal Lich's vessel of life right behind it in a secret room. Dawon and the rabbit looked at the dark orb that was inside, and they both said in unison, This is... As soon as they got a view of Lich's weak point, a message appeared in front of Dawon. You have finally found the vessel of life. At the same time, Lich had already gotten used to the pain of the electricity coming from Liu Xingwu, and groaning heavily, he tried to slowly get up. Sensing that the enemy had not yet surrendered, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, What, you can still move after that? Sensing that his weakness had been found, immortal Lich shouted out fiercely, You pitiful worms! How dare you do this? After saying this, Lich abruptly rose into the air, throwing Liu Xingwu off of him. Seeing his comrade flying away from the enemy, Hoel exclaimed in confusion, Xinwu! Standing up after being thrown by the enemy, Liu Xingwu wiped his nose and said thoughtfully, This monster, is it really immortal? Running up behind his savior, one of the players said in confusion, Xinwu, are you okay? He replied, Yes, I'm fine. You better step back for your own safety. Standing right in front of his enemies, Immortal Lich sneered at them and said, Booga, how many impudent worms have gathered here? You will never be able to kill me. As he began to approach the enemies, Immortal Lich spoke menacingly. I am Immortal Lich, the king of the snow gremlins, who is above death itself. Bahamut. Hearing the nickname of the enemy who was opposing them, Liu Xingwu said in astonishment, Bahamut? After which one of the players behind him added in disappointment, Shit, he actually had a name. Looking down, Immortal Lich began to gloat that he was in such a winning situation. Then opening his eyes, he said menacingly, I will personally kill you all here, and then I will make you my ghosts who will obey me. Preparing for his next attack, which was to end this confrontation, Immortal Lich said, Look carefully at what happens for disrespecting me. All you will have left is cold and death. You are worthless animals. After saying these terrifying words, Immortal Lich heard someone's voice coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw Dawoon standing in front of him saying, Are you not dead yet? Immortal Lich then said in surprise, What, you? Really? The next moment, Lich felt a strange sensation and began to moan loudly in pain. Immediately after that, ghosts began to crawl out of his body and fly in all directions, leaving the shell of his master. Seeing this strange sight, Hoel said in astonishment, Ghosts, are they really coming out of his body? When all the ghosts left Immortal Lich's body, he began to fall to the ground dead. The next moment, his body was empty, and he was no longer moving or even showing any signs of life. Seeing such a strange sight of the dungeon boa's death, one of the rescued players, Liu Xingwu, said in surprise, What is this? He was just fine just now. And then he suddenly took up his skates and threw them away. Seeing that the enemy was dead, Liu Xingwu exclaimed joyfully, It's a miracle. Dawoon, you really did it, didn't you? Hearing a familiar name, the amazed player exclaimed in amazement, Dawoon, is this the Zhang Dawoon who made the bath? Walking to meet his friends, Dawoon smiled happily and replied, well, it just happened. Liu Xingwu replied in surprise, He's still being modest. What a good man you are. Suddenly Dawoon heard the hoarse voice of Immortal Lich, who had suddenly revived and said, I am furious. What a shame. Immortal Lich regained consciousness and said, I simply wanted to protect my master's home, so I gladly accepted the curse, and the vessel of life broke so easily. Hearing about the vessel of life, Dawoon replied indignantly, Well, actually, the vessel of life is not broken, Immortal Lich asked in surprise. Oh, what did you say? Then the boy added, I put it all on the altar. After telling Immortal Lich, Dawoon saw his confused look, and he recalled the words of the Alpha who had spoken after receiving the vessel. I express my gratitude to you. Yes, it contains the power of darkness, but I will put it to good use. Hearing Dawoon's words, Immortal Lich said in embarrassment, You despise me so much that you didn't even finish me off. How dare you sacrifice the soul of Bahamut himself? At that time, Dawoon received a new achievement which read, You have received a new achievement. Successful dungeon attack. You have destroyed the witch house in the second dungeon. The dungeon bows its head to you. Reward, heal all survivors. When this achievement was obtained, no one listened to Immortal Lich's last words. Everyone rejoiced at the successful completion of the dungeon attack. After that, Dawoon was placed in the middle of the whole company and was the main character. Hoel was also healed and fully restored. Liu Xingwu did not need to be restored, as he was not particularly injured during the battle. After the attack on the dungeon was completed and all the surviving participants were successfully healed, Hoel Hyun asked in surprise, You're very good, Dawoon. Where did you find the Lich core? Hearing the question about finding the vessel of life, which contained the power of the immortal Lich, Rabbit coughed into his paw to draw attention to himself and said, Ahem. To be honest, it was me. Then Rabbit saw a bright light that suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he exclaimed in amazement, What? Looking at his companions who were suddenly enveloped in the bright light, Dawoon exclaimed in fright, What? What is this suddenly happening? To which Liu Yingwu added, A new boss? After that, the light became even brighter. With each passing second, it became more and more blinding, forcing Dawoon to cover his eyes with his hand. When the light disappeared, Dawoon saw that his comrades were gone. He then said in disappointment, "Ah, I see. This really doesn't look good." Rabbit answered him. There was a magic circle at the entrance. Probably the same thing happened at the exit. Then with a sigh of relief, Rabbit happily told Dawoon, "You have a personal gate to travel through anyway, so why are you getting so worked up about this?" Hearing this question, Dawoon said in frustration, "No, think about it. If I didn't have the gate, we would have had to put out the fire on the third floor, and then crawl up the ant cave to the top. What kind of cruel and petty people are?" Hearing these words from Dawoon, Alpha told him, "Actually, the Doomsday Dragon is petty and cruel." To which Dawoon replied in embarrassment, "Thank you very much. Alpha, you have comforted me a lot." After these words, Rabbit said thoughtfully, "Before the dungeon reboots, we should also go quietly. Eh? What are you guys doing down there?" Looking down at Immortal Lich, who was lying on the floor, Dawoon asked, "Hey, you haven't died yet, have you?" He replied in a hoarse voice, breathing heavily, "I will die soon. From my magical power. It's almost gone. I have none left." Hearing these words, Dawoon, who realized that Immortal Lich could not help him, joyfully said, holding out his hand to him, "Then I'll take it." After taking the Immortal Lich's weapon, Dawoon began to examine it with an appraising gaze. The characteristics of the sickle of Bahamut were as follows. Reaper's sickle plus strength, %. Options, slashing power, 3rd level. Special options, sword, level 1. Dawoon looked at this wonderful and convenient weapon and said happily, "This will be perfect for harvesting my rice." Hearing these words, Rabbit thought in astonishment, "What a freak." Looking at Dawoon, who was holding the little sickle he had taken from Immortal Lich, Rabbit asked, "Are you going to beat the soul out of the ears of rice?" Then Dawoon said in disappointment, "If only it were a little bigger. Oh, what a pity." When Immortal Lich was holding it, it looked like a real scythe of death, but when Dawoon was holding it, it looked like a child's sickle. Recalling the times Immortal Lich had wielded this sickle, Dawoon thought, still, the slashing power and sword skills he had were powerful. Then he said, I'll have to find a use for it. After Dawoon had taken his sickle from him, Immortal Lich spoke fiercely, "You have taken all my treasures." Raising his head slightly so that his eyes were level with Dawoon's, Immortal Lich continued, "Iya, I curse you." Seeing that he was cursing him, Dawoon pointed his hands at Immortal Lich's face and said happily, "Purification." Immediately after being purified, Immortal Lich groaned in pain and moved away from Dawoon. Seeing him run away, the boy said in a guilty tone, "How come?" "I'm sorry." Then looking at his subject, he said thoughtfully, "Hey, Rabbit." Hearing himself addressed, Rabbit asked in surprise, "What do you want?" Then Dawoon asked, "Isn't there some way to bring him along with us, like the earth golems?" Hearing such a strange question from his master, Rabbit replied indignantly, "You ask if there is no way? How greedy you are." Then Alpha added, "I understand what you want." Then she added in disappointment, "But it is impossible. Immortal Lich consciousness is a difficult and forbidden technique even for witches." Hearing them discussing, Immortal Lich began to tremble with fear, and Dawoon began to look at him thoughtfully. After a few seconds of thinking about how they could take Bahamut with them, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Then I have a question. You should not die if you have the vessel of life, should you?" Hearing Dawoon's question, Immortal Lich, who was on the verge of death due to lack of vital energy, gathered his last strength, raised his head, and said with difficulty, "Believe, no." Immediately afterward, Dawoon, who was holding the empty vessel of life, from which all the dark life energy had been drained, said thoughtfully, "So, it's empty now, and that's why you're dying." Staring at the floor because of his helplessness, the exhausted Immortal Lich said in a hoarse voice, "Are you going to continue to mock me like this until I die? How insulting." Looking at the vessel of life in his hands, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, it looks like the life energy bead I placed on the altar." After a moment, Alpha added, "The area of use is also similar." Then the assistant added, "There is no altar in this place. That is why all the vital energy that is placed here is also collected there." To which Dawoon replied, "Ah, then I understand." Hearing Dawoon's words, the rabbit immediately asked, "What exactly did you understand?" Ignoring the rabbit's words, Dawoon pointed to the vessel of life and said to the Alpha, Fill it with life energy. To which she replied in surprise, "What?" Then Dawoon, looking at Immortal Lich's very bad appearance, asked, "I placed the energy that was here on the altar. If I fill the vessel with energy again, this skeleton will not die, right?" Hearing this strange request from her master, the assistant looked at Bahamut and said, "He will certainly survive, but at the moment, Immortal Lich's body is completely broken." Then she added one last thing to dissuade Dawoon from the idea. "Even if we try hard to give him back his life, he won't be able to move normally." Hearing this explanation from his assistant, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "So, if he has a new whole body, then everything should work out." Immediately after these words, Dawoon moved through the portal to the top, straight to his buildings with baths. Not understanding why they had come here or what his master was up to, Rabbit said thoughtfully, "Master, what are you creating again?" Dawoon looked back at Rabbit, who had come along with him, and said to him happily, "Hey, can't you see what I'm doing here?" Then, having finished his work, Dawoon took his hands away from the small snowman figure and joyfully announced, "The snowman is finished. My hands are cold." Seeing that he was making a snowman, the rabbit exclaimed in displeasure, "But I see what you are doing there, and that is why I am asking you why you are doing it." Dawoon calmly replied, "Just watch quietly." The next moment, Dawoon pulled out Bahamut's head from somewhere and joyfully announced, "This is Lich's skull." Immortal Lich, being held by the boy, said in confusion, "I would rather die. I'd rather die than take this kind of disgrace upon myself." Looking directly into Immortal Lich's eyes, Dawoon smiled slyly and said, "Please forgive me for doing this to you. If you are angry with me because of that, I apologize to you." Looking at Dawoon, Immortal Lich replied angrily, "Now what do you want me to say?" Seeing his former opponent's anger, Dawoon said in a sad voice, "If someone like you just dies and disappears from this world without a trace, then I will be very sorry." Hearing Dawoon's sincere words, Immortal Lich immediately calmed his anger and listened attentively, not even attempting to object. After Immortal Lich had listened to everything, he suddenly became embarrassed, looking away so as not to reveal his shyness. When Dawoon's words had reached Immortal Lich's dark soul, the boy, noticing that he seemed to be cooperating, slyly added, "You are the king of the snow gremlin, so you should have enough strength to control the snowman, right?" Hearing Dawoon's bold words, Immortal Lich replied in surprise, "What, a snowman? No way." Hearing that Immortal Lich could easily control the snowman, Dawoon threw his head into the snowman and said, "Toy, try to enter it." As he flew toward his new body, Lich exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then the boy added, "If you close the entrance." Landing on the spot, Immortal Lich was able to enter the snowman's body, and then he said in astonishment, not understanding what had happened, "What? This is—" The next moment, when all the preparations were completed, Dawoon gave an order to his assistant, "Alpha, pour in the fuel!" Immediately afterwards, the snowman with Bahamut inside came to life. In parallel with this event, Dawoon received a new achievement that read, First achievement, Master of the Dead. You have become the new master of the Witch Guardian Licha. The dungeon giggles at your creativity. Reward, Lich's power can no longer harm you. Seeing the achievement before him, which confirmed the success of the reunion, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, "This is exactly what I needed. I knew I could do it." Watching Dawoon in amazement, Rabbit suddenly let out, "Did it really work?" Then Alpha added in amazement, "Wow, you made the Dark Lich your ally." Waking up in his new body, Immortal Lich could not believe his eyes that he was alive again. Immortal Lich lowered his head down to examine his body, looked at his hands, felt incredible sensations, and said in astonishment, "What is this? What strength?" Immediately afterward, Bahamut began to look around and saw Dawoon watching him with interest. Startled to see the Immortal Lich staring at him so intently, Dawoon said in confusion, "Hey, what is it? I am your benefactor now. Let's forget about the past." Immortal Lich spoke in a thoughtful tone as he continued to stare at Dawoon. "I am Bahamut." Then he suddenly began to bow down at Dawoon's feet, and without holding back his tears, he exclaimed, "I express to you my devotion." Seeing such a strange reaction, followed by such strange behavior, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Oh, all right, then let's forget everything that happened between us in the past. We'll be friends from now on." Bowing his head to the ground in front of his new master, Immortal Lich spoke with devotion, "Thank you very much. I will serve you faithfully until my death." Rubbing his nose with emotion to keep from bursting into tears, Dawoon replied joyfully, "Ho ho, you are a perfect example of a true faithful servant. After that, Dawoon just sat in front of his new servant and laughed while he bowed to him. Looking at this picture, Rabbit said in displeasure, "They are having fun here." And so it went on for some time until Bahamut stopped bowing to prove his devotion to Dawoon, and Rabbit just had to watch everything. After a while, when Bahamut stopped bowing, the rabbit said sarcastically, "Just look at him, how quickly he has changed. Not long ago he was threatening to curse us." Looking at Rabbit, the immortal lich pointed at him and replied, "That is all in the past. I ask you to guide me in the future too, dear Sonbi." Hearing himself addressed in such a way, Rabbit replied indignantly, "What, short-sighted?" Then, furious at this attitude toward himself, Rabbit stomped angrily toward him, saying, "Why am I your Sonbi?" Hearing the rabbit's question, Immortal Lich knelt down on one knee and pointed to Dawoon and said, "There is also an order among those who serve the same master. However, judging by your clothes," Immortal Lich then added thoughtfully, looking at the suit, "it seems to me that you are a butler assisting the master." To which Rabbit indignantly replied, "Who's a butler here? Are you talking about me?" After Rabbit's words, Dawoon mockingly said, "Butler." Pointing to himself with his paw, Rabbit repeated confidently, "I am a laborer." Then he realized what he had said and added in confusion, "Stop, no." After this prompt, Rabbit turned his head and saw the boy laughing at the provocation that Rabbit had so easily bought into. Immediately afterward, Immortal Lich pointed at Rabbit and said, "You're a laborer?" To which Rabbit replied irritably, "I already said I'm not." While the rabbit was arguing with Bahamut over what to call him, Dawoon, looking at the reward for his achievement, said thoughtfully, "At least I don't have to worry about him betraying me." Seeing Dawoon, who had not fully realized the extent of the skill he had gained with the achievement, Alpha said, "Actually, the effect of this is much greater." When Dawoon was surprised by this, the assistant continued, "Lich's magic is mainly known for its large-scale damage. He himself is immortal, so this damage does not apply to him." After explaining the basic essence of Immortal Lich's skills, Alpha said the point for which it was all being reported. "Now, even if the Lich uses his magic, it will not harm you." And then she said thoughtfully, "With this ability, you will be able to effectively utilize the power of the Immortal Lich in your next battles when developing strategies." After giving the information about the plan, Alpha also gave an option that would be beneficial to her, saying, "It will be possible to create a magic division to defend the temple, a division of Immortal Lichs." Hearing these words from the Alpha, the Lich Immortal pounded his chest and spoke confidently, "That's right, as long as the vessel of life is safe, I, Bahamut, will get out of hell itself and protect my master." Placing the vessel of life in front of Bahamut, Alpha said, "Looking at it takes too much energy. From now on, I will save it and look at it with one eye." When Bahamut saw how much life energy he had left, he was confused. "What? No!" While Immortal Lich was shocked at his expenditure of life energy, Dawoon decided to do something about it and began to get up. As he stood up, he began to look at the starry sky while thinking, and then said, "So, let's start by going back to the village, shall we?" After saying this, Dawoon opened the gate to his underground temple, which was located right under the village itself. When everyone had passed through the gate, Immortal Lich was the last to follow. When he got to the temple, he began to look around with interest to assess the extent of Dawoon's possessions. Then, surprised at the quick and efficient movement of several people at once, he said in astonishment, "This gate magic is much higher than teleportation magic. My master is almighty." However, there was one factor that was not taken into account after the transference: the solar stones that were in the ceiling to illuminate the temple hall. A few seconds after being in the room illuminated by the sunstones, Immortal Lich noticed that his body was losing its shape. Immediately afterward, Immortal Lich noticed that he was turning into a puddle, and he exclaimed in confusion, "Master, I'm starting to melt." Standing behind Bahamut, Rabbitling laughed, saying, "So much for his weakness." Hearing the rabbit's mockery, Immortal Lich spoke with insult, pointing at him, "Lich has no weaknesses. What are you talking about? It is a natural feature of all snowmen." Immediately after saying this, Immortal Lich again addressed his master with a request. "Master, if you can give me a little more energy, I will try to hold out on my own." But Dawoon did not hear him. At this time, the Ying was trying to contact his comrades. Hearing Immortal Lich's request to Dawoon, the assistant said to him, "It won't work. Don't even hope. Just go into the shadows." After hearing this, Bahamut went into the shade sadly. Hearing the conversation behind him, Dawoon suddenly looked back, and seeing what he felt, he said, "Shin Woo Hyun, I will call you later." Then he said in surprise, "What? Looking at Bahamut, who was hiding in the shade of the sunny rocks, Dawoon asked in confusion, "Hey, you, what are you doing there?" To which Lich replied sadly, "I'm starting to melt because of the sunstones. I was ordered to sit in the shade." Hearing the explanation of his subordinate's whereabouts, Dawoon scratched the back of his head and said thoughtfully, "No, this is not good at all. You won't be able to move at all." When Bahamut heard that Dawoon was thinking of allowing Lich to stay under the sun, he exclaimed with joy, "What? I knew it, my merciful master." Then rising to his feet, he said confidently, "If you increase the energy threefold, I will try to keep it cold, and I will win the battle with the sunstone." Hearing Immortal Lich's suggestion of how to enable him to not melt under the sun, Dawoon said in disappointment, "No, it's too much of a waste of energy to do that." Immortal Lich, who continued to melt under the scorching light, fell to the ground and thought sadly, "No one wants to take my side." The next moment, Immortal Lich felt something touch his head. It was Dawoon who put a straw hat on his head. Immediately after this action, the boy looked at his subject and asked happily, "How is it now? Is it better?" Rising to his feet, Immortal Lich began to examine the straw hat that had been given to him to protect him from the light, and said in surprise, "Master, what is this?" Upon receiving this question from his subject, Dawoon explained, "I made this myself. I see that the size is just right for you. How do you like it? It's a little uncomfortable, but you can move around now, right?" Hearing Dawoon's story about the straw hat, Immortal Lich said in surprise, "Wow, the equipment that Master personally made. I'm so grateful and overwhelmed that I can't find a place to sit." Hearing such words of gratitude from his subordinate, Dawoon was overwhelmed. Even a whale can be made to dance by praise. Immediately after Immortal Lich was able to move the young man with his words, Dawoon happily said, "Well then, just fine. Great." The next moment, Dawoon placed some of his items on the altar and exclaimed, "I need to put more equipment on the altar and get additional options, and then use them to strengthen the other equipment." After obtaining the new equipment, Dawoon strengthened it, viz., a straw hat with fire resistance of the second level, and a woolen scarf with fire resistance of the same level. Immortal Lich joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, what a precious treasure." Looking at all this, Rabbit thought in displeasure, "Have you decided to decorate a snowman?" After receiving protection from the heat, the joyful Immortal Lich ran to inspect all of Dawoon's possessions, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, so this is my master's home." Then returning back to the boy after his tour, he happily announced, "Entrust the care of this place to me." Hearing this proposal, Alpha said thoughtfully, "Well, that's not a bad idea either." Immediately after saying this, Immortal Lich noticed something strange happening in the territory he was now taking care of. Immortal Lich rushed over to the same problematic spot and shouted out in alarm, "Grains are falling here. I'll clean it up." Hearing this message from his new subject, Dawoon was surprised to hear it. Grains? Thinking about what it could be, Dawoon suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. It could be ants." Running after Bahamut, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "Wait! Don't remove them from there. I did it on purpose to give them to the ants." As he approached the pile he had left for his chimera ant, the boy noticed the current size and continued in surprise, "Rice? So they can to eat whenever they want." Stopping in front of a whole mountain of rice, which was in the place where he had left a small handful for the ant to eat, Dawoon said in surprise, "Why is there so much more of it?" Thinking back to the moment when he had brought his chimera ant here and left it here, with one handful of rice on the ground for it to eat, Dawoon thought, "I only left one handful of rice, didn't I?" As Dawoon was absorbed in his world of thoughts and reflections, Immortal Lich interrupted his flight of fancy by calling out, "Master, come quickly over here. Just look at this." When Dawoon approached Bahamut, who was calling him over, he saw only stalks of rice and nothing else. But that was only for a moment. A few seconds later, the chimera ant he had left behind appeared among the rice stalks. It was heading straight for the pile, carrying a few grains of rice in its teeth. After that, the ant went straight to the same huge pile of rice that Dawoon had been puzzling over. Finally, it became clear where such a large amount of grain came from. When the chimera ant arrived at the appointed place, it left the grains of rice nearby, throwing them out of its claws. Immediately afterwards, the ant went back to the field. Seeing such diligence, Immortal Lich said in astonishment, "This is a chimera ant. Wow, that's amazing. You're raising small but loyal worker ants." Hearing these words from his new subject, Dawoon asked in surprise, not understanding the meaning he was trying to convey. "Instincts? What instincts?" Realizing that Dawoon didn't know about the Chimera ant's instincts, Immortal Lich explained, the Chimera ants were created to gather food for their new master's storehouse. Immediately afterward, Immortal Lich spoke joyfully. Looking at them, I cannot just stand by. Give me some work. Hearing such a strange request from Lich, Rabbit simply dropped out of this world, and Dawoon laughed in surprise and said, of course you do. Seeing Immortal Lich's persistence, Rabbit thought in alarm, what? I feel like I'm the only one who does nothing, like a droning drone. To be honest, I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed. Hearing his new subordinate's request that he be entrusted with some work, Dawoon suddenly became deep in thought, trying to think of something to keep him busy. After a few seconds of thought, Dawoon happily announced, very well then. If you really want it so badly, then I will entrust you with the management of the temple. Hearing this job offer, Immortal Lich exclaimed joyfully to his master, this is an incredible choice. After saying this, Dawoon opened his inventory and looked through it for tools and said thoughtfully, so, from now on, your new weapon will be... Then, having taken out the new tools for Bahamut's work, Dawoon solemnly announced, these. Looking at the bright light that the instruments created, Leech waited for them with anticipation. The next moment, a broom and a scoop appeared in front of him to clean the temple grounds of all kinds of dirt and debris. It's beautiful, incredible. Seeing Immortal Lich running with his tools across the temple grounds to begin work, the assistant was amazed. He is settling in even faster than I could have imagined. Watching Bahamut run off to work, Dawoon said with joy, that's right, I can't believe it. He is so diligent. Hearing these words, the rabbit standing behind him began to stamp his paw angrily. Not responding to the rabbit's irritated behavior, Dawoon watched Bahamut run off to work with joy and called out after him, today is your first day of work. Don't overwork yourself. Hearing these words to the Immortal Lich, the rabbit looked at Dawoon with sadness, remembering how gentle he was with Bahamut and how he had treated him in his early days. After a while, Rabbit decided to stick to the same request that Immortal Lich had made to him when he first began serving Dawoon and to give him advice. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Lich looked back in alarm. The next second, when Immortal Lich noticed that it was Rabbit, he continued on. A few seconds later, he heard indignant shouts after him. Hey! There are drops of water here! Don't splash the melted snow when you walk! The next moment after acting out the scene, Rabbit added, slipping on the water, I'm poor and weak and I might slip and fall inadvertently. What will you do then? Leech replied, I splashed the water on purpose to make a wet mop. Immortal Lich then turned his whole body toward Rabbit and said thoughtfully, you can still fly, so why do you have so much discontent? Hearing this answer, Rabbit thought, irritation. Realizing that he could not find the fault with this, Rabbit exclaimed in frustration, the problem is your tone of voice. I don't like your tone of voice, it sounds like an old man's. As he swept the temple hall, Immortal Lich replied happily, ho ho, really? Well then, I will certainly try to improve. The rabbit exclaimed in irritation, that's also very strange. Hearing such words of dissatisfaction from Rabbit, Immortal Lich replied in surprise, it is not easy to change one's tone and manner of speech in one day. The rabbit angrily exclaimed, you're getting stranger and stranger every time. Are you trying to make fun of me? Hearing that his plan was working as intended, Immortal Lich said happily, Booga, I am slowly getting better with time. Enraged by Bahamut's words, Rabbit thought back to his previous self. Did he have this kind of character from the beginning? Why is he so joyful? He's just a servant. I don't like him. After thinking about this, Rabbit continued, but what annoys me even more than that? As Rabbit thought about this, he remembered Dawoon, who had just spoken while sitting on the couch. Oh, I am so thirsty. Immediately after saying this, without even a moment's hesitation, Dawoon exclaimed, Bahamut! The next second, the new servant arrived at the boy who was calling him and humbly asked, Master, will you serve me anything you want? Immediately afterward, Dawoon held out an empty earthen cup to Immortal Lich, signaling that he was thirsty. Seeing this gesture of his master, Bahamut realized what was going on. The next moment, the Immortal Lich conjured water with his magic, placing several ice cubes in it, and at the same time saying, Yes, I will prepare the ice for you. As soon as the drink was ready, Dawoon tipped the cup over and drank the entire contents in a few gulps. Then, breathing out a sigh of relief, he said happily, It's so good. It's good to drink carbonated drinks cold after all. It's not just incredibly cool. Seeing how happy Dawoon was because of Immortal Lich's favor, Rabbit thought unhappily, He's so excited about some ice. He's so annoying. How annoying he is. When Bahamut had completed Dawoon's task of making the ice and saw that his master was pleased, Lich said, "I will continue with the cleaning." Stopping his servant just before he was about to leave, the boy said, "Oh, wait, take this." Immortal Lich opened his eyes to see what his master was giving him and exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Am I really awake? Are you really sure? This is—" Handing Bahamut the sickle he had been wielding, Dawoon said happily, "I will lend it to you for the purpose of mowing the rice paddy." Hearing that his weapon was once again at his disposal, Immortal Lich exclaimed, "Thank you very much. Incredible, wonderful." After saying this, Alpha added, "What a perfect match you two are." Grabbing his sickle, Immortal Lich quickly walked toward the rice paddies to practice with his weapon, exclaiming joyfully, "Then I will begin my work." As soon as Immortal Lich approached the field, he began to skillfully mow down each and every bunch of rice, leaving no missed ears behind. As Dawoon watched Immortal Lich skillfully wield his sickle, he thought in confusion, "This fellow, he looks quite cheerful." After a period of time, Immortal Lich returned to Dawoon, and with a tired expression he happily informed his master, "The mission you have entrusted me with." And then he added happily, showing off the countless sheaves of rice he had mowed in the meantime, completely fulfilled. When Dawoon looked at how huge the pile of rice sheaves was, he was amazed. "Wow, there are so many. This is great. We need to rebuild the underground space at the same time." Then Dawoon turned his head to his chimera ant, who was also working hard, and said thoughtfully, "And build a proper food storage facility. If you think about the aisles, which will make it easier for the ants to move around, I'll entrust this little guy with the threshing of the grain." Immediately afterward, Dawoon picked up his only chimera ant and began to examine it, and said thoughtfully, "By the way, I only have one ant. It will take him a long time to gather grains of rice." Immediately afterward, Dawoon looked at the ant and asked thoughtfully, "Do you want to become the queen ant? If you become the queen of the ant army?" Hearing Dawoon's idea, Rabbit asked indignantly, "Oh man, do you really think that such a baby will lay eggs for you?" To which Dawoon replied guiltily, I'm sorry. Are you sure it's a female?" To which Rabbit replied, "How do I know the sex of ants?" After this conversation with the rabbit, Dawoon collected his thoughts and said thoughtfully, "Anyway, enough with the tongue-in-cheek. Let's get to work." The next moment, Dawoon began to build. What exactly he was building was known only to God, but it was not a very large structure. After a few minutes of building, Dawoon took a few steps back to look at his creation and said joyfully, "It's finished." He stood before the golem mill, which consisted of a storage facility, 2 covered jugs, a mortar that was used to grind ears of grain with the power of the golems, and a threshing floor in the form of a club. Looking at what Dawoon had created and named it so loudly, Rabbit said in surprise, "What, a thresher?" Clutching his cheeks, Dawoon spoke joyfully, expressing his dreams in words. "After the ears are milled, we can either cook the rice or grind it into flour and make rice cakes. That's right, rice dumplings. Rice dumplings with peas." After expressing his wishes, Dawoon suddenly became depressed, disappointed in the blink of an eye. Noticing this, Rabbit asked in surprise, "What is wrong with you?" Hearing Rabbit's question, Dawoon said sadly, "I'm hungry for tteokbokki, the street food I used to eat, spicy rice dumplings and sauce." With his hands at his sides, Dawoon sighed heavily and said sadly, "However, I don't have any pepper paste right now. That's why I won't be able to make it." Oh, damn it. After a moment of thought, Dawoon thought, "I should look for something that looks like red pepper. Should I ask an elder?" Seeing Dawoon's strange behavior, Immortal Lich asked Rabbit in surprise, "What is wrong with him all of a sudden?" To which he confidently replied, "He's often like this. You'll get used to it in time." While Dawoon was looking for red peppers or something similar, 2 days passed. At that time, Dawoon's friends who had gone with him to the dungeon finally returned. With the help of a magic circle, Shin Woo-hyun and his friends were able to get out of the dungeon of the witch's house and into a completely different place, namely right to the entrance to the 3rd dungeon. Once in front of the entrance, the players had a difficult choice: attack the dungeon or upgrade their equipment. After a bit of deliberation, everyone decided to choose the equipment and return to the village. When everyone returned, Dawoon greeted them with a happy smile and said confidently, "You had to endure a lot on the way to the village." When Yun Ji-woo saw his friend, he immediately threw his arms around him and hugged him, glad to see him in the village, safe and sound. When everyone had calmed down, Dawoon looked at his comrades who had traveled a long way, which was quite difficult, and said, "You look and smell even worse than the homeless." Putting his hand on Yunji-woo's head, Dawon spoke confidently. First, you need to wash yourself. Please follow me. Hearing these words, Liu Xingwu exclaimed in surprise. Where? After these words, they all went together to the underground temple, where Dawo wanted to show his friends who had come from the journey. Following Dawu Hen, Hoel said in surprise, Is there a new path in the temple? Then Liu Xinwu asked, Where are we going? The boy replied, Wait, we are almost there. After leading his friends to the door behind which was the thing he wanted to show them, Dawun happily announced, Yes, now we have arrived at the place. Opening the door to the very room he had built, Dawun thoughtfully asked, Are you ready to experience the fun? The next moment, the boys saw a beautiful view of a bathtub with new hot water constantly flowing in. Seeing what Dawun wanted to show them, Liu Xingwu could not believe his eyes that it was really what he saw, and said in amazement, Dawun, what are you? Striking a proud pose, Dawun began to wipe his nose of his smugness and confidently said, Well, I got bored while I was waiting for you, so I decided to do this thing. Seeing a separate room with a bathtub with hot water and a janitor, everyone was surprised. It was boring, and he made a sauna? When the immortal leech heard the noise in the room, he looked up to greet his guests and saw his old friends. When Bahamut raised his head, Liu Xingwu, seeing him as a danger, had already grabbed the sword on his belt and exclaimed in alarm, You are the boss of the witch's house, aren't you? Hearing himself so addressed, Immortal Lich bowed to the guests and said, Ah, you are my master's fellow travelers. Forgive me for my past behavior. Hearing Bahamut call Dawun, Liu Xingwu thought in surprise, Go. A master. He's so polite. Seeing that everything had settled down by itself, Dawun said calmly, You must be very hungry, right? I will prepare your dinner in a moment. In the meantime, take a pint with you and come inside. Hearing what Dawun had just offered them, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, What? A pinsu? Hearing about the pinsu, Immortal Lich quickly walked toward the cooking area, shouting, I'll prepare it. In a few seconds, Immortal Lich had already poured crushed ice into a bowl and began to season it with some syrup to add flavor to the dessert. From the outside, it looked quite nice, but somehow strange. Liu Xingwu, who was watching, was shocked. After preparing a cold dessert and serving it to the table, Immortal Lich happily announced, The master has been very fond of the snow pin soup with bean powder lately. Enjoy it while you take a bath. Seeing what Immortal Lich had just prepared, Yunji Su drooled with anticipation and said, A fusion piña with musole powder? Hearing his friend say that, Hoel asked in confusion, Related? What? After a while, everyone was already in the sauna, relaxing after a long and difficult journey, washing away the dirt and fatigue with water. When Dawun saw how happy his friends were, he went down to the sauna and said, Listen, I have one request for you. Hearing these words from their precious friend, everyone suddenly became quiet, focusing their attention on him to hear what he wanted. When Dawun did not continue, Liu Xingwu joyfully announced, Just tell me what you want. I am ready to give my life for you if necessary. Hearing such confident words from Liu Xingwu, Go Hoel, pointing to himself, added confidently, And I'm willing to sacrifice my soul as well. When Immortal Lich heard the sacrifices everyone was willing to make for his master, he was surprised. Wow! As Immortal Lich went about his business, not wanting to eavesdrop on his master's conversation, he met Pocky on his way, who would not let go of him. Immortal Lich tried to pass him, but he noticed that he was still following him, and he said in embarrassment, I feel a little uncomfortable. What's going on with you? And Pocky was chasing him because he had a bonehead. The next moment, Poke jumped on Immortal Lich's head and began to lick the hat, trying to get to the bone. Trying to get the squirrel off his head, Bahamut exclaimed in confusion, You can't do that! Immortal Lich saw Rabbit walking beside him and said in confusion, Mr. Rabbit, can you take him off me? Hearing this request, the rabbit replied in surprise, Huh? The next moment, as soon as Immortal Lich asked for his help, Rabbit happily said, Poke Q, come here. Hearing the call, Pocky immediately turned his attention to Rabbit. The next moment, Pocky jumped off Bahamut's head and jumped to Rabbit, stopping in his hand. Seeing that Pocky had obeyed him so quickly and without question, Immortal Lich said thoughtfully, This little fellow. Now I finally understand. The next moment, Immortal Lich envisioned in his mind the whole pyramid of hierarchy that was being built in Dawun's relationship. Immediately afterward, Bahamut added in frustration, So, I'm at the bottom of the ladder! At that time, Dawun was in a dialogue with his comrades and informed them of his request, which was, as Dawun said in the following, It seems that I will need to find time to improve my purification skills. Hearing this strange request from Dawoon, for which they were willing to do anything, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "A skill. Purification." Recently, Zhang Dawoon had begun to think about the value of his core skill, the purification skill. This skill had been given to him at the very beginning. And if you compare the other skills, there was something that set this one apart from the others, namely the level system. His Purify skill was currently at the initial 10th level. Holding Poke in his paws to keep him from clinging to Bahamut, Rabbit said, "That's right. And against immortals, the purification skill is like fire to humans. If you increase its level, it will only be beneficial." Thinking about what Rabbit had just said to him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "That's right. I've seen the effect of using it on Lisha and the other skeletons. It looks like an attacking skill." Then, after considering its characteristics, he added sadly, "However, it's not good for offense at all. The radius of damage is too small. It can only cover the weapons in my hands." Hearing his master's upset speech, Krolik said thoughtfully, "That's why you need to upgrade it to the medium level. Then you can use it at a distance." Hearing these words, Dawoon noticed that Pokemon escaped from Rabbit's hands and climbed onto his shoulder. After that, the boy asked in surprise, "Really?" Hearing that he had already prepared to level up, but he couldn't wait any longer, Rabbit said in surprise, "But are you okay? Then you'll have to hunt with only this skill." Hearing this demand from Rabbit, which he had made based on the scheme for obtaining a new skill level, Dawoon asked happily, "Why would I want to hunt someone?" Hearing such sudden words from his master, Rabbit looked at him with a surprised look. Immediately afterward, Dawoon pointed to his friends sitting in the sauna. Seeing him pointing at them, Liu Xingwu and the others were surprised. "What?" After a while, Dawoon and his comrades found themselves in front of the village where the land was cursed. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Liu Xingwu asked in surprise, "What should we do?" "While you are cleansing the land from the curse, we have to block the skeletons all the time." Hearing such a demand on himself, Go Hoel said calmly, "Well, it should be quite easy." Yoon Ji-soo then asked, "How long do we have to do this?" Hearing this question from his friend, Dawoon happily said, "I can't tell you exactly, but until my skill reaches the intermediate level." After receiving such a vague answer to Yoon Ji-soo's question, the three defenders who had been protecting Dawoon all along thought uncomfortably. It seems easy, but at the same time, it's quite difficult. It had been several days since Dawoon had begun to raise his skill to the intermediate level. And all this time, his comrades had been protecting him from the monsters. It was only because of their incredible efforts that they had made to accomplish the mission. Dawoon could continue his mission of raising his skill to the intermediate level without being distracted by enemies. And so, after a few days of non-stop fighting against the skeletons that were moving in on his comrades, Dawoon joyfully raised his hands, signaling that he had finally succeeded. Meanwhile, somewhere in the snowy area where the dungeon of the witch's house was located, one of the dungeon managers was flying by. As he was going about his business, he saw something that could not help but draw his attention. Then he stood still for a second in amazement. Noticing the observation towers that Dawoon had built, the manager said in astonishment, "What are these buildings? It's impossible that someone could have built them. Is there really such a skill?" Immediately afterward, the dungeon master of the other floor decided to go to the witch's house to see how things were going. When he arrived at the boss's room, the lion boss saw that the witch was lying motionless, even after the dungeon had been reset. He was very much shocked by this. When he saw the empty shell of Immortal Lich in the boss's room, the boss said in surprise, "Lich is not moving. We need to check his life vessel." Arriving at the place where Immortal Lich's life vessel was located, the manager noticed that it was empty, and he said in astonishment, "Indeed, his soul has disappeared for some reason. Has the boss been crushed to dust?" After these thoughts, the manager, who had started checking the witch's house, continued, "The vessel of life is not just a place to store magic. It is a cup in which the soul is placed. And without the soul, Lich became just a broken doll." After such talk, the manager who discovered the empty shell of the Immortal Lich continued in confusion. Did someone really reach this level of skill, and even obtain the skill of soul destruction? I wonder what kind of skills he had. After thinking out loud, the manager, who could not let it go, said thoughtfully, "Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I'll have to replace the boss of this dungeon." As he prepared to replace the boss of the witch's house, the manager added thoughtfully, "However, if the boss of this dungeon changes, then the dungeon itself will change with him." The day after the manager visited the dungeon, Dawoon arrived at the same witch's house. When he saw what was happening here, he said in surprise, "What?" He saw a huge number of spirits flying up to the ceiling of the room. "Where is Lich? And what are these spirits?" Wondering what happened to this dungeon after the restart, Dawoon continued, "I came here to get something, but if the dungeon has rebooted, what's going on here?" Observing what was happening in the boss's room, Rabbit, who realized what might have happened, said in confusion, "The most likely scenario is that this dungeon has changed." Looking around to get a better look at the changes, Rabbit added, "I think the boss has been replaced." Hearing Rabbit's explanation, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Is that possible? You couldn't have done that." Rabbit answered him by mentioning the baboon and getting angry. Higher-class managers can change traps or guardians at will. Then Rabbit asked Dawoon, "But you survived after that, didn't you?" Hearing such a question from his friend, Dawoon hesitantly replied, "Well, that is also true." Then Rabbit, who realized the danger of the dungeon, said, "In short, in that case, it appears that the method of attacking the witch house has also changed." Hearing Rabbit say this, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "What do you mean? How did he get free? How?" Then Rabbit answered him in confusion, "This time, in order to conquer the dungeon, you have to fight a battle of destruction." Then Rabbit added, "We have to catch all the spirits that are under the ceiling. This is the only way to conquer this dungeon." Hearing this method, Dawoon said in disappointment, "What? There are so many of them, I'm too lazy to do this now." Hearing this from his master, Rabbit said in confusion, "Not just laziness. The labyrinth also changes. Spirits are able to pass through the walls. That's why they can attack us. And this is not at all favorable." Hearing Rabbit's explanation of how to clear this dungeon, Dawoon happily remarked, "But it's still much better than fighting immortal Lich." Rabbit replied, "That's true, but..." Interrupting Rabbit before he could finish speaking, Dawoon said with anticipation, "No, I would say that it is very good." Hearing that Dawoon was happy that the dungeon had changed in this way, Rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "I don't understand your joy at all. What's so good about it?" Hearing his friend's question, Dawoon used his refining skill to happily announce, "This is a great chance to try it out." Forming a throwing sphere with his refining skill, Dawoon swung it and began to smile ominously, then added, "I'm talking about a mid-level refining skill." Dawoon currently possessed a mid-level refining skill that allowed him to refine objects, can be used over long distances, ejection type. Looking at Dawoon's purification sphere, Rabbit asked in confusion, "But how are we going to hit them when they're moving like that?" Hearing the rabbit's confused voice, Dawoon slyly said, "What do you mean? How do we hit them?" Using his targeting skill, a mark appeared on each of the spirits that he could hit. And then the boy said, "Here's how." The next second, when the marks were placed on each target, Dawoon prepared the first ammunition. Then he moved it to the tips of his index and middle fingers as if he were holding a gun. Immediately after that, he began to aim at the enemies flying right in front of him. The markings made it much easier. And the next second, Dawoon began shooting the spirits, hitting the target every time, which greatly surprised Rabbit, who was standing next to him. Noticing how skillfully Dawoon hit each ghost, even without missing, despite their chaotic movement and high speed, Rabbit thought in surprise, "Did he just hit the ghosts?" While Rabbit was marveling at Dawoon's skill, the boy was accurately shooting every ghost that came his way. Suddenly, Rabbit decided to speak and addressed Dawoon, "Sir." Hearing his name, the boy answered without looking up from his hunt, "Can't you see that I am busy?" Then Rabbit pitifully exclaimed, "Let's try at least once." Hearing Rabbit's whining, Dawoon asked in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Then Rabbit added, "If it doesn't work, we can jump through the gate." After telling him about the panic retreat in case of failure, Rabbit said happily, "Let's see if I can catch a few of them by myself." Having said that, Rabbit was serious about fighting, but it was very dangerous because ghosts are one of the most difficult opponents. Their method of attack is generally very simple. When a person comes into contact with ghosts, their health level and body temperature decrease. With one such attack on a person, it will be about 1% of health. However, if one person is suddenly attacked by several dozen ghosts at once, you can easily say goodbye to your life, because it will happen very quickly. Remembering the skills of ghosts, Rabbit said anxiously, "They are such dangerous creatures. They pass through walls and fly as they please, and the worst part is that physical attacks don't work on them." Then looking at his master, who easily cleared each ghost with just one hit, the rabbit said indignantly, "Why can you handle them so easily?" Rabbit then emphasized, "Don't underestimate them." Hearing Rabbit say this, Dawoon replied, Okay, I understand. So you are counting how many I have killed? Looking at Dawoon with a displeased look, the rabbit said, 57. Hearing the number of enemies killed, Dawoon happily reported, everything is going well. After that, Rabbit suddenly saw a screaming radish near Dawoon and asked in surprise, what is this doing here? Dawoon answered, if the ghosts get too close, crush it. Hearing the command from his master, Rabbit began to watch the battle. When the ghost began to get very close to Dawoon, he stepped on the screamer on command and he scared away all the ghosts. Blowing on his fingers as if he were blowing smoke from a gun, Davong said, the safe distance is complete, so we can start over. Hearing this, Rabbit thought, this is against the rules. And then he said, you have become even more cunning. Looking back at Rabbit, Dawoon said confidently, don't call it cunning, call it efficiency. If I can work without making any effort at all, then why should I exert myself on purpose? I'm not a fool. Are you counting? Rabbit answered disappointedly, 83. When Dawoon heard about the number of enemies he had killed, he said, I'm already hungry. Let's get to 100 and then leave. Who knows, maybe I'll get some kind of achievement. After killing a few more enemies, Dawoon saw that his refining skill had risen to the second medium level, and then turned his head to Rabbit and exclaimed happily, hey, this is the best for leveling up. Hearing this, Rabbit thought anxiously, you better watch where you're shooting. When the hunt for the 100 ghosts was complete, Dawoon said in disappointment, for some reason, there is no achievement. To which Rabbit replied, if there was one, Liu Xingwu must have gotten it a long time ago. Then the boy added, that's right. After destroying another ghost that was approaching them, Dawoon happily announced, then let's have lunch and come back here. Maybe we can get something done. Hearing this suggestion, Rabbit asked in surprise, what? Do you want to rest? Hearing Rabbit's question, Dawoon happily replied, yes, press the screamer. When Rabbit pressed the screamer, all the ghosts ran away again. Then Dawoon said happily, well then, shall we go quietly? As Dawoon was about to walk to the gate, he suddenly saw something that caught his eye. Looking down, he exclaimed in surprise, what? Rabbit then asked in surprise, what is it? Looking at the remnants of the ghost's destruction, Dawoon said in astonishment as he pointed to Rabbit, what is this? Looking at the same powder that Dawoon had suddenly noticed, Rabbit replied, huh? What do you mean? It's the remains of ghosts. Hearing this explanation, Dawoon repeated in astonishment, ghost remains? Remembering that the ghosts would leave something behind when they disappeared, Dawoon said in astonishment, so it's the same ashes. Pointing to the ashes after the ghost was destroyed, Dawoon said happily, this is very interesting. There are ashes left behind by ghosts. To which Rabbit replied, for that matter, the one who destroys ghosts is even more interesting. After Dawoon learned what he had found, he began to examine the ashes from all sides. Then he suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Can we use it somewhere? Rabbit answered, do you think so? Only in the ceremony of honoring ancestors. Hearing this from Rabbit, Dawoon said with joy, no, it is not. This is an object left behind by a dead monster. It is very likely that it will be used. Hearing Dawoon's words, Rabbit suddenly became thoughtful, and then he began to examine the ghost dust himself, saying thoughtfully, well, if that's what you mean, then Rabbit accidentally smelled the dust. Immediately after inhaling it, Rabbit began to sneeze heavily. Seeing the rabbit's reaction, Dawoon thought, it is dangerous to inhale it. After the rabbit finally cleared his throat, he exclaimed angrily, oh, it's just ordinary dust. Hearing this, Dawoon said, Alpha, do you know anything? It's like ghost dust. It's a good name, right? Immediately afterward, Alpha replied, it can be used for research purposes as a magical reagent, but it is of no use to you since you are not a wizard. After receiving such testimony from Alpha, Dawoon said thoughtfully, indeed. Then he began to examine the dust from all sides, just as Rabbit had done. After a short time of examining, Dawoon took the dust in his hand and said thoughtfully, roll it up. Lump? After the command lump, the dust turned into a small cube. When Dawoon saw it, he was surprised. Oh, what is this? Is it a new object? Rabbit answered him with a grudging smile. It's just a hardened piece of dust. Ignoring the rabbit, Dawoon began to run around the room and pick up all the scattered dust. Watching Dawoon's behavior, Rabbit thought in frustration, well, he doesn't listen to me anyway. After collecting the 133 pieces of ghost stone in his inventory, Dawoon happily announced, gee, it seems to be working. A ghost stone. It'll come in handy someday. To which Rabbit replied in displeasure. I wish it would. Shooting more ghosts that began to approach, Dawoon told Rabbit, let's have dinner, and then we'll start the second round of the fight. Opening his inventory, Dawoon said sadly, we've used up all the screamers we have. To which Rabbit replied awkwardly, oh yeah? Then, shedding a few tears, Rabbit said sadly, poor screamers. All they could do was scream and then die. To which Dawoon indignantly replied, you were the one who stepped on them. With a ridiculous expression on his face, Rabbit said awkwardly, it's true. Thinking about replenishing his supplies, Dawoon said, screamers are found in the eagle's nest. Should I go there and get some more screamers or what? This time I'll need to trap them in the temple. Dawoon then began to smile slyly and said in a sinister tone, especially since the eagle has already rebooted around this time. Hearing this idea from Dawoon, Rabbit said in displeasure, only a short time ago you were going to pick grass. And now you are thinking of going hunting for an eagle. Ignoring Rabbit's words, Dawoon walked toward the gate and said, I will set a trap and let it catch them. It's even less trouble than ghosts. To which Rabbit replied, I can hardly imagine it. After a while, Dawoon went to the Mountain of Death again, where the griffin lived. Dawoon fought with the monster and defeated it with little effort and said joyfully, I got it. No achievement again? After gathering the screamers, Rabbit said tiredly, if an achievement has already appeared once, it probably won't appear again, except for special achievements. Besides, the reward is the same, and there's not much use in it. Hearing these words from Rabbit, Dawoon said indignantly, hey, this dungeon is too greedy. To which Rabbit tiredly replied, no, it's just that your greed has reached the heavens. Grabbing Dawoon by his sagging flanks, the Rabbit said insolently, that's why you're so fat. After Dawoon said this, he slapped the Rabbit several times on the head and angrily asked, Alpha, can I bring my fat to the altar? To which she immediately refused. Dawoon then said in frustration, oh shit. When Rabbit heard that Dawoon was still feeling bad about his weight, he said to him, if you want to get rid of it so badly, then let the ghosts attack you. Dawoon replied thoughtfully, really? Then I will lose weight. Hearing that he had fallen for such nonsense, Rabbit exclaimed indignantly, oh, that was a joke. If you want to lose weight, you need to move more and change your diet. After hitting Rabbit on the head again for deceiving him, Dawoon said thoughtfully, and I was beginning to believe in the efficacy of this. What? Immediately after his weight loss method, Dawoon suddenly remembered the fat he had not been able to bring to the altar and thought, life energy? Then he immediately reached into his inventory to check some of his guesses. Flipping through the pages of his inventory, Dawoon finally found the same phantom stones and said thoughtfully, if I let life energy in there, what will happen then? Hearing this suggestion from Dawoon, Alpha answered categorically, we cannot. We cannot spend our life energy on such things. Do you know how much is needed to resurrect Urtius? Ignoring Alpha's words, Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, deciding to see what would happen with his experiment. All right, I'll try it once. This phrase surprised the assistant. Hearing Alpha's confusion, Dawoon explained, think carefully. I put energy into the vessel of life, and after that, Bahamut took our side. What if I put energy here in the same way? Hearing this suggestion, Davuna, Alpha put forward her opinion, saying, it's a waste. Rabbit then added, it's a waste. Hearing the words of Alpha and Rabbit, Dawoon thought in offense, you two? Realizing that no one supported him, Dawoon decided to try to convince them of the necessity of his experiment by saying, hey, ghosts can also take our side. After saying this and imagining that he would have many ghosts under his command, Dawoon continued, even though the boss room's lich has disappeared, but if we succeed, we can have our own ghost army. Hearing Dawoon's unattainable dream, Rabbit said in disappointment, what kind of dreams do you have? Just because you accidentally caught a single lich doesn't mean you've become a dark sorcerer. After a moment, Alpha added, speaking of Bahamut, from the very beginning there was a vessel that could contain the energy, which is why you were able to pull off what you did. When Dawoon heard the discontent of his subjects, he exclaimed, why do you disobey? The master of the temple is ordering you. Exert your energy. Hearing such instructions from her master, Alpha said, then try it on just one stone, but you cannot do it here and now. Let's go to a safer place. When Dawoon arrived at the village of crevices, he exclaimed indignantly, is it possible to conduct the test here? Preparing to test his idea, Dawoon said, if anything goes wrong, I can ask the villagers for help. Alpha replied, okay. Finally agreeing to Dawoon's experiment, Alpha said, I will put in the life energy. As the assistant began to put the life energy into the ghost stone, Dawoon thought only one thing, come back to life, please, ghost. When the phantom stone was finally filled with enough life energy, it began to rise from Dawoon's hands. After that, it slowly began to rise into the air. When Dawoon saw this, he exclaimed in astonishment, oh, wow! To which Alpha replied in surprise, what? Seeing that something was really happening and that Dawoon was right, Rabbit exclaimed in confusion, really? As he watched the ghostly cube rise higher and higher into the sky, Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, that's right, come on, come to life, ghost, resurrection. But after saying that, nothing happened. The ghostly cube just continued to rise into the sky. Seeing that nothing else was happening, Rabbit said thoughtfully, why is it continuing to rise? Dawoon could not give any answer to this question, but simply watched along with everyone else as the ghostly cube rose higher and higher into the sky with each passing second. After that, there was a bright flash in the sky, and the phantom cube disappeared. Seeing this, Dawoon said in astonishment, now what? Rabbit replied, I don't know. Did it ascend? Immediately after he said this, Rabbit could not help but laugh at Dawoon's ridiculousness and the fact that he really believed in the creation of ghosts like this. Then looking at Dawoon, Rabbit could not help but laugh out loud at him. Seeing such a disrespectful attitude, the boy said indignantly, what? Why are you laughing? Hearing this question, Rabbit answered joyfully, wow, I just said that, and it turned out to be true. It wasn't enough for you to purify the ghost, but now you helped it to ascend? You have killed a ghost twice. Seeing Dawoon's disgruntled face, who had screwed up, Alpha reported, it seems that all of his dark power has disappeared, and he only has the ability to fly. Still, it was a waste. It's a good thing we didn't use too much energy. Raising his head to the sky, Dawoon looked at the point where the ghost had ascended and suddenly thought, is this a good thing? Then he stood still, looking at the endless sky. After that, having completed his reflections on various aspects, Dawoon said thoughtfully, this is quite good. Hearing Dawoon's words, the rabbit was surprised and said, what is it? Dawoon replied, I can't control it, but I can launch it into the sky. Then looking back to see the rabbit, Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, grand! Could it be that the lizard statue in the temple was also made in this way? Hearing this strange explanation, the assistant said thoughtfully, the lizard statue in the main temple. Do you mean the gargoyle? Dawoon replied in confusion, gargoyle. To which Alpha confidently replied, yes, a living stone. In the past, the craftsman who created the Temple of Life also created this statue to honor Erte. This brought him great joy, and he put it to guard the temple. Picking up another phantom cube, Dawoon said thoughtfully, that's right. If we use this phantom stone, then we can make a flying statue, right? After saying this, Dawoon said to Rabbit, just imagine, if you place this stone in the earth golems. Rabbit objected, explaining, and what will happen then? They will also fly into the sky and become stars. Hearing Rabbit's words, Alpha said, it seems that the phantom stone can fly, but it does not come back. After that, the rabbit, spreading his legs and sighing heavily, added, it can't go sideways either. Immediately afterward, the assistant added, a living stone is a completely different level of magic. If you put life energy into the stone and use the magic of flight, it will cause constant movement. With his hands over his ears, Dawoon said, I don't know anything. I need to study this question somehow, but I can do it. After saying this, Dawoon took another phantom stone from his inventory and said, let's try to charge another stone. The assistant replied, I hope this will be the last one. When the assistant again charged the ghostly stone with the life energy, it flew up into the sky again. Seeing that it was running away again, Dawoon caught it in flight. Seeing such a rash action, Rabbit exclaimed in fear, what? Be careful, or you will fly away with him. Immediately afterwards, Dawoon sat down and handed the phantom pebble to the rabbit's feet to test his guess. When Rabbit saw that he had been handed the phantom stone, he said in surprise, why did you give me this? Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon happily said, it's because you can fly so well, that's why it's okay for you. Don't let go of it. After receiving this instruction from Dawoon, Rabbit looked at him with a confused look combined with dissatisfaction, not understanding what this was for. The next second, Rabbit flew up into the sky and began to slowly ascend along with the ghostly stone, exclaiming in fright, oh, I'm going up! Dawoon shouted back, why are you pretending you can fly? After receiving Dawoon's remark, Rabbit replied in confusion, but I am not flying alone now. Watching the rabbit fly, Dawun thought, his speed is slower than I thought. As the rabbit flew higher and higher into the sky, he shouted out, "Stop!" After that, the ghostly cube froze in midair and no longer flew upward. Noticing this change, Rabbit said in surprise, "What?" "I stopped." When Dawun saw that the rabbit had suddenly stopped in midair, he said in surprise, "How strange, he's not going up anymore. Could it be because of his weight?" As Dawun watched Rabbit, who was just frozen in midair a few meters off the ground, he gave him another instruction. "Now try to let him go." Hearing this order from Dawun, Rabbit said in surprise, "What? Very well, as you say." As soon as the rabbit released the phantom stone from his paws, it immediately began to rise up into the sky again. When Rabbit noticed this, he said in surprise, "What? It's going up again?" After noticing the changes caused by the various factors, Dawun said thoughtfully, "So it was really because of the weight." After that, Alpha also agreed, saying, "I think so too. How interesting." After the lightweight experiment, Dawun took out some bricks from his inventory and said to Rabbit, "Go downstairs and try to pick up the stone again with this weight." When Rabbit saw what Dawun was going to give him, he said in displeasure, "These are clay bricks, aren't they? It's too heavy for me." Dawun replied, "That is why I'm giving it to you." Grabbing the brick under his arm, the tired rabbit followed the phantom stone with heavy groans. A few seconds later, Rabbit was almost at a sufficient height to grab the stone. He just had to strain a little more. The next moment, Rabbit was able to grab the phantom stone, but his movement stopped again. When Dawun saw that the rabbit was frozen in midair again, he exclaimed happily, "It's because of the weight." Connecting this experiment to something familiar, Dawun exclaimed, "It looks like a balloon. Maybe we can make a balloon and fly it? When we need to go down, we can just take out the bricks and control the weight." Hearing Davong's suggestion, Alpha flatly objected, saying, "No way, the sky is too dangerous." Rabbit then added, "That's right. If you meet a dangerous beast like a kite, you're dead." As the rabbit slowly descended to the ground with the brick, Dawun thought in disappointment at being forbidden to make his suggestion, "This is not allowed, that is not allowed. I thought this was a great invention." After that, Dawun decided to do another experiment. Climbing into his inventory, the boy said, I need to go back to the beginning." The next moment, Dawun pulled out a huge block of earth from his inventory and said, "Here we go." Seeing this block in front of him, Rabbit asked in surprise, "Why did you suddenly pull this out?" And he received the answer, "I will put a phantom stone in it, and then I will be able to move it by my own power." Hearing such a strange proposal from his master, the rabbit said in surprise, "And then, where are you going to use it? Golems can move it too." After receiving such a dissatisfied response from Rabbit, Dawun happily said, "There is no need to invent something to use it somewhere. It's all just for fun." After saying this, Dawun took a proud pose. Seeing this, Rabbit thought unhappily, "He's pretending to say something clever again." Jong Dawun was indeed a true example of a wastrel. Immediately afterward, Dawun took another phantom stone out of his inventory and began to stuff it inside. When he had completed the installation, Dawun said, "Yes, I have placed the phantom stone. Alpha, now bring in the life energy." As soon as the phantom stone received enough life energy, it began to rise, even with a heavy block. Noticing this, Dawun joyfully exclaimed, "It's rising! It's rising!" Although the stone was rising, it was very slowly and to a very small height. Then Dawun called out, "Alpha, use some fuel." After adding some more life energy, the earthen cube began to rise again. Seeing that even such a heavy object could be lifted with enough life energy, Dawun exclaimed joyfully, "I did it!" Immediately afterward, Dawun received a new achievement certificate that read, "You have a new achievement. Birth of the Flying Stone. You have witnessed the world's greatest secret. The dungeon is scrutinizing you." Seeing this, Dawun said in astonishment, "A world secret?" After rereading the achievement text, Dawun said indignantly, "This is strange. First achievement and no reward." Rabbit replied thoughtfully, "That's right. This is also the first time I've heard of it." After hearing Rabbit's words, Dawun said thoughtfully, "A world secret." Listening to this secret, which Dawun had mentioned many times before, Rabbit said in displeasure, "This is bullshit, and it's a secret." Hearing the rabbit's words, Dawun said in disappointment, "That's right. What did I expect from this?" After that, the rabbit looked up at Dawun and said, "In short, you're wrong in any case. First, you need to apologize to the dungeon." Hearing this, Dawun said in surprise, "No, what did I do?" At the same time, Somewhere in the tent of the elder of the village of Slits, there were terrible thoughts. In everyone's life, there are people who are unpleasant just by existing. For Elder Oh Chang-seok, this person was thinking of Dawan. Oh Chang-seok said thoughtfully, "He does not directly cause me any harm, but I have a feeling that my position in the village is slowly losing ground." After that, the elder got down from his chair and began to walk in a circle in the room. "And last time he was looking at my butcher knife with such envy. I left him alone, but he keeps bragging about it." After saying such outrageous things about Dawan, Oh Chung-seok stopped in his tracks and added, "Hey, it seems that Lu Xinwu and his partners have gone hunting now. Heaven itself is giving me a chance. I need to give him a few gentle words." Immediately after thinking this, the village elder went to Da-won to express his displeasure. As he approached the place where the boy's voice had come from, Elder Oh Chang-seok thought, "This time I will definitely not play with him." After a few steps, he heard Da-won's voice very close, and he was talking to someone. Then the elder decided to take his time and see what was going on. The next moment, hiding behind a nearby tent, the elder began to peek out to assess the situation. Imagine his surprise when he saw Da-won holding a heavy clay block above him and exclaiming joyfully, "Booga! I'm a strong man, aren't I?" As Elder Oh Chang-seok watched the boy, he was frightened. He wasn't just making boulders, was he? There are about 1 or 2 tons here. Then the elder saw Dawan begin to spin that heavy boulder over his head and exclaimed to Rabbit, "Don't I look cool?" Meanwhile, Rabbit just stood there, looking at him with a displeased expression. Realizing that he was not going to say anything to Dawan because it was dangerous, the elder just watched in silence. After some time of observation, Oh Chang-seok sighed heavily and went back to his tent without saying anything to Dawan. Dawan, having finished his experiments with the ghostly pebbles that he placed in the large boulders, said thoughtfully, "Aha, I understand. From the outside, everything Dawan was doing may look like a game, but the boy was trying to understand the peculiarities of the flying stone." After a long time of experimenting with all the accessories, Dawan was able to identify only 2 so far. The more life energy was put into the stone, the greater the force that kept it flying in the air. And also, depending on the weight of the load that was to be lifted into the air, its height would also vary with the same amount of life energy. After thinking about this, Da-won took out a few small blocks from his inventory and happily announced, "It turns out that with a certain amount of energy and weight, you can customize the height of flight." Hearing these words from his master, the dissatisfied rabbit, who had been watching the waste of his vital energy, said, "This is certainly unusual." Then he approached Da-won, who was conducting his experiments, and asked in surprise, "Where are you going to use this? If you use it on golems, they'll just kick their feet in the air." Looking at his disgruntled companion, Da-won said happily, "Heh, use your imagination. Why do you think it can only be used during battle?" After receiving such an incomprehensible answer to his question, Rabbit said in surprise, "Then where is it?" Da-won answered, "Well, for example, if it is necessary to secure a position." After that, everyone moved to the underground temple, and after a while a strange noise began to come from there. It was Da-won, who was chiseling the stairs to the dungeon. The sound of his work could be heard in the 7th room, and Bahamut and Rabbit were watching him. Surprised by Da-won's spontaneous decision, Immortal Lich suddenly asked, "Master, why are you suddenly destroying the stairs?" Hearing these words from Bahamut, the rabbit pointed at him with its paw and said in displeasure, "Hey, you are talking in a strange way." Bahamut told him, "I am not the one who is strange here, but the master." Having finished his work, having made the room completely empty, with only a hole above it through which the sunlight was shining, Da-won said tiredly, "Okay, first I've taken down the stairs." When all the preparatory stages were completed, Da-won opened his inventory, and as he rummaged through it, he said happily, "Okay, now let's get down to business." When Da-won took out the ghost dice from his inventory, Immortal Lich exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is this ghost power?" The next moment, Da-won began to place the ghost stones into the stone beams to make a ladder that he could use to climb the mountain. When Immortal Lich noticed that Da-won had decided to use phantom stones, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I see that my master has decided to follow the path of alchemy." Hearing these words from Immortal Lich, Rabbit said in displeasure, "No, he is definitely not an alchemist. This guy is just a master at making up stuff." While Rabbit and Immortal Lich were having this discussion, Da-won was trying to build a staircase, choosing the right amount of life energy for each step. After completing a few rungs, the boy said, This is not easy. The amount of life energy needed, the weight of the steps. If you change it a bit and adjust the height, While Da Woon was puzzling over the right amount of life energy, Immortal Lich was arguing with Rabbit. Listen, you still think this isn't alchemy? My previous witchmasters also like to have heated debates about magic. While Da Woon was building the perfect staircase, Rabbit's voice was heard in the distance, exclaiming, "No, he's not. He's just playing. Can't you tell?" After that, Immortal Lich just huffed thoughtfully. When Da Woon had finished with the staircase model, he spoke to his assistant. "Alpha, memorize the amount of life energy for this height. It may seem difficult at first, but once you get the idea, it will be much easier." Then, looking at the results of his work, Da Woon continued happily, "Of course, if a pioneer like me doesn't use new techniques, I'm itching to try them out." After some time of effort and hard work, Da Woon finally completed the construction and he had a flying staircase. Looking up, the boy exclaimed in amazement, "Heh, it's so cool, it's just incredible." When Rabbit came to the flying staircase that Da Woon had been working on for so long and saw how beautiful it looked, he said in amazement, "I thought he was really just playing around. This is really just something with something." After the construction was completed, Da Woon received a new achievement that read, First Achievement, Walk to Heaven. Reward, Flying Ladder Skill, Flying Ladder, Level 1, New. You can make the flying staircase even better, double the speed. After reading the description, Da Woon said happily, "Not bad." Immortal Lich then added happily, "Wow, a new achievement." After which Rabbit added in a disgruntled tone, "Me too." Looking at his comrade standing beside him, Da Woon said thoughtfully, "Such simple skills work quite well. For example, rolling away clods of earth, or breaking stones." After that, Da Woon made some more clay steps and said thoughtfully, "Let's see. Oh, so I can now put in life energy here without Alpha's help. What if I try to use it like this?" The next moment, both Immortal Lich and Rabbit's eyes began to see some strange changes, controlled by Da Woon. Then they both exclaimed in unison in surprise, What?" A few seconds later, Da Woon's construction was complete and his plans were fulfilled. Seeing the result, Immortal Lich exclaimed, "Wow!" Rabbit then added in surprise, "Holy shit!" A whole flying platform appeared in front of them, right above the rice field. It turned out to be a full-fledged second floor in the underground temple. Satisfied with his work, Da Woon just sat on top and smiled happily. The next moment, Da Woon happily announced while sitting on the second floor, "I dreamed of living on the second floor someday. My dream has come true." To which Rabbit replied in displeasure, "Did you also dream of living underground?" Hearing this, Da Woon went down to the first floor and hit the rabbit on the head for saying such a thing. Immortal Lich saw the aftermath and stared at the victim in silence. Opening his inventory, Da Woon said thoughtfully, "By the way, this is taking a lot more ghost stones than I expected. I need to get some more somehow. I can also practice my refining skill at the same time." Thinking of the phantom stones, Da Woon happily reported before leaving to hunt, "Great, Bahamut, you're coming with us this time. We will take everything there is." Hearing this message from his master, Bahamut stood still, trying to find words. Then, with his head down, the Immortal Lich said thoughtfully, "This is the place where even death retreats, the same place that kept you alive, the home of the previous master." After saying these words out loud, Immortal Lich suddenly became quiet and closed his eyes. Seeing his subject's strange behavior, Da Woon spoke in confusion, "Bahamut!" Then Rabbit exclaimed in alarm, "Even though he is on our side now, there are still old memories. How can you be so indifferent?" Hearing Rabbit's words, Immortal Lich suddenly woke up and with a heavy sigh he said, "Bahamut." Then he raised his hand and joyfully announced, "He knows all the traps and secrets of this place, and trusts this matter to me." Hearing this, Da Woon joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent!" Then Rabbit said in confusion, "Are there no normal people in this room?" Meanwhile, somewhere in the summer zone, at the entrance to the second dungeon, Liu Xingwu and his companions were traveling with their comrades. When Liu Xingwu heard that they had been contacted by Da Woon, who was on his way to seize the witch house again, he exclaimed in alarm, "What?" After learning more details that he wanted to go into battle alone again, Liu Xingwu added, "Da Woon, you're not going to go there alone, are you?" Feeling as if he were Da Woon's guardian, Liu Xingwu, trying to protect his ward from danger, said, "Don't try to jump in over your head!" Immediately after Xin Wuhyun's words, Yoon Jisoo also commented, saying, "As soon as you feel danger, run away." After that, Hoel added, "Or wait until we come." However, Liu Xingwu and his companions with whom he traveled could not enter the dungeon that had already been captured a second time. That is why they were honing their skills before entering the second dungeon. Meanwhile, Dawoon had already passed through the gate of the ant zone and was heading to the dungeon. After announcing that he was on his way, he heard from Liu Xingwu via telepathy. "Oh, I'm so worried." Trying to reassure his comrades, Dawoon happily said, "It's okay, don't worry. I'll call you." As soon as Dawoon finished speaking, Bahamut said in amazement, "Wow, this path leads directly to the boss's room." The restrictions on re-entering the dungeon did not apply to Zhang Dawan. After listening to all these sentimental words from Dawoon's comrades, Rabbit said in displeasure, "They act as if their own son is leaving his father's house." After they finally reached the room with the witch house boss, Rabbit continued angrily, "If they had seen how he behaved for once, they wouldn't have behaved like this." Watching the frantic Dawoon as he began to fight the ghost in the boss's room, Rabbit added in embarrassment, "He's grown up a long time ago." Watching Dawoon ruthlessly destroying his enemies, the latter shouts ominously, "Bugaga! Purification, purification!" Rabbit added in conclusion, "He can defeat anyone by himself." While Dawoon was fighting the ghosts, he didn't even notice that ice gremlins, which had appeared in the boss's room, were charging at him from the other side. A huge crowd of enemies rushed at Dawoon and Rabbit, who had come to destroy the ghost to collect ghostly dust for the boy. When Dawoon noticed that an army of enemies was charging at him, which his skill could not handle since it only works on ghosts, he was confused. What? Ice gremlins are against the rules. Noticing that his master was a little nervous about the sudden approach of unwanted enemies, Immortal Lich confidently exclaimed, "Bahamut will take over the defense." Holding the butcher's knife that Dawoon had lent him in one hand and his sickle that the boy had also lent him in the other, Immortal Lich was ready to fight. When the ice gremlins saw that they would not have to fight Dawoon, but Immortal Lich, who was armed to the teeth, they were frightened. Furious at the enemies who dared to approach his master, the Immortal Lich said menacingly, "Come here, you impudent worms!" Hearing such an outrageous phrase, which Dawoon had heard Bahamut say many times before, the boy was alarmed. "Wow, he said that again." Then Rabbit added, "Wow, I feel tingly." After saying that, Immortal Lich walked quickly into the crowd of enemies to destroy all those who threatened his master's safety and could harm him in any way. Having dealt with all the ice gremlins that had come, Immortal Lich said in a furious voice, "Die, you insolent creatures!" Seeing what happens to Immortal Lich when he gets excited and destroys his enemies, Rabbit was afraid. "I can't make him angry." After being nervous about Immortal Lich's behavior, Rabbit lost sight of Dawoon, who had just been standing next to him. Then he began to look around. Without wasting much time, Rabbit saw that Dawoon was not far away from him, smiling slyly and collecting dust from the ghosts. Then Rabbit silently walked toward him. As soon as the ice gremlins approached, Bahamut would immediately rush to fight them and destroy them. Meanwhile, Dawoon could continue collecting phantom dust. And when ghosts were approaching them, Dawoon acted as a guard and destroyed them. And at that time, Bahamut was already collecting the ghostly dust. Thus, the cleaning was very fast and effective. Each covered the other's weaknesses while the other did additional work. In this way, Dawoon and Immortal Lich worked as a team. The only one who was dissatisfied was Rabbit, who was not invited and had to stand aside. Thus, Dawoon and the Immortal Bahamut were sweeping the entire witch's house, when suddenly something strange began to happen. Looking back, Dawoon saw a perfectly clean corridor and said in surprise, "What is this? It looks like someone cleaned it up." Immortal Lich added thoughtfully, "My master has changed, but I'm still doing the same thing. It feels strange." Hearing these words, Rabbit, who was walking behind them, said thoughtfully, "Aren't we the stewards?" Ignoring the rabbit's words, Dawoon noticed that he had been able to raise his refining level to the 3rd level again through his efforts, and he exclaimed happily, "It's not for nothing that you have been cleaning this place so diligently." Hearing Dawoon's joyful words, Rabbit exclaimed, "You raised your level with this? This is a stupid skill." Dawoon replied, "The enemies were strong monsters, and high-level monsters give you even more points." Sighing heavily and accepting what Dawoon had said, Rabbit said, "In short, you're just lucky." Hearing Rabbit say that, Dawoon repeated it in astonishment. "What? Lucky?" Then creating stones of phantom dust in his hand, Dawoon said confidently, "Are you talking about luck? What the hell is wrong with you? No matter what anyone says, I achieve everything by working hard." As Dawoon continued his work, he turned his back on the rabbit and said, Roll up the clod of earth. Hearing Dawoon's words, Rabbit decided not to say anything to him, but simply rejoiced for him and breathed a sigh of relief. After all the dust had been processed into clods, Dawoon spoke thoughtfully, deciding to test his skill after raising its level. By the way, shall we test how much better it is? Refining. Immediately after saying this, 3 refining orbs appeared above Dawoon's hand. Noticing this, Dawoon said in surprise, "Oh, 3 lumps are being refined at the same time. Can I count 1 lump as 1 level?" Not very happy about this improvement in his skill, Dawoon said in a low voice. "Then, if I reach level 10, will I be able to refine 10 lumps at once?" After slightly expressing his dissatisfaction at the improvement in his skill, Dawoon said happily, "As you level up, your refining quality also improves. Is that why ghost hunting will become easier?" Hearing Dawoon say that, as he was about to leave for the hunt, Rabbit called out to him, "Just know that it will be difficult to level up here." Hearing this, Dawoon said in disappointment, "Oh shit." Walking down the hall, Dawoon suddenly saw a passage that beckoned him to come in. As he got closer, Dawoon exclaimed in surprise, "What? There are stairs!" Seeing the very stairs Dawoon was talking about, Immortal Lich said in confusion, "This is where the first underground floor begins. We need to be very careful." Dawoon started in the boss's room and quickly made his way through the entire dungeon. Ironically, the first underground floor was the most dangerous for him. As Dawoon headed straight up the stairs, Immortal Lich said in a confused voice, "The first underground floor we're heading to now." Then, with a chill in his voice that chilled to the bone, Immortal Lich added, "It's called the Witch's Garden." Hearing this interesting name for the room, Dawoon spoke with interest. "A garden?" Immortal Lich replied in surprise, "Why are you staring like that?" After Bahamut's question, Dawoon immediately moved away from him and said slyly, "That's right. Witches also probably did all this to survive. Maybe there are some edible vegetables there." Sometime later, after Dawoon and his friends had gone up to the garden, the boy, looking at everything in his path, suddenly asked, "What is this grass? Is it edible?" Seeing what Dawoon was reaching for, Immortal Lich said in confusion, "This is poisonous mold. If you touch it, you will be poisoned. Be careful." Crouching over the mold, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I wonder if it will be possible to clean it." Seeing what the mold looked like, Rabbit thought anxiously, "It is obvious that it is not edible." Walking a little further, Dawoon pointed to some strange mushrooms and asked, "What about this?" Immortal Lich replied, "They are mushrooms, but if you get closer, they spray spores." After that, Dawoon repeated almost every few meters, "And this? And this?" To which Immortal Lich always replied, "It's just ordinary moss." Watching Dawoon's behavior, Rabbit just silently showed his dissatisfaction. Realizing that there was nothing edible here, Dawoon said in a sad voice, I'm disappointed. Although the sunlight doesn't penetrate well here. I was wondering why it was so cool here." Hearing Dawoon's disappointment, Immortal Lich began to bow to him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but most of this place is a trap, and there's not much to eat." After hearing his subordinate apologize for something that was not his fault, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Almost? So there is something here after all." Hearing that Dawoon was interested in the edible something, Immortal Lich said in alarm, "There is, but it doesn't look good." Hearing that there were still foods here that he could use in his culinary masterpieces, Dawoon happily said, "Then go ahead and show them to me." Immediately afterward, Dawoon, Immortal Lich, and Rabbit set out to find the same plants that could be used as food. After walking a considerable distance, Dawoon said in surprise, "It's a bit dry here, I think." Bahamut replied, "There are plants here that absorb a lot of moisture." Seeing a huge cactus in front of Dawoon, which was very dangerous because of its powers, Rabbit exclaimed in confusion, "Master, don't hit it! There, ahead!" Hearing the rabbit's frightened cries, Dawoon instantly froze in place, stopping his conversation with Bahamut. The next second, Dawoon turned to face forward to see what Rabbit was pointing out. A few centimeters away from him were the needles of a cactus. Seeing that Dawoon had managed to react and stop just millimeters away from the danger, Rabbit heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This is..." Looking at the needles that were pointed directly at Dawoon, waiting to pierce him, Rabbit added, "A blood-sucking cactus!" After the danger was over, Rabbit explained, "A cactus that absorbs blood. If you prick yourself on its needles, it will start absorbing blood from you. To be more precise, it's a plant that absorbs all the moisture that gets on its thorns. That's what they say." Dawoon took a meter back from the cactus and began to examine it, and then spoke thoughtfully. It absorbs moisture, you say? Ah, then it is because of it that the air is so dry. Immediately afterward, Dawoon had a very interesting thought. He began to wonder if this might be one of the plants they were looking for. Looking back, Dawoon asked, Bahamut, did you say that this was the plant that you could eat? Hearing this question, Bahamut replied, It does not look very pleasant, but the previous mistress enjoyed eating it. Disgusted by this, the rabbit said, Of course she did. She is a witch. Maybe she drank blood from this plant. I hate everything connected with blood. Hearing these words from Rabbit, who used to be a brutal killer, brought back painful memories of the first day he joined the game when Rabbit killed a player right in front of him. When he saw Dawoon pointing at him, Rabbit said in alarm, What's wrong? To which he replied, Something vile. Realizing that he was referring to him, Rabbit added insulted, Why me again? Dawoon pointed to Rabbit and gave him an order. Very well then, you try it first. Hearing such a cruel order from his master, Rabbit said, What, you want me to try it? Anything but that. It is cursed. As Dawoon approached the plant that everyone was so afraid of, he said in surprise, It's just a pure cactus. The dungeon has rebooted, so it hasn't had time to absorb anyone's blood yet. After saying this, Dawoon turned to Immortal Lich and asked, Isn't that right, Bahamut? The latter joyfully replied, Master's words are true. Confirming Dawoon's words, the Immortal Lich said, But you can rest easy, little rabbit. The rabbit replied anxiously, Then you try it yourself. Hearing this suggestion from Rabbit, Immortal Lich looked at his body and replied in confusion, Too bad, but I'm a snowman. If I get too close, it will suck all the moisture out of me. After explaining his position in this case, Immortal Lich confidently added, I can't go near it. Hearing Immortal Lich say this, Rabbit lowered his head a little, began to giggle slyly, and then said thoughtfully, Huh? Immediately afterwards, the rabbit lost all his fear of approaching the scary plants and immediately walked toward them to carry out his cunning plan of revenge. The next moment, when the rabbit was already near the plants, he gently grabbed a single needle from the cactus and tore it out. Having received such a treacherous weapon, Rabbit looked at Immortal Lich and smiled sinisterly. Seeing the expression on the rabbit's face, Bahamut became nervous. The next moment, the rabbit pulled out a needle from a cactus and began to chase Bahamut to inject him. Running away from the rabbit, the Immortal Lich exclaimed in alarm, Woo, what are you doing? What is wrong with you? As he continued to chase Bahamut, the rabbit exclaimed joyfully, Scary then, huh? Scary. Then stop talking like that. It's annoying. Hearing such a demand from the rabbit, the frightened Bahamut replied, Who is this talking about manners? Then after running away from the rabbit for a while and realizing that he would not let go of him, the Immortal Lich humbly added, I will try to change. Hearing this answer, the rabbit joyfully exclaimed, Good for you. Looking at Rabbit chasing Immortal Lich with the needle, Dawoon said in surprise, What is he going to do with that needle? Then Dawoon suddenly had a very interesting thought, and he exclaimed, What? Immediately afterwards, Dawoon followed Rabbit's lead and pulled one of the needles out of the cactus to test it. After lightly pricking his finger with the needle so as not to leave a wound, Dawoon said in surprise, The thorns of this cactus, they are just right to be used as needles. Realizing that the thorns of the cactus were very dangerous, Dawoon took out a glove from his inventory and said happily, Great, I got a pair of work gloves. When Rabbit saw them, he was amazed and exclaimed, How are you so fast? Hearing this question from Rabbit, Dawoon, who remembered that he had just finished only one part of his index finger, happily said, I've been doing them for a long time, and now I've finally finished them. Hearing this, Rabbit thought, It seems that he has all the possible skills better developed than the gifted skill of purification. As Dawoon began to clean the needles from the cactus, he told Rabbit, I will remove the needles and you will taste the cactus. Hearing this order, Rabbit nervously thought, Oh shit. After a period of time, Dawoon finally finished his work and happily reported, All the thorns have been removed. Immediately afterward, Dawoon returned to his companions with whom he had gone into the dungeon and joyfully announced, Shall we cut him open? Come, give me my knife. Handing Dawoon a knife as he instructed, Immortal Lich said, Here it is, a butcher knife, cleaned and washed. With his weapon in hand, Dawoon did not hesitate, but drove the knife into the flesh of the cactus with a single stroke, and then began to cut a triangular piece out of it. Immediately afterward, Dawoon drove the knife into the middle of the triangle to pull out the cut piece of cactus. When the cut piece was removed, Dawoon saw something he had not expected. There was a fruit in front of him that looked very familiar. The boy said in surprise, "Oh shit, this is it." Picking it up to take a closer look, Dawun thought in amazement, not only by its appearance but also by its distinctive smell. It is a watermelon. When Rabbit saw the strange cactus, he was frightened and asked, "Master, do I have to eat it?" And the master answered with anticipation, "Oh no, I will taste it myself." Hearing these words from his master, the rabbit was very frightened and added, "Oh shit, really?" To which Dawun joyfully replied, "Well, I cannot force my subject to do such a dangerous job." Immediately afterward, Dawun took the first bite and bit off the first piece. Tasting this long-forgotten flavor, Dawun stood still for a moment, enjoying the moment. Seeing the juice dripping from the piece of watermelon, Rabbit exclaimed in fright, just look at the drops of blood. What a horrible plant." Immortal Lich then added, "That's not the word." Watching Dawun feasting on the plant, Immortal Lich said in alarm, "The previous mistress also said that it tasted very refreshing and pleasant." The rabbit who heard this added in a trembling voice, "Still, witches are very different." Bahamut then continued in astonishment, "The current master is also very brave." When Rabbit saw Dawun enjoying what they thought was a dangerous plant by eating it, he thought to himself, "Wow, he is so confident in eating this nasty and dangerous plant. I really began to respect him." After a while, when Dawun had finished the first bite, he picked up a knife and said happily, "I just had another brilliant idea." Dawun then cut the tip off the top of the cactus so that he could remove it, while speaking at the same time as he worked. "First, you need to cut off the tip. Then, using this tip as a bowl, Dawun crushed pieces of ripe watermelon into it and then poured carbonated drink over it, saying, 'Pour the soda in here as well.'" Watching what Dawun was doing, Rabbit said in confusion, "What is he putting in there?" After the dish was ready, Dawun began to taste it and exclaimed joyfully, "This soda and watermelon is a real punch. From now on, I will call it watermelon cactus." While savoring this quickly prepared punch, Dawun suddenly saw a bone floating in the middle of the watermelon slices on the surface. Pulling it out of the bowl, Dawun began to examine it, saying thoughtfully, "Is this a seed? Why is it so big? On the one hand, it's convenient to eat." Seeing what Dawun was holding in his hands, the alarmed Immortal Lich rushed over to Dawun and said, "Be careful with this seed. If you put it in water, it will immediately die." Hearing what Immortal Lich had said, Dawun thoughtfully said, "Wow, then it will be easy to grow it." Hearing this, Alpha asked in surprise, "Come on, do you really want to plant even this horrible plant in the dungeon?" He replied, "Well, it's good when there are many traps, isn't it?" Thinking of the bathhouse he had built, Dawun said in concern, "Lately there has been some mold in the bathhouse." Hearing this from her master, Alpha replied, "Well, that's right." Dawun then said, "If you plant it nearby, it can be a great dehumidifier and a great trap in itself." Then Alpha replied, "I agree, a wise decision." Dawun then added, "You'll see how quickly he changes his mind." Hearing that the assistant did not mind if Dawun planted cacti in the dungeon, the boy was surprised to hear, "So you agree? Install the gate." As soon as the gate was installed, Dawun immediately gave an order to his workers. "Gorillas, tear out all of these things and bring them to the dungeon." Then holding out a bowl of punch to Immortal Lich, Dawun said, "And you, Bahamut, freeze this." To which he replied in disappointment, "I'm sorry, but I don't have enough energy to freeze it properly right now." Dawun replied, "You don't need to freeze it properly, just cover it with a thin layer of ice." As Immortal Lich began to conjure over the bowl of punch, he asked anxiously, "Will this be enough for you?" Dawun joyfully exclaimed, "Great, it's so convenient with you." After Immortal Lich had worked on Dawun's dish for a while, it took on its true form, its original appearance. Immediately afterward, Dawun received a new achievement that read, "First achievement, you have made watermelon punch. Reward, the taste becomes even more intense. Taste plus, heat resistance plus." Seeing that even for this he had been given an achievement, Dawun exclaimed in surprise, "Shit." After that, Rabbit said to him, "You can at least make an achievement out of feces." Hearing such insulting words from Rabbit, Dawun said in a sad voice, "Hey, do you think anyone can do that? It's a shame to eat this alone." Dawun then smiled happily into Rabbit's face as he leaned over and said, "Bring Xin Wu Xian and the rest of his companions to the temple." After telling them from beginning to end the whole story of Dawun that had happened to them, Rabbit added Liu Xin Wu in the end. "That is why I came here to fetch you." After that, pointing to the gate with his paw, Rabbit said anxiously, "I will guide you all back." Hearing the rabbit's invitation, Hoel did not hesitate and said confidently, "Really?" and headed toward the portal, followed by Yoon Ji-woo, who said, "Let's go quickly," and followed. While Rabbit was waiting, Yoon Ji-woo was already moving into the portal, and Go Hoel was waiting for his turn to go to the temple where Da-woon had called them. After the two boys had passed through the gate, there was one more stubborn one who did not want to obey Rabbit, but just stood there. When Rabbit opened his eyes, he saw that Liu Xingwu was still standing there, looking at him with a condemning look. After observing Liu Xingwu for a while, who still did not want to go to the portal, Rabbit asked in surprise, "What? Is there something wrong?" Hearing this question from Rabbit, who was calling them to the gate, Liu Xingwu spoke menacingly, "I still don't trust you." Glaring at Liu Xingwu, who had just expressed his distrust of him in a direct way, Rabbit replied, "Well, as you wish." Immediately afterward, Liu Xingwu suddenly decided to ask Rabbit a question. "I've always wondered, why did you let Da-woon live then? Normally you would have killed him long ago." Rabbit replied in confusion. After thinking a bit about how to answer this correctly, Rabbit thought, "Well, I can't say that it's all because of the system. I also have pride." When he didn't get an answer to his question, Liu Xingwu thought, "I knew he wouldn't answer. He's been like this before. He seems to be sociable, but no one knows what's inside him." Looking at the Rabbit menacingly, Liu Xingwu said in his head, "He's suddenly become our ally? How much can we trust him?" After much deliberation, Liu Xingwu decided to ask directly and said, "Assistant, what is your real purpose?" Having received such an unexpected question about his life goals, Rabbit was quiet for a while, deep in thought, and then answered, "What do you mean? What is it?" "To eat well and live well." Hearing such a vague answer to his question, Liu Xingwu asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" To which Rabbit replied in displeasure, "Oh man, why are you bothering me?" After a little thought, Rabbit imagined unlimited riches and with shining eyes replied, "From the very beginning I had one goal, wealth and prosperity. To eat well and live well." Thinking about his basic requirements and recalling Da-woon's treat, Rabbit added thoughtfully, "In that regard, it's pretty good now too. There are no problems with food, clothing, and shelter." After these explanations, Rabbit said sadly, "In short, I knew before that you were a sad, overly serious person. Let's not waste time, let's go." As Rabbit headed for the portal, he heard a voice behind him, "If you do Da-woon any harm." To which Rabbit replied in displeasure, "Ouch, what a person, let's go." Meanwhile, in the dungeon on the way to the bathhouse, Da-woon planted watermelon cacti to take away excess moisture after taking a hot bath and prevent mold. After burying all the plants in their places, Da-woon said, "Okay, set the cactus trap." Then Alpha reported, "The trap is being set." After some time and effort, Da-woon finally completed his work. After a few seconds, all the steam that was floating in the air disappeared. Then Da-woon said happily, "Oh, you can see the effect right away. Maybe I planted too much?" To which Alpha replied, "Considering the humidity in the sauna, it should be enough." After a while, Da-woon heard someone's feet stomping. Looking back, Da-woon saw that his friends had arrived. Looking at the cacti, Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "Da-woon, this was in the witch's house." Seeing Liu Xingwu's fingers touching the thorns, Yu Ji exclaimed, "Hen, be careful. If you get too close, it will suck all the blood out of you." Hearing such frightened exclamations, Da-woon happily announced, "It's okay. This is our trap now. Even if you get injected, it will be unpleasant, but it will not suck your blood." Hearing Da-woon's reassuring words, Yoon Ji-soo asked in surprise, "You say ours? Does that include the dragon apostles?" To which Alpha replied, "That's right." After which, Yoon Ji added in astonishment, "Wow." Pointing at himself, Go Hoel said in confusion, "Hey, so it turns out that..." Then he exclaimed, "What will happen to me?" Hoel was the only member of the team who was not a dragon apostle. Hearing this question from Hoel Hyun, Rabbit said with a sly smile, "Ah, if you suddenly inject yourself, just make a bang, and everything will be fine." Hearing this answer to his question, Hoel exclaimed in exasperation, "How is that possible? It's not like a mosquito." Hearing Hoel Hyun's exasperation, Rabbit thought, so it is possible with a mosquito. Hearing that there was a problem in which Hoel might get hurt because of the cacti, Da-woon said, "Don't worry, I'll do a little magic now, flying steps." The next moment, all the cacti in the room suddenly flew into the air. Liu Xingwu said in surprise, "What is happening here again?" Hearing such astonishment from his fellow flying cacti, Da-woon held out a bowl of frozen punch and said happily, "It is too early to be surprised." And so the land that was flying into the air became part of the cozy interior where Dawoon and his friends lived. And also slightly frozen watermelon punch. And so this eventful day passed. It was so eventful that there was not even a free second to sit down and think. A short story about how Jong Dawoon's daily life has been going since he started living near the village of Shilin. The day begins with getting up. At about 10 or 11 o'clock, Dawoon wakes up on his bed covered with the skin of a horned boar. He sleeps with Pokyu. After waking up after some time of morning water procedures, Jong Dawoon goes straight to the sauna to take a hot bath and gain strength for a new productive day. Jong Dawoon eats breakfast and lunch at the same time, as he sleeps for a long time. For a snack, he has bean soup, rice, and fried meat, which he sprinkles with salt from time to time. For dessert, he has watermelon cactus. After the meal is over and all the morning chores are done, Dawoon, sitting in the hot bath, says reluctantly, "Well, it's time to go to work." After that, he, along with Rabbit and Immortal Lich, goes to the dungeon of the witch's house to destroy ghosts to improve his purification skill. After successfully destroying the ghosts, the boy and the Immortal Lich begin to clean up, collecting all the ghostly dust that remains after the ghosts. Watching Dawoon's irresponsible and carefree behavior, Rabbit, who has to suffer for it, thought, something is definitely wrong here. The next moment after Dawoon finished cleaning up, he lay down on the floor of the haunted dungeon and said, "Hey, this is a bit heavy." Noticing his master's carefree behavior, Rabbit called out to him indignantly, "There is a complete absence of any sensations. This is a 4th-level dungeon, and you can get caught by accident." Pulling himself up to a sitting position, Dawoon said in a disgruntled voice, "The previous boss is with us. What do we have to worry about?" Hearing such confidence in him, Bahamut said happily, "Thank you. Entrust the safety of the master to me." Then getting to his feet, Dawoon walked off in an unknown direction, saying to Bahamut, "Let's go slowly," leaving the rabbit behind with its anger. This is the end of the story of Dawoon's daily life. After that, Dawoon returned to the village of Slits and saw something strange. For some reason, many people gathered in the square and were discussing something vigorously. Wondering at the gathering of so many people in one place, Dawoon said in astonishment, "What's going on? Could something have happened here?" Looking at all the people standing in the square, who looked nervous and frightened by something, Dawoon thought in confusion, "It is as if they have seen something very terrible." Seeing Dawoon returning to the village, Liu Xingwu called out to him, saying, "Dawoon!" Hearing his friend's voice, the boy turned his attention to the direction of the voice and said in surprise, "Ah, Master Wu Hen, what is going on?" Dawoon then turned his attention to his friend, who looked strange and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" When Dawoon looked at Liu Xingwu, he saw the number 29 on his friend's forehead and asked, "What is that on your forehead?" Hearing his friend's question, Liu Xingwu was reluctant to answer. "A helper lion came to our village recently. As the lion helper traveled through the stages of the dungeon, he accidentally came across the village of crevices and said in surprise, why is everything here suddenly prosperous?" Watching the locals living in the village from the mountain, the assistant continued, "Or did the people get along so well with each other from the beginning? They must have been worried about survival. How did they manage to overcome all those difficulties?" After that, the assistant lion decided to visit the village himself to find out how things were going, saying thoughtfully, "It has been a long time. I have not been down." Then he jumped off the cliff and landed in the village. He landed right in front of Elder O Chang Seok, who happened to be passing by. Seeing a familiar face, the elder exclaimed in fright, "You!" Looking at O Chang Seok, the assistant asked him menacingly, "I see that you have become better looking. Are you living well?" He answered in fear, bowing to him, "No." When the lion heard this answer from the elder, he exclaimed angrily, "You say you are not?" Leaning against Elder O Chang Seok, the assistant said thoughtfully, "You've gotten fat, and the village looks surprisingly good, but..." Reaching out to the elder of the village of crevices, the assistant asked menacingly, "The reason you are still alive. You haven't forgotten about it, have you?" Immediately after that, the number 0 appeared on Elder O Chang Seok's forehead, which meant something, but what exactly was unknown. After the number was drawn on the elder's forehead again, the assistant spoke menacingly, "Always remember your number. I can announce your death at any time." Hearing this from the assistant, O Chang Seok was frightened. "Yeah, I know. My calling." Then the assistant said, "To do my work for me, right?" Then the elder added, "That's right." Looking around, the assistant saw the village and asked menacingly, "What is this then? I rescued you so that you could explain the dungeon to the people instead of me. And now you're just settling down here? Hearing a strange noise, some passers-by saw a large black lion standing in front of the elder and exclaimed in fright, That, helper! Serpa was very lazy but very smart. That is why he entrusted the man to personally watch over the other men. He was too lazy to tell them about the dungeons, so he gave this duty to the elder. However, after Jung Da-won appeared in the village, the number of people willing to enter the dungeon decreased significantly, and the village has become a fairly safe place. Shedding tears of fear and the fact that he was unable to fulfill his assignment, Oh Chang-seok thought, in the end, it's a truth that everyone understands. Who would want to enter such a dangerous place? Anyone would do the same. Standing in front of the villagers, the assistant lion spoke menacingly. It seems to me that all of you lack perseverance. That's why I'm going to give you all a little bit of curiosity. Then, as he soared above the village, Serpa spoke to Elder Oh Chang-seok. Now this will be your last task. Take all the villagers with you and go to the dungeon. After that, the assistant sickle rose above all the villagers and looked down on those who had begun to live quietly in the village and not try to complete the game. Immediately afterward, the helper shouted out in a terrible voice, encompassing all the people gathered in the square with his gaze, I sentence you all to death. Hearing such threatening words, all those present tensed up and became angry with the assistant. After that, numbers appeared on everyone's foreheads. The number meant the number of days they had left to live. When Da-woon heard Liu Xin-woo's story, he was confused. Oh my, I missed it. What a terrible thing happened in my absence. Hearing Liu Xingwu's story and seeing the curse on Liu Xingwu's forehead, Alpha said in displeasure, So much for me, pretending to be the dragon apostle. What an idiot. Da-woon replied in surprise, How can an assistant just kill people left and right? After listening to Liu Xinwu's story with Da-woon, Rabbit said, Perhaps there is something we don't know. Da-woon then said angrily, This pitiful assistant is taking too much liberty. Hearing Da-woon's words, Rabbit was astonished and said, Only you can speak of the dungeon helpers in such a manner. Hearing Da-woon say this, Rabbit was displeased. Are you on his side? After that, all the villagers gathered in the central square to figure out what to do next and what the mark was doing. When all the residents who had the mark gathered around the elder, he said, We have only one way to survive. In 30 days, or rather in 29 days, we have to attack another dungeon. Then the survivors will be restored. Hearing such sad news about what they had to do, everyone in the square was shocked, but they had to accept it. Meanwhile, Da-woon, with his hand on Liu Xingwu's forehead, tried to remove the curse mark by using his skill and repeating over and over again, Purification, purification. After using his skill several times in a row, Da-woon removed his hand to see the result. However, the mark had not disappeared. Da-woon then said in confusion, Damn, it's not working. Maybe the curse is too strong. Hearing such anxious words from his master, Rabbit suddenly said, The skill of purification does not allow you to get rid of everything. Curses also have their own levels. Looking at Liu Xingwu and drawing Da-woon's attention to his mark, Rabbit said, This curse is called the Sacrifice Mark. It's almost the highest level so far. Hearing the strange name of the curse, Da-woon repeated in surprise, Mark of Sacrifice? Then Rabbit added, A state window, the mark that you sacrifice to the dragon of the apocalypse. After that, thinking about the curse itself, the rabbit said, Liu Xingwu, who was not even there. He also received the curse, right? So there is a common victim, not just a single one. Hearing this explanation from Rabbit, Da-woon asked encouragingly, The highest level so far. What happens if I raise my level of purification? Is there a chance of success? Hearing Da-woon's suggestion, Rabbit replied thoughtfully, I will not deny it. Of course there is a chance. It is a natural principle that the higher the curse, the higher the skill of purification. After Rabbit suggested the possibility that it was still possible to remove the curse with a higher level purification, he added, But can you level up in a certain amount of time? After all, you don't even know how much you need to raise it. When Da-woon received this question from the rabbit, he said thoughtfully, That's right. Ghost hunting has become much easier, but they don't bring me much experience points, so it won't be easy to level up with them. When Da-woon finished talking to each other, Liu Xingwu pulled his bangs and asked, So what do these numbers mean? Rabbit answered him with concern, a kind of expiration date. Then Rabbit added, 29 means that in 29 days you will be sacrificed. Da-woon then asked, What happens if the expiration date is passed? Adjusting his bow tie around his neck, Rabbit said reluctantly, "It will go bad." Receiving this vague and unclear answer, Dawoon asked for a better explanation. After receiving Dawoon's request, Rabbit said, "Yes, it is a corrupted sacrifice. Someone who can no longer participate in the dungeon game. Someone who refuses to attack the dungeon halfway through is no longer valuable as a sacrifice." Then Rabbit added, "And the helper can finish him off at any time." Hearing Rabbit's story about the marks, the elder who came to them said, "That is correct." With his head down, Elder Oh Chang-seok said sadly, "These numbers can only be removed by restoring all the survivors. There is no other way for us to survive but to attack the dungeon." Then Liu Xingwu, seeing the number 0 on Oh Chang-seok's head, said in alarm, "Elder." When Elder Oh Chang-seok approached them, Rabbit suggested, "Right, let's take over this dungeon. We shouldn't rely on others, right?" Hearing Rabbit's suggestion, the elder bowed his head and thought sadly, "He is right. We have lived like this, and we will continue to live like this." Then he said, "But how long must we endure this torment?" Hearing the elder's upset tone, Rabbit was surprised to hear him say, "Until when? Didn't I tell all of you? When you have successfully completed the dungeon game, you will be sent wherever you wish. If you don't want to die, then do whatever you can." Announcing his return after the victory, Krolik added, "If you die, you will be victims, but if you stay alive, it will be your victory." After much discussion, all of the cursed participants went to the third dungeon to remove their cursed marks. In case they failed to clear it, Dawoon decided to stay in the village as a safety net, or, to be more precise, to improve his cleansing skill. When everyone had already left the village, Dawoon informed Liu Xingwu via telepathy, "I will send Rabbit with you, and I can come to you anytime he opens the gate." To which Sinwoo Hyun replied, "Will you be able to handle this alone?" Then walking beside Rabbit, Liu Sinwoo added, "I feel a little uneasy about leaving you alone again." Rabbit countered, "Who else is worried about whom?" After that, Dawoon finally said to all his comrades, who had gone to raid the dungeon, "Anyway, have a good trip. Take care." Rabbit replied to him in displeasure, Take care of yourself." And so, it was after these events that Cheon Dawan's operation to raise his level of purification to the highest possible level began. Together with Bahamut, they defeated all the ghosts that had ever been in the witch's house. After completely clearing the dungeon, Dawoon received the Survivor Recovery Achievement. Recovering from the dungeon, Dawoon said, "This is exactly what I needed, which is why everyone else is suffering so much right now." When he was finished recovering, Dawoon suddenly asked, "By the way, have you established communication with the third and fourth dungeons?" Alpha replied, "That's right. The only way for them to stay alive is to attack the third dungeon and enter the fourth." Thinking about his assistant's words, Dawoon said after some time of reflection, "It seems that this Serpa is really very intelligent. I was amazed when he changed the boss into ghosts." After that, Dawoon said, sweating coldly from fear and nerves, "But I would not like to meet him in person. What if he puts a number on my forehead?" Hearing Dawoon's anxious words, Alpha reassured him, "This will not happen. You no longer have the mark of sacrifice." Hearing this, Dawoon replied, "No matter, open the gate." After that, Dawoon went to the outskirts of the Slit village to continue to raise his level of purification. Luckily, there were skeletons wandering around near where Dawoon was walking, and he could use them to gain experience for his skill. Preparing to fight, Dawoon, who already had his refining skill ready, confidently spoke to the skeletons, "Hey, come here!" As soon as the enemies noticed Dawoon nearby, they immediately started running toward him to finish him off. At that very moment, he began the total extermination of the enemies by means of purification. In his excitement, Dawoon didn't even realize that he had killed all the enemies in the area, and he didn't even have time to get tired. Raising his hands up as if he were holding pistols, Dawoon said confidently, "This skill is now effective over long distances, so you don't have to suffer like before." Hearing this, Immortal Lich spoke joyfully, "Incredible. What a master." Looking at his skill level, Dawoon said sadly, It was a waste of time to only refine. I'm still at level 4. My efficiency is too low." Starting to bite his fingernails from the tension, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Under different circumstances, I would have stayed here until I succeeded, but now is not the time. I don't have much time." Hearing that Dawoon urgently needed experience points and was running out of options, Alpha said, "How about we clear the poisonous cloud?" Hearing this suggestion, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Right, Why didn't I think of that? After some time, Dawun found himself again on the Rock of Death, where the poisonous cloud was. When the boy reached the desired height, he said, "From here to the very top, there are poisonous clouds. I'll try to clear them all by climbing the rock step by step." Immediately afterward, Dawun began to shoot at the poisonous cloud, but it allowed him to clear much more. Afterward, he said, after changing to a longer distance, now the scale is completely different. By shooting his refining balls at the poison cloud, Dawun was able to purify it very effectively, and his scale was simply astonishing. After a while, Dawun noticed a system notification saying that his skill had already reached the 5th level. Seeing this notification, which he had been waiting for, Dawun exclaimed happily, "Great! We must continue at this pace." To which Alpha disappointedly informed him, "But there are no more poisonous clouds left." Dawun's purification skill had now changed to long range and could hit targets at a distance, which helped Dawun purify the poison clouds much more effectively. However, Dawun hadn't taken into account one problematic aspect. It was because of the range that the purification skill's scope quickly disappeared. Of course, there were still some inaccessible areas in the cloud, but Dawun couldn't reach them with his skill because its range was limited. Disappointed that his range could no longer reach the clouds, Dawun said in frustration, "Damn, do I really have to hollow out the stairs again? Unless they don't fly." After saying that, Dawun suddenly thought about it and said, "Wait, flying." After thinking for a few more seconds, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "That's right, I can fly." Hearing his master's exclamations, Alpha said in surprise, "What are you talking about?" At the same time, Sickle's assistant went to the witch's house to check on the situation. When he arrived at the dungeon, he was shocked to see what had happened there. And then he said in astonishment, "What is this?" After walking through the labyrinth and up to the boss's room, the assistant said in amazement, "Why is the witch's house empty again? Did someone attack this place too?" The next moment, Serpa began to look for any clues to find out who might have done this. But when he looked at the floor, Serpa said in surprise, "Without a single trace? Why is the floor so clean? It's as if it's been cleaned." Thinking about who could have done such a thing in this dungeon, the assistant added in alarm, "How strong one must be? What kind of monster did this?" At the same time, Jung Da-woon, sitting on the edge of the cliff, tried to think of a way to get to the rest of the poisonous clouds. And then a brilliant idea came to him. Finding the golem cores in his inventory, around which everything would revolve, the boy said with anticipation, "This will be quite interesting." Taking out the core from his inventory, Da-woon exclaimed, "So, what should I do this time? Or rather, how do I do it? Heh. Imagining a simple scheme for riding a golem through the air, Da-woon thoughtfully said, "If we use a flying stone, it won't be difficult to make the golems fly, but they will just hang in the air." Hearing these words from Da-woon, Alpha said, "First of all, we need to solve the problem of the driving force and control." Hearing this suggestion, the boy replied thoughtfully, "That's right. They need to move freely. You need to think about the center of gravity, or balance, so that they don't flip over in the air." After that, Alpha told us another interesting piece of information that was definitely relevant. By the way, you can charge the Phantom Stone with energy, but you can't get it out of it again. Then Alpha added, "However, if you offer a ghost stone or a flying stone as a sacrifice on an altar, you can convert it into energy." Meanwhile, Da-woon was still talking about his own topic, saying, "It will not be possible to control the height with the help of vital energy. Maybe it's better to manually adjust the weight, for example, adding or removing the amount of earth." After thinking about it, Da-woon began to draw a diagram on the sand in front of him. And as he did so, he said thoughtfully, "What about this shape?" Immortal Lich came closer to evaluate the quality of the workmanship and the basic idea and said in astonishment, "Wow, this." This reaction made Bahamut Da-woon a little confused, for he did not understand whether this was good or bad. Looking at the golem drawn on the sand, Immortal Lich asked in surprise, "Master, your abilities are really something. It's a cockroach, isn't it?" Hearing this response from Bahamut, Da-woon said in disappointment, "Well, it's actually supposed to be an octopus." Immediately afterward, Da-woon looked at Immortal Lich with a displeased gaze. Immortal Lich caught sight of Da-woon's gaze and became very anxious, and began to think of something to avoid offending his master. The next moment, the Immortal Lich suddenly exclaimed, "Uh-oh, what a pity, the birth of an unlucky genius. An unlucky genius whose most beautiful drawings cannot be appreciated because he was born in the wrong century and in the wrong place, and right now, he is standing here in front of me." After hitting Immortal Lich on the head for playing such a game, Dawoon said in displeasure, "All right, enough of this." Then he said happily, "Anyway, this is how I will make the octopus golem. I will leave the head empty so that I can fly in it. It should be safe, right?" Hearing this idea from Dawoon, Alpha added, "That's a great idea. That way the poisonous clouds won't be able to get inside." Then the boy added happily, "And it will protect us from the wind." Immediately afterward, Dawoon went on to add something. "There are some other advantages. If I add earthen cubes to the head, the octopus will start to decrease in height because of the weight. And vice versa, if I want to go up, I only have to remove the earth." When Bahamut heard this, he was amazed. Wow, what a wonderful idea. Dawoon then began to show some more important details in the diagram and added, "And the octopus's torus is the entrance. And there's also a cannon that fires the purification skill. After all, my goal is to increase the skill level." Looking at the diagram, Immortal Lich saw some holes around the perimeter of the octopus and asked in surprise, "What are these holes?" Dawoon answered, "These holes indicate its location. This is the so-called cockpit of the ship." When Immortal Lich heard about this curiosity in the octopus, he imagined himself as a fearsome pirate captain and said with interest, "Wow, so I'm going to be a ship captain?" Looking at his subordinate, Dawoon replied with a sly smile, "No, you will become its engine." After a short discussion of the design of the idea, Dawoon said confidently, "Okay, that's all the thoughts and ideas we have. Now let's get to work." A few minutes later, Dawoon got to work. He took out the earth from his inventory and began to shape it into a certain shape. While Dawoon was working, Immortal Lich did everything he could to keep his master from getting too tired. When the boy was thirsty, Immortal Lich brought him a cool drink to refresh himself. And when he was completely tired, the Immortal Lich would give him a frosty freshness, working like a propeller. After some time and some effort by both team members, the structure was finally completed. Standing in front of it, Dawoon asked, "Well, what do you think, Bahamut?" In front of Dawoon and Immortal Lich stood a huge octopus golem that the boy had built to dispel the poisonous clouds. Looking at his master's creation, Immortal Lich said in astonishment, It's simply incredible. It is difficult to find words to express the full range of emotions." At his feet, Dawoon sowed potatoes from the dungeon to increase the density of the soil. The engine cabin was in the back, allowing him to move in all four directions. Of course, the floor was heated because it was cold in the sky, and the nose is the place to shoot with the cleaning skill. Looking at the finished structure, Alpha said thoughtfully, "I feel like it turned out to be bigger than I intended." Hearing this, Dawoon said in surprise, "Really, it's a bit heavy, but it's full of ghost stones." After saying this, Dawoon placed a few more phantom stones in the structure to make it fly. When everything was ready, Dawoon gave an order to his assistant, "Charge all the stones with energy." As soon as the order was given, the structure began to slowly rise into the sky. As the octopus golem stood still in the air, the structure began to look quite terrifying in appearance. Seeing it in the air, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Wow!" Walking over to his golem, Dawoon added thoughtfully, "Now the most important thing to do is to insert the core for this octopus golem." Building a ladder in front of him to climb to the top, Dawoon quickly climbed up and pushed the golem's core directly into the forehead of his creation, making it come to life and obey him. When all the preparations were complete and the core was placed in the golem, Dawoon said with anticipation, "Come on, get up!" The next moment, the octopus golem, like all the other golems he had inserted the kernels into to revive, glowed and began to come to life right before his eyes. When Immortal Lich saw that Dawoon had completed his creation, he joyfully said, "This guy is worthy of being the boss of a dungeon. I congratulate you on creating such a terrifying creation." Hearing such words of praise from his comrade, Dawoon said with interest, "Well, thank you, hee. Now let's try riding it." The next moment, Dawoon, Bahamut, and Paki started to climb inside the golem to test drive it and experience all the possibilities of this design. When everyone was inside, Dawoon looked at his subject, who was to serve as an engine for movement, and asked, "Shall we start, Bahamut?" Hearing the order from his master, Immortal Lich obediently replied with joy in his voice, "Air Castle, Bahamut 1. Let's get ready to go." A mini blizzard. After that, a frosty trail could be seen from one of the holes in the octopus golem, following the movement of Dawoon's creation. When the golem moved off the mountain and began to move through the air without falling down, Dawoon exclaimed, "Wow! It's flying!" The next second, Dawoon climbed out of the octopus golem's trunk to look at the view before them and exclaimed, "Wow, it's beautiful! I feel like a real sea captain." When the view was over, Dawoon climbed back into his golem and began to take out some earth blocks from his inventory to increase the golem's weight and said, "Okay, now let's try to descend to the poisonous clouds." When the weight was enough to overcome the effect of the ghostly stones, the octopus golem began to slowly descend into the poisonous clouds. When the height was acceptable and comfortable enough to begin clearing the clouds, Dawoon began his work of clearing and raising his level to save his comrades. Every second, Dawoon, as he and his golem went further and further, shouted joyfully, "Purification, purification," as he destroyed more and more poisonous clouds on his way. After a while of such carefree actions, the boy felt a strange sensation inside him and created a gas mask, adding in fright, "What? Purification? Did I get sleeping poison?" Covering his face with the poison-filtering mask, Dawoon thought anxiously, "I need to be a little more careful with this poison." Then he added, releasing a purifying sphere, "Fire." At this rate, Dawoon continued to purify the poisonous cloud, traveling in it on his flying octopus golem. After observing Dawoon's actions, the assistant said to him in amazement, "You are piercing the earth, stones, and now the clouds." To which Dawoon replied, "This is my uniqueness." Having covered a considerable distance and cleared a large part of the cloud, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Shall we take a break? But first of all, we need to cover the entrance with earth." Sometime after Dawoon had closed all the holes to prevent poison from entering through them and decided to take a break, the boy felt a strange sensation. Feeling nauseous and dizzy, Dawoon said in confusion, "I'm seasick, I don't feel well." Immediately after these words, Dawoon said in a tired voice, "Alpha, can we open the gate here?" To which she replied, "It is possible if you have the specific coordinates." Then Dawoon turned to his subject. "Bahamut, stop here for a while." Having received the order, Leech replied, "Yes, sir, understood." When the octopus stopped, Dawoon set up a gate in front of him and entered it. After a while, he returned with the horned boar's hair in his hands and said, "I have returned." Seeing that Dawoon had already arrived, Bahamut asked him, "Where were you going?" Hearing this question from his subject, Dawoon said confidently, "Heh, I cleansed my skin." After that, he showed off a fur with second-level damage absorption parameters. Throwing the skin on the floor, Dawoon immediately fell on it, happily announcing, "Comfort is still important in transportation. My back just melts. Bed is a science." After these words, Dawoon immediately fell asleep, and Bahamut just continued to watch him in silence. After some time, Immortal Lich noticed that there was a crack in the wall through which poisonous gas was entering. Seeing it, Bahamut said in surprise, "What? Where did this crack come from? The sleeping gas has leaked in." Immortal Lich then immediately fixed the problem to prevent the consequences by freezing the gap and covering it with a layer of ice. In the process, Bahamut said, "While the owner is sleeping, we need to fix the hole." After the problem was fixed, Bahamut covered him with leather and said, "He has already worked all day today. I can handle the mooring myself." While Dawoon was sleeping peacefully, Bahamut walked over to the engine opening and used his mini blizzard skill to find a convenient place to moor, saying, "As slowly as possible." After some time, Bahamut was able to moor on the first rock that came across their path. Having finished all the work for the day, Leech said, "Sleep well." And so ended Dawoon's first day and Bahamut's journey across the sky on the golem. The night passed quickly, and then the next morning came. When the sun was already high above the horizon, Dawoon finally woke up after a good sleep on his makeshift bed. His face showed surprise and lightness after a wonderful rest. Clasping his hands over his face, Dawoon said happily, "Wow! How long has it been since I had such a good sleep? Is it really because of the sleep poison? It won't take long to get used to it." After a good sleep, when Dawoon felt full of energy for new accomplishments, he said joyfully, "Well, if I'm full of energy, then let's start raising the level. But first," looking out of the octopus trunk, Dawoon saw some unfamiliar terrain and said in surprise, "Where are we now?" When Bahamut heard Dawoon's question, he was confused. "In order not to wander all night in the open sky, I moored myself on the nearest rock." Hearing this explanation, Dawoon said in alarm, "I think we're lost." Deciding to try to find his way around, Dawoon called up a mini-map and said thoughtfully, "Judging by the fact that the temple is not visible on the map, it is far away from us. Well, it doesn't matter to us because we have a different goal now." Preparing for fruitful work, Dawoon, seeing that his level was only the middle 5th level, happily announced, "From now on, we'll try to take the lead." After that, Dawun unmoored himself from the rock and flew across the endless sky, shouting over and over again, "Purification! Purification!" to clear his way forward. But after a while, Dawun stopped and he was deep in thought. When Bahamut noticed his master thinking about something, he said in surprise, "Why are you thinking?" The master replied, "Oh, you know." Then Dawun, having created his purification sphere, said thoughtfully, "I thought that the refining skill only hit in a straight line. Look." After that, he decided to demonstrate the situation that had been bothering him. Releasing the purification sphere he was holding in his hand, Dawun demonstrated to Bahamut that it flew in a strange way. Not straight, but in a curved path, and then added in amazement, "Wow!" Pointing to the sphere, which flew in a slightly curved path, Dawun exclaimed, "What do you think? It spun a little, didn't it? It even looks like it spun a little bit. It looks like a baseball, doesn't it?" When Bahamut heard Dawun's words and saw the curve of the ball, he exclaimed, "I don't know what a baseball is, but I can see that you have managed to take control of magic." Hearing what Bahamut had just told him, Dawun repeated his words in astonishment. "Wait, what did you just say? Control over your magic?" Bahamut then explained all aspects of magic. "We are talking about magic that is fired with concentration. Now that you have reached this level, you should be able to use it in different cases." Hearing these words from Bahamut, Dawun suddenly stood up from his seat and, kneading his hand, he said with anticipation, "Oh, then it works, does it? I wonder how much it can spin." Concentrating his magic in his hand, Dawun threw out the next refining sphere and noticed that it also changed its trajectory, and then exclaimed, "Wow! The angle of rotation has increased." When Dawun reached a certain level of mastery in magic, he added happily, "That's right. In baseball, the most important thing is a breaking ball. In bowling, it's the spinning ball." Hearing some strange definitions, Bahamut repeated in confusion, "A breaking ball? A spinning ball?" After that, Dawun began to practice to understand how concentration works, and at the same time tried to make a 90-degree throw, not stopping until he achieved the result. After some time of practicing, Dawun, who was finally able to get used to his training and the concentration of launching the spheres, was able to draw a hemisphere with his attack and exclaimed joyfully, "Great!" But the next moment, Dawun was once again visited by the same feeling he had yesterday. Dawun sat up and said in confusion, "Ouch, what? My head suddenly started to hurt." Seeing Dawun's condition and hearing his description of his symptoms, Alpha said, "You're overworked." Dawun replied in surprise, "What?" To which Alpha added, "You are not a magician like Bahamut. Controlling magic requires a great deal of mental ability." After hearing this, Bahamut immediately fell to the ground and began to bow down, saying, "This is not possible. It is my fault. How could I allow my master to spoil my body and soul in such a way?" Hearing such words from his ward, who saw himself as the one to blame, Dawun said wearily, "No, it's not that bad. How can I explain it? It's like being tired when I studied all night for an exam." Drawing Bahamut's attention to himself so that he would not blame himself, Dawun spoke confidently, "To put it another way." Sinking to the ground exhausted, Dawun joyfully announced, "I just want to give up and get some sleep." As soon as the sound of the fall was heard, Bahamut stopped bowing and looked at the young man in surprise. Sometime later, after Dawun had rested and slept, the boy stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "Jong Dawun, look!" Seeing his master so energized, Bahamut spoke joyfully, "What a relief." The octopus golem was somewhere in the midst of the poisonous clouds with sleeping poison, but it simply stood still while the boy went about his business. As time went on, Dawun also did not waste time. All the while, Jong Dawun was practicing hard to concentrate his magic power. Trying to make a circle out of his sphere after releasing it, Dawun spent a lot of time trying. When he failed yet again, he said in frustration, "Damn, it's too hard to do more than half a circle." Grabbing his head, Dawun exclaimed in frustration, "Oh, it's so annoying when nothing works. I can't keep training like this or I'll get another headache." Hearing that his master was tired again, Bahamut said, "By the way, master, I wanted to tell you something. There is nothing better than the mandrake to restore strength." Hearing these words from his friend, Dawun said thoughtfully, "Mandrake, is that what I drank instead of tea?" Bahamut replied, "That is correct." Then Dawun added thoughtfully, "Yes, you seem to be saying that they are used by witches as reagents." Hearing of Dawun's intention, Alpha suddenly spoke, I do not recommend that you consume such a sinister plant, although you have already drunk it many times. Hearing this, Da-woon replied, yes, it's a bit like a traditional Korean drink and the taste is delicious. Then Alpha added, that's not the most important thing. Hearing Alpha's remark, Bahamut said thoughtfully, if you feel good, your magic will be much stronger. This means that your intellectual abilities will recover faster. Pulling out a mandrake, or squeaker, as Rabbit called it, from his inventory, Da-woon said happily, well then, great. Shall we have a cup of hot mandrake drink? A few minutes later, Da-woon had already prepared a teapot from the ground and made a fire on which a kettle of water was boiling. And right next to them was a table where Da-woon separated the mandrake leaves from their roots and evenly distributed them to each portion of tea. After a while, the kettle boiled and began to make characteristic sounds. Hearing them, Da-woon threw the mandarin leaves into the kettle to brew the tea. In a short time, everything was ready. When the mandrake drink was well infused and had released all of its flavor and aroma into the water, Da-woon made a teacup and began to pour the newly brewed healing drink into it. After filling the cup with enough tea, Da-woon held it close to him and began to enjoy the wonderful aroma of green tea, which was supposed to help him regain his strength. As he inhaled the smell of the tea, he said happily, oh, what a familiar smell. I haven't smelled it for so long. Just smelling it makes me feel much better and gives me health. Catching a whiff of the green mandrake tea, Alpha said with concern, what an ominous smell. Hearing these words from his assistant, Da-woon said in displeasure, hey, keep it down. When the octopus golem was finally quiet and calm, Da-woon could finally begin to enjoy the green tea, which healed him even by its smell. After he took a few sips from the cup, he said happily, I never thought I would ever drink tea above the clouds. By the way, I've just thought of a new pastime. After taking a few sips, Da-woon immediately felt tears flowing from his eyes. It was the effect of the mandrake. It removes harmful substances from the body that have accumulated through tears. Wiping the tears from his face, Da-woon said happily, I used to like only the taste, but it turns out that mandrake has such wonderful properties. My headache is less painful. Is my strength recovering? When Da-woon got rid of all the toxins from his body after the tea party, he immediately started training. Waving the purification sphere, Da-woon confidently exclaimed, I have changed, and now I can shoot. Throwing the purification sphere out of his hand, Da-woon saw how perfect its trajectory was after drinking the mandrake tea, which helped him regain his strength. Releasing the ammunition and watching its flight, Da-woon exclaimed joyfully, wow, I drew a semicircle so clearly. Bahamut just picked up the scorecard with the words, on it. Pleased with his results, Da-woon said confidently, not bad. Now I'll have to drink this tea during my training. To which Alpha replied, why are you so focused on the trajectory? Hearing this question from his assistant, Da-woon, who had partially achieved his goal, happily replied, I mean, why, it's very interesting. Immediately afterward, Da-woon began to prepare for the next stage of his training and happily reported, great, I'll make the angle steeper until I get a normal lap. It was at moments like this that Alpha missed Rabbit, who always had a say in the matter. At the same time, Rabbit was present somewhere at the other end of the dungeon because he went with everyone to storm the dungeon to break the curse and open the gate in a critical situation. After walking with his friends, whom he had to consider as such, Rabbit reached the third dungeon and then thought angrily among the crowd of fools, I am hungry. While the villagers were trying to fight the ghosts that crowded the dungeon, Rabbit just stood back and watched. During the battle, one of the villagers got right into the teeth of a ghost and tried to get out, but the rabbit didn't care. He puffed out his cheeks and thought, it's so boring here. The residents who went to clean the dungeon screamed in pain every second they were caught in the clutches of the ghosts and begged for help, but it was too late to save them. Somewhere in the midst of the dungeon, which was full of monsters, someone's voice sounded and drew everyone's attention. Be careful in this dungeon. Then the voice added, do not lose your torches suddenly or because of something stupid. Be careful, look around, and help those around you. And the rabbit just watched all this spectacle from the sidelines, not interfering in such a historic event of the raid. This was the third dungeon, called the Deep Sea. It was a dark place that was covered with pitch blackness on all sides, which even fire could barely dilute. Visibility was very limited here. This dungeon was called the Deep Sea, but it had nothing to do with the sea. It was a squishy land with a black fog that enveloped it from all sides. And in this dark dungeon there were, of course, monsters. Of course there were. Every time they would suddenly appear out of the pitch blackness. These monsters in the form of fish constantly wandered in the darkness, not daring to approach people, because they hated and were afraid of light. Having gathered in a cola formation and surrounded themselves with torches, someone from the group said, "If there is light, they will not be able to get close to us. Take care of the torches." However, along with those who stuck to the crowd, there were also those who decided to wander alone a little further away from the others. And so, there was just such a case. One of the soldiers, who was walking with a torch, suddenly felt a piece of coal from the torch fall on his hand. Feeling a burning sensation on his hand, this same villager could not help but drop the torch with a painful groan and accompanying words, "Oh, it's hot." Noticing that he had dropped the torch because of such a stupid thing, the villager said in embarrassment, "Oh, shit." Noticing what had just happened to one of the players, Rabbit thought he lost his light. Squinting his eyes to get a better look at the good guy he was about to feel sorry for, Rabbit said, "Well, in that case, the inevitable awaits him. Nothing can be done about it." Then he suddenly added, resigned to the man's fate, "That's it, he's finished." Clutching his weapon tightly in his hand, the man began to slowly back away, saying in fright, "Oh shit, I'm out of luck. My light." Turning his head to his comrades, the warrior suddenly exclaimed, "Does anyone have an extra torch?" However, he did not even suspect that death was already behind him, and that torch would not help him. At the same time, while some people were wandering around the dungeon in fear, others were bravely cutting through the endless voids filled with monsters and pitch blackness. Suddenly, in the midst of that pitch blackness, Rabbit noticed a bright light that did not fit in with the dark picture, and he squinted to see where it was coming from. The next moment, the blinding brightness disappeared as his eyes adjusted to the light, and Rabbit could see Liu Xingwu standing there. And then he said in astonishment, "Even today, the Lightning Man is working at full strength." This blinding light that moved rapidly through the dark dungeon was Liu Xingwu, who was popularly known as the Shining Knight. It was not difficult to guess why. With his skill, he skillfully destroyed monsters, and he did it quite effectively, making life easier for his comrades. He was not so nicknamed because of his blinding light as one might think at first. Whoever thought so was mistaken. Liu Xingwu was so named because he shot lightning, striking his enemies with it. Watching Liu Xingwu destroy the enemies, the people shouted with joy, "Our knight!" However, Rabbit had a different opinion, as he had more knowledge about the system, and then he said with a huff, "If he continues to abuse the skill like this, he will soon burn out mentally." Then he added thoughtfully, praising his courage and dedication to his work, "But despite everything, he is a real man." Recalling Liu Xingwu's first day in this dungeon, Rabbit said thoughtfully, "When he first came here, he was barely above the level of an electric shock." After that, Rabbit compared his current skills with those he had at the beginning and said, "The more often he uses the skill, the stronger he becomes. And with a skill that's been upgraded, you can try to go through dungeons to get new achievements and skills." Looking thoughtfully at Liu Xingwu, who was cutting through the darkness with his enemies, Rabbit added, "A genius who really puts in a lot of effort. Probably something like that." Immediately after talking about genius, Rabbit somehow remembered Devong and added in embarrassment, "Oh my God, I'm having a déjà vu." After that, frightened that he had used Devong as an example of the ideal, Rabbit said in an embarrassed voice, "Oh, what was I just thinking about?" Heading toward Liu Xingwu after he had accidentally held up Dawun as an example of a model genius, Rabbit, trying to convince himself, added confidently, "That guy is just an ordinary slacker." Arriving at Liu Xingwu's house, who was wasting his energy left and right, Rabbit told him, "Save your energy, sir. If you continue to use your skill like this, you will soon be exhausted." Hearing that someone had spoken to him, Liu Xingwu looked back sharply where he saw Rabbit. Hearing his words, the boy said in surprise, "You're worried about me?" Then he replied confidently, "Nothing. With this skill, I need a little time to recover my strength." After that, he continued to fight tirelessly against the enemies, sparing no effort. Hearing such self-confident words from Liu Xingwu, Rabbit said, "But your recovery is not complete. You cannot understand the essence. If you were even half as good as him." Before he could finish, he interrupted himself, adding, "Ouch! What am I talking about again?" After that, Rabbit began to make a face of disgust. Watching the rabbit, Liu Xingwu was a little surprised at the sudden mood swings. Immediately afterward, realizing what Rabbit wanted to tell him, Liu Xingwu raised his sword above him and said, "Ah, yes, you're right. Dawun is always relaxed during battle and in everyday life. Immediately after these words, Liu Xingwu rushed into battle to protect Rabbit and confidently added, "And that's why I respect him." Frightened by the enemy's sudden attack, and by the way Xin Wuhyun stood up for him, Rabbit said, "You scared me." After repelling the attack of the enemy, who had decided to attack at the most unexpected moment, Liu Xingwu added, "But unlike Zheng Dewan, I don't have time to relax." After saying this, the mark on Liu Xinwu's forehead changed its number again, but this time it was 20 days. When the mark reappeared, he said, "Until I remove this mark." After another enemy was defeated, Liu Xingwu suddenly froze in place and raised his head. Approaching him, Rabbit answered his previous sentence. Yes, it's fine, Shining Knight." After that, Liu Xingwu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Followed by Rabbit asking in surprise, "What is it?" Following Rabbit's question, Liu Xingwu spoke uncertainly. "Just now, something like a golden light appeared in the sky. What is it? Or is it just my imagination?" Meanwhile, Da-Woon couldn't contain his joy, exclaiming, "Wow, I finally succeeded!" At that moment, Da-Woon was still able to raise his refining level to the 6th middle level. When Bahamut noticed that Da-Woon had reached new heights, he said with joy, "Congratulations, you look very happy." To which he happily replied, "Of course I am. Raising the level is good, but..." The next moment, Da-Woon tried his experiment again and fired a purification sphere from his hand. When the projectile was already in free motion, Da-Woon tried to control it to draw the perfect circle he had been striving for. This time, he had no trouble accomplishing his goal. When the circle was drawn, Da-Woon said, "How do you like it? Now I can draw a complete circle." In response, Da-Woon heard only surprised exclamations and added, "My ball control is fantastic." After that, Da-Woon decided to release his cleansing sphere into the air in the open air and said thoughtfully, "I wonder if I can use this on my golems." When the boy released the sphere from the golem, he made a circle around the golem and then added, "Then I'll have a purifying spherical companion," although it immediately disappears when it makes one full revolution. Seeing what Da-Woon had been doing all this time and the results he had achieved, Alpha asked in displeasure, "What's the point of all this?" Da-Woon replied, "There is a point. Isn't it amazing? Just when I drew a full circle, my level rose." After saying this, Da-Woon sat down on the floor and said thoughtfully, "The timing is too precise for mere chance. Controlling a skill has a positive effect on leveling up, doesn't it?" Immediately after saying that, Da-Woon looked back and said happily, "It seems so. This can also be called an achievement. What do you think?" Realizing that Rabbit wasn't standing behind him, Da-Woon added in a sad voice, "Ah, he's not here." Sighing heavily because Rabbit was not there, Da-Woon said sadly, "It's like always. When you don't need it, you'll trip over it 10 times, and when you suddenly need it, you won't find it until daylight with a flashlight. I wonder what he is doing there." After thinking aloud, Da-Woon suddenly had a thought. "Maybe I should go to them. If the refining skill has reached the 6th level, I can try to purify the curse." While Da-Woon was thinking about going to see Rabbit, he heard his Bahamut's octopus golem from the engine room. "Is this Master?" Running out of the engine room and into the main room where Da-Woon was, Bahamut quickly reported, "It's looking rather strange from the outside." After receiving such a vague report, Da-Woon said in surprise, "What?" Looking out through the octopus golem's trunk, Da-Woon saw pitch blackness, and he said in astonishment, "What is it? The poisonous clouds are gone." With each passing second, the golem moved further into the darkness. Then Da-Woon said in astonishment, "Surely this is not because it is night." Oh, Bahamut replied, "No, you just had lunch." When Bahamut rejected the boy's theory that it was night, Da-Woon said thoughtfully, "Then it could be some kind of new poison." Then he released 2 charges of refining spheres into the darkness. After flying a certain distance, the spheres simply dissolved into the darkness, leaving no trace and bringing no benefit. When Da-Woon saw what had just happened to his purification spheres, he said in confusion, "What was that?" It was as if darkness had just swallowed up the light. Seeing this very familiar phenomenon that had just appeared before him, Bahamut confidently reported, "These are the footprints of the abyss." Bahamut continued, "It is an abyss that absorbs light. I did not think that I would find the footprints of the abyss here." Hearing Da-Woon and Bahamut talking, Alpha suddenly asked, "Did you just speak of the abyss?" Then Da-Woon asked in surprise, "What is that?" Realizing that Dawoon was completely ignorant of the subject, Alpha explained, "This is the forbidden realm that witches have been exploring. It is an area full of sinister and dangerous chaos." Hearing this explanation, Dawoon said in confusion, "Isn't that the same thing? And then what? You said that the mandrakes are ominous and the darkness can also scream?" Bahamut interrupted Dawoon's anxious words, who was trying to find out more information, and told him, "You have just seen it with your own eyes. It absorbs light." Hearing this, Dawoon asked in disappointment, "Absorbs light?" After hearing Dawoon's disappointed question, Bahamut continued, "To be more precise, it is light that contains power. In other words, light that contains the energy of life or magic. And in your case, it is the power of skill." And finally, Bahamut added, "The dark fog of the abyss that sustains its existence by absorbing the power of the skills of others. This is the true essence of this darkness." Hearing the detailed explanation of this darkness they had entered, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "So it absorbs the skill? You could say it neutralizes it?" Hearing the information about this darkness, Alpha said anxiously, "Then we're in trouble. You need to get out of here as soon as possible. If you get into the black fog, it can destroy the gate. And if you don't open the gate, you will have nowhere to hide in case of danger." Hearing the unsatisfactory development that Alpha had described, Dawoon spoke hastily to Bahamut. "That doesn't sound good. Let's turn around, Bahamut." After receiving the order, the subordinate quickly headed for the control room, shouting, "Understood." But a few seconds later, Dawoon noticed something strange. Some strange teeth were sinking into his golem. When he saw them, Dawoon exclaimed in alarm, "What is this?" His eyes were filled with fear of the unknown, and the same Alpha scenario was running through his mind. Realizing that this was the same horrific scenario, where they were still being attacked by some monster from the darkness, Dawoon exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is attacking us?" The situation outside was no better. The octopus golem flying in the air was attacked by a monster fish, which Liu Xingwu and his comrades had to face. With each passing second, the number of enemies was growing, and they were sinking their teeth into the golem's structure to take a tidbit from it. After some time of fruitful work, one of the monsters managed to break through the golem's crust and got into the middle of the golem, where the boy was. As soon as Dawoon saw the enemy inside the golem, he gathered all his fear and controlled it so that it would not interfere with his battle, then took a steel spear from his inventory and clutched it tightly in his hand. As soon as the monster opened up, the boy made the first strike, stabbing the steel spear directly into the monster's throat, thus neutralizing it. The next second, the dead fish fell to the floor, showing no signs of being alive and still a threat. After the adrenaline rush from the sudden invasion wore off and the darkness from the enemy dissipated, Dawoon saw that the terrifying black enemy was a fish and exclaimed in surprise, "What? It's just a fish?" When he looked at the fish that had entered his golem, Dawoon said in astonishment, "Whoa, what is this? Why is a fish swimming in the sky?" To which Bahamut replied in confusion when he noticed the dead fish, "Oh my, it is the fish of the abyss." Hearing what Bahamut had just said, Dawoon exclaimed in alarm, "What? An abyssal fish? Are you sure it is a fish? But first, let's get out of here. It is not safe here." Immediately after that, Bahamut went to the engine room and gave the golem speed to get out of the darkness. But the golem was decreasing in speed every second and losing speed much faster. Sensing these changes, Dawoon decided to look out of the hole in the ceiling left by the abyssal fish. He placed 2 blocks of earth near the hole and began to climb up to reach the opening. When he reached the top and stuck his head out of the octopus golem, he saw that there was another enemy near the hole clinging to his flying ship. However, in addition to this fish, Dawoon turned his head and saw several other individuals hanging from the golem, and then thought in confusion, "They are causing us to lose altitude." Thinking about how he could get out of this situation, Dawoon thought sadly, "If we leave things as they are now, we risk crashing. It's a pity, but it seems that we'll have to abandon the octopus golem." The next moment, Dawoon, resigned to his decision, jumped back into his golem and headed to the center of the room to set up a retreat gate. When he arrived at the right place to set up the gate, Dawoon immediately shouted, "Set up the gate!" After Dawoon gave the order to his assistant, he heard back, "The coordinates are unstable. It is not possible to install the gate at this time." When he received this disappointing answer, Dawoon said in alarm, "What?" After Dawoon realized that there was nowhere to retreat, he looked at the mountain with the hole in the roof and said confidently, "Then there is no other way out. The only thing left to do is to make the golem work to its fullest potential. After that, Dawoon climbed back up onto the blocks of earth and looked out of the hole to see what was going on. When he was sure that everything was clear and that no one was waiting for him, he quickly jumped out of the octopus golem's head and headed toward the fish that had bit into him. Once on the head of the flying golem, Dawoon realized that there was not enough space for a battle. And besides, the enemies were also located in not very convenient places, so he summoned flying steps. Having received a new support for easy movement, the boy confidently rushed at the enemies to free his golem from excess weight. When Dawoon approached the first enemy, he immediately stuck 2 steel spades into it and then tried to open the fish's mouth. In parallel to his efforts, Dawoon opened his inventory to prepare everything to neutralize the enemy and began flipping through the pages in search of suitable material. In the inventory, he was looking for the same phantom stone that he and Bahamut had worked so hard to obtain in the witch's house. As soon as Dawoon was distracted by the inventory, the fish took this gesture as the boy opening up and opened its mouth to devour him. But it was not that simple. As soon as Dawoon noticed that the fish had fallen for such a cheap provocation, he immediately threw the ghostly stone into its mouth, thus making his physical work easier by simply turning away. Immediately afterwards, the boy activated the stone, and it carried the fish into the sky. Watching the monster's flight, Dawoon exclaimed, "Wow, that's quite an effect." An ordinary person who decided to fight the enemies at this height and at such a speed of the falling structure would have lost consciousness long ago. However, to his great surprise, Dawoon was able to run calmly through such moments and even effectively resist monsters while remaining calm. This all worked for Dawoon for a reason. This ability to withstand such adversity existed because of the achievement award, the courage of the eagle, the courage of the Prince of Heaven. The griffin, who had previously held it until he was defeated, was passed on to Jung Dawan, who did not lose his pride and dignity. After that, Dawoon began to attack again. There were still 2 fish left on the golem. Swinging his steel spear, Dawoon prepared to take out another enemy. The next moment, thanks to a strong blow, the boy was able to throw the second abyssal fish off his golem, leaving one last problem to be solved. After the hit, the fish flew into the darkness one by one, and the octopus golem continued to fall steadily down, breaking away from the enemies. When the 2 abyssal fish were eliminated, Dawoon took out an earthen block from his inventory and spoke happily as he prepared to attack. The last fish remains. After a short period of time, the surface of the octopus golem was finally cleaned, and all the fish of the abyss were finished. Now it was time to do other things. One of the first things Dawoon did was to repair the golem that had been attacked. However, it did not require much effort. He just needed materials to repair it. After completing the repair of the golem, Dawoon wiped the sweat from his forehead and said thoughtfully, "Phew, I finally figured it out. I wonder how much longer we can keep going at this rate." When Bahamut saw how quickly the golem regained its original appearance, he exclaimed in amazement, "What a wonderful job you did. It's as if it never had any holes in it." To which Dawoon replied, "This fellow is also an earth golem. So once you replenish the earth that is missing, he will be restored." As Dawoon reached down to Bahamut, he said, "In general, what I wanted to say, it is very dangerous to stay here. Let's go downstairs and open the gate." Hearing Dawoon's suggestion, Bahamut said thoughtfully, "If you can provide me with some visibility, then I will try to take the right course to descend." To which Dawoon happily replied, "That's exactly what I was going to do." A few seconds later, Dawoon went to the head of the octopus golem to provide light. When Bahamut heard some kind of a splash on the mountain, he looked up and said in surprise, "Is that?" When Bahamut saw the torches on the head of the octopus golem, he was amazed. You are using ordinary fire without magic." To which Dawoon proudly said, "Yes, I had a hunch, and as you can see, I hit the target." After that, Dawoon turned his attention to the torches that were burning away the darkness and said in amazement, "Just look at the center of the fire. The dark fog seems to be dissipating, doesn't it?" A few seconds later, Dawoon saw the abyssal fish approaching him again, and he exclaimed in confusion, "Ah, here they come again!" Despite its great speed, the fish stopped right in front of the torch that was lit and stood on the head of the octopus golem. When the fish froze in place in front of the torch, Dawoon, who was holding his breath waiting for what would happen next, did not move either. He was waiting to see how the fish would react to the fire. The next moment, the fish simply turned around and went about its business away from the torch. Seeing this strange behavior through an ordinary fire, Dawoon said in surprise, "What just happened?" When the fish headed in the opposite direction, Dawoon said in surprise, It seems they are no longer coming out of the fog. I see. For them, darkness is like water. Then it appears. Dawoon then gave an order to his subordinate, who was standing behind him, saying, Bahamut, go inside the golem. Hearing this order, Bahamut, who did not understand what it was for, asked in surprise, what is the purpose of this? Looking back at his subordinate, Dawoon, who was smiling very broadly and cunningly, said joyfully, holding a sunstone in his hands, you're going to get in a lot of trouble for this. Bahamut, shielding himself from the light radiating from the sunstone, exclaimed in alarm, oh, the sunstone! Dawoon then began to modernize his octopus golem. First, he placed the sunstones in blocks of earth. Next, Jung Dawan placed a ghost stone in the block of earth and tied it with a rope. This created a lamp that scared away monsters. And Dawoon equipped his octopus with such structures on 4 sides to keep it balanced. And so, the golem octopus, the equipment of the great abyss created by Dawoon, was completed. Standing in the middle of his creation, Dawoon thought in confusion. It looks more like a glowing jellyfish than an octopus. Maybe I even went a little overboard. Seeing the design Dawoon had created, the assistant happily reported, I'm not sure about the overall look, but the method is just incredible. The sunstone light is a unique ability that has nothing to do with magic. Looking at the structure Dawoon had built, Alpha added, even the abyss cannot harm this light. Hearing the praise, Dawoon said in displeasure, couldn't you have told me about such things in advance? Hearing such a presentation in her direction from Dawoon, Alpha replied, I don't know much about the abyss. Ignorance of evil and foolish things is not a sin. Hearing this, Dawoon thought, and she is not even ashamed. When Dawoon went back inside the golem, Bahamut joyfully said, thank you, I can see everything very clearly now, Master. But what shall we do with it? Hearing this question from his subject, Dawoon asked in surprise, what do you mean by him? After Dawoon's question, the fish he had caught then came to life and began to twitch and flap its tail again. This meant that it was definitely fresh. The next moment, Bahamut pointed his finger at it and began to smile happily. Seeing what Bahamut meant by this him, Dawoon thought, is this the one who got inside at the very beginning? Standing over the fish of the abyss, Dawoon began to examine it closely, and then said thoughtfully, looking at this creature that came from the darkness, it is just a fish. Hearing Dawoon's conclusion, Bahamut asked in surprise, have you ever seen a fish of the abyss before? To which Dawoon replied hesitantly, well, it wasn't from the abyss, but it was similar. Then Dawoon suddenly remembered what kind of fish this big fish from the abyss reminded him of, and said happily, oh, that's right, an anchovy. It looks like a big anchovy. Crouching over the fish, Dawoon said thoughtfully, anchovy, that is a fish of the abyss. Seeing his master's strange behavior, Bahamut said in alarm, Master? When Bahamut looked at Dawoon's face, he was shocked. He had a sinister grimace on his face, and then he said, I wonder what this abyssal fish tastes like. The next moment, Dawoon, licking his lips deliciously, took out his butcher's knife, which he had obtained from Bahamut's chest in the witch's house. Looking at the still living fish, Dawoon said thoughtfully, as long as the fish is fresh, the first thing to do is to cut off the fillet. Hearing Dawoon's intentions, Alpha said, how about we move to a safer place and enjoy the feast there? Hearing Alpha's suggestion, Dawoon replied in frustration, hey, this is all about the food. I can't miss the meal. Alpha did not say anything in response. Jung Dawoon was as hard-headed as any knife. After that, Dawoon took out his hammer, which he used to break rocks with, and said, so then, first we must stun it. The next moment, a thudding sound was heard in the darkness of the abyss. It was Dawoon stunning the fish. The next step was to clean the fish, and he began to peel off the onions, saying, now it is necessary to clean the fish from the scales. When the scaling was complete, Dawoon began to analyze the fish. First, he took out all the internal organs, and then proceeded to separate the sirloin, saying, take out the entrails and separate the bones. After that, Jung Dawoon decided to get rid of the thin layer of fat that was on the fish meat and said, now we need to separate the fat. When everything was ready, Dawoon began to set the table. He began to cut the fish into pieces and put them on a bowl. Another final step was the soy sauce, which Dawoon poured into the bowl. When Bahamut saw this strange liquid, he asked in surprise, what is this? To which Dawoon replied, this is soy sauce. I have specially made it from beans. The next moment the dish was ready. Dawoon prepared the abyssal fish sashimi, served it to the table, and then added, there you go. The more presentable the dish looks, the better it tastes. Looking at Dawoon's presentation, Bahamut was frightened. Come to think of it, you're a real master of torture. Are you really going to eat the blood and flesh raw? Hearing such words from his subordinate, Dawoon said insultingly, I'm not some kind of murderer, am I? Have you never tasted sashimi? Bahamut replied, I am a snowman. I cannot eat anything at all. Sitting down over the plate with the delicacy, Dawoon sighed and said, Oh, what a pity. Such a delicious treat is wasted. Then just stand by me and let the cool breeze blow over me. Having received the order, Bahamut replied, Yes, sir, I obey. Due to the hot and humid climate around them, Dawoon was sweating constantly and feeling uncomfortable. In this situation, Bahamut's skills were very relevant. Thanks to the skills of his subordinate, Dawoon could forget about the discomfort because Bahamut was replacing his air conditioner, as his blizzard had a similar effect. After getting a rather pleasant rest and being incredibly cool, Dawoon began to eat. Taking the first bite of fish, he said, The first bite comes with nothing. After putting the first piece of fish into his mouth, Dawoon chewed it several times and said happily, It's not bad, I'll say. And the meat is quite stringy. After that, Dawoon decided to add a little exoticism to his dish, and taking out some bean sauce from the inventory, he said, They say that in some areas, sashimi is eaten with bean sauce. Let's try it. After that, Dawoon also tasted the fish with bean sauce and said happily, Wow, it's really good. Now the soy sauce, what a distinct flavor. After tasting the sashimi with everything he already had, Dawoon said thoughtfully, Ah, right. Maybe I should try to make some more vinegar and taste it with it. With that, the process of making fruit vinegar according to Jung Dawan's recipe began. The boy made a fermentation pot out of soil mixed with decomposing clay. The next step is to put all kinds of fruits from the dungeon into this pot and sprinkle sugar on top. Dungeon fruits are bitter, so you will need more sugar than usual. If you take advantage of the power of a ceramic pot and shorten the fermentation time, you can quickly get the fermented fruit vinegar that was so needed for sashimi. After tasting the fruit vinegar he had just made, Dawoon said thoughtfully, I'll mix it with soy sauce. It would be nice to add wasabi to it. Is there anything similar? After that, Dawoon decided to create wasabi out of the materials at hand. To do this, he took a watermelon cactus that he had in his stocks, because it was also green. After that, the boy began to peel off the skin and grind it to recreate the consistency of wasabi. Watching Dawoon's actions, Bahamut asked in surprise, What's the point of this? To which Dawoon joyfully replied, There is no point. I just want to reproduce the flavor of wasabi. When everything was ready, Dawoon put the peeled skin on a plate and decided to taste it to understand what was missing. Putting the grated watermelon cactus rind into his mouth, Dawoon was shocked to taste its natural flavor. The boy immediately blushed from the level of piquancy of this experiment. Sometimes luck comes in life. After tasting it, Dawoon thought, It tastes just like wasabi. After that, Dawoon decided to experiment and added a little wasabi to his sauce, saying, What happens if I mix cactus wasabi with vinegar soy sauce? After all the ingredients were mixed, Dawoon decided to test the sauce he had created with sashimi. When he tasted it, he was delighted to hear how it tasted. That's right, this is how you eat sashimi. Looking back, Dawoon stepped on the same rake again, exclaiming, Rabbit, let's go eat! But Rabbit was not there. He was with Liu Xing-Wu and the others. Upset by the realization of Rabbit's absence, Dawoon said in a sad voice, Oh right, he's not here. Hearing Dawoon's sad words, Rabbit, who was standing on the ceiling of the octopus golem, said, You would think I was dead. When Dawoon saw the rabbit in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise, What? When Dawoon saw the rabbit in front of him, he asked, What are you doing here? The rabbit replied, Alpha called me, so I came, and you were just there. Hearing this, Dawoon said in astonishment, What? Nearby? Rabbit answered Dawoon's question in a disgruntled tone. Didn't you know that this is Dungeon 3? Then, smelling the food, Rabbit thought, What has he cooked here again? Dawoon then said in surprise, What? Is there a dungeon here too? Hearing Dawoon's question, Alpha said, The other participants are also in a place shrouded in darkness. I tried to contact them. Then Dawoon said, Since you came here alone, what about Shin Woo-hyun? Hearing Dawoon's question, Rabbit stamped his foot in resentment and exclaimed, Ah, so that's what it is. That's why there was no answer. Did you want to eat such a delicious meal alone that you didn't even hear what was being said? Trying to calm the rabbit down, Dawoon took one piece of sashimi, dipped it in the sauce, and then stuck it in the rabbit's mouth, saying, Yes, yes, You should try this. After giving the rabbit a taste, Da-woon asked him happily, so what were you saying? Da-woon was a little embarrassed. Then the rabbit answered, yum. Unlike a dialogue box in a phone messenger, missed messages that were transmitted through alpha could not be viewed again. While Liu Xingwu was trying to contact Da-woon, the latter was preparing sashimi at the same time, but he didn't hear anything at all, and didn't pay attention either. Chewing on the sashimi, Rabbit said, "This is certainly delicious, but it is also quite veiny. Oh, now is not the time for that. Your friends are in trouble." Hearing this message from Rabbit, who was just tasting the sashimi and prioritizing it, Da-woon exclaimed, "What? Why are you just now telling me this?" Trying to calm the boy down, who was getting very excited about this message, Rabbit said calmly, "Oh, don't worry. There's no need to rush." Hearing Rabbit's strange explanation, Da-woon said in surprise, "What does that mean? It's dangerous." But there is no need to hurry. When Da-woon heard this confused question from Da-woon, the rabbit said, "Well, when you see it, you will understand." Hearing this explanation from the rabbit, Da-woon said, "Very well, Bahamut." When Bahamut received the command from his master, he understood at a glance what was required of him and said, "Start moving." Immediately afterward, Rabbit climbed on top of the octopus golem to see the road and show Bahamut where to go. After taking a comfortable position as a navigator, Rabbit said, "Follow my directions. It is very easy to get lost here." Then he thought, when did he have time to make this? Then walking toward the friends he had left behind, the rabbit thought happily, but still, he did well because now we don't have to go there on foot. The black fog of the sea is abysmal. In order to be able to resist the enemies in this fog, it was necessary to keep a close eye on the torches. As soon as the darkness absorbed the light or the fire disappeared, the fish of the abyss would immediately gather there. However, the biggest problem was that the fish were not the biggest threat here. When the players walked on the ground, they were not very careful, and thus could have stumbled into a trap. After that, strange bubbles would appear from under the water, and the next second the trap would go off. When the trap was triggered, huge shells would emerge from the water, grabbing the victim and trapping them inside. It was an armored mollusk of the abyss, which lived underwater and waited for the victim to enter its mouth. When the next mollusk closed, one of the players who saw it said in disappointment, "We lost another one." Once their mouths closed, it was impossible to open them again. However, this was not the only problem that Rabbit Da-woonu told us about. In one of these armored abyssal clams, Go-ho-el and Liu Xingwu found themselves trapped inside, and they tried to open it with all possible methods, but they failed. In his futile attempts to get out of captivity, Go-ho-el had already spent a lot of time and energy pounding on the shell, but nothing happened. Then he exclaimed in frustration, "Oh shit!" Standing next to the same clam that Liu Xingwu and Go-ho-el were trapped in, Yoon Ji-soo frantically tried to think of a plan to get them out. Being in a very bad situation, Yoon Ji-soo could not think rationally because of his anxiety, and he kept repeating over and over again, "When is Da-woon-hyun coming?" Suddenly he heard his comrades on the battlefield calling out to him, "Jin-soo, help!" Looking at his comrades, Yoon Ji-soo spotted the enemies and shouted, "It's coming from the top left. It's coming from the top right too." Yoon Ji-soo's skill is enhanced vision. After receiving instructions from their friend, the players were able to easily deal with the enemy that was approaching them from the darkness. However, there were other problems, such as the shadow cat, which always crept up very quietly and liked to steal the light. Hearing the cat's meow, Yoon Ji-soo quickly looked with his eyes to see where it came from, thinking, "It's the same sound again." The next moment, the shadow cat jumped on the girl with the torch to extinguish it. Hearing the meow, Yoon Ji-soo shouted out to warn everyone, "Shadow cat, watch out!" After jumping, the cat was able to easily extinguish the torch, catching the players off guard by coming out of the corner of their eye each time. Seeing that the torch was extinguished, the girl who was attacked by the cat, having lost her chance for survival, shouted angrily at the cat, which was standing right in front of her, "What an animal!" When another torch was extinguished by the shadow cat, Yoon Ji-soo said in confusion, "She hides in the shadows, and when she gets a chance, she puts out torches. It's like this without Shin Woo-hyun." Meanwhile, somewhere inside the armored dark clam, Ho-el was already struggling to get out, but realized that his strength alone would not be enough, and then said, "Damn, it's a tough one. I can't do it with my usual strength." After that, Ho-el looked at his companion who was trapped in the monster with him and then said, "Now all that's left is your lightning, Shin-woo." Looking at his companion, who was not trying his best to get out of this trap, Ho-el asked in surprise, "Why can't I get out?" To which Shin Woo-hyun replied, I can certainly concentrate all my strength and try to break it down, but if you shoot a bolt of lightning in such a narrow place, it will be dangerous even for you. Hearing his friend's excuse for inaction, Hoel said wearily, I know what you're thinking, but if we do nothing, we will die here, like the last dogs. And soon there won't be any air left. After that, pounding his chest with his fist, Hoel joyfully said, You know about my regeneration skill, right? I won't die that easily. Let's try to break through, Xinwu. Hearing such a strong suggestion from his friend, the bored Lu Xingwu replied, No, it's too dangerous to trust our lives to luck. What you said should probably be left for the very last resort. Let's try to wait for Dawun. After making his suggestion, El Xinwu heard back, Even if he comes here, do you think he can come up with something better? Have you ever opened a closed clamshell with your bare hands? Even with the help of golems, he is unlikely to succeed. After listening to all the suggestions and reproaches from his friend, Lu Xingwu decided not to create any misunderstandings and just keep silent. Hearing only silence in response, Ho-Ho-El just sighed heavily and nervously scratched his head, waiting for Dawun to come. Afterward, Ho-Ho-El said, The moment it swallowed us, I was confused. It was a mistake to kill the clam. If it had been alive, then we could have tried to make it open its mouth. Looking down, Liu Xingwu replied sadly, he must have thought of some other way to get out of here. Hearing this from his friend, Go-Ho-El spoke confidently. That's right, he is almost here. Let's just wait for him a little longer. At the same time, somewhere in the pitch blackness, a very bright light was approaching the players, who were trying to resist the fish of darkness and the shadow cat, and it was blinding. Looking in the direction of this spectacle, the girl said in surprise, What is that? Looking in the same direction as the light was coming from, someone from the squad replied thoughtfully, Maybe the last boss? Hearing the strange noise coming from his allies, Yunjisu decided to check out what was going on. Looking toward the bright light, he exclaimed in surprise, Wait. Seeing the huge octopus with Dawun and Rabbit on it, Yunjisu exclaimed, It's our ally. Then someone from the squad exclaimed, What is this bright light? When Dawun came to his comrade's aid, Yunjisu said happily, Did you really make a golden chariot, hen? As soon as the octopus golem arrived at Yunjisu's side, Dawun immediately jumped off and asked in confusion, Are you okay? Are you hurt? At the same time, the other players standing behind him were thinking in amazement, How bright it has become! As soon as Dawun arrived at his friend's side, he first of all put his hand to his forehead and added anxiously, Give me your forehead. Seeing Dawun's strange behavior, Yunjisu said in surprise, Why? The next second, Dawun decided to test his next-level skill and said, Purification. When Dawun took his hand away from Yunjisu's forehead, he noticed that the curse seal hadn't disappeared, and he thought in disappointment, Damn, it's still far away. When Dawun realized that his level was still not good enough, he said in frustration, If I had known it would be like this, I would have gone to clear the dungeon with you. Rabbit replied, The harder you try, the greater the reward. Hearing this mockery of himself, Dawun took a swing at the rabbit and said menacingly, You? And at that moment, the rabbit was already preparing to be flogged. Not having been hit on the head by Dawun, the rabbit said in surprise, What? You're not going to beat me? To which Dawun replied, I was a little sad. Then Rabbit added in surprise, What for me? Dawun then said in an offended tone, Quiet. After Dawun finished his dialogue with Rabbit, Yunjisu spoke to him. Hen, could you please start with this? Shin Woo-hyun. Hearing about his friend, Dawun replied, All right, leave this matter to me. Prepared to take decisive action, Dawun spoke confidently. About what happened here. Tell me a little later. After that, the boy put his hand on the ground and used his skill to call out to the gate in the darkness, saying, Set up the gate. As soon as the gate was set up, Dawun's golems came out from the other side to solve all the problems. As the gorilla golem ran out of the gate, Dawun confidently called out, Protect the people. After that, other centaur golems came out of the gate and also came to help. Dawun then added, An army of golems. After that, the golems that arrived in this dark place began to destroy the enemies and protect the players, according to Jung Dawun's orders. While his assistants were dealing with the enemies approaching the gate and his comrades, Dawun was just happily watching his work being done. Seeing what had just happened, one of the non-local players asked in surprise, That man, who is he? To which the girl standing behind him replied with an awkward smile, "You're not from the Slit Village, are you?" Then, turning her gaze to Dawoon, the girl added happily, "Watch him very carefully. This is a forked man." After Dawoon had dealt with the problem of the abyssal fish attack, he walked with Yoon Ji-soo toward the monster that contained Liu Xin-woo and Ho-el. When they stood in front of him, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Is this the clam? The one they are stuck in?" After tapping the shell to evaluate the material, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "Real iron? Or just a metal that looks like it, I wonder?" After the evaluation of the material was completed, Dawoon went into his inventory and found the head of a mutant ant and said thoughtfully, "I have something saved for such cases. If it's metal, it can be melted, right?" A test subject from the witch's laboratory, a chimera ant. The mutant ant's saliva was eating away at the metal, and its chewing glands, which looked like forceps, could pierce the metal. Then Dawoon set to work. First, he took out the saliva of a mutant ant from his inventory and began to pour it onto the carapace of the dark abyssal mollusk. Watching Dawoon's actions, someone said in surprise, "My God, he's eating away at the clam's armor?" After a short period of time, the saliva did eat away at the armor. Noticing a hole in it, Dawoon exclaimed joyfully, "Great! I was able to make a hole in it." When Liu Xingwu saw a bright light above him, he was surprised. "What? Look, there's a light!" Then Ho-el asked thoughtfully, "Dawoon, is that you?" Hearing the voices of his comrades, Dawoon said, "Stand back. The molten metal is about to be poured." After receiving Dawoon's instruction, Liu Xingwu replied, "Good. How is the situation outside?" Looking back to assess how things were going, Dawoon replied awkwardly, "Oh, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it." After that, Dawoon took out some chewing ants from his inventory and said in an ominous tone, "You better think about the fact that you will soon get out. Now let's try to cut it open." The cross-shaped scissors, which were made from the stomach of a mutant ant. Dawoon had also improved their characteristics. Now they had the following effects. Option, cut strength, first level. Option, hardness, first level. After that, Dawoon immediately began to rescue his comrades from the trap. Dawoon tried to cut the shell on his own, but failed. He then decided to use a skill and shouted out in frustration, "One-horned boar aura!" With the extra strength from the effect of his skill, he used all his strength to cut open the black clam's shell again. After spending some time trying, Dawoon stopped trying in vain because the scissors became dull after the second time. Then the boy said in frustration, "The blade is completely deteriorated. It must be a really hard shell." Looking inside the clam, Ho-el exclaimed, "The hole is much wider now. Did you cut it with those scissors? Where did you buy them?" Hearing his friend's joyful exclamations, Dawoon hesitated to answer. "What do you mean? Where did I buy them?" "These are handmade." "Oh, right. I'll give you a pair of scissors, and you can try to cut through from the inside." After that, Dawoon threw the scissors to cut through the metal inside. Upon receiving this gift from Dawoon, Ho-el exclaimed in surprise, "Good!" After receiving the tools for his work, Ho-el joyfully exclaimed, "Go ahead." After cutting with them a little, Ho-el said in confusion, "What? Dawoon, they're broken." He replied, "I'll throw the rest." After Devang threw a few more pairs of scissors to his friends, the work began. After 4 ruined ant cutters, they finally managed to get out. As soon as the boys got out of the dark clam, they immediately rushed to their rescuer. And then Ho-el said happily, patting Dawoon on the shoulder, "Thank you, Dawoon. I believed you would get us out." To which Dawoon replied awkwardly, "It hurts, Hen." As he watched Ho-el thank Dawoon for saving him, Liu Xingwu muttered quietly to himself, "You didn't believe in him." But it was loud enough for Ho-el and Dawoon to hear. Hearing what Liu Xinwu had just said, Ho-el immediately rushed to make excuses. He justified himself to Dawoon for a very long time, repeating himself over and over again, "No, Dawoon, I believe, damn it!" After that, the rest of the players came to the 3 players to make sure they were okay. Saying as they approached, "Are you all right?" They replied, "Yes, thank you." After Liu Xingwu was free and reunited with his comrades, he immediately looked at the clam and then said thoughtfully, "Since we've already gotten out." The next moment, Liu Xingwu began to gather energy in his left hand and added thoughtfully, "Then we can conduct an interesting experiment." Then he immediately attacked the black clam with his lightning charge. Seeing what had just happened, everyone just stared at the bright light coming from Liu Xingwu in amazement. At the same time, Guo Ho-el, seeing the incredible strength of his friend, thought in surprise, it's a good thing he didn't do it inside." As Liu Xingwu poured all his power into the black clam, he noticed that it began to crack all over the place. After some more time, the clam simply burst and shattered into hundreds of small pieces from Liu Xingwu's power. When Liu Xingwu had destroyed the shell of one clam, he looked back and happily announced, "It's working," to which Dawun replied in astonishment, "Uh-huh," and one of the soldiers whom he had rescued thought in alarm, "That's Liu Xingwu." When everyone praised Liu Xingwu, there were some who did not like him. As the rabbit approached the boy, it said in a displeased tone, "It's too late for you to boast about your strength. You're just ashamed that you were sitting in the closet, aren't you?" The rabbit replied embarrassedly, "Not at all." After Rabbit's words, in order to relieve the pressure on himself, Liu Xingwu, attracting attention, said, "Ahem, anyway, I'll deal with the rest of the clams on my own from now on. If anyone is going to be locked inside, it will be me." While Liu Xingwu was impressing everyone with his speeches, Dawun began a more interesting activity, namely the study of clam fragments. Taking one of the fragments, Dawun began to examine it closely. Then he decided to test it for bending and said thoughtfully, "It seems to me this is real iron." When Rabbit saw Dawun examining the fragments of the steel clam, he said in surprise, "What are you up to again? Do you want to make a shield?" Hearing Rabbit's question, Dawun merely smiled slyly and then said in a sly voice, "Boogeyman, do you know what the pearl lacquered articles are?" The earth golems that Dawun produced were incredibly powerful, comparable to the boss of a particular part of the dungeon. These golems that Dawun created had very incredible strength. And what was even more important was that their energy supply was inexhaustible. Another bonus was that after being injured or even seriously damaged, the golems could regenerate and return to their original form. However, no matter how powerful they were, and no matter how resistant to physical attacks they were to regeneration, the ground is the ground. They could not resist enemies that were somehow stronger than the earth, such as the gargoyle at the entrance to the Temple of the Dragon of Life. And that is why mother of pearl lacquered products made of thinly sliced mollusk shells that were carved into various shapes. Dawun found a way to compensate for the weaknesses of the earth golems. Namely, a traditional Korean craft became an option for compensation. Dawun then spoke confidently to Rabbit. "If you wrap the earth golems in a clam shell, they will become almost impenetrable, right?" Rabbit replied in amazement, "Wow, it looks like a piece of armor." Looking at the shell fragments, Rabbit added with interest, "Well, actually, yes, it looks like a piece of armor." Hearing Rabbit's words, Alpha remarked, "It is armor made of scales. The expression armor of scales is more appropriate here." Then Rabbit added, "Guard." Hearing some strange words from Rabbit, Dawun, watching him silently, thought in confusion, "What did he just say?" After that, Bahamut also joined the discussion group and said in astonishment, "Wow, you're going to make an armored golem. This is an incredible idea, I think." Hearing Bahamut's name for Dawun's creation, Rabbit mockingly said, "Oh, young man, what kind of name is an armored golem? You don't understand anything. You have no taste." Hearing Bahamut's idea, Dawun immediately picked up on it and said thoughtfully, "An armored golem? That doesn't sound so bad." Hearing Dawun's words, Rabbit exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Then Dawun confidently added, "It has been decided. The name for the new golems will be Armored Golem." Drawing a diagram of the golem on a piece of paper, Dawun said thoughtfully, "By the way, this armored clam resembles a huge mussel. Actually, pearl jewelry is most often made from mussel shells. The heavens themselves want me to make armored golems." After Dawun brought Dawun the materials for his advanced golems, Rabbit, who had looked at the construction diagram, spoke in surprise. "Won't it crumble during battle? Are you going to tie it down with a rope too?" Pointing his finger at Rabbit, Dawun happily replied to Rabbit, "What rope? Come on, I will laminate it." Hearing the strange way of creating golems, Rabbit said in disappointment, "Laminated." Dawun thought deeply to recall how it was done in his country, and said thoughtfully, "Mother of pearl products are usually lacquered on top. Then the shells do not fall out." Hearing Dawun's explanation, Rabbit asked in surprise, "What does varnished mean?" Dawun replied thoughtfully, "I don't know." Rabbit replied in confusion, What do you mean? You don't know it yourself?" Pulling out a strange, dark-colored liquid in front of him, Dawun said thoughtfully, "Well, I can't possibly know everything in the world, but I think I've found a raw material that will definitely work for us." Looking at the liquid that Dawun had just taken out of his pocket, Rabbit said in surprise, "What is this black water?" The boy replied, "I mixed a clamshell with the saliva of a chimera ant. I'll try to put it on. And if it doesn't work, I'll have to change the proportions." After that, he happily reported, getting ready for the meeting. Well, let's first try to collect all the necessary materials for the modernization. At the same time, Liu Xingwu was destroying another black clam that was on the surface with his lightning skill, breaking the iron armor into pieces. Zhang Dawun used his earth blocks to draw the black armored clams out of their hiding places, provoking them by throwing a block directly into their mouths, after which they closed. Liu Xingwu would then complete this cunning combination of hunting the dark clams with his lightning strike skill, breaking the clams to pieces. It had been a long time since their creativity and fighting skills had worked together, but not this time. This time the place was just perfect, and the possibilities were endless. After completing the destruction of another enemy provoked by Dawun, Liu Xingwu said, "This is the sixth clam." Seeing how quickly and efficiently Liu Xingwu was killing the clams, Rabbit exclaimed happily, standing behind him, "Well done, Lightning Man." To which Liu Xingwu replied embarrassedly, "Could you not call me by such a strange nickname?" Well, after Liu Xingwu finished the work of destroying the enemies that Dawun was pulling out of their hiding places, another group of participants was engaged in the scavenging of materials. At that time, they all helped Dawun Hen, becoming a single team. All but one. Rabbit was quietly resting on the sidelines, minding his own business. Near the other players, Rabbit said happily, "Yes, yes, but each of them has his own talent, but now they have all turned into exemplary production workers." Immediately after those dreams, Rabbit felt a blow that hit him right in the face of the lazy man who not only did not help, but also mocked those who were making every effort for the common good. It was an irritated Dawun who noticed Rabbit, who was doing nothing and just watching the others. After being struck, Rabbit abruptly fell to the ground. Standing up after being hit, the offended Rabbit immediately shouted, "Hey, why are you fighting?" Pointing his finger at the lazy boy, Dawun said irritably, "Everyone is working, and you're just sitting around? Go and do something useful for the common good." Hearing Dawun's words, Rabbit pointed his finger at Bahamut and said insultingly, "I'm not the only one who is lazing around. Why are you beating me? Look here, Bahamut is also doing nothing. Then beat him too." As he was helping the other workers cool off after a hard day's work, Bahamut said happily, "Rabbit, I would love to help you, but I have a problem. I have no arms." Approaching Bahamut, who was working on the air conditioner, the offended Rabbit exclaimed, "What is this? What are you doing here? You're deliberately pretending to be busy so that you don't have to work, right?" When Dawun heard the Rabbit's aggressive accusations against Bahamut, he asked, "Hey, even though he has hands, it feels like he doesn't. How can he pick up the debris with his snowy hands?" To which the Rabbit replied insultingly, "What are you talking about? He was dragging his scythe before." Looking at Rabbit with a displeased look, Dawun said menacingly, "Hey, listen to me carefully." When Rabbit heard Dawun's words, he became visibly nervous, realizing that he might get in trouble again, and he said in fright, "Cheer?" After Rabbit calmed down a bit with his accusations, Dawun asked angrily, "Can you release cold like an air conditioner?" Hearing Dawun's question, the Rabbit took a few steps back in alarm, realizing his mistake, and asked, "Well, what do you mean?" Bahamut then blew a cool jet of air at Davong, after which he continued with satisfaction, "Is this what you can do? Ah, how pleasant it is." Bahamut then held out a cup with a cool drink and some ice and added, "Master, drink this. Master, have some cool soda." The latter happily replied, "Okay." Then, after taking a few sips of the cool soda from the cup, Dawun pointed to the cup and asked, "Can you do this too?" Realizing what he was talking about, Rabbit froze in his tracks in surprise and thought indignantly, "How can this be? I can't do just a few things and he's already on the side of this snowman." Imagining Dawun as a scale with Bahamut and him on two opposite sides, Rabbit thought, "It has outweighed. Dawun's scales have tilted toward Bahamut." Clutching his head, Rabbit thought in alarm, now he has a favorite. Watching Rabbit's reaction, Dawun said, "Why are you standing there? I told you to go to work." After being scolded by Dawun, Rabbit lowered his head and walked toward the others, saying sadly, "It's not that I really want to be favored. It's just that," sighing heavily, Rabbit added resentfully, "but I'm in a really bad mood." Noticing the strange behavior of Rabbit, who walked away from him with a sniffle, Dawun asked, "Hey Rabbit, are you upset with me?" Hearing that Dawun was standing right behind him, Rabbit abruptly broke the distance and took a few quick steps forward. Dawun followed the Rabbit and asked him, "Hey Rabbit, are you mad at me or not?" Hearing that he was keeping up with him, Rabbit froze in place, ears flattened, and eyes closed, trying to ignore the boy. Then Dawun repeated himself, "Hey Rabbit, what's up?" Suddenly turning back, Rabbit exclaimed in offense, "Ah, what do you want from me? I'm not offended, I'm angry." After that, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "Gee, you scared me." A character trait. If you ask the offended person whether he is offended or not, he will be even more offended. After that, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "No, I wanted to make a drawing on a golem. So I was wondering if I should carve your face into it." Noticing that Rabbit had stopped pouting and was listening to his words with interest, Dawoon continued, "To make him look like someone. You know, they say that real heroes usually hang something on their chests. It will be something like a mascot." Not hearing any response from Rabbit, Dawoon turned back and said indifferently, "Oh, well then, I won't. What Rabbit?" Then the rabbit, forgetting all his resentment, joyfully exclaimed, "Do it! Go ahead, why not? Draw my face there." That's how Jung Da-won began his work on making his first golem, which would be armored and have some protection against powerful enemies. To create his first armored golem, Jung Da-won took turns hammering in the shell plates that his friends had been collecting for so long. After all the possible plates in all the possible places had been driven into the golem's body, Dawoon covered them with ant saliva mixed with clam. He firmly glued the shell to the golem. As soon as he removed the coating from the well-dried clam shell, Dawoon began to carve a portrait of Rabbit on the gorilla's chest. When everything was completed, he had to cover it with paint, and then again with the saliva of an ant containing the clamshell, and then everything was ready. The rabbit's coat of arms on the golem was ready. Having finished the picture on the golem's chest, Dawoon asked happily, "How do you like it?" Rabbit answered with joy, "Wow, it's beautiful, beautiful." Then Dawoon added in surprise, "Do you really like it that much?" Hearing this question from Dawoon, Rabbit tried to hide his emotions, and looking intently at his drawing, he said thoughtfully, "Well, I would say that it is very good for you." And so finally, all the work was completed. Dawoon had improved his earth golem, armored golem number 1, a gorilla golem, the first of its kind. This golem had armor on its arms, namely its forearms, shoulders, and biceps. The armor also covered his back to protect him from sudden attacks from behind. And finally, his head was protected by a helmet, which also consisted of fragments of a clamshell that Dawoon had put together. And so now everyone could see the world's first armored golem, which Dawoon admired. As he approached Dawoon to look at his creation, Liu Xingwu said in awe, "What an incredible posture he has. He looks very powerful. He looks like a very strong warrior to me." Turning to the master of this creation, Liu Xingwu asked in surprise, "Dawoon, have you ever worked in a workshop before?" The master replied with a heavy sigh, "Hey, it's a natural talent." As Dawoon wiped the sweat from his tired face, he closed his eyes. A second later, he noticed a bright light that penetrated even through his eyelids. When he opened his eyes, he saw something interesting. There was a system notification with a new achievement in front of him, which read, "You have a new achievement, making an armored golem. You have invented an advanced golem using a clam shell. Reward. Your golem now perceives armor as if it were its own body. If the golem is destroyed, the armor is rebuilt with it, but additional materials may be required." Seeing this, Dawoon said in amazement, "Wow, this is even better than I could have imagined. So, now the armor will be restored as well?" Looking at Dawoon, who was acting strangely after receiving the achievement, Rabbit said in surprise, "You're certainly good, but aren't you a little too obsessed with it?" To which the guy said in surprise, "Hey, how can I be obsessed? Just look at how cool he looks." Hearing what Dawoon had just said, Rabbit said comfortingly, "Well, I recognize that as well as you do, especially the drawing on his chest." Immediately afterward, Rabbit suddenly thought, "But there is obviously something strange here. He is not a magician, but he keeps creating new golems." As Rabbit went deep into his thoughts to understand what was wrong with Ki Dawoon, he said thoughtfully, "How does he do it? Could it be because of a bug in the system?" Hearing Rabbit's thoughtful musings, Alpha answered him, attracting the attention of not only Rabbit, but also Dawoon. "There is nothing strange about it." Then, recalling the history of golems and their original appearance, the assistant continued, "From the very beginning, golems were sculpted by hand. The creation of earthen pupae with the help of magic appeared much later." Hearing this story from Alpha, Rabbit exclaimed in concern, "What? So at first golems were made by hand, like this one?" The assistant replied, "That's right." After that, Dawoon asked, "This one?" After answering Rabbit's question, Alpha added, "Besides, at that time it wasn't even considered witchcraft. The technique of creating golems was understood to be making an earthen doll in one's own image, and then putting life into it." After that, Alpha added something that impressed the boy and Rabbit, adding, "That is, it was already from the realm of the divine." After hearing this, Rabbit said in surprise, "Whoa, what is she talking about?" We started out by making golems, and now we've come to the divine. Then Dawoon said with joy, so that's what it's all about. I thought so from the beginning. Cars and airplanes are also made by human hands, so golems are no different, right? Hearing these words from Dawoon, Rabbit answered him, you have just learned this yourself, and now you are pretending to be clever. To which he replied in displeasure, hey, what's wrong with you? I've known about this for a long time. Then he said confidently, anyway, now is not the time to settle down here. Now that we have more strength, we need to act. A few more days passed from that moment, and all the players had less than 2 weeks before the curse expired. Gathered in a circle with all the survivors, the girl said worriedly, ha ha ha, we only have 13 days to live. To which she was answered, we need to find the dungeon as soon as possible. After that, everyone suddenly turned their attention to the elder of the village, who was about to pass through. Seeing that all the attention was on him, Elder Oh Chang Seok said sadly, I'm sorry, it's too dark here, I can't remember the way. Hearing Elder Oh Chang Seok's disappointing response, all the players who had hoped for him sighed in disappointment. After everyone was already disappointed in him, the village elder suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to him. Although, I do recall something about this. Raising his hand up with his index finger raised, Elder Oh Chang Seok spoke confidently. We need a high place in this area. When he saw that all eyes were on him, Elder Oh Chang Seok continued confidently, we need to go as high as possible. I remember that the dungeon was at the highest place in this darkness. Hearing this from the village elder, Dawoon said thoughtfully, yes, let's see. It is a high place. It's good that we have at least some clue to find the dungeon. Pointing back at himself, Dawoon added thoughtfully, then let's try to move in that direction. If we realize along the way that we've made a mistake, then we'll have to turn in another direction. Hearing Dawoon's suggestion about the direction of travel, Liu Xingwu walked over to him and said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, listen, Dawoon Hen, we were actually heading that way. After that, all of the participants who had remained after so many events headed upstairs, keeping close to the brightly colored octopus golem that Dawoon was riding. If they encountered any black armored clams along the way, Liu Xingwu used his abilities to easily deal with them. After the shells of the clams were shattered, all the players quickly collected them and then handed them over to Dawoon. With enough materials, Zheng Dawan started making a second armored golem. This time, however, the boy acted much faster and smoother because he had already had experience in this. The abyssal fish that swam in the darkness and could attack the players at any moment of their movement. When they attacked, the golems took the hit, protecting the players. Most of the time, an armored golem took the brunt of the attack. With the armor that Dawoon had equipped him with, the fish no longer posed any threat to him and simply broke their teeth on his armor. After the fish stopped when it failed to bite, the golem would destroy the fish with a single blow. Now they posed no threat. Dawoon simply watched from his octopus golem as his golem perfectly dealt with the enemies. Watching the golem fight the abyssal fish, Rabbit said in amazement, wow, now I can go into the black fog alone. I don't have to think about dying. Dawoon replied, you can't, but what if a huge fish the size of a mountain suddenly swims out of the darkness? Hearing these words from Dawoon, Rabbit said thoughtfully, you really feel so sorry for your golems. I wish you would treat me like that. Suddenly, he and Rabbit were interrupted by a shout from the crowd who said, attention everyone, a shadow cat is approaching. After that, Dawoon began to look for it with his eyes. Noticing the enemy approaching them, everyone tried to catch it, but no one succeeded. The cat's speed was quite high, as was its agility. After all the players had been bypassed, the cat headed for the largest source of light, namely the octopus golem. Approaching the golem on which Dawoon was riding, the cat jumped onto one of the sunstones that was inserted into its leg. After the shadow cat touched it, the sunstone suddenly went out. Seeing what the shadow cat had just done, Dawoon said in fright, the light of the sunstone, it's gone out. How did this happen? However, that was the only damage the shadow cat managed to do because immediately afterward, Yoon Ji-soo caught it, exclaiming, yeah, I got you, you rascal. Realizing that it had been caught, the cat froze in place, ceasing all its attempts to escape, and began to purr slyly. The next moment, the cat changed its body state and turned into a shadow, and easily escaped from Yoon Ji-soo's hands. Dropping the pest that had been bothering them so much, Yoon Ji-soo said in disappointment, ouch, it got away. Picking up the extinguished sunstone, Dawoon said in confusion, she turns out to be not an ordinary monster? I never thought a cat could extinguish not only a torch but also a sunstone. When Bahamut approached Dawoon and noticed the darkened sunstone in his hands, he said in alarm, "Wow, so this is a shadow cat. We must be on our guard when we go to sleep." Hearing this, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Why? Do you know it?" Bahamut then revealed some important information. It is one of the creatures of the abyss. It is a shadowy monster that destroys light and releases terrors. Hearing something about terrors, Dawoon asked in surprise, and then Bahamut continued, "That is to say, he makes one dream of terrors and uses them to cloud the mind." Hearing such horrific stories from Bahamut, Rabbit threw up his hands and said in disappointment, "It's not going to be possible to sleep here." Nervously scratching the back of his head, Dawoon said, "Yeah, what a nasty, horrible place." Pointing to the place where the cat had run away, Dawoon asked, "Is there any way to get rid of them?" Rabbit replied in frustration, "Nothing takes them anyway. Moreover, these cats are so scared that they run away as soon as someone notices them." Suddenly jumping up, Rabbit pointed to a spot nearby and exclaimed, "Oh, there's one hiding there!" Jumping on the golem's leg, Rabbit began to chase the cat, shouting, "Get out of here!" Watching this, Dawoon just stood there in confusion. When Rabbit had chased the shadow cat away, Dawoon said happily, "Rabbit, I have finally realized your talent." Turning back and looking at the boy, Rabbit said with concern, "What do you mean?" Dawoon pointed to the spot where the shadow cat had just been and said slyly, "Go and catch me one shadow cat." After that, Dawoon approached Rabbit, who was making a furious noise for some reason, and said in surprise, "What? What's going on here?" The boy saw a strange sight. There was a rabbit standing on one of the golem's tentacles, making a lot of noise, and there were many shadow cats around him. Then Dawoon said thoughtfully, "These cats, why are they gathered at the feet of the golem?" After thinking for a while, Dawoon said in surprise, "What? By the way, when we were flying through the sky, we didn't see any. Then why are they here? Aha! They must be hiding in the shadows." Looking at the cat that had just crawled out from under the tentacle of the octopus golem, Dawoon, realizing the reason, exclaimed joyfully, "So that's what it is. They move by hiding in the shadow that is cast on the ground." When the cause of the shadow cat problem was understood, Dawoon lifted his octopus golem into the air so that the cats could not reach it and turned off the light. Then the problem was solved. Dawoon then went inside the golem to find Rabbit. When he saw him lying down, Dawoon said in displeasure, "Are you lying down again?" Rabbit replied, "I also need to rest." Dawoon replied angrily, "I have work to do. Get up." As soon as the rabbit stood up, a shadow cat appeared from his shadow, and the cat began to meow anxiously, trying to scare away the strangers. Seeing the agitated animal, Dawoon said in surprise, "What? When did it get here?" Rabbit replied, "It seems that it cannot move because it is too bright." Crouching over the animal, Dawoon said happily, "I wonder if I can tame it." The rabbit said, "I wonder if I can tame it. Do you think you will succeed?" At the same time, something very strange was happening on the battlefield. All the players who were walking in front of the golem suddenly froze in fear, shouting in alarm, "Ouch, stay away! Don't come near me! Ah, help!" In front of them, they saw the living dead coming at them. And not just the dead. Among them were only those whom they knew and had already lost. For each of them, it was somebody they knew or were close to. A living dead man approached one of the soldiers and pulled off his mask. Noticing the undead in front of him, the warrior said in confusion, "Mom, is it really you?" The next moment, the dead man sank his sharp teeth into his neck to finish off the foolish boy who had been so easily deceived. After that, the other players who were with him on the front line were attacked by the dead and began to kill them for their recklessness and softness. Watching this, Yoon Ji-soo, who was standing next to the elder, asked in fear, "What is this?" Then the elder answered him anxiously, "Don't look at it." In front of Elder Oh Chang-seok and Yoon Ji-soo, who were following the soldiers from the front line, appeared enemies that almost everyone would hate. They were their dead friends and comrades, who this time appeared before them as monsters. Unfortunately, it was all just an illusion to finish off the intruders. With his head down, Elder Oh Chang-seok closed his eyes and thought guiltily, "Yes, it has been a long time since I have seen you. And there's one more thing. Forgive me for not saving you." After collecting his thoughts, Elder Oh Chang-seok said confidently, "These are all just hallucinations. No, not even that. These are just memories that have been left behind." Raising his head up to verify his conjecture, Elder Oh Chang-seok said thoughtfully, "Their appearance here. It can only mean one thing. We have finally found him." Then gritting his teeth angrily, the elder added, "The Hill of Horrors. Hill of Horrors was the third dungeon on the fourth stage, which the players had been searching for so long to erase the curse. Having stabbed one of the living dead with a sword, one of the warriors said in surprise, "Are you sure this is a hallucination? I was just able to touch him with my sword." Hearing this report from his comrade, Elder Oh Chang-seok exclaimed in dismay, "Be careful. If you were able to touch them with your sword, it means they might attack us back." Then, watching in the deep darkness, the elder said thoughtfully, "As long as they do not attack you, do not approach them under any circumstances. These hallucinations are real. If you go inside, you will be in danger." Hearing what the elder said, Hoel suddenly remembered the girl he had saved in the witch's house and said anxiously, "Hallucinations? That's terrible." Then Rabbit asked in surprise, "Why? Did you remember something?" The man replied, "No, nothing like that." Looking ahead of him, Rabbit said nervously, "Well, now we have to be very careful. Come to think of it, it looks like the shadow cats are from here too." Then they saw a whole pack of shadow cats standing nearby, but for some reason they didn't run away as they had before. Turning his gaze back to Rabbit, Liu Qingwu asked in surprise, "How do you know about this? Indeed, there are suddenly many more cats than before." Looking at the enemies in front of them, Rabbit said, "Shadow cats absorb light and spread nightmares. The black fog also absorbs light. It has power, and it sustains its existence." After his explanation, Rabbit suddenly spoke. "Now just imagine, what would happen if you combined all of these things into one?" Hearing this question from Rabbit, Elder Oh Chang-seok replied, "The horrors accumulated in the Sea of Abyss will become reality, just like these hallucinations." Hearing Oh Chang-seok's answer, Rabbit joyfully exclaimed, "Bingo!" At that time, the elder was experiencing a lot of pressure on himself. The words echoed in his mind, "Traitor, Oh Chang-seok, damn you." And he just kept thinking, "I'm hallucinating. It's just a hallucination." As he heard more and more new voices in his head, Elder Oh Chang-seok said, "The longer we stay here, the more our minds become clouded. Once we enter the dungeon, we will have to pass through it as quickly as possible." Hearing Elder Oh Chang-seok say this, Liu Xinwu asked in surprise, "What are we doing here? Are we going inside? Inside what?" Hearing that the noise was now approaching them, the elder turned his head to the right and noticed that the dead had already reached them. Pulling out his weapon from his inventory to confront the enemies, the elder spoke menacingly, preparing for battle. "You will soon find out for yourself." And at that very moment, the dead had already started their attack. One of them decided to throw his spear at Liu Xingwu, Rabbit, and the elder to hit someone from a distance. However, everyone was incredibly lucky. The monster's spear passed just a couple of centimeters away from Elder Oh Chang-seok, without hitting anyone in the group. After a failed attempt to hit the enemy, the living dead man said, "Damn you!" When the enemies finally rushed at the players after cursing, Elder Oh Chang-seok said, "First, we must stop these illusions." Meanwhile, somewhere on the battlefield, one of the living dead suddenly used a ranged attack with a magic skill. After dodging this unexpected attack, Yun Ji-soo exclaimed in alarm, "What was that all about? Why would hallucinations suddenly help me put my skills into practice?" And at the same time, Rabbit was chasing one of the shadow cats, ignoring everything that was happening on the battlefield, shouting out in frustration, "Hey, my only goal is to catch the shadow cat!" At the same time, everyone was doing their own thing. But even so, even though everyone was doing different things, they were helping others with their actions. So everything went quite smoothly. And yet, in addition to all the soldiers who were fighting the enemies that came their way, there was another person who was focused on what needed to be done. He didn't care what was happening outside. He was doing his job, doing exactly what only he could do. He also ignored the danger he was in because he had no fighting skills and someone could attack him at any second. It was as if he was deliberately trying not to listen to the sounds of the battle so as not to worry once again. He worked silently, making every effort to create an armored golem. He did all this despite external factors for one reason only. It was because he had friends, Ryu Seung-woo and his friends, whom Da-won trusted as much as he trusted himself. They all trusted each other, and they advanced with confident steps, all together approaching their common goal. When finally, after some time of fierce fighting, this appeared before them. In front of them, they could see a gigantic building that looked like a shell with spikes and rose up in a spiral. The darkness gradually dissipated, and their eyes began to see a strange building that all the players could see. People just stood there and looked at this terrible building with their mouths open. After assessing the shape of the dungeon, a girl from the village asked anxiously, "Are you sure this is a building?" Her friend answered, It looks more like... Looking up to get a better look at the shape of the dungeon they were about to enter, the boy added, some kind of creepy clamshell? Seeing the dungeon in front of him, Liu Xingwu turned to the elder standing in front of him, who was trembling for some reason, and asked, Elder, when you said that we should go inside, did you mean this? Seeing the building in front of him, Elder O Changxiak, who was overcome with fear, said in a trembling voice, I'm not sure I can do it. Turning his head to face Liu Xinwu, Elder O Changxiak, whose face was filled with fear, said in a frightened voice, You will all die down there. As soon as the participants reached the dungeon, Elder O Changxiak began to be overcome by memories from the past. Shaking with fear, the elder said, There are many different nightmares inside. We need to break through them and get to the top floor. Then, recalling his previous trip to this dungeon, the elder added in fear, As soon as we go inside, an incredibly large number of cats will immediately attack us. Then, looking down at the ground with empty eyes, he added frightenedly, And not even the smallest ray of light will be able to get inside. Hearing Elder O Changxiak say this, Yun Jisoo exclaimed joyfully, Hey, what are you worried about? After all, we have Dawun Hyun. Then, looking at the brightly colored octopus golem, Yun Jisoo added, But this golem is too big to enter the conch shell. Hearing his comrades talking, Da Woon came out of the golem after finishing his work and said, You say we need to go inside? After these words, everyone's attention was drawn to Da Woon, who appeared in all his glory in front of his comrades. Shrugging his shoulders to show off his new armor, Da Woon said in awe, Wow, what a big clam. Seeing his friend, Yoon Ji-soo exclaimed happily, Da Woon Hyung. Turning his attention to the dungeon entrance, Da Woon thoughtfully said, This door looks a bit narrow. Looking back, the boy decided to find out more information, asking, Elder, is it spacious inside? If there is enough room, I could go through the gate. Oh Changxiak replied, It looks like a witch's house in size. Raising his head higher to assess the height and width of the dungeon, Da Wan said thoughtfully, I wonder. It seems to me that a golem would have no room to turn around. After that, Da Woon looked back and gave an order to his golems that he had recently upgraded. Boys, go break down this wall. The next moment, earth golems in iron armor appeared in front of everyone and headed straight for the dungeon. Seeing how many golems Da Woon had upgraded in such a short time, Yoon Jisoo said in astonishment, When did you have time to do so much? It's incredible. The next moment, the golems approached the shell where they were supposed to break through. Having created enough distance for the attack, the golems prepared to do the job by swinging their armored hands. The next moment, there was a blow. All of the golems simultaneously began to pound the shell to punch a bigger hole for entry. Seeing what the golems were doing, someone in the crowd of onlookers said in awe, If the shell collapses, we won't be able to capture it. Hearing his comrades' excited thoughts, Da Woon said soothingly, Don't worry about it. If it collapses, there will always be a way to clear the dungeon. The next second, the sound of the blows ended, and the golems moved away from the shell to give Da Woon a path to the shell. When the dust from all the noise and productive work had cleared, Da Woon approached the shell and began to examine it. Noticing that there was not a single scratch on the shell, the boy tapped it several times and said thoughtfully, It is not broken. Is it really made of the same material? Is it a real armored clam? When the first method didn't work, Da Woon didn't give up and raised his head up and said thoughtfully, Then should I melt it? Hearing this idea from Da Woon, Rabbit patted his paws and said, Oh, and when are you going to melt it? Please tell me. Stop making unnecessary movements and let's go inside. Hearing Krolik's suggestion, someone in the crowd coughed nervously, and then the girl said uncertainly, Well, shall we go inside? Looking back to the elder, Da Woon asked thoughtfully, Elder, did you say we need to go to the top? What's wrong with that? Hearing Da Woon's question, Elder O Changxiak lowered his head and stood there silently, shaking with fear. After standing in this position for a while, the elder gathered his courage and spoke in a trembling voice. The Black Queen is waiting for us there. Raising his head up to look at the dungeon once more, Elder O Changxiak continued in a frightened manner. The fourth-level assistant called this place the Black Queen's Castle, but we called it the Endless Spiral Prison amongst ourselves. After telling the general story of this dungeon, Elder O Changxiak continued, This shell is arranged in a spiral shape inside and is divided into floors. Participants need to climb up the spiral staircase. Having described the structure of this dungeon in general, the elder also added, And in fact, the difficulty lies in the fact that on the way to the top, you will have to fight with enemies who will constantly appear in different guises. Then recalling his first trip to this dungeon with his first team, the elder said, Sometimes the images take the form of the fish of the abyss. The next moment, as he thought of the most terrifying thing he could think of, Oh Chang-seok said, and sometimes, remembering his mother who had long since passed away and whom he had met in this dungeon, he added, they can appear in the form of people close to you. As soon as Oh Chang-seok thought of the image of his mother in the dungeon, she immediately pulled out a knife and attacked him. Recalling the incidents he had experienced, Elder Oh Chang-seok looked at his hand and said in alarm, even when you realize that this is just a hallucination, to kill relatives or friends with your own hands, this is a heavy burden on anyone's soul. When everyone heard the story from their elder, there was a dead silence among the crowd, which was interrupted by Krolik, who said, so that's why he was trembling. Putting his paw in front of him, Rabbit said in disappointment, if a person goes through this several times, his mental balance may not be able to withstand it. Oh, the human soul. After some thought, Rabbit added happily, all in all, I'm saying that this place is like a training ground for strengthening the participants' minds. Hearing Rabbit's words, Dawoon gave him a bream and said angrily, what are you talking about? This is real torture for a human being. Raising his head up after Rabbit's instruction, Dawoon said resolutely, yes, we should not suffer for nothing. After that, realizing that the way inside would be too difficult for them, Dawoon thoughtfully said to his comrades, let's just climb the wall. Imagining in his mind how this should happen, Dawoon said thoughtfully, here is my plan. We will sit on the octopus and climb up the wall. After telling the first part of his plan to achieve the goal, Dawoon added, and when we get to the top at this rate, we'll just make a hole and get in. Hearing Dawoon's incredible plan for conquering this dungeon, his comrades looked at him with astonished looks and thought in confusion, he's really too easy. After thinking about how to get to the top for a while, Yoon Jisoo said thoughtfully, can we just fly? The octopus golem can fly. We can also take the other golems with us. Hearing this suggestion from his friend, Dawoon answered disappointedly, I was thinking of that as well, but if I use the flying stone, we can certainly fly, but there are too many abyssal fish, and I think it would be much safer to climb the wall. Then he added thoughtfully, we'll just stick to the wall, but knowing that we have something to lean on will be a good incentive. Pointing to the armored golems, Rabbit said in confusion, even if the humans ride the octopus, what about the rest of the golems? Looking at his armored golems, Dawoon said, I will insert flying stones into them. If you just reduce their weight a little bit, they will lift themselves up. Immediately after he said this, Dawoon took out 3 flying stones from his inventory and said, Alpha, let's put some life energy into them. They don't need to fly in the sky. It's just to reduce their weight. The assistant replied, okay. When the assistant agreed to help Dawoon, he, with the approval of the Alpha, placed the stones in his golems, saying, now I will insert the flying stones into their joints. Looking back, Dawoon joyfully announced, everyone except you centaur golems, will not be able to climb the wall. Hearing this, the centaurs sighed in sorrow. When the plan of action was drawn up, Dawoon spoke confidently. So friends, from above, we will have to fight while standing on golems. Can you all handle it? After Dawoon asked his comrades the question, he gave them only a few seconds to think about it, and then left no one a choice, adding confidently, we are warriors. Hearing these words from Devong, everyone shed tears and thought, warriors are also human beings. Then they all said together, yes, we will try our best. When the rest of the soldiers were ready to fight, Dawoon approached Liu Xingwu and said, Hen, can you break the wall with your skill? The latter replied in confusion, well, I'll try. After that, Liu Xingwu decided to see if he had the strength to punch a hole in this shell, which was a dungeon. Gathering all his strength in one point, Liu Xingwu struck a devastating blow at one point, concentrating all his strength in that blow. The next second after the impact, a huge halo of steam rose at the site of the collision, which was caused by the boiling water and the impact on the shell. Coming closer and dispersing the steam with his hands, Dawoon noticed a crack in the shell and happily reported, there's a break, great! We should be able to do it. After that, Dawoon looked back at all his golems that were supposed to go up the mountain with him and said, the armored gorilla, option 3, the common gorilla, option 1, and the octopus golem. When all the planning was complete and everyone was ready to climb, Dawoon joyfully exclaimed, everything is ready. Now it's time to climb the mountain. Let's go, everyone. And then Dawoon and his friends began the long journey to the top of the shell dungeon. On the way, they met many fish of the abyss. from whom they had to fight off each time. Noticing that another fish was approaching them, two of the villagers prepared to fight. As soon as the fish approached the players, it was neutralized by an armored gorilla that jumped up and with one blow neutralized the enemy that was preventing it from climbing to the top. The next contender to fight the enemy was Go-Ho-El, who had already prepared for the battle, and with his weapon firmly clutched in his hands, he swung and prepared to strike. The next moment, thanks to his mighty strength, the man was able to easily cut the fish into two pieces, but he failed to calculate his strength and flew slightly beyond the octopus. Noticing that one of his comrades was in danger, the armored golem put out his hand and caught Go-Ho-El so that he would not fly out of the octopus golem and down. Having received such timely support, the man said sincerely, "Thank you." Looking around after his fight, Go-Ho-El said, "Is it just me, or is it really so? The higher we climb up this shell, the darker it gets around us." Hearing what his friend had said, Liu Xingwu also added, "Not only that, the fish of the abyss also became many times more numerous as we gain new heights." Then, looking at the block full of sunstones, Liu Xingwu also added in a remarkable way, "If it wasn't for this light from the golem, we would have had a very difficult time right now." By that time, Da-Woon and his comrades and the golems had made it about halfway through the dungeon, and it was too late to turn back, and it would even be offensive to do so. However, the enemies kept coming, and there were more and more of them, and the warriors had not unlimited strength, unlike the golems, who could fight as much as they wanted, but there were only two of them. With each enemy in battle, death was breathing down their necks, time after time, adding more and more challenges to the players for their further peaceful life. And it was in such conditions of life that helping each other was not a choice of anyone who wanted to, but a prerequisite for survival. But what if someone runs out of strength before reaching the top? It is quite an interesting question, but in this case, everything was thought out to the smallest detail. Especially for such cases, there was Da-Woon, who was inside the octopus golem. He was doing everything to ensure that all the warriors who participated in this campaign could comfortably rest and recuperate. When the girls, whose turn it was to rest, came inside Da-Woon, they were amazed. "What is this? What a soft bed. This kind of service is hard to find in a dungeon." To which Da-Woon happily said, "Second-level shock absorption. If you're going to rest, you should do it in comfort." Sitting down on the beds, all the girls exclaimed, "Wow, this is so comfortable. There are no words to describe how wonderful it is." Listening to all this praise, Da-Woon thought, as they say, praise can make even a whale dance. 3 beds, 4, 5 beds. That's how many beds the players had to rest on, so that they could recuperate while the others fought for their lives and the common goal. All the battle participants who were present at this dungeon crawl split into 3 groups and took turns fighting and resting. And in this way, everyone kept themselves in good shape, not overloading themselves and getting the right amount of strength to be able to continue the battle. Along with the comfortable conditions of rest, there was something else quite pleasant. When the fighters woke up after a good rest, Da-Woon treated them to a delicious meal. This time, when the players woke up, Da-Woon called them to the table and said, "This time, we have fish stew and soy sauce." When they heard what the appetizer was, they were all amazed. Soy sauce? Stewed fish? In addition to stewed fish, there was steamed abyssal fish. When the soldiers heard such a wide selection of recuperation dishes, they were amazed. There is also steamed fish. Then, putting another dish on the table, Da-Woon happily announced, "Help yourselves, sushi." It was sushi made of abyssal fish, which Da-Woon had caught by accident and let it be eaten. While enjoying the food that Da-Woon had prepared during their rest, the soldiers exclaimed in amazement, "My God, this is so delicious." When the meal was finished, Da-Woon brought out a hot drink for the players, saying, "Now, a cup of tea made from the shouting grass. It will calm your minds and souls." After taking a few sips of this wonderful drink, tears spilled from everyone's eyes as they flushed out the toxins from their bodies in this way. Along with the tears, everyone thought, "My God, what a wonderful flavor this tea has." While everyone was enjoying the delicious meal, Bahamut suddenly approached Da-Woon and asked him in anxiety, "Listen, master." Hearing Bahamut's voice, Da-Woon looked back and asked in surprise, What is it, Bahamut?" When his master's attention was focused on him, Bahamut asked him in an embarrassed tone, Please tell me, until when should I—" After saying this, Bahamut looked down to see the shadowy cat hiding in his shadow and said in anxiety, "Hiding this little one in my shadow? Hearing this question from his subordinate, Dawoon asked in surprise, "Why? Are you having nightmares? Would you like a cup of tea as well?" Bahamut nervously replied, "No, I'm awake. That's why I don't have nightmares." Then Bahamut added, looking up in confusion, "I just feel like I might melt." This was because Dawoon had placed sunstones around Bahamut so that the cat would not accidentally run away to another shadow. When Dawoon heard what was bothering his friend, he said awkwardly, "Be patient a little longer. We will go to your homeland later, and I will fill you with snow." After that, Dawoon nervously asked his subordinate, "Are you feeding her well?" To which he confidently replied, "Of course." Immediately after these words, Bahamut reached for his pouch, which was attached to his belt. Then he poured its contents on the ground. They were using the crumbs of the sunstones as food for the shadow cat. Seeing the food scattered on the floor, the shadow cat immediately emerged from the shadows, looking at the crumbs with interest. Then purring gently, it began to eat them, enjoying the snack. As Dawoon watched the shadow cat eat so sweetly, he thought happily, "She's so cute. I will definitely tame it someday." Hearing Dawoon's thought, Alpha said, "Shadow cats are ominous animals." To which Dawoon replied in displeasure, "When you say they are evil, I think they are good, especially when I have entrusted the matter to Bahamut." After that, Dawoon suddenly asked his friend, "By the way, you used to control evil spirits, but this cat doesn't seem to be able to do it." Hearing this, Bahamut replied nervously, looking at the cat, "Oh, I'm sorry." To which Dawoon added to him, "It's hard, but try your best." Hearing what Dawoon had just said to him, Bahamut repeated in surprise, "Did you say try?" Looking at the shadowy kitten, Dawoon continued, "This kitten feeds on light alone. If you can control it, I think it will compensate for your weakness." After saying this, Dawoon turned his back on Bahamut and gave him a final message. All in all, hang in there, Bahamut. Seeing that Dawoon really believed in him, Bahamut stood still, looking after his master, who went on about his business. After much thought since Dawoon had given the cat to him, Bahamut spoke, "I was wrong." Then, gathering all his willpower into a fist, Bahamut added, "How foolish of me. How could I ever think such a thing about my master?" Then Bahamut looked at the shadow cat with a fierce look and said confidently, "I will keep trying until the shadow cat obeys me." After that, Bahamut made every effort to make the shadow cat obey him and not be afraid. To do this, he fed him and played with him from time to time so that he would not be bored. Meanwhile, the rabbit flew over the battlefield, watching everything that was happening to the players and only hummed thoughtfully. Watching everyone fighting desperately, Rabbit said thoughtfully, "Everyone is doing their best. There are not even any shadow people here, and there is no work for me either." Realizing that he had nothing to do on the battlefield, Rabbit went inside to see how things were going. Upon arriving, Rabbit noticed Devong and asked him, "What are you doing here?" The latter immediately replied without looking up from his work, "Important business." Seeing what Dawoon was doing at the moment, Rabbit exclaimed in surprise, "What? Important business?" The next moment, Dawoon stood up from his seat and handed the food to one of the warriors inside the octopus golem, saying, "Yes, try this." The rabbit froze in place. After the man had eaten, Dawoon laid him down on the bed and began to wrap him with a blanket, saying gently, "Hey, you need to cover yourself properly when you sleep." Watching Dawoon take care of the soldiers inside, Rabbit said in surprise, "What's the big deal?" After being surprised at Dawoon's foolish actions, Rabbit flew up to him and asked, "Wouldn't it be better for them to cook for themselves and for you to go fight? You have become quite strong." Hearing this suggestion from Rabbit, Dawoon shrugged and said, "Hey, you think I haven't thought about it? It's just that everyone says that the dishes I cook are tastier, and besides, I have a different flavor." Hearing Dawoon say this, Rabbit was disappointed. "They're just worried that all these golems will take it and stop if something happens to you, and they can't tell you that directly." Hearing these words from Rabbit, Dawoon replied hesitantly, "Oh, is that so?" After that, Dawoon sat down on the floor to continue doing his own thing and said, "I'm sorry. Well, to be honest, I want to fight myself. But this is more important right now." To which Krolik replied, "So I ask you, what is so important that you are doing now?" Hearing this question from the rabbit, Dawoon answered by making different figures out of the ground. "What do you mean, what is so important? I'm practicing my flying staircase skill right now." Picking up one of the cubes he had made from the ground, Dawoon said, "I will need these things soon." As Rabbit approached Dawoon, he said thoughtfully, They are different shapes. Are you playing with the earth figures now?" Hearing this question from Rabbit, Dawoon objected, explaining, "This is all an experience. I'm testing whether size and shape are important, and whether the skill works with other materials." Then, looking back at the rabbit, Dawoon happily announced, "Oh, and I also discovered something interesting. I can now also put life energy into them without Alpha's help." Hearing what Dawoon had just said, Rabbit replied in confusion, "I don't understand why you're telling me all this. The main thing is that you should be happy." And he thought, "I have a strange feeling. I have to get away from here." Just as Rabbit was about to crawl away from the golem, he heard Dawoon call out to him from behind him, "Hey Rabbit, wait a minute." When Rabbit looked back, he saw Dawoon, who was happy, speaking to him, "Now it is your turn to help me." This time, Dawoon's assignment was to scout. Dawoon sent Rabbit to see how much further they had to climb to reach the top. After examining the entire tower and returning back, Rabbit reported to Dawoon, who was waiting for him at the entrance. "Look, you can already see the top." Warming up before leaving, Dawoon said in surprise, "Oh, already? Did you really get there so quickly? You did everything I asked you to do." Rabbit replied wearily, "Yes, almost." After that, Rabbit told Dawoon what surprised him. "I think it would be better if we went to the hospital. I think it would be better if you go outside and see what's going on." When Dawoon climbed onto the octopus golem's head, he looked at the tower and the position of his golem and said in surprise, "Wow, he's standing almost upright." Raising his head up and noticing the many fish of the abyss, Dawoon said in amazement, "And there aren't even any eyepiece." Alpha replied, "I do not like this. I advise you to go back." After these words, Rabbit added, "I agree with Alpha." And the fish of the abyss suddenly began to flock together. Hearing the advice of the Alpha and the agreement of the Rabbit, Dawoon said thoughtfully, "I cannot retreat, especially since nothing will happen to the octopus." While Dawoon was acting safe, Rabbit suddenly exclaimed when he noticed a fish behind him. "What? Behind me?" Seeing that his friend was in danger, Ho-El grabbed his friend and cut the fish into 2 pieces and jumped to the side, shouting, "Dawoon, pull yourself together." After collecting his thoughts and being rescued from danger, Dawoon asked in astonishment, noticing his rescuer's weapon, "Ho-El-hyun, what is this in your hands?" Looking at Dawoon, whom he had just saved, Ho-El happily said, "This, an abyssal fishbone. It's quite useful." After which, Dawoon said happily, "Oh, get me some of those too. I'll put them into the golems." After that, Dawoon decided to help his friend, who was flying to an unknown destination. Creating a flying step below him, Dawoon said to him, "By the way, you can move as you please." After creating several flying steps to move around on, Dawoon and Ho-El returned to the naked golem, and Dawoon said, "We're almost at the finish line." At the same time, somewhere in the darkness of the 3rd dungeon area, Serpa was sitting, watching the players. When he lost his patience, his assistant spoke angrily, "What are they doing?" The assistant looked at the octopus golem that was scrambling along the wall and said in surprise, "Is this the first round boss? It looks a little different. Who is it? Whose skills are these?" Turning his attention to Guo Ho-El, who was closest to him, the assistant said in surprise, "Could it be the skills of this healer?" The assistant then turned his gaze to Liu Xingwu and continued in surprise, "Or perhaps the one with the lightning skills." After that, Serpa saw something that struck him the most in this location. Then he said, "What is this?" In addition to the golem climbing up the mountain, he saw the platforms that Dawoon had created, and he said in astonishment, "Earth? But where?" At the same time, someone's voice came from the top of the tower and said wearily, "Ugh, we have barely made it here." When the octopus golem had arrived at the top, Liu Xingwu said, "There's no need to waste time. Let's break through it right away." After that, Dawoon told everyone on the golem's head, "Okay, everyone, stand aside. You don't want to get hit." When the way to the tower was clear, Liu Xingwu proceeded with his part of the plan, shouting, "Lightning strike!" The next moment, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck him directly, damaging the shell. Looking at the results of his labor, Liu Xingwu happily reported, "There's a breakthrough. We can go inside. The opening is quite spacious." Before entering, Liu Xingwu decided to peek inside to see what was inside, and then said in surprise, "So this is the final boss?" Dawoon saw a statue of a girl in front of him and said in astonishment, "This is the first time I've met such an opponent. I never thought I would meet my last boss with such peace of mind." Looking at the statue Liu Xingwu was talking about, the elder said in alarm, "This goddess statue is the last boss. We need to break it. Then we will complete the mission. Hearing these words from Oh Chang-seok, Liu Xin-woo said in surprise, "The statue is the boss." Hearing the surprise in the boy's words, the elder added, "No, to be precise, its shadow is the Black Queen." Hearing this, Liu Xingwu said in astonishment, "A shadow?" Then Dawoon added, "Did you say a shadow?" Approaching the hole in the wall, Bahamut said in amazement, "This cannot be." Hearing such astonishment in his subordinate's voice, Dawoon asked Bahamut, "What is wrong with you? Is something wrong?" Upset by what he had seen, Bahamut spoke in a sad voice, holding back tears. "I am very sorry, but this goddess statue is my previous master." Hearing what Bahamut had just said, Dawoon asked in astonishment, "A master? A witch?" Then he added, "Rabbit, so the Black Queen was a witch." And finally Alpha added, "Do you mean that she is a witch?" Bahamut replied sadly, keeping his eyes wet, "That's right. If this statue is indeed a witch, then the Black Queen." Before Bahamut could finish speaking, something exploded near Davong. Confused by the suddenness, Dawoon exclaimed, "What is that?" The next moment, noticing that his friend was trying to get inside, Dawoon asked in confusion, "Sun Wu Heng, what just happened?" Trying to get inside, Liu Xingwu bumped into some unknown barrier that prevented them from entering, and then said in surprise, "What is this? A transparent wall?" After one attempt, Liu Xingwu saw a warning that read, "You cannot enter the dungeon by the wrong way." After that, Liu Xingwu said, "He says we cannot enter?" Hearing what Liu Xingwu had just said, Rabbit said angrily, "Oh, it's just a matter of course. Did you really think that the assistant would just stand by and watch you take detours?" Immediately after saying this, Rabbit looked up to find the very helper who had prevented them from entering. The next moment, everyone saw Serpa hovering over them, terrifying them all. When Elder Oh Chang-seok saw the helper above him, he was terrified and said, That's Serpa!" Looking at everyone who was on the top of the tower this time, the assistant said in surprise, "This time I have quite interesting participants." Angry at the brazen behavior of the cheating players, Serpa shouted angrily, "I didn't think they would want to enter the dungeon from the other side." When Dawoon saw what the assistant was doing, he was very frightened, but he prepared himself to act suddenly if necessary. As the assistant angrily charged at the players, someone in the crowd shouted out in fright, "It's the assistant from the 4th stage, Serpa!" As the enemy approached the players, he was not threatening instant death or anything like that, no. He was preparing to change the effect of his curse. Pointing to the assistant who was approaching them, Krolik said anxiously, "It looks like he is the one who set up the dome. If he had not noticed us, we would have succeeded." Hearing Rabbit say that, Dawoon was surprised. "Are you saying that he installed the dome?" Rabbit replied thoughtfully, "Yes, just look at his astonished face." Then Dawoon added in astonishment, "How can you tell what an animal's expression is?" Dawoon then thought about how to solve this problem and said, "In short, so we can't go in from above?" Rabbit answered him, "You alone will be able to enter. You are a bug in the system." Hearing these words from Rabbit, Dawoon was nervous. "That's true, but I don't want to reveal my true identity to him." After that, Dawoon also decided to ask his assistant for advice, and she replied, "This assistant cannot harm you." Drawing Dawoon's attention to Serpa, Alpha said, "Although he looks very strong, if you look closely, he is a magician. He is also bound by the contract of an assistant." Hearing Alpha's words, Rabbit also added nervously, "That's right, assistants can't just kill people. After all, we also have restrictions. I don't know what kind of contract the sickle has, but it's probably a number." After these words, Krolik added, "If the curse didn't work on you, then he won't be able to kill you so easily." Hearing these words, Dawoon said in embarrassment, "And here, the mistake of the dungeon will show itself again." After saying that, Dawoon also added, "So, shall we try to stick to the plan?" To which Rabbit replied irritably, "You're really going to do that?" The guy replied, "I have a little something in store for such occasions." Hearing that Dawoon had a trick up his sleeve, the Rabbit said in disappointment, "If you don't succeed, you will only waste your life energy." Putting his paw to his head, the Rabbit sighed heavily and disappointedly at his master's wastefulness. However, everything was not as it seemed at first glance. Removing the paw from his forehead, the Rabbit spoke slyly, anticipating something interesting to happen. "But inside, I'm actually looking forward to it." Glancing at the sickle, which was not far away, the Rabbit said gloatingly, "I really want to see how this assistant reacts if his plan succeeds." The sickle then extended his paw and pointed his curse at the players again. and spoke menacingly. Since they have decided to break the rules, they must be punished. The next moment, the marks on the heads of all the players who had been placed began to glow with a bright light, causing them to panic at the incomprehension of the situation.